and instead develop conflicts. One of them would become the master of Xianxia Palace. But if the Holy Son and Holy Daughter worked together, the Holy Son would surely be the master in the future. Cough, cough. Emilio suddenly started coughing rapidly. Palace Master. The numerous elders quickly looked over with concern. After another bout of coughing, Emilio sighed lightly. Nothing much. My lifespan isn't long. It's just an old ailment, alas. He then turned around. I originally wanted to see the competition between our outstanding talents, but it seems, Ebert, everything here is left to you. Understood. Ebert nodded slightly, speaking for the first time that day. Emilio smiled approvingly, glanced once more at Sergio and the other four, stroked his beard, and vanished in an instant. Immediately after, Ebert stood up and sat where Emilio had been sitting, eyes half closed, staring at Sergio and the others without saying a word. It was unclear what he was thinking. An indeterminate amount of time passed. As they began to feel uneasy, Ebert finally spoke. After discussion with the Palace Master, the contest for the Holy Son consists of 3 trials. First, wisdom. Since the Holy Son is likely to be the future master of Xianxia Palace, he must be discerning, even if not incomparably wise. In summary, the first trial would not test combat prowess but intelligence. How would it be tested? Ebert raised his hand, causing 5 jade slips to fly out and land in front of each person. As they took hold of the jade slips, Ebert explained, each of your trials are different. The jade slip records your specific trial. Remember, 2 elders will accompany each of you, one to ensure your safety and the other to supervise. I do not wish to hear reports of anyone violating the rules and thus being disqualified. Different trials? Sergio exchanged glances with the others. Then they immersed their mental energy into the jade slips. First thing they saw were the rules for this trial. Non-negotiable rules. There weren't too many. During the trial, they must not reveal their identities as Xianxia Palace disciples and cannot use outside assistance. Family backing was considered external force as well. Each could bring 3 helpers. Most importantly, seeing this rule made Sergio's pupils constrict slightly. This rule stated, they must not use power beyond true martial 9th rank. Only true martial 9th rank or lower could be used. If exceeded, disqualification. Also, the 3 helpers could only provide strategies and must not take action themselves. Once taking action, the trial would be deemed failed. However, passive engagement was allowed. But once initiated, the involved party must immediately return to the sect and could no longer participate or strategize. Just this alone would have challenged Sergio, confident as he was that he wasn't inferior to anyone. Most crucially, during the trial, Sergio himself could not use any martial arts above true martial level, and could only attack thrice. Exceeding this limit would result in disqualification. Such strict rules were due to this trial testing intellect, not combat. What was the content of the trial? Sergio continued reading. The description of the trial content was brief, far less detailed than the rules. It was said that within the Xianxia Palace territory, there was a city. According to the city lord's report, someone had fallen to dark magic and had been killing innocents, slaughtering several villages. Sergio's trial was to investigate this matter. If someone indeed fell to dark magic, they must capture the individual. If there was more to it, such as a sinister mastermind, the truth must be uncovered. Even if the perpetrator was not caught, the instigator who disrupted peace must be eliminated. This was the entirety of the trial. At the end, it explicitly noted that Xianxia Palace had already discovered the truth. The elders all knew the true story. Trying to deceive, forge evidence, or frame someone else would not only fail the trial but also invite punishment. The jade slip ended here. Sergio abruptly looked up at Jared and the others. Their eyes all revealed shock and surprise. Clearly, like Sergio, they did not expect the selection of the Holy Son to stretch on. Seeing all 5 finish reading, Ebert waved. 2 of you 5 will lose qualification this time. Only the top 3 returning can participate in the next round. Go. Farewell, master. Sergio didn't hesitate, bowing immediately. Jared and the others moved just as swiftly. The elders present nodded in approval. Seeing this, the 5 channeled their spiritual energy, transformed into streaks of light, and left instantly. With only the top 3 participants advancing to the next round and 2 facing failure, how could the 5 not feel anxious? Chapter 261. Who deserves trust? Having received the 7 luminaries' permission, Sergio and the others did not hesitate for a moment and immediately departed. Time was of the essence, and they had to eliminate 2 people. Regardless of how much time it would take to uncover the truth, the most crucial thing was not to waste time on the journey. The time wasted during travel might be the difference between promotion or elimination. Peak no form. After leaving the ancestral hall, Sergio directly returned to peak no form. It wasn't that he was unwilling to set off immediately. Rather, he needed help. He could bring 3 assistants. But who should he bring? In an instant, countless figures flashed through his mind. People who were already under his command. Although compared to Vlad's strength, Sergio's followers weren't many. But that was only relatively speaking. Strictly speaking, the number of people who had pledged their allegiance to him was actually quite large. Without exaggeration, he had at least 30 to 50 true martial realm cultivators. If there were no limits on numbers, bringing everyone along might mean Sergio wouldn't need to personally investigate. His subordinates could quickly uncover the truth. However, there was a limit on numbers. He could only bring 3 people to strategize, and only strategize, not fight. Once anyone initiated a confrontation, Sergio would fail immediately. Thus, choosing whom to bring was a matter of careful consideration. If the people he chose were actually spies for Vlad or others, or had been secretly bought off by others. Once the test began, if these spies acted, Sergio would be eliminated immediately. His forces weren't large, so naturally, he hadn't paid close attention to whether anyone had been bought out. Go alone? After some thought, Sergio instantly rejected this idea. He must bring someone to strategize. Even just for gathering information, it could save him considerable time. Without external help and with only 3 chances to intervene, if he went alone, he might not find any leads while others would have already uncovered the facts. Who should he bring? The faces of his true martial realm followers flashed in his mind one by one. Soon, Sergio's eyes narrowed. Castor. If he had to choose the most valuable person to bring, it was undoubtedly Castor. 80% of his intelligence came from Castor, with the remaining part coming from the outer sex Halaming, who sought to curry favor with him. As for Castor's low cultivation level, since helpers couldn't fight in this test, cultivation level didn't matter. Having gathered intelligence for him over the long term, Castor was worth more than several people combined in uncovering the truth. And for the other two, after some deliberation, Sergio made his decision. Thatcher and Ashan. Reason? There wasn't much reason. These two were the ones who decided to follow him during the Wind Spirit's secret realm, and they were also among the highest-ranked cultivators under his command. During the Secret Realm expedition, Thatcher was at the 7th level True Martial Realm. Thanks to the gains from the Secret Realm and his support, Thatcher was now at the 8th level True Martial Realm. Ashan originally was at the 8th level True Martial Realm, but thanks to his gains, he advanced further, reaching the 9th level True Martial Realm. Even high-level cultivators, no matter how foolish, wouldn't be entirely inept. Betrayal, to be honest, apart from Castor, he wasn't sure if Thatcher and Ashan had been bought off. But having to pick the tallest among dwarfs was unavoidable. Still, he wouldn't do nothing. Before setting off, he would leave a backup plan. After some careful thought, Sergio snapped his fingers, sending 3 streaks of light shooting across the sky. It wasn't long before Thatcher and Ashan appeared at the foot of the mountain, one after another. Receiving Sergio's instructions, they hurried up the mountain. Because Castor's cultivation was far behind theirs, it took until they reached the summit before Castor appeared within Sergio's sight, and he hadn't even reached the foot of the mountain yet. When the two arrived at the peak, they hurriedly bowed. Brother Su, Castor is almost here, let's wait for him. Sergio looked into the distance. The two exchanged glances, both showing signs of confusion. The sunset was near, and today was the day the sacred sun was confirmed. Why wasn't Sergio at the ancestral hall, and why was he still at peak no form, even gathering people? However, they didn't talk, but waited quietly with Sergio. When Castor neared the peak, Sergio sent out another stream of light. Receiving the message, Castor rushed up the mountain. Brother Su, arriving breathlessly at the peak, Castor bowed as well. Seeing Ashan and Thatcher here too, he felt puzzled. Unlike Thatcher, Castor was responsible for intelligence and interacted frequently with Sergio, making him braver despite his lower cultivation. Curious, he asked directly, Brother Su, shouldn't you be at the ancestral hall now? Did something happen with today's designation of the sacred sun? Thatcher and Ashan instinctively perked up their ears. Seeing their reactions, Sergio softly said, Don't worry too much. Today? Sergio then explained how the sect changed the method of selecting the sacred sun, detailing the first test's content and restrictions. 3 tests. The 3 men's expressions all grew solemn. Judging from this, the process of establishing the sacred sun would likely take considerable time. But soon, a surge of elation rose in their hearts. Since only 3 could be brought, and they were the 3 here now, it indirectly meant they were the ones Sergio trusted the most. After the joy came urgency, and Castor hurriedly asked, Brother, only the top 3 can proceed to the second test. Time is short. Shall we set off now? Set off? Sergio's eyes twinkled, not rushing. Instead, he glanced at the peak where Vlad was and sighed lightly. It's a pity I didn't foresee the sect's test being like this before. If I had known earlier, I could have spent some time buying off some of Vlad's people to ensure his failure in the first test, thus removing a major rival. Castor blurted out without thinking, Brother, it's not your fault either. In past selections, the sacred sun was almost always determined by combat. No one expected the sect to change the method this time. That's right, it's not Brother's fault, Thatcher and Ashan added. We don't know if they have already tried to buy each other off. If so, when 2 tigers fight, Brother can benefit like a fisherman. Just as they finished speaking, their breathing subtly quickened. Sergio could speak of not having bribed Vlad or Marvin Mui earlier, which implied that Vlad and others could also bribe them. Some things can be hinted at but not openly said. Saying too clearly would hurt feelings. How to prove loyalty? Ordinary mortals in the mundane world might find self-proving difficult, requiring evidence. But for people like Thatcher, proving loyalty was simple. A vow was enough. Castor, being the most trusted by Sergio, spoke first. Brothers Du and Gu, although Brother Su trusts us, we cannot betray that trust. How about we all make a vow here to ensure no future troubles? What do you think? Indeed. Thatcher and Ashan nodded in agreement. Castor didn't hesitate and immediately declared, I, Castor, swear my undivided loyalty to Brother Sergio. If I break this vow, may malevolent spirits haunt me, and my cultivation will never advance. Chapter 262, Erosion Sun City. Upon hearing Thatcher and the others, Castor did not hesitate but immediately raised his hand to swear an oath. Thatcher and Ashan exchanged glances before they too spoke up. I, Thatcher, swear my heart to Senior Brother Sergio wholeheartedly. If I violate this vow, I shall be plagued by demons, forever barred from advancing in cultivation. I, Ashan, swear my heart to Senior Brother Sergio wholeheartedly. If I violate this vow, I shall be plagued by demons, forever barred from advancing in cultivation. The reason for pledging their hearts rather than loyalty. This was Shinming Palace. Any suggestion of splitting away would mean undermining the sect. And currently, Sergio wasn't yet the sacred son. Their vows mirrored Castor's, implying that violation wouldn't result in death but would stagnate their cultivation, a punishment both light and heavy. However, one must understand that for cultivators, the severance of their path forward, the inability to transcend, was the most terrifying of fates, especially for these 3 who had significant potential for advancement. Even though Thatcher looked middle-aged, he was only in appearance a middle-aged man. Already at the 8th level True Martial stage, with just a few years cultivation, even without resources, he could break through to the 9th level True Martial. Once he made further progress from the 9th level True Martial, he would reach Yuanwu. And Ashan, already at the 9th level True Martial, needn't be mentioned. At this moment, Sergio seemed to only now realize what was happening, his face unpleased. What are you three juniors doing? There's no need for such measures. He then sighed softly. Well, I have understood your intentions. Rest assured. With comforting words, he strengthened their bonds. The four then rose into the air. Thatcher and Eshan flew on their own, while Sergio used his spiritual energy to shield and carry Castor, flying swiftly. After several flickers, the four disappeared above the lying Tiger Mountains. Almost simultaneously, Xander and others flew in different directions towards other places, each heading in separate directions. One day later, Sergio and Eshan reached the airspace near a city. The four didn't rush to land. Thatcher whispered, Erosion Sun City, 10,000 miles away from the sect. I wonder if Xander and others' destinations are also 10,000 miles away. If their destination is only thousands or tens of thousands of miles away, time will be more pressing for us. The city before them was named Erosion Sun City, where Sergio's trial took place. According to task information, the city lord here was named Leland, naturally a member of Xianxia Palace. Beyond this, there was no additional intel. Sergio surveyed the city for a moment, murmuring, there might be discrepancies, but they shouldn't be significant. Castor and Eshan echoed. Senior brother Sue studies under Deputy Palace Master Kevin. With the Deputy Palace Master present, senior brother surely won't be at a disadvantage regarding distance. After exchanging a few casual words, the four changed out of their Xianxia Palace attire into more common clothes and landed, quickly approaching the city. As they approached, Castor, Thatcher, and Eshan concealed their cultivation levels, appearing like ordinary people. Sergio hid his cultivation level at the 9th level True Martial. Entering the city went smoothly. They paid the entrance fee and easily entered. After entering, the group didn't immediately delve into the city, but turned back to look at the city gate, noticing many refugees in coarse clothes waiting in line to enter. Those who couldn't afford the entry fee were yelled at and rejected by the guards, left outside the walls. After observing for a while, they shifted their focus elsewhere. Castor whispered, Senior brother, the situation looks dire. These people seem to be from villages and towns around the city. They've left their homes to flood Erosion Sun City. Thatcher didn't appear worried but smiled. A dire situation is good. The more urgent it is, the easier it will be for us to uncover the truth. Senior brother, shall we first spread out to gather information? Sergio thought for a moment before replying, I'll investigate among the refugees. You three, choose your own directions and meet back here in half a day. Remember, during this trial, you cannot easily interfere. Think carefully when faced with issues. Even if you suffer a bit, avoid conflicts with the local powers. They all solemnly replied, Senior brother, rest assured. We understand the gravity of the situation. Each headed in separate directions. Thinking for a moment, Sergio walked back out of the city, openly spreading his 9th level true martial aura, which kept the guards from interfering despite their confusion about him entering and leaving so soon. This Erosion Sun City was no metropolis. Sergio's deep sea-like aura ensured even fools wouldn't provoke trouble. Outside the city, Sergio picked a seemingly honest, middle-aged man with dark skin after a brief observation and approached him. Seeing Sergio, the man bowed hastily, Greetings, sir. Though he didn't know who Sergio was, the lavish attire and oppressive aura indicated someone important. Sergio smiled, Uncle, what's going on here? Why are so many people gathered? Are they homeless? Calling them homeless isn't wrong, the man said bitterly, thinking of his tragic circumstances. Pretending complete ignorance, Sergio asked curiously, What happened? Don't the city's families and the Lord take care of them? Ah, Brogan sighed. At this point, Sergio produced a pill from his sleeve. This is a spirit grain pill. With your body, swallowing one should keep you full for days, not hard at all. Gulugulu. The pill had no aroma, but to an untrained person, pills were legendary things. Shortly, Brogan swallowed the pill eagerly. Sir, ask whatever you want, I'll tell you everything. Nearby, lying people watched with longing. Had Sergio not been exuding an oppressive aura, they might have rushed over. Ignoring the others, Sergio continued, I'm curious, why are you all gathered here? Since you can't enter the city, why not stay home? Sir, the man answered hurriedly. In a few sentences, he explained the truth. It was simple. He and many others were from a nearby village. Several neighboring villages had been completely massacred recently. Not coming here meant risking death by starvation or danger. Hashtag chapter 263. Investigation hard to advance. Under the influence of the medicinal pill, the middle-aged man readily told Sergio the reason why he preferred to wait for death at the city wall rather than stay at home. It was simply because he feared death. Sergio's eyes flickered. He moved closer to another person. Seeing this, that person's eyes lit up with wild joy. Unexpectedly, Sergio smiled and said, My friend, do you have any different news? If it's the same as what the old man just said, there's no need to repeat it. Different news? Brogan lowered his head and thought hard. Half a day later, Sergio turned back towards the city, leaving behind many disappointed refugees. At the city gate, Eshan and the others, who had scattered, regrouped again. Senior brother. After Sergio approached, the three of them spoke first. Exchange information? After glancing at the crowd passing by, Sergio softly said, Let's find a place to settle in first. How to find one? It was quite simple. Sergio continuously scanned his surroundings and soon spotted a serene courtyard. Although it was very ordinary for the four of them, it was enough as a temporary resting place. Knock knock. Sergio went straight to the door and knocked. Who is it? Soon, a robust man opened the door, furrowing his brows when he saw Sergio and the others, whom he did not recognize. Sergio probed the courtyard with his divine sense and then said, I want this courtyard. What's your price? Where did this brute come from? Brogan muttered under his breath, too lazy to argue with Sergio. He was very comfortable living there and had no interest in selling. 15 breaths later, the robust man bowed humbly to Sergio. Sir, please be careful of the steps. Keep the land deed safe. When you're free, go to the Davizinal's residence for certification. If you're busy, it's fine too. Keeping the deed safe will do. I'll leave now. Indeed, he didn't want to sell. He had no intention of parting with the courtyard. However, Sergio paid far too much, really too much. Sergio smiled, led the three into the courtyard, and closed the gate. Brogan patted his slightly bulging chest, wore a content smile, and hurried away. Inside the courtyard, Sergio snapped his fingers, forming a barrier. Junior brothers, what have you all found out? Senior brother, I heard that. The four began sharing their gathered information, trying to unify it. They then realized they didn't have much. They only knew that several villages started getting massacred a few months ago. Initially, everyone thought it was just roving bandits. However, as time passed, more villages were slaughtered, even small towns. Everywhere that was massacred, there were no survivors. Everyone died. This made the people around Ursan City panic, rushing into the city for refuge. Those with money entered the city. Those who ran out of money or never had any could only stay outside the city walls. Still, they wouldn't die waiting. The city had 3 families and the Davizinal's residents. Every day at fixed times, they would distribute porridge outside the city, allowing survival though not comfortably. There was little else known about the murderer. After exchanging information, the 4 looked at each other uneasily. They had too little information. Castor whispered, "Senior brother, the street gossip is sparse and hard to verify. We need to obtain more precise information from the city's major families and the Davizinal's residents." Hearing this, Sergio stood up and looked outside the courtyard, feeling a slight headache. He knew the major families and the Davizinal had more information, but infiltrating them wasn't easy. They couldn't expose their identity. Any misstep during an investigation would likely lead to conflict. He only had 3 chances to intervene during this trial. If wasted, there'd be nowhere to cry. Before Sergio could respond, Thatcher shook his head. "Senior brother has his difficulties. We can't reveal our identities. Even if we approach the families sincerely, they will still see us as opportunists trying to establish a foothold here through this chaos. Besides, the village massacre might involve one of these families. A direct approach would do more harm than good." Eshan also added, "But we can neither expose ourselves nor make a move, so we can only gather surface-level information on the streets, which is mostly unreliable. This way, we're wasting time. For more concrete intel, we must infiltrate the Davizinal's residents and the 3 major families." The 3 exchanged looks. They soon all turned to Sergio. The final decision always lay with him. Seeing the gazes, Sergio felt even more of a headache. Without external help, and the others limited to planning without action, this was indeed troublesome. Soon after, Sergio hadn't thought of a solution yet. Suddenly, Thatcher lowered his voice. "Senior brother, what if junior brother devises a plan to gather the leaders of the 3 families, then accidentally expose our identity, or provoke the 3 families into attacking? Junior brother can passively counterattack, using the opportunity to get them to reveal what they know. Meanwhile, senior brother can hide and listen in. Afterward, junior brother can return to the sect, and senior brother gets the information needed." Castor and Eshan both showed signs of excitement upon hearing this. Sergio was also tempted. It was indeed a good plan. By letting someone return to the sect in exchange for precise intelligence, finding the murderer would be much easier. Half a breath later, Sergio suppressed his urge. "Let's drop this matter." "Senior brother, why?" "Time is pressing. We need to resolve this quickly, or we'll waste precious time." Thatcher seemed puzzled. This wasn't a regular mission. It was a trial. The 2 slowest participants would lose the chance to compete for saint-disciple status. Sergio glanced at the sky. "Did you forget? 2 elders are accompanying us, ensuring our safety while also monitoring us. Your method exploits a loophole in the rules. Those elders could easily ruin everything with minimal effort, leaving us with nothing, and you losing your chance to return to the sect." He didn't know which 2 elders accompanied them, nor did he sense them, but there were definitely 2 elders, at least Earth's spirit realm, hidden nearby, possibly even in the courtyard right now, unseen. Exploiting loopholes was better avoided. Thatcher couldn't help but look dejected. Without external help, relying solely on themselves and facing numerous restrictions, finding the murderer, or even obtaining accurate information seemed incredibly difficult. Castor pondered for a while, then asked, "The 2 elders, would it count as using one intervention if Su brother conceals his aura and infiltrates a family to eavesdrop on information?" This was both a probe to break the deadlock and to confirm whether the elders were indeed watching. A moment later, it counts as one intervention. Otherwise, Sergio wouldn't even need to infiltrate. He could hide in the city center and spread his Yuan Wu divine sense over half the city, gathering any information effortlessly. How would this test be a proper evaluation? A low voice echoed within the courtyard. Chapter 264, incredibly simple. Facing Castor's probing, the hidden elder did not hesitate and provided his answer. The 4 people present froze in place, not reacting to the elder's response, but instead realizing that the elder was indeed hiding in the courtyard. Castor's eyes flickered as he asked again, "Then, did Senior Brother Du's earlier strategy constitute a rule violation?" Unexpectedly, this time the elder did not respond. With no conclusion forthcoming, Castor turned toward Sergio with a helpless shrug, secretly alarmed. His plan had only been for Sergio to infiltrate a certain family to eavesdrop on intelligence. He hadn't expected Sergio's divine sense to be so terrifying that it could directly cover half of the city. After all, he was only at the spirit warrior realm, and his divine sense could not yet leave his body. Silence filled the air for some time. Sergio suddenly spoke up. "The Davizinal's mansion." The other 3 looked toward Sergio. Noticing their gaze, Sergio narrowed his eyes slightly. "We can try to gather information from the Davizinal's mansion." A moment later, all 3 shook their heads in unison. "Senior brother, gathering information from the Davizinal's mansion might be more troublesome, not to mention other concerns. If you were to go there, without knowing our true identities, the first reaction of the Davizinal's disciples would probably not be to give us the intel, but to probe your background. They might even suspect you of being the perpetrator behind these incidents. Any slight mishap could lead to a waste of an opportunity for you to take action." Sergio's expression remained unchanged. "Use spirit coins to buy information." Among the 3 families in the city, One might be involved in this massacre, but the Davizinal's mansion surely isn't. For the Davizinal's mansion, if Junior Brother Castor were to investigate, they would likely have two reactions. One, that Junior Brother is someone sent by a true martial realm expert, disapproving of the situation and seeking to understand it better. Or two, Junior Brother could be sent by the real culprit to probe the development of the incident. Pausing for a moment, Sergio looked at Castor. It would be more suitable for me to come and gather information at the Davizinal's mansion, but I cannot waste any chances I have to act. This time, it can only be you who goes to gather the information. It will be up to you to handle any suspicions and obtain the information. Don't worry, Senior Brother. Castor stood up with a smile. Yes, how could he forget? As long as he didn't expect something for nothing, using money to get the job done wouldn't be too hard. After discussing the details further with the others, Castor turned to leave. But just as he reached the gate, he turned back and said, Elder, I'm heading to the Davizinal's mansion now. Although retrieving money from my storage space will trigger spiritual energy, it should not count as taking action, right? The hidden elder remained silent. Unhurried, Castor continued to wait. After several moments, based on what you've said, Sergio has used his abilities multiple times, previously buying the courtyard, retrieving medicines outside the city several times. Shouldn't I also count him as having acted 4 or 5 times? That would already exceed the number of attempts allowed and lead to immediate failure. The elder's voice sounded, clearly annoyed. My fault. Castor gave a sheepish laugh before swiftly leaving. Sergio bowed towards the empty air. Elder, please forgive us. Junior Brother Tang is merely concerned about violating the rules. You should focus on properly investigating the truth rather than probing the limits. The hidden elder snorted coldly and then fell silent. Sergio's expression remained unperturbed. After a brief silence, Thatcher changed the topic. Senior Brother, do you think Junior Brother Tang can obtain the information? Without hesitation, Sergio replied, he should be able to. Disciple Leland of the Davizinal's mansion might not know we've arrived, but he has reported this matter to the sect. It's possible he might even mistakenly assume Junior Brother is a disciple from the Davizining Wind Pavilion incognito and won't make things too difficult. Though still somewhat worried, Eshan and Thatcher nodded gently, suppressing their anxieties and waiting quietly with Sergio in the courtyard. Indeed, Castor belonged to one of the 3 peaks and 9 halls, the Davizining Wind Pavilion. Time passed quickly. Before long, half a day had silently slipped by. While Sergio remained composed, Eshan and Thatcher grew anxious with anticipation and began pacing in the courtyard. They proposed multiple times whether someone should go outside the Davizinal's mansion to check if anything unexpected happened. Knock knock knock. A knocking sound came from the door. Senior Brother, I'm back, said Castor's voice simultaneously. Eshan and Thatcher, who had been waiting anxiously, were instantly elated. Thatcher rushed to the door and opened it. Outside stood only Castor. Creak. The courtyard gate closed quietly. Though equally anxious, Sergio first set up a restriction before asking, did you have any success? Some. Immediately, Castor spoke up. Senior Brother. He had obtained considerable information from the Davizinal's mansion. For example, the Davizinal had noticed villages being slaughtered one after another, and since the families within the city had failed to catch the culprit, Leland suspected that it might be orchestrated by a specific family. He investigated personally but couldn't find solid clues. Perhaps he found something but didn't tell Castor. Eventually, angered by the lack of results, Leland left the Davizinal's mansion and patrolled outside the city daily. Once, near a ravaged village, he sensed the presence of the killer. Leland attacked decisively, but the killer's cultivation level was actually higher than his. Despite mastering profound martial techniques from the profound Nether Palace, Leland still wasn't a match. He suffered serious injuries while only managing to wound the killer. Returning to the Davizinal's mansion in fury, he reported the matter to the profound Nether Palace. Because the killer was injured, Leland was certain they wouldn't dare return to the city. Otherwise, it would mean the extermination of an entire family. Leland also informed Castor that, barring any surprises, the killer should be recuperating in Dali Town. As a disciple of the profound Nether Palace, even though he was only appointed as a city lord due to his incapability, Leland still possessed some skills and had managed to determine the killer's location from afar. Sergio, Eshan, and Thatcher stared dumbfounded at Castor. Castor seemed puzzled. Senior Brother, do I have something on my face? Determine the killer's location. So simply? Eshan couldn't help but speak up. They had indeed believed they could obtain deeper intelligence from the Davizinal's mansion, but this information seemed too deep. Had the location of the killer already been determined? Would their next move be going to Dali Town to apprehend the killer, thus completing their mission? Wasn't this too easy? Even Sergio found it unbelievable, subconsciously suspecting a trap. Hearing this, Castor shook his head. Regardless of whether it's true or a trap, we must go to Dali Town to investigate. The Davizinal is also a disciple of the profound Nether Palace and proactively reported this matter to the sect. It can't be connected to him. Sergio nodded. You're right. Where is Dali Town? Let's go there first. Even if it turns out to be a trap or another plot, it will still offer different clues. Castor pulled out the map he had sketched when gathering information, located it for a while, then pointed, here. Time is urgent. Let's head to Dali Town immediately. Upon confirming the location, Sergio stood up right away. Hashtag chapter 265, Dahan Town, Philippe. After confirming the location, Sergio immediately stood up. Time was of the essence, and he instructed Castor and the others to head straight to Dahan Town. The 4 of them left the courtyard, which was near the city gate, and exited the city directly. They transformed into a flash of light and vanished into the sky. In less than a quarter of an hour, the 4 stopped in the sky above a small town. At the entrance of the town, clearly written were the 3 characters, Dahan Town. This was Dahan Town. They surveyed the small town for a while. Just as Castor was about to speak, Thatcher and Eshan whispered simultaneously, strange, how could it be this simple? They had reason to doubt. Even Sergio felt a slight unease as he looked at Dahan Town. The town wasn't large, with not many people having high cultivation levels. There was only one true martial realm cultivator, who was also injured, specifically, a true martial 5th level. Leland was a true martial 4th level, matching the intelligence Castor had obtained from the Davizinal's residence. Could it really be this easy? Castor cautiously asked, Senior brother, have you already discovered the culprit? Without divine sense or even spirit martial realm cultivation, his perception lagged far behind Sergio's and the others. Thatcher promptly spoke up. There's only one true martial cultivator in this town, and he is injured. I feel that the truth might not be so simple. If it were this straightforward, it wouldn't be the first trial for this sacred son assessment. Indeed, even if Reginald wanted to make Sergio's test easier, the Dark Nether Palace wasn't just under Reginald's control. 2 elders accompanied this mission. Even if they did go easy, it wouldn't be this easy. Castor thought for a moment and said, in my opinion, we should apprehend that person first. Eshan instinctively stopped him. No, this matter can't be so simple. There must be more to it. If we act rashly and that person isn't the culprit, or there's something deeper going on, won't we waste Senior Brother's opportunity to intervene? Castor considered this inside. But if we don't act, are we supposed to do nothing? Thatcher and Eshan fell silent. Yes, regardless of any hidden complexities, the true martial cultivator below perfectly matched the Davizinal's intelligence. He needed to be apprehended first. Unless, of course, they did nothing. But how would they proceed with further investigation then? The 3 turned their gazes to Sergio. Sergio squinted his eyes as he observed the town. After a long pause, he murmured, Junior Brother Castor is right. We've come all the way to Dahan Town. We can't ignore what's happening here. Even if there are other hidden issues, we need to gather information through the person below. If they could obtain deeper insights, using force once wouldn't be a waste. With this thought, Sergio flickered and entered the residence of the true martial cultivator, leaving only a gentle breeze behind. The residence was modest, covering only about half a mile. Who's there? As soon as Sergio entered, a harsh shout echoed from deep within the residence. A middle-aged man burst through the roof, staring intently at Sergio. This man was the sole true martial cultivator Sergio had sensed in Dahan Town. Upon recognizing Sergio's appearance, the man's expression changed dramatically. True martial 9th level. He was only a true martial 5th level, and facing Sergio, he dared not even think of fighting back. How could this be possible? This person appeared to be only in his early 20s, yet possessed such terrifying cultivation. Even the esteemed Dark Nether Palace couldn't have such an outstanding talent. Or perhaps this person used some method to disguise his aura, meaning he wasn't truly a true martial 9th level. Thinking this, the middle-aged man nodded slightly, convinced it had to be so. Otherwise, a true martial 9th level at such a young age was too terrifying, almost unheard of. Sergio snapped his fingers, releasing a wave of spiritual energy that formed a barrier encompassing several dozen meters around. The middle-aged man demanded, Who are you? Standing on the rooftop, Sergio smiled. I have some questions for you. If we cooperate, it will save us both trouble. What do you think? If they could avoid conflict and subdue him peacefully, it would be perfect, saving unnecessary effort. The middle-aged man's expression fluctuated. After a long silence, he coldly snorted. What do you want to know? Recently, villages around Eclipse City have been massacred. According to my knowledge, over 30 villages now have no survivors, with tens of thousands killed. Consequently, people around the city live in constant fear. Pausing for emphasis, Sergio continued with a smile. I wonder, what connection do you have to those village massacres? Do you want to know? Before the man could respond, he clenched his fists. If you're really a true martial 9th level, I would answer all your questions. But I don't believe you're truly a true martial 9th level. No matter where you come from, if you dare deceive me, I will kill you. A powerful gust rose as the man launched a punch toward Sergio. Sergio's expression darkened. He had hoped to avoid a fight, but now, perhaps this was just a test from the middle-aged man. Still, it wasted his opportunity to intervene. He hoped this action would yield substantial results, otherwise, it would indeed be wasteful. As he thought, Sergio raised his hand and pressed down. A surging aura erupted, forming a massive 3-zhang palm in the sky that pressed down. It was no martial technique, just Sergio's mastery of spiritual energy. Seeing the giant palm, the middle-aged man instinctively redirected his punch towards it. And that was it. His punch couldn't budge the palm in the slightest. Instead, the palm slammed him into the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. When the dust settled, a 2-zhang deep palm imprint appeared on the ground, with the middle-aged man buried in the center, stuck fast in the earth. His face was pale, and his clothes were drenched in blood, every bone in his body shattered by Sergio's palm. Had Sergio not wanted information, this man would have been reduced to a bloody pulp by that single strike. To take care of you, I had to use my move. I feel stifled. With a sigh, Sergio gracefully leapt off the roof, standing next to the indentation. He truly felt stifled. If the opponent had been a profound martial or true martial 9th level, using a move wouldn't matter, but dealing with a true martial 5th level like swatting a fly. Still, it counted as using a move, making him quite uncomfortable. The middle-aged man stared at Sergio, his eyes wide with terror. Why you? Cough. You. Who are you? Apart from his head, every bone in his body was shattered, leaving him limp and helpless. This impossibly young youth was actually a true martial 9th level. How could it be? A true martial 9th level at such a young age. If he knew Sergio was not just a true martial 9th level but beyond, a profound martial, he would likely die from sheer shock. Sergio looked at the middle-aged man silently, then shook his head and said, Juniors, you ask him? I'm afraid I might get stifled again and end up killing him with one slap. Hashtag chapter 266, Philippe with reason and evidence. Sergio watched the middle-aged man's terrified expression in silence for a moment before abandoning the idea of interrogating him personally. He was afraid he might lose control and slap the man to death out of frustration. All right, senior brother, you rest while we handle the interrogation. Eshan and his two companions approached. Despite the commotion, no one noticed what was happening here because Sergio had already set up an array barrier beforehand. Perhaps the middle-aged man's initial scream did attract someone's attention, but with the area sealed off and quiet again, others just shrugged it off after a brief moment of suspicion. Sergio glanced around, finding no suitable place to land, so he leaped back onto the roof. Castor and the others exchanged glances. Then Thatcher chuckled. With his cultivation, he won't confess easily. Let's keep him alive for now, torture him a bit, then ask questions later. It's such a waste that a mere nobody like him required our senior brother to take action. No matter how much we torment him, he'll have it coming. Agreed. Aya. A piercing scream tore through the air, but due to the array barrier, only those inside could hear it. Sergio watched for a while, showing some sympathy, then turned to look at the sky. Soon, about 15 minutes later, thanks to the efforts of Eshan and the others, Sergio obtained more information. This true martial realm cultivator was not a wandering cultivator but a member of the Ding family, one of the 3 major families in the city. His name was Philippe, an elder of the Ding family. Was he involved in the village massacres? No matter how they pressured and tortured him, Philippe continued to deny any involvement. Instead, he claimed that multiple villages had been massacred recently, causing panic among the people. Acting on orders from the Ding family, he was patrolling outside the city to find the true culprit. A few days ago, during a routine patrol, he was ambushed in a wilderness area. Despite fighting off his attackers, he sustained injuries and, unable to return to the city, came to this town to recuperate. Eshan and the others noted inconsistencies, questioning why he didn't return to the city for healing instead of risking death by staying here. Philippe explained that it wasn't that he feared death. Rather, he was ambushed unexpectedly, sustaining injuries. In a face-to-face battle, his opponent wouldn't stand a chance against him. His injuries weren't life-threatening, so he stayed to avoid disgrace. Moreover, he hoped that by being injured, he could lure out his attackers and be prepared to defeat them when they reappeared. He further expressed his frustration, emphasizing that as a member of the Ding family, one of the 3 prominent families in Shiri City, he had considerable wealth and influence. The Davising rice and herbs cultivated by the villagers outside the city belonged partly to the Ding family. While he despised the peasants, he would not massacre them without cause. After all, these peasants were valuable resources for the 3 families. His reasoning was logically sound and difficult to refute. Was he falsely accused? Castor and the others stopped torturing Philippe and looked up at Sergio on the roof. On the roof, feeling their gaze, Sergio turned to see Philippe, bound by transparent chains in midair, covered in blood and bruises. He frowned. If they had falsely accused Philippe, the sight of him being tortured to near death would weigh heavily on their consciences. But if he was lying? After a moment's silence, Sergio floated down and asked, "Can we continue the interrogation?" Eshan observed Philippe's now vacant eyes and whispered, "Senior brother, this person has reached his limit. If we continue, he might die." Sergio thought for a moment and asked, "Do you think he's telling the truth?" "If he is." All 3 fell silent, looking embarrassed. Seeing this, Sergio pondered for a moment. "Let's stabilize his injuries and confine him. We can't let him go until the truth is clear. If he's innocent, we'll compensate him." This situation was uncertain, and they couldn't risk letting him go. The array barrier dispersed. Eshan sealed Philippe's cultivation and placed him in a nearby room, giving him a healing pill to prevent his injuries from worsening and possibly leading to death. Exiting the room, they stared at each other, clueless. After a long pause, Castor finally spoke, "Senior brother, what should we do next?" Sergio thought for a moment and sighed. Now we have a new problem. Was the person Leland injured actually Philippe? The information from the Davizinal's residence and Philippe's account matched. Philippe's cultivation was indeed higher than Leland's, and it was true that Leland couldn't defeat him. If the person Leland injured was Philippe, it didn't mean Philippe was the murderer. Leland clearly hadn't told Castor everything, and saying Philippe was the murderer wasn't definitive either. If Leland injured someone else, then things would get even more complicated. No wonder Castor got important information from the Davizinal so easily. Now it seemed unclear whether there was a trap or some hidden agenda. The more they learned, the more confusing the truth became. After a long silence, Sergio muttered, "A bird leaves tracks in the sky. A breeze leaves ripples on the water." "What do you mean, senior brother?" the 3 asked simultaneously. "The massacred villages," Sergio paused, his eyes cold. "We've been investigating for so long, but haven't examined the actual sites. No matter who did it, they must have left traces. We should check those villages and see if we can find overlooked evidence to corroborate our findings." Eshan instinctively showed confusion. The villages are already massacred, with no survivors. There will only be corpses and ruins. What clues can we find? Wouldn't it be better to wait for Philippe to recover and continue interrogating him? But Castor, perhaps due to his experience in intelligence gathering and his role in the Tingfeng Hall, suddenly understood Sergio's intention. His eyes widened in realization. Senior brother is right. Ordinary villagers wouldn't be targeted, unless there's another reason. Careful observation might reveal the real culprit from the source. Eshan thought about it, but shook his head. Didn't the test already say that someone has fallen to evil, enjoying the slaughter as entertainment? Thatcher gestured to Eshan. There's no harm in checking. Though Thatcher doubted they'd find anything, investigating wouldn't cost much, and might yield useful results if they did find something. Chapter 267. Missing Remains. Although Thatcher didn't think they would find any clues in the massacred village, he still stopped Eshan from continuing his objections. After all, their investigation had reached a deadlock once more. With limited resources to proceed further, visiting the massacred villages wouldn't hurt. Alright. Although time was of the essence and he worried that Xander and others might return to the sect first, since Sergio and the other 3 agreed to visit the site of the massacre, Eshan couldn't continue to oppose it and reluctantly agreed. Sergio set the tone. Since this is the case, Bartolomeo has the lowest cultivation, so you will investigate the scattered massacred sites near Ares City. Brother Gu and Brothers Du will investigate the remaining 3 directions carefully without missing anything. Perhaps the clues are hidden among them. After some more discussion, the 4 agreed on their respective investigation areas and the time frame for exploring, then departed from Dalian Town in 4 different directions. As for Philippe, his entire skeleton shattered, and having been trained by Castor and the others, his survival was owed to the incredible resilience of a true martial realm expert. Wanting him to do anything else was out of the question, so there was no need to worry. They actually left. Philippe lay in the courtyard, his once dead and hopeless eyes now glinting with a spark of life. Though his bones were indeed shattered, leaving him as immobile as mud, he remained in the true martial realm where martial Dao's true intent had materialized. As long as there was a breath left in him, he could achieve what an ordinary person couldn't imagine. Without mentioning other abilities, just his divine sense alone, without restriction, could cover half of the town effortlessly. On the other side, leaving Dalian Town, Sergio halted his flight after merely 15 minutes or less. Beneath him lay a village filled with ruins and debris. Even from the sky, one could clearly see corpses scattered haphazardly within the village, each face filled with terror, as if they had experienced something extremely terrifying before dying. The dead hold no value. Indeed, their bodies remain uncollected. Murmuring, Sergio descended silently onto a rooftop. Despite the unknown duration since the massacre, the stench of blood was intense. The moment Sergio approached, he smelled the pungent, thick scent of blood. While ordinary people might feel uncomfortable, Sergio had seen too much. The smell of blood did not faze him. Instead, he closed his eyes, spreading his divine sense soundlessly over the entire village. Walls and rubble posed no obstacle to his divine sense. A 3-dimensional image of the entire village appeared in his mind. What predominated were the ground, dyed dark red with dried blood, and countless corpses with terrified expressions. After only a few moments of probing with his divine sense, Sergio's eyes narrowed as he discovered that although these people had been massacred, they hadn't just been killed. If he wasn't mistaken, these people had their heart blood extracted. He also found that some individuals with cultivation in the village had their vital essence blood taken away. Heart blood and vital essence blood are both types of blood, but differ from regular blood. To put it simply, heart blood can be considered the unique blood exclusive to the heart, rare and difficult to regenerate. Cultivators, after starting their practice, transform heart blood into vital essence blood as chi flows through their body. If Sergio were to ignite his dragon transformation, burning his blood at the same time would mean burning vital essence blood. Even someone as formidable as Sergio currently had only about a dozen drops of vital essence blood in his body. In comparison, heart blood was more abundant and contained impurities like ordinary blood, yet it was undoubtedly significant compared to vital essence blood. These people had their heart blood taken away. Under his divine sense, every corpse had lost its heart blood or vital essence blood. Evidently, massacring the village wasn't the goal. Forcibly taking heart blood and vital essence blood was falling into the demonic path indeed. So many villages have been massacred, and the collected heart blood and vital essence blood must be considerable. Is it as recorded in the ancient texts of the sect, using demonic means to refine treasures? Murmuring, Sergio slowly retracted his divine sense, preparing to head to the next village. However, just as he soared back into the air, he suddenly looked down at the village again. For some reason, upon preparing to leave, he felt something seemed off about the village below. As if there was a clue he hadn't noticed. What was it? While pondering, his divine sense instantly covered the entire village once more. Corpses deprived of heart blood or vital essence blood, attracting countless flies, ruins, and ground stained dark red with blood. Looking everywhere, it seemed nothing was missed. Could it be something about these corpses? He observed all the corpses again with his divine sense. Among these corpses were men, women, the elderly, and the strong. Strong. Sergio suddenly realized that while there were male, female, old, and strong bodies, there were none young. Was there no child in this village, or were children not killed but captured instead? Thinking deeply, Sergio flew to the next massacred village. Soon enough, he arrived at the second massacred village. Before even landing, his divine sense enveloped the village. Just like the previous village, corpses were scattered, buildings collapsed, presenting a scene of desolation. Simultaneously, he discovered this village, similar to the first. All heart blood had been taken, and there were no child corpses either. If only one village had been like this, it could be argued that the village lacked children. However, 2 consecutive villages being the same way could not be coincidental. Perhaps Yashrin were not killed but taken away. According to ancient records in the Davis Prairie, in demonic methods, children are not primarily used for refining treasures, but as aids for certain demonic practices to create longevity-enhancing or cultivation-boosting items. If all Yashrin were abducted, it likely required large-scale manpower. The capable ones nearby would naturally be the 3 families of Airy City. Muttering, Sergio didn't linger and rushed to the next massacre site. The third village, again, hearts and vital essence blood taken, no child corpses. The fourth village, similarly, 5th, 6th, until reaching the last village within his investigation range, still no child remains, all heart blood taken. The only clues found. With some gains, he directly returned to Dalian Town. Due to numerous places investigated, Sergio returned to Dalian Town in the afternoon. The town, though not as bustling as a city, still had people walking around during the day, giving it a lively atmosphere. Having examined corpses all night, seeing living people suddenly brought a sense of relief. Sergio didn't disturb the townspeople, returning to Philippe's residence undetected. He was the first to return. The immobile Philippe still lay in the courtyard, possibly mistaken by unaware onlookers as lying in the sun. Chapter 268, Assassination. After Sergio returned to Philippe's residence, he scanned the area with his divine sense and confirmed that Philippe had used spirit energy to forcibly move. He then ignored it and found an open space to rest silently. A short while later, Castor returned. Another 2 hours passed. Just as dusk approached, Ashan and Thatcher came back one after another. They gathered together. Sergio spoke first. Did you discover any clues? Ashan shook his head. No useful intelligence was found. They were all ordinary villagers who were slaughtered. Castor glanced at Ashan in surprise and whispered, Senior Brother Sue. If Junior Brother hasn't guessed wrong, this massacre was likely committed by one of the 3 major families in Urson City. He, Ding, or you. Urson City had 3 prominent families. He family, Ding family, and you family. As for their strength, it needn't be mentioned. Regardless of which family, even if Sergio could only unleash the power of true martial 9th level, he was more than capable of wiping them out. Ashan, who hadn't gained anything, looked bewildered. How did you figure that out? Thatcher narrowed his eyes slightly. I suspect, Junior Brother Tang deduced this from not finding any children among the slaughtered villages. Also, the corpses had their vital and heart blood taken. Heart blood from these ordinary people offers no benefit to us. I wonder why they would take it. Heart blood? Children? Ashan was startled and hurriedly closed his eyes to recall. Although he hadn't paid attention during his investigation, upon recollection, the scene started flashing before him. Soon enough, Ashan opened his eyes. Indeed, the places I investigated also had heart and vital blood taken, and there were no child corpses. Then, he showed a hint of shame. If not for Senior Brother's due, and Tang noticing something amiss, my investigation would have been futile. Please forgive me, Senior Brother. Sergio smiled. It's fine. Just pay closer attention next time. It wasn't that Ashan was foolish. Rather, he didn't examine closely. After all, Ashan hadn't agreed to waste time investigating the remains of the ordinary villagers. Instead, he preferred to focus on using Philippe as a breakthrough point. Everyone had different temperaments. While Ashan didn't value the lives of commoners, it wasn't wrong. His environment shaped him. Ashan's face relaxed somewhat. Senior Brother, your correction is well taken. He then displayed a hint of anger. Senior Brother, since this was done by a city family, perhaps we should return directly to Urson City and gather all 3 families together for a final showdown. At that time, the true culprit will definitely be among them. These 3 families can't be innocent. Indeed, all 3 families were in Urson City. If one acted, it wouldn't escape the notice of the other 2. The uninvolved families might not know the reason, but they would certainly know which family took action. Gathering them all together would ensure no one was wronged unjustly. Traveling to Urson City and taking out the 3 families? Sergio's eyes flickered with interest. This way, it wouldn't waste time. Just as he was about to let the 3 come up with a plan to gather the top brass of the 3 families, his eyes suddenly narrowed, and his figure darted to the rooftop. Senior Brother, what's happening? Castor asked urgently. Ashan and Thatcher also showed confusion, but quickly, their eyes followed suit. They sensed that a large group of people were approaching nearby, including over 10 true martial realms and several dozen spirit martial realms. Before long, Thatcher whispered, Senior Brother, are these people targeting us or coming for this town? I hope they're coming for this town. Pausing for a moment, Sergio's gaze turned cold. If they're targeting the town, it means the Ding family where Philippe belongs is not suspected. I still have 2 chances left. Whether the culprit is the He family or you family, I have plenty of opportunities to act. Ashan leaped beside Sergio and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. But if they're coming for us, this test might get troublesome. Sergio remained silent. Indeed, leaving with their aura released if targeting the town wouldn't be difficult. However, if they were being targeted, Sergio could leave alone. But Ashan and the others couldn't fight. They needed protection. Moreover, even if they managed to leave, would it count as a confrontation from the elder's perspective? Initially, Castor was no longer confused. Leaping onto the roof, he saw dozens of black-clothed figures swarming the outskirts of the town, with over 10 leading figures standing in the sky, blocking all exits. More black-clothed spirit martial realm figures began slaughtering the townspeople. Ah! Screams echoed through the twilight, the stench of blood spreading rapidly. Senior Brother, aren't we going to intervene? Castor's expression darkened. Here, his cultivation was the lowest, only at spirit martial 7th level. If Sergio were engaged, even a slight mishap could mean his death. Unlike Ashan and Thatcher, who, despite not fighting, could retaliate defensively in the end moments, Ashan at true martial 8th level and Thatcher at true martial 9th level. How could they fear such sneaky attackers? Rescue? Wait for now. Sergio shook his head. He wanted to see who these black-clothed figures were targeting, and whether they were indeed the culprits behind the multiple village massacres. Moments later, in Dalian town, approximately 20 people were butchered, with the survivors huddling towards the center in terror, unwilling to die in the forefront. Thatcher's expression darkened. These people show no restraint, some hearts shattered directly by martial techniques. Definitely not the real culprits. It seems Philippe has strong resolve. Underestimating him was a mistake. Protect Junior Brother Tang well. Don't flip the boat in this insignificant place, Sergio said, his gaze turning cold. Not the real culprits meant they were targeting them. With a flash, Sergio instantly flew into the sky, a wave of cold light emanating from him. Kill him. Seeing this, one of the black-clothed figures guarding around didn't hesitate and ordered coldly. As if they had already identified their target, over 10 true martial realms launched an assault on Sergio. Their cultivation wasn't low. The highest among them was at true martial 7th level, indicating they were using some form of combined attack formation. An ordinary true martial 9th level might genuinely struggle against them. Unfortunately, they faced Sergio. Seeing the attack coming from all sides without a blind spot, Sergio lightly tapped the air with his feet, ascending higher. Those attacks instantly changed direction, striking upward. The 10 figures converged, following Sergio's ascent. Not knowing their limits, blocking this sword strike, I'll spare your lives for now. Sergio's gaze grew colder, watching the converging attacks. Stalemate? No. The moment the sword light collided with those 10 attacks, there was no pause, and those 10 attacks were instantly crushed. Then the sword light pressed down relentlessly toward the 10 below. This translation captures the intensity and dynamics of the original text while adhering to the guidelines provided. Chapter 269, The Last Chance to Strike. The sword light struck the combined attack of the dozen true martial realm practitioners and instantly shattered it, then without any pause, pressed down on the group below. Damn, hurry, take cover. The dozen became terrified. Alas, it was too late. The speed of the sword light exceeded their expectations. As they barely began to dodge, the sword light descended and struck the 10 people. In a hasty moment, they frantically summoned treasures for defense. But alas, no matter what means they employed, under the sword light, their defenses were like nothing, instantly being crushed. As the sword light landed, blood mist spread out. A single streak of sword light instantly killed the dozen true martial realm practitioners, leaving not a trace of remains. Then, the power of the sword light did not disappear. Instead, it plunged into the ground at a terrifying speed. Boom! The earth shook violently. Some of the spirit martial realm practitioners who had been unprepared fell to the ground. He's not human, run. How is that possible? Don't kill me. At this point, many spirit martial realm practitioners realized that the dozen true martial realm practitioners had been completely obliterated, wailing and trying to flee for their lives. Sergio's eyes turned cold. Can you escape? Again, Averil lightly waved his hand, and hundreds of streaks of sword light illuminated the sky, falling like raindrops. Each streak of sword light precisely hit non-lethal areas such as the arms and thighs of the black-clothed men, rendering them incapable of fleeing, yet without killing a single person. It wasn't that Sergio was going to spare them, but rather that he needed information from these people. In the blink of an eye, the slaughter of the black-cloaked figures was brought to a halt by Sergio. Hannah, come quick and see the immortal. Wah, my love, you died so tragically, wail. Thank you, honorable senior, for saving us. At this moment, those frightened people in the town finally realized what happened and one by one knelt down, thanking Sergio profusely. Sergio glanced over without acknowledging them, instead abruptly reaching out with a grab through the air. Surging spirit energy flowed, forming invisible large hands that lifted numerous severely injured spirit martial realm practitioners and dropped them haphazardly in the mansion courtyard. He then cast a restriction spell, isolating the mansion before returning inside directly. As Shan and the other three approached, bowing respectfully, Brother Su's strength has become unfathomable. Their words were filled with reverence. Sergio didn't care much. I haven't wielded my sword for 3 years, hiding my blade for 3 years. It's normal for them to be unable to withstand it. Indeed, since his battle with Irvin 3 years ago, he hadn't engaged in combat with anyone. As for the previous incident in Red Maple Mountain Range, that was a joke. Back then, at his Yuanwu realm level, dealing with some demonic beasts required him to draw his sword. Not to mention, with the 5-clawed golden dragon bloodline, just a strand of his breath could suppress demonic beasts, preventing them from retaliating. Back when he was at the 5th tier true martial realm, 1 year of concealing his strength was enough to send Iron Spear Sect's Renee flying. After concealing his strength for over 3 years, if he still couldn't crush these true martial realm practitioners, he might as well reconsider his existence. If it weren't for Castor and others not being able to intervene and the number of enemies being considerable, worrying about unexpected complications endangering Ashan and company, he wouldn't have drawn his sword. The trio flattered him once more. Then, Castor tentatively asked, Brother Su, what about these people? Interrogate them. Find out which family these people belong to. Sergio's gaze turned icy, hinting at waves of anger. This was his last chance to act. While the true culprit was likely one of the 3 families, he couldn't determine which one. If he guessed wrong, Castor, go ask them. Castor walked towards the spirit martial realm practitioners. Sergio's eyes flickered, casting a chilly gaze as he headed toward Philippe's courtyard. Originally, he had 2 more chances left and narrowed down the suspects to the 3 major families. With 2 chances, a little planning would have completed this trial. However, this ambush, while posing no threat to him, had wasted 1 chance, leaving him with only 1 final strike. Although the arrival of these people was mysterious, they must be connected to Philippe. Otherwise, they had arrived in Dachuan town only recently. How could they have found him so quickly? Beside the courtyard. As Sergio entered the courtyard, his expression darkened. Philippe was dead. Originally, although Philippe's bones were shattered, he was still alive. Perhaps sensing Sergio's frightening strength and knowing he'd be further tormented, Philippe chose suicide. Damn, I should have sealed his cultivation earlier. Eshan walked into the courtyard, his face showing frustration. Sergio remained silent for a moment, exhaling slightly. With his injuries, if we truly sealed his cultivation, he might have died long ago. We can't blame others for his actions or words. Philippe was first shattered to pieces and then tortured again. If they had truly sealed his cultivation, he might have barely clung to life. But Sergio was uncertain if everything Philippe said was false and wouldn't unjustly kill him. Eshan clenched his teeth. This kind of scheme from Philippe? This incident may very well be due to the Ding family. Sergio wished to storm the Ding family in anger immediately. But after a moment of silence, he murmured, the ones who came here are not necessarily the culprits. In my rage, I didn't consider it, but now, calm down. Even if they are from the Ding family, they might have come here solely to avenge Philippe, targeting the townspeople. Human lives mean nothing to them, and the massacre might be just for clearing the area. Without personal emotions involved, even now, what Philippe said might not be entirely false. These people could simply be those recruited by Philippe for vengeance. Castor approached at this time. Senior Su, these spirit martial realm practitioners are all from the Ding family of Urson City. They claim that previously, the Ding family received news that someone was plotting against and torturing their elder. Enraged, the Ding family dispatched most of its elders to seek revenge here. He explained, these people fear death greatly. They confessed out of terror even before I started interrogating them. Ashan's expression hardened. Brother Su, what do we do now? Only 1 chance to act remained. This time, so many of the Ding family perished. Once they returned to Urson City, Even before investigating which family was responsible, the remaining Ding family members, out of fear or rage, might exhaust all resources to continue pursuing Sergio. Give me a moment to think. Sergio closed his eyes in deep contemplation. 2 out of 3 chances were gone. The true villain was yet to be identified, and now, trouble with the Ding family had arisen. For some reason, Sergio's mind flashed back to images of the massacred village. Memories echoing records he read in the Davisbury of classics. He didn't want to gamble blindly by attacking a random family. To carry out a large-scale massacre, why would they perform such an atrocity? Drawing heartblood and taking children. According to the records in the Davisbury of classics, usually fulfilling these conditions either extends life or achieves a breakthrough. Suddenly, Sergio's eyes lit up. Please let me know if you need any modifications or have further instructions. Chapter 270. Identifying the culprit. Sergio kept recalling the records from the hidden classics pavilion and the clues about the massacred village, his eyes suddenly lighting up as he thought deeper. Seeing this, Castor and the others all rejoiced. Elder brother, have you come up with a plan? Indeed, I have some ideas, Sergio said with a slight smile on his face. The 3 became even more ecstatic. Please enlighten us, elder brother. Let's go to eroded Sun City first. We shouldn't have made things so complicated from the start. Fortunately, it's not too late now. Sergio soared into the air. Ashan and the others followed suit. But before leaving, they casually executed the remaining members of the Ding family who had lost their value. Whether or not the perpetrator was the Ding family, if not for their reluctance to act rashly, they might have directly annihilated the entire Ding family to vent their anger. Just killing these suicide-seeking individuals was already an act of leniency. Half a day later, in eroded Sun City, at the courtyard Sergio had bought, Creek. Castor and the others returned to the courtyard. How did your investigation go? Sergio immediately asked upon seeing them. The 3 exchanged glances. Then Ashan spoke up. Elder brother, we learned that among the 3 major families, many are rumored to be preparing to break through. However, only one is nearing the end of their lifespan. Sergio's eyes narrowed. Tell me about the one nearing the end of their lifespan first. Ashan revealed a mocking grin. The one nearing the end of his lifespan is an ancestor of the Ding family, whose name is unknown except that he calls himself Lord Darien. He celebrated his 500th birthday half a year ago, and rumor has it that during that celebration, he received some secret technique which might allow him to break through to the Essence Warrior realm. The mockery lay in the title Lord Darien. They couldn't help but chuckle. When did mere true warrior realm practitioners become worthy of such respect? 500th birthday. The limit for the true warrior realm is roughly 500 years. This Lord Darien seems interesting, Sergio murmured, then continued coldly. What about the others rumored to be able to break through? Ashan immediately listed names. There are many, including the 3rd elder of the Hua family, members of the Yu family. Within moments, he named at least 30 people, all from the 3 major families. Elder brother, why are we investigating these people? Castor asked after Ashan finished speaking. According to the records in the Hidden Classics Pavilion, most devilish methods requiring commoners' heart blood and children's blood essence are used for longevity elixirs or forced breakthroughs. Sergio paused and whispered. All the victims' heart blood and essence blood were taken away. There wasn't a single child left among the massacre sites. The intentions of the perpetrators are obvious. The 3 rejoiced. So you mean the arrogant ancestor of the Ding family is the prime suspect? Soon, Castor's expression turned serious. But not necessarily. Many in the other 2 families are also said to be about to break through, and other clans might have members nearing the end of their lifespans, just less publicized. Gathering intelligence always led to overthinking. Sergio had been contemplating whether to directly attack the Ding family to vent the anger from their earlier assault. But now, because of this statement, his resolve weakened. It's very likely that it was the Ding family, regardless of how perfect their plan seemed. Don't forget the information from the city lord's mansion. Leland wounded the culprit, and Philippe happened to be in Dallin town. Kyle raised his head. Too many coincidences can't be coincidence. Given all this evidence, I truly don't believe Leland wounded someone else. Furthermore, we only have one chance left. If we delay any longer, any mishap could cost us our options. The other 2 remained silent for a moment, then looked at Sergio. Brother Do/Master Su's words are true. There are rarely foolproof plans in the world, and time is tight. It's up to you to decide based on your suspicions. Suspicions? Sergio gazed at the sky, despite not wanting to let personal emotions interfere. Yet, his first encounter wasted time on Philippe, and the second attempt was thwarted by Philippe's family. With the Ding family using up 2 of his opportunities, he subconsciously detested them. Lord Darien, who recently celebrated his 500th birthday and supposedly planned to break through before dying, compared to the Hua and Yu families, the Ding family was the prime suspect. Since there's no perfect solution, I'll take a risk today and see if it's really the Ding family. Murmuring this, Sergio suddenly stood up. It wouldn't be wise for you 3 to act. Wait here. I will pay the Ding family a visit. Elders, do you have any instructions for me? Unfortunately, the hidden elders did not respond. Not disappointed, Sergio left the courtyard and headed toward the Ding family. After Sergio left, Castor tried again. Elders, was the culprit from the Ding family? He was making a final attempt. If he got an accurate answer, he would find a way to secretly inform Sergio. Who knows? Came a light laugh from the air. Elsewhere, at the Ding family residence, the Ding family was shrouded in mourning. Half a day ago, countless spirit lamps belonging to disciples shattered, along with those of over a dozen elders. The upper echelon was decimated, and the backbone was nearly halved. Recovery would take centuries, if the Ding family could even last that long after such losses. At the main gate, Sergio appeared at the entrance. He saw the mourning arrangements at the Ding family residence. A guard, barely holding on, asked, "Who are you?" "I wish to meet your family's Lord Darien," Sergio approached calmly. "Do you want to cause trouble?" The grieving guard flew into a rage. "Perhaps." Sergio didn't explain, continuing forward. A few guards snorted. "Drive him out." They moved to attack, but Sergio sent them flying without coming close, slamming against walls, their fates uncertain. Having arrived, he had made his decision. Reaching the gate, an invisible wave spread, flinging the massive door open. Who dares disrupt my family's peace? Ah! Those who shouted angrily were instantly sent flying, unable to approach. Sergio pushed further into the compound, continually sending Ding family members flying. Some survived with broken bones lying on the ground, others died instantly. After passing several corridors, brave Oral, daring to wreak havoc in my family. Top-ranking warriors of the Ding family rushed over, only a handful, 5 or 6 true warrior realm cultivators. Leading them was Uriel. Upon seeing Sergio, his face stiffened. You killed my Ding family's elders. He recognized Sergio, not his true identity, but his appearance, matching the description sent by Philippe. Chapter 271. The Powerless Ding Family. The leader's face froze as he recognized Sergio. He hadn't forgotten that, enraged by the message from Philippe, the Ding family had dispatched the majority of its forces to seek revenge and intimidate, hoping to rescue their people. According to his instructions, they were to challenge Sergio first to show him that the Ding family was not to be trifled with. If they could subdue him, they would do so, or else threaten him and get their people back. To his utter dismay, all those people were now dead. Sergio paused in his steps. I want to see the elder Rani of your Ding family. Where is he? Brogan with a mustache remained silent. Soon, he slowly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot. Boy, no matter where you come from, you shouldn't have killed my people from the Ding family, and you certainly shouldn't have entered our mansion. Murderous intent arose. If it weren't for the countless deaths in the Ding family, perhaps negotiations might still have been possible. But now, with so many dead, and Sergio inside the Ding family estate, what did he have to fear? Seeing this, Sergio tilted his head slightly and looked around. Your reliance is on the formation? Arrogant brat. The Apollo stepped back sharply. Silently, an overwhelming light barrier rose up. Then, countless blades and sword shadows began to gather within the barrier. Clans had protective formations, and naturally, families also had such large-scale defensive formations. Watching the barrier and sensing its power, Sergio confirmed that the formation's strength was impressive, certainly formidable enough to make true martial 9th rank difficult to contend with. Unless he could use all his cultivation at once, his strength, even though capable of directly confronting the formation, would be insufficient against the combined efforts of the remaining Ding family members. Unable to fight back? Unfortunately, he was Sergio. Looking at the barrier, Sergio smirked. Armando. An ethereal image of a true dragon materialized behind Sergio. Instantly, everyone present felt their hearts constrict. Spirit energy circulation became sluggish, while those below the true martial stage fell helplessly to the ground, unable to move. After checking his body, the Apollo gritted his teeth. Brat, you indeed have some skills. In a flash, the formation activated, and blade and sword illusions attacked Sergio en masse. Snow without trace. With a whisper, Sergio moved swiftly, appearing dozens of feet away, evading all the attacks from the formation. The Apollo's expression changed, then contorted into rage. I'll see how far you can run. Run? Sergio smiled, looking skyward. The vast wasteland ancestral dragon scripture began to circulate. Formations, they were his natural counter. Davisk the Great Formation in the abandoned Iron Spear sect's forbidden area, which was too profound and powerful for him to handle, but this mere true martial realm family's protective formation was nothing to him. As the world shifted, the formation's core energy patterns were laid bare before his eyes. With just one glance, he locked onto the multiple points where the formation's power converged. Reaching out remotely, he activated his devouring force, instantly consuming the spiritual energy at these converging points. Crack, crack, crack. Outside, it seemed as though Sergio's single grab created countless cracks in the Ding family's formation, which then scattered like glass shards. The formation, broken. How is this possible? Every true martial cultivator of the Ding family involuntarily took a step back, some collapsing to the ground. Even the grand formation of their clan, capable of resisting a foundation establishment realm expert, had been shattered so easily, effortlessly. Sergio slowly lifted his head. 10 breaths. If I don't see Elder Rani in 10 breaths, I will exterminate every member of the Ding family. Try me if you don't believe me. With a hiss, the flowing cloud sword materialized, planted in the ground in front of Sergio. Its sharp edge emitted piercing coldness, chilling the heart. Countless sword lights rose. In less than half a breath, hundreds of sword lights surged upward, their sharpness aimed at every member of the Ding family. The aura of true martial 9th rank was unmistakable. If it weren't for the fact that everyone below the true martial realm was immobilized and silenced by the true dragon's shadow behind Sergio, only showing fear, the Ding family would have been filled with screams right now. One breath later. Ancestor, save us! Numerous true martial cultivators scrambled inward toward the Ding family, screaming. Facing death, these true martial cultivators looked no different from common folk. Observing their disheveled state, Sergio spoke calmly. One person can send the message. The myriad sword lights above his head flashed, and 5 of them vanished, reappearing next to the true martial cultivators of the Ding family. They stabbed directly into them. Thud, thud, thud. Except for the Apollo, the other true martial cultivators now had bloody holes in their chests. Though not fatal, they were temporarily incapacitated. The Apollo stiffened, then clenched his teeth and ran deeper into the Ding family compound. Ancestor. The stabbed true martial cultivators stared at Sergio without anger or resentment, only terror. Terror at the young Oral who appeared unnaturally strong and terrifying. How could the Ding family have provoked such a terrifying youth? Is this young Oral really a Oral? Staring at countless terrified eyes, Sergio placed both hands on the hilt of his sword and closed his eyes to conserve his strength. He would know for sure when Elder Rani showed himself. 9 breaths later. You kill my Ding family members and act arrogantly here. Boy, do you really think your true martial ninth rank can let you act recklessly? A voice full of fury came from an old man who appeared nearby. An impossibly hunched blue with white hair stood there, looking frail and near death. Sergio had never seen this person before. Yet, the heavy stench of blood was palpable. Even as the vast wasteland ancestral dragon scripture continued to run, revealing the essence of things, Sergio saw what seemed like countless souls of infants wailing around the old man, and waves of blood spreading, creating an overwhelming aura of bloodshed. At the sight of this person, Sergio knew immediately. The murderer was this person, with no doubt. Most importantly, this person's cultivation. Foundation establishment, first rank. Senior Ronnie? Though certain, Sergio still asked. Abdullah glanced around, his eyes bloodshot. Knowing of this seat, you dare to wreak havoc in my Ding family, ignorant oral. Sergio remained silent for a moment, then spoke again. Was it you who massacred the village? Wondering? You'll find out in your next life. Abdullah's eyes shot cold glares as he lunged at Sergio. Testing human intelligence. I didn't expect it would end in a fierce battle. As the old man rushed towards him, Sergio withdrew from the state of the vast wasteland ancestral dragon scripture, feeling bitter. If his cultivation weren't restricted, this so-called Elder Ronnie, who had only foundation establishment first-rank power and extremely unstable aura, might be slain with a single strike. But with restricted cultivation, geniuses could bridge minor realms, but not major ones. Major realms were not so easily transcended. Chapter 272, True Martial versus Primordial Martial. Even with his overwhelming power, Sergio found it challenging to defeat an extremely unstable primordial martial realm practitioner while restricted in cultivation. Fortunately, the main culprit had been identified, and this final opportunity to strike would not be wasted. Eliminating this person would complete this trial. If it were a primordial martial realm practitioner from the profound Nether Palace, even if extremely unstable, Sergio had no confidence of winning. However, this was the eroded Sun City's primordial martial practitioner. An opportunity still existed. With many profound martial techniques at his disposal and possessing a grade 9 heavenly bloodline, could he really not handle a half-baked primordial martial who forcibly broke through using demonic methods? Die. As he flew closer, Venerable Darien didn't use any martial skills but swung a punch. Although his aura was unstable, primordial martial was primordial martial. Under the sealed cultivation state, Sergio instantly felt a wave of pressure that he struggled to counter. However, he did not dodge. Instead, he pulled out flowing cloud from the ground, raising his hand to slash. Sharp light burst forth as countless sword beams that had been prepared in the sky rained down. The true form of flowing cloud cut towards Venerable Darien's arm. Divine weapon. Venerable Darien's pupils constricted sharply as he realized that Sergio's sword was extraordinary. A legendary divine weapon. A moment later, a sinister grin spread across his face. Youngster, you're unworthy of such a divine weapon. I shall accept it gratefully. He wasn't afraid. Though the divine weapon was powerful, it depended on its owner. If his opponent were also a primordial martial, he might flee far away. But since it was only a true martial practitioner, did he think his hard-won primordial martial realm was fake? Boom. The explosions resounded as numerous sword beams descended. Venerable Darien's protective shield repelled all the sword beams. The sharp beams continuously struck, causing the shield to flicker but couldn't break through. Meanwhile, a punch from Venerable Darien emitted a fist blast that blocked the tip of flowing cloud just half an inch away, stopping it from advancing further. The blast then transformed into a semicircular light barrier, pressing forward relentlessly. At the courtyard Sergio bought, primordial martial realm, Ashan and the other two, who were waiting, suddenly stood up, instinctively jumping onto the roof to look toward the residence of the Ding family, their expressions changing drastically. Before, when they hadn't moved, it was fine. Now that Sergio had broken through the Ding family's formation and engaged Venerable Darien, anyone who wasn't in seclusion could feel the wild aura between them clashing. If Sergio's cultivation weren't restricted, they wouldn't be worried, but it was. Ashan stuttered, Elder, are you joking? Why else would we restrict his cultivation? Two middle-aged men, looking about 30 years old, appeared on the roof and calmly looked toward the Ding family's residence. The profound Nether Palace was one of the 4 supreme sects of the Eastern Domain, ruling over endless territories. Becoming a holy son of the profound Nether Palace wasn't easy. Ashan hurriedly bowed. Greetings, elders. Castor hesitated before tentatively asking, Brother Su's strength doesn't need to be tested, does it? Bridging a major realm gap wasn't simple. If Sergio still had his hidden sword technique, perhaps he could have used it for surprise. But the hidden 3-year-old sword had already been revealed, so this confrontation relied solely on raw strength. One isn't enough this time, the elders smiled. Indeed, this trial involved more than just Sergio. The other 5 participants faced similar tests. They didn't mention that this minor Ding family in eroded Sun City wouldn't dare attempt breaking through with demonic methods without authorization. This trial targeting the 5 was orchestrated by the profound Nether Palace, subtly influencing each destination. Throughout the city, everyone from the Davizonal's mansion to the Hua and Yu families sensed the terrifying battle waves from the Ding family. They didn't know who it was, but understood a stranger at the 9th rank of True Martial was facing off against the Angelo who had somehow broken through to Primordial Martial. True Martial versus Primordial Martial. The outcome was obvious. Ding family residence. Sergio's sword edge remained locked in struggle with the fist blast. Venerable Darien's expression turned stern after failing to subdue Sergio quickly. Kid, are you from the profound Nether Palace? He hadn't expected to encounter such a tough opponent right after breaking through to Primordial Martial, and someone so young. Unless it was the revered profound Nether Palace, he couldn't think of anywhere else with such talents. This realization made him hesitant. He didn't know how strong the profound Nether Palace truly was, but every city lord belonged to it, and was undoubtedly at least true martial. If Sergio were indeed a disciple, even if he managed to kill Sergio today, He and the Ding family would die at the hands of the profound Nether Palace someday. Sergio wanted to nod, but the test wasn't over yet. Not exposing his identity was critical. The reason behind this rule was clear. The profound Nether Palace had foreseen everything. Thus, Sergio coldly replied, "No, no." Venerable Darien paused. Then his face turned vicious. "Child, if you were from the profound Nether Palace, I'd fear you. Since you're not, you must die." Since Sergio wasn't from the profound Nether Palace, he truly wasn't afraid. He had broken through to primordial martial. Unless Sergio came from somewhere as formidable as the profound Nether Palace, he feared nothing. Seizing the divine weapon afterward would enhance his strength significantly. With the divine weapon, he might repair his foundation and even reach higher realms. Driven by this fervent desire, his expression grew more savage. He poured his full strength into overpowering Sergio. Waves rippled, followed by an explosion of spiritual energy. The force from Venerable Darien's fist increased threefold, forcing Sergio back. Seeing the situation turn dire, Sergio instantly unleashed his spiritual energy to block the fist blast with a sword beam, then retreated rapidly. Boom! The clash between the fist blast and the sword beam resulted in mutual annihilation. Venerable Darien's eyes gleamed with coldness. Flaming fist. Small fiery fists materialized in the air. Looking at the small fists, Sergio relaxed. Your primordial martial cultivation initially scared me, but now it's clear you broke through using demonic methods, making you even weaker than Renee. Chapter 273, Wind Spirit Sevenfold Slash. Although Elder Darien had unleashed a martial technique, Sergio was not in the least bit afraid. On the contrary, he felt slightly relieved. Although he did not gain the upper hand in their recent clash, he did not lose either. This was not like an ordinary origin martial artist, it was too weak. If his cultivation had not been restricted, even if he could only unleash power equivalent to the first level of origin martial, then, even without using martial techniques, an ordinary slash of his sword would be enough to defeat this person. This individual is too weak, truly disgracing the name, Origin Martial Realm. As for Renee, who was far away at Iron Spear Sect, he probably fainted and was scribbling in a corner somewhere. Elder Darien flew into a rage. Arrogant. Tiny fists instantly descended like raindrops, carrying flames toward Sergio. Wind Rain Sword Heart. A flash of cold light appeared in Sergio's eyes. Sword light the size of raindrops soared into the air, filling the sky densely within moments. Simultaneously, his sword intent condensed and reinforced. The sword lights transformed into countless miniature longsword forms. Rumble. Fists and small sword lights clashed madly. Aftermath spread everywhere. Several Ding family disciples nearby were instantly killed by the aftermath. In just half a breath's time, the flaming fists were completely extinguished by the sword lights. Nearly half of the sword lights remained. Then, they densely pummeled towards Elder Darien. How can this be? The expression of Elder Darien changed slightly, but his actions were swift. A wave of his hand summoned spiritual energy to protect himself. Boom boom boom. A series of dull sounds echoed. The mighty sword lights from earlier now seemed like broken weapons lying stranded. With a face twisted with fury, Elder Darien laughed wildly. Boy, how can you know the strength of Origin Martial without reaching it? Haha. Upon seeing this, Sergio's expression darkened. Origin Martial Realm means returning to origin, condensing the true meaning of martial arts into one's body. Every move embodies the essence of martial arts, nothing less than extraordinary. Even though the current Elder Darien was extremely unworthy of the title Origin Martial Realm, his cultivation indeed had advanced to Origin Martial. With the essential attributes of Origin Martial Realm, although Elder Darien's offensive might was weak, his defense posed a significant challenge for Sergio. Simply put, under the fundamental changes brought by the Origin Martial Realm, Sergio's attacks found it difficult to break through Elder Darien's defenses, unless he used peerless secret skills. Without mentioning the Nine Heavens Thunder Prison which he had just learned, let alone the Extreme Sword. There was no way Elder Darien could withstand the Extreme Sword. Once the sword strikes, certain death would follow. But he had never heard of minor sects or powers possessing peerless secret skills. Such terms better suited the four major sections. If he were to use them, wouldn't it reveal his identity? Without using peerless secret skills, recalling for a moment, Sergio slowly tightened his grip on Flowing Cloud. I intended to use this move against a certain surnamed you individual, catching him off guard. Since you've reached Origin Martial, using this to sever you should be appropriate. Arrogant Oral. Demon Slash. Still laughing wildly, Elder Darien furiously attacked again. A colossal black saber about 12 feet long appeared in the sky and slashed straight down at Sergio. Sergio leaped into the air. Wind Spirit. Sevenfold Slash. A gentle breeze arose. This move was specifically chosen by Sergio to enhance his wind intent, making it his greatest ace now under its influence. This technique, as its name suggests, has 7 slashes. Speaking solely of instantaneous explosive power, he had tried it out before. Under the enhancement of wind intent, the 6th slash was stronger than the sharpness of the Extreme Sword. However, the wind intent needed to be sufficiently powerful, and this move required the 6th slash to surpass the Extreme Sword, while the Extreme Sword, being a peerless secret skill, unleashed its full potential immediately upon use. The emphasis was different between the two, and it wasn't a question of who was stronger. It could be said that the power of martial skills depended on the person. You want to dodge? Elder Darien waved his hand. The mist giant saber slashed again towards the sky, as he also flew up, unwilling to let anyone stand above him. As the saber passed halfway, the gentle breeze turned into a huge sword. The giant sword didn't seem special at first glance, approximately 9 feet in size. Slash. Sergio sheathed Flowing Cloud, and enhanced by wind intent, he pointed downward with his fingers as a sword. The giant sword flashed and instantly slashed down. Rumble. The giant sword collided with the giant saber. Then, the giant sword shattered. However, Sergio showed no fear, lightly stepping into the void and ascending again. The gentle breeze continued to linger. The previous giant sword reformed once more, identical to the previous one, except this time, some mysterious patterns appeared on the blade. An inexplicable sense of dread suddenly surged in Elder Darian's heart, as if continuing this confrontation would lead to his death. That came from the perception of martial truth. That is, this 9th-level true martial youth could potentially kill someone already at the origin martial realm. Die. Instantly, Elder Darian went berserk, unleashing boundless spiritual energy to control the giant saber and accelerate its attack toward Sergio. Sergio, observing the incoming giant saber below, pointed with his fingers again and shouted, "Slash!" The giant sword flashed and struck down again. Rumble. The saber and sword clashed again. Last time, the giant sword was shattered, but this time, both weapons locked in a stalemate. Elder Darian's expression drastically changed. This second slash's power increased so much? He didn't forget that according to Sergio's words, this move was called Wind Spirit Sevenfold Slash, clearly indicating 7 total slashes. This was only the second one. If the 7th came, seeing what Elder Darian was thinking, a hint of disdain appeared on Sergio's lips. Not that I look down on you, but you don't deserve to see the 7th slash. Arrogant oral. An alarmed Elder Darian couldn't help but feel both startled and enraged. At this moment, the giant sword, which was holding back the giant saber, suddenly dissipated. The gentle breeze continued to ripple. The giant sword formed again. Compared to before, it had even more intricate patterns. Slash. Cold light surged in Sergio's eyes. His index and middle fingers slashed together. The giant sword flashed and slashed down again. This time, it moved many times faster, instantly hitting the unprepared giant saber before it could react. A crack sounded, and countless cracks appeared all over the giant saber, which fragmented into pieces. The giant saber was shattered by the giant sword. How can this be? Elder Darian's expression changed dramatically, fear surfacing in his eyes. His attack was actually shattered by Sergio. Unfortunately, this wasn't the end. After slicing through the giant saber, the giant sword did not stop but flashed right above Elder Darian's head. Rumble. Caught off guard, Elder Darian was sliced into the ground by the giant sword, causing a cloud of dust to rise. Dead? Half a breath later. Haha, Oral, I didn't die. This time, it's your turn. Elder Darian's laughter and roaring emerged from the dust cloud. A flash of light, and Elder Darian flew into the air. Spiritual energy flowed around him. Though somewhat disheveled, he was otherwise fine. Seeing this, Sergio's eyes flickered as he smiled. If you could withstand the 5th slash, perhaps I'd spare your life. The 5th slash was weaker than the extreme sword, but not by much. Elder Darian erupted in anger again. Arrogant Oral. Chapter 274, Venerable Rani, perishes. Confronted by Sergio's words, Venerable Rani couldn't help but erupt into another fit of rage. What infuriated him the most was that although Sergio's cultivation was clearly inferior to his speech always carried an air of superiority, as if Rani himself had a lower realm than Sergio. Sergio pointed his finger and waved it like a sword. Slash. Without warning, a colossal sword once again materialized in the sky, ruthlessly slashing down. Shatter. Although enraged, Rani didn't wait for death. He instantly deployed a martial skill, transforming into a pair of giant fists that hurled towards the massive sword. If Rani were a typical profound martial realm cultivator, he might have genuinely been able to block the giant sword and then escape. Unfortunately, Rani possessed the power of the profound martial realm without understanding its capabilities. His defense was adequate, but his attack lacked potency. Thus, when his enormous fists met the colossal sword, this time they failed to impede the blade at all, and the giant sword sliced through the fists before crashing down. It struck Rani, who had no time to dodge. Boom, boom, boom. A series of heavy thuds echoed. In less than half a breath's time, the formidable defense Rani displayed against Sergio was cleaved apart by the giant sword. No! With a horrified scream, the giant sword, still razor-sharp, slammed Rani back into the ground. Without Rani to resist, the sword's landing created even more terrifying shockwaves. Countless cries of agony filled the air. In a blink, within a 50-zhang radius of their combat area, all living beings perished. Even the true martial realm experts from the Ding family, already wounded, could not withstand the shockwave and died instantly. Rani wasn't dead yet. Thanks to the astonishing vitality of the profound martial realm, he still clung to life. In the sky, the 5th giant sword had already formed. Sergio watched below until the dust settled. He dismissed the giant sword with a wave and gently descended. I thought, despite your weakness, my 4th strike would injure you but not kill you, and I'd need a 5th strike to finish you off. But it seems I overestimated you. Your existence is an insult to the term profound martial. On the ground, a massive sword-shaped pit about 10 zhang deep appeared. In the pit, Rani lay in 2 pieces, sliced open from the abdomen, upper and lower halves separated. Ordinarily, he would be dead, but because of the remarkable vitality of the profound martial realm, Rani remained alive. Of course, death was near. If undisturbed and with medicinal aid, he might have a chance to survive, using spiritual energy to reconnect and heal. But Sergio was still here. Rani had no hope. You, who are you? Why did we offend you? Rani's face was deathly pale, yet he stared at Sergio intently without screaming. He couldn't comprehend it. After finally breaking through to profound martial by chance, he hadn't even had the chance to realize his ambitions when he was brutally beaten by an unknown person. Why had the Ding family offended such a person? No, the Ding family wasn't foolish. Even if they didn't know Sergio's prowess, given his 9th level true martial cultivation, no one would stupidly offend him. Under normal circumstances, upon encountering such a prodigy, they tried to befriend, not provoke. Why? He felt cheated. Sergio whispered softly, though weak, you have some spirit. Who are you? Rani felt his consciousness fading. He was dying. The trial is over, Sergio. You may return to the sect, the accompanying elder said. Indeed, with Ronnie in this state, the perpetrator clearly identified, the trial should conclude. To leave? Seeing Ronnie's unsatisfied look, Sergio gently waved his hand. Xianming Palace, Sergio. Avril was summoned. Xianming Palace? Ronnie remembered the scene when he obtained the breakthrough method. Perhaps he shouldn't have greedily tried to live. Laughing bitterly, accepting the answer, he let go completely, his mind consumed by darkness as he breathed his last. Sergio raised an eyebrow. He had been prepared to deliver the final blow, but now it seemed unnecessary. Thinking about the robust vitality of the profound martial realm, Sergio still waved his hand. Avril flew out as a sword beam. With several sizzles, Ronnie's body was instantly cut into dozens of pieces. Whether or not he had truly died before, now he was certainly dead. With a flash, Sergio also left the Ding residence. The remaining members of the Ding family were only at the spirit martial realm, and the few true martial ones had all perished in the battle's aftermath. Revenge against Sergio, if it came, would require surviving attacks from the Hua and Yu families first. Back at the courtyard, after Sergio returned, Ashan and the others rose to praise him. Brother Su's strength is overwhelming. We admire you. That man was just weak, Sergio responded solemnly. Let's hurry back to the sect. While the trial was completed, the deciding factor for advancement was the time taken to return, not the completion time. Celebration could come later. Davis beams rose, and Sergio and his companions sped back to the Xianming Palace without delay. After they left, the leaders of the Hua and Yu families emerged cautiously. Wiping cold sweat from his forehead, the Elmo remarked, "Scared me half to death. The people of Xianming Palace are truly terrifying. I saw it coming when Ding played his tricks. How could someone offer a mysterious breakthrough method for free? Now, it's obvious." The Cassius also wiped his sweat. The Elmo shook his head. Right, shall we split the remains of the Ding family equally? As for the previous attempts by the two families to obtain the secret method from the Ding family, well, did that ever happen? Definitely not. That sounds fair. Harmony is best. Do you think the old man hid that secret method somewhere? The Cassius nodded, his voice becoming enigmatic. The Elmo also revealed greed. Who knows? If the secret method hadn't been destroyed, this place might see new intrigue. But that no longer concerned Sergio. The accompanying elder was still absent, and the four hurried back to the sect. During a break, Ashan noticed Sergio's unusual demeanor and asked softly, "Brother Su, what are you thinking?" Sergio pondered and murmured, "I was thinking that we shouldn't have delayed so long. The sect limits 3 chances, and since it's specified, it implied the murderer must be one of the 3 families." Chapter 275, First to return, it's Jared. Facing Ashan's inquiry, Sergio thought for a moment and did not hide anything. Indeed, thinking about it now, he realized that he shouldn't have wasted so much time. Why limit the chances to 3 without reason? Guiyuan City has 3 major families. The sect had already hinted at this long ago. Even if they didn't investigate anything, attacking each family one by one would have ended the test on the day they arrived in Guiyuan City. Most importantly, he wasn't sensitive enough to the records in the archive pavilion. If he had been more perceptive, he could have gone to the carnage grounds on the day they arrived and recalled the events clearly to know the perpetrator's motive. This way, he could directly pinpoint the culprit. Why endure such changes then? Ashan and the others exchanged glances and spoke simultaneously. It's also our fault, senior brother. If we hadn't confused your thoughts with our suggestions, you wouldn't have delayed like this. Ha ha. With a light laugh, Sergio collected his thoughts. Let's not talk about it. Let's encourage each other in the future. Learning from the experience was sufficient. There was no need to dwell on it excessively. Overthinking only complicated emotions further and offered no benefits. Their speed quietly increased a bit more as they sped forward. Despite bringing along Castor, a burden, they managed to return to Wuxia mountain range within less than a day. Then, Castor and the others left their ways, while Sergio immediately headed for the main hall of the sect. The main hall was just as it was before he left, with many elders silently sitting inside. However, Xander and others were absent. Scanning the hall, Sergio's gaze paused momentarily. Jared. He wasn't the first to return. Judging by Jared's calm demeanor, he must have returned a while ago. Regardless of whether it was Xander or Marvin Elton returning first, Sergio wasn't surprised. After all, he was only in his early 20s. Xander and the others belonged to He Irvin's generation, at least 50 years old. With much more experience, it was only natural that they would return faster. He had even prepared himself for possibly being the 4th, or even 5th to return. Unexpectedly, Xander, Marvin, and Elton hadn't returned yet, and the first to return was actually Jared? Even though Jared previously displayed Yuanwu realm cultivation, his greatest rival had always been Xander. Now it seemed that this Jared was not simple at all. Among those still competing for the position of Sacred Son, only one slot remained. He wondered which of Xander, Marvin, or Elton would still be in contention. He hoped it would be Marvin. Otherwise, either Elton or Xander would have ample reason to join forces against him. While his mind churned, Sergio maintained a composed exterior. This disciple greets master and all the elders. Many elders nodded approvingly. The Danyang Peak elder showed a slight hint of amusement, but ignored him. Darendao glanced around and then looked at Sergio expressionlessly. According to my expectations, you should have returned 2 days ago, not today. Sergio lowered his head. This disciple has disappointed master. Jared's eyes flickered, and he said with a smile, Deputy Palace Lord, don't blame Brother Su. Although I returned earlier than Brother Su, it was merely due to chance. We 5 faced similar tests, and Brother Su might have been misled by irrelevant clues. Interceding? More like fanning the flames. Cough, cough. Zhanfeng elder suddenly coughed, displeased. Seeing this, Jared shut his mouth instantly. Darendao gave Jared a deep look, then closed his eyes. This test was almost identical for all 5 of you. You did not perform as well as Jared. Reflect on what happened and learn from it. I understand, Sergio respectfully replied. He subtly turned to look at Jared. This person returned first without fanfare. Could it be that after arriving at the scene, he immediately identified the culprit? Was this depth of scheming, or did an elder provide guidance along the way? Or perhaps some unknown factor played a role, like the mysterious jar. He hadn't forgotten how he was trapped by a strange jar when joining Xianxia Palace, and inside that jar was a mad, self-proclaimed Ace Realm remnant soul. He still didn't know what the Ace Realm entailed. If Jared obtained help from the remnant soul, wasn't it easy to see through everything? After careful thought, Sergio found it hard to believe it was all Jared's doing. Not that he underestimated him, but remembering Jared holding a grudge because of losing to him initially, he found it difficult to believe Jared possessed such wisdom. Of course, these thoughts remained internalized. They waited quietly in the Great Hall for 2 days. On the third day, a breaking sound echoed. Disciple Xander greets Deputy Palace Lord, Master, and all the elders. Xander's voice followed. Sergio, who had been waiting for 2 full days, finally opened his eyes. Xander was back. As for Marvin and Elton, it seemed they had lost their chance to compete further. By the way, who was Xander's master? He didn't seem to know. Glancing around, many elders nodded, but he couldn't tell who was Xander's master. Looking at Xander again. After greeting, he glanced at Sergio and Jared, showing a grim expression. He returned third. Only the top 3 could continue. If he had been any slower, would he have been eliminated outright? He suspected Sergio and Jared received guidance from an elder, but he dared not say it aloud. Darendao spoke slowly. The competition is settled. Notify the accompanying elders to have Elton and Marvin return. An elder gently nodded and shot out streams of light into the sky. Silence fell again. Xander whispered to Jared, Junior Brother Yi. I heard you had no useful people under your command. Your helper was actually Junior Brother Elton's. When he returns, will he cry or laugh? Jared grinned. Elton's senior brother and I both belong to Zhanfeng. There's no difference. Sergio's eyes flickered, realizing something. Indeed, before the selection of the Sacred Son, Jared had been unnoticed. Even Castor ignored Jared in gathering intelligence, proving how insignificant Jared appeared. Who would commit to serving someone as inconspicuous as Jared? In this trial, Jared's helpers were actually Elton's people. As the senior brother of Zhanfeng and a disciple of Jamar, Zhanfeng Elder, it made sense for Elton to take care of Jared. Jamar called out timely, be silent. Translation ends here, maintaining the original paragraph structure and line breaks as requested. Chapter 276, the second test. As Sergio's thoughts drifted back, Jamar suddenly called out coldly, the veins around his eyes visibly straining. Xander and Jared immediately shut their mouths. Seeing this, Jamar closed his eyes again, inwardly sighing, fearing that he would bear the blame for what happened. Honestly, the presence of the elders during the test was to prevent anyone from informing the disciples of the truth, ensuring the effectiveness of the trial. But Jared's actions were simply too fast. When it came to Jared's testing, it wasn't a coincidence. Instead, he immediately went to the slaughter site, spent half an hour investigating in the city to lock down the perpetrator, then killed and returned to the sect. Most of the time wasted was just traveling. Recalling Jared's past behavior, among the 30 or 40 higher-ups in this hall, almost everyone besides Jamar believed that he had informed Jared of the facts. Otherwise, with Jared's usual way of handling things, he wouldn't have been able to directly pinpoint the culprit so quickly. Consider even the once extremely naive Sergio. Since entering the sect, he learned to think more deeply and absorbed many lessons. Even so, he took many detours before remembering to look for clues at the scene, and was then left without a strategy after much thought to identify the culprit. But Jared, who wasn't smarter than Sergio when they entered the sect and whose growth and tactfulness far lagged behind Sergio, managed to pinpoint the culprit instantly. If not for Jamar's certainty that he didn't leak any information and knew the other elders had no reason to do so, he might have suspected something amiss as well. It seems he needs to talk to Jared later. Otherwise, no matter how well Jared performs next, he won't get the position of Sacred Son. The trials for the Sacred Son are no joke. Although he also admires Sergio, admiration is one thing, but Sergio is Reginald's disciple, not from his battle peak. Jared is not only a disciple of Battle Peak, but also his own student. If Jared has a chance, he doesn't mind helping Jared fight for it. But first, he needs to understand why Jared completed the test so quickly. With these thoughts, Jamar's emotions calmed down once more. It didn't take long for several beams of light to appear, and 4 elders entered the hall along with Landon and Marvin. Evidently, upon receiving word, these 4 elders brought Landon and Marvin back directly. We pay our respects to Deputy Palace Master and all elders. The 2 greeted upon entering the hall. After acknowledging them, the 2 looked at Sergio and the others, their expressions somewhat unpleasant. They had already been eliminated. They felt somewhat reluctant. Considering strength, the winner could still be undecided. But the sect had set the selection test. They lost. The position of Sacred Son slipped through their fingers. Reginald glanced at the 5 reassembled individuals and softly said, "You may leave." Landon and Marvin, although very reluctant, gave a bitter smile and chose to leave. They had lost their qualifications. In the hall, apart from the numerous elders, only Sergio, Xander, and Jared remained as disciples. The elders scrutinized the 3. Indeed, Sergio could sense that most of the attention was on Jared, though the elder's gaze was too reserved for him to discern the hidden meanings. Before long, Reginald spoke up, "Elder Chin, do you have anything to say?" Jamar's gaze focused. The first test ended, and now it was time for the second. However, before starting the second test, he needed to resolve the controversy over Jared. Whether or not there was cheating involved. Though no one here explicitly mentioned the word cheating, the oldest person present had lived over 1,000 years. Some things need not be said aloud. If Jared cheated, to avoid damaging the sect's harmony, he could still participate in subsequent tests, but undoubtedly, certain events would ensure his failure. If he did not cheat, Jared could continue normally in the competition. While most people favored Sergio as the next Sacred Son, the test is still a test. They've given Sergio ample time. If Sergio fails the test, then the Sacred Son will be someone else. Davaskir, where no one truly believed Xander had the qualification to become the Sacred Son. But if Xander defeated Sergio in the end, he would be the Sacred Son. Rules are rules. Rules define the boundaries. Without rules, there would be chaos. Silent for a moment, Jamar waved his sleeve and left, saying, Jared, follow me. Jared showed a hint of confusion but followed Jamar out. After Jared left, Xander was initially puzzled but soon muttered something under his breath. Sergio, when did Jared return? Even though Sergio didn't want to respond, he still answered, I returned 2 days before you, and he returned 2 days before me. All being fellow disciples and seniors present, despite knowing their deep-seated enmity, it was essential not to harm the camaraderie between sect members. Xander hesitated, thinking of a possibility. He returned 2 days earlier than you, which means, was it possible? It should be impossible. Even if he received guidance, wouldn't he hide it rather than revealing it so openly? Or was it because he only kept guard against Sergio, resulting in this Jared silently posing a significant threat? As for Sergio at this moment, he couldn't be bothered. No matter Jared's situation, his master was Reginald, and with Reginald present, he would never suffer. Rather than idle speculation, he might as well focus on faster cultivation methods. About 20 breaths later, Jamar and Jared returned to the hall. Jamar slightly shook his head at everyone and whispered something. Then, the elders' gazes sharpened as they looked at Jared, revealing a touch of surprise, as if hearing some incredibly unexpected news. Even Reginald looked at Jared with surprise. Jared, noticing this, puffed out his chest. Jamar stroked his beard, his eyes full of reassurance. If Jared really cheated, he would have to carefully hone this disciple further, but now, everything was fine. No matter how talented Sergio was, he was someone else's disciple. Previously, Jared lagged behind Sergio significantly, but now, if Jared could truly defeat Sergio and claim the position of Sacred Son, the 3 peaks and 9 halls wouldn't have objections. Dax, the great elder of the Alchemy Peak, slowly spoke. Jared, you've done well. Thank you, Elder Song. Jared bowed. Cough. Reginald cleared his throat. The elders withdrew their gazes and avoided eye contact. Reginald looked deeply at Jared again and then said, in the first test, despite your different return times, all 3 of you successfully defeated the others and returned. Indeed, whether returning early or late, passing was passing, and elimination was elimination. Strictly speaking, there was no difference. Both Jared, who returned earliest, and Xander, who returned latest, passed the first test, the others didn't. Hashtag chapter 277, Guilt and Innocence. Due to Kevin's words, the expressions of the 3 individuals turned serious. The first trial has ended. Now, it is time for the second. Kevin slowly rose to his feet. In the first trial, you 3 did not disappoint. This time, we will proceed with the second trial. Judging people? Judging people? What is this test? Kevin continued. The position of Holy Son concerns the future palace master of our Xianxia Palace. The Holy Son may not necessarily possess unparalleled strength, but wisdom and insight into human nature must surpass others. Though Kevin's words sounded profound, the 3 quickly understood what he meant. The second trial indeed involves judging people. It's not about recognizing strangers, but discerning their hearts. The rules are similar yet completely different from the first trial. For this trial, Sergio and the other 2 can still bring along 3 assistants for counsel. Moreover, there are no restrictions on actions or abilities. For instance, Sergio can use full force without being limited by his cultivation level, nor restricted in frequency. This is because such restrictions are unnecessary for this trial. It takes place in a designated area of Xianxia Palace, with all 3 candidates being tested in the same location. From Sergio's perspective, this trial could be seen as either judging people or hunting. Yes, hunting. In a confined area, there are 100 people. Among them, 50 are guilty ones. What makes someone guilty? Perhaps they are spies sent by other sects captured by Xianxia Palace, or they have offended the palace, or maybe they are people with deep-seated crimes deserving death. In short, they are those who deserve punishment, according to Xianxia Palace or secular standards. Among the 100 confined, 50 are guilty ones. So who are the remaining 50? The innocent ones. They are outer disciples of Xianxia Palace. Previously, the palace issued a task that offered extremely generous rewards for outer disciples. Typically, completing an outer disciple task would grant 10 contribution points. But the special task issued by the palace offered thousands of contribution points, coupled with a solemn warning that accepting the task might result in death. Yet, due to the generous reward, the task was instantly taken up by many. After all, outer disciples aren't like Sergio, who isn't worried about cultivating resources. Those 50 outer disciples and 50 guilty ones were all confined together. Sergio and the others must enter this confined area and hunt. Killing a guilty one adds 1 point, while mistakenly killing an outer disciple deducts 1 point. This is the second trial. The time limit is 1 month. After 1 month, whether all guilty ones are killed or not, the trial will end. If all guilty ones are killed beforehand, the trial ends early. At the end of the trial, the person with the lowest score loses eligibility. The remaining 2 will proceed to the third trial or directly compare scores. Whoever has the highest score becomes the Holy Son. On the surface, the third trial seems non-existent, and it can be seen that way. However, the third trial is outlined to allow the sect to add bonus points based on past achievements of the 2 candidates. For example, Sergio's bonus point comes solely from winning 2 championships during entry exams, not his outstanding performance in Fengling's secret realm. Kevin and Edie had suggested him to enter through trials rather than direct acceptance, specifically for these bonus points. Thus, this scoring system aligns well with the added points concept. Understanding the second trial, all 3 nodded. Kevin closed his eyes slowly. You know where the confined area is, go ahead. They can immediately start or enter within a day. If they haven't entered after a day, it's considered forfeiture. Sergio looked up. Master, you mentioned earlier that if those guilty ones managed to last a month without being identified, the sect would let them go? Indeed, Kevin nodded. Sergio's expression darkened. There is a choice. The guilty ones will die if identified. But if they survive a month, they live. To stay alive, they would do everything to masquerade as clueless outer disciples. Yes, the guilty ones know part of the truth. Xianxia Palace told them that if they can fool Sergio and the others, they survive. Otherwise, they die. Moreover, to help them hide, the palace shared some known information about the 3 candidates. To ensure the guilty ones can hide, Xianxia Palace went to great lengths, making the task incredibly challenging for the candidates. As long as they don't slip up and act convincingly, superficially, they'd be indistinguishable from ordinary outer disciples. Since it's a competition, and misidentification deducts points, they prefer not to risk wrongful killings. That's why, despite only 50 guilty ones and 12 hunters entering, the palace gave them a month. This explains the time frame. Human hearts aren't easy to discern. Indeed, human hearts? Sergio's eyes narrowed, thinking of someone. Tina. Due to the events at Dan Peak, Tina's sensitivity to human emotions is remarkably sharp. When Sergio tried capturing her, he couldn't hide his feelings from her. Even trying to hide wouldn't work against Tina's perception. In the confined area, the innocent outer disciples are truly innocent and unaware. But the guilty ones know everything. No matter how well they disguise themselves, their hearts can't lie. If Tina helps, perhaps he won't need half a day to identify all the guilty ones, securing the Holy Sun title decisively. But soon, Sergio's face turned grim again. He didn't know where Tina was. He rescued her due to personal principles and allowed her to leave afterward. They hadn't met since. Who knows where she is now? Such a pity. With a hint of disappointment, Sergio left the hall alongside Vlad and Jared. They exchanged genuine smiles before leaving in different directions. Back at Wuxia Peak. Returning to Wuxia Peak, Sergio thought briefly and sent out 3 streams of light, sticking with Castor and the others, since they performed well previously. Translation completed faithfully to maintain the tone, style, paragraph structure, and coherence of the original text. Hashtag chapter 278. Shocking news about the Letitia. After returning to Mount Justin, Sergio pondered for a moment and decided to continue taking Castor, Eshan, and Thatcher with him. Although Castor's cultivation was a bit lower, but how high could the cultivations of the prisoners in the confinement area be? Even though the sect did not specify the cultivation levels of those in the confinement area, the term outer sect disciples already implied their levels. Besides, there were only 100 people in total, 50 prisoners to hunt, plus Xander and Jared. With so few people, the cultivation level of helpers didn't matter much. Moments later, greetings, senior brother. This time, the 3 of them ascended the mountain simultaneously, perhaps because they had been gathered together when Sergio sent his message. After greeting, Eshan spoke first. Senior brother sent word. Is the second trial already underway? Although they didn't initially know Sergio's ranking upon return, they had seen Xander return and then watched as Landon and Marvin returned under the guidance of elders. They just hadn't seen Jared return yet. Even without official announcement, they knew Sergio would either be the first or second to return. Looking at the 3, Sergio nodded. Yes, the second trial follows these rules. In a few sentences, he explained all the details of the second trial. The 3 exchanged glances, their expressions turning grave. This trial was going to be tough. The most unpredictable thing in the world is the human heart. To find desperate prisoners trying to survive among a group was even more difficult. Thatcher muttered to himself, I wonder what the sect is thinking. This time, the trial isn't testing strength or talent but rather this. The previous test of wisdom made sense, but now we have to identify people. Sergio didn't mind. The sect has its own reasons. Let's go to the confinement area. Castor's eyes flickered. Senior brother, does the sect allow us to seize prey from others? Eshan and Thatcher's faces tightened. Sergio also paused mid-step. Seize prey? Simply put, if Xander and Jared found the prisoners, they could try to seize and kill them. Seize? After some contemplation, Sergio shook his head. There's no mention of it. However, it's unlikely due to the vast difference in cultivation. Once prey is revealed, it will die instantly. The prisoners' cultivation levels were known. Sergio's trio could all reach the Yuanwu realm, and once identified, the prisoners wouldn't stand a chance. A single burst of energy from a Yuanwu practitioner could kill a Davisnwu. Junior brother may have misunderstood, Castor realized suddenly. Indeed, Sergio and company were at the Yuanwu realm, unlike Castor who was still at Davisnwu. Shall we depart? Just as they reached the edge of the peak, Sergio was about to fly off when he paused again. Junior brother Tang? Senior brother, is there anything else? Castor, who had already started contemplating how to discern human intentions, hurriedly refocused. Sergio narrowed his eyes. Have you seen the Letitia? Though it felt unlikely, he still wanted to ask. Castor had been collecting information for him. What if he knew where the Letitia was? What if her location was within a day's round-trip distance? It was just a simple question and wouldn't waste time. Letitia? Castor stroked his chin, deep in thought. He had indeed taken notice. After all, the Letitia was once a young disciple of Elder Ernie. After news of her betrayal, somehow she became associated with Sergio, and the sect withdrew the warrant on her. About 10 breaths later, Castor looked up uncertainly. Senior brother, several years ago she was brought back by you, and the sect revoked the warrant against her. She appeared in many places within the sect. Her last appearance was in a desert oasis 3,000 miles south. No one has seen her since. Some say she's hiding in the oasis, while others believe she left the sect, ashamed and vanished. Pausing, Castor added sheepishly, please forgive me, senior brother. Though I noticed her a few years ago, her status was delicate, so I didn't pay too much attention. Sergio's gaze shifted sharply southward. South dessert. Castor showed a hint of curiosity. Senior brother, is there something special about that dessert? Sergio stared for a moment, whispering, Junior brother do probably knows. Thatcher's pupils dilated. Glancing around nervously, he murmured, that place is said to be Irvin's self-imposed confinement area. Castor's pupils also widened. So, that was a forbidden confinement area of the sect? It wasn't that Castor lacked information. Who dared to mention forbidden areas? Only someone like Thatcher, who had lived long enough, would know. Initially, Castor became confused again. Senior brother, I've been to that desert a few times and never saw Irvin. Sergio shook his head. I've been there once or twice as well. Typically, Irvin remains hidden. With his cultivation, unless he reveals himself, only sect elders can detect his presence. It's only a few thousand miles away. Wait here. I'll check the desert. Forbidden? To others, it was untouchable, but to Sergio, Irvin was merely a special kind of unfortunate person. There was nothing taboo about mentioning him. Moreover, linking the Letitia with Irvin, there was clearly something strange going on. Sergio transformed into a stream of light and vanished towards the desert. The three exchanged looks. Ashan spoke first. Junior brother Tang. Why is senior brother searching for the Letitia? There must be a secret. Pausing, Castor shook his head. I'm not sure of the specifics, but there are rumors that the Letitia can sense emotions better than normal people. With the trials imminent, senior brother Su spends time searching for her, suggesting the rumors might be true. Thatcher lowered his voice. Speaking of which, I heard other juniors say that senior brother Su met the Letitia coincidentally while pursuing her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have helped revoke the warrant on her. What do you think of these rumors? Ashan and Castor's expressions tightened. After a moment, Ashan gave a peculiar smile. Junior brother Do, it's best if you keep such talk to yourself. If it spreads, the Vanessa might come after you. Everyone knows her relationship with senior brother is unique. Thatcher dismissed it and continued quietly. That's how it is. Think about the enormity of the Letitia's crimes, escaping and betraying the sect. Such crimes are the sect's greatest transgressions. Without close ties, why would senior brother Su help her? The Vanessa is absorbed in cultivation and rarely leaves. Emotions deepen over time. Who knows whom senior brother Su will end up with in the end? Castor and Ashan's eyes gleamed with gossip. Some things are better left unsaid, but once mentioned, they couldn't help but take interest. Anyway, if anyone blamed them afterward, Thatcher could take the heat. Chapter 279. Assistance from Bryn. On the other side, Sergio was unaware of what Castor and the others said after he left. At full speed, he had already reached the southern desert, directly flying to the oasis. The oasis, deserted. Sergio pondered for a moment, then his figure darted, appearing at the stream's edge where he previously met Irvin. Then he looked toward the spot where Irvin had once stood in a daze. Senior brother Aaron? Though he felt nothing, yet he had a hunch that Irvin was still sitting there, only invisible and undetectable. A few moments later, Irvin's figure materialized. The position of Bryson is about to be determined, now at its most intense. Junior brother does not prepare for the battle, but comes here. Why? Indeed, he was still sitting by the stream as before. Even his posture hadn't changed. I heard Bryn is here, so I came to check. Sergio did not hide it. If she were truly here, she must have been hidden by Irvin. If not, well, it didn't matter if she wasn't here. Irvin, watching the stream, suddenly turned to Sergio, revealing a hint of suspicion in his eyes. A foul smell instantly filled the air. Soon, he relaxed his brows. What did junior brother hear? Sergio realized this situation was far more complex than it appeared. It seemed like Irvin had misunderstood something. If he had time, he might probe a bit to see if it involved him. But now, Sergio shrugged slightly. The Bryson trial is indeed intense. To be honest with senior brother Aaron, I came here seeking Bryn's assistance. Is that so? Irvin refocused on the stream, his emotions calming down. Sergio raised an eyebrow. Where is she? If he could find her, he believed Bryn would certainly help him. After all, he had once greatly assisted her, which was an immense favor. Although he hadn't initially expected repayment, she just left. Irvin spoke calmly. Sergio narrowed his eyes. Senior brother, this joke isn't funny. In my view, you don't seem like someone who enjoys imprisoning others. If Irvin had said Bryn left long ago, that would be fine. But saying just left, that sounded like he couldn't be bothered to lie. Go back. Before Sergio could respond, Irvin whispered, I know where she went. Soon, I will send her to Justin Peak. Originally, Sergio thought it was some conspiracy, but now it didn't seem so. Otherwise, Irvin wouldn't be so generous as to deliver her to Justin Peak. Could it be? Irvin, having self-imprisoned here for a long time, found solace in meeting the unfortunate Bryn and experienced a second spring? Initially, Sergio suppressed his thoughts and bowed. If that's the case, then I'll trouble senior brother. Junior brother takes his leave. In a flash, he flew into the sky and left the desert, returning to the tiger-hiding mountain range. As Sergio vanished into the horizon, Irvin snapped his finger. A ripple spread out, and Bryn materialized. Earlier, Bryn had been right there, even standing half a zhang away from where Sergio had been. He simply hadn't noticed. It wasn't because Sergio lacked keen senses, but because Irvin was also a prodigy of similar caliber. The significant difference in cultivation made it normal for Sergio to miss her. Bryn looked towards the sky, puzzled. How can I help Brother Su with his Bryson trial? After our battle, I returned here and knew nothing else. Irvin slowly rose to his feet. Despite being intelligent, Irvin could make no educated guess without information. Hearing this, Bryn shifted topics. You deliberately sent him away because you're not sure? To repay a life-saving grace is to pour water from the spring. Pausing, Irvin revealed a smirk, though unclear towards whom, especially one who helps unconditionally. Silence fell for a while. Then Bryn soared up on the wind. I understand. You are no longer a disciple of Xianxia Palace. You cannot enter tiger-hiding mountains. Irvin's gaze shifted. One might think Sergio flew in and out without obstruction, but anyone else, especially those not disciples of Xianxia Palace, attempting to fly into tiger-hiding mountains, they die without knowing how. But you sent him away. Bryn paused, then showed a trace of anger. Just wanted to tell you, you've learned things you shouldn't have known. Such information should not be spoken or trusted. Otherwise, not only would you die, many others would too. Irvin's aura shifted. The stench dissipated, and he transformed back into the coarse hemp clothes he wore during the battle with Sergio. Bryn's face darkened. Irvin waved his hand. sending Bryn to tiger-hiding mountains wrapped in spiritual power. If you wish to tell him the news beforehand, think about my words. How many would die due to that information? His escape speed was faster than Sergio's. Even carrying Bryn, he was still faster. Stopping after a few breaths, they were already outside Justin Peak. Glancing upward, Irvin chuckled softly. He hasn't returned yet. His speed far exceeded Sergio's. He had already arrived with Bryn, yet Sergio hadn't come back. Remember my words. Another soft laugh. Irvin dispersed into thin air. Some time passed. Sergio's streak of light finally appeared above Justin Peak. Bryn? He immediately noticed Bryn at the foot of the mountain and landed instantly. Bryn bowed. Brother Sue. Although conventionally, they shouldn't address each other as senior brother/sister. Other forms of address were inconvenient. Sergio didn't correct her, nodding. Sister, let's go up the mountain first. Taking a few steps, Sergio paused and turned back. Sister, what did you want to say? He could tell Bryn wanted to say something but hesitated. Nothing. Bryn instinctively shook her head. Then she glanced at the desert. She realized Irvin's concern was not baseless. Earlier, alone, she had instinctively wanted to tell Sergio the news she shouldn't have known but accidentally overheard. Only when the words reached her lips, recalling Irvin's warning, she dared not speak. Let's go up the mountain first. Senior brother Aaron won't leave the desert. After this task, I'll personally return you. No need to worry. Sergio probed. He sensed something was off with Bryn. Bryn paused, realizing, Brother Sue, you misunderstand. Senior brother Aaron and I have no connection. Confusion welled up in Sergio's mind. Then? Since they had no connection, why did both act this way? Bryn changed the subject. Nothing, Brother Sue. How can sister assist in this trial? We'll discuss on the way. Sergio suppressed his confusion. Though curious, he wouldn't let curiosity dominate him. At the mountaintop, on the journey, Sergio briefly explained the trial. Bryn understood why Sergio wanted her help. Brother Sue, rest assured, sister will surely help you identify those criminals. Bryn committed directly. Others she couldn't help with confidence, but sensing emotions and hearts. Now, what she was best at, besides alchemy, was sensing others' hearts. Chapter 280. Two people who would flip the table. Upon understanding why Sergio sought her, Tosha immediately rejoiced and readily promised without any hesitation. Nowadays, besides alchemy which she learned since childhood, what she excelled at most was sensing people's emotions and inner thoughts due to her 7 emotions physique. If there was a trace of fear or unease in the hearts of the sinners, it would not escape her senses. Ashan and the others congratulated him simultaneously. Congratulations, senior brother. While they were unclear about how much exactly Tosha could sense, being able to sense anything gave Sergio a significant advantage over Vlad and Jared. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Sergio would undoubtedly claim first place in this second round of trials. Sergio was about to reply when his gaze soon landed on Castor, Ashan, and Thatcher. He hadn't anticipated finding Tosha so smoothly, so he brought along Castor, Ashan, and Thatcher. But now that Tosha had come, he could only bring 3 helpers. Castor bowed. Senior brother, I will withdraw. Junior brother has the lowest cultivation. Now that Tosha has arrived, senior brother is sure to take the lead. Senior brothers Du and Gu have higher cultivation. If there's conflict during the trial, their contributions will be greater than mine. As an assistant, who withdrew didn't really matter. After all, the sect wouldn't offer extra rewards based on who helped Sergio during the trial. Thus, after a few exchanges, Castor turned and left. Sergio looked toward the direction of the restricted area. Junior brothers, let's head out. His tone was full of enthusiasm. The 3 rounds of trials were clear. With Tosha's help, out of 50 sinners, securing 40 for himself while the other 2 divide the remaining 10 wasn't excessive, right? Such an overwhelming score advantage ensured that no one who entered the 3rd round could possibly catch up to him. The position of Sacred Sun was as good as secured. A flash of light appeared, for streams of radiance cutting through the air. However, due to Tosha's inadequate cultivation, their speed wasn't very fast. Perhaps Tosha indeed did not count as a genius. When Sergio helped her initially, she was at the 1st level true martial realm. After so many years, she had only barely reached the 2nd level true martial realm. Elsewhere, restricted area. Vlad and Jared did not waste any time and arrived at the restricted area early. The area wasn't large, spanning only about 10 miles in diameter. Whether it was Vlad or Jared, extending their divine sense could cover the entire restricted area. Though they arrived earlier than Sergio, unfortunately, the sinners, desperate to survive, did not reveal any vulnerabilities. So far, both of them had yet to kill anyone and gain any points. In the center of the restricted area, under the sky, Vlad and Jared stood facing each other, less than 10 feet apart. Jared showed a hint of impatience. Senior brother, you aren't eager to find the sinners? I am. Vlad looked at Jared expressionlessly. Junior brother Yez's foundation is still quite shallow. Even with the assistance provided by Myriad Sect, alas, no one has been keeping an eye on your surroundings. What are you getting at? Jared frowned. Out of the blue, Vlad suddenly mocked him. It wasn't Vlad's usual character. Vlad glanced towards Wuxia Mountain Range. Have you heard of Tosha? I've heard of her. Jared nodded after pondering for a moment. A glint of coldness flashed in Vlad's eyes. Just now, the junior brother watching Wuxiang Peak reported that Tosha appeared at the foot of the peak and was taken to the summit. Then Castor left, and 4 streams of radiance headed towards the restricted area. They should arrive here in about 30 breaths. Speak plainly. Jared frowned. Vlad became enraged instantly. Then a mocking smile appeared on his face. All right. Tosha has a unique physique, skilled at sensing emotions. Though her cultivation is low, when it comes to perceiving emotions, even ours might be sensed by her to some extent. Do you understand now? Jared thought for a moment. Then his expression changed dramatically as he raised his head. This restricted area contained both innocent people and sinners. Innocent people were just doing tasks. Upon seeing them, they might feel panicked, awed, or delighted. But but they definitely wouldn't feel fearful, as they wouldn't be randomly killed. As for the sinners, upon seeing them, they would undeniably all feel fear and anxiety. Furthermore, the strongest cultivations in this restricted area, whether sinners or innocent outer disciples, were at the spirit martial realm. There were no true martial realm cultivators. Given that even they, at the origin martial realm, would be somewhat detected, wouldn't every slightest change in emotion from the sinners be completely exposed to Tosha? In that case, wouldn't all 50 sinners end up dead at Sergio's hands? Gulp. Upon this thought, Jared instinctively swallowed hard. Soon, Jared showed a hint of hope. That's unfair. Doesn't the elder care? Vlad remained expressionless. Why should he care? Sergio found Tosha's help. It's Sergio's capability. We couldn't find such help, indicating we're not as capable. Soon, Jared eerily regained his calm. Since you came to me, surely you have a plan. We have two choices now. Pausing slightly, Vlad's face grew cold. First, we wait 27 breaths until Sergio arrives, and we get eliminated. Let him ascend to the position of sacred son. What about the second option? Jared asked hurriedly. The second. Pausing for a moment, Vlad's voice grew colder. There are 50 people here. Sinners add 1 point. Innocent outer disciples deduct 1 point. Exactly 50 sinners and 50 innocents. You or I must slaughter everyone before Sergio arrives. This way, in this second round, we will remain on the same starting line. Jared's pupils constricted. Such actions are terribly unethical. You want me to do it? Forget it. Vlad showed impatience. Sergio and his group will arrive in at most 26 breaths. I have no interest in scheming with you. If not for your presence, I would already have started slaughtering. A gentleman like you doesn't fear disappointing the sect? Jared sneered. Vlad snorted. At this point, who cares about appearances? But since you refuse to cooperate, fine. We will wait for Sergio together, and watch him claim the position of sacred son. Immediately, Vlad fell silent and closed his eyes to rest. Jared's expression changed. After 3 breaths, 23 breaths remained before Vlad's stated time. Jared gritted his teeth. Since you haven't acted and instead discussed this with me, you want me to act? Tell me, what conditions can you offer? If they can persuade me, what harm is there in me acting? Vlad instantly opened his eyes. What conditions do you want? Don't give me excuses. I am at the 3rd level origin martial realm, while you are only at the 1st level origin martial realm. Even if I act this time, and you and Sergio advance to the 3rd round, you know well enough what your contribution to the sect is. Time is pressing, don't blame me for speaking bluntly. What makes you think you can compete with Sergio? Indeed, he didn't want to act, but wanted Jared to. So you think you can? Jared couldn't help but grow angry. Chapter 281. Jared flips the table. Due to Vlad's blunt words, Jared subconsciously flared up in anger. There were still 22 breaths left. Why can't I compete? After saying this, Vlad sneered. If everyone who enters the 3rd round cannot be differentiated, a fight will ultimately determine the outcome. Me at the 3rd level of primordial martial arts against Sergio, versus you, just at the 1st level of primordial martial arts, who has more hope of victory? Jared's face stiffened. Vlad continued to sneer. Furthermore, have you really thought I've made no contributions to the sect in all my years here? As for you, you have done nothing that could add points to this assessment. If you and he both enter the 3rd round, let alone whether you can defeat him, the crucial thing is, you won't even have the chance to fight him before being eliminated. Jared was silent for 2 breaths. He didn't even know how to refute. He could only coldly snort. But why should I help you? Although there were no explicit rules, both knew clearly. Anyone who directly slaughtered everyone here would most likely be eliminated in the 2nd round, unable to advance to the 3rd. So, I asked you to state your terms. The veins on Vlad's forehead slightly protruded. Terms. Pausing for a moment, Jared gritted his teeth. I want Sergio dead, and after he dies, I want his corpse. Seeing his teeth clenched with hatred, it seemed like an unfathomable deep grudge. Deal. Vlad readily agreed without hesitation. Jared spoke again. There are other things. His voice transmission spread out, unknown what Jared said. A few breaths later, Vlad glanced at the sky. 15 breaths left. Your conditions, I agree to all. 13 breaths later, 4 streams of light landed in the restricted area, revealing the figures of Sergio and 3 others. Just landing, Sergio's expression tightened. Vlad brought 3 people, Jared also brought 3, making 8 people standing together. In the restricted area, the smell of blood lingered. His divine sense expanding. In the restricted area, apart from these 8 people, there were no living souls, only serene-faced corpses scattered around. It looked like they didn't even react as they were killed. Several breaths passed. Sergio raised his head. Did you kill everyone here? How could there be no one in the restricted area? The corpses under his divine sense kept telling him that it wasn't that there were no living people, but rather, all living people had been killed. Jared smirked. Perhaps the sect wanted us to learn to discern truth from falsehood. I suspected these people were all criminals, not outer disciples at all, so I killed them all. Senior Brother Su, do you have any instructions? Vlad even smiled. This must be Bryn. Heard you're particularly sensitive to emotions? Unfortunately, Davistal Brother Su arrived too late. The criminals died by Junior Brother Ye's hands. Looking at the 8 people, and then at the massacred bodies, Sergio didn't know what to say. He originally thought bringing Bryn here would ensure his victory, but now everyone was dead? From their reactions, it seemed Bryn was discovered by Vlad's group, while waiting at the foot of the mountain. Thoughts raced through several breaths. Suddenly, Sergio understood Vlad and Jared's actions. Not directly slaughtering everyone would definitely get them eliminated, leaving Sergio without doubt to win the position of sacred son. But killing everyone in the restricted area kept their scores level and allowed them to continue competing. Silent for a moment, Sergio could only speak. You two are ruthless, 50 outer disciples. You went through with it. Suspecting that there were no outer disciples, only criminals? Just an excuse, but the reason for slaughter sufficed. Vlad laughed. Davistal brother Su thinks there are outer disciples here, while junior brother Yi thinks otherwise. Different opinions. We'll know the facts once we reach the Grand Hall. Sergio squinted his eyes at Vlad and the others, then turned. Bryn, looks like you came in vain. Let me escort you away. Oh, all right. Bryn glanced at Vlad, shrinking her neck. She couldn't understand how she never noticed that this gentlemanly Vlad had such a side. In the sect Grand Hall, numerous elders stood still in the hall. Above the Grand Hall, a screen projected the images from the restricted area. Many Xianxia Palace senior members, seeing the massacre, were speechless. Dax glanced at others, lips curling. Under a sure defeat, they pulled the rug from under our feet. Truly worthy of being War Peak disciples, mastering its essence. War Peak excelled in overwhelming power. Others remained silent. Punishment? There was none. Everyone knew Bryn could sense true intentions. Even Kevin Dow didn't expect Sergio to bring Bryn here. With Bryn present, if Vlad and Jared didn't massacre everyone, they wouldn't have another chance. As for after the slaughter, whether Jared would be directly eliminated or face another test depended on the elders' decisions. Kevin Dow waved to disperse the screen, to establish a new test or eliminate Jared, allowing Vlad and Sergio to enter the next round. What are your thoughts, elders? Though Jared is talented and blessed with great fortune, he's too ruthless. Yes, though outer disciples' lives may be as insignificant as grass, they are still Xianxia Palace disciples. But what could they do if they didn't massacre? Either face certain failure or gamble with slaughter. They had no choice. Blame Sergio for bringing Bryn. Voices rang out like in a market square. Some believed that although Vlad and Jared's actions weren't wrong, the slaughter meant accepting its consequences. Others thought if not for Sergio bringing Bryn, Vlad and Jared wouldn't have been forced to flip the table, hence understandable. Elders, resolute beings, wouldn't be persuaded easily. The voices grew more chaotic. After some commotion, Kevin Dow coldly hummed, "Why does the noise resemble a market? Where is our Xianxia Palace dignity?" The elders unwillingly shut their mouths. Kevin Dow scanned the room, then looked at Jamar. "Elder Chin, Jared is under you. What's your opinion?" Silent for a moment, Jamar softly said, "Since he and Vlad decided this, he must have prepared to lose his qualification. My war vanguard should focus externally, not internally." Jamar also sounded somewhat helpless. He empathized with their lack of options and appreciated Sergio finding Bryn for a chance at first place. Davis often doesn't go as planned. Of course, what annoyed him most was that Jared so easily slaughtered everyone in the restricted area. Even if Jared held out until the last breath, he would have insisted on continuing the competition today. Note: for character names like Jared and Sergio, I've maintained the pinyin form to ensure accuracy as per instruction. ####Chapter 282, Dax's Challenge. Because Jared agreed too quickly to the slaughter, he did not hesitate over the killing. Therefore, as the great elder of War Peak and Jared's master, Jamar had no choice but to propose that Jared be eliminated from the competition despite his reluctance. If Jared had hesitated over the slaughter, Jamar might have risked the dignity of War Peak to allow him to continue. In his view, as other elders had mentioned, Jared's quick agreement revealed a heartless nature. Allowing Jared to proceed might make him even more ruthless in the future. The Xianxia Palace cultivates disciples, not ingrates. Since Elder Chin has made his decision, let's finalize this here. Darren nodded in agreement. Given that Jamar, Jared's master, had accepted Jared's disqualification, the other elders who were unwilling couldn't say much. The hall fell into silence. Before long, Vlad and Jared returned to the hall first. Sergio, having escorted Leslie to the desert, hadn't yet returned. After bowing, they stood quietly, perhaps aware of their earlier overreaction, presenting an air of accepting punishment. Sometime later, Sergio finally arrived. The three gathered again in the hall. Jamar glanced at the others who were meditating and then spoke to break the silence. "Jared, do you know your fault?" Jared pressed his lips together and replied, "From my perspective, all in the confinement area seemed guilty. I assumed the division of 50% innocent was just a ruse. It seems I made a mistake and went too far. Please punish me accordingly." It sounded like he truly hadn't intended to slaughter them. Jamar felt slightly relieved and softly said, "You three ended the second round with 0 points. According to our palace rules, we should set up another test. However, Jared, your actions in the confinement area were excessive and disrupted harmony. Thus, you lose the qualification to compete further. Vlad and Sergio will continue. Do you understand? Disciple only follows the order of the sect." Jared bowed his head in acknowledgement. Everything unfolded as expected. "Leave now." Jamar shook his head imperceptibly. Before the second round began, he had hoped Jared could compete. But now, it was fate. Disciple takes leave. Jared bowed to the elders and backed away. Now, only Sergio and Vlad remained as disciples in the hall. Sergio glanced sideways at Vlad, feeling a mix of complexity and relief. Though the second round was somewhat chaotic, one person had been eliminated. Now, only he and Vlad were left for the top spot. Darren slowly stood up. "This poses a challenge. Originally, we planned to determine the winner based on your performance in the second round. Now, both scored 0 points. Dax suddenly spoke. "Let's compare each of their past contributions to the sect. Let us old bones deliberate and decide between them." While speaking, Dax looked at Sergio with a hint of amusement. Previously, when he extended an olive branch to Sergio, Sergio not only refused but trampled on it. Dax, a grand elder of Dan Peak, couldn't stoop so low to pursue matters with Sergio. With him present, this third round would be slow and tormenting. Sergio noticed this and his gaze sharpened. He wasn't foolish. He saw Dax's late-coming trouble approaching. He hoped Darren could withstand it. As if sensing Sergio's thoughts, Dax tilted his head slightly. "Although I don't favor Sergio, since joining the sect, he has indeed contributed much. For instance, in the Wind Spirit's secret realm, he worked with Vlad to destroy the heavenly pride of Xianxia Pavilion and even killed its Saint Sun." Sergio's heart skipped a beat. Dax was actually praising him? Something felt off. Sure enough, Before Sergio could react, Dax's smile widened. However, after the mission in the Wind Spirit's secret realm, the rewards and punishments were settled. Moreover, cutting down Alberic of Xianxia Pavilion was done jointly with Vlad. Therefore, this shouldn't add extra points here. Vice Palace Master, agree? Yes, that is correct. Darren nodded lightly, also feeling helpless. The other elders remained in deep meditation, oblivious to everything. Dax continued, besides the Wind Spirit's secret realm, I can only consider two things worthy of points for Sergio, his top rankings in the 2 entrance tests. But evaluating by actual scores, unprecedentedly determined by us and the Palace Master, adding points for top ranks hasn't happened before. What do the elders think Sergio's 2 top ranks should score? Darren's eyes narrowed, but he remained silent. The meditating elders suddenly stirred, glancing at each other, their eyes flickering. After a while, Elder Matthew, with a childlike face, softly suggested, since 2 top ranks, let's give 2 points, 1 point per rank. Berkeley of Weapon Peak suddenly spoke, 2 points might be too little. Dax smiled, Old Mangua, how many points do you suggest? If people knew that 2 top ranks in the entrance test only earned 2 points, it would be laughable. He closed his eyes. If the points are too high, this old man doesn't know what's fitting. Perhaps it's best to let them fight a match for fairness. Dax disagreed. How can the laws of Xianxia Palace change daily? Jamar suddenly interjected, for fairness, all previous significant contributions should be counted as 1 point regardless of size. Dax pondered and laughed. 1 point. This old man agrees. Except for the 2 top ranks, Sergio has nothing else weighty. So, he enters the 3rd round with 1 point. Darren suddenly spoke. Sergio's top ranks were 2 separate occasions and should be calculated separately. No way, if he didn't speak up, the 3rd round wouldn't happen. Dax's eyes flashed as he clasped his hands. Since Vice Palace Master has decided, I won't object. Since Elder Qin mentioned merits, let's include Sergio's contributions in the Wind Spirit's secret realm, adding 3 points. Upon hearing this, Sergio felt no joy. What was Dax up to? Darren, sensing Dax's plan, refused directly, no need. The rewards and punishments for the Wind Spirit secret realm have already been distributed. Note, names such as Jared, Dax, Sergio, and Jamar have been kept as pinyin to maintain authenticity. Chapter 283. Ultimately, power reigns supreme. Darren seemed to know Dax's intentions and, without hesitation, directly rejected Dax's suggestion. Dax narrowed his eyes. Deputy Palace Master, you proposed that 2 examinations would count as 2 matters and be worth 2 points. None of us objected to it. Now, Deputy Palace Master is rejecting my proposal outright. Isn't this somewhat excessive? Matters concerning the sacred sun position in our Xianxia Palace are not about personal relationships. Let's not mention that again. Darrence maintained a calm expression. Dax's face stiffened. Darrence then turned his head. Elder Benishini, since Usher is under your tutelage, why hasn't Elder Benishini spoken up? I almost mistook Usher for someone from the Pill Peak. Benishini. Half a breath later, Sergio suddenly looked towards a spot not far from Darrence. There sat a person, eyes closed, in meditation. She wore a white dress with a thin veil covering her face. She was one of the few female elders present in this grand hall. Usher is under her tutelage. Unfortunately, Sergio had no interactions with Elder Benishini and thus didn't know what kind of temperament she had. While Deputy Palace Master and Elder Song argue fiercely, what can Benishini say? Besides, given this involves my disciple, I should avoid conflict of interest. Why should I need to speak? The meditating Benishini opened her eyes, her voice gentle like the flowing stream. Her eyes seemed to hold stars. Darrence squinted slightly. Avoiding conflict of interest? Was she implying he hadn't done so? Was he angry? After a brief moment of thought, Darrence smiled. Elder Benishini makes sense. Since Sergio is under my tutelage, I should also avoid any conflict of interest. Given that this concerns our Xianxia Palace's sacred sun position, we shouldn't mix in any personal feelings. Therefore, whether it's me, Elder Benishini, or even Grand Elder Song of the Pill Peak, none of us should get involved. Let's discuss this further. Dax's face instantly turned cold, but he said nothing. The other elders exchanged looks and revealed a hint of awkwardness. They quickly began evaluating Sergio and Usher. Discuss? How should they deliberate? Without Dax deliberately making things difficult, would Sergio and Usher have any reason to hesitate? In this world, ultimately, power reigns supreme. Usher's bloodline was indeed remarkable, but unfortunately, an Earth-rank 9th tier bloodline pales in comparison to a Heaven-rank 9th tier bloodline, just like the difference between the moon and a grain of rice. Whispers spread among the elders. It was unclear what they were discussing. After a long while, Jamar spoke softly. Since this is the case, I still maintain my previous stance. Sergio winning 2 exams should be considered 2 points. Other achievements have already been rewarded by the sect, so there's no need to mention them again. An elder nodded. So it stands. Sergio's achievements are settled, leaving only Usher. Let me check what achievements Usher has recorded. Half a breath later, a translucent book appeared mid-air. Rustling, pages flipped rapidly. Even Sergio couldn't quite read the text on them clearly. Just 3 breaths passed. The elder waved his hand to dismiss the pages. Achievements are clear. Usher, during the 49 years and 7 months since you joined the sect, you've contributed countless times. However, many achievements have already been rewarded according to sect rules. After checking, I found that 27 years ago, you discovered a blood crystal stone vein. The sect intended to reward you, but you declined, wishing to use the vein's achievement as support for competing for the sacred sun position. Pausing, the elder folded his arms. Following Elder Jamar's logic, 1 matter equals 1 point, so you should accumulate 1 point. Usher suddenly raised his head. Elder Devisa, disciple has something to say. Elder Devisa Yuan, named Devisa Yuan, was the one who checked the records and intended to conclude the matter immediately. Devisa Yuan wasn't an ordinary elder. He was the Grand Elder of the Enforcement Hall in the Xianxia Palace's 3 peaks and 9 halls. Speak. Devisa Yuan's brows subtly furrowed. Usher clenched his fists. According to what the elders have said, achievements rewarded by the sect shouldn't be counted again, right? Yes. Devisa Yuan's eyes darkened, seemingly recalling something. In that case, pausing for a moment, Usher gritted his teeth. As far as I know, Sergio's rewards for winning the 2 major exams were already issued upon exam completion. If rewards have already been issued, how can they still be counted as points? It wasn't surprising that Usher directly challenged the sect in this grand hall. If he didn't resist, he would lose. According to the current scoring method, Usher had 1 point, and Sergio had 2. After everyone else was eliminated, losing to Sergio this way was unacceptable to him. Sergio had Darrence as a patron, but he, Usher, wasn't alone in the sect either. What's so great about a heaven-rank 9th tier bloodline? Without rules, chaos ensues. As long as the sect elders followed the rules, when else would he fight? Devisa Yuan's expression darkened, then he looked at Benishini. According to Usher's argument, Sergio would enter the 3rd round with 0 points. From the dozens of elders' perspectives in the Grand Hall, who became the sacred son mattered little, but Usher's reasonable argument now required serious consideration. Sensing Devisa Yuan's gaze, Benishini remained silent, eyes closed. Seeing this, Devisa Yuan looked at the other elders. Shortly afterward, another elder slowly spoke. Usher. This elder appeared to be in his early 30s. His name was Hiroshi, and his cultivation level was beyond Sergio's perception. He was known to be the Grand Elder of the Wind Davisoning Hall among the 3 peaks and 9 halls. Usher focused. Elder Feng, these past few years, there have been murderers continuously slaughtering outside our Xianxia Palace. Do you know about this? Hiroshi's words seemed unrelated. Usher's expression changed slightly. Sigh, Benishini softly sighed. Hiroshi's expression remained unchanged. Do you have anything else to say? Usher lowered his head. He knew why Hiroshi mentioned this. Because those people were killed by him. Otherwise, where would the rumors in the Xianxia Palace come from? Rumors don't start without a cause. Shortly afterward, Usher abruptly lifted his head. In this world, only power reigns supreme. Disciple wishes to fight Sergio. To the death. Do you know what you're saying? Darrence stood up abruptly, his voice icy. Why are all the elders looking at me like this? Why such an attitude, Deputy Palace Master? Under your suppression, my enmity with Sergio has grown more intense. If he becomes the sacred son, I might disappear at any time. Can I fight for survival? Then, Usher turned. Master, my blood relatives were killed by Sergio. How can I not seek revenge for such deep-seated hatred? You always talk about evidence. Has the Xianxia Palace ever needed so-called evidence before? Instantly, the grand hall fell silent. Sergio sharply turned to look at Usher. He never expected that Usher would suddenly break out and expose everything here. A foolish child, Elder Benishini stood up inside. Another elder stood up. In the sect's grand hall, how dare you behave so arrogantly? Chapter 284, Deadmatch. Elder Benishini's sigh had just echoed when an elder stood up and coldly shouted, how dare a mere disciple act so arrogantly in the grand hall of our sect? Benishini spoke slowly. I agree. Darren narrowed his eyes. Elder Benishini. The grudge has been prolonged long enough. If it can't be suppressed, why not let things take their natural course? Benishini looked at Darren with calm eyes. Xavier suddenly turned to Sergio. Sergio, don't you have anything to say? You, a proud tier 9 heavenly bloodline, dare not fight me? Sergio didn't feel like speaking at all. He acknowledged that the current Xavier would not be his match. He could also tell that Xavier had already angered the elders in the hall. Even if he did nothing, Xavier would still suffer. Therefore, what was the point of him speaking? However, since Xavier had directed the conversation towards him, if he remained silent, it would only make him appear weak. Since this was the case, he might as well use this opportunity during the dead match on the arena to finish Xavier off. This way, he could settle the past grievances. Thinking this, Sergio lifted his head. Master, since Elder Yu insists on a dead match with me, I cannot refuse. Seeing this, Darren waved his sleeves. In 3 days, the outcome of the battle will determine who becomes the next sacred son. If Sergio refused, Darren would have been disappointed. But now that Sergio agreed, Darren was concerned about whether Sergio's cultivation was inferior to Xavier's. Such uncertainties were indeed unpredictable. 3 days from now, you will die, Xavier laughed and cast a deep look before leaving. Instead of returning to his peak, he directly went to the Tiger Neck area for the life or death platform. I take my leave. Sergio also departed, heading straight for the same destination, the life or death platform. The numerous elders in the grand hall exchanged looks and felt a sense of desolation. They dispersed one after another. Only Darren and Benishini remained. Gazing at the somewhat desolate grand hall, Darren looked at Benishini, revealing icy eyes. Elder Benishini, you taught a fine disciple indeed. Benishini remained silent. Seeing this, Darren's gaze grew even colder. No master, no seniors, no sect. Ha! That wretch has slaughtered thousands around our Xianxia Palace and devoured souls. Yet, I haven't dealt with him yet. Now, he acts as if we wronged him deeply. How did our Xianxia Palace wrong him? After a pause, Benishini raised her head. Isn't it true that people died at the hands of Sergio? All started because of Sergio, and now ends because of him too. So be it. Darren's gaze hardened. Moments later, he flicked his sleeves and left. You are foolish to rush into danger. Benishini watched Darren leave, her eyes filled with complexity. The final confrontation has come. Even she couldn't comprehend whether Xavier's targeting and anger towards Sergio were due to Sergio's talent, or because of Billy's death. She couldn't understand her own disciple anymore. Davis 4 Death Platform. Sergio and Xavier sat separately in corners of the life or death platform, conserving their strength. From all sides. Isn't that senior brother Sergio and elder brother Yu? How did they end up on the life or death platform at this time? Shouldn't they be undergoing the Bryson examination within the sect? I heard from senior brother Ma that earlier, Xavier suddenly roared in the grand hall for some reason, and then decided on a life or death battle with Sergio. He also said that whoever survives this platform would become the Bryson. Is that true? They are both our Shimming Palace's supreme geniuses. How would the sect allow such a deadly match without any warning? Numerous speculations spread. As time passed, more and more people gathered. By the third day, the crowd far exceeded the previous confrontation between Sergio and Irvin. At noon, Sergio opened his eyes and glanced around. People filled the surrounding peaks and valleys. There were over 10,000. He scanned further. Edie, eliminated Jared, Marvin Elton, etc. Almost all the higher-ranking disciples of Shimming Palace appeared around. Or perhaps 99% of those who had the qualification to approach this life-or-death platform were present. Suddenly, Xavier's voice broke the silence. Sergio, the final confrontation has finally come. I've waited so painfully. Sergio sharply withdrew his gaze and blocked out the other sounds. At this moment, Xavier's face bore an unhealthy flush. Xavier continued, did you know that ever since you entered the sect, I have always wanted to kill you? Now, finally fulfilling this wish, my brother can rest in peace in the netherworld. Initially, I felt uneasy facing your suppression, especially when everyone in the sect praised you as a humble gentleman. Pausing, Sergio looked at the sun. But after being in the sect longer and witnessing more events, I wondered if your hatred toward me was because of Billy's death or simply jealousy. Xavier laughed. Are you finding reasons for your guilt? Just putting myself in your shoes. After saying this, Sergio refocused. If my loved ones died by someone's hand, and that person wasn't my match, I wouldn't hold back but seek immediate revenge. You have suppressed your feelings for too long, making me think it was jealousy, not hate. Nonsense. Xavier's eyes turned cold. Sergio shook his head. It doesn't matter now. Xavier's breathing quickened. Sergio's tone became indifferent. Whether you are avenging Billy or driven by jealousy, today it all ends. Xavier's face twisted into a sinister expression. Indeed, everything ends today. The hour has arrived. On the life or death platform, one lives, one dies. Elder Matthew reappeared in the sky to oversee the duel. The array activated. Die. Xavier flew up instantly. Given their enmity, the activation of the array marked the start of the battle. Sergio unsheathed Davisuyan and slashed fiercely. Destructive fist. Xavier snorted coldly. Ripples spread as a colossal 20-meter fist emerged in the sky, bearing down on Sergio. A deadly move right from the start. Dragon War 8 directions. Sergio retaliated without hesitation. Roar. Accompanied by the dragon's roar, the shadow of a flood dragon appeared, blasting a beam of light toward the giant fist. Boom! Explosions echoed. The giant fist was halted by the light beam. Seeing this, Xavier's eyes gleamed with a cold light, raising his hand to employ other techniques. However, roar! A pure dragon roar echoed. Xavier, mid-air, paled and plummeted to the ground. Nine-headed soul-devouring python. What does your bloodline amount to in front of a true dragon? With a snort, Sergio leaped away from where the flood dragon's heart should be, turning Davisuyan into a sword of light that aimed straight for Xavier. He had never feared Xavier. Even if his bloodline surpassed Sergio's cultivation, he was still no match. Chapter 285. Vengeful Spirits Rising. Due to the suppression by bloodline, although Sergio was quite wary, he had never been afraid of Xander. The suppression from bloodline was unparalleled. Watching the incoming stream of clouds, Xander, as he fell, slapped the ground. I'm fighting you to the death. Did you really think I wasn't prepared? With a bang, the solid life or death platform was imprinted with a handprint from Xander's slap. At the same time, his figure rose to dodge Sergio's sword strike. Has he freed himself from the suppression? Roar. Sergio lifted his head and let out a long howl, emitting a dragon's roar in human form. The sound waves spread rapidly. I told you, it's useless. Xander roared and then fiercely struck his own chest. Pooh! A large mouthful of blood spewed out. Self-harm? Sergio's mind congealed as he began to guard, knowing that Xander would never self-harm without reason. Sure enough, after the mist of blood dissipated. I died so miserably. Why don't you die? Die with me. Numerous vengeful spirits with grotesque faces, bleeding from 7 orifices, suddenly appeared on the life or death platform. Cold winds swept through the platform. Behind Xander, the 9-headed soul-devouring python, a manifestation of his bloodline, also emerged. Though called a python, each head resembled a dragon skull. An invisible ripple spread. The cold wind helped Xander block Sergio's true dragon pressure. Regaining his composure, Xander growled. Without bloodline suppression, what are you? I want you dead. Roar, roar, roar. The 9-headed soul-devouring python roared crazily at Sergio. Instantly, Sergio staggered, feeling dizzy and faint. His divine consciousness started to disintegrate, and his divine soul became unstable. Once the divine soul was sucked out of the body, it would be instantly devoured by the 9-headed soul-devouring python. Soul-devouring. Countless vengeful spirits also rushed toward Sergio. Although they could not harm him, they hindered Sergio's ability to resist the soul-devouring power of the 9-headed python. Waste. Xander laughed. This was a life and death battle. A deadly move was used right from the start. When Sergio and Irvin fought on this life or death platform before, it was more like a friendly match than a life and death duel. Lose? Sergio suddenly regained clarity and said, a python is still a python, daring to dream of devouring a dragon. Roar. The shadow of a true dragon howled toward the sky, letting out an angry dragon roar. Poo poo poo. Nearby vengeful spirits were instantly shattered. Then, the shadow of the true dragon left Sergio's back, pouncing towards Xander, accompanied by thunder. The cold wind completely broke apart. Haha, come on. Xander laughed maniacally, advancing rather than retreating, actively approaching the shadow of the true dragon. Then, The 9 heads of the 9-headed soul-devouring python bit directly at the shadow of the true dragon. Madman! Sergio's pupils shrank. All 9 heads of the 9-headed soul-devouring python hit the shadow of the true dragon. Sergio felt his head becoming drowsy again, his divine soul and consciousness vibrating. Of course, Xander wasn't faring well either. His manifested 9-headed soul-devouring python started to disintegrate. Its reaction was evident on Xander's body, pale and constantly coughing up blood. However, Xander grew increasingly excited. This is a fight to the death. Do you think we're playing pretend? Ignoring other concerns, Sergio hurriedly cut his fingertip to force out blood. Break! Bloodlight surged. Roar! The true dragon needed to appear blood red, bursting into golden light, instantly pushing back the 9-headed soul-devouring python and returning to Sergio's back. Even if it was just a shadow. The current shadow was already riddled with holes, and Sergio was injured. The battle had just begun, yet both were already wounded. You aren't willing to risk your life, but I am. Xander sneered and forced his bloodline once more. The unsteady 9-headed soul-devouring python lunged at Sergio. It's not that you dare to risk your life, but that you can only do so. Sergio snorted and retreated. Xander waved his hand. Where do you think you're going? A flame rose. Instantly, Xander became engulfed in fire. Sergio keenly sensed. Xander started burning his bloodline. Roar, roar, roar. Under the burning bloodline, the 9-headed soul-devouring python doubled in size, roaring. Sergio couldn't retreat further. He had to resist the soul-devouring power, or his divine soul would surely be devoured. Because he stopped, the 9-headed soul-devouring python pounced closer, all 9 heads biting at Sergio. The dragon condensed by dragon battle in all directions was instantly shredded. Continuing to clash with it via bloodline, even if Sergio eventually won, his bloodline would be greatly damaged. Sergio gritted his teeth and flew into the sky. Peerless secret technique, sword supreme. Clouds danced, sword lights rose. Xander's steps faltered midair. He was crazy but not foolish. He knew the power of the peerless secret technique very well. The external attack manifested by bloodline couldn't withstand that sword strike. If that sword split the 9-headed soul-devouring python, his bloodline would be shattered. A broken bloodline equated to a crippled cultivation. The sword light of Sword Supreme was already in the air, and within the limited range of the life or death platform, there was no place to hide. Even though Xander also knew the peerless secret technique, it was too late to use it now. So it was time. Xander's eyes hardened, and he suddenly flicked his wrist. Burn blood. With a bang, Xander's left arm exploded into blood mist. The blood mist revolved, and instantly Xander's aura skyrocketed. 4th level Yuanwu, 5th level Yuanwu, 6th level Yuanwu. Unstoppable. Xander sneered, grabbing from afar. Sizzle, sizzle. The translucent spirit energy hand caught the sword light, clashing with it. Ultimately, the sword light failed to break through the hand. Sergio's expression soured. In a life and death battle, any means could be employed. No one could say anything about Xander using a secret method to forcibly increase his cultivation. Now that Xander had raised his cultivation to 6th level Yuanwu, his 2nd level Yuanwu cultivation was far inferior, even blocking the peerless secret technique effortlessly. I know you have many tricks. As Xander spoke softly, his madness suddenly disappeared. Just now when we clashed bloodlines, now even if you try to raise your cultivation by burning blood, you can't do it. I told you, today you must die. Indeed, due to Xander's unique bloodline, although the impact of Sergio's injuries from the bloodline clash was lower, because of the soul-devouring power, Sergio could burn some blood harmlessly. But if he burned blood to increase cultivation, it would certainly lead to mental unrest due to the previous soul-devouring effect, making it impossible to control the cultivation beyond his realm, leading to bodily explosion and death. Sergio's mind sank, but his face remained unchanged. Then let me see how long you can maintain this state. Haha, you can't forcefully increase your cultivation. No matter how many tricks you have, you will die now, despair. With maniacal laughter, Xander paused 200 feet in the sky, beginning to form seals. Half a breath later, Xander sneered, peerless secret technique, 9 heavens devastating jail. Boom, thunder roared. In the blink of an eye, endless lightning gathered in the sky. From a distance, countless lightning bolts seemed to emit a world-ending aura. Chapter 286, Dragon Transformation Overwhelm. With the sound of thunder, in just the blink of an eye, countless bolts of lightning appeared in the sky. From a distance, the countless bolts emitted an apocalyptic aura. Seeing this, Sergio's pupils constricted. 9 heavens thunder prison? He knew this move as well. Because he knew it, he was even more aware of the power of this unparalleled secret skill. The 9 heavens thunder prison wasn't a single target attack, but endless lightning that obliterated everything. Speaking of single target attacks, it might not be as strong as Sword's Peak, but its range was immense, and as long as his spiritual energy didn't run out, the Sea of Thunder would never cease. According to the records in the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion, the 9 Heavens Thunder Prison was the most powerful direct attack skill among the 9 unparalleled secret skills of the Xianxia Palace. That was why Sergio had chosen to learn the 9 Heavens Thunder Prison as his second unparalleled secret skill. If Xander hadn't boosted his cultivation by burning blood, he could still resist. After all, he knew the skill too. If worst came to worst, he could also unleash the 9 Heavens Thunder Prison to counterattack. But now, the cultivation gap was too large. He couldn't possibly withstand the Thunder Prison. Once the Thunder Prison descended, 10 lives wouldn't be enough for him. Burning blood. Since the path to enhancing cultivation by burning blood has been cut off, rumble. With the roar of thunder, bolts of lightning fell like a violent storm. The Thunder Prison descended. Silence for a moment. Sergio slowly lifted his head. I haven't transformed into a dragon for many years. You have schemed so meticulously for this battle, but alas, no amount of schemes can match absolute strength. Rumble. Xander roared amidst the thunder. Arrogance. Sergio smiled and leaped up. Instantly, The surrounding spiritual energy was devoured by him. Even the great array on the life or death platform rippled due to his devouring. In half a breath, the falling bolts of lightning suddenly paused mid-air. Roar! Sergio leaped again. A dragon's roar echoed. Ripples rapidly spread. Sergio's figure vanished, replaced by a dragon. A true dragon form. The lightning is like instinct to me now, said Sergio, who had turned into a dragon, looking up at the thunder. The bolts of lightning surged towards Sergio but did not cause him any harm. Then, with a wave of Sergio's hand, the skyward bolts of lightning suddenly exploded upwards. As a true dragon, he directly seized control over the lightning from Xander. Xander's face changed drastically while still grinning wickedly. He screamed, "Impossible! This can't be." Unfortunately, it was the truth. The reversed lightning instantly engulfed Xander. Outside the life or death platform, at the foot of a mountain, Jared leaned against a tree, watching the life or death platform in the sky. Watching Sergio transform into a dragon. Kill him. Kill him. True dragon. Rumored true dragon lineage. Indeed, it's a true dragon lineage, having the strength of a second-level Earth Spirit Realm cultivator at a second-level primordial martial realm level. If I can obtain his body, I will surely return to the world. A pottery jar silently appeared on his chest. Jared unconsciously shrunk his neck and whispered, "His current aura is terrifying. I feel that even an Earth Spirit Realm might not be his match." The voice from the jar continued, "Remember the secret skill I taught you? Yes, that secret skill will surely restrain his dragon form." Jared nodded. "I will find the right opportunity. Inside Shimming Palace, do not reveal yourself. The elders of Shimming Palace are not simple. If they discover your true identity, it would be troublesome. Soon, old man, I can't hold on much longer. If I can obtain his body, I can use his lineage to return to the world, and I can also cleanse your current lineage and let you gain the true dragon lineage." The pottery jar quietly disappeared. Jared continued staring at the sky. Grade 9 heavenly bloodline. Indeed terrifying. This is your ultimate trump card, huh? Now he understood why Shimming Palace valued Sergio so much. His bloodline burst forth, allowing a second-level primordial martial realm to have the might of an Earth Spirit realm. Secretly, he felt fortunate that the one facing Sergio wasn't him. There was also a hidden expectation. The existence in the pottery jar taught him an unparalleled secret skill that purportedly restrained dragons the most. He had never used it in front of anyone before, only wondering if he ever faced Sergio, whether it would work as the entity in the jar claimed. It should work. In the grand hall of the sect, numerous elders returned to the hall after dispersing. They stood there, looking towards the direction of the life or death platform, their eyes filled with shock. Unknown time passed. Irvin Feng asked, "Did Irvin have such might back then?" Jamar's gaze was heavy. In this state, an ordinary second-level Earth Spirit realm would probably not be his match. Dax narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone neutral. However, his consumption is astonishing. This is a life-risking technique by burning his bloodline. What a pity, Xander prepared for this battle for so long, calculating every reaction of Sergio, but never anticipated Sergio's combat prowess after burning his bloodline. Darren smirked, "Our Shimming Palace occupies a quarter of the eastern region's territory. What treasures don't we have?" At his current level, even if he transforms into this dragon form daily, our palace can restore and strengthen his foundation. Dax glanced at Darren, then turned his head. "Elder Xianxia, are you going to intervene?" He is fighting using his burning bloodline. And now Sergio has transformed into a dragon, controlling all the lightning. Retribution is upon him. He'll be utterly destroyed within 2 breaths. Xiaoxian looked at Darren. A flicker of indecision flashed across Darren's eyes. Xander is going to die. Without external intervention, he'd be dead within 2 breaths. Regardless of how arrogant Xander was, he was an exceptional talent in Shimming Palace. Beneath Sergio, and the potential of the 9-headed soul-devouring python was astonishing. Honestly, he didn't want Xander to die. But Sergio, their relationship was irreconcilable. To save or not. Silently for a moment, Darren raised his head. "Elder Xiaoxian, though you were not a good mentor, Xander ultimately made countless contributions to our Shimming Palace. Can you make him swear to let bygones be bygones?" In the end, he chose to save Xander. Not only was he Sergio's master, but also the deputy master of Shimming Palace. If Xander could swear, he could also choose not to investigate further. Xiaoxian did not speak. Her figure vanished, answering with action. Davis 4 death platform. Sergio, transformed into dragon form, bathed quietly in the lightning. His dragon eyes piercing through the lightning. He saw Xander, torn apart by his unleashed lightning, his flesh mangled beyond recognition. Within 1 breath, his body and soul would cease to exist. "This battle is yours." Xiaoxian's voice sounded. Immediately, a gentle force rose, dispelling all the lightning. Even in his current dragon form, Sergio felt that his strength was no less than an earth spirit, yet under that force, he still felt insignificant. Chapter 287, Xander's death. With Owen's voice, a gentle force suddenly entered the formation and shattered the sea of lightning. Sergio immediately felt it. Even in his current state, which was no weaker than an earth spirit, he still felt very small in comparison to that gentle force. Owen was not an earth spirit elder of the Dark Abyss Palace, but an elder at the Martial Emperor realm. Or perhaps, among the elders standing in the Grand Hall earlier, only 1 or 2 special ones were at the Earth Spirit realm, while the rest were all at the Martial Emperor realm. It was these Martial Emperor elders who had established the supreme reputation of the Dark Abyss Palace. Sergio did not transform into human form and whispered, "Is this move by Elder Owen appropriate?" Even though his voice was low, it still reverberated like a muffled thunder under his dragon body. Owen did not speak, but slowly descended onto the platform. Xander also fell from the sky and lay on the ground. The smell of blood spread continuously. Xander's voice was hoarse, "Emma, master." Owen looked at Xander, and then at Sergio in his dragon form. He then softly said, Deputy Palace Lord orders that if you swear to put aside all hatred, this matter will be let go. Sergio's eyes narrowed, and he remained silent. This was the intention of daring. So, if Xander truly swore an oath, whether he died or not wouldn't be important. Lying on the ground, Xander opened his mouth but couldn't speak. He naturally understood. Swear an oath to live, or not to swear to die. Davis or death, he must choose for himself. Around the Davis death platform, numerous Dark Abyss Palace disciples gathered to watch the battle, exchanging glances. Although most people maintained their calmness, there were still some voices that couldn't help but rise spontaneously. Isn't this the Davis death platform? Indeed, remember last time when Sergio fought with someone here, neither of them died. Is it going to be the same this time? What kind of Davis death platform is this? Lower your voice. Do you not want to know who the opponents of Sergio were? The sect would never let them die. That's right. Do you think they are like us insignificant people? Whispers rapidly spread. Although the sound wasn't too loud, due to the cessation of the formation after Owen entered the Davis death platform, the two people who had just been fully engaged could hear everything clearly. Sergio didn't say anything. Whether last time or this time, he was always the victor. But Xander somehow found the strength to force the operation of his spirit energy, stood up, and instantly, the smell of blood intensified, blood gushed out, turning him into a horrifying blood-covered figure. If an ordinary person saw Xander now, they might be scared to death. After standing up, Xander looked around and saw that apart from a very few subordinates showing worry and concern, most people seemed to be pointing at him mockingly. They all seemed to be mocking his recklessness. Blood flowed even more recklessly. After silence came the explosion. Xander suddenly looked at Sergio. Bloodline. I am unwilling. If it weren't for the bloodline, how could I have lost this battle? I cannot accept this. By the end, he was roaring with all his might. Do you still want to fight? Sergio transformed back into human form, his eyes cold. Although his current state wasn't good either, and his face was pale due to the burning of his bloodline transforming into a dragon, he was still far better off than Xander. Without mentioning other things, Xander was barely able to use spirit energy, while Sergio still had the strength to fight. Seemingly unaware, Xander asked in a low roar. On what grounds? I have done countless favors for the sect, and you have just joined. On what grounds? Owen's brows slightly furrowed. Sergio's eyes subtly turned colder. With Darren's tacit approval, if Xander swore an oath not to be an enemy, he could spare Xander. But with Xander's current attitude, Elder Owen indeed had extraordinary power, but he could not match Darren. Did he really think Sergio wouldn't dare continue? Given his current attitude, even if Sergio continued, Darren wouldn't intervene. As if sensing Sergio's thoughts, Xander's terrifying face suddenly showed a crazy smile. Haha, my blood relatives died by your hand, and now I end up like this? The sect is unfair, heaven is unfair. Rumble. A thunderclap sounded, bringing an extremely oppressive feeling. That feeling was everywhere, making everyone feel as if their necks were being squeezed by something, and they would be crushed to death with just a little force. In an instant, everyone present looked up at the sky. There was no thunder in the sky, but the faces of those on the Davis death platform tightened, while the spectators revealed faint fear. Even Owen showed a hint of unease. No one knew if heaven existed. Ordinary people could curse heaven every day without any consequences, but cultivators like Sergio could not. Just like how an ordinary person's vows, whether kept or broken, didn't cause significant issues. A cultivator's vow, however, must be kept, because if it wasn't, the vow would come true. Ordinary people could complain about heaven's unfairness, but cultivators could not. That thunderclap wasn't cast by anyone here or in the Dark Abyss Palace. Rather, it was issued by the perhaps non-existent heavens. Haha, the sect is unfair, heaven is unfair. It's just a matter of death. What do I fear? Today's fate will be yours tomorrow. I'll wait for you in the netherworld. Xander looked up at the sky and laughed madly again. With that, his inner spirit energy began to circulate, shattering his heart meridians. Sergio suddenly retracted his gaze. Xander committed suicide. His breath stopped. The oppressive feeling disappeared. The cold light in Sergio's eyes faded as he looked at the dead body lying on the ground, a complex expression emerging. As he delved deeper into the Dark Abyss Palace, he initially thought Xander might have acted out of jealousy, finding reasons to continually provoke him. But now, despite having the chance to live, he chose death. With Xander's death, the position of Bryson became easily attainable. What should have been a happy event now left him with no joy, only a complex and indescribable sentiment. Deep down, a sense of loneliness emerged. Sigh. With a sigh, Owen waved and vanished, taking Xander's body with him. This battle ends with Sergio's victory. Disperse. Elder Matthew also regained his senses and his stern voice echoed everywhere. The observers gradually dispersed. What did Xander mean before he died? I heard through grapevine that senior brother you had a younger brother who died at Sergio's hands years ago. Really? Such a secret exists? Don't talk about it. Let's go. After today, brother Sergio will be our Dark Abyss Palace Bryson, equal in status to the elders. Poor senior brother you. People watching left one by one, quickly disappearing almost entirely. Today's events were significant, and they needed time to digest it all. Chapter 288. Ascending as the Holy Sun. Selecting a day for the ceremony. Due to Elder Matthew Yan's stern words, those who had come to watch the battle quickly dispersed, nearly all gone. Among those who hadn't left yet were only a few disciples of no lesser status than Sergio, such as Landon Jujun and Edie. The place seemed deserted, evoking a sense of desolation. Seeing this, Sergio shook his head, dismissing the various thoughts in his mind. He smiled at Edie below, and then flashed forward, flying towards the sect's main hall. At the main hall, the hall remained the same as before. Inside the hall, it appeared that apart from Owen's absence, everyone else was present. Seeing Sergio enter, many elders greeted him with smiles. However, Grand Elder Ernie did not show any joy. He merely squinted his eyes and stared at Sergio intently. Sergio maintained his composure and bowed. Greetings to all elders and master. No need for formalities, Kevin said with a smile. Then he looked at the others. The duel is over. From today onward, Sergio shall be our Xianxia Palace's holy son. Any objections from the elders? No one spoke up but simply smiled, clearly having no objections. After witnessing the might Sergio displayed during the transformation into a dragon, even some lower-ranking elders who had no right to enter the hall might not stand a chance against Sergio. Who could object? Kevin stood up. Proclaim it. From today onward, Sergio ascends as the holy son. Choose an auspicious day for the ceremony and inform all four corners. Proclaim it. From today onward, Sergio ascends as the holy son. Choose an auspicious day for the ceremony and inform all four corners. Proclaim it. From today onward, Sergio ascends as the holy son. Choose an auspicious day for the ceremony and inform all four corners. Supported by spiritual power, Kevin's voice spread rapidly and soon echoed throughout the entire Wuxia mountain range within the Grand Array's amplification. Edie, still lingering around the life and death platform, revealed a beautiful smile and floated back towards Tongxian Peak. Zhu Jun and Elton exchanged glances, their eyes filled with complexity, and they each dispersed. The position of Holy Son was set. From now on, unless Sergio committed unforgivable sins or stopped making progress in cultivation, no one else would dare lay claim to the position. In a hidden corner, proclaim it. From today onward, Sergio ascends as the Holy Son. Choose an auspicious day for the ceremony and inform all four corners. Hearing Kevin's voice, Jared squinted his eyes slightly. After a while, he lowered his gaze to his embrace. Xander is also nothing. What a pity. If I hadn't retreated earlier, perhaps I could have fought Sergio. Now, it seems he has become the Holy Son effortlessly. You are different from him. He relied on his own bloodline and talent, fearlessly showing himself. If you truly obtained the title of Holy Son, every action would be scrutinized by Xianxia Palace's higher-ups, which would harm you more than benefit you. A voice sounded from ajar. Jared smiled faintly and murmured, even if I retreated, Xander, though weak, made a valid point. Without achievements, I might not need to fight at all for him to gain the Holy Son title. Yet, his death isn't wasted. His final words will likely destroy Sergio's reputation. With careful planning, taking his life might be much easier. At Ernie Peak, Dax had already left the main hall and now stood atop Ernie Peak, gazing at the mountains and rivers, lost in thought. Father, Halston approached quietly. Dax fetched a chair and sat down. I knew you would come. Halston hesitated for a moment before whispering, Father, with Xander dead and Sergio now the Holy Son, why did you continue to oppose him in the main hall? Dax sneered. What? Does he dare to trample on my dignity? Why should I smile and court favor? That junior isn't worthy. I wouldn't dare, Halston hurriedly denied, then advised. Times have changed. You've seen Sergio's talent. There's no need for you to become sworn enemies. Palace Master Huangpu's lifespan is limited. Saint Acidi has a mysterious relationship with him. If Palace Master cannot advance further, once Sergio becomes powerful enough, he'll take over Xianxia Palace inevitably. You're quite old. Why create unnecessary enmity? Dax looked indifferent. So what? Halston was taken aback. Dax smirked. Not to mention whether he can really take over the palace. Even if he does, so what? Can he really punish me for some displeasure? Halston grew increasingly puzzled. Dax continued. Do you know why I didn't stop you from getting close to him? Halston replied helplessly. Because the conflict between you and him was a small matter, and getting close to him wouldn't involve Ernie Peak or anyone else. Indeed, although Dax had opposed Sergio before, apart from him, Halston always nodded to Sergio with a smile whenever they met. Not too intimate, but also not distant. Dax waved impatiently. Understand now? Even if he becomes the palace lord, by then, this old man will have retired. What do I have to fear? Go on, leave. Halston nodded, leaving with increasing reluctance. Dax gazed at the mountains and rivers again. Holy Son. Ha, even if I can't suppress you easily, I can still make things difficult. Just a junior. He had no intention of changing his stance. By the time Sergio grew strong, Dax would be nearing retirement. Making things difficult for Sergio now meant he couldn't retaliate later. Reflecting on the sweet thought, even Dax couldn't help but chuckle. At Justin Peak, Sergio muttered, Master, your disciple was not influenced by Xander's words. Originally, after leaving the main hall, Sergio returned to Justin Peak with complex emotions. Kevin, noticing this, worried about Sergio being affected by Xander's dying words, came to check on him. Kevin nodded. That's good to hear. Thank you for your concern, Master, Sergio bowed. Indeed, there was no impact. While he felt somewhat complicated and a bit dispirited, that was all. Given their feud, he couldn't have let Xander go, just as he couldn't have spared Billy near Shengyuan City long ago. Half a year from now will be the Holy Sun ceremony. Besides our subordinate minor sects sending congratulations, Xianxia Pavilion, Huangji Sect, and Immortal Mountain will send representatives to observe. Pausing, Kevin's expression turned solemn. Do not slack off because you've ascended to the position of Holy Son, understand? Sergio responded earnestly. Rest assured, Master. I understand the importance. On the day of the ceremony, I won't disgrace the sect. While speaking, Sergio reflected on Xianxia Pavilion's formidable prodigy whose bloodline matched his own, and Huangji Sect and Immortal Mountain's prodigies, if they were still the ones from Feng Davising's secret realm. If so, he wasn't afraid. While the Huangji Sect prodigy might pose a minor challenge, the sibling pair from Immortal Mountain posed no real threat to him. Only the prodigy from Xianxia Pavilion. Translation ends here, following the style and tone of the original text. Chapter 289. Master and disciple discuss the remnant soul. Faced with Darren's instructions, Sergio responded solemnly, and recalled the three outstanding geniuses he had met in the wind spirit realm. After much thought, the only ones who posed a significant threat to him were the duo from the sky-cutting pavilion, the so-called heaven-appointed couple. Seeing this, Darren nodded slightly. There's one more thing. Starting today, you will move to the Azure Void Peak. If you continue to cultivate here, it will eventually become inconvenient. Wuxiang Peak has never belonged to Sergio. It was always Darren's place of cultivation. It's just that Darren is now responsible for matters at the Shimming Palace and thus doesn't stay at Wuxiang Peak. Now that Sergio has secured the position of Bryson, he should naturally go to the two special peaks within the Shimming Palace, Tongxian Peak and Qingming Peak, where only the Bryson and Saint daughter can enter. Currently, Tongxian Peak is where Edie cultivates, so obviously, he can only go to Qingming Peak. Of course, if Sergio wants to go to Tongxian Peak, it's not impossible as long as Edie agrees. Disciple understands, Sergio nodded lightly, feeling a touch of reluctance. He wondered how the formations on Qingming Peak compared, and how the spirit gathering effects measured up against those on Wuxiang Peak. Seeing Darren turn to leave, Sergio quickly spoke, Master, wait. Darren paused and turned back, revealing an inquisitive look. Sergio's eyes flickered. Those innocent people killed around the sect over the past few years, were they really done by Vlad? Darren pondered for a moment before saying softly, Your master remembers Elder Robert of the Tingfeng Hall asking Vlad about this matter separately in the main hall previously. If you're simply asking about this, your master would be very disappointed. Indeed, although no conclusions were drawn at the time, anyone who thinks carefully would know that Vlad is definitely involved. If Sergio couldn't discern this, then he would be too stupid. Sergio's eyes twinkled. Master, you don't know. I think, perhaps there was another person involved. Really? Darren suddenly became interested. The Shimming Palace had already concluded that Vlad was responsible for the killings and stopped the investigation, only sending Benishani to warn Vlad. Whether there were truly others involved, he was unsure. Sergio replied softly, Jared. Darren frowned slightly. I remember, Jared, and you seem to have some unpleasantness between you? Sergio denied it outright. Master misunderstands. Disciple is not accusing falsely. He could tell that Darren misunderstood, thinking he wanted to suppress someone he disliked now that he was Bryson. Seeing this, Darren's expression grew serious. Tell me. In Darren's view, this matter wasn't a big deal, just a few deaths of irrelevant people. In the Eastern Domain, deaths are numerous every day. What difference do a few more make? But if it involves a sect genius, the Shimming Palace nurtures geniuses like Sergio who think of the sect, not traitors plotting behind the scenes. Sergio whispered, Does Master remember my situation when I first came to the sect? Darren's expression was peculiar. Yes, at that time our Shimming Palace was holding a disciple acceptance ceremony, but some demons acted irresponsibly within our territory. Back then, Sergio was trapped in a pot with a remnant soul that made its host kill highly bloodline individuals continuously. The host wasn't too smart, killing in the midst of the gathering at the Shimming Palace's ceremony. This enraged the Shimming Palace, and an elder intervened, instantly killing the host, and Sergio was rescued. Sergio whispered, That pot was in Jared's hands. Darren showed a trace of realization. So, the secret technique was actually like this? Your master knows. The sect knows? Sergio looked up immediately. Darren originally didn't plan to say anything, but since Sergio was now Bryson, certain secrets could be revealed. He then changed his tone. Before the second trial began, Elder Jamar took Jared away from the hall. Do you know why? Sergio hesitated, then said uncertainly. At the time, Disciple didn't understand clearly, but after careful thought, given Jared's usual tactfulness, he shouldn't have been the first to return. Perhaps the sect suspected him of cheating? Darren nodded. Indeed, the sect suspected him. Elder Jamar took him away to get an accurate answer for the sect, and found out that someone indeed helped him. Who? Sergio looked up sharply. Seriously cheated? The remnant soul in the pot. After a pause, Darren sighed. According to Jared's confession, he accidentally obtained the pot years ago. Inside was a remnant soul of a martial emperor struggling to survive. His rapid advancement during the Bryson assessment was also due to the help of this remnant soul. Sergio raised his head abruptly. A martial emperor remnant soul? Master, did you misremember? How could I misremember such important matters? Darren responded uncommonly displeased. But I remember. Sergio couldn't help recalling being trapped in the pot. That remnant soul repeatedly claimed it was a celestial human realm. Darren asked again. Remember what? Sergio thought for a moment, then asked, Master, what is the celestial human realm? Darren's eyes narrowed immediately, and he remained silent, making one feel uneasy. After a long while, Darren finally spoke. Where did you learn about this realm? By accident, Sergio whispered. Who was Darren? Deputy head of the Shimming Palace. One moment he asks about a martial emperor remnant soul, the next moment he inquires about the celestial human realm. There are likely only about 100 people in the entire Eastern Domain who know what the celestial human realm is, and none of them were Sergio or other worthless individuals. After further contemplation, Darren slowly said, Do you know what realm your master is at? A restriction silently spread, sealing the entire Wuxiang Peak. Martial Emperor realm, Sergio answered instantly. He wasn't ignorant as when he first entered the Shimming Palace. Now he understood the unparalleled prestige of the Shimming Palace and the other three major sects, which relied on their numerous martial emperors. Above Yuan Wu was Earth Spirit, and above Earth Spirit was Martial Emperor. Even if Sergio transformed into a dragon, a Martial Emperor could easily crush him with a single slap, illustrating how powerful Martial Emperors are. Darren neither confirmed nor denied. Then do you know what realm is above Martial Emperor? Disciple does not know, Sergio nodded honestly. Above Martial Emperor is Martial Venerable, above Martial Venerable is Martial Sovereign, above Martial Sovereign is Celestial Spirit, and above Celestial Spirit is Celestial Human. Pausing, Darren said expressionlessly. Not to mention celestial humans, according to our Shimming Palace records, even martial sovereigns haven't been heard of in this vast eastern domain for tens of thousands of years. A face-to-face strike from a martial sovereign could instantly destroy the Shimming Palace, severing its legacy. Chapter 290. The Location of the Primordial Beast. Upon hearing the expressionless words from Nola, Sergio's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the so-called celestial being was truly so far beyond his reach? Even the Albert had the terrifying power to instantly obliterate the profound nether palace. As for the celestial being, even if it were just a remnant soul, the title celestial being alone revealed its formidable nature. Nola suddenly looked towards the distant mountains and asked, is the sealed remnant soul in the clay pot truly a celestial being? Perhaps yes, Sergio wasn't sure. The remnant soul had been erratic, claiming to be a celestial being. Now, knowing the strength of celestial beings, he wasn't entirely convinced. Nola softly said, tell me everything you know. Sergio immediately began, Master. Initially, he recounted every detail of his confinement and encounter. Erratic remnant soul. Nola mused, lost in thought. After a long pause, he spoke with a cold gaze. According to the agreement among our eastern domain's 4 great sects, any newly designated Holy Sun must guard the coastline for 10 years. After the Holy Sun ceremony, I will dispatch Jared to go with you to slay it. Ah. Sergio looked puzzled. Seeing his confusion, Nola gazed over the land and mountains. There are 2 possibilities for the sealed remnant soul. First, it may indeed have once been a celestial being. Second, due to its madness, it could have misremembered its own cultivation level. Which one is it? Sergio asked urgently. No matter which, the origin of this remnant soul cannot be underestimated. Then, with a cold light in his eyes, Nola continued, it being sustained by blood and flesh, if it truly escapes, it would bring catastrophic disaster to our eastern domain. Jared has coexisted with this remnant soul and concealed the truth from the sect. Death is too lenient for him. Without hesitation, Sergio replied, then why not handle it yourself, Master? Nola whispered, the remnant soul in the clay pot has extraordinary abilities. It once vanished before Elder Jim's eyes. If I act, it might escape immediately. Once it disappears, it will surely cause future disasters. You catching it unawares offers a better chance of success. Remember, never mention the remnant soul again to anyone, not even in my presence. What he didn't say was, the palace master Emilio, whose lifespan is limited, is seeking ways to break through the martial venerable realm to extend his life. Even if the remnant soul isn't a celestial being, it possesses formidable means. If Emilio finds out, who knows what Emilio might do, or if he'd collaborate with the remnant soul. The remnant soul coveted Sergio's bloodline. He had cultivated Sergio for so many years, not for him to become some entity's sacrificial offering. He chose not to act personally not because he feared the remnant soul disappearing, but to avoid drawing attention and alarming the palace master. I understand. Seeing how serious Nola was, Sergio grew solemn. Nola nodded slightly and was about to leave when Sergio spoke again. Master, where can I find primordial realm beasts? To him, nothing could enhance his cultivation like hunting beasts of his same realm. If there were enough primordial realm beasts, he believed he could break through to the 9th level within a year. Nola paused. Primordial realm beasts. Why do you ask? Disciple wants to hunt beasts to temper myself. Sergio respectfully explained. Nola's eyes shifted, saying nothing. He didn't quite believe it. Given Sergio's talent, breaking through from the 1st level of primordial realm to the 2nd should take half a year, even with various resources. Yet, after visiting the mountain range, Sergio broke through to the 2nd level in just 2 months, stabilizing his foundation. Top-tier beasts in the Red Maple Mountain almost became extinct afterward. Now he was asking about beasts again. Nonetheless, Sergio was his disciple. Thus, Nola did not press further and simply said, in the Eastern Domain's mainland, there might be primordial realm beasts, but they are extremely rare. Sergio's expression changed. Mainland? So, primordial beasts live in the sea? He wondered if he could hunt numerous primordial beasts to break through to the 5th or 6th level before the hall event. But the mainland lacks them? Nola slowly replied, for humans, reaching the primordial realm means returning to one's true essence. Indeed, advanced cultivators possess profound strength, each movement embodying martial principles. Beasts who attain the primordial realm similarly regain their true essence and awaken intellect, rivaling humans. Ordinary beasts, no matter how spiritual, still follow instinct without restraint. But once they transcend the primordial realm, they gain wisdom, thinking like humans and becoming even more formidable due to their robust physiques. Humans dominate the mainland. So, upon reaching the primordial realm and gaining wisdom, beasts learn respect and discretion. Thus, intelligent primordial beasts leave the mainland for the sea, their domain, teeming with countless creatures. Some remain on land, close to the sea or hidden away. In short, aside from their appearance, primordial beasts differ little from humans. Cunning ones, especially foxes known for their trickery, may surpass human cunning. Regarding the coastal defense mentioned earlier, it dates back centuries. The sea teems with beasts. As humans, different beasts have different intentions. Some focus on cultivation, while others revel in bloodlust. Primordial beasts with intelligence cannot devour each other, per an agreement among the most powerful. However, bloodthirsty beasts still sneak attacks, targeting humans on land. With vast coastlines, beasts can easily come ashore. Human sects won't stand by idly against such actions. Long ago, the Eastern Domain had more than 4 major sections. Battles caused heavy casualties on both sides. Ultimately, strong humans and beast leaders agreed on terms. A defensive line was established. If beasts break through, stronger beings retreat, allowing beasts to feast. Otherwise, beasts can only come ashore at designated areas. Any violations result in severe punishment, regardless of whether humans kill them or beast factions execute offenders. The ancient defense line is where Nola sends defenders. Agreements help reduce unauthorized beachings. Violators are swiftly killed, even if they manage to return to the sea. Though not always perfect, just like humans, some beasts protect their own. The benefits outweigh the drawbacks. Chapter 291. The Fate of Former Holy Sons. The existence of the defensive line, once breached, leads to countless human warriors falling victim to demon beasts' ravages. History has recorded multiple instances where the defense line was penetrated. However, overall, the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. Upon learning this secret, Sergio's expression turned serious. Our Xuanming Palace hasn't had a holy son for many years. Could it be that they all perished by the seaside? Though he hadn't experienced it yet, he could tell from Darren's words how dangerous the seaside and the defensive lines were. Darren shook his head. In our Xuanming Palace's history, no holy son has ever died at the seaside. Then, Sergio scratched his head, revealing confusion. Before becoming a holy son, he never thought about it much. Now that he had taken on the role, and considering Palace Master Otto's lifespan was nearly over, he must have led the Xuanming Palace for several thousand years already. Could it be that besides the former Irvin, no one else ever qualified to assume the role of holy son? Darren's face showed a trace of reminiscence. Your teacher as well as the elders of the sect were also once holy sons of the Xuanming Palace. Apparently, while the position of holy son is the heir to the palace master, if the previous master does not die or abdicate, and the holy son lacks the strength to control the Xuanming Palace, then, after holding the position of holy son for a long time, they would resign and become an elder. Formerly, Darren was also a holy son. Unfortunately, Otto did not step down, and he did not wish to remain in the position either. Thus, he became an elder and eventually rose to the deputy palace master position. Some might say that the position of holy son is equivalent to that of an elder. Staying as a holy son wouldn't be a loss since the benefits are the same. However, reality was different. A holy son holds a status equal to that of an elder, but there are two types of elders in Xuanming Palace, those at the Earth Spirit stage and those at the Martial Emperor stage. Their benefits differ significantly. Thus, once a holy son breaks through to the Martial Emperor stage, continuing in the position means still receiving only the benefits of an Earth Spirit elder. Only by changing their status to elder can they receive the due benefits of a Martial Emperor. This principle applies equally to Sergio and Edie. If their cultivation reaches the Martial Emperor stage and Otto still does not abdicate, unless they defeat Otto, they would have to serve as elders. However, Sergio's generation differs from Darren's era. Otto's lifespan is nearly depleted. Indeed, Sergio displayed understanding. It wasn't that there were no holy sons in the past, but rather, all those who couldn't defeat Otto ended up as elders. Thinking darker thoughts, perhaps when Darren and others stopped Otto from killing Irvin, they harbored some malevolent intentions. Focus on your cultivation and don't slack off. Darren nodded slightly, and his figure dispersed. Seeing this, Sergio pondered, then leaped away from Justin Peak. It was time to move. His possessions were all in his storage bag, so he didn't need to organize anything. He headed directly toward Qingming Peak. Qingming Peak, like Justin Peak, stood tall deep within the Wuxia mountain range. Clouds swirled around. After entering the peak and sensing its aura, although Qingming Peak was good, unfortunately, the density of spiritual energy was slightly inferior to Justin Peak. Though the difference wasn't much, it was still noticeable. Sensing for a while, Sergio looked into his storage space. Fortunately, my current benefits are different. Otherwise, serving as a holy son would have been a loss. Compared to his previous benefits, now Sergio held a 6th leaf rank, with more monthly cultivation resources, although these resources weren't really useful. Even before, with Darren backing him, he never lacked cultivation resources. And now, he still won't lack them. He could only accumulate more resources, and other benefits would also increase. An abundance of resources might seem indistinguishable, but the difference is significant. Previously, most of his resources came from Darren's private gifts. Now, even without Darren's aid, he could obtain sufficient resources. Before, Darren only provided him with cultivation resources, nothing else. Now, as a holy son, various benefits would follow suit. For instance, medicinal pills for healing wounds. Before, if he transformed into a dragon, wanting to restore his foundation, he had to rely on himself or Darren's treasures. Now, even without seeking help from Darren, the sect's benefits for the holy son would be enough for his recovery. By his estimation, with the holy son's benefits, he could transform into a dragon once a month without worrying about failing to recover his burned foundation and bloodline. If resources were accumulated, plus, not everyone deserved his full effort. Sergio's face showed a strange look. If I keep going like this, accumulating too much, transforming into a dragon might no longer be a desperate move but a regular killing skill. Shaking his head, he corrected himself. No, I can't calculate it this way. People like Eshan, Castor, and Thatcher need my effort as well. Previously, Sergio's foundation was too shallow. Hence, people like Eshan joined him because of the sect's hidden benefits and Darren's rewards in terms of resources. During the first trial, it appeared that Sergio didn't offer any benefits, but in fact, afterwards, Darren rewarded Eshan, Thatcher, and Castor. Even if Darren wanted Sergio to reward them, he had little valuable collection. Otherwise, why would high-level cultivators like Thatcher and Eshan waste time, joining him purely for the sect's hidden benefits? Now that he was a holy son with skyrocketing benefits, subsequent rewards could only depend on himself. Calculating further, how many resources he could accumulate remained uncertain. After some thought, forget it, time to cultivate. Sergio shook his head, suppressing his thoughts, and began meditating atop the peak. Since hunting demon beasts for improvement wasn't an option in the short term, he could only rely on intense cultivation. As Sergio began cultivating quietly, outside, waves of commotion broke out instantly. One of the 4 great sects, Xuanming Palace, was setting up a new holy son. Any force aware of Xuanming Palace's power couldn't remain calm. Though a holy son isn't guaranteed to succeed the throne, given the old age of the current palace master, this holy son had a greater than 90% chance of becoming the future leader of Xuanming Palace. Even if not, holy sons of the 4 great sects are all exceptionally talented. Even if they don't become the next leaders, breaking through to the martial emperor realm is assured. Xuanming Palace-affiliated sects and exceedingly powerful family forces started preparing all sorts of rare treasures as gifts for the inauguration ceremony. Yet, the 3 other major sects like Zhanbo Pavilion, would certainly bring gifts to maintain their dignity as part of the four great sects. However, when congratulating, they would arrive alongside more than just greetings. Chapter 292. Half a year in the blink of an eye. With news spreading that Sergio had been designated as the sacred son, different forces reacted in various ways. The Zhanbo Pavilion and the other three sects, despite being far from the Xianxia Palace, quickly received word and began preparing gifts. For these three sects, preparing gifts was only secondary. Their more meticulous preparations were for something else. Only the smaller and larger forces under the Xianxia Palace truly started carefully preparing what they considered valuable treasures as congratulatory gifts. Half a year is actually quite short. Some forces with only true martial realm strength, especially those far from the Wuxia mountain range, might not have enough time to reach the Xianxia Palace. Though brief, it wasn't rushed. Forces without proper qualifications couldn't enter the Xianxia Palace even if they wanted to offer congratulations. To gain entry to congratulate, one had to be at least at the essence martial realm level just to barely get in. Indeed, this was barely entry level. After presenting your gift at the palace gates, you could leave immediately. If you stayed, the Xianxia Palace would designate a place somewhere in the mountains, provide some spirit fruits as banquet items, but that would be the extent of it. Those wanting to attend the grand ceremony in person and offer personal greetings needed to have a ground spirit realm expert present to qualify. Azure Serenity Peak. At the mountain peak, Sergio sat cross-legged on the cliff's edge, with a gentle breeze brushing by. After an unknown amount of time, ripples appeared around him, a sight unseen by anyone. The green waves spread until they reached a certain limit, and his aura surged instantly. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes. Time flies. Another half year has passed. It had been 6 months since Xander's suicide. During this time, Sergio hadn't left Azure Serenity Peak, and through relentless cultivation, he barely advanced to the third stage of the essence martial realm. He could feel that without any extraordinary opportunities, following the normal path of cultivation, even with sect resources aiding him, he would need at least a year to break through to the fourth stage of the essence martial realm. Advancing past true martial to essence martial required exponentially more foundation. Without suitable places to hunt demon beasts, rapid progress like before would likely be difficult. After a moment, Sergio chuckled to himself. Essence martial lifespan spans 1,000 years. I am only in my mid-20s, no need to rush. In 2 or 3 days will be the grand ceremony. I'll go take a look. Even if he was anxious, it wouldn't help since there were no places to hunt demon beasts, and he could only cultivate slowly. Have we met you, sacred son? As Sergio descended from the peak to the foot of the mountain, 2 disciples there promptly bowed. Sergio asked softly, any significant changes recently? They thought for a moment and shook their heads. Not much change recently, though there are occasional frictions among the small forces coming to congratulate. Sergio's eyes narrowed. How many forces have arrived? For half a year, he had been immersed in cultivation, managing to break through just 2 days before the grand ceremony, unaware that people offering congratulations had already started arriving at the Xianxia Palace. They shook their heads again. Benicio-ite a few have come. The sect has temporarily built many houses in the plains area. Would you like to take a look, sacred son? They didn't know the exact number. I'll go take a look, Sergio thought for a moment, then leaped off towards the tiger back area of the Wuxia mountain range. In 2 or 3 days would be the grand ceremony. Forces staying in the accommodations all had ground spirit realm experts. He figured he'd meet them then, so looking ahead would help him familiarize himself beforehand. The 2 disciples didn't follow Sergio but continued guarding the foot of the mountain. After leaving Azure Serenity Peak, Sergio quickly reached the plain area. Previously, this plain almost had no courtyards, but now, with just one glance, Sergio saw rows of houses. Preliminary observation showed at least over 100. So many forces with ground spirit realm experts, Sergio couldn't help but show surprise. Continuing closer, once inside the courtyard area, Sergio hadn't yet visited any house when he heard cheers nearby. Good hit. I've been eyeing this kid from Blue Goat Sect. Yes, smack his face. Chaso Sect's failure. I bet 30 spirit coins on him losing, useless. Amidst the cheers and curses, Sergio quietly moved closer, blending into the crowd. Ahead, 2 young men were fighting fiercely. Their cultivation was, well, very good, both at the 8th stage of spirit martial realm. Watching the less than impressive battle, Sergio resisted the urge to point out numerous flaws and turned instead to ask, what's going on with them? He didn't know who he was asking, but with so many people, surely someone eager to gossip would answer. Indeed, just after he asked, a chubby person squeezed through the crowd. New here? Aries, don't push. If the seniors allowed, I'd beat you up. Amidst several shouts, the fatty finally reached Sergio. Yeah, I just got here. Sergio's mouth twitched slightly. The fatty suddenly sighed. Ah, same here. Can't find lodging in those courtyards due to arriving too late. Sergio felt even more puzzled. No need to pretend. You're like me, came too late and missed lodging. The fatty looked envious, or maybe jealous. Sergio felt more question marks pop up on his forehead. Why that expression? The fatty asked curiously. Sergio's mouth twitched. You didn't tell me why they're fighting? Their attacks are brutal, not like sparring. Do they have old grievances? Contesting for a courtyard. The fatty shrugged. Courtyard? Sergio glanced around the courtyard area. Initially, it seemed plentiful, but seeing the gathered crowds and people meditating on empty grounds, the courtyards now seemed insufficient. He withdrew his gaze, confused. Why fight over a courtyard? They weren't ordinary mortals. Whether or not they had a courtyard didn't matter much. At least, Sergio had trained on Azure Serenity Peak for half a year without even a thatched cottage. The fatty became incredulous. Where did you come from? Don't you know? Not really. Well, brother, what force are you from? Your attire doesn't seem to bear any sect emblem. Several people joined in, but someone answered, face value. The closer to the front, the better for the grand ceremony in a few days. With enough strength, everyone wants the advantage. Chapter 293, Arrival of Mount Immortal. Because of Sergio and Aries' conversation, many people gathered around to join in the fun. Someone also informed Sergio why these people were fighting over courtyards. Sergio's eyes flickered. Did it matter whether they could get close to the heart of the ceremony? It probably did. Although the grand ceremony was held for him, he had just finished cultivating and was still puzzled about the procedures. If he knew the process better, he would have prepared to see which forces were present and then ask about the ceremony's proceedings. He wouldn't have left Azure Mist Peak otherwise. I knew the Qingyang sect can't be relied upon. Useless trash. You actually lost? Haha, good fight. I won big. Hey, everyone. Let's settle the bets. A sudden uproar erupted among the crowd. Raising his head, Sergio saw an unfamiliar person miss a chance and be forced off by another stranger he didn't know. Subsequently, in the rear area of the courtyard cluster, residents of two courtyards began walking towards each other's residences, exchanging them openly. Soon after, two more strangers quickly entered the previously fought-over area. Several spots started shouting, "Bets accepted. 1 to 11 for Heavenly Net Hall?" Sergio watched with wide eyes. He felt like he shouldn't be here. What was the difference between this place and a bustling market? The first fatty he spoke to suddenly lit up. "Brother, hurry. Bet on Heavenly Net Hall." That man is said to have once tried breaking through to true martial realm. Though he failed, he's stronger than ordinary 9th rank spirit martial realm. The guy facing him is someone I saw a few days ago, still at 8th rank spirit martial. You're sure to win big if you bet on him. Before finishing, Ares dashed toward the shouting group with surprising agility. Immortal Mountain has arrived. Since you've emerged from seclusion, go to the mountain gate to receive them. Demetrius' voice echoed telepathically. Sergio, who had been doubting life, instantly snapped back to reality. Immortal Mountain had arrived already? In an instant, Sergio flashed away, becoming a streak of light heading towards the mountain gate. Ares, having finished betting, turned around and asked, "Brother, why?" Then his expression froze as he watched Sergio transform into a streak of light and soar into the air. After a brief pause, Ares regained his senses. How did I not see that earlier? Lost money. Definitely only an expert of the Dark Abyss Palace. Those without robes bearing the sect emblem are definitely internal experts. To be able to fly, he must be at the true martial realm. Not bad for someone so young. He truly lives up to being from Dark Abyss Palace. Who was that person? People around Ares all gazed in the direction Sergio left, their eyes filled with admiration or envy. At the mountain gate, when Sergio arrived, quite a few people were already waiting, led by Dan Peaks Dax's son, Halston. Seeing Sergio arrive, Halston nodded slightly. "Bryson." The other disciples bowed hastily. "Greetings, Bryson." Approaching, Sergio returned the bow. "Elder Song is also here to welcome them?" He initially thought it would just be him, or maybe a few disciples. But now, there was even an elder. Halston smiled, not discussing the conflicts between the four major sects, since grand ceremony hasn't begun and Mount Immortal has come early. Both the Holy Sun and I should greet them to avoid rudeness. Not arriving precisely on time, clearly showing goodwill. Mount Immortal being like this, Dark Abyss Palace naturally couldn't be impolite either. Sergio nodded lightly and asked, "Elder Song, having just come out of seclusion, where should I lead them when Immortal Mountain arrives? Are there any specific details?" Halston continued smiling. "Mount Immortal and our Dark Abyss Palace are both among the four major sections. Being guests here, it's best to lead them to Tranquil Peak. Tranquil Peak, a well-known mountain within Dark Abyss Palace, specifically used to host guests. While it wasn't often used, it was reserved for welcoming other three major sections. Only for significant events like the Holy Sun ceremony would such arrangements occur. Thus, although Sergio knew of Tranquil Peak, it hadn't immediately come to mind. They conversed further when a strong spiritual energy fluctuation arose. Both stopped speaking, looking up to see a massive flying boat approaching. Halston's eyes narrowed. Flying boat. Seems my previous guess was wrong. Mount Immortal isn't here with good intentions. Flying boats required large numbers of people, necessary only when many were traveling. If Mount Immortal didn't plan trouble, they wouldn't send many people. Only when planning mischief would they use flying boats with a large retinue. How to cause trouble was almost a tradition, selecting top disciples and challenging other sects during significant events or exchanges between the four major sections. Dark Abyss Palace did this often too. It was old news. Sergio stayed silent, viewing rather than commenting, ensuring no mistakes. Soon, the flying boat arrived at the mountain gate but didn't stop. Sergio keenly sensed an extremely violent power rise from it. What was the mountain gate? The mountain gate represented Dark Abyss Palace externally. Although just a frame, it marked the boundary of the protective formation surrounding the sect. Halston shouted, "Stop!" Sound waves rippled. A light from Halston's waist symbol shone, and a barrier rose. The protective sect formation activated. "Haha, haven't been here for years. Almost forgot this is Dark Abyss Palace's mountain gate. Apologies." A laugh echoed from the boat. As the laughter rang out, the violent power from the flying boat instantly vanished, and it disappeared, replaced by dozens of figures landing in a formation from the sky. Their leader. Unfamiliar. Not the elder from last time. Halston thought for a moment and bowed slightly. "It's Elder Wong, greetings. Bryson, this is Mount Immortal's Jericho. His cultivation isn't the highest, but reportedly, with 2nd rank Imperial Martial strength and powerful bloodline, he rivals 3rd rank Imperial Martial. We should properly welcome Elder Wong." "Greetings, Elder Jericho." Sergio also bowed. His heart stirred. Tension was thick in the air. Despite Halston's respectful tone, calling him a senior while mentioning his less than high ranking seemed odd. Chapter 294. Admitting defeat and retreat. As Sergio bowed, his thoughts turned peculiar. When Halston spoke, it sounded respectful, but he mentioned that Sergio's cultivation wasn't exceptionally high. Was this a slight put-down? Looking at Jericho, whose eyes slightly narrowed, if someone from another place dared to speak so sarcastically to him, he would have slapped the person dead without hesitation to teach everyone a lesson about the unchallengeable dignity of a martial emperor. However, here, as a proud martial emperor, he would lose face by squabbling with Halston. Yes, mainly because this was the gate of the profound Nether Palace. Jericho's eyes twinkled as he sighed. The world now belongs to the young. Old as I am, Lawson, Davina, you two should mingle with your fellow disciples of the profound Nether Palace. Brother Su, Brother Song, said the duo who Sergio had encountered in the Wind Spirit secret realm before. Judging from their eyes, they seemed to have forgotten everything that happened back in the Wind Spirit secret realm. Their cultivation had greatly improved since then. From true martial 7th tier back then, they had all advanced to essence martial 2nd tier. Halston's eyes darkened instantly. Was he being addressed as brother despite only being at the Earth Spirit realm? Yet technically, there was nothing wrong. After all, both Lawson and Davina were considered holy sons and daughters in the Undying Mountain. Sergio interjected to smooth things over. Elder Song, Senior Wong and the others are guests. Why don't I lead them into the sect? Very well, Halston immediately nodded, directly ignoring Lawson and Davina. Even if they were holy sons and daughters of the Undying Mountain, they weren't from the profound Nether Palace. Acknowledging them would be a loss of face. A hint of amusement appeared on Jericho's lips as he slightly nodded toward the others. The group then walked straight into the profound Nether Palace. Not long after, they arrived at Tranquil Peak. Sergio stopped at the foot of the mountain. Senior Wong, there are many courtyards on this mountain peak. You can settle wherever you please. Jericho lightly nodded and led the group up the mountain. Sergio then spoke again. Brother Lawson, Miss Davina. Lawson and Davina stiffened. Sergio smiled. It has been many years since our parting in the Wind Spirit secret realm. By chance, I just broke through today, and my hands are itchy. Why don't we spar? Since they came to provoke, well, let's return the favor. Their expressions immediately darkened, especially Lawson's, which could almost drip water from how gloomy it became. They had come here for revenge from the Wind Spirit secret realm incident. But now, Sergio was already at essence martial 3rd tier. Back then in the secret realm, Lawson's cultivation was higher than Sergio's, but because of the bloodline suppression, he couldn't fight back. In contrast, Davina, unaffected by Sergio's bloodline suppression, could still exchange blows. According to their intelligence, Sergio should be at essence martial 2nd tier. They practiced diligently upon returning and learned profound secret arts from the sect. Lawson believed that by burning some foundation, he could temporarily overcome the bloodline suppression and still stand a chance. Davina was even more confident. But now, seeing Sergio had broken through to essence martial 3rd tier, how could they fight? Still, these two weren't ordinary people. Soon, Lawson regained his composure. Sorry to disappoint Brother Su. A few days ago, my sister and I made a mistake during practice, and I'm injured, so it's inconvenient for me to move. That's too bad. Well then, I shall take my leave first. If Brother Lawson needs anything, feel free to ask any of my fellow disciples nearby. Sergio's smile grew wider. Lawson nodded. Sure. Farewell. Sergio's smile widened as he turned to leave. Damn. After he was far enough, Lawson revealed his irritation. Lawson was naturally quite irascible. If he weren't feeling outmatched, he wouldn't have held back. Jericho watched Sergio's retreating figure, narrowing his eyes before muttering, all right, for this grand ceremony, our Undying Mountain will simply act as observers. Don't provoke anyone from the profound Nether Palace in the coming days. Agreed. The others from the Undying Mountain nodded. According to their plan, these elites from the Undying Mountain were supposed to challenge disciples of the profound Nether Palace, leading to some fights. Unfortunately, plans didn't keep pace with changes. With Lawson and Davina clearly not matching up to Sergio, if they provoked, Sergio would undoubtedly retaliate, leaving the Undying Mountain humiliated. So it was better to be mere spectators. At the entrance, seeing Sergio return, Halston asked immediately, are the Undying Mountain dealt with? Sergio laughed. Lawson and Davina aren't my match and have chosen to avoid combat. As long as they don't break through these few days, the Undying Mountain shouldn't cause trouble at this ceremony. Halston's eyes narrowed. Then only the Heaven-Slashing Pavilion and Imperial Extreme Sect remain. Sergio asked softly, what is Dusty's current cultivation? Halston's expression grew grave. Essence Martial, 4th tier. Sergio's pupils constricted. How did he advance so fast? His own rapid cultivation speed was due to his hidden trump card. But how did Dusty progress so quickly? Halston shook his head. I don't know. According to the Davistiner Hall, after leaving the Wind Spirit secret realm, he went to the seaside. A year ago, when he returned to the sect, he was already at Essence Martial 4th tier. Recalling Dusty's fighting style in the Wind Spirit secret realm, Sergio felt confident as long as he avoided close combat. If worst came to worst, he could always transform. Given his status, supplies to restore his foundational bloodline weren't lacking. Thinking this, Sergio asked again, what about the predestined couple from the Heaven-Slashing Pavilion? Halston thought for a while and laughed. No information. According to the Davistiner Hall, they seldom stay at the Heaven-Slashing Pavilion, spending most of their time traveling outside. Still, although they're a threat, you don't need to worry too much. Just unleash your full potential if needed. I hope so, Sergio couldn't help sighing. The couple from the Heaven-Slashing Pavilion was extremely troublesome, and the profound Nether Palace had deep-seated enmity with the Heaven-Slashing Pavilion. He hoped those two would slow down. Halston tried to comfort Sergio but didn't know how to say it. After all, he hadn't met the so-called destined couple personally and knew only hearsay, whereas Sergio had faced them before and thus found them truly formidable. After pondering, Halston changed the topic. By the way, when I triggered the Great Protective Array earlier, I noticed your token couldn't connect with the array. Have you not had time to replace your token after being in closed meditation? Sergio took off the token from his waist and laughed. I was too engrossed in cultivation and haven't replaced it yet. Yes, previously he didn't wear the sect attire because he hadn't replaced it yet. As a Bryson, it was 6 leaves. His current attire remained the 5-leaf True Disciple garb from before. Dax suggested, the Heaven-Slashing Pavilion and Imperial Extreme Sect might arrive later. Bryson, you might as well replace your items first, especially the token. It can temporarily connect to the protective array here, which will help in case of emergencies. Chapter 295. Both sects arrive. Since the Zhanbo Pavilion and Huangji sect had yet to arrive, Dax indicated that Sergio should first go change into the exclusive attire and tokens befitting a holy son. Since that's the case, I'll head to Justin Peak first. Elder Song, please continue waiting here. Sergio did not refuse. No problem. After a brief exchange, Sergio's figure flashed as he retreated deeper into the mountain range. Dax retracted his gaze and closed his eyes to rest. The Shengyuan Palace disciples following him remained focused straight ahead. Although they longed to speak, with an elder present, they dared not slack off. Justin Peak. Upon arriving at Justin Peak, Sergio did not immediately enter. Instead, he bowed at the foot of the mountain. Disciple seeks an audience with master. A moment later, Darren teleported from the main hall to Justin Peak. Your handling of the immortal mountain encounter was commendable. Sergio wasn't arrogant. I was fortunate to have just broken through. Otherwise, Kirk Aloysia wouldn't have retreated so easily. Breaking through is breaking through. There's no such thing as luck. Pausing, Darren tossed a spatial ring toward Sergio. Keep it well. With Sergio's divine sense, he instantly refined it, despite the absence of any imprint. Inside were not many cultivation resources, just a few sets of green and black clothing and a jade pendant similar to the token he already wore around his waist. The design of the new attire was no different from before, except for the emblem on the chest, which changed from 5 leaves to 6. As for the token, since Sergio wasn't proficient in formations, he didn't notice any differences. Interestingly, this spatial ring had more storage space than the one he currently possessed. He couldn't get enough of such storage items, so he slipped the ring onto his finger discreetly. Then, he took out a set of green clothes and put them on. Moments later, as soon as he donned the attire, Sergio suddenly looked up. High-grade spirit weapon? Only then did he realize that the Holy Sun's uniform wasn't merely clothing but also a high-grade spirit weapon. Speaking of which, all Shengyuan Palace uniforms weren't ordinary garments. Certainly, their grade wasn't high. Both outer and inner gate uniforms were mundane weapons, offering negligible defense for cultivators with higher levels. Even when Sergio was at the 5th leaf stage, his palace uniform remained a mundane weapon, though it was a high-grade one, providing some defense. Unexpectedly, the Holy Sun's uniform, with only 1 leaf difference, transformed from a high-grade mundane weapon to a high-grade spirit weapon. Above high-grade spirit weapons came low-grade divine weapons. Avril, Sergio's saber, was truly only a low-grade divine weapon. To be blunt, with Sergio's current cultivation level and this high-grade spirit weapon uniform, without a divine weapon, most opponents' attacks would fail to penetrate its defenses, even if enhanced by spiritual energy. The palace has many 5th leaf disciples, but the Holy Sun and Holy Daughter are unique, hence the difference, said Darren after a pause. He shook his head again. Although familiarizing oneself with the archives is necessary, you don't need to spend all your contribution points there. Shengyuan Palace did have defensive items at the spirit weapon level. Sergio just had an exchange for them. Now with Avril for offense and the palace uniform for defense, I don't need other external items, Sergio responded after a moment of thought. Darren smiled but said nothing, dissipating like a breeze. With the Holy Sun ceremony approaching, Sergio was free, yet he wasn't idle. Many forces were sending congratulations, and those entering the core area of the tiger-lying mountains were major powers under Shengyuan Palace, each having earth spirits. There were frequent clashes among them. He needed to monitor the situation to ensure it stayed under control. Sergio left directly, returning to Qingming Peak to refine the palace attire, ensuring he could instantly activate its defensive properties with a mere thought. For a primordial martial realm cultivator, refining a spirit weapon wasn't difficult. Within half an hour, Sergio had thoroughly refined it. Next, he carefully examined the newly obtained token. He immediately sensed the difference. Compared to the previous token, this one now included an additional function. It could connect to the palace's protective array. He could feel that, while within tiger-lying mountains, he could use his spiritual energy to communicate with the protective array via the token, though he couldn't fully control it. However, he could partially activate the array's power. If used against enemies, even slightly, it would be enough to kill an earth spirit. Reflecting for a while, Sergio shook his head. Inside the palace, I don't need it, and outside, it's useless. Inside Shengyuan Palace, there was no need to activate the array, and outside. Even if he wanted to, how could he control an array he wasn't within? It was quite impractical. Continue waiting at the gate. Muttering, Sergio flashed toward the gate. Huangji sect and Zhanbo Pavilion hadn't arrived yet, so he still had to wait according to protocol. 2 days later, less than half a day before the ceremony officially began, at the entrance of Shengyuan Palace, Sergio and Halston sat meditating. Suddenly, Halston opened his eyes. They finally came. I thought they'd wait until the last minute. Sergio also opened his eyes, spotting a giant sword and a flying boat rapidly approaching from the horizon. They must have arrived earlier but waited afar until now to approach. We both waited. It doesn't matter, Sergio stood up. Soon, the giant sword and flying boat approached the gate. Similar to a mortal mountain, they emitted huge spiritual energy fluctuations, seemingly unaware they'd definitely be stopped. Halston shouted instantly, "Stop!" His token surged with energy. Sergio, with a thought, connected the token to the protective array, intensifying the barrier's light. We've actually reached the entrance of Shengyuan Palace. Old age made me forget. 2 rather surprised voices sounded. If it weren't for the wrong timing, someone straightforward might have asked if they were blind, missing so many people waiting here. The giant sword and flying boat dissipated, leaving dozens of figures descending before the gate. Taking a look, Sergio raised an eyebrow. Familiar faces. Leading the Zhanbo Pavilion delegation was Mario from the Wind Spirit Secret Realm. The Huangji sect leader was unfamiliar. Halston slightly bowed. Greetings, Senior Su and Senior Fong. Then he turned to Sergio. Holy Son, you know Senior Mario from the Zhanbo Pavilion who joined us in the Wind Spirit Secret Realm. I heard there were some mishaps where Senior Mario seemed to have been bested by Elder Qin. Sergio's lips twitched. Did Halston come here specifically to rub salt in the wound? Chapter 296, Evading Battle? When Halston introduced Mario, Sergio's lips twitched. Previously, while introducing Jericho from the imperishable mountain, he had used sarcasm. Now, he was deliberately rubbing salt into old wounds under the guise of an introduction. He couldn't help but wonder if the sect specifically ordered Halston to do this, to mock and ridicule visitors as they entered. Was it to avenge the initial raid on Sky Severing Pavilion? As for Mario, anger flickered in his eyes, but quickly, he suppressed it, giving a forced smile. You have quite the memory. The disciples behind Mario from the Sky Severing Pavilion glared angrily. Halston smiled modestly and continued, Holy Son, and this senior from the Emperor Pole sect, Turner, is known to me as well. Davisk Senior Wong from Imperishable Mountain, his cultivation isn't very strong either. Instantly, the burly man leading the Emperor Pole sect group revealed fiery eyes. Glancing at each other briefly with Mario, they quickly suppressed their murderous intent. If this weren't the entrance of Xianxia Palace, they would have acted without hesitation. Sergio remained silent. Indeed, Halston's purpose here was clearly to stir trouble. No wonder 7 months ago, the sect especially instructed him to focus on cultivation, so as not to embarrass them during the ceremony. At this moment, even if Sky Severing Pavilion and Emperor Pole sect hadn't planned any trouble, they would certainly be provoked now. Indeed, when 4 major sects gathered, harmony was practically non-existent. After a pause, he looked towards the back of Mario and the others. These Reese realm beings didn't concern him. He wouldn't be facing them anyway. What worried him were the geniuses from both sects, those he might soon confront. First, his gaze landed on the predestined couple. Woman? Yes, completely harmless, merely Jinwu 9th rank. He could defeat her blindfolded. Man. Huh. Sergio's pupils constricted slightly. Yuan Wu 3rd rank. How did this person cultivate? He remembered that inside the mystic realm, this person was 4 ranks below him. After leaving the mystic realm, because of demonic symptoms, he only delayed cultivation by a little over a year. Yet this person caught up with him? He barely broke through 2 days ago. If he hadn't broken through then, wouldn't that mean he wasn't as advanced as Larry? Trouble. Feeling heavy-hearted, Sergio glanced towards the Emperor Pole sect area. He immediately saw Devin grinning at him, clearly displaying Yuan Wu 4th rank. Another trouble. Meanwhile, Larry watched Sergio, also frowning. While Sergio viewed him as a major problem, wasn't it the same for him? Dax, unaware of this, tilted his head. Senior Su, why are the Sky Severing Pavilion disciples' cultivation levels rather low? After speaking, Dax looked guilty. Sorry, I forgot. Several years ago, Sky Severing Pavilion suffered a significant loss during the Wind Spirit Mystic Realm. Many people died, and it's said that middle-ranking elites were buried within. Creak, creak, creak. Mario's body trembled, purely out of anger. The elder originally leading the Sky Severing Pavilion delegation was someone else. He volunteered due to the past Mystic Realm tragedy, intending to wash away the humiliation. Seeing this, Halston quickly changed the subject. Holy Son, now that Sky Severing Pavilion and Emperor Pole sect have arrived, let's not waste time. We should bring them into the sect? He couldn't risk further provocation, or Mario might act despite being at Xianxia Palace. The difference between Reese and D. Davising realms was minimal, yet extremely terrifying, similar to the gap between Sergio and ordinary people who haven't cultivated. Fine, elders, everyone, please follow me. Sergio made a gesture to lead them forward, activating the formation. Let's proceed. Mario's face resumed normalcy as if nothing happened. There were no unexpected incidents along the way, smoothly leading Mario and others to Tranquil Peak. This time, Sergio didn't speak first. Devin from Emperor Pole sect invited a battle without hesitation. Brother Su, I've heard your strength has significantly improved. Also, I gained some progress recently. How about we spar? Sergio's eyes flickered and he shook his head. Are you afraid, Brother Su? Devin laughed loudly. Retreated Imperishable Mountain disciples silently appeared on the hillside, observing the mountain foot. Although the distance wasn't close, every individual there possessed Jinwu cultivation. Without hiding, anyone could clearly see via spiritual sense. Sergio glanced sideways at Larry and smiled. We will meet during the ceremony. While he considered Devin a serious opponent, Larry was a greater threat. Fighting Devin now would allow Larry to study his techniques. Better to fight both at once during the ceremony, not giving them a chance to analyze his methods. Devin didn't get angry. During the ceremony works. Brother Su, let's settle this. Whether today or the day of the ceremony, it made no difference. After all, the ceremony was tomorrow and it was already nightfall. Waiting just half a day meant more prestige defeating Sergio amid gathered powers. Fine, Sergio nodded slightly and left. Turner whispered, confident in defeating him? Devin's eyes flashed, thinking deeply before shaking his head. He gives me a dangerous feeling. 20% chance to win, 50% to tie, 30% to lose. Turner frowned slightly, unsatisfied with the answer. After all, Devin's cultivation was higher. Still, he kept silent. Strength couldn't be forced. Mario also whispered, how confident? Hard to predict, Larry pondered and replied quietly. What does hard to predict mean? Equal strength. Then consider it a win. Mario's lips curled into a smile. After all, before Sky Severing Pavilion came Devin, who wasn't weak. Even if Sergio defeated Devin, he would pay a price. That's when Sky Severing Pavilion would attack, ensuring victory. Half a day later, morning at Blue Tranquility Peak Summit. A Xianxia Palace disciple guarding the foot of the mountain swiftly approached the peak. Holy Son, Deputy Palace Master, orders you to head to the Grand Hall. Sergio opened his eyes. Dawn rose in the east. He glanced at the sky, gave Tranquil Peak a concerned look, and flashed toward the main peak. Grand Hall. Entering, Sergio greeted. Master, elders. Sterling spoke. Today's ceremony, the process, although not complex, carried formalities. Primarily, worshipping Xianxia Palace's ancestors. Since it was no ordinary worship, it involved detailed procedures. Following the worship, announcements were made, praising past achievements and renewing vows. Just these steps took much of the day. After the announcements came martial demonstrations. Translation completed, maintaining the original tone, style, paragraph structure, and coherence with the previous content. Chapter 297. The Silver Mask. Even Reese has trouble seeing through. Following Nola's explanation, Sergio now had a clearer understanding of the grand ceremony's proceedings. Just the initial ancestral veneration and announcement took up most of the day. After the announcement came the martial arts demonstrations. Initially, these involved disciples from Xianxia Palace challenging the Holy Sun to showcase his superiority over peers. However, with the four major sects standing on equal footing, friction arose, leading to Holy Sons battling prodigies from other sects instead. After these three stages concluded, the grand ceremony would be nearly at its end. Strictly speaking, there were subsequent events, but by then, Sergio wouldn't need to participate, so it was reasonable to consider it near the end. Originally prepared to conserve energy for the combat, this process now seemed unavoidable. After a while, Hiroshi in the Daviscening Wind Hall suddenly said, "It's time to go to Buxiang Peak for ancestral veneration." Buxiang Peak was where Xianxia Palace's ancestors were buried. Those nearing the end of their lives went there to pass away. If someone died unexpectedly and left behind remains, they were also interred there. For those without remains, a memorial tomb was set up on Buxiang Peak. Of course, to have a grave there, one must have either contributed greatly to Xianxia Palace or attained at least Earth spirit realm before death. Sergio needed to personally pay respects only to ancestors who reached Reese level in life. For Earth spirit realm ancestors, he only needed to observe proper etiquette. For such a grand event, Palace Master Emilio did not appear, not because he didn't want to, but because many thought he should rest given his limited lifespan and internal injuries possibly worsening. As they say, the one who knows you best isn't a relative, but an enemy. With the subtle relationships between the four major sects, the visiting elders like Mario and Turner clearly understood Emilio's situation. Thus, though mentioning him might seem oppressive, they pretended not to notice, not wanting Emilio to become unstable. Deep within Xianxia Palace, in an unknown cavern, whether underground or on the surface, there was nothing much to see except for a blood-red pool emitting misty vapors located in the center. Emilio sat beside the pool, facing a light screen that clearly projected Sergio, Nola, and others. Despite being old and frail as before, his aura felt different. On the screen, Sergio and the others appeared among countless graves, conducting worship. This clear projection from a distance was due either to Emilio's powerful cultivation or his use of Xianxia Palace's protective formation. Soon, an impatient voice echoed, "What's there to watch? You find this boring too, don't you, senior?" Following the voice, it became apparent that Emilio wasn't alone. Another figure wore a silver mask, a remarkable object even Reese-level divine senses couldn't penetrate. After some observation, Emilio waved to disperse the screen projection. "Indeed boring. I've experienced this dozens of times over millennia. It's no longer interesting." The masked person spoke again. "How many years have I been here? How much longer do I have to wait?" "Don't worry," Emilio paused, his eyes glinting with an unusual light. "At Yuanwu realm, one returns to the essence, able to act yet slightly lacking. When he reaches Earth's spirit, understanding rivers and mountains, comprehending all things, it will be the perfect time. Not only does success probability increase, but no losses occur. Why rush?" "You're right, senior." The masked person hastily apologized. Emilio suddenly ordered, "Silence." The masked person moved stiffly to stand against the wall like a wooden post. Moments later, Hiroshi's voice rang out nearby, reporting to the sect leader. Emilio's expression changed. "Ah, Hiroshi, come in." His demeanor reverted to that of a friendly old neighbor, not a high-ranking official. 3 breaths later, Elder Hiroshi entered through the passage. Scanning the area, he noticed the motionless masked person, an insignificant cultivator whose mask he couldn't penetrate with his divine senses. If elsewhere, Hiroshi might have wondered why such a weakling could possess a mask impervious to Reese divine senses. But this was Emilio's place of seclusion. Hiroshi asked, "Sect leader, who is he?" Emilio smiled, not answering. "How's the investigation? Were Jean Beau Pavilion's destined lovers truly orphans?" Hiroshi replied formally, "Yes, sect leader. I personally infiltrated Jean Beau Pavilion territory, confirming both are indeed orphans, their hometowns long abandoned." "Too bad," Emilio muttered. "What do you mean, sect leader?" Hiroshi looked puzzled. Emilio laughed. "Nothing. It's just sad how such prodigies lack family ties." Hiroshi didn't understand why orphan prodigies mattered, especially from a rival sect, but he kept silent and said, "Sect leader, the ceremony is nearly over. If you have no further instructions, I'll return to Buxiang Peak, lest Mario notices something amiss." Emilio agreed. "Very well, go." Leaving, Hiroshi glanced back at the masked person, speculating about his identity. Once gone, the masked person exclaimed, "That man's gaze was eerie. 2 looks, and I felt he knew everything in my mind." Emilio dismissed it. He's a great elder of the Daviscening Wind Hall. Such feelings are normal. Next time, avoid looking at him. Even with your mask, he might discern something you shouldn't reveal. Chapter 298. Congratulations with etiquette. The masked man's shock did not concern Emilio much. He simply gave an order, instructing that if Hiroshi were to return here next time, they should avoid eye contact with him to prevent any exposure. Or perhaps I should leave this place and go elsewhere. I always feel uncomfortable staying here. The masked man's eyes lit up. Emilio immediately barked, "No, I have said it before, this is Xianxia Palace. Except for my seclusion area, anything you do here cannot be hidden from anyone. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Do not fail at the last moment." After realizing he had been too harsh, Emilio softened his expression and spoke earnestly, "Last time, you left privately while I was meditating. If I hadn't discovered it in time, you would have caused chaos. Let alone other matters. You are not a disciple of Xianxia Palace. Entering and leaving its grounds, if If you accidentally touch something forbidden, you will trigger the Great Erase attack, leading to certain death. Fine, fine, the masked man muttered resentfully but said nothing more. In the Tiger-back region of Guiyuan Mountains, a newly built platform for the grand ceremony stood there. At the center of the platform, Sergio stood dressed flamboyantly. Kevin stood deeper within the platform, continually speaking in a formal manner, delivering highly procedural words. Even though this ceremony was held for Sergio himself, Sergio listened with a drowsy look. Opposite the platform, there were countless tables and chairs where many people sat upright. The front row seats were occupied by only 3 people, each representing the Xianxia Pavilion and 2 other sects. Behind them were representatives from smaller factions within Xianxia Palace territory. It was clear that the closer the table was to the front, the more precious the food placed on it was. The treasures belonging to the 3 major sects, if placed outside, would all cause bloody conflicts. For those who had encountered Sergio previously, their expressions now shone with excitement. If it weren't for the solemnity of the occasion, they might have already started discussing amongst themselves. After a long pause, Kevin declared, "Congratulations." By congratulations, it didn't mean much. It was just like a good omen for common people, allowing everyone to verbally present gifts. Immediately, one after another, Xianxia Palace disciples moved towards the banquet area, all of them being inner disciples. Soon, a Xianxia Palace disciple near Xianxia Pavilion shouted, "Xianxia Pavilion presents 3 teleportation talismans." What is a teleportation talisman? I've heard of displacement talismans, which can instantly transport someone over 1,000 miles when used by a spirit martial rank 7. But this teleportation talisman, I've heard that Xianxia Pavilion is comparable in power and territory to Xianxia Palace. They came specially to congratulate Sergio on this occasion. The gift from such a powerful force wouldn't be weak. Whispers quietly spread. Indeed, this was the old tradition. If Xianxia Palace or the strong ones didn't approve, who would dare speak, permitting the noise? It was because these forces had sent invaluable treasures, and shouldn't others envy them? At the center of the platform, Sergio, feeling drowsy, subtly lifted his head. Teleportation talisman. This item was no simple thing. He had used a displacement talisman before, which could instantly transport someone over 1,000 miles. One displacement talisman was akin to a life-saving charm. Teleportation talismans, however, if he still hadn't cared about the classics library before his battle with Irvin, he might not know about it. After the battle, with extra contributions, he visited the classics library and read records requiring contributions. Having read extensively, he naturally knew what teleportation talismans were. The function of a teleportation talisman was identical to a displacement talisman. The only difference was the distance. Displacement talisman, 1,000 miles instantly. Teleportation talisman, 10,000 miles in a flash. A displacement talisman required a spirit martial rank 7 user, while a teleportation talisman required an emperor martial rank. Similarly, with enough physical strength, the cultivation requirement could be slightly lowered. Otherwise, with a weak physique, higher cultivation was needed to survive the transmission without being annihilated. Xianxia Palace could draw such talismans, but few could, and the materials required were extremely precious. Even though Xianxia Pavilion clearly intended to cause trouble, during the congratulatory session, they did not hold back, unwilling to lose face as one of the 4 great sects. "No Fire Mountain sends half a zhang of wolf iron slaughter," shouted a person beside No Fire Mountain's seat. Wolf iron slaughter? Sergio tilted his head in thought. He hadn't heard of it, but it was undoubtedly precious. Huangji sect sends 3 essence snow spirit seeds. A Xianxia Palace disciple by Huangji sect's seat called out. Essence snow spirit seeds. Sergio knew about this item. According to the records in the classics library, it was unique to Huangji sect. Not that only Huangji sect had it, but apart from them, the entire eastern domain might see one appear every few hundred years. Its effect was simple, enhancing the body. According to the records, the first 3 seeds consumed had the most significant effect, greatly increasing physical strength. However, beyond the emperor martial rank, they were useless. Glancing around, Sergio suppressed his thoughts and muttered inwardly, "Indeed, I didn't need treasures in the past, but only items beneath my standards." Teleportation talismans aside, his cultivation wasn't high enough yet. Wolf iron slaughter, which he didn't know, naturally didn't interest him, but essence snow spirit seeds intrigued him. Unfortunately, he might not get them. Though these sects were now verbally presenting their gifts, the actual gifts had been sent long ago. This was merely announcing them during the congratulatory ceremony. Qingyang sect sends 1 spirit heart fruit. Flying Dragon City's Tong family sends an ultimate killing formation diagram for ultimate martial 9th rank. Cheso sect, representatives from other large and small forces also began to announce their gifts, which were quite precious. However, compared to Xianxia Pavilion and the other 3 sects, they paled. After nearly 15 minutes, the announcement of gifts gradually ceased. Deep within the platform, Kevin lightly shouted, "Martial demonstration." Boom boom boom. Deafening sounds erupted. Except for the 3 major sects and a few minor factions, most people hurriedly looked around. They saw Xianxia Palace disciples appearing in the sky, on the ground, and all sides, seemingly out of nowhere. Chapter 299, Martial Arts Demonstration. The deafening roar that erupted with the words of Darren caused most people to instinctively look toward the direction of the noise, while only a few remained calm. They saw many Xuanming Palace disciples appear out of nowhere in the sky and on the ground, from all directions. Some of these Xuanming Palace disciples stood atop mountains, others at the base of hills, some on plains, and yet others in the clouds, continuously beating drums. The drumbeats resonated through the vast expanse of the sky. On the high platform, Sergio's thoughts spun slightly. Finally, it was time for the martial arts demonstration. After the demonstration, he wouldn't have to go through this trouble anymore. In an instant, Sergio leaped into the sky, about 40 zhang away. With a slight bow towards the ground, he said, "Today, I, Sergio, will only demonstrate the Dragon Battle 8 Directions technique. Please appraise it, honored guests." Roar. The dragon's cry began, and a shadow of a dragon appeared. A 30-zhang-long shadow of a dragon emerged and immediately spewed a beam of light towards a distant mountain peak. Rumble. Upon contact, the beam instantly reduced the mountain peak to powder. Then, the shadow roared once more before dispersing. Sergio scanned the crowd below, where many guests and countless disciples of minor factions revealed extreme reverence. If that beam hadn't struck the mountain peak but them instead, they would likely have died instantly without any chance to react. Meanwhile, the leaders of some minor factions perked up internally. The highlight of this grand ceremony had arrived. Sure enough, after 3 breaths, in the silence, Devin of the Huangji sect slowly rose. If only Brother Su demonstrates, it might be too monotonous. Though everyone knew what was happening. Sergio still played along with a smile. What advice do you have, Brother Tuoba? If it's a martial arts demonstration, why don't I join as well? Without waiting for Sergio's response, Devin pushed off the ground forcefully and stood opposite Sergio. Sergio bowed slightly. Brother Tuoba is our guest. As the host, I naturally should comply with your wishes. His thoughts grew increasingly solemn. Devin was not someone to trifle with. During the Spirit Wind Secret Realm event, Devin's physical body had already reached the level of a mid-grade spirit soldier. Even now, it must be close to a top-grade spirit soldier. Perhaps some did not understand the defensive power of a top-grade spirit soldier. To put it simply, even if Devin stood there motionless, anyone below the true martial realm would stand no chance against him, even if they fought to the death. Devin grinned. There are too many people here. Could Brother Su find a wider place for the demonstration? Follow me. Sergio moved swiftly, flying to a remote, uninhabited area within a few flashes. Devin followed closely behind. They stood facing each other. The drumbeats were spirited, stirring everyone's blood. Infected by the mood, Devin urged, why hasn't Brother Su made his move? Sergio's expression remained unchanged. As Brother Tuoba is the guest, how can I take the first move? Please, Brother Tuoba, lead the way. I won't hold back then. Devin clenched his fists and flashed forward, delivering a powerful punch. Revealing his 4th stage profound martial cultivation clearly, Sergio raised his sword to block. Not enough, haha, not enough. Devin laughed loudly, not dodging or blocking. His punch shattered the approaching sword beams. Even those that missed him and struck his body left no marks. At the banquet area, most observers were shocked. How terrifying is this man's body? Yes, Sergio's sword beams feel like they could crush me with just their after effects, yet they left not a scratch on him. I wonder when I will possess such power. Discussions filled with envy, jealousy, and awe. At the battleground, Brother Su, show your true abilities. Devin's fist was less than 3 zhang away from Sergio. Sergio's mouth twitched slightly. True abilities? He really didn't want to fight Huangji sect's elite, especially its top prodigy. This physique was too monstrous. Even if he injured him, the Huangji sect's resistance was several times stronger than others. Fortunately, he wielded Davisu Yun, a divine weapon. Twisting his wrist, the blade tilted slightly and slashed out. A real man should meet me head-on with sheer strength. Only then does today's demonstration make sense. Seeing this, Devin abruptly stopped. Just kidding, his body was strong. But Davisu Yun was a divine weapon, and he wasn't foolish enough to clash directly with it. Sergio smiled. It's unfortunate I disappoint Brother Tuoba. I've always been frail and cannot perform as such. With that, Sergio dashed forward using Snowless Trace, moving like a ghost and aiming directly at Devin's vital points. Seeing this, Devin unleashed another punch. This time, however, he didn't advance. The forceful gale from his punch spread rapidly. The impact quickly spread, hitting Sergio who tried to cut through the gale. By the time he broke through, Devin had pulled away. Devin narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists. Today is your grand ceremony, so I shouldn't delay you too long. Let's give it our all. Sergio didn't want to fight Devin. Actually, Devin didn't enjoy fighting Sergio either. As he said, he preferred direct, brutal clashes. Davisu Yun could easily pierce his body, and Sergio's agility was exceptional. If Sergio decided to evade, even with his cultivation advantage, Devin would struggle. From afar, wish granted, Sergio smiled. He had guessed Devin's intentions. Thus, he was happy to go along. Today, he needed to fight not just Devin but also the Zhanbo Pavilion. He couldn't expend too much spirit energy on Devin and risk running out later. Half a moment. Pausing briefly, Devin grinned. If I can't defeat Brother Su in half a moment, I will admit defeat. Sergio's eyes turned cold. Although he knew Devin didn't underestimate him, hearing those words stirred anger. Secret technique, unparalleled, illusory spirit. Devin ignored everything else. Ripples spread. Outwardly, Devin seemed unchanged. But Sergio knew better. The difference was significant. Huangji sect's most famous unparalleled secret technique, illusory spirit. Once activated, there was no dramatic burst, but it greatly enhanced his physical strength. The duration depended on his original physical strength. While it was an enhancement method, as long as it didn't exceed the body's tolerance, there were no side effects. Recalling the earlier statement, it was clear that Devin's illusory spirit could withstand a half-moment battle without harm. Brother Su, losing focus at this critical moment isn't wise. Devin suddenly rushed forward. Sergio's eyes flickered, raising his sword. So what if it's a divine weapon? This time, Devin didn't dodge, continuing his relentless assault. Chapter 300. Who isn't a clever baby? Faced with Sergio's sword, Avril, Dusty did not falter despite the enhancement by Phantom Spirit. Instead, he continued charging at Sergio, determined to collide fist to blade and determined superiority. Could it be that Dusty's physical body had been augmented to the level of a divine weapon under the effect of the Phantom Spirit? Sergio's eyes narrowed, quickly gathering his spiritual power. The blades might surge even further. Weapon against flesh, regardless of whether he could break through Dusty's fist, he would not suffer any disadvantage. Why fear? Half a breath later, the sword tip and the fist were less than half a fathom apart. Do you really think I'm foolish? Dusty suddenly tilted his fist, changing its direction to avoid a head-on collision with the sword. Master Su dares not think so, Sergio replied coolly, his wrist twisting as the sword followed relentlessly toward Dusty's hand. Clearly, Sergio had anticipated this move. Even if Dusty changed direction abruptly, he still couldn't evade the sword. To continue dodging? Given Dusty's reflexes, altering the direction of his punch was effortless, but continuing this way, Sergio wouldn't hesitate to aim the sword at other vulnerable spots on his body. After all, the distance between them was now extremely close. With this thought in mind, Dusty's eyes turned fierce. Divine weapons? I've faced them before. The wind from his punch spread widely, fiercely colliding with the sword. Sergio gripped Averil tightly, delivering a swift slash. Half a breath later, the sword and the fist met. A sharp sound was heard. The sword instantly pierced through the skin and flesh of Dusty's fist, blood seeping out. It penetrated nearly half an inch before it struggled to advance further. Brother Su, you underestimated me. Despite being injured, Dusty paid no attention. Suddenly, without regard for his injury, he reached back. Another sharp sound rang out as 3 of Dusty's fingers were severed by the sword due to his movement. The pain from finger severance was unbearable. Yet Dusty showed no signs of feeling anything. His expression remained unchanged. Using his remaining fingers, he seized the sword mid-air. Then spiritual power surged within him, his vital energy rising. Guided by spiritual power, the severed fingers reattached and healed rapidly. As his 5 fingers merged again, they firmly grasped the sword. Sergio exerted some force, but found it difficult to retract the sword immediately. Due to Dusty's spiritual power, he couldn't withdraw Averil into his body either. Involuntarily, Sergio's eyes turned cold. Don't blame me, Brother Toba. Spiritual power burst forth, and the sword intent rose. Before this, he hadn't used sword intent, relying only on spiritual power and the divine weapon's might of Averil. Now, with the sword intent unleashed, Averil's sharpness soared. If Dusty continued to hold onto Averil like this, with another swing of his sword, he would definitely cripple one of Dusty's arms. Dusty showed no fear. Brother Su, you have only one Averil, but I have 2 hands. He formed a fist with his left hand and punched directly at Sergio's chest. For Dusty, both hands were equal in strength. If Sergio lost Averil, victory would be decided. Sacrificing one hand to render Averil useless was worth it. Turning to Sergio, watching the incoming fist, there was no need to overthink. It became apparent that if he continued, he would disable Dusty's right arm with the sword but get hit himself. With his spiritual power protecting him and wearing the high-grade Holy Sun attire, that punch wouldn't kill him, only injure him. A draw, indeed. But being struck would cause his spiritual power to temporarily fluctuate. Given Dusty's recent behavior, he could endure the intense pain and forcibly seal Averil. Losing Averil, even if he eventually won, it would come at a huge cost. Facing Jean Beau Pavilion afterward, he couldn't lose Averil. No mutual defeat. Realizing this, Sergio leaned to the right without hesitation, yanking the sword. With the added force of sword intent, the blade slashed through, severing Dusty's newly healed fingers once more. Why hide, Brother Su? Dusty became displeased. Twice losing fingers, yet Sergio evaded, frustrating him. Sergio kept smiling, my fault indeed, failing to satisfy Brother Toba. Sure, apologize, but remain cautious. Engaging in close combat with a physically enhanced Leroy wasn't wise. At worst, delay until the Phantom Spirit's effect wore off. Even without other tactics, the sheer power of Averil alone would suffice to make Dusty retreat. Unexpectedly, Dusty grinned. Since Brother Su says so, I'll forgive you. But your lack of decisiveness bores me. Saying this, Dusty flashed away, returning to his original position. Huh, what's happening? Thinking for a moment, Sergio realized relations between Shiming Palace and Huangji Sect weren't good, but compared to the near enmity between Shiming Palace and Jean Beau Pavilion, they almost counted as friends. Most importantly, from a distance, Turner whispers, gaining a few advantages is impressive. HMPF, how dare Jean Beau Pavilion silently try to use our Huangji Sect? Dusty feigned a silly laugh. Yes, toward Jean Beau Pavilion. Fight? Indeed, he could still fight. After all, he had just used Phantom Spirit. However, seeing Sergio's resilience and sensing the impending threat, Dusty lacked confidence in winning, so he chose to withdraw. Otherwise, what if fighting Sergio to a stalemate only benefited Jean Beau Pavilion? At the Immortal Mountain table, Jericho of Immortal Mountain had closed his eyes, seemingly oblivious to everything around him. Davina observed for a while, whispering, Big brother, is Huangji Sect a fool? His sudden withdrawal and twice having his fingers cut, others will see him as inferior to Sergio. Initially, it does seem so, but his brilliance lies here. Abandoning further combat citing Sergio's refusal to engage in direct confrontation, many will likely conclude that Sergio, unable to match up, relied on weapon advantage, especially considering Dusty fought barehanded. Pausing, Kulong's eyes narrowed. We can discern their equally matched strengths, but others won't. After this ceremony, as these people return to their factions and word spreads, many will believe Dusty, fighting barehanded, forced Sergio, who dared not face him, to resort to weapon advantage. Pondering this, indeed, Dusty, looking thick and hearty, appears naive but proved cunning. And now Sergio must save his strength for Larry of Jean Beau Pavilion, thus bearing this hidden loss. Davina nodded after thinking, finally understanding. Chapter 301. The Clash of Peak Geniuses. After Kirk spoke, Aloysia, who was smart but had just failed to think things through momentarily, reflected for a bit and then came to realize the situation. Kirk immediately grumbled, Davistal sister, what you said implicates even me. Aloysia giggled and covered her face. To outsiders, Kirk and Aloysia formed a pair of siblings where Kirk was impulsive and short-tempered, while Aloysia was gentle and calm. Far away, Sergio stared at the region of Huangji sect for a moment before slowly withdrawing his gaze. Realizing this, he felt somewhat annoyed. But as Aloysia had said, he had no choice but to take this loss. Otherwise, if he continued fighting with Devon, he would not have enough energy left to fight Larry afterwards. A small setback was not worth making a big fuss over, but he kept this in mind. Someday, he would need to return this favor. Retracting his gaze, Sergio's expression remained neutral. I wonder if anyone else wants to offer their guidance. His gaze shifted towards the direction of the heaven-slaying pavilion. Larry did not disappoint and stood up. Brother Su's swordsmanship was remarkable earlier. I am also skilled in swordsmanship. How about we spar, so that Brother Su can give me some pointers? What do you think? Guidance for me is not something I dare accept. Let us exchange techniques, Sergio replied with a smile. Larry laughed along, and then his figure flickered, turning into sword light and appearing not far from Sergio. A long sword rose silently. Sergio held Cloudflow tightly with his reverse grip, his heart feeling 3 parts heavier. Larry brushed his fingers over the length of the long sword, whispering softly, "This time, Brother Su, are you thinking of sparring or an all-out battle? Is there a difference?" Sergio tilted his head slightly. There is indeed a difference. Pausing for a moment, Larry squinted his eyes. You're known publicly to have first-class celestial bloodline. Coincidentally, my public bloodline claim matches yours. Our true bloodlines resonate with each other. For sparring, ordinary methods will suffice. If it's an all-out battle, we don't need to use ordinary means and make ourselves look foolish. We can simply go all out. Sergio's eyes also narrowed. He could naturally hear the hidden meaning in Larry's words. Both were true dragon bloodlines, capable of transforming into dragons, true dragon forms. One was the true Imperial Golden Dragon, and the other was the Thunder Void Dragon that Sergio knew instinctively. Neither had seen the other transform into a dragon before. Sergio was unsure how much Larry would be enhanced by such a transformation. However, the enhancement would undoubtedly be substantial. Just like when he used his current Yuan Wu level 3 cultivation to transform into a dragon, he could easily slay an Earth Spirit Realm cultivator. For an all-out battle between them, there would be no need to waste time with other methods. Just transforming into dragons and clashing would suffice. Sparring here would involve non-dragon transformations and purely using martial arts for combat. An all-out battle, however, meant a dragon duel. Sergio did not make a hasty decision. What does Brother Zhang think? The guest follows the host's convenience. Larry's expression remained calm. In that case, let's spar. An all-out effort seems unnecessary, Sergio mused slightly, speaking lightly. Though he wasn't worried about damage to his bloodline from transforming, too many outsiders were present. Transforming into a dragon was his last desperate measure, and it was better for others not to know about it. Even though he had previously transformed in his sect, many people witnessed it, yet no outsiders were present then. Even if the elders sensed his strength after transformation, they wouldn't spread it around. Now, however, it was different. The Heaven-Slaying Pavilion and the other 3 sects were here, along with countless minor forces. Once he used it, news would spread across the entire eastern domain. Noticing this, Larry pondered for a while and shook his head. Your sword intent is inferior to mine. In sparring, you won't win. Sergio was not upset. He merely tilted his sword slightly. Who knows? Seeing this, Larry stopped talking and swung his sword backwards, muttering, Star Shatter. Sword chi surged upward. Yet it didn't attack. Instead, numerous strands of sword chi intertwined to form several sword lotuses. The lotuses spun incredibly fast. Sergio could sense that these lotuses possessed powerful piercing abilities and even cutting power. If the lotuses approached, his high-grade spiritual armor might not withstand them. He couldn't tell whether this was due to the profundity of the technique or because of the disparity in their sword intent, because he found Larry's sword intent far more profound than his own wind realm. As if sensing Sergio's thoughts, Larry whispered suddenly, this technique is called the Majestic Sword Cannon. I obtained it in a dream, and it has 4 forms. Sadly, I cannot execute the 3rd form for some reason. I can only perform 3 forms, yet still, do you wish to reconsider an all-out effort? Sergio was silent upon hearing this. It wasn't out of fear, but rather, he wanted to ask, dreamt it? Seriously? After a pause, Sergio finally spoke. You've never lost before, right? Larry's eyes lifted and he nodded. Since I started cultivating, among peers of the same generation, I've never lost once. I can feel that you're a tough opponent, but I believe that I still won't lose. Funny, I've never lost either. Regardless of how stubborn my opponents are, they've always ended up defeated by me, Sergio responded. As he finished speaking, Sergio suddenly slashed his sword. Confidence is good, but excessive confidence turns to arrogance. Several beams of sword light soared up. You're the first person to call me arrogant, Larry remarked. With that, Sergio waved his hand. Go. Each sword lotus whirled toward Sergio like a grinding wheel. The surging sword light surged forward, like a storm rushing toward the sword lotuses. Boom. Continuous explosions sounded. At the first contact, the sword lotuses revealed their terrifying power, instantly annihilating the sword light. Sergio's eyes narrowed. The disparity in sword intent was too great. Upon initial contact, his reinforced sword intent was effortlessly crushed by the sword intent within the lotuses. This person's arrogance was not unfounded. Given his mastery of sword intent and swordsmanship, he probably needed to employ extreme sword technique to match him. He couldn't rely on swordsmanship alone anymore. Snow Shadow. Sergio's figure flickered and he somersaulted. Although the sword lotuses shattered the sword light, Sergio evaded the follow-up attacks easily. Seeing this, Larry's eyes lit up. His 2 fingers gently tapped, and the sword lotuses reversed course, altering direction back towards Sergio. Dragon battles 8 directions. Sergio channeled his spiritual power again. Roar. A shadow of a Chinese dragon appeared. Then, the dragon roared, waves of sound spreading out. The nearby sword lotuses fell into these waves, struggling like being trapped in quicksand. Larry gazed intently and murmured, Still insufficient. Break. Within the sword lotuses, sword intent surged. The sword intent was extremely sharp. Upon eruption, numerous sound waves began to falter. The edge of the lotuses sharpened once more. But in my view, it's enough. Sergio's eyes flashed as he grabbed at the air. The great desolate primordial dragon scripture subtly activated. The world seemed to shift, and in his vision, the most real trajectories of sword intent were revealed. Staring at the intertwined sword intent in the lotuses, Sergio abruptly devoured it. True to its name, this was the sword intent possessed by a genius from a sword-exclusive school. Just one taste of it, Sergio felt as if 10,000 swords were pressing down on him, as if he had sunk into an ocean of swordsmanship. Larry's eyes condensed in the distance. Devouring my sword intent, I underestimated you. Chapter 302, Wind Spirit Sevenfold/reappears. Feeling his sword intent being devoured by Sergio, Larry instantly realized that he might have underestimated Sergio. Unknown to anyone, his wariness towards Sergio had never been about Sergio's usual state, but rather Sergio's ability to transform into a dragon. Towards Sergio's normal state, he had respect but never fear. However, now he realized even Sergio's usual state seemed not so simple. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare directly devour his sword intent. Sergio quietly raised his head, with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. I think I also underestimated you. Though he had previously sensed that Larry's sword intent was extraordinary, he hadn't expected that even after devouring it using the vast wasteland primordial dragon scripture, it could still cause a backlash against him. If not for the extraordinary nature of the vast wasteland primordial dragon scripture, if not for the purity of his spiritual energy, and if not for the significant enhancement of his body due to the stone moon fruit, if not for too many factors, the vast wasteland primordial dragon scripture alone would have caused severe injury when devouring that sword intent, even if it didn't kill him. He even suspected whether Sergio's sword intent had surpassed the second level mentioned by Demetrius and reached an unknown third level, or even higher. Boom, boom, boom. Thud sounds rang out continuously. Without the support of sword intent, plus Sergio's ability to see through the weaknesses of the sword lotus using the vast wasteland primordial dragon scripture, numerous fierce sword lotuses shattered one after another. Larry raised his hand. How long can you hold on? The sword lotus began to reform. Stormy sword heart. A dense array of sword light rose, numbering over 1,000. Using my sword intent against me? Huh, interesting. Larry smirked, showing a hint of amusement. He could sense the familiar presence of his sword intent in the sword light Sergio had condensed, because this sword intent within Sergio's sword light was indeed Larry's own sword intent. Devouring his sword intent, and then using it to bolster his own sword art to fight him. Rumble. Explosive sounds resounded. The dense sword lights and sword lotuses collided fiercely, and the huge explosions were drowned out by the continuous drumbeats around them. Only the terrifying aftershock, capable of instantly killing a true martial 9th stage practitioner, was known to the people around. After several breaths, the sword light and sword lotuses mutually destroyed each other. Larry calmly raised his hand. How many more times can you devour? The sword lotus began to emerge again. Using the same trick too often renders it useless. Sergio's spiritual energy surged within him. Roar. The shadow of a dragon's eyes emitted a red glow, suddenly breaking free from Sergio and leaping into the sky toward Larry. Larry raised his hand. Go. Sword lotuses surged toward the dragon. Whoosh. Whoosh. Sounds of slicing air arose as wave after wave of sword light emerged, unable to harm the sword lotuses but blocking their path. Larry's eyes narrowed instantly. If it were Devon, with Devon's physical prowess, facing off against the dragon's shadow head-on would be effortless. However, not everyone had a physique like Devon. At least, compared solely in terms of physical strength, neither Sergio nor Larry could match the elites of Huangji sect who specialized in physical cultivation. With a thought, Larry floated backward, tilting his sword blade twice, a cross-shaped sword beam rushing toward the dragon. Roar. The dragon roared, claws grabbing and instantly crushing the sword beam. This power, is it augmented by lineage? Larry's eyes narrowed slightly. The power of the dragon's claws did not seem like something a mere shadow should possess. It must have been enhanced by Sergio using his lineage. Wind Spirit Sevenfold Slash. With gales howling, Sergio condensed swords from the wind. The massive sword looked harmless, but Larry's heart skipped a beat. His instincts told him he couldn't let Sergio continue. If he did, he likely wouldn't be able to block it later. So, Secret Art Supreme. Accompanied by a low whisper, Larry rose into the sky. Slash Heaven. He unleashed the unparalleled secret technique, characteristic of the Slash Heaven Pavilion, a massive sword spanning the sky. Sergio's wind-condensed sword was only 10 zhang long, whereas Larry's massive sword was a staggering 30 zhang. Even before it moved, its power was evident, capable of toppling mountains and splitting seas. This person is quite cautious. Murmuring, Sergio swung the seemingly ordinary massive sword towards the nearby sword lotus. His sword light, lacking sufficient sword intent augmentation, was nearly decimated by the sword lotus, and only 2 or 3 sword lotuses had been destroyed. If things continued, before the 30 zhang giant sword struck, he would need to endure the backlash while devouring sword intent again. With a boom, the massive sword hit one of the sword lotuses, instantly leveling its petals. Finally, the sword lotus disintegrated into sword chi, sweeping across and instantly destroying the massive sword, clearing away much of the remaining sword light. Sergio's expression remained unchanged as he lightly tapped his fingers. A gentle breeze swept past, and the massive sword reappeared. There was no change in the sword's form, except for some additional patterns. Boom! The massive sword struck another sword lotus. This time, the leading sword lotus was instantly destroyed by the massive sword without even having time to disintegrate into sword chi. Then, without losing momentum, the massive sword continued to destroy 2 more sword lotuses before finally being destroyed by the third one's explosion. The massive sword reformed for the third time. More patterns appeared. It's over. Larry's voice suddenly rang out. Looking up, the dragon's shadow was already dispersed by some unknown means of Larry's, and the 30-zhang massive sword conjured by Heaven was already descending. It's over. Sergio was unfazed, pointing with a finger, sending the massive sword down. Rumble. Explosion sounds continued incessantly. The sword lotus, which had just cleared away the sword light, was thoroughly annihilated by the massive sword before it could approach Sergio, leaving none intact, and furthermore, the massive sword retained some residual power. Sergio ceased maintaining the sword since this strike was complete. Now, it was time to start the next strike. A gentle breeze passed as the massive sword quietly dissipated. Simultaneously, a new massive sword condensed, adorned with even more intricate patterns. The 30-zhang massive sword was less than 3 zhang away from Sergio. Snow without trace. Sergio's figure flashed back rapidly. The fourth-formed massive sword chopped toward the 30-zhang massive sword conjured by Heaven. Snap. Perhaps due to Larry's high level of control over sword intent, the fourth slash of the wind spirit sevenfold slash was instantly severed by the 30-zhang massive sword. Fortunately, Sergio's previous retreat had already taken him out of the range of the Heaven sword. He lifted his hand and slashed again. Larry chuckled softly. Sevenfold slash, presumably meant to strike 7 times. Unfortunately, the fourth strike is so weak that even the 7th strike poses no threat. The Heaven massive sword changed direction and once again aimed at Sergio. Sergio didn't hesitate and continued evading. The 5th slash was unleashed. If there were truly no threat, why would Brother Jiang be so eager to take action? Sergio then laughed softly. Rumble. An explosion sounded. The 5th slash collided with the Heaven massive sword, enduring for roughly 3 breaths before being destroyed again. However, this time, note, the story maintains its intensity and suspense, building on previous content coherently. Paragraph structure and line breaks are preserved. ##### Chapter 303, The Halted Contest. After the 5th slash, which had been in a deadlock with the heavenly cleaving giant sword for about 3 breaths, was destroyed, however, the 5th slash also consumed a significant portion of the heavenly cleaving giant sword's power. The heavenly cleaving giant sword visibly dimmed. A gentle breeze swept through. The giant sword reformed once more. Sergio wore a sincere smile. Slash. This time, apart from a small section of the blade that remained blank, 80% of the giant sword surface was covered in countless intricate patterns. In an instant, moving at a speed far surpassing its previous attempt, the giant sword struck the unprepared heavenly cleaving giant sword mid-turn. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying shockwave spread rapidly. Observers who lacked sufficient cultivation were unable to see the specifics of the collision clearly. They only noticed that after approximately 5 breaths, the aftershocks dispersed. The heavenly cleaving giant sword vanished without a trace, yet Sergio's 6th slash formed giant sword still existed. Though it appeared faint and might dissipate at any moment, it undeniably still persisted. Then, with a wave of his hand, Sergio dismissed the giant sword. The gentle breeze blew again. Not good. Larry's expression changed. Sergio's 7th slash technique exceeded expectations. The first 3 slashes were manageable. He could clearly perceive that while each subsequent slash enhanced its power slightly, the increase wasn't substantial, only by 10% over the previous one. However, starting from the 4th slash, the power increased exponentially. The 4th slash's power was 50% greater than the 3rd. This pattern held for the 5th and 6th slashes as well. Because the 6th slash was a further 50% stronger than the 5th, this resulted in the situation where even though the heavenly cleaving giant sword only expended less than 20% of its power, it still couldn't match the 6th slash of the wind spirit 7 slashes. Now, there was only one final slash left. Even if this last slash didn't change in power but continued the sequence, each time increasing by 50% over the previous one, he would definitely not be able to resist. He didn't have Sergio's peculiar ability to devour certain forces. Once the 7th slash formed, he would lose. Lose? Thinking of this word, Larry's eyes seemed to shimmer with starlight. Throughout his life, he had never lost, and this time would be no different. Beneath his usual calm demeanor lay an indomitable pride that no one could measure. He didn't know why he cared so much about winning or losing, but he always felt that no one in this world deserved to defeat him. If he truly lost, it would be better to die. Rather die than be defeated. Since he couldn't block the 7th slash, then, stop Sergio from forming it. Though this explanation sounds long-winded, in reality, with the rapid mental processing speed of the Yuanwu realm, from the start of Larry's contemplation to his conclusion, only a fraction of a breath had passed. With his decision made, Larry suddenly shouted, "Break it!" An overwhelmingly sharp sword intent surged, sweeping through the surroundings. Instantly, the gentle breeze that had never ceased since Sergio began the wind spirit 7 slashes paused. Sergio turned his gaze sharply towards Larry. Such strong sword Dao intent. He hadn't expected Larry to break the deadlock this way, using sword intent to suppress his wind intent, and thus prevent the formation of the 7th slash. Larry slowly tightened his grip on his sword. Without the 7th slash, the one who will lose is you. Sergio nodded gently. Your sword intent is indeed strong. I can feel that although my mastery of wind intent isn't low, continuing this contest will certainly result in me being overwhelmed by your sword intent. Is this you conceding? Sergio narrowed his eyes, refraining from attacking. Not that he didn't want to attack, but he couldn't. Though they appeared stationary and conversing, both were almost entirely focused on maintaining their respective intents. One was fully sustaining the wind intent, while the other was explosively unleashing sword intent, attempting to crush the wind intent and make the 7th slash disappear. There was no spare mental capacity for anything else. They could still converse only because each had allocated a sliver of their focus to ensure against any potential contingencies. Concede? Pausing, Sergio smiled. Brother Jiang, did you forget that while your sword intent is hard to devour, Su Mao gritting his teeth can still swallow it down? His words turned into a fierce howl. An invisible ripple spread out, creating ripples upon ripples. In an instant, Larry's expression changed. His sword intent was once again being devoured by Sergio. He was sure that Sergio couldn't devour the sword intent effortlessly. But, as Sergio said, with some sacrifice, it could be done. And because his sword intent was being absorbed, the previously stagnant wind started to flicker back to life. Above Sergio's head, the shadow of a giant sword began to faintly appear. The seventh slash was starting to form. Even though his sword intent was still suppressing it, causing the giant sword to appear and condense very slowly, it was indeed beginning. The word lose seemed to echo again. Silent for a moment, Larry's eyes grew cold. Since you like swallowing, let's see how much you can handle. He unleashed his reserves, causing the sharp sword intent to spread rapidly, as if without cost. The sudden burst was so intense that the gentle breeze paused again. How long can you maintain this? Sergio was completely unfazed. And how long can you maintain it? Larry showed no worry either. Far away, Kevin suddenly stood up from his dais. Mario of the heaven-cleaving pavilion also rose abruptly. The leaders of the Immortal Mountain and the Huangji sect exchanged glances, their eyes revealing a hint of alarm. Ordinary disciples might not understand, but they saw clearly that the two men had nearly engaged in a competition of resources. If this stalemate persisted too long, both would suffer damage to their foundations. If pushed to the extreme, permanent and irreparable injuries would occur. More alarming was that these two individuals had reached such a level of strength. Such prodigies weren't from their own sex. After a while, Kevin softly spoke, "Let's call it off here." As he spoke, his gaze was on the direction of the heaven-cleaving pavilion's seating area. He believed his disciple could win in a resource competition, but he didn't want his disciple to suffer irreversible injuries on this grand occasion. Resources that could be restored could be spent freely, easily replenished with Xianxia Palace's immense wealth. But permanent, irreparable injuries, no amount of heavenly treasures could heal. Perhaps that's best, Mario agreed. Although he wanted to erase past grievances, he knew that vengeance could come anytime, whereas if the sect's prodigy suffered harm, there were no substitutes. With their agreement, Kevin flashed forward, instantly appearing in the arena. With a wave of his hand, the terrifying spirit energy of the martial emperor realm expanded, terrifying yet gentle. Under this overwhelming spirit energy, the two locked in combat were instantly separated. Then Kevin spoke. "Today is the day of the grand ceremony. Friendly sparring is acceptable, but recklessly using full strength is not. How could you two be so rash? Just got carried away in the heat of the moment. Please forgive us, Senior Kevin." Larry calmed himself and said quietly. Sergio eyed Larry cautiously for a moment before turning around. "Got carried away with excitement. Please forgive me, Master." "If that's the case, let's not repeat it." Kevin naturally wouldn't really scold them, merely gave a mild reminder, and returned to the dais in a flash. Chapter 304. What is most important in this Davis? Kevin naturally would not take surface-level reasons seriously and did not reprimand outright. After a brief instruction, he turned around and returned to the high platform. "Brother Sue's prowess is truly extraordinary. Larry, look forward to our next encounter." With that, Larry suppressed his inner wariness, took a deep glance, and then turned to return to the Jean Beau Pavilion area. If I could defeat someone like Brother Jiang, such an outstanding talent, it would indeed be one of life's great pleasures. Then, Sergio looked around and asked, "Is there anyone else among my fellow disciples, or Dao companions who wishes to offer guidance?" As Sergio's gaze swept over them, everyone instinctively turned their heads. Fight Sergio? They still wanted to live a few more years. The drumbeats from all directions grew increasingly intense. Seeing this, Sergio leaped back toward the platform. Today's martial demonstration was effectively over. Kevin stood up and proceeded with the formalities as usual, giving a short speech. Then, he looked around. "Starting today, Sergio will be the holy son of our Xianxia Palace, residing on Qingming Peak." Well, actually, he had already been appointed half a year ago and moved to Qingming Peak then, but today was officially the grand ceremony. "Disciple understands." Sergio responded following the protocol. Afterward, Sergio flew towards Qingming Peak. Once he left, the drumbeats intensified even more. Kevin floated away gracefully, and the other elders of Xianxia Palace gradually left too. The grand ceremony was almost over. The elders from Zhantian Pavilion and the other three sects silently headed towards Qingjing Peak. With many powerful figures leaving, the atmosphere here began to change. Discussions became louder and bolder. That Sergio and Larry's strength is really terrifying. Yeah, when they were deadlocked at the end, the two waves of intent were wildly rampaging. I felt that just standing at the edge might get me instantly killed by their intent. They're people, and I'm older than both of them, yet the gap is so vast. Comparing people can drive you crazy. Better not to compare. Speaking of which, don't you think Huang Jiazong's someone, Devin, is even stronger? When Sergio fought Devin earlier, Devin didn't use any weapons or martial arts techniques, and Sergio didn't dare engage him head-on. By mentioning that, it does seem that way. Cough, cough. Do you want to die? To criticize the holy son of Xianxia Palace on its own grounds. Such discussions went on continuously. Some overly bold comments immediately drew angry glances from nearby Xianxia Palace disciples. Qingming Peak. Back at Qingming Peak, Sergio immediately took out a healing pill and swallowed it, revealing a slightly pale face. That sword intent was truly hard to swallow. If Kevin hadn't stopped them, if they had truly fought it out, Sergio wasn't sure if he could have emerged victorious. Even if he had, he would have suffered severe damage to his foundation. Indeed, he shouldn't underestimate the world's talents. First Irvin, now Larry. There were likely countless other outstanding geniuses in the vast eastern domain he had yet to encounter. Thinking about this, Sergio sat down cross-legged and silently cultivated to recover. 5 days passed quietly. The grand and lively ceremony came to a complete close. Zhantian Pavilion and the other three sects, along with various large and small forces under Xianxia Palace, left with complex emotions, excitement, awe, and more. Xianxia Palace resumed its tranquility. Qingming Peak. Sergio slowly ended his cultivation and stood up. His view encompassed the towering mountains and rivers stretching endlessly. How is your recovery? As soon as he stood, Kevin's voice sounded. Kevin appeared soundlessly on the mountain peak after speaking. Thank you for your concern, Master. Disciple has fully recovered. Sergio hurriedly bowed, feeling grateful that Kevin was watching over him from the moment he woke up showed he had been attentively monitoring Qingming Peak all along. Hearing this, Kevin pondered for a moment. He waved his hand, conjuring a chair on the peak. He settled down and slowly said, in this life, what is most important? Sergio's eyes immediately turned serious. Whenever Kevin spoke mysteriously, it usually meant teaching, perhaps life lessons, or other invaluable experiences drawn from Kevin's long life. Sergio remained deep in thought for some time, unsure how to answer. What is most important? It felt like whatever he said wouldn't be quite right. Seemingly understanding his thoughts, Kevin added, what do you think is most important? Don't worry about being correct. It's a question without an answer. It should be. Pausing a bit, Sergio hesitantly answered, I suppose it's emotion. In life, emotions rise and fall. Friendship, family love, romantic love, emotions weave together countless lives. Kevin smiled without commenting. Do you know what I think is most important in life? Maybe it's the sect. After a pause, Sergio smiled. To my knowledge, since the palace lord retired, you've handled all major and minor matters of Xianxia Palace for decades, barely having time to cultivate. Indeed, Wuxia Peak was Kevin's cultivation place, yet Sergio had rarely seen him there since joining Xianxia Palace. Whenever he did see Kevin, it was always in the sect hall. Looking at Kevin, he noticed a peculiar expression on his face. Sergio ventured, did I say something incorrect? Kevin fell silent for a while before softly saying, dead wrong. Sergio immediately shook his head. Then, I truly don't understand what Master considers most important. Kevin had lived too long. Those he once knew had long turned to dust. To put it simply, Kevin no longer had living direct relatives. Even if they existed, they'd be strangers generations removed. He also never formed a Dao union. Davis? Kevin continued, gazing at the mountains and rivers. Davis? Sergio showed surprise. Kevin slightly turned his head. Is it surprising? Not exactly. Thinking, Sergio admitted somewhat sheepishly. Perhaps I was being dense. Indeed, apart from the sect, Master has no other attachments. Naturally, life would be the most important. No, you're even further off. Kevin shook his head again. Sergio scratched his head, finding it hard to keep up. Fortunately, this time Kevin didn't make him guess. Rising slowly, he asked, everything you mentioned, emotions, the sect, familial ties, all of it. I believe none of these are more important than life. Do you know why? This. Sergio's mind raced rapidly. In less than a breath, a flash of insight appeared. Does Master mean, without life, everything else becomes meaningless? Since you understand, why were you so impulsive during the grand ceremony? Finishing, Kevin suddenly stood up, anger flashing in his eyes. The sect's dignity is indeed important, but so what if it's temporarily lost? As long as people survive, they can eventually regain it. Chapter 305, to the coastal defense Davis. Sergio responded, and Darren abruptly stood up, glaring at Sergio with eyes filled with annoyance. I know I was wrong. Sergio did not argue, but only lowered his head. Darren, who was about to say more, suddenly felt a headache. At this moment, seeing Sergio's honest appearance, even if he wanted to be harsher, it felt improper to do so. Helplessly, Darren sat back down. To our kind of cultivators, cultivation is most important. No matter how peaceful this world appears, everything revolves around 4 words. Might makes right. Might makes right is an eternal rule in the world of cultivation. Then, Darren looked at the mountains and rivers beneath his feet, perhaps reminiscing over something, as a trace of nostalgia appeared on his face. Wanting to continuously advance in cultivation, having a solid foundation is most critical. The temporary glory or disgrace is nothing but fleeting clouds. Once the wind blows, they dissipate. As long as you are still alive, as long as your cultivation can still progress, no matter what you lose, you can take it all back. I will remember. Disciple will certainly not act impulsively like 5 days ago, Sergio replied sincerely. Darren shook his head. I hope you really can remember. Then he changed the subject. Prepare yourself. In half a month, we will head to the coastal defense line. So soon? Sergio raised his head. A smirk flickered at the corner of Darren's mouth. The Heavenly Blade Pavilion has been preparing for a long time, but this time it utterly failed. Your master can endure, but the Heavenly Blade Pavilion cannot. He didn't elaborate further, but clearly, sending Sergio to the coastal defense line so quickly had undergone some discussion and possibly interest exchanges within the sect. Without waiting for a response, Darren continued. This trip to the defense line follows the sect's routine. All items and supplies you need will be prepared. There's no need to worry about them. This time, you only need to remember that there are many powerful people at the defense line. You're going there mainly as per the sect's custom to do what needs to be done. Don't involve yourself in other matters. I will remember, Sergio responded solemnly. This trip to the defense line likely entailed quite a bit of work. Half a month from now, go to the mission hall. Your master has arranged for Jared to accompany you to the coast, along with a group of disciples who have accepted tasks to guard the defense line. The issue with beast monsters is minor. On this trip, focus on suppressing the Heavenly Blade Pavilion members at the defense line. As for Larry, since it's hard to tell who is stronger, it might be wise to temporarily avoid him. Once your cultivation surpasses him, he won't be able to resist you. After saying this, Darren flashed away. The mission hall, as its name implies, handles tasks issued by the Xianxia Palace to numerous disciples. It belongs under one of the 3 peaks and 9 halls, the Starfire Hall. The The distribution and management of contributions for Xianxia Palace disciples, as well as the issuance of tasks, are all handled by the Starfire Hall. Sergio's eyes narrowed. Jared. He remembered Darren previously mentioning that he would arrange for Jared to accompany him to the coastal defense line, taking advantage of the distance from the sect to eliminate Jared. Between him and Jared, aside from the continuous provocations by Jared, there wasn't any significant grudge. However, the hatred towards the earthen jar was immense. He nearly had his body snatched by the remnant soul inside the jar. He almost met his end completely. Such enmity couldn't be anything less than major. In comparison, whether or not to suppress the Heavenly Blade Pavilion members became trivial. Even if he ignored them entirely, as long as he could eliminate Jared and the remnant soul, then this trip to the coastal defense line would be a complete success. After thinking for a while, Sergio's gaze fell on the mountain foot, lost in thought. Should he bring some loyal followers? Now that he was the Holy Son, Xander was dead, and Marvin Elton had failed. Most of Xander's followers had scattered. Moreover, as far as he knew, the loyalists under Xander were now suppressed. Actually, he hadn't planned to retaliate against them, but regardless of his intentions, some key disciples sought his favor by pressuring those once under Xander to gain entry into higher ranks. This wasn't much of an issue. The number of followers under his command was now dozens of times greater than before. If he wished, bringing some trusted hands to the defense line wouldn't be difficult. Those who initially pledged allegiance to him, like Castor and Ashan, were quite reliable. But after considering it for a while, Sergio still abandoned the idea. His primary goal was to deal with Jared. Regardless of how it was seen, Jared was Jamar's disciple from the Combat Peak, and Jamar was the Grand Elder of the Combat Peak. Killing a fellow sect member was a grave offense. Killing Jamar's disciple would cause a tremendous uproar. He needed to deal with Jared without letting anyone know. As seen from Darren's actions, aside from mentioning it under restriction once, he never brought it up again. With his strength, dealing with Jared alone was sufficient. Moreover, if it weren't for Darren's direct involvement, he wouldn't have let Darren know even if he intended to deal with Jared. At the coast, even if unexpected situations arose, he could resolve the issue with Jared on his own. No need to risk involving others. With these thoughts in mind, Sergio cleared his mind and closed his eyes to meditate quietly. Half a month passed swiftly. From above, Tiger Resting Mountain Range resembled the hind leg of a tiger. Here, several large buildings stood tall. Many people came and went within these buildings. This was the location of the mission hall of the Xianxia Palace. Whether it was inner or outer disciples, whether receiving tasks assigned by the sect or reporting completed tasks to the sect, all must pass through the mission hall. Thus, unlike other areas of the 3 peaks and 9 halls, this mission hall was always bustling. A streak of light descended, and Sergio's figure appeared before the mission hall. Looking at the various large buildings in front of him, Sergio couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Reflecting on it, although he had been in the Xianxia Palace for a considerable time, this was his first visit to the mission hall. Greetings, Holy Son. Greetings, Holy Son. Respectful voices echoed. Before the grand ceremony, it was normal for some disciples to be unfamiliar with Sergio's appearance since his appearances were usually on the Davis Death platform, which was difficult for ordinary outer disciples to approach. But after the grand ceremony, it would be extremely unusual for any disciple in the Xianxia Palace not to recognize Sergio. Sergio nodded slightly to everyone, then walked toward the central building among the many structures. He had already sensed Jared's aura there. Initially, he wasn't sure which building to head to, but sensing Jared's presence clarified things. Jared was supposed to accompany him to the coastal defense line. Only when he moved away did other disciples begin murmuring. One disciple whispered, "Why would the Holy Sun come to the mission hall? Didn't I hear that the Holy Sun is the brightest star of our Xianxia Palace, requiring no monthly completion of sect tasks, needing only to focus on cultivation?" Chapter 306, Joe's insinuation. Only after Sergio entered the central building and the many Xianxia Palace disciples who had bowed to him dared to speak, did curiosity arise as to why Sergio would come to the mission hall with his status. After all, while this hall was always bustling with activity, it was mostly populated by 80% outer sect disciples and only 20% inner sect disciples. As for true lineage disciples, it was already a rarity if one appeared in the mission hall once a month. Do you not know? Haven't you heard? I heard earlier that according to tradition, the sect issued a long-term task with an extremely high reward. I heard it involves going to the seaside, extremely far from our Xianxia Palace. I also heard about it, but unfortunately, my cultivation is inadequate to qualify for that task. With these conversations, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Inside the grand hall, "Greetings, Holy Son. Greetings, Holy Son." Sergio walked in, greeted by several questions. Even those disciples responsible for issuing missions from behind the first-floor windows stood up hastily to greet him. "Seniors, there's no need for such formalities." Sergio nodded slightly at the others and then headed towards the staircase without lingering. After he left, another wave of discussions ensued. Second floor. As soon as Sergio entered the second floor, he spotted Jared along with quite a few others he didn't recognize, totaling around 50 people. All of them possessed considerable cultivation, all being true Wu realm or higher. Regardless of what Jared might think inside, on the surface, he clasped his hands together. "Holy Son. Greetings, Holy Son." The others also bowed. "There's no need for so much formality, brothers," Sergio replied with a smile. Jared spoke again. "Why has Holy Sun arrived now? We've been waiting here for some time." In that moment, the true Wu cultivators near Jared instinctively distanced themselves from him. Someone tried to ease the tension, saying, "We just arrived a little while ago. Honestly speaking, we haven't waited for long. If it were before, these people wouldn't have behaved this way." But now that Sergio had taken the position of Holy Sun, figures like Jared had already lost to him. Naturally, they wouldn't offend Sergio, even if it meant offending others. Gio frowned subtly. He seemed to have underestimated their apprehension towards him. Forget it, since his goal was only to irritate Sergio, and it didn't work, let it be. Going to the coastal defense line was far from where the Emperor ruled, who knew what might happen. Jared also laughed. Indeed, we haven't waited for long. Sergio stared at Jared for a while but wasn't annoyed. Chuckling, he said, it's good then. If I had made you all wait too long here, I would feel uneasy. Just as Jared thought. To Sergio, there was no point in fussing over a dead man to be. Getting to the coast sooner was more important. Greetings, Holy Son. A Xianxia Palace disciple in charge of the mission hall approached. His cultivation wasn't weak. Actually, he was Yuan Wu realm. Actually, despite looking like Sergio hadn't seen Yuan Wu disciples earlier, Xianxia Palace had quite a number of them. These Yuan Wu disciples were generally from older generations, as young ones still competed for prominence. Most Yuan Wu disciples took charge of various departments like the mission hall or dedicated themselves to cultivating, free from heavy tasks. Sergio nodded at the person. Brother, are we leaving now? Regardless of rank, all were Sergio's juniors now. Of the 6 leaf cultivators, only Edie matched his rank. The Holy Son is right. All participants heading for the coastal defense line are present. According to the sect order, we will directly teleport to the coast. Pausing, he looked at the true Wu disciples. Shouldn't you thank Elder Brother Holy Son? While the sect often issues missions to defend the line, it's thanks to Elder Brother Holy Son's presence that you can use the teleportation array. Otherwise, you'd have to take a flying boat arranged by the sect. Without delving into their thoughts, they all respectfully thanked him. Thank you, Holy Son. What the person said wasn't wrong. Without Sergio's involvement, the sect wouldn't open the teleportation array specifically for them. It was expensive and distant. Although opening the array once wasn't costly for Xianxia Palace, frequent trips using it would accumulate significant costs. Thus, it was reserved for special circumstances. Sergio smiled at the rest and looked at the mission hall personnel, narrowing his eyes. May I ask your name, brother? While the person's words seemed fine, they carried significant implications. For ordinary Xianxia Palace disciples, hearing those words could feel belittled. Although, it might indeed be the truth. Brother Gio. Brogan followed all proper etiquettes. Sergio chuckled lightly. Ah, Brother Hallam, I'll remember you. When I return from the defense line, I'll surely visit to foster camaraderie. He didn't know where Gio came from. Since he created trouble secretly, Sergio decided to note him down temporarily. If not now, then later after returning from the seaside. Joe's face froze. How come Sergio didn't showcase broad-mindedness after becoming the Holy Son? After half a breath, Gio forced a laugh. Please forgive me, Holy Son. I was only hasty in the moment. Speaking of which, Joe's cultivation was actually higher than Sergio's. He was at the 4th level Yuan Wu realm, 1 full tier higher than Sergio. Given Sergio's terrifying cultivation speed, who knows to what level he'd reach after guarding the coastline for 10 years. Reaching 9th level Yuan Wu wouldn't surprise anyone. Backtracking was honorable. Sergio smiled. You jest, brother. I only made a joke. Let's head to the teleportation array, lest we delay. Please follow me, Holy Son, and everyone else. Joe's expression relaxed. Sergio deeply glanced, suppressing his thoughts. This felt fishy. Otherwise, why would a mere Gio dare to insinuate anything? But now he needed to leave for the defense line, with no time to investigate. Led by Gio, they climbed the stairs and soon reached the top floor of the building. ####Chapter 307, Coastal Stronghold, Thunderclap City. Under Joe's guidance, the group climbed the stairs and soon reached the top floor of the building. The highest level was deserted, save for a hexagram-shaped array standing there. A teleportation array. Gio respectfully said, Senior brother, the teleportation coordinates have already been personally adjusted and confirmed by an elder. It is precisely your destination, Thunderclap City. Thank you, brother. Sergio smiled, then stepped directly into the teleportation array. Jared and the others followed behind him, entering the array as well. Seeing this, Gio hastily retrieved his token and cast a spell towards another corner. Instantly, the array glowed with light. Sergio and the others felt the world around them fade into nothingness. Before they could examine their surroundings closely, reality returned to normal. The scenery before their eyes had changed. They were now in a larger room. Sergio even detected a faint, barely noticeable fishy smell. Not the metallic scent of blood, but more like the inexplicable briny smell of the sea, as described in ancient texts. Upon closer inspection, it seemed almost illusory, fading away quickly. Geez. The door suddenly opened, revealing a Taoist figure at the entrance, sizing up the group. Sergio stepped forward and bowed. Elder Walker? Come in. The Taoist glanced over them again, not responding, merely humming softly. Huff, huff. With a hurried wind sound, 2 figures appeared behind the Taoist. They were Xianxia Palace disciples, wearing black robes, triloba, true martial realm cultivators. The Taoist then instructed, apart from Sergio and Jared, everyone else, follow them. Despite their reluctance to part from Sergio, the others quickly left the room and followed the 2 figures. You too, come with me. The Taoist also turned and headed in another direction. Sergio remained calm and followed the Taoist out of the room. Only then did he realize that they were in some underground chamber. After leaving the chamber, they traversed underground tunnels for quite some time before finally reaching the surface. Upon arrival, the salty scent of the sea became distinctly clearer, though still extremely faint. Anyone below the true martial realm likely wouldn't notice without spiritual perception. The Taoist continued walking ahead. Sergio and Jared followed him through several courtyards and corridors, eventually arriving at a grand hall-like structure. Entering, the Taoist seated himself in a deeper section of the hall. Sit down. Jared instinctively prepared to sit, but Sergio interjected, in front of an elder, we as disciples cannot be disrespectful. Jared stiffened, returning to his previous position and standing alongside Sergio. The Taoist frowned. There are fewer formalities here than in the sect. If I tell you to sit, you should sit. Sergio understood the Taoist was serious. He walked over and sat on one of the chairs nearby. Jared hesitated for a moment, then quietly followed suit and sat opposite Sergio. The Taoist nodded in satisfaction. Surely the sect has told you who I am. Before our departure, Master introduced us. Sergio and Jared replied almost simultaneously. Indeed, before leaving, Ebert had informed Sergio about their destination. Thunderclap City, built by the four great sects along the coast, served as a crucial defense line covering a large stretch of the sea. The presiding elder of the Shuaming Palace in Thunderclap City was known as Taoist Elder Walker. Walker wasn't his real name. No one in the Shuaming Palace knew his true identity. However, despite his anonymity within the sect, Walker was not weak. He was far stronger than most elders from the 3 Peaks and 9 Halls. Therefore, Ebert had advised Sergio to maintain proper decorum and avoid offending him. Walker gently nodded and continued, regardless of what the sect may have told you, once you're at the defense line, you must follow its rules. Without rules, there can be no order. Anyone who breaks the rules will face consequences. The rules of Thunderclap City were simple. Regardless of rank or cultivation level, no one was allowed to fly within the city walls. If violated, well, Walker might not necessarily hold them accountable, provided they could withstand the city's defensive array. A device powerful enough to kill even a Reese, Martial Emperor, if they weren't strong enough. Silently reflecting, Sergio realized that he was only at the 3rd stage of primordial martial realm, which was beneath both Earth Spirit and Reese realms. Walker continued, regardless of identity, here in Thunderclap City, everyone must fulfill certain duties annually. Thunderclap City, being a defense line, was busier than the main sect. Sergio and Jared, one being a Bryson and the other a disciple of the War Peak's Grand Elder, were both extraordinary in talent and combat prowess. Hence, while stationed here, they would need to complete a mission issued by Thunderclap City each year, including killing a beast of comparable strength to themselves. This operational model was similar to the sect system. Disciples earned contributions for completing tasks, and with sufficient contributions and rank, they could exchange for various resources from the Shuaming Palace. Thunderclap City operated similarly, issuing missions with rewards, either in material goods or contribution points. These points could be exchanged for various items, though the variety was less extensive compared to the Shuaming Palace. However, due to the city's unique location, the prices for exchanging treasures were lower here. To Sergio, this system held little value since he didn't lack resources. Before setting out, Ebert had supplied him with all necessary provisions expected of a Bryson during his station. Besides cultivating resources, he had plenty of healing pills, life-saving talismans, and more than 10 spatial teleportation talismans. Most precious of all were the 3 talismans crafted by Ebert himself, each storing a full-strength attack by Ebert. Below Reese, no one could harm Sergio. Even above Reese, Sergio wouldn't engage in prolonged combat with them. Reese's terrifying speed and reflexes meant they could act too quickly for Sergio to react. After careful thought, Sergio concluded that staying in Thunderclap City for 10 years would amount to working for free, with no apparent benefits. Of course, he wasn't upset. The privilege of carrying so many resources came with his status as Bryson and disciple of Ebert. Having rights also meant having responsibilities. Guarding this place was a traditional duty of the Bryson. Chapter 308. A simple small task. Sergio understood that great power came with great responsibility. Even though he realized that everything he did over the next 10 years here would be unpaid labor, it didn't bother him. Jared, although receiving fewer resources than Sergio in Shuaming Palace, still got a considerable amount. Upon hearing the rules of this place clearly, his expression immediately turned grim. Working for free with no benefits? He generally wouldn't agree to something with no benefit. However, he didn't show any displeasure in front of Cody. Instead, he rose together with Sergio. Disciple understands. There is another matter, Cody continued. Thunder City does not usually intervene in personal companionship within the city. After finishing his sentence, Cody looked at both of them. But you two are different. The sect has specially instructed that both of you are elite disciples of the sect and have some minor conflicts. For future considerations, the sect has decided that over these 10 years, you two will form one team. Whether going out to hunt beasts or complete tasks, you must work as a pair to build coordination and resolve past grievances. This was a coastal area, more dangerous than inland. For safety and efficiency in killing monsters, people leaving the city always travel in groups. Too many people could attract excessive monster attacks. Hence, most teams typically consist of 5 members moving together. Jared's pupils constricted, almost losing his voice. Team up with Sergio? Sergio's eyes also widened. 10 years. He had to guard Thunder City for 10 years. What concerned him wasn't the length of time. Thunder City was guarded by martial emperors, with countless true martial and origin martial experts. His combat strength in Thunder City wasn't critical, merely following protocol. Spending a whole 10 years traveling together with Jared, dying on this dangerous coast shouldn't be much of an issue? Cody looked at Jared. Any problems? Jared quickly replied, Elder, I believe my strength isn't low, and separating from the Holy Sun will allow me to kill more beasts. He wanted to kill Sergio but wasn't foolish. Pairing up with Sergio would expose all his secrets. Do you think your cultivation is strong in Thunder City? Before Jared could answer, Cody smiled. Though Thunder City is led by its master, it also houses numerous disciples of Shuaming Palace, countless elites from Xianxia Pavilion, Wuxia Mountain, and Huangji sect, as well as other loose factions geniuses. 9th stage origin martial cultivators are abundant here. But, Jared tried to speak. Cody waved his hand. Enough. This is the sect's order, agreed upon by Chief, Battle Peak, and Deputy Palace Master. If you disagree, let Jamar speak personally, otherwise follow orders. This is a defensive key city, not a sect. Jared opened his mouth, but could only bow his head. Disciple abides by the sect's order. Jamar never told him before departure that he had to team up with Sergio. Cody looked at Sergio. What about you? Disciple has no objections. Sergio nodded promptly. What was there to refuse? Cody waved, forming a map in midair. Since then, 2 days ago, there were signs of spirit beasts landing here. The person who found them felt unprepared to investigate and reported the information. Go take a look. If it's them, determine their whereabouts and kill them. If not, bring back their location. As you are new to Thunder City, consider this small task part of your annual quota. On the map, Dense mountains and forests stretched out, with the vast boundary of the ocean nearby, centered around Thunder City. Simultaneously, many fluorescent points shone on the map. Despite not having left the city, they now had a clear understanding of the surrounding area spanning tens of thousands of miles. I'll leave immediately with junior brother Jared? Sergio asked after memorizing the map. Complete the investigation within half a month. Cody only gave a deadline without specifying when to depart. Sergio turned his head. Junior brother Yi, shall we go? All right. Jared reluctantly agreed. As they reached the door, Cody recalled something and spoke again. Also, the city is enveloped by a large formation. While inside the city, do not easily spread your divine sense to avoid misunderstanding or alarming the formation. Understood. Both Sergio and Jared responded, turning back. Now, Sergio also knew what Nola had previously informed him. The Thunder City array, while complex, couldn't harm the holder of the Holy Sun's artifact, regardless of the situation. Cody stopped talking. Sergio and Jared left the hall. Exchanging glances, Jared silently departed. Sergio smiled and followed suit. They soon exited the residence after asking the guards for directions. This residence was located in the center of Thunder City. Outside the residence, crowds gathered, making it seem like an ordinary city. The only unusual thing was the cultivation levels of its residents. If one wasn't at least spirit martial, they wouldn't even dare appear here. True martial cultivators were everywhere, and origin martial cultivators could occasionally be seen. Sergio also spotted several members from Xianxia Pavilion, Wuxia Mountain, and Huangji sect. Their distinctive attire made them hard to miss. Naturally, there were more people from non-major sections. Had he been alone, Sergio might have toured the city, but because of Jared, he hurriedly followed him through the streets, directly exiting Thunder City. There was no one guarding the city gates, but every 10 steps along the walls stood a guard. Ordinary people might need identity verification and confirmation of their formation passage permits, but due to their status, the process was simple for Sergio and Jared, almost as if the formation didn't exist. Without exchanging words, they sped toward the direction pointed by Cody. Only after flying for a distance did Sergio see the vast blue ocean in the distance, boundless and endless. Further details were obscured. Though Thunder City was on the coastal defense line, it wasn't close to the sea. Without fully understanding the dangers of the coastal beasts, Sergio naturally wouldn't rashly approach. Davoscly, Jared also lacked patience to visit the seaside. Flying silently for nearly 2 hours at full speed, they finally arrived at the designated location, a dense forest with evident traces. Numerous broken trees formed a path, indicating that a creature at least 4 zhang in size had passed through, smashing everything in its way. Chapter 309. The Spirit Crocodile. The traces left by their quarry were too obvious to be overlooked by anyone with normal eyesight. For it to move so brazenly, without fear of leaving a trail, indicated formidable strength. No wonder the one who spotted it did not dare investigate. Neither Sergio nor Jared felt like chatting as they swiftly followed the trail through the air. They pursued the tracks, flying at full speed for half an hour before the traces abruptly vanished in the middle of a dense forest. Hovering above the dense forest, Jared looked down and, though he felt unsettled, he spoke up. Where did this beast go? Sergio also glanced downward, his brow slightly furrowing. The chaotic trail below ended suddenly in the heart of the forest. After some thought, Sergio murmured, this beast probably thought it had distanced itself far enough from Thunder City, no longer fearing discovery, and flew away. Jared's forehead throbbed visibly. That sounds wonderful. Could it be you think I'm blind and can't see that? I just arrived here myself. Let me check if I can sense any residual aura of the beast. Sergio remained unperturbed. Closing his eyes, he expanded his divine sense. Unfortunately, there was no trace of the beast's aura. Noticing nothing, Jared lifted his head and asked, did you find anything? No. Sergio shook his head slightly. Jared's expression darkened. What now? His only thought was to finish this mission quickly and then distance himself from Sergio. He lacked confidence in defeating him in a direct confrontation. Although he constantly reminded himself that he had secret methods to subdue Sergio, the awe-inspiring might Sergio exuded when transforming into a dragon haunted his mind, making him want to keep his distance until his cultivation caught up. After some thought, Sergio suggested, I haven't specialized in tracking techniques. Let's return to Thunder City first. There should be plenty of tracking techniques there. After learning one, we can come back and try again. How long would that delay them? Jared hesitated, then closed his eyes once more while Sergio subtly narrowed his eyes. He hadn't detected any divine sense from Jared, implying that Jared wasn't using it for tracking. Was he communicating with something else? Davoscajar perhaps? About 3 breaths later, Jared's eyes snapped open as he flew in a certain direction. I've learned a tracking technique and sensed the lingering aura of the beast. Follow me. Sergio raised an eyebrow. Was it necessary to mention that he had learned a tracking technique? It seemed more like an excuse, but he followed nonetheless. They resumed flying in silence through the sky. After traveling over 30,000 miles, Jared finally landed in a mountain range. Surveying the area, Jared turned and said, I can sense that the beast is down there. Sergio observed Jared for a moment before expanding his divine sense. Soon, his eyes sharpened. Indeed, there was a beast down there, a creature radiating the aura of a 5th-rank primordial warrior. Let's kill it and report back to Thunder City, Sergio declared, dashing toward where he sensed the beast. A massive cave entrance, clearly newly created, emerged before them. Entering the cavern, they quickly reached the deepest part after accelerating their flight. A crocodile-like spirit beast about 5 zhang in size watched them with blood-red eyes. A smile flickered across Sergio's lips. The size matches. This must be the same beast that left the trail earlier. Though it was inconvenient to devour the beast right in front of Jared, he still felt elated. Finding a 5th-rank primordial warrior beast immediately upon arrival hinted at the abundance of powerful beasts in the ocean compared to land. He glimpsed a bright future of rapid advancement. Just as Jared was about to speak, the spirit crocodile revealed numerous fangs. Human, I'm in a good mood today and don't want to eat people, scram. It could talk? Both were startled initially but quickly realized. Primordial beasts regressed to their original state and possessed human-like intelligence, making speech a simple matter. Indeed, the beast's wisdom had already been evident from its initial observation rather than immediate attack. Seeing the two men undeterred, the crocodile's eyes flared with crimson light. Do you want to die? Sergio's lips curled. If you were human, I might have held some respect for you. But alas, you're a beast, a water-dwelling crocodile. Although Sergio was only a third-rank primordial warrior, confronting a fifth-rank one wouldn't be easy. But beasts were different. All beasts were suppressed by his true dragon aura. Sometimes he couldn't understand the logic behind this suppression. In human society, dragon lineage bloodlines were affected by his aura, yet non-dragon lineages were unaffected. As for beasts, whether flying or terrestrial, he had never encountered one he couldn't suppress, regardless of whether they were dragon-related or not. A first-rank primordial warrior and a third-rank primordial warrior, two useless pieces of trash daring to look for death. The crocodile erupted in anger, not because of Sergio's disdain, but the insult to its kind. Beast? That was a derogatory term. With a flash, the crocodile lunged at Sergio, getting closer. Roar. A true dragon needed to manifest behind Sergio. The crocodile, mid-charge, fell to the ground instantly. Staring at Sergio, the crocodile's eyes lost their bloody glow, revealing shock and terror. You aren't human. You're the one who isn't human. Sergio's gaze turned cold. Realizing its mistake, the crocodile stammered, No, I misunderstood. I didn't mean to insult you. Please don't kill me. To actually beg for mercy, Sergio crept closer, eyes filled with curiosity. Truthfully, it was the first time he'd encountered a beast pleading for mercy. In the past, no matter the rank, beaten beasts would fight to the end rather than surrender. Death was a new concept for beasts with intelligence, and none faced it calmly. Impatient, Jared urged, Kill it and let's return to the city. I've never eaten humans. Please don't kill me. After surfacing, I didn't plan on entering human territory. I just wanted to hide here. The crocodile became increasingly terrified. Jared sneered. If you didn't want to eat humans, why leave the sea? You don't understand. The crocodile's eyes filled with sorrow as it lay prostrate on the ground, looking quite pitiful. Indeed, according to the crocodile, humans had hierarchies. So did spirit beasts. Spirit beasts referred to themselves as such upon gaining intelligence. Humanity believed that spirit was exclusive to humans, thus omitting it when referring to oceanic beasts as simply beasts. Regardless of whether called beasts or spirit beasts, both referred to intelligent creatures. To cut to the chase, this spirit crocodile had offended a royal clan in the ocean and faced imminent death if it stayed. Helpless, it ventured ashore, avoiding human defenses and hiding here, planning to stay for decades before deciding whether to continue hiding or return to the sea. Chapter 310. Disagreement, Slaying the Demon. The crocodile demon spirit situation was already precarious. After venturing ashore, how dared it provoke human beings? Once discovered, not only would the humans seek to kill it, but also the royal demon spirits were in pursuit. It would have nowhere to hide under heaven and earth. Therefore, after landing, it did not dare to challenge the human defenses. Instead, it secretly hid here, planning to remain concealed for a few decades before deciding whether to continue hiding or return to the sea. Seemingly afraid that they might not believe him, the crocodile demon spirit added, I know you must have found the traces I left. A few days ago, shortly after I landed, one of your Davison realm humans spotted the traces I had left behind. At that time, I hadn't gone far. If I had killed him, he wouldn't have stood a chance. Jared raised an eyebrow and turned after a long pause. Looks like he's not lying. Indeed, Sergio squatted not far from the demon spirit. The crocodile's demeanor suggested it wasn't lying. Moreover, the timing matched the news from Eben perfectly. Seeing this, Jared hesitated. Let him go? To my surprise, junior brother actually consulted me. Sergio stood up with an enigmatic look. Silent for a moment, Jared shook his head. His situation is already pitiful enough. It's merely out of sympathy. When we entered, he didn't attack us because he didn't know our cultivation levels. He just threatened us to leave. There's no grudge between us, and he has already gained intelligence. Are you going to act? So, junior brother has turned kind-hearted? This is quite interesting, Sergio remarked and then stood up. Unfortunately, non-humans cannot be trusted. As he finished speaking, Isaac suddenly transformed into a sword beam. With a sizzle, the blade pierced through the crocodile's fangs, instantly killing the demon spirit. Blood spurted everywhere. Jared's expression stiffened, and he sneered, Senior brother truly is merciless. Merciless? If you were truly kind, what about the countless people who died here? Sergio said indifferently, after all, it's just a beast demon. He truly didn't care. Although the crocodile demon spirit was innocent. So what if it was innocent? Humans and beast demons were inherently adversarial. According to Kevin's records, countless people had died at this coastal defense line. Whenever the defense broke, it became a carnival for the beast demons. Were those who died not innocent too? Putting oneself in others' shoes, inherent enmity exists without blame on either side. Since that's the case, let's take his corpse back to the city and consider this mission complete. Jared didn't want to argue with Sergio. Sergio wasn't in a rush, junior brother. Don't be hasty. What do you intend to do next? Jared's expression darkened as unease began to build. Sergio glanced around and whispered, Junior brother, suppose when I return, I tell Elder Isaac that we failed to notice the strength of the crocodile demon spirit while investigating. Its woo-woo 5th level cultivation was too formidable, trapping us in fierce battle, resulting in junior brother Ye's unfortunate death. And I couldn't use secret techniques to save you due to unforeseen circumstances. Would there be any loopholes in this story? You're trying to kill me? Jared instinctively leaped back, humming. The sound of the sword echoed, and numerous sword lights spread throughout the cave, blocking all exits. Jared's expression hardened, and he growled lowly, Sergio, although we have differences, it's just petty grievances. How dare you harm a fellow disciple? I've always been curious. Initially, I understood your resentment. Back then, we were both newcomers to Xianxia Palace, lacking depth, and could not tolerate their insults. I defeated you and claimed the top spot, which made you angry. I can understand that. Finishing his sentence, Sergio toyed with Isaac. But I don't understand why this resentment lingers. Junior brother can sympathize with a crocodile demon spirit, yet harbors such narrow-mindedness towards me. Looking at the sword light, Jared forced a smile. I was just jealous of your talent, never thinking to oppose you. In that case, Junior brother destroyed that jar and extinguished the remnant soul. If you can do that, upon returning to the city, I will confess to the sect and apologize for today's actions. What do you think? The Isaac sword gleamed fiercely. Jared's forced laughter stopped as he realized that a peaceful resolution seemed unlikely today. After a moment of silence, he clenched his fists. Sergio, don't force my hand. The senior inside has suffered enough after being sealed for years. Why deny them even a glimmer of hope? Sergio's eyes gleamed coldly. Suffering. Back then, I nearly died at the hands of that remnant soul. I still remember the terrifying, insane look in its eyes as it craved my blood. Jared gritted his teeth. He was delirious then, but now he's lucid and won't act like that anymore. Sergio thought for a moment and said, I don't believe you. Make him speak. It wasn't that he enjoyed threatening. He didn't know where the jar was. Although Jared posed some threat, it wasn't significant compared to the jar, which held the remnant soul. He believed that the profound intent behind Kevin's 3 talismans was to destroy the jar completely, eradicating the remnant soul within. Jared hesitated for a moment, instinctively ready to agree. Don't trust him. He's definitely lying. This person, once decided to strike, never gives others a chance. His indecision now must be a trap. The voice from the jar rang in Jared's ears. Jared's face tightened. Then he looked up, gritting his teeth. During this mission, life and death are unpredictable. To prevent accidents, I didn't bring the jar containing the senior with me. It remains within the sect. I originally planned to destroy the jar to prevent accidents. Now, muttering faded as Sergio abruptly waved. Kill you, search slowly. I'll find the jar eventually. A wave of sword lights surged toward Jared. Jared roared angrily. Damn it! Aren't you afraid I'll report this to the sect? If he were an ordinary woo-woo first level, he would be doomed. But Jared wasn't simple. His moon eye was incredibly mystical. Moonlight seemed to flow through his eyes, revealing countless flaws in the sword lights. Moments later, the sword lights dissipated under Jared's strikes. Report to the sect? Junior brother, if you reveal the sealed item to the sect, wouldn't it be better if I admitted defeat? Sergio raised his hand, condensing sword intent, making the sword light surge again. Jared's breathing quickened. He wanted to say something but couldn't. The remnant soul had warned him not to leak information, especially about his true cultivation level. Otherwise, Xianxia Palace would react in 2 ways. First, to prevent accidents, directly crush the remnant soul. Second, imprison it, extract everything from it, and then annihilate it. As for helping the remnant soul escape, only a fool would release a powerful being and risk inviting trouble. Chapter 311. Remnant Soul aids Jared. Sergio's words caused Jared's breathing to quicken. At times, he had thought of revealing the true situation of the remnant soul in exchange for a higher position, even higher than Sergio's, to deal with him. Perhaps the sect would directly use Sergio's life to help that remnant soul? Unfortunately, it couldn't be done. The remnant soul had once told him that once the situation was revealed, no matter what happened, the remnant soul would definitely die. After a moment of silence, Jared gritted his teeth and continued to break through the sword light without threatening again to tell the sect about Sergio wanting to kill him. The sword light was broken once more. Moon Eye, indeed, is not simple. Watching the sword light being easily shattered again, Sergio narrowed his eyes. Unfortunately, he had already decided to act. What did Moon Eye matter then? Secret skill supreme. Sword's utmost. With a murmur and a seal, a 10-meter-long sword glow soared into the sky. Jared's eyes widened in shock. Damn you, Sergio. Is it necessary? I'm only at the first level profound art realm, yet you're using sword's utmost. He never expected that just an instant ago, Sergio hadn't used any martial techniques, merely condensing sword light. But the very next instant, he directly unleashed the supreme secret skill. His Moon Eye, although powerful, in the face of absolute strength suppression, it was all for naught. Sergio's expression remained unchanged. If Brother Yi changes his mind and lets the remnant soul speak for itself, this brother can reconsider. The sword light flashed and slashed towards Jared. At the same time, he made up his mind. If the remnant soul didn't come out, so be it. If it dared to appear, he would immediately activate the talisman, using the terrifying power of the martial emperor realm to extinguish all threats. The sword light fell. Jared, unable to dodge in time, was instantly struck. Boom. Sergio narrowed his eyes. At the moment the sword light fell, he sensed a somewhat manic soul force rising. 3 breaths later, the dust settled, and everything returned to normal. Sergio, you're courting death. Jared's infuriated voice rang out. Only then did Sergio see that among Jared's own aura, a presence belonging to the remnant soul had risen. Under the remnant soul's empowerment, Jared's cultivation hadn't changed much. But he could feel that at this moment, Jared gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. Even more dangerous than Larry back then. Was this borrowing the remnant soul's power? Or had the remnant soul possessed Jared by some means? He didn't know which situation it was, but he was certain, using these current methods, he likely couldn't kill Jared. The best outcome would be mutual destruction. Unless he used the talisman bearing the 7 luminaries attack. However, since the remnant soul hadn't appeared personally, he couldn't easily use the talisman. Otherwise, the remnant soul might become wary, and he'd probably never have another chance to eliminate it. So, Fortunately, he now had abundant resources, and burning his bloodline could always be restored with supreme treasures. Roar. The surrounding spiritual energy was suddenly devoured by Sergio. Jared's pupils instantly constricted. He had seen this form before. That time when Sergio and Xander fought to the death, at the last moment, Sergio transformed into a dragon body, instantly crushing Xander. That was a terrifying secret technique that, despite being at the profound art realm, was enough to suppress the earth spirit realm. I have a teleportation talisman on me. Do you really think you can kill me? To effect the teleportation transmission, one needs power close to the martial emperor realm, which you don't have. An instant later, Jared clenched his teeth, took out a talisman, and sneered. It was precisely the teleportation talisman. As a disciple of the great elder of War Peak, Jared naturally had means to preserve his life. Roar. Sergio hesitated not at all, thoroughly devouring the surrounding spiritual energy and transforming into a dragon body. Damn. Jared's face twisted in frustration as he cursed under his breath, instantly activating the talisman to leave. Seeing this, Sergio wasted no time either. He immediately took out a teleportation talisman, sensing the fluctuation direction of its transmission, and pursued Jared. Although with his current cultivation, 1,000 miles wasn't much, he couldn't cover such distance instantly. Without using the teleportation talisman to chase Jared, he would certainly escape. Space shifted, 1,000 miles away. Damn, don't give me the chance, or I will surely kill you. Jared shouted in anger as he saw Sergio instantly chasing after him, then took out another teleportation talisman and vanished. I brought not only the standard allocation for disciples, but also several specially given by Master. I don't believe you have more, Sergio thought as he transformed into his dragon body and activated another teleportation talisman. If he could slay Jared and the remnant soul, even consuming all his teleportation talismans would be worth it. Space shifted again. Jared's heart burned with fury. Yet he knew he couldn't match Sergio in his dragon form and had no choice but to bite the bullet and use another teleportation talisman. After 5 more teleportations, they found themselves in an unknown location. Jared roared, Sergio, are you really going to push me to this extent? His teleportation talismans were exhausted. After all, Jamar never anticipated Sergio would confront Jared. In Jamar's view, Jared, armed with 7 to 8 teleportation talismans, should suffice to guard the coastline for a decade, regardless of the risks. Roar. Already in dragon form, Sergio let out a roar and swung his dragon claw. Boom. A terrifying thunder arose. It was his instinctive reaction in this dragon form. Wind, rain, and lightning were all within his grasp. The speed of the thunder was too fast, faster than Jared could react. Yet, Jared's state was quite peculiar. Despite the thunder capable of annihilating lower-level earth spirits, it failed to kill Jared, only hurling him hundreds of meters away. Puff. Blood sprayed everywhere. Though he didn't die, Jared was in extreme pain, coughing up blood and looking extremely pale. I'll see how long you can hold out. Sergio's figure flashed as he chased after Jared. Boom. More thunderbolts arose. Alongside them were countless droplets and wind blades. This was Sergio's limit at this moment. Though he had transformed into a dragon multiple times, whether against the Steven family or Xander earlier, he hadn't fully unleashed his power, merely relying on instincts to counterattack. Boy, if I can escape, I will grind your bones to dust. The remnant soul's voice, filled with gnashing teeth, echoed. It appeared. Sergio didn't see the remnant soul but was sure it was now inside Jared's body, not in the jar or elsewhere. Indeed, having cooperated with Jared for so many years, the remnant soul was in a better position than before. It was fortunate that he hadn't recklessly used the talisman earlier. If he had, the remnant soul might have quietly escaped. To death. Without hesitation, Sergio instantly took out the talisman given by the 7 luminaries. Unfortunately, the remnant soul's terror far exceeded Sergio's expectations. As soon as he took out the talisman, the remnant soul sensed the power of the martial emperor within it. If all its power could leave the jar, even just as a remnant soul, it would be confident in resisting, but it could only release a tiny fraction of its power to aid Jared. With the current level of assistance, it was powerless against the talisman. It wasn't worried about the jar being destroyed, as a container that could seal it couldn't be ruined by a martial emperor's attack. What it was concerned about was Chapter 312, A Chase and Escape. Although Sergio had drawn out the talisman, the remnant soul, sensing its power, wasn't worried about dying from it. After all, to kill him would mean entering the sealed earthenware, or destroying it first. The confinement that could imprison him was not something a martial emperor realm attack could break. What he feared was the earthenware cage falling into Sergio's hands. Once it did, unless Sergio died, he would have no chance of escaping. The situation was urgent. The remnant soul shouted, "Relax your mind, don't resist." Then, the power of the remnant soul spread. In an instant, space tore apart, and Jared disappeared into the rift. It happened so fast that even after Sergio retrieved the talisman, he didn't have time to activate it. The means to tear through space, despite being sealed, now allowed the remnant soul to exert more power into the outside world. Sergio's pupils contracted sharply. He remembered that one time Melinda had told him, martial emperors could sense space but could not tear it apart. Of course, this didn't mean the remnant soul's power surpassed that of a martial emperor. Otherwise, it would directly confront Sergio's talisman. It was simply because the essence was different. No matter how formidable a martial emperor's power was, they couldn't tear through space. To tear through space, one needed the power beyond a martial emperor. The power just demonstrated by the remnant soul clearly belonged to a realm beyond a martial emperor. Let it escape? Impossible. Sergio abruptly pulled out a teleportation talisman and carefully sensed. At the moment of his transformation, he might not be able to pinpoint it accurately. But the dragon body was too strong. Even though the rift had healed, he could still sense the direction it went. The teleportation talisman burned, and Sergio vanished. For 1,000 miles away, Sergio's figure appeared. As soon as he showed up, he saw Jared sitting on the ground with a pale face, ready to take medicinal pills for healing. Seeing the nightmare dragon body, Jared dropped the pill in his hand and screamed, "Damn it, how can you catch up?" The remnant soul had said that he didn't use the power of the talisman, but tore through space directly. Unless it was a martial emperor personally, nobody could sense his whereabouts. Yet, Sergio actually caught up. Just as Sergio was about to speak, his eyebrows furrowed. It had taken too long. After transforming into a dragon several times, Jared teleported multiple times. Transforming from human to dragon form came at a cost. Short-term transformations were manageable, but prolonged ones caused irreparable depletion to his bloodline. Fortunately, Jared's aura had dropped to its lowest, and his face was pale. Unexpectedly, the remnant soul had exhausted all of Jared's strength previously. Even after shedding the dragon body, Jared would have been enough to be killed by Sergio. Ripples spread. Sergio returned to his human form, and his aura dropped instantly. Seeing this, Jared was suddenly delighted. If Sergio continued to attack with the dragon body, he would surely die. But returning to human form? Even if his spiritual energy was exhausted, he could still fight recklessly. Although he still wouldn't win against Sergio, he could escape. As for the damage to his foundation, that was irrelevant. If one died, what use did they have for a foundation? Without hesitation, Jared instantly ignited his bloodline, forcing strength to fly away. "You're more troublesome than any Earth spirit realm," murmured Sergio as he also chased forward, taking a few pills along the way. There was no time to heal the damage to his bloodline temporarily. After killing Jared and returning to Thunderroar City, he would go into seclusion to recover with treasures. Moments later, Jared roared, "Sergio, are you truly set on mutual destruction?" His speed was slower than Sergio's. He could see that Sergio's speed was at least twice as fast as his. Sergio guessed correctly. His entire strength was depleted after the remnant soul tore through space. Most terrifyingly, the remnant soul's forced action beyond the seal resulted in significant damage. Without treasure nourishment or long-term recovery, it had lost the ability to influence the outside world. If this continued, once Sergio caught up, he would certainly die. "You shouldn't roar like that. Your screams only confirm to me that you're out of options." Sergio's speed remained unchanged. Jared hurriedly yelled, "Let me go. My master has personal methods set on me. Killing me will definitely let my master know. Then I'll wait and see." Sergio was utterly fearless. Executing Jared was personally instructed by Melinda. If killing Jared would indeed be known by Jamar, Melinda would have warned him. Since Melinda hadn't mentioned it earlier, there was only one possibility. Handling it properly without revealing flaws, Jamar wouldn't find out. Today, this Jared, he was determined to kill. Before long, the two pursued each other for nearly 1,000 miles. With 20 breaths left, even with Jared crazily burning his blood to escape, he would inevitably be caught by Sergio. Was life and death about to be decided? But unexpectedly, an accident occurred. After another few moments of escape, Jared's expression changed. Someone else. He sensed an element warrior ahead, with an unstable aura, presumably injured. However, this wasn't important. Their confrontation, due to mutual fears, hadn't been openly discussed, but encountering someone else made it different. Faced with impending death, he could no longer hide the existence of the remnant soul. With wild joy, Jared turned and roared, "Sergio, let's see how you kill me now." Sergio also noticed an injured element warrior approaching them. Most crucially, that element warrior seemed to have spotted them and was actively moving closer. Silent for a while, Sergio's eyes revealed a coldness. "If anyone should blame, it's your bad luck." Seeing the remnant soul's power, both it and Jared must die. Today, he had almost used up his teleportation talismans and even burned his bloodline to force Jared into despair. Now that the remnant soul's power had vanished, he couldn't determine its location and dared not rashly use the talisman. After all, the attack within the talisman was too terrifying. Once unleashed, the sky would collapse, and the small earthenware jar, without any aura, might land somewhere unknown, making it impossible to find. Arriving at such a difficult situation, if outsiders approached, then it could only be considered their misfortune, having witnessed something they shouldn't have. If he spared Jared today, finding a chance to kill Jared might be hard in the future. Since that person was actively approaching instead of avoiding, he couldn't blame Sergio for being merciless. Regardless of who that person was, they would join Jared in death. With Jared, a genius of Xianxia Palace, dying alongside him, it would be a dramatic end. Facing a possible path to survival, Jared didn't care about his body, forcing out some strength, speeding up slightly. As they got closer to each other, soon, the person approaching them appeared within sight. He looked to be around 30 years old, with an emblem on his clothes seen before in the streets of Thunderroar City, indicating an uncertain force. Chapter 313. Information, Hesitation. As the person drew closer, Sergio and Jared instantly recognized the emblem on his attire. They had seen it previously on the streets of Thunderclap City. Of course, at that time, the bearers of that emblem were only at the Davismua True Warrior realm, so they hadn't paid much attention. They weren't sure which force this emblem represented, as after accepting their mission, both left the city directly without discussion. After getting closer, the man's face lit up with joy. A member of the Xianxia Palace. He didn't finish before suddenly spitting out a large mouthful of blood, clearly indicating serious injuries. Jared gritted his teeth and approached the injured man despite his own severe wounds, showing concern. "Friend, what happened to you?" From his perspective, Sergio would either stop attacking or kill this sudden arrival, first to continue hunting him. Regardless of the choice, as long as the newcomer wasn't dead, Sergio wouldn't act recklessly. At this moment, his concern for this person outweighed even his worry about his own injuries. Brogan shook his head lightly and wiped away the blood. "No, nothing. We have urgent matters to attend to. If there's nothing wrong with you, friend, please leave," Sergio said calmly. This man would be spared if he agreed to leave. Otherwise, Sergio would have no choice but to act ruthlessly. Jared immediately turned and yelled, "Senior brother, he's clearly badly hurt. How can we abandon him?" Sergio's eyes narrowed slightly, ignoring him. Unexpectedly, the man said, Sirs, escort me back to Thunderclap City." Sergio was taken aback, his eyes flashing coldly. He had given the man a chance to escape, but now he was asking for protection to return to Thunderclap City, choosing death over life. River Silk appeared silently. He prepared to give this person a swift death. However, Brogan noticed Sergio's indifference. His expression turned grave, and he gritted his teeth. "I just returned from the sea, risking my life to bring stolen top-secret information here. Otherwise, I wouldn't have troubled you." His tone carried a faint plea. Top-secret information? Jared immediately perked up. What information? The higher this man's value, the better. If his worth was too low, Sergio might end up indiscriminately killing innocents, putting Jared in danger. Brogan frowned and scrutinized the two men carefully. "But perhaps considering his injuries," he sighed bitterly, shaking his head, "though you are disciples of the Xianming Palace, this information cannot be disclosed. I can only say that it concerns the safety of Thunderclap City. If the defenses are unaware, once the demon race's plot succeeds, other major cities may not know. The defense line Thunderclap City is responsible for spans tens of thousands of miles, and it will inevitably be breached." Cough, cough. While speaking, his injuries flared up, causing him to start coughing violently and spitting blood. Sergio frowned deeply. So perilous? If this man spoke the truth, they shouldn't dare confront him. But if he doesn't kill this man, how can he kill Jared? Jared roared, "Sergio, what are you hesitating for? Human lives and the security of the defense lines depend on this." An uninformed observer might think Jared was furious at Sergio's seeming cold-bloodedness. At that moment, the man sensed something, his expression changing drastically. "He's coming. Let's go quickly." In an instant, he soared into the air. Jared immediately followed, not caring whether the intelligence was genuine. His main concern was safely returning to Thunderclap City. Once back in the city, he'd be safe. But Sergio neither followed nor stopped Jared. Instead, he looked sharply in the direction from where the man had come. "Worm, you really know how to run. And even found me 2 prey items? Excellent, very excellent." A hoarse voice echoed. Simultaneously, a strange pressure appeared. Puff, just airborne. Jared plummeted to the ground immediately. Turning his head in horror, he saw a gaunt old man appear nearby. For some reason, everything about him felt off, though he couldn't pinpoint why. How infuriating. If Sergio hadn't been heavily wounded, currently depleted from the fight, he could see through this deception. The unidentified man's expression changed dramatically, and he growled, "Xianming Palace senior brother. He's not human, but a demonic spirit. Don't be fooled. My fellow junior brother and I will leave first. You block him. Don't blame me. I must deliver this information." A demonic spirit? Jared's pupils contracted. At this point, he felt an unknown strength allowing this man to carry him aloft using his spirit power. Abdullah's eyes glowed red. "Ignorant worm. I've caught you. Do you still think you can escape?" That strange pressure rose again. Both the flying man and Jared, who was being carried aloft, fell to the ground. Puff. Sprays of blood flew. How delicious. Abdullah sniffed, greed and bloodlust appearing in his eyes. As he prepared to approach, he suddenly thought of something, looking to the side to find Sergio's face flickering with uncertainty. Abdullah became intrigued. "You're unaffected? Worm, you're unusual." Silent for a moment, Sergio sighed softly. "Sigh. Do you beg for mercy? I've heard humans love to turn on each other. Kill them, and I'll spare your life. How about it?" Abdullah's interest grew. Sergio thought for a moment, raising his eyes. "Then you'd record me killing them to threaten me into servitude?" PFFF, PFFF. Clapping sounds filled the air as the old man laughed. "Human, you're clever. I admire you. Go on, kill them. I won't harm you." Even Jared was shocked, but the seriously injured unknown man's face changed abruptly. "Senior brother, you are young yet already at the 3rd rank primordial martial stage. You must be a talented disciple of the Xianming Palace. The demonic spirits are cruel, sadistic, and malicious. He's only mocking you now." Sergio glanced up briefly, speechless, muttering, "Difficult." Had the old man directly killed the severely wounded Jared and incidentally harmed the other man, Sergio could console himself by saying he hadn't had time to save them. But instead, this demonic spirit had other plans. Now, the secret information mentioned by the unknown man seemed real, else the demonic spirit wouldn't chase him. Speaking of which, this old man, a demonic spirit, was powerful, 9th rank primordial martial stage, just 1 step away from the earth spirit realm. Sergio suppressed his thoughts, turning his head with a stoic expression. "Junior brother Yi, I must say, your luck today has been extraordinary." Chapter 314. The Spirit Beast Retreats. Given the old man's cultivation and strength, and judging by his words, it was indeed a deliberate pursuit. This made Sergio confirm that even if the man's statements were exaggerated, there must be some truth to them. Otherwise, the spirit beast wouldn't have left the sea to chase him. Unless he acted recklessly, now that the opportunity was lost, he had no choice but to spare this man. Therefore, he suppressed his thoughts and remained expressionless as he spoke. Today was Jared's day of extraordinary luck. Who was Jared? He wasn't foolish. Hearing Sergio's words, Jared felt an immediate sense of relief. He understood that Sergio had abandoned the idea of forcefully attacking because of the person beside him. Safe. No, can't let down his guard. He was seriously injured and on the verge of exhaustion. The person beside him also looked badly wounded. As long as they hadn't returned to the city, caution was still necessary. Otherwise, if Sergio ambushed him quietly on the road while he wasn't prepared, wouldn't he die unjustly? Thus, Jared forced a smile and said, "Junior brother has always had good luck." Sergio didn't get upset. "Is that so? We've just arrived in Thunderclap City, and we still have a long time ahead. I hope that your luck remains strong in the days to come." Otherwise, misfortune may strike. The heavily injured man began to feel confused. He couldn't quite understand these two disciples of Xianxia Palace who suddenly encountered each other. There was a 9th level essence martial spirit beast right before them. That was a 9th level essence martial. One was 1st level essence martial, the other 3rd level essence martial. Where did they get the courage to treat the spirit beast like nothing? Or were all people from Xianxia Palace like this? Before these thoughts finished, the man's pupils dilated to the extreme. He sensed an unusual aura rising from Sergio. Following that aura, the old man seemed to encounter some kind of natural enemy. His body trembled slightly and fell to the ground, then vanished with a ripple. In its place appeared a mysterious spirit beast with a sharp rear half, a somewhat flattened upper body, an oval-shaped head, eyes like gemstones, and covered only in scales without any fur. It had 4 limbs, a tail, and a head. Sergio couldn't identify what type of creature it belonged to. Its size was very small. After revealing its true form, lying on the ground, its length, including the tail, barely reached Sergio's shoulder. It was not a wolf, tiger, or leopard, nor was it a fish. Anyway, he couldn't completely recognize what type of spirit beast it was. The revealed spirit beast's voice changed color. You're not human? Sergio snorted softly. Too much nonsense. Is this how you spirit beasts insult humans? The oppressive aura instantly intensified threefold. The spirit beast lay on the ground, trembling slightly, unable to resist. The unidentified man got up in shock. How did you do that? It has 9th level essence martial cultivation? Then he remembered something and hurriedly clasped his hands together. Right, I haven't introduced myself. My name is Ellison, and I belong to a force behind me. I am currently heavily injured, so I won't mention it to avoid embarrassment. Ellison? Sergio glanced at him, ignoring him. Turning around, he stuck his flowing cloud sword into the ground. Spirit beast, right? Tell me, how do you want to die? I'll see if I can grant your wish. At this moment, Sergio was burning with anger. It had taken great effort to corner Jared until there was no way out. Just when he was about to kill him, everything was ruined because of this mess. He actually didn't enjoy tormenting people, but his fury, plus the fact that it was a spirit beast, made him cruel. The unknown spirit beast, somehow mustering strength, forced its head up. No, you are human. Unfortunately, its tiny size made it seem harmless even with bared fangs. Sergio raised an eyebrow. Are you crazy? Torturing someone with mental problems? Cough. Spirit beast, I don't find much meaning in it either. Do you want to kill me? The spirit beast's eyes glowed red. If you can escape the suppression, why not let you go? Sergio chuckled bitterly. If this spirit beast could break free from bloodline suppression, then he should be the one running. He had yet to recover from the bloodline depletion after transforming into a dragon to deal with Jared. If he didn't transform, with only 3rd level essence martial cultivation, fighting a 9th level essence martial would be suicidal. The reason he didn't attack recklessly was because the spirit beast's small size and full body of scales made it too difficult to target weak points. Even with divine weapons, if he attacked without careful planning, one wrong move might leave the spirit beast injured but alive. With intelligence, it might find a way to break free. Therefore, unless he was sure of a one-hit kill, he wouldn't risk attacking the spirit beast to be absolutely safe. So, even if the spirit beast could escape suppression, it likely wouldn't dare attack out of fear. Human, do you mean it? The spirit beast's eyes showed joy, and the red glow started to fade. Sergio squatted on the ground. Why would I lie to you in this state? The spirit beast felt relieved. Intelligence brought thought, and thought brought survival instinct. This spirit beast was no exception. After staring at Sergio for a while, it closed its eyes as if preparing to think of ways to break free from suppression. Seeing this, Sergio quickly scanned the spirit beast with his peripheral vision. No matter where he looked, even the tail, it was covered in scales. He sensed the defensive capability of those scales without touching or testing them. After examining for a long time, he couldn't find any weakness on this spirit beast. Should he directly stab it in the head? Regardless of species, the head is usually a weak point. But looking at the scaled head of the spirit beast, he had an inexplicable feeling. It might be a weak point, but he might not achieve a one-hit kill. About 5 breaths later, roar. Suddenly, the spirit beast gave a low roar. Instantly, countless scales on its body cracked, emitting a bloody smell. Sergio sniffed and felt an overwhelming temptation. Intuition told him that if he could consume this spirit beast using the Great Wasteland Ancestral Dragon Scripture, his cultivation would at least leap from 3rd level Essence Martial to 5th level Essence Martial. Maybe even reach 6th level Essence Martial. Roar. The spirit beast's roar carried a hint of wailing. Then he saw the spirit beast suddenly rise from the ground and flash back dozens of feet. Did it really break free? Even though breaking free cost the spirit beast greatly, Sergio still hesitated to act rashly. An intelligent spirit beast was much more troublesome than a simple beast. The spirit beast stared at Sergio for a while, then turned to Ellison. What use is the information? My kind can give up on our plans? With that, the spirit beast dared not attack and fled directly. Why didn't senior brother kill him? Jared finally spoke. Sergio remained expressionless. Why didn't you make a move, junior brother? We should return to Thunderclap City first. Brother Ellison, let's go. Jared laughed awkwardly, not wanting to provoke Sergio. Ellison gritted his teeth, stood up, and clasped his hands together. May I know the names of both of you? Chapter 315. Abandoning the opportunity. Jared gave a self-deprecating laugh, but Ellison didn't catch the subtlety. Clenching his teeth, he stood up and clasped his fists while inquiring about their names. I'm Jared, and he is Sergio, Jared hurriedly replied. Pleased to meet you, Brother Yi, Brother Su. Pausing for a moment, Ellison revealed his confusion. Brother Yi, how is it that your injuries seem worse than mine? Indeed, this was what puzzled him most. When he approached, both of them had looked fine. Yet when the spirit emitted its pressure, Jared seemed completely unable to withstand it. No matter what, Jared should be at the first rank of profound martial arts from the Shimming Palace. How could he be so weak? Jared's expression stiffened. What could he say? That he had been beaten by Sergio almost to the point of death, and if not for Ellison's arrival, he would have died at Sergio's hands? Soon, Jared's face returned to normal. Never mind. Aren't you still holding classified information? Let's head back to the city. All right. Sensing something amiss, Ellison did not press further and turned to Sergio. Let's go. Sergio remained expressionless. Davisting his hand, he summoned a thread of spiritual power. Jared quickly dodged the spiritual force. Master brother, there's no need. I can handle flying myself. Given his current state, he didn't dare let Sergio's spiritual power get close. Sergio said nothing, only rising into the air. The three began heading back toward Thunder City. After traveling silently for a while, Sergio suddenly spoke. Brother Ellison, Sergio here is the Bryson of the Shimming Palace. With such an identity, may I inquire about the intelligence you've gathered? He thought it over again and decided he did not want Jared to return to the city alive. If that lingering soul ever recovered, killing Jared next time would surely become much more troublesome. It might be better to use his own status to ask about the intelligence, than just bring it back to Thunder City. Ellison's pupils contracted. Bryson of the Shimming Palace? He then showed caution. I didn't expect Brother Su to be the Shimming Palace's Bryson. No wonder your skills were extraordinary earlier. My apologies for any previous offense. Sergio smiled. No problem. Can you tell me what kind of intelligence you gathered that caused these ninth-rank spirit creatures to chase after you? Ellison hesitated for a moment before opening his mouth. Brother Su, you don't understand. Wait a moment. Jared hastily interrupted. A glint of malice flashed in Sergio's eyes. Brother Yi? Ellison felt bewildered. Jared quickly continued. Since it's top-secret intelligence, you'd better report directly to the senior officials in the city. After all, we've only just arrived in Thunder City, and interfering with city matters might not be wise. He realized that Sergio was clearly harboring murderous intent again. If Ellison really divulged the information, they would both die here. Ellison felt terrible, wanting to ask whether one person wanted to know and the other prevented him. Were they crazy? Sergio remained silent, his gaze flickering between Jared and Ellison. He was considering whether he could directly kill Jared and then coerce the information out of Ellison. After some thought, he abandoned the idea. Ellison wasn't Jared. Despite being at the end of his strength, Jared could still put up a fight. If things went south, Ellison would definitely flee. And if he encountered anyone else, he would likely spill the truth. Or perhaps, after some more deliberation, Sergio softly suggested, Brother Ellison, since the pursuers have retreated, why don't you return to the city on your own? My disciple brother and I have other matters to attend to. This? Ellison hesitated. He sensed that the atmosphere was off. Previously, the situation was urgent, and he hadn't given it much thought. But now, as they were temporarily safe, upon reflecting on the sequence of events, everything seemed suspicious. Wise men do not stand under crumbling walls. Reluctantly, Ellison nodded. If so, Jared dared not let Ellison agree and immediately spoke. Master brother, isn't our mission already complete? And who can guarantee there are no other pursuers? If something happens to the intelligence? Interrupted, Ellison's expression changed. He noticed that Sergio seemed reluctant to travel with him, whereas Jared insisted on traveling together. Could it be that he stumbled upon some massacre scene? Yes, it must be true. Sergio kept asking about the intelligence, probably preparing to extract it and then kill him. Jared stopping him was a form of protection. For himself too. Instinctively, he wanted to run away. After all, it would be tragic to escape the fangs of the spirit beasts only to die at the hands of Thunder City residents. Yet, realizing that Sergio was third rank while he was only second rank, revealing his suspicions would only hasten his demise. Forcing down his cold sweat, he composed himself. Brothers Yi and Su, you're making me confused. Since this intelligence is crucial, I dare not delay. If the two of you have other matters, I'll head back to the city first. We're not far from the city, and with our speed, we can reach it soon. Pausing, he added, if the two of you have no pressing matters, accompanying me back would be ideal. After all, as he brother pointed out, the importance of the intelligence suggests the spirit tribe won't stop at just one pursuer. Jared instantly responded, we will accompany you. Brother Su, what do you think? Ellison asked cautiously. Sergio smiled. Let's head back together. The intelligence is important. It seems there was no opportunity left. He had noticed that Ellison's attitude was off, even if not guessing the full truth, certainly suspecting something. If this continued, more unforeseen incidents might occur. For now, consider Jared lucky. All right. Ellison nodded, inwardly sighing with frustration. At this moment, he wished he could go alone, but he didn't dare show it. The three flew through the air. Jared swallowed pills like candy, forcibly gathering a strand of spiritual energy to fly. With different thoughts on their minds, no unexpected events occurred, and the trio quickly returned to Thunder City. Entering the city, Ellison felt relieved. Both of you, the intelligence I carry is extremely important. I need to report it immediately. We part ways here. Farewell. Without waiting for their response, he left. Jared now felt fearless and whispered playfully, Master brother, it seems he guessed something, or he wouldn't have run so fast. Are you going to silence him? You and I must complete a mission each year, traveling together. Next time, we leave the city. I hope you can still smile. Sergio glanced deeply at Jared and walked towards the city center. Cough, cough. Suppressing his voice, Jared glanced hatefully at Sergio and followed swiftly, not wanting to reveal his exhaustion despite feeling drained. In the main hall of Eben's residence, when the two arrived, Ellison, who had left earlier, was entering the hall. Thinking it over, Sergio did not rush inside. Chapter 316. Return to the city. Seeing Ellison enter the hall, Sergio paused for a moment and did not rush in. Jared could only wait outside the hall as well. After about 30 breaths, Ellison came out of the hall, visibly relieved. Then, he saw Sergio and Jared, and his expression stiffened. Subsequently, he approached with forced courage. Brother Yi, Brother Su. Has Brother Zong reported the news already? Sergio smiled. Yes, Ellison nodded. Our mission is also ready to be handed over. We won't delay Brother Zong any longer. With that, Sergio entered the hall. He wasn't outside to warn anyone, simply thinking that since the intelligence was classified, it was better not to go in immediately to avoid misunderstandings, nothing more. Jared's eyes flickered slightly as he whispered, Brother Zong, be careful recently. My senior brother has a far from broad-minded heart. Ellison's expression changed slightly as he forced a laugh. Brother Yi, you jest. Why does Brother Zong insist on self-deception? Jared patted Ellison's shoulder playfully and entered the hall with an amused look. He was happy to add another enemy for Sergio. If he could somehow turn Ellison into an ally against Sergio, that would be even better. Watching Jared's retreating back, Ellison's expression changed again. Cold sweat started streaming down his face. Deal with Sergio? At the thought of those 4 words, Ellison shivered inwardly. He hadn't forgotten that Sergio had once said he was the holy son of Xianxia Palace. If he really went against Sergio and got exposed, not only would he die, but the force behind him would also be wiped out entirely. I can't stay in Thunderclap City anymore. With this thought, Ellison hastily left, deciding to leave Thunderclap City as quickly as possible. Thunderclap City wasn't the only coastal defense city. There were 23 medium-sized cities like Thunderclap City along the coast. Hearing that the relationship between Zhantian Pavilion and Xianxia Palace was rather hostile, if Thunderclap City, under Xianxia Palace's control, was no longer safe, then he could go to a city controlled by Zhantian Pavilion. Inside the hall, Cody looked at Sergio and Jared entering the hall one after another, frowning deeply and his face darkening. Though they both appeared normal outwardly, Isaac, as the leader of Thunderclap City and a martial emperor, didn't need to sense carefully. Just one glance was enough for him to see. Sergio, though seemingly at his peak externally, had dim bloodlines internally, clearly damaged, requiring extremely rare treasures to recover. Jared was in an even worse state. His bloodline was diminished by 80%, his spirit energy dried up, and his soul dim. He looked like a lamp with its oil almost gone. After a moment, Cody's expression returned to normal. Who did you fight? We found the tracks of the shore landing demon beast and successfully located it, Jared replied. Pausing, Sergio shook his head. It was my impulsive mistake. I didn't expect the demon beast to have 5th rank profound martial cultivation. In a moment of inattention, it managed to attack us unexpectedly. It took a hard battle for us to return. Cody murmured, is that all? Sergio thought for a moment and continued. On our way back, we accidentally met Ellison being chased by a demon beast. We helped, and the demon beast retreated when it saw things weren't going its way. Cody's eyes narrowed slightly. You didn't fight anyone else? Sergio shook his head. No. Cody's eyes began to glow, slowly turning towards Jared. Though Jared wanted to tell the truth, he dared not, instead agreeing, senior brother's statement is accurate. Huh. Cody laughed. Elder? Sergio probed. Cody's smile faded. Nothing. You two appear quite injured. Go rest and heal. Don't leave behind hidden injuries. Disciple will take my leave. Jared instantly left. He was almost at his limit. Staying any longer might make him faint immediately. Sergio also prepared to leave. However, walking to the door, he turned back after a moment of thought. Elder, what was the so-called secret intelligence Ellison mentioned? Because of Ellison's intelligence, he missed the chance to kill Jared. If he didn't even know what that intelligence was, he felt very reluctant. Cody's gaze was mysterious. Secret intelligence, perhaps? Could it not be secret intelligence? Sergio's eyes grew cold. Cody's expression became even more enigmatic. To you two, this news is indeed top secret. One careless move and Thunderclap City might fall. Sergio revealed his confusion. Disciple is puzzled. If Disciple is unsuitable to know, then Disciple will take my leave. Cody stopped speaking in riddles and directly explained. He went to investigate at sea and found that someone in the city secretly colluded with the demon race, informing them of the defensive array setup. Ordinary disciples wouldn't bother mentioning this, but Sergio was the Holy Son, and such information was nothing that couldn't be shared with him. Sergio's pupils constricted. Someone collaborated with the demon race and told them about the city's defensive array? If the demon beasts knew the array setup, breaking through it would be easy. Without the array, given the endless stream of demon beasts from the sea, the defense's breaking seemed imminent. No, something was off. Sergio looked up. Elder says we would think so. Yet there seems to be some other secret? Good reflexes. Cody praised and then slowly said, many years ago, someone sold the array design at the front lines, leading to a breach that caused countless deaths. Afterwards, frequently, people disregarded their lives to collude with the demons. Over time, how could the sect not respond? It turns out Thunderclap City had 2 sets of arrays, one public, one hidden. The public array was currently operational, immensely powerful, capable of suppressing martial emperors. The hidden array was not weaker than the public one, and even stronger. Only about 20 people in Thunderclap City knew about the hidden array. If it weren't for Sergio's special status, he wouldn't qualify to know either. The detailed workings, control, and activation methods of the hidden array. Only Cody and Thunderclap City knew. This was the precaution against security risks. Even if someone successfully informed the demons, and even if the demons broke the public array, Cody could immediately activate the hidden array. Thunderclap City wouldn't fall. Sergio was silent. So, even if Ellison couldn't bring the message back, it wouldn't matter? After a while, Sergio looked up. Do you know who collaborated with the demon race? Ellison risked his life bringing back the intelligence without knowing the full situation. Now Sergio couldn't hold it against him. The only one he could target was the person who collaborated with the demons. Dealing with this person would be justifiable, providing an outlet for his anger. This time, Cody didn't answer but shook his head. That's not something you should concern yourself with. Chapter 317. Dominic. In response to Sergio's inquiry, Leandro did not reveal who it was. Sergio hesitated for a moment before speaking. Elder, I wish to take on another mission. You and Jared are partners. If you want to take a mission, he must accompany you, Leandro said calmly. Sergio was speechless. He had been planning to secretly arrange for the barely alive Jared to leave Thunderclap City in advance. But now he needed Jared's agreement? Even if Jared were foolish, he would never agree. It seemed that killing Jared would have to wait until the next mission in 1 year. Realizing there was no other way, Sergio suppressed his thoughts and prepared to plan again next year. He then asked, Elder, why do some humans collude with the demon races? Leandro turned his hands behind his back and gazed at the sky. Greed, only greed. The vast ocean is boundless, rich with treasures. The sea is abundant with resources that are useless to demons but invaluable to humans. Those who collude with demons seek these treasures that can only be found in the ocean and are beneficial to humans but of no use to demons. Wouldn't it be foolish to sell oneself for treasures? Some can resist temptation, but others cannot, especially those whose lifespans are nearing their end. Such people desire treasures even more than ordinary individuals. Having guarded Thunderclap City for many years, Leandro had seen countless incidents of humans collaborating with demons. It no longer stirred any waves in his heart. After explaining, Leandro waved his hand before Sergio could speak. I see you're injured. Go rest and recover. Don't delay too long, lest you suffer irreversible damage to your foundation. Disciple will take my leave, Sergio said, sensing the dismissal, and left without further questioning. Once Sergio's figure disappeared, Leandro sat down again, narrowing his eyes. As an Empyrean king, even without deliberate observation, he saw much. For instance, he could tell that Jared's near-death condition was not caused by demon beasts, but by humans. That was why he changed expression when they entered, why he felt an unnoticeable fury. Someone dared to harm the holy son of Xianxia Palace and the Battle Peak genius? Yet both claimed they hadn't fought anyone. Combined with the sudden requirement for them to form a team, as an Empyrean king, having witnessed countless schemes, he could deduce the truth from mere fragments. Jared's injuries were likely inflicted by Sergio, and it seemed, if not for encountering Ellison unexpectedly, Jared might have already died. As for why Jared chose to hide the truth even in mortal danger, he didn't know and didn't want to know. Just matters of grudges and enmities, intrigue and machinations. This supreme one has seen enough. With a sigh, Leandro's figure vanished. Regardless of what happened, he didn't want to get involved. Xianxia Palace ordered them to form a team, which hinted at something. Whether it was the Holy Son Sergio or the Battle Peak disciple Jared, this was only their second meeting. What relation did it have to him? With no personal connections or conflicts, he saw no reason to interfere in such complicated matters. Whoever dies, as long as the reported cause is plausible, he would act as if he knew nothing. Deep within the ocean, where human surveillance couldn't reach, the previously struggling spirit creature had returned to the sea, heading straight toward a certain direction in the vast ocean. There were many spirit creatures in the sea. Despite their varied forms, they seemed friendly rather than hostile, possibly due to proximity to the coast. The spirit creature dove deep into the sea and reached a building. A structure made of blood-red crystal, appearing like a sea of blood from afar. A blood-red crystal palace. Approaching the palace, the spirit creature's eyes showed faint madness. Leader Armando. The voice quickly entered the blood-red crystal palace. Soon after, rushing water. A fierce black shadow appeared in the crystal palace. Only its head protruded from the opening. Just the head was already over 50 feet tall, covered in blood-red scales, resembling a dragon. This was the mighty Dominic, the ruler of nearby waters. Judging by the head size, if the Dominic fully emerged, its body would exceed 300 feet. Seeing the ferocious Dominic, the spirit creature shuddered in fear, prostrating motionlessly on the ground. The Dominic stared at the spirit creature for a while before speaking. What is it? The voice wasn't loud, but resonated due to the aquatic environment. The spirit creature hurriedly explained, Leader, I failed to carry out the pursuit. Worthless. The Dominic's eyes grew cold, its ferocious mouth slightly opening, emitting a faint suction force. The spirit creature's eyes filled with terror. Spirit creatures and humans were different. Although the terrifying existence in the heart of the sea set rules prohibiting cannibalism among spirit creatures, the Dominic was no ordinary spirit creature. It was the king of the surrounding seas. Most terrifyingly, the Dominic was extremely savage and bloodthirsty. If he couldn't satisfy the Dominic, he'd become its meal. Not that the Dominic was overly cruel. Spirit creatures were a broad term. Strictly speaking, the Dominic and this unnamed spirit creature belonged to entirely different kinds of demons. The spirit creature dared not resist the suction force. As it approached the Dominic's mouth, it quickly explained, Leader, this all happened because of a strange human. A strange human? Humans, so fragile. How can they be strange? Ice Flame Spirit, do you know what you're saying? The Dominic clearly took interest. Ice Flame Spirit was the name of the spirit creature and its kind. A rare type that allegedly only spawned in places where ice and fire converge. Such creatures had no parents, nurtured by nature itself. Despite Sergio's extensive study of Xianxia Palace's archives, he couldn't recognize the Ice Flame Spirit, highlighting its rarity. Ice Flame Spirit nodded rapidly. Leader, this human somehow exerted bloodline suppression on me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have failed. The Dominic paused, then grinned slightly. Bloodline suppression? This joke isn't funny. Its fangs became visible, growing even more terrifying. It's true. If I lie, may I perish in your belly, Ice Flame Spirit hastily explained. The Dominic's vertical pupils slowly narrowed. Tell me more. As you wish, Leader. Ice Flame Spirit quickly recounted the entire event. ####Chapter 318. The Spirit Plot. In response to the Dominic's inquiry, Bing Yin Davising hurriedly recounted everything that had transpired. A malevolent aura descended. So, You were utterly helpless before a mere human at the third stage of essence martial cultivation, disgracing our spirit beast lineage? Guiyuan Mountains quickly explained himself. Commander, it was due to that suppression. If you don't believe me, you can go ashore and see for yourself. The human defenses are virtually useless against you. This wasn't entirely an exaggeration. The Dominic was no ordinary entity. His cultivation was at the 9th rank of Imperial Martial King. If he went ashore, even with the coastal defense formation activated, they would barely be able to protect themselves. Defeating the Dominic would be impossible. However, he didn't like going on land. It wasn't that he disliked slaughtering and devouring. Rather, those worth consuming fled rapidly. Those who couldn't escape weren't particularly beneficial to him when devoured. It would be better to stay in the sea and consume larger, unevolved beasts. Someone who can suppress us through bloodline. Interesting. The Dominic's vertical pupils slowly focused on a certain area, not the coastline but the depths of the ocean. If that human truly possessed the ability to suppress them via bloodline, they were definitely not simple. Swallowing that person might stimulate their own bloodline, pushing them further and allowing a return to deeper waters rather than lingering as a commander by the shore. Ordinary beast spirits might have rushed towards the defenses, but the Dominic was different. Its intelligence rivaled humans. He was confident that no one within the so-called defenses could match him, but the human array formations mustn't be underestimated. If he were careless, he might get trapped in their formations, and if humans brought reinforcements to encircle him. Seeing this, Guiyuan Mountains felt slightly relieved. Commander, should we gather elite forces and massacre on shore? That human is too strange. With just a weak human body, he managed to suppress our spirit beast lineage through bloodline. The Dominic's vertical pupils flickered coldly. I know my place and shouldn't meddle in your affairs. Guiyuan Mountains hastily backed off, leaving with a few bubbles. Seeing this, the Dominic pondered. Should he mobilize his spirit beasts to go ashore? Too troublesome. While he looked down upon the humans defending the shore, their defensive formations were indeed complicated. Once a battle began, the humans would inevitably bring reinforcements. He wasn't afraid, but he didn't want meaningless slaughter that would only result in losses without any benefits. Shortly after, the Dominic's shadow darted toward the sea surface. Human, bloodline suppression? He needed to confirm whether the suppression was genuine, the prerequisite being that Guiyuan Mountains hadn't lied. He needed to verify first. Soon, the Dominic's colossal head, adorned with vertical pupils, emerged from the water and gazed inland. With its terrifying vision, it saw the interconnected cities and gathering points deep inland. Moments later, the Dominic seemed to recall something and vanished back into the sea. Guiyuan Mountains hadn't told him what that strange human looked like. 10 days later, in the central hall of Thunderclap City, a figure at the Essence Martial Realm barged into the hall. Davizanal, there is a strange matter that requires your decision. The hall was empty. Seeing this, he stood waiting at the spot. Given the hall's importance, he believed the Davizanal, despite being absent, would have left a sliver of his awareness. Indeed, the Davizanal would already know he was here. The Davizanal, naturally, was Leandro. Though this mansion wasn't the official residence, Leandro, who oversaw Thunderclap City's affairs, was effectively its Davizanal. After a few moments, what is it? Leandro asked, looking up. This. I am hesitant to explain. Please take a look, Davizanal. Brogan hesitated, then took out a stone that emitted a fluorescent light. A light screen appeared. The screen showed a location not far from the coast. There was a stern-faced individual and a blue-winged snake. Leandro's eyes twitched. Blue feather davicing, quite rare? Blue feather davicing, a unique snake spirit found only in the sea, had a blue body and wings, was incredibly fast, and extremely venomous. Halt! The stern-faced man held a long spear, ready to strike at any moment. Then, ripples emerged around the blue feather davicing, followed by a sprig of green algae appearing. It was small, yet everyone sensed its vivid greenness, quite peculiar. The blue feather davicing flapped its wings slightly. I've heard Thunderclap City recently had an interesting visitor. I wish to play with him. If he wins, this trinket shall be yours. As you humans say, the stakes. The screen flashed and disappeared. Green core algae. Leandro withdrew his gaze. Green core algae, a treasure that didn't exist on land, had limited use for spirit beasts but was extremely precious for humans. Even ignoring the alchemy benefits, absorbing it directly could increase a 9th rank essence martial practitioner's chances of advancing to the Earth spirit realm by 30% during the attempt. Of course, that wasn't the strangest part. What was odd was that the blue feather davicing was challenging someone. After pondering for a while, Leandro spoke. Instead of directly attacking, it reported. Perhaps there's more to it. Brogan's eyes revealed fear. City, Davizanal. When the blue feather davicing appeared, we were prepared to kill it, but as we surrounded it, a terrifying pressure emerged. At that time, a half-revealed blood-colored dragon's head appeared on the sea surface, over 3 zhang tall. They all said it was at least an imperial martial king. Leandro's eyes narrowed. Blood-colored dragon? Compared to others, having guarded this place for years, he knew exactly what the blood-colored dragon represented. He also knew how dangerous the sea truly was. Involuntarily, Leandro ordered, explain in detail, reporting to the Davizanal. Turns out, the matter was straightforward. The blue feather davicing, carrying the green core algae, challenged someone it didn't recognize beyond appearance. Finally, it formed another illusion, this time of a human figure. Leandro instantly recognized the figure. He was very familiar with it. He had seen it twice but still knew it well. His shimming palace Bryson, Sergio, was unmistakable. Leandro frowned slightly. Blue feather davicing wants to challenge Sergio? Why? This time, it wasn't just about the blue feather davicing, but also the blood-colored dragon. Did Sergio ruin some pursuit sent by the dragon? Impossible. Such a minor issue wouldn't warrant the dragon coming personally. There must be another reason. Chapter 319, Dealing with Cord. Cody suspected something was amiss and instinctively asked for the reason behind Cord's challenge. That person shook his head. No. He merely said that this person defeated Bingyan Davising of the 9th level of Essence Martial Arts. He is on good terms with Bingyan Davising and believes that Sergio's victory was unfair, so he has come to challenge him. Go and fetch Sergio, Cody frowned. Due to their special status, Sergio and Jared resided within the compound. Soon after that person left, Sergio appeared in the Grand Hall. Elder, I wonder if you have any important matters to instruct me? Sergio asked as soon as he entered. Cody smiled. Your wounds have completely healed in just 10 days. Impressive. It was a minor injury. With the aid of medicinal pills, recovery wasn't difficult. Sergio remained unperturbed. Cody laughed but didn't expose the true extent of the minor injury. Instead, he asked, did anything unusual happen related to demonic spirits during your mission with Jared? Sergio looked puzzled. Demonic spirits. He clearly didn't understand Cody's implication. However, after some thought, he continued, nothing unusual. During our outing, we encountered only 2 demonic spirits. One of them, which went ashore without permission, was already killed. The other, which pursued Ellison, was quite formidable, so my junior brother and I drove it off, though it also suffered considerable injuries. It shouldn't be a concern unless it recuperates over a long period. After finishing, Sergio asked, Elder, is there any change? Cody sized up Sergio, pondering the reason behind the blood python's appearance. He couldn't make sense of it, especially why the blood python would emerge because of Sergio. As far as he knew, the blood python had not left its crimson crystal palace at the bottom of the sea for centuries. Why would it suddenly be disturbed? Elder? After waiting for an answer, Sergio spoke again. There's a Cord who wants to duel you specifically. Cody informed him directly. Cord? Looking at the blue-feathered illusion, Sergio was taken aback. It sounded like Cord was retaliating for the previous demonic beasts. But could it be that simple? Soon, Sergio raised his head. Could it be because I saved Ellison and foiled the demonic spirit's plan, thus they want revenge? That was the only reason he could think of. Absolutely not, Cody paused then explained. If it were another demonic spirit, perhaps it might be due to anger. But since it's the blood python, things are not that simple. After a moment's reflection, Cody whispered, this matter shouldn't concern you, but now telling you isn't unreasonable. Our human sect gathers the best talents from all over the world. The demonic spirits aren't disorganized either. The 23-city defense line here defends against the seas under the blood python's jurisdiction. The size of the area controlled by the blood python was uncertain even to Cody, but from years of reconnaissance, it was found that within 5 million miles on either side of Thunderclap City, the blood python ruled supreme. The blood python itself showed no interest in coming ashore. Some demonic spirits frequently appearing on land were actually controlled by the blood python's subordinates. Although the blood python, being a demonic spirit, disliked humans and did not wish to go ashore, it wouldn't stop its subordinates if they wanted to. But since the blood python was the king of this sea region, these demonic spirits needed its approval for any actions. Sometimes when idle, the blood python would enthusiastically participate and watch the chaos unfold. Sergio saw differently. Is the blood python very powerful? He noticed the immense caution Cody expressed towards the blood python in his words. After a moment of silence, Cody responded, is entering the sea difficult? Not really, Sergio replied instinctively. Whether it's the sea or lakes, water is just water. Not to mention techniques like water parting spell. Simply protecting oneself with spiritual power would suffice to move freely underwater. Except for those specializing in fire-based martial arts, others, whether in the sea or on land, wouldn't see much difference in strength. Those skilled in water-based martial arts might even gain a slight advantage. Without elaboration, Cody asked, understand? What was there to understand? Just as Sergio was about to question, he suddenly realized where he was, defenses. To guard against the demonic spirits in the sea. If one's strength wasn't affected by entering the water, why defend instead of directly assaulting the sea? Unless they weren't strong enough. Sergio muttered, is the blood python that strong? He even considered using his bloodline to suppress the blood python and having Cody finish it off. Cody immediately displayed pride. Though the blood python is strong, the Xianxia sect is one of the 4 major sects of the Eastern Domain. If we truly wish to slay it, sacrificing some reserves, it's not impossible. Your current level is too low. Knowing the secrets beforehand could harm you more than benefit you. No need to ask further. Even though he couldn't defeat the blood python, and 90% of the elders couldn't either, it didn't mean the Xianxia sect couldn't kill it. He then shifted the topic. I merely want to tell you that even if a martial emperor-class demonic spirit died on land, the blood python may not appear. Now that it has, something must be going on. Cord challenging you now must be because something happened while you and Jared left the city, drawing the blood python's attention. Sergio instantly recalled everything, but found nothing out of the ordinary. The only oddity might have been the crocodile demonic beast he killed, which claimed to have offended a royal family, but definitely not the reason for Cord's appearance. After much deliberation, Sergio looked up. I indeed haven't found anything unusual. Helplessly, Cody had to speak. The green core algae is incredibly potent, even rare in our Xianxia sect, existing only in the sea. Do you accept Cord's challenge? Sergio replied seriously. If the green core algae is truly so potent, a treasure offered to me, I have no reason to refuse. Achieving a major realm breakthrough was no easy feat. A valuable item that the Xianxia sect didn't have, freely offered. Why would he refuse? Cody's eyes widened. He had made it clear before. Cord was at the 9th level of Essence Martial Arts. Yes, 9th level. Sergio was still at the 3rd level yet was so confident. However, Cody didn't say much, maintaining a normal expression. With a wave of his hand, he disappeared with Sergio. 3 breaths later, about 300 miles from the coastline, Cody brought Sergio here. Below, a dozen individuals in various attire surrounded Cord. Chapter 320, Dominic appears. After Cody brought Sergio to a place roughly 300 miles from the coastline, Sergio immediately saw over 10 figures of varying attire from the martial realm surrounding a blue-feathered Davising. Davisinal. Upon seeing Cody, everyone moved aside. The blue-feathered Davising instantly focused on Sergio. Human, what's your name? Sergio whispered softly. Name? My kind has no relationship with yours. Let's skip formalities. Blue-feathered Davising's eyes instantly flashed with annoyance, but quickly suppressed it. If you defeat me in this fight, this item will be yours. Green core algae was revealed again. A somewhat salty scent spread. The smell not only caused no discomfort, but also made one's mind clearer. Regardless of whether they knew about green core algae or not, at that moment, they could tell it was an extraordinary thing. Sergio glanced at the green core algae and smiled. All right. Be it spirits or beasts, under the suppression of his bloodline aura, they didn't stand a chance. Blue-feathered Davising's vertical pupils slowly transformed, revealing a bloodlust. If you lose, you must die. Davisk regular snakes, forked tongues began darting from its mouth. On account of the green core algae, if you lose, I won't kill you. Sergio remained calm. Well, mainly because he sensed the Dominic might be watching from the sea. Even Cody showed respect for it. Hence there was no need to provoke it unless necessary. All right, Sergio directly agreed. Lose? Blue-feathered Davising sounded like a bird, yet it was indeed a snake with wings. His bloodline aura had a suppressing effect on snakes. The previous crocodile beast could barely escape Sergio's aura. However, this blue-feathered Davising wouldn't stand a chance even if it went all out. Hiss. Without further ado, blue-feathered Davising opened its gigantic mouth, around 30 feet wide, and lunged at Sergio. This was clearly not its true skill, just a probing attack. Sergio hadn't planned to fight this blue-feathered Davising. Being only 3rd stage Yuanwu, his real combat power couldn't match up to the blue-feathered Davising. Ayo! A pure dragon roar echoed as a shadow of a true dragon appeared behind Sergio, exuding a terrifying aura that only beasts could sense. The pouncing blue-feathered Davising instantly seemed to lose all strength, collapsing motionlessly on the ground. Its normally radiant blue feathers lost their luster. How did you do this? Blue-feathered Davising stammered weakly, powerless. Sergio didn't bother explaining and grinned. You lost, right? With a wave of his hand, the green core algae was drawn towards him using spirit energy. I lost. Sensing the submission from within, blue-feathered Davising lowered its head. He wanted to leave. The overwhelming suppressive aura made him feel compelled to submit to the source. Yet, he also clearly perceived that the person before him was human. This led to a fierce conflict between his enormous urge to kill and overwhelming submission. If he were an ordinary human, he would have suffocated due to this extreme contradiction. Worthless creature. A thunderous voice reverberated. Cody suddenly appeared in front of Sergio, gazing at the sea. Rushing waves. A towering surge burst forth, transforming into a cascade of water droplets. A Dominic emerged from the ocean, measuring over 1,000 feet long. Fortunately, it was at least 300 miles away, so there was no oppressive feeling, or rather, not at all. The Dominic covered 300 miles in a single breath and appeared not far from Sergio and company. Its massive size darkened the sky. Cody immediately shouted coldly, Dominic, are you planning a major battle? The Dominic's eyes turned bloody red. Human ant, you dare threaten our king? Cody said nothing, silently gathering spirit energy. A trace of it enveloped Sergio, indicating he would carry Sergio away at any sign of trouble rather than confront the Dominic. Without receiving a response, the Dominic wasn't annoyed, merely looking at Sergio. Seeing the Dominic, perhaps due to his true dragon bloodline, Sergio felt no fear but numerous unease. Not from fright, but sensing that this Dominic wanted to eat him, possibly already swallowing him whole had Cody not been present. After a moment, the Dominic asked, what is your name? As it spoke, it vanished, replaced by a muscular man with fiery red hair, naked from the waist up. Bright red, like blood. Sergio remained silent. Transformed into human form, the Dominic's eyes revealed a faint gloom. Sergio bowed. Young Sergio pays respects to the venerable spirit. Sergio, nice name. The muscular man smiled brightly. Then he tilted his head slightly, looking at your fur. Your clothing style, you're a disciple of Xianxia Palace? Yes, Sergio nodded. Xianxia Palace, the Dominic scoffed and then stretched out a hand. Davistal oral, this king admires you. If you join me, among the 30 million miles of ocean under my command, only you will be second to me, free to roam and enjoy. Sergio couldn't help but be stunned. You're trying to recruit me? The muscular man proudly replied. If not, do you think that trash beside you deserves this king to transform from true form to human? Indeed, despite looking human, the essence remained Dominic. This human appearance was just a transformation. Well, calling it a transformation isn't entirely accurate since the Dominic's body was indeed that of a human's now. It was more like a corporeal method used by humans called martial arts. While capable of transforming shape, it couldn't change its aura. Even in human form, Sergio still sensed the non-human aura. Cody instantly flared up. Dominic. The Dominic sneered, just a 5th-rank Wushuang. Who else is an ant if not you? If not for that turtle shell formation, killing you would be effortless. Sergio, join me or your talents will be buried in Xianxia Palace. At the end of its words, the Dominic stared back at Sergio, completely disregarding Cody. Sergio could tell that the Dominic likely had the strength to ignore Cody. Otherwise, Cody would have attacked by now instead of being merely angry. But could the Dominic's overwhelming power affect it with its aura? If it could, would Cody unleash enough force to slay the Dominic? Keeping his composure, Sergio bowed slightly. I thank the venerable spirit for your regard, but my sect has bestowed great favors upon me. I fear I must disappoint you. Instantly, clouds overshadowed the Dominic's face. Are you rejecting our king? Chapter 321, Heartquake. Upon hearing Sergio reject the invitation, Tad's face instantly clouded over with dark clouds, literal dark clouds. Not only did his expression turn grim, but miniature clouds began to appear in his eyes, and above his head, palm-sized dark clouds swirled with lightning dancing within them. Cody sneered, Sergio is the sacred son of our Xianxia Palace. Who else could you have lured if not our sacred son? Indeed, for ordinary disciples, the conditions offered by Tad might have been tempting. However, Sergio was the sacred son of Xianxia Palace. Resources? Status? Did the sacred son lack these things? Absolutely not. Sergio, this king will remember this. I believe you will eventually appear before me, Tad said, giving Sergio a long, deep look before turning around. There, Blue Feather, supported by her wings as if standing upright, suddenly cowered on the ground. Commander. Worthless. Tad's voice was icy cold. A flash of crimson light flashed and then, Blue Feather turned into flying ash and scattered away. She had been killed by Tad. His cultivation was incredibly high. Sergio barely saw a streak of crimson light before Blue Feather was utterly obliterated, leaving no trace. Roar. Tad leaped up, transforming back into his half-fathom blood python form. With one flick of his tail, he vanished instantly. Splash. Only the enormous water spray that suddenly rose from the sea 300 miles away told the story that Tad had returned to the sea. This matter must not be disclosed. Violators will have their entire clans exterminated. Cody glanced coldly at the others present, then immediately left with Sergio. The Yuanwu realm cultivators there collapsed onto the ground in a sweat, not because of Cody's threats, but due to the overwhelming aura of Tad. Not everyone could remain calm in front of Tad. If Cody hadn't been in the forefront earlier, they might have lost their strength and been unable to move under that terrifying pressure. At the sect's main hall, upon returning to the Thunderclap City Hall, Cody immediately set up a barrier to isolate the interior and exterior. Then, looking at Sergio, he asked urgently, "Can your bloodline suppress beast demons?" He asked this because when Sergio suppressed Blue Feather right in front of him, he didn't see anything unusual with his eyes. It was just uncertain whether it was indeed bloodline suppression. Sergio nodded slightly. Then he revealed confusion. "Is there any problem?" Cody murmured, "Problem? Huh. Throughout history, I have never heard of a human who can suppress beast spirits with their own bloodline." Then his eyes flashed. Could Tad have been startled because you can suppress beast spirits? Did you rescue Ellison by suppressing the pursuing beast spirits with your bloodline? Yes, exactly so. Sergio naturally did not deny it. Could it be that Tad was alarmed because of this? Cody's eyes showed a rare trace of agitation. He wasn't sure whether he should be happy or troubled. Happy because Sergio could suppress beast spirits, and the degree of suppression was terrifying. If Sergio grew up, he wouldn't need too high a cultivation, just the realm of martial emperor rank 1, and he could possibly single-handedly exterminate countless leagues of sea beast spirits, preventing them from ever approaching land again. Troubling, precisely because of this ability to suppress beast spirits. Now that this matter had been exposed, it made sense if Tad appeared because of it. Following this, since the recruitment failed, Tad would likely spare no effort to unleash endless waves of beasts. There were far too many beast spirits in the sea. Apart from countless beast spirits, there were innumerable beast demons. Although beast demons were beasts, beast spirits came from the breakthroughs of beast demons. Thus, they could naturally control the unenlightened beasts of their kind. If Tad truly willed it, controlling millions of fearsome beast waves to come ashore would be as easy as flipping one's hand. Thinking about this, Cody raised his head, angry. This matter is so significant. Why did you expose it so easily today? Sergio forced a smile. Isn't it possible that people with higher bloodlines can suppress inferior beast demons? He always thought that his bloodline could suppress beast demons, not uniquely, just more effectively. After all, he possessed a Tier 9 Heavenly Class 5-clawed Golden Dragon bloodline. Others facing beast demons should also experience some level of suppression, albeit less pronounced. It was only now that he realized that perhaps others completely lacked this bloodline suppression against beast demons. Cody didn't speak. He had already mentioned it. What was the need to restate? Instead, he asked, there is indeed the concept of bloodline suppression among beast spirits, but never between humans and beast spirits. Why can you suppress beast spirits with your bloodline? Disciple doesn't know. Sergio shook his head. Have you accidentally consumed any extraordinary treasures? Cody clearly was unsatisfied with the answer. Sergio shook his head. No. His ability to suppress beast spirits was certainly not brought about by external factors. Since his reincarnation, his bloodline had transformed, naturally suppressing beast spirits, as if it were an innate trait. Cody's brows furrowed slightly. Since that's the case, could it be because my bloodline is slightly superior compared to others? Sergio probed. Cody was about to deny it, but swallowed his words. It was not impossible. A Tier 9 Heavenly Class bloodline emerged once in 10,000 years. A Tier 9 Heavenly Class True Dragon bloodline, even more unheard of. And in legends, the True Dragon was the ruler of countless beast demons. The True Dragon bloodline suppressing beast spirits wasn't unimaginable. After further contemplation, Cody pressed down his thoughts. Tad will definitely employ other means next. Prepare yourself. Return to the sect immediately. Return to Xianxia Palace? Sergio's expression darkened. Cody looked up. You don't want to? Sergio indeed didn't want to return. He came to the seaside to hunt beast demons to improve his cultivation. Although he had killed one beast demon, he hadn't used the great vast ancestor dragon sutra to devour it, nor had he killed Jared. How could he return? Though his intuition told him that immediately returning to Xianxia Palace to avoid the vortex was the best choice, he felt he shouldn't leave. If he left, the slow pace of his cultivation improvement would be secondary. Regardless of speed, given his young age, he could still cultivate rapidly using the resources of Xianxia Palace alone. More importantly, once he returned, he would lose the best opportunity to kill Jared. That was the most critical. He had an inexplicable feeling that if he didn't seize this chance to kill Jared at the seaside, Jared would cause him tremendous trouble in the future. By then, regret would be too late. But Tad. Sergio's silence made Cody very eager to scold him. But thinking about it, he refrained from doing so. Instead, he softly said, "You know where the teleportation array is located? In life, whether actions are right or wrong, one must take responsibility for their choices. If you decide to return to the sect anytime, use the teleportation array to go back. This venerable will alter the formation near the teleportation array, so you can activate it with your sacred sun token whenever needed. If there's nothing else, you may leave." Chapter 321. Shock. Hearing Sergio refuse the invitation, Maximus's face instantly turned overcast. Yes, truly overcast. His face was grim, and miniature clouds appeared in his eyes. Above his head were palm-sized clouds with lightning continuously flashing within them. Taoist Cloudwalker sneered, "Sergio is my profound Nether Palace's sacred son. Who couldn't you try to entice but my sacred son?" Indeed, if it were an ordinary disciple facing the conditions Maximus offered, they might have succumbed to temptation. Unfortunately, Sergio is the sacred son of the profound Nether Palace. Supplies? Status? Does a sacred son lack any of these things? He lacks none at all. Sergio, this king remembers you. I believe that ultimately, you will appear before me. Maximus gave Sergio a deep look, then turned around. There, Cord stood supported by its wings, almost like a human. Cord immediately shrunk back to the ground. "Commander, worthless." The flood dragon's voice was icy. A streak of blood light flashed, and Cord turned into ashes and dissipated. Maximus killed it. Given his extraordinary cultivation, Sergio only saw a streak of blood light before Cord was utterly destroyed. Roar. With a flash, Maximus returned to its original form, flicked its tail, and vanished. Splash. Only the towering water splash 300 miles away in the sea indicated that Maximus had returned to the sea. No one shall spread this matter. Anyone who disobeys will have their entire family exterminated. Taoist Cloudwalker glanced coldly at the others here and left with Sergio. Those present in the area suddenly collapsed onto the ground, drenched in sweat. Not because of Taoist Cloudwalker's threat, but because of Maximus's imposing presence. Not everyone could remain calm before Maximus. Had Taoist Cloudwalker not been in front earlier when Maximus appeared, they probably would have lost their strength and found it hard to move due to that terrifying pressure. In the sect's Grand Hall, as soon as they returned to Thunder City's Great Hall, Taoist Cloudwalker immediately set up restrictions to isolate the interior and exterior. Then he looked at Sergio, speaking rapidly, "Can your bloodline suppress beasts?" He asked this because when Sergio suppressed Cord just now, he clearly saw it, though he wasn't sure if it was due to bloodline suppression. "Yes," Sergio nodded lightly. Then he showed confusion. "Is there a problem?" Taoist Cloudwalker whispered, "Problem, huh? I've never heard of a human using their own bloodline to suppress demon spirits." His eyes flickered. Could Maximus have been alarmed because you can suppress demon spirits? Did you previously rescue Ellison by suppressing the pursuing demon spirit with your bloodline? Exactly so, Sergio did not deny it. Could Maximus have been alarmed because of this? Taoist Cloudwalker's eyes showed rare annoyance. He didn't know whether to be happy or troubled. Happy, because Sergio could suppress demon spirits, and the degree of suppression was terrifying. If Sergio grows, even without being too high, just reaching the first level of Martial Emperor, he could potentially slaughter countless demon spirits in the seas and prevent them from approaching the land ever again. Troubled. Also because of the ability to suppress demon spirits. Now, since this matter has been exposed, if Maximus appears for this reason, it makes sense. Following its failed recruitment, Maximus would likely unleash an endless beast tide at any cost. There are too many demons in the sea. Besides countless demon spirits, there are untold numbers of demon beasts. Although demon beasts are animals, demon spirits originate from the breakthroughs of demon beasts, thus naturally controlling their primitive kin. If Maximus really wishes to, controlling millions of terrifying beasts coming ashore would be as easy as turning over one's hand. Thinking of this, Taoist Cloudwalker raised his head and said angrily, "This matter is so crucial. Why did you expose it so easily today?" Sergio forced a smile. Can't other people with higher bloodlines also suppress inferior demon beasts? He had always thought that while his bloodline could suppress demon beasts, it wasn't unique, just more effective. After all, he possessed the grade 9 celestial 5-clawed golden dragon bloodline. When others face demon beasts, they should also experience some suppression effect, albeit not significantly strong. It dawned on him that perhaps others had no concept of bloodline suppression on demon beasts at all. Taoist Cloudwalker remained silent. He had already said enough just now. What was there left to say? Instead, he asked, "Is there a possibility you accidentally consumed some precious medicinal herbs?" Sergio shook his head. No. His ability to suppress demon beasts was not derived from external substances. Since his rebirth, after his bloodline transformed, it naturally suppressed demon beasts, as if it came naturally. Taoist Cloudwalker frowned slightly. Since so, could it be because my bloodline is somewhat higher than others? Sergio probed. Taoist Cloudwalker was about to deny it, but stopped himself mid-sentence. It's not impossible. Grade 9 celestial bloodlines rarely appear every 1,000 years. Celestial Grade 9, True Dragon bloodline, he had never heard of it. The True Dragon, in legends, commands countless demon beasts. It's possible that True Dragon bloodline can suppress demon beasts. After further thought, Taoist Cloudwalker suppressed his thoughts. Maximus will definitely have other moves next. Prepare and return to the sect immediately. Return to the profound Nether Palace? Sergio's expression darkened. Taoist Cloudwalker raised his head. Do you not wish to? Sergio indeed did not want to return. He came to the seaside to hunt demon beasts and improve his cultivation. Now, although he killed a demon beast, he did not swallow it using the great vast ancestral Dragon Sutra, nor did he kill Jared. How could he leave? Though instinct told him returning to the profound Nether Palace to avoid trouble was best, he felt he must not leave. If he left, Slower cultivation advancement was minor, regardless of speed. His age is young. Even if he solely used the resources of the profound Nether Palace to practice hard, he would still progress faster than many. Most importantly, once he left, he would miss the best opportunity to kill Jared, which was most critical. He had a premonition that if he didn't kill Jared this time, in the future, Jared would cause insurmountable troubles, and regret would be too late. But Maximus, Sergio's silence made Taoist Cloudwalker almost yell, but thinking about it, he restrained himself. Instead, he softly said, "You know where the teleportation array is. Whether right or wrong, we must take responsibility for our choices. If you decide to return to the sect, use the teleportation array. I will alter the nearby array so you can activate it anytime with your Sacred Sun token. If nothing else, go down." Chapter 322. Blood Wyrm unites the four directions. Cody had intended for Sergio to return to the sect in advance to avoid any accidents. However, after Sergio declined, he did not reprimand him but merely gave a word of caution. "Disciple will take my leave." Sergio felt slightly relieved. In this way, it's better. Even if there were unexpected events, he could activate the teleportation array with the Bryson token and leave at any time. He couldn't wait until next year to carry out his mission. He must find a way to kill Jared immediately and then leave right away. Otherwise, if the Blood Wyrm attacked or some other conspiracy unfolded, his current cultivation level was ultimately insufficient to face such threats. Soon, Sergio's figure disappeared. "We are all fellow disciples. Why must it come to this?" Cody muttered as his form vanished, his voice filled with anger and frustration. The sea. An unknown location, within a blood-red crystal palace. Inside the crystal palace, the massive body of the Blood Wyrm coiled silently, feigning sleep. After an indeterminate amount of time, a series of fluorescent lights rose and soon transformed into indistinct black shadows within the crystal palace. The Blood Wyrm slowly opened its eyes. One of the shadows sneered, "Dougie, haven't you always looked down on us, the ones who linger in the shallows awaiting death? What is the purpose of this transmission? Heard that Armando is a surname exclusive to true dragons, and Dougie bearing this surname means one day they will ascend to a true dragon. We should not offend them," another shadow remarked sarcastically, trying to mediate but still lacing their tone with sarcasm. A somewhat translucent shadow voiced impatience. "Mr. Armando, if you have something to say, just say it. I am busy condensing my light bead now, and don't have time for prolonged communication." Another shadow approached the Blood Wyrm slightly. "Everyone, speak less. We are all unfortunate spirits of the shallow sea. Now that Dougie has contacted us, it clearly aims to reconcile old grievances. It would be best if we helped each other." These shadows either mocked coldly or spoke calmly. Dougie is the name of the Blood Wyrm. Blood Wyrm is the race, not a name. Armando represents the surname of true dragons, and Shue shares the same meaning as blood. The blood of the Blood Wyrm. The Blood Wyrm Dougie watched the various shadows silently without uttering a word. After a while, realizing they were making no progress, the shadows fell silent. The blood-red crystal palace became eerily quiet. Seeing this, the Blood Wyrm finally whispered, "Join me in slaughtering the humans along the coast." Several shadows snorted coldly. "Our contract with the human race sets our boundary in your waters. Invading the shore together? Do you really think all human powerhouses are dead? Moreover, when the king of demons comes to clear up the mess, none of us will escape certain death." Dougie's eyes flickered. "You come to my territory, join me in wiping out all the humans along the coast. This way, we won't be violating the agreement." One shadow sounded strangely. "Did you suffer a setback from the humans?" "I haven't heard of that." Other shadows nodded. "Indeed. Even though we don't like you much, your strength is undeniable. The strongest openly recognized in the Eastern Domain is only at your level. Even if there are some old immortals hiding within the four sects, they won't easily show themselves. They should be grateful for your mercy if you don't create trouble for them. How can they make you falter?" The Blood Wyrm is a type of Wyrm. When demon beasts gain intelligence, they naturally surpass ordinary humans at the same cultivation level. And among all the demon spirits, Wyrms stand out as the most powerful. "Enough chit-chat, will you help or not?" Dougie revealed impatience. "No wonder you were banished from the Central Sea. Begging for help isn't done this way. Ha ha ha." Many shadows laughed mockingly. One shadow floated before Dougie. "All right, you cannot possibly have suffered at the hands of humans for no reason. Your nature wouldn't incline you to seek trouble with them without cause. There must be something attractive prompting you to slaughter humans. Let me guess what it might be." Floating for a moment, the shadow paused. "As a member of the Blood Wyrm clan, the thing that captivates you so much that you are willing to lose face by contacting us. There is only one possibility. It can increase your bloodline purity, perhaps even giving you hope of transforming into a legendary true dragon." Dougie stared coldly at the shadow, remaining silent. Deep down, he was uneasy. Yes, from Sergio, he sensed something different. True dragon bloodline? To his knowledge, human bloodlines couldn't suppress demon spirits, not even true dragon bloodlines. But Sergio could suppress him. At the time, under that pressure, he even felt discomfort. He, Dougie, was a 9th-rank martial emperor, while Sergio was merely a 3rd-rank essence warrior. Yet, that pressure managed to influence him. Although minimally, it did affect him. Ordinary human bloodlines certainly couldn't achieve this unless there was another factor. For example, dragon blood. Thinking of this, Dougie's eyes flashed with hidden longing. He wasn't sure if Sergio had dragon blood, but he sensed that if he could devour Sergio, even if he couldn't transform into a true dragon, his bloodline would undoubtedly be enhanced immensely. He had originally planned to lure Sergio into the sea with deception, but unfortunately, Sergio didn't fall for it. Moreover, the human formation wasn't far, and even if he made a sudden move, he couldn't stop Cody from returning to the formation. To avoid arousing human vigilance, he left without taking action. Thus, now he prepared to contact the kings of neighboring seas, joining forces to launch a joint assault on the land, breaking through the defensive formations and then devouring Sergio. Unfortunately, the other kings weren't fools, especially since his behavior was unusual. The other kings began to sense the truth behind his actions. Suppressing his emotions, Dougie's eyes turned indifferent. Indeed, there is a treasure. If you agree to join me in the attack, come to me, and I will reveal the truth. Time passed slowly, half a year in an instant. Half a year is not long. However, starting from 6 months ago, demon beasts suddenly began appearing more frequently on land, leading to 3 beast tides during this period. The 23 cities along the defense line felt increasing pressure. Fortunately, the defensive formations were extraordinary, and combined with human cooperation, the pressure, although significantly increased, did not bring about any imminent danger of being breached. Sergio, during these 6 months, did not leave Cody's residence but remained in seclusion. In a certain courtyard, on the 2nd floor, Sergio sat quietly meditating. He had been cultivating for half a year, but had yet to reach the threshold of the 4th level. Unexpectedly, he would need at least another half year to attempt a breakthrough. After an unknown period, while meditating, Sergio suddenly opened his eyes. He has emerged from seclusion. He referred to Jared. 6 months ago, after Jared began recuperating, he secretly left a minor enchantment outside Jared's meditation place. The enchantment posed no threat to Jared, but ensured that Sergio would know if Jared left. Just now, his enchantment was triggered. Translation notes. I used blood WYRM instead of Dominic, as it better conveys the unique characteristics and mythological nature of the creature described in the text. Kept names in pinyin format as requested. Adjusted some terms for natural English flow while maintaining the essence and context of the original text. Hashtag chapter 323. Jared leaves the city. The small trick Sergio left behind half a year ago had been triggered. It was evident that Jared had already left the place where he was recuperating. If he's not hiding in this estate and has instead chosen to leave, has he found a way to deal with me? Or does he have some other plan? Sergio muttered to himself as he rose and leaped out of the courtyard. He then vanished from sight and rapidly approached the courtyard where Jared had been recovering. The place where he was meditating wasn't far from where Jared recuperated, just about 40 paces in a straight line. As he neared, Sergio even caught a glimpse of Jared's retreating back. Where was he heading? Sergio silently followed. Although it was likely Jared wouldn't leave the city, he still needed to pursue him. Opportunities aren't waited for. They are sought out. Given the gap in cultivation between them, without external assistance, Jared clearly hadn't detected the concealed Sergio following him. After leaving the residence, Jared glanced around, quickly passing through several streets before arriving at a bustling complex of grand buildings, which was even larger than Bo's residence. Upon reaching the complex, Jared hesitated slightly at the entrance before stepping inside. From a distance down the street, Sergio did not reveal his presence, but frowned slightly. That building complex was an important place in Thunderclap City, the Demon Suppression Pavilion. Its name sounded majestic, and in reality, the Demon Suppression Pavilion was similar to the mission hall of the Xianxia Palace. Nearly all missions in Thunderclap City were issued by the Demon Suppression Pavilion. Most people in Thunderclap City, except those who spontaneously hunted demon spirits, would receive their tasks here before going out to deal with demons. With Sergio and Jared's status, if they wanted to undertake a mission against demons, they wouldn't need to go to the Demon Suppression Pavilion but could seek out Bo personally. Yet now, Jared was going there. What was he up to? Was he planning to leave the city? Logically, even if Jared couldn't sense Sergio's presence, he must know that if he left the city, Sergio would definitely follow him. Did he have a plan? The gap in cultivation meant that any stratagem should be useless under absolute strength. What was Jared planning to do? Or could the remnant soul somehow escape the jar and impart its power? He didn't rashly enter the building complex. As a task-issuing location, the Demon Suppression Pavilion was guarded by formidable arrays. If Sergio entered, his concealment technique would fail. After waiting for about half an hour, Sergio's eyes flashed. Jared emerged. Alongside Jared were 4 true martial 9th rank cultivators. After leaving the building complex, the 5 spoke briefly before speeding off together in the direction of leaving the city. It seemed Jared had gone to the mission hall to accept a mission and had recruited 4 true martial 9th ranks as companions. If it were 9th rank primordial martial realm cultivators, I might hesitate, but true martial 9th rank, let's see what you're planning. Murmuring to himself, Sergio quickly followed once again. Soon, Jared and the 4 true martial 9th ranks passed through the city gate and left the city. Sergio did not rashly depart but waited until they were well away before revealing himself and exiting the city. Leaving the city gate, Sergio concealed himself once more, leaping into the sky to swiftly follow them. Several hours later, about 7,000 miles from Thunderclap City, Sergio still maintained his pursuit at a safe distance. He intended to wait until the distance increased further before changing his appearance, driving away the true martial cultivators, and then dealing with Jared. At this moment, Jared glanced around and murmured, "That's enough." "Brother Yi, what's enough?" the few true martial cultivators asked immediately. They didn't know Jared's true identity or cultivation level, assuming he was also a true martial 9th rank like them. Looking around, Jared smiled lightly. If we go further, Sergio will likely reveal himself. By then, it may be too late. Sergio? The group exchanged puzzled glances. One person quickly recalled, "This name. I heard he recently obtained the position of Sacred Son in the Xianxia Palace, possessing unparalleled talent, having broken through to the primordial martial realm at just over 20 years old." Finished speaking, the person looked baffled. Why would he appear? "I don't understand what Brother Yi means." "No rush, you'll understand soon enough," Jared replied. With a wave of his hand, he produced a white jade disc. Throwing it lightly, the disc flew into the air and transformed into countless blood threads. Surrounded by the blood threads, the 4 true martial cultivators felt their vital energy and cultivation being absorbed. If this continued, it wouldn't take long before their entire cultivation was obliterated. "What are you doing?" they shouted angrily, each drawing their weapons and attacking. Jared gave them a sidelong glance. You useless fools, making a racket? Although he wasn't Sergio's match, his primordial martial realm cultivation was genuine. Besides Sergio, he could contend with ordinary second or third rank primordial martial realm cultivators. Against a few true martial ninth ranks, it was effortless. The 4 true martial cultivators had barely drawn their weapons when a burst of spiritual energy struck their undetected weaknesses. Instantly, spiritual energy spread, and they were left helpless against the blood thread's absorption. Ah, don't kill me. Please don't. Pained cries filled the air. Under the blood thread's assault, the 4's faces rapidly aged, turning gray and wrinkled within mere moments. Though Sergio in the distance couldn't see clearly, he realized Jared was preparing to kill the 4. Regardless of why Jared acted, it was undoubtedly part of his scheme. Since it could be disrupted, Sergio would disrupt it. Hold it. Sergio immediately revealed himself and rushed forward. Jared glanced up, showing no surprise. Clearly, just as Sergio thought, even if Jared couldn't sense him, he knew Sergio was lurking in the shadows, not letting go of any chance to strike. Instead of stopping, Jared reached out. The blood threads emitted a blood-red glow, increasing the rate of absorption. Don't. Help us. Benishuically save us. He's insane. The desperate true martial cultivators tried to call for help. Unfortunately, Jared's actions were swift. In just over a breath's time, the glowing blood threads completely absorbed their cultivation and life force. The 4 true martial cultivators, emaciated and skeletal, fell from the sky. They hit the ground with a thud. If their cultivation remained, the fall wouldn't matter much. But with their cultivation entirely absorbed and their life force devoured by the mysterious blood threads, the 4 true martial cultivators actually died from the fall. Their emaciated bodies lay on the ground, full of disbelief and regret. Chapter 324, Resurgence of the Remnant Soul. After being thrown to their deaths, the 4 skeletal and terrifying faces displayed sheer disbelief. Their wide eyes were filled with unresolved grievances as they died with eyes open. Whoosh. A few moments later, Sergio appeared at the scene. Looking at the 4 corpses on the ground, he didn't know what to say. Not far away, Jared retrieved the jade disc into his hand. You did come after all. Instantly, a surge of immensely potent vitality and intensely concentrated spiritual energy flooded into Jared's body simultaneously. Seeing this, Sergio raised his hand, summoning the flowing clouds. Although he was confident in dealing with Jared, he wouldn't foolishly let Jared succeed in his plot. When Jared saw this, he suddenly tossed out the disc again. Countless blood threads surged toward Sergio. Even before approaching, Sergio sensed strong gravitational forces pulling down on him. Under this pull, the spiritual energy and blood within his body began to become unstable. If he stayed for too long, his cultivation and blood would likely be consumed by those blood threads. Is this your means to deal with me? As these words fell, Sergio stared at the blood threads, his eyes glowing fiercely, showboating at Lu Ban's door. The vast wasteland ancestral dragon scripture activated, releasing an overwhelming devouring force. Before the blood threads could consume Sergio's cultivation and blood, they were destroyed by the vast wasteland ancestral dragon scripture. The blood threads turned into streams of crimson spiritual energy which Sergio absorbed. Jared's eyes flickered as he reclaimed the disc, and the numerous blood threads instantly dissipated. Because Jared dispelled the blood threads so quickly, Sergio's absorption offered no substantial benefit to him, equivalent only to half a day's diligent cultivation. Sergio narrowed his eyes, lifting his hand to condense sword lights and strike. Ye lad, you've worked hard. A somewhat hoarse voice of the remnant soul sounded. Jared looked at the incoming sword lights and shouted, Kill him! Do you base your confidence on this remnant soul? I could disable him before, and I can do it again. Sergio's eyes flashed coldly as waves of true dragon pressure spread out. A phantom dragon roamed around, almost transforming completely into one. You are confident, and so am I. Let's see who laughs last. Jared lifted his head, his eyes reflecting a sinister smile. One side of his face laughed, while the other side was filled with frost. Upon closer inspection, Sergio sharply noticed. Jared's eyes indeed seemed to be laughing. However, his left eye had entirely transformed. In that eye, Sergio couldn't discern any emotions. He only saw boundless depth, as if that eye didn't belong to Jared. Could it be that the remnant soul has possessed Jared again? In that case, Sergio abruptly halted his transformation into a dragon, lifting his hand to produce 3 talismans. Those were the talismans carrying the full strength strikes of the sterling. Last time, the remnant soul had felt the power within the talisman and immediately carried Jared through the torn space without hesitation, leading to excessive consumption of the remnant soul's power, leaving it unable to exert any force. This time, even if the remnant soul has recovered somewhat, it surely isn't as strong as before. Last time it hastily fled. This time, Jared spoke softly, his voice icy cold. What use are external tools? Judging from his appearance, he seemed to have no fear of the talismans. Sergio's mood sank, but he didn't hesitate. He guided his spiritual energy to activate the talismans. Then, there was nothing afterward. His spiritual energy was like a cow plunging into the sea. The talisman showed no response, not even showing signs of activation. Were the talismans damaged? Impossible. He could sense the terrible energy contained within the talismans. They definitely weren't broken. Considering Jared's fearless demeanor now, it might be because he had unknowingly applied some technique to the talismans, sealing their usage. Although Sergio had never heard of such a method, the remnant soul was reputed to be in existence of Heavenman realm. His knowledge far surpassed 10 times what the profound Nether Palace archives held. Possessing such incomprehensible methods against Sergio wasn't surprising. Seeming to know Sergio's thoughts, Jared's voice echoed in the remnant soul's tone. Boy, without the talismans, what do you have to fight me with? I knew of your murderous intent. Without confidence, I wouldn't dare leave the city. Jared's own voice followed, laced with disdain. Armandu. Without hesitation, Sergio transformed directly into a dragon. A relatively small dragon form appeared. Senior, can you handle him? Jared's voice instantly became tense. The might Sergio wielded after transforming into a dragon was too terrifying. Even now, he remembered how Steve's unparalleled dominance during their life or death match ended up powerless under Sergio's dragon form, ultimately choosing to commit suicide. He even suspected that Steve's confidence might have stemmed from realizing his helplessness when facing a dragon form, unwilling to accept defeat and, unable to face the reality, chose suicide. The remnant soul's disdainful voice rang out. A loach dares to provoke me? Sergio's eyes glowed coldly as countless ice spikes rose instantly. Each spike could easily obliterate 9th stage essence martial experts. And at this moment, thousands of such ice spikes had formed. Meanwhile, in the sea, splash! Water splashed as Blood-WRM's figure burst out of the ocean. Its enormous head gazed at where Sergio and Jared were battling. It was too far away to see clearly, only vaguely spotting 2 black dots, seemingly with a blood-red cage. What it cared about wasn't the cage, or the black dots. Instead, it was the faint pressure transmitted from afar. Though distant, the pressure didn't affect it. It only cared about the immense lineage suppression felt from this pressure. True Dragon, the Emperor of Dragons. Even without seeing the scene, the words True Dragon Emperor spontaneously emerged in its mind. He had a premonition that if it could consume it, it would surely transform into a true dragon. This aura, it seems to belong to that human called Sergio. My plan was just starting, yet you voluntarily left the shell of Thunderwar City. So be it. I shall take your flesh. With a low whisper of manic joy, Blood-WRM's figure flashed, transforming into human form. Then concealing its aura, it rapidly approached. If it used full speed, it could arrive in at most 10 breaths. However, that wasn't possible. At top speed, its movements wouldn't escape Thunderwar City's notice. Hiding its aura, a slower speed wouldn't matter as long as it didn't alert Thunderwar City. Even if Sergio's strength were countless times greater, he wouldn't be able to stand against it. Once it reached there and swallowed Sergio whole, everything would be perfect, and even if Thunderwar City realized, it would be too late. On another front, neither the remnant soul nor Sergio knew that Blood-WRM had been alerted by Sergio's transformation into a dragon. Had Sergio known, he certainly wouldn't have casually transformed into a dragon. The previous time he transformed into a dragon to deal with Jared, Blood-WRM was deep in the ocean inside a blood-colored crystal palace, failing to notice the pressure. This time, aware of Sergio's existence, Blood-WRM plotted to consume Sergio and was always staying in shallower waters. The moment Sergio transformed into a dragon, Blood-WRM instantly sensed it. Chapter 325, Remnant Soul Possession. Due to the differences in Sergio's Dominic transformation process, last time he transformed into a Dominic without the Tad's awareness. This time, however, as soon as Sergio transformed, the Tad immediately sensed it and swiftly flew over. After transforming this time, Sergio's martial arts true essence became even more extraordinary. The moment the Tad made its move, Sergio felt waves of unease. His instincts warned him that an extremely terrifying danger was approaching, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. Jared suddenly growled lowly, "Senior, what's happening? Why do I feel that some extremely dangerous presence is getting closer?" The remnant soul didn't seem concerned. "If not for my intervention, you wouldn't be able to withstand his dragon form. It's very normal to sense impending danger." Jared pondered for a while, then nodded without saying another word. Indeed, if not for the remnant soul, he had no desire to face Sergio in his current state. Meanwhile, Sergio looked at the remnant soul, his expression turning serious. Perhaps, he had underestimated it from the start. This time, he couldn't use talismans and the terrifying foreboding in his heart. No wonder Jared, despite knowing the danger, left Thunder City. He must be cautious about this remnant soul. Even a withered camel outweighs a horse. The remnant soul might once have been a celestial realm expert, and being overly cautious wouldn't hurt. Therefore, he would need to increase his efforts. Aoo! With a high-pitched dragon roar, countless electric lights rose up, much like the ice needles earlier. Each electric bolt was enough to easily annihilate a 9th-rank Yuanwu. Jared's left eye flashed with a cold light. Without external assistance, you are merely a small loach trying to rebel. Following the remnant soul's words, Jared tapped forward with his left hand. Ripples spread everywhere. In an instant, the disc Jared held earlier soared back into the sky, ripples spreading out. The ice needles that Sergio had just formed and brought close were immobilized by these ripples, and then disintegrated into water vapor which was absorbed by the disc. Sergio's eyes widened slightly. He could sense that as the water vapor was absorbed, the disc's bloodlines started to consume energy at an accelerated rate. Without breaking the disc, any attack he launched, regardless of its strength, would only strengthen Jared instead of having any effect. Thus, he activated the Great Wasteland Ancestor Dragon Scripture again. Using it within his dragon body, its power grew even more terrifying. Those numerous bloodlines that attempted to approach were instantly repelled by the Great Wasteland Ancestor Dragon Scripture before regrouping towards the disc. A hint of surprise appeared on the remnant soul's face, followed by a sneer. "Underestimated you, Oral, but what can it do in front of me?" Countless bloody glows surged on the bloodlines. Then, the absorption power of the Great Wasteland Ancestor Dragon Scripture instantly hit a bottleneck. Sergio could sense that within those bloodlines, a divine soul force had arisen. If he could absorb even a bit of it, it might double his divine soul strength. However, he couldn't absorb it. Although the amount of divine soul force was minimal, it was too pure. So pure that Sergio couldn't imagine it. Due to its purity, he found it impossible to affect it with his cultivation. Roar, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning erupted simultaneously. Wind blades, raindrops, and thunderbolts rushed towards Jared. Sergio also sneered coldly, "Just a sealed remnant soul. How can you still have the strength to protect Jared? The left eye representing the remnant soul flickered. Indeed, he was just a remnant soul in a sealed state, able to seep out power thanks to Jared's assistance. Now, defending against Sergio's absorption force with the disc was already his limit. How could he divert more power to protect Jared? If Jared was destroyed by Sergio, Senior, what should we do? Jared's expression changed drastically. To resist the storm of attacks? If resisted, the disc would inevitably fail to withstand Sergio's absorption power. When that happens, abruptly, the remnant soul snorted. What are you panicking for? So what if it's a true dragon? Just a Yuanwu realm, how can it turn the tide? From Sergio's perspective, the remnant soul seemed to be possessing Jared, speaking to itself, asking and answering its own questions, looking bizarre beyond imagination. If someone unaware saw this, they'd probably think Jared was insane. Boom! The storm of elements approached. Then, Jared raised his left hand slightly trembling, generating a bloody trace in the air. Drops of fresh blood danced, forming a blood-red shield under the pull of the remnant soul's divine soul force. Boom! As all attacks descended, they raised countless dust clouds. Moments later, the dust settled, and the blood-red shield remained intact. It hadn't broken. Knowing the power of the previous attack, even a ground spirit realm would have been obliterated. Sergio's gaze hardened, and he let out another roar. Another round of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning erupted. Senior, how long can you hold on? Jared panicked inwardly. The remnant soul was silent. Earlier, he had burned one drop of Jared's essence blood along with using his divine soul force to barely block the attacks. Continuing this stalemate, he didn't know how long Sergio could remain in dragon form. But he knew that if he kept expending power, this wisp of his remnant soul might dissipate. After a brief silence, the remnant soul growled lowly. Focus your mind and give control of your entire body to me. Do you truly believe a mere Yuanwu ant can overturn everything? All right. Jared gritted his teeth in agreement. Immediately, Jared's whole body's aura changed, dominated by the remnant soul's presence. Now, Jared's body was entirely controlled by the remnant soul. The remnant soul looked around. How many years has it been? How many years since I last beheld this magnificent landscape? Senior, Sergio's attack is coming. Jared's voice rang anxiously from within his body. The remnant soul raised his head. Don't panic. Suddenly, his right hand gently pressed forward. Instantly, a terrifying giant palm appeared, colliding head-on with the elements. Boom! The aftershock powerful enough to obliterate a 9th-rank Yuanwu spread out. Sergio's expression relaxed. You really thought you had some means? Not bad. The giant palm was shattered. The body controlled by the remnant soul was sent flying back dozens of feet, landing with a pale complexion, clearly injured heavily. The remnant soul's expression changed slightly. Damn! He realized Jared's spirit energy was too weak and too mixed. Despite having countless methods to instantly subdue Sergio, he couldn't use them due to Jared's limited cultivation. Instantly, he confirmed that continuing the offense against Sergio would only lead to his defeat. So, never mind, taking injuries was worth it if he could slay Sergio. Making up his mind, the remnant soul secretly ignited Jared's blood, disappearing in a flash of bloody light faster than even Sergio could react. A sudden bang echoed. Sergio felt something strike his back. He instantly turned his head, just in time to see the vanished remnant soul appear behind him with Jared's body at an incredible speed. The feeling just now was Jared's hand striking his back. How could this be? Instead of joy, the remnant soul's expression turned grim. His attack completely failed to injure Sergio, not even scratching his dragon scales. Chapter 326, Peerless Secret Skill, Sea Burial. A single palm strike failed to cause any damage to Sergio, and the remnant soul's expression turned grim. But Sergio wasn't stunned. With one breath, a stream of energy spewed from his dragon mouth. The remnant soul instinctively tried to dodge. Roar! Sergio let out a dragon roar. Sound waves spread in all directions instantly, subtly attacking the spirit directly. The remnant soul's evasive motion paused momentarily, and a trace of blood trickled from the corner of its mouth. Then the airflow closed in. Forced to grit his teeth, the remnant soul burned his blood to form a protective barrier. With a boom, the remnant soul was knocked flying again. It took over 20 zhong for it to regain control. By this time, Sergio had already moved closer, bolts of lightning descending as another stream of air spewed from the dragon's mouth. Turning into a streak of bloodlight, the remnant soul avoided all attacks at an unimaginable speed. Sergio didn't show anger. Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning condensed to pursue, while the dragon's airflow continued uninterrupted. Damn! The remnant soul cursed inwardly. If this continued, his spirit power would eventually be depleted. He was only a remnant soul, and spirit power was his life force. Since possessing Jared, every move consumed his spirit power. Once fully exhausted, without complete recovery from the previous expenditure, this battle could lead to his instant dissipation. If they persisted, Sergio might suffer severe injury or incur irrevocable damage to his foundation, but the remnant soul faced death, complete disappearance. He couldn't continue like this. At this thought, the remnant soul disregarded everything else, gritting his teeth. Damn! Do you really think I have no way to deal with you? Strange ripples spread outward. Upon seeing this, Sergio felt sudden alarm, as if the remnant soul was about to use some formidable technique. Peculiar, the extreme sense of danger grew more intense, almost bone-chilling, yet the remnant soul seemed not to pose a threat that matched such dread. What could be happening? If he had leisure time, Sergio could deliberate, but now, face to face with the remnant soul, he couldn't afford deep reflection. Sea burial! The remnant soul roared suddenly. Sea burial? What martial skill is this? Never heard of it. Screech! A piercing cry rang out, followed by the shadow of a bird appearing behind Jared. This bird resembled both an eagle and a phoenix. Sergio couldn't identify what it precisely was. but he felt it was a significant threat to him. As if sensing his thoughts, the remnant soul slowly raised his head. Kid, forcing an old man to this extent, you can die proud. Legends say that Kuanping preys on dragons. Although I can only manifest a faint shadow in Yi Oral's body, dealing with you, a mere young dragon, should suffice. Kuanping? The legendary divine beast said to be as powerful as a true dragon. Sergio's expression became grave. Even though it was just a shadow, remember, it was shaped by the remnant soul. Alone, Jared couldn't make it work, but the nature of the remnant soul could not be underestimated. Screech? Accompanied by an extremely fierce cry, Kuanping unfurled its wings. Vast amounts of seawater vaguely followed, rushing towards Sergio at high speed. Its form grew larger as it approached. By the time the shadow neared Sergio, it was so large that its claws could completely grasp Sergio's dragon body. Sergio didn't retaliate head-on but suddenly howled loudly. Roar. Following the dragon roar, the power of the great desolate ancestor dragon sutra rapidly expanded. Sergio saw the bird's weak point, using the ancestor dragon sutra to instantly consume it. The bird quietly disintegrated near Sergio, turning into pure spiritual energy and dissipating. Spit. The remnant soul instantly spat out a mouthful of blood, losing all color. However, instead of anger, the remnant soul laughed aloud. Kid, do you really think my strength is that easy to swallow? Suddenly remembering, under the remnant soul's enhanced spirit power, Sergio previously couldn't consume the bloodline at all. Yet, this apparently non-trivial martial skill was easily swallowed by him, leading to its destruction. Screech. A cry echoed within Sergio. Sensing it indistinctly, Sergio realized that the power he had consumed hadn't been refined by the ancestor dragon sutra, but had reformed into a Kuanping inside him. It was swiftly devouring his flesh from within, causing excruciating pain. Defeat? Sergio suddenly flicked his dragon tail, striking his own abdomen at terrifying speed. Boom! With a hit, scales cracked open, revealing bloody flesh. Dragon blood splattered, emitting a peculiar aroma. The remnant soul's eyes narrowed. Kid, you're ruthless? Sensing that the miniature Kuanping inside him had been forcibly shattered by Sergio using his dragon tail, Sergio himself was gravely injured. Blood dripped from Sergio's gnarled mouth, staining his fangs red. Moving forward, he proclaimed, ultimately, I win. Now, the remnant soul's inner spiritual power must be entirely depleted, and most of his blood consumed. Even if he could counterattack, he couldn't perform a skill like sea burial again. And Sergio, despite severe injuries, still possessed formidable combat strength. The remnant soul sneered, think you can stop me if I choose to flee? Sergio remained silent, launching wind blades, raindrops, lightning, and thunder without further ado, to avoid unnecessary delays. The remnant soul stared at Sergio, making no attempt to dodge. At this moment, Sergio's heartache reached its peak, feeling utterly terrified as if confronted with an overwhelmingly terrifying danger. Watching the seemingly passive remnant soul, Sergio was startled. Did this remnant soul have other means? Uncertain, to avoid surprises, he retreated quickly. The remnant soul's eyes darkened, biting down. He transformed into bloodlight to evade Sergio's attack. Indeed, there were other means. Sergio's heart eased, deciding to attack from a distance. However, barely settled, his eyes narrowed again. No, that horrifying sensation not only didn't lessen but intensified, as if he was trapped in an inescapable peril. What's going on? A half-breath later, crack, a sound like something being shattered rang out. Startled, the remnant soul and Sergio turned their heads simultaneously, only to see a tall, muscular man with blood-red hair approaching slowly. The remnant soul's pupils constricted. Demon spirit, imperial demon spirit, damn it. With unheard whispers, Jared's eyes shifted. The remnant soul vanished. Jared regained control of his body, staring at the muscular man silently. Before disappearing, the remnant soul instructed him to stay still. Because this strong man was a demon spirit, a 9th-rank martial emperor demon spirit. Seeing the strong man, Sergio's expression soured. Tad? Chapter 327, Tad's arrival. Sergio stared at the burly man, his expression turning grim. He recognized him. This burly man was the Tad who had briefly appeared half a year ago, the king of countless miles of sea spirits in the vicinity, according to Cody. Suddenly, he had a feeling that the intense trepidation he initially sensed might not have been brought by Jared and the remnant soul, but rather, by this remnant soul leading him here. Only coincidences led to his misinterpretation. The burly man remained silent, merely eyeing Sergio greedily. He could sense the omnipresent true dragon pressure in the air, which exerted layers of bloodline suppression on him. Although it didn't significantly affect him, it still restricted him slightly. Those sensations were merely illusions caused by the bloodline suppression. At the same time, a voice inside him kept urging him, swallow him, swallow that human, then advancing your bloodline to become a true dragon will be as easy as pie. Davisking his lips, the Tad murmured, true dragon. If I hadn't confirmed you are a human, I would indeed have thought you're one of our spirit clan's true dragons. What are you going to do? Sergio felt an unease rising within him. Instinctively wanting to leave, he realized the surrounding air had become thick, making movement difficult. The Tad chuckled lightly. What am I going to do? Humans can eat spirits. Why can't spirits eat humans? Isn't that right? He then shook his head. You're trash too. Everyone says true dragons possess unmatched combat power, yet your cultivation is barely better than that ant's. Even after transforming into a true dragon, you couldn't even defeat such a puny ant, truly the utmost waste. Jared's face immediately flushed with anger, but he didn't dare to speak out. Suddenly, the Tad unleashed a punch. I'm not ungrateful either. As a reward for your flesh, let me help you kill him. The fist struck Jared. With a loud bang, a terrifying crater at least 30 zhang wide and 50 zhang deep was blasted where Jared stood. As for Jared, well, He was pinned at the very center of the large pit, seemingly dead. The Tad bothered not to check, although he had intentionally suppressed his strength to avoid being detected by Thunder City. Yet, a mere origin martial realm cultivator, he believed, would surely be obliterated even by a light, human form punch from him. Even if that ant had some means to avoid disintegrating, it would definitely be dead. Then, he looked at Sergio, licking his lips again. True dragon. I've never seen a true dragon, let alone eaten one. Despite maintaining human form, his head reverted to a gruesome Tad head. Opening his mouth, a terrifying suction force drew Sergio towards it. Sergio's spiritual energy surged, ready to call for help. Bang 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 echoed. Sergio's expression froze as he glanced down. The sect token around his waist, the storage bag he almost forgot about, and several storage rings on the dragon claw tips, all suddenly vanished. The Tad's mouth emitted a cheerful laugh. Would I give you a chance? Regardless of what protective means you have, they've all ceased to exist. Now, peacefully fuse with me. He knew Sergio's identity was complicated and confirmed that Sergio probably had numerous defensive methods. But so what? He crushed Sergio's tokens and destroyed all storage treasures from afar. All those methods would disappear into nothingness as the storage spaces were shattered. If not for fearing killing Sergio directly would reduce the efficacy of swallowing him, he would have killed Sergio upon their first meeting to avoid unforeseen complications. As for Sergio, he desperately channeled his spiritual energy, but the Emperor Martial Realm was too strong. Even if he transformed into a dragon body, he could only fight against spirit beasts. The Tad before him was an Emperor Martial Realm, a 9th rank one. No matter how he tried to counterattack, his body uncontrollably rushed toward the Tad's fearsome mouth. Continuing like this, in at most 5 breaths, he might end up in the Tad's maw. Once swallowed by the Tad, how could he possibly survive? What should he do? The Tad consoled. Boy, why struggle? The more you resist, the more painful your death will be. Sergio remained silent. Without much surprise, Sergio was soon drawn close to the Tad's mouth by the suction force. In the next breath, he would enter the Tad's fearsome mouth and be swallowed. Flashing away, Sergio transformed into human form. His human form, compared to the previous dragon body, was incomparably weaker. After transforming into human form, Sergio couldn't resist the pull and was instantly sucked into the Tad's massive mouth. The Tad didn't mind Sergio reverting to human form and simply closed its mouth, preparing to swallow. Didn't think it would work now, Sergio whispered, watching the closing jaws. Then, Sergio quickly reached into his chest. 3 talismans appeared in his hands. These talismans contained Demetrius attacks. Previously, when he retrieved these talismans, he intended to activate them simultaneously to obliterate Jared and the Remnant Soul, but the Remnant Soul used some method to seal the talismans. Frustrated, he could only put the talismans back. During the battle, he didn't have time to communicate with his storage space and placed the talismans in his pocket instead. Unexpectedly, with the destruction of the sect token and storage space by the Tad, these 3 talismans became life-saving objects. Gurgle gurgle. A terrifying suction force came from the Tad's intestine, against which Sergio couldn't resist. Sergio also didn't try to resist. Emperor Martial power wasn't something Origin Martial could withstand. Just triggering a thread of spiritual energy, he abruptly activated the talisman. The Tad's arrival indirectly destroyed the remnants of the previously sealed talisman. The talisman, inactive before, now quietly emanated white light. To ensure he could severely injure the Tad and escape, Sergio directly activated all 3 talismans simultaneously. The white light became blinding. Sergio couldn't see the details of the resulting force, only seeing that after the talismans were fully activated, an invisible force enveloped him, forcefully pushing him out of the Tad's mouth, the surroundings turning into blurred scenery. A few breaths later, the scenery returned to normal, and he found himself at least 300 li away from the original position. Seeing the Tad reveal its true form, Sergio immediately took flight towards Thunder City. The Tad, looking disheveled, clearly wasn't dead. Human child, roared the Tad coldly. In the next moment, red light flashed. The Tad covered hundreds of li instantly, blocking Sergio's path. Looking up, the Tad's head was battered, revealing broken skull bones. Clearly, the sudden activation of the talisman severely wounded the Tad. Yet it didn't die. Sergio's heart sank to the bottom, thinking rapidly while pretending fear. How can you still be alive? The Tad's eyes turned bloody red. A mere 6th rank Emperor Martial attack. Pity. If those 3 talismans were 8th rank Emperor Martial, I might have perished due to my negligence, but alas, just hypothetical. This translation aims to maintain the tone, style, and narrative structure while ensuring grammatical accuracy and fluency in English. Chapter 328. Internal Strife. Remnant Soul emerges. The Tad's eyes were blood red. It spoke as it suddenly opened its vast mouth. Without waiting for Sergio to react, the terrifying suction reappeared due to its gaping maw. Sergio was forced toward the Tad at a horrifying speed, and he had yet to think of any countermeasure. Was he really going to perish in the jaws of this Tad today? Now that his storage space was shattered, all his defensive methods vanished. The Tad was a 9th tier martial emperor, so no matter what he did, he could not shake it off. He hadn't thought that although Jared died, he too would die within the Tad's jaws. Perhaps he should have listened to Cody and returned directly to the sect. A tinge of regret rose in Sergio's heart, mingled with helplessness. He had underestimated the terror of martial emperors. Years of smooth sailing in the profound Nether Palace made him forget that not everyone feared it. Is this the end? Just as Sergio was less than half a yard away from the Tad's mouth, when he could even clearly smell the foul stench of its fangs. Oh Shwe, why be in such a rush? Several sinister voices echoed. Residual shadows appeared, and powerful forces enveloped Sergio, pulling him away instantly. The Tad's eyes turned red in an instant. Why are you here? We crossed countless miles of the sea to assist you, oh Shwe. We can't just have come for nothing. With a cold voice, the residual shadows rapidly solidified. Sergio landed on the ground, his cultivation not sealed. Yet Sergio dared not move an inch. Apart from the tad, for more beasts emerged. Each felt just like the tad, making his flesh crawl. Those 4 beasts deliberately shrunk their forms now, appearing only about 10 feet tall. One resembled a frog or toad. But after poring over countless records in the hidden cannon pavilion, Sergio knew it wasn't a frog. It was an extremely rare beast named the Star Devourer. It is said that once a Star Devourer grows to its peak, it can swallow the heavens in one gulp. To avoid the way of heaven, it is called the Star Devourer. Beside it was another beast with 9 python heads, which wasn't a tad. It was a 9-headed soul-devouring python. Indeed, the same kind of lineage possessed by the deceased Xander. There were 2 more. One was a tiger with white spots and a pair of azure wings. If Sergio remembered correctly, it was called the azure wing tiger. Finally, there was a leopard with fiery red fur. Yes, a blaze leopard? If Sergio remembered correctly, according to reports, adult blaze leopards usually only had the cultivation of a spirit martial realm. He had hunted many beast mountains and seen quite a few blaze leopards. Almost none reached the true martial realm. He didn't expect to see a peak martial emperor level blaze leopard today. The azure wing tiger and blaze leopard should only appear on land. Did they evolve their lineage and escape into the sea, thus reaching this level? The 4 spirit beasts paid no attention to Sergio, whose strength still existed. At Sergio's cultivation level, if he could escape them, they might as well kill themselves rather than make fools of themselves. They only stared at the tad. Upon seeing this, the tad's eyes showed bloodlust. After this, you can devour as many humans on land as you wish. Cold light shone from the 9-headed soul devouring python's fangs. Ordinary humans can't match the delicacy before us. I feel that if I devour him, I will definitely transform my entire body into a python. Oh Shwe, you asked us to come help, but now you enjoy this alone, which isn't right. The Star Devourer chuckled lowly, its rows of teeth making people's scalp prickle. The tad looked at the 4 spirit beasts, his eyes filled with ugliness. He had thought Sergio wouldn't show himself easily, hence he summoned neighboring kings from the 4 seas for assistance, even devising a plan where 5 kings acted simultaneously, leading an overwhelming beast wave to break through the defenses of 23 cities. But he never expected Sergio to leave Thunder City alone and be discovered. Had he known today, he wouldn't have sought these 4 kings for help. Silent for a while, the tad resumed human form, just a human. Arguing over him makes us look foolish. After this, I owe each of you 3 promises. If I eat him, I will certainly transform into a true dragon. As a true dragon, I can return to the Central Sea and challenge even the King of Spirits. The blaze leopard landed and sneered. Promises are worth little. If I can devour him, I might become royalty in the sea too. The tad glanced at Sergio. No negotiation. If we delay further and our aura is detected by humans, then if the humans rescue him, that would be laughable. The 4 kings subconsciously glanced at the defense line. There were many human experts in the line. Though humans seemed weaker compared to them, their tactics were far more subtle. If he really gets rescued, how do we distribute this? Bring the man back to the sea first. The azure wing tiger spoke. The other spirits nodded, agreed. Sergio's expression plummeted. Here, there was still hope for rescue. But if truly taken to the sea, there would be no chance of survival. At this moment, the 9-headed soul-devouring python looked at where Jared set up the grand array earlier. Its eyes emitted mysterious light. Before that, let's kill that small ant first, lest it spoils things. Mysterious ripples spread out. In a moment, Jared's corpse was brought here by those ripples. The tad glanced and smirked. This person was struck by me and has long been dead. The middle head of the 9-headed soul-devouring python laughed derisively. But why can I still sense his soul? After saying this, the remaining 8 heads looked at Jared. Ant, your feigning death was excellent, but it's not enough to hide from me. Your soul must also be nutritious. Let's see how you keep up the act. A roar followed by terrifying suction arose. Sergio's eyes narrowed. This was the soul-devouring power Xander once used. The 9-headed soul-devouring python was devouring Jared's soul. This Jared endured a blow from the tad and wasn't dead yet? At this moment, Jared suddenly opened his eyes, and an incomparably fearsome pressure descended. Blasphemy! The voice was slightly old, the sound of a remnant soul. Beyond Martial Emperor, the expressions of the tad and other spirit beasts changed drastically, stepping back. But in an instant, the azure wing tiger roared angrily. So it's just a remnant soul, looking for death. Roar. With the tiger's roar, countless blue flames rose, quickly covering hundreds of miles around. Sergio could feel that even if he transformed into a true dragon, the azure flame sea would incinerate him instantly without leaving any remains. If not for the azure wing tiger specifically controlling the flames to not attack him, he probably wouldn't even get a chance to react before dying in the flame sea. This is what exists at the Martial Emperor realm. Chapter 329. A chance to escape. The surging sea of green flames instilled fear in Sergio. This, then, was the true terror of a Martial Emperor realm. Jared raised his head, and waves of divine soul power spread out. Even with my residual soul, it is effortless for me to slay you all. The Seth's expression stiffened, his eyes flickering with uncertainty, as the fire sea ceased expanding. In an instant, he glanced at the other 4 demon spirits. Tad and the other demon spirits watched Jared uncertainly. They could sense the formidable presence controlling Jared's body through his residual soul, a force that far exceeded that of a Martial Emperor. This residual soul must have belonged to someone who had been above the Martial Emperor realm during its lifetime. Even if just a remnant, this existence would truly be a lethal threat. None of them dared to risk their own demise. They did not know that the residual soul was in a sealed state, greatly weakening its power. Even Sergio could defeat the residual soul controlling Jared's body, let alone these formidable Martial Emperor-level demon spirits. Unfortunately, they were unaware. While Sergio longed for Jared's death, he knew better than to voice it. Once Jared died, The next move from these demon spirits would undoubtedly be taking him back to the ocean, sealing his fate. For now, the demon spirits hesitated to act rashly. Prolonging this stalemate might offer a chance to survive. As he pondered how to turn the tide to his advantage, the residual soul spoke coldly, "Leave or die." The 5 demon spirits raged, "A mere remnant. Don't be too arrogant." The coldness in the residual soul's tone didn't waver. In reality, he felt helpless. Since he appeared, he had to maintain dominance and couldn't lower himself by an iota. Any sign of weakness might reveal his true nature to these cunning martial emperor-level demon spirits. Therefore, despite the demon spirit's anger, the residual soul scoffed, "If I weren't merely a remnant now, I could kill you all with a single spit." "You are but a remnant," Tad snarled, fangs gleaming. The residual soul showed no weakness. "Do you think I'd give you a chance to escape? I could have obliterated your souls long ago." Tad and the other 4 demon spirits' eyes narrowed. Soon, Wayne whispered, "Your constant blustering must be exhausting. We apologize for our earlier intrusion. Elder, take your host and leave, and we'll take our prey, without crossing paths." How does that sound? Killing or sparing Jared mattered little to them. What mattered was capturing Sergio. The residual soul's eyes flickered. He wanted to agree immediately, but had to hesitate to avoid exposing any cracks in his disguise. Sergio's eyes narrowed. "Elder, are you really going to stand by?" The residual soul's gaze hardened, glaring hatefully at Sergio. Sergio knew his true nature. If ignored, Sergio would expose the truth, and neither he nor Jared would escape these demon spirits. Protect Sergio? How? These gathered demon spirits were clearly after Sergio's true dragon blood. Fighting to protect him might provoke them into further testing, revealing his secrets once more. What to do? The residual soul's mind raced at an alarming speed. Never before had he imagined needing to protect Sergio under such circumstances. Wayne added, "Elder, every action depletes your divine soul power, every thread of which is vital to your survival. Mutual non-interference benefits everyone." The residual soul remained silent, still thinking. The Seth suddenly looked afar. "Our movements have alarmed the defenses. Elder, don't make things difficult for us." The Seth had subconsciously unleashed a sea of flames spanning hundreds of miles, which, despite its immense power, alerted the defenses. "Enough?" The residual soul sighed lightly, then leaned close, whispering telepathically, "Boy, whether you escape depends on your actions. Your body and blood belong to me, and I don't want you to die at the hands of demon spirits." Sergio said nothing, quietly channeling spiritual energy. He didn't know how the residual soul planned to escape, but understood that escaping from these demon spirits depended on the residual soul. Suddenly, the residual soul roared coldly, "You lowly beasts dare challenge humans. I will obliterate you all, even if it means destroying my divine soul." An even more terrifying pressure descended. Bad news, this old man is desperate. The 5 demon spirits' expressions changed, retreating hurriedly, unwilling to clash directly with the residual soul. Yet, no devastating attack materialized, only revealing a facade of power. In a moment, the 5 demon spirits realized something was amiss. Wrong. This residual soul's soul power is nearly depleted. He's bluffing. Too late. The residual soul manipulated Jared's body to draw a line in the air, creating a spatial rift. Jared stepped into the rift and vanished. Prepared, Sergio followed without hesitation. By the time the 5 demon spirits reacted, Sergio had entered the rift, which sealed instantly. Tad roared furiously to the sky. "Damn it!" He turned to the other 4 demon spirits, eyes filled with rage. "If not for you, this insect would already be bones in my belly." Arnie's eyes darkened. That residual soul's remaining soul power is minimal. Even forcibly tearing space won't allow them to escape far. "Gentlemen, you've overstepped," Yun Daoist remarked. From a distance, many streaks of light approached rapidly. Tad snapped, "Mere martial emperor 6th rank insect, scram." Yun Daoist's eyes blazed with fury. He suppressed it, opening his mouth coldly. "Do you really think, because you hide at the bottom of the ocean, our human race can't kill you? If pushed, we'll all die together." Already enraged, Tad laughed. "Is that a declaration of war?" Yun Daoist wasn't afraid, smirking. "I represent Xianxia Palace, where the 4 major sects advance and retreat together. Can you, Tad, represent the entire ocean? Or can the 5 of you represent the boundless sea?" Tad glared fiercely at Yun Daoist, about to speak. "Let's go," Wayne coldly huffed. Then telepathically, "Why waste time on that human? Find the escaped one." Consuming that human's true dragon blood is worth more than destroying the entire defense. Tad's eyes narrowed, giving Yun Daoist a cold glance, transformed into a true dragon, and vanished in an instant. Yun Daoist stayed behind, watching the departing backs of the 5 demon spirits. Moments later, dozens of figures descended from the sky, revealing over 20 martial emperors, all defenders of the 23 cities of the defense Davison, each from the 4 major sects. This translation preserves the original tone, style, and paragraph structure while ensuring it reads naturally and coherently in English. Chapter 330, The End of the Rope. The speed of those at the Bryant realm was incomparably fast. Not long after the blood dragon, green-winged tiger, and other spirit beasts left, streaks of light descended, revealing one by one the guardians of the 23 cities, Bryants. Among them, a burly man clearly from the Huangji sect spoke up. "What's going on? Who caused that sea of flames just now?" "Dominic, Seth, 9-headed soul-sucking python, star-swallowing beast, blazing leopard." Pausing for a moment, Devon whispered, "Just now, the kings of the 5 nearest seas were all here." With the recent surge in monsters surfacing ashore over the past 6 months, could these 5 seas be planning a joint attack? Many instantly changed their expressions. There were too many monsters in the seas. No matter how many of these beasts died, the spirit beast would not feel a thing. But humans couldn't take it. Apart from people from small forces, the 23 cities had quite a number of disciples from the 4 major sects as well. Devon neither affirmed nor denied this. Perhaps, they have already retreated. After we descend, we will need to be on high alert. Glancing around, the others nodded slightly before leaving, but 5 or 6 people stayed behind. They were the Bryants guarding the profound Nether Palace. Devon had transmitted a voice message asking them to stay. After everyone else completely vanished, one of them spoke up. You made us stay. Could it be there is something more to it? Devon murmured. It's a long story. I saw Jared and Sergio break through space somehow before escaping. We have no idea where they went. Try to find them immediately. Break through space. Their faces stiffened. I don't know the full story either. Perhaps someone within the sect knows. Anyway, they didn't tell us the truth. Let's first locate them. Before they were surrounded by the 5 kings, their situation wasn't exactly great, Devon said as he leaped back toward Thunderclap City. Glancing around, the others also departed. The rulers of the 5 seas gathering together were only because of Jared and Sergio. There was definitely a catch somewhere. The previous departure of the 5 spirit beasts seemed to have been due to preparing to find someone. Now, it was just a race to see who found Sergio and Jared first. If the spirit beasts found them first, nothing else mattered. Sergio and Jared would surely die. If they found them first, then they could bring the 2 safely back to the line of defense. The situation was urgent and could not afford delays. On the other side, in an unknown place, Sergio and Jared appeared almost simultaneously. Surrounding them was a mountain forest. Just as they appeared, the wretched cry of the remnant soul suddenly sounded. Sergio turned his head and saw the jar sealing the remnant soul in Jared's hand. Electric sparks flickered on its surface. Each flash made the remnant soul's cries of anguish worse. The remnant soul, a celestial human. It was unclear how tenacious its resolve was at such a level, but despite that, it still experienced such suffering. It was unknown what kind of torture the remnant soul inside the jar under the electric shock was undergoing. After a full 3 breaths, the electric glow gradually faded away, and so did the remnant soul's screams. Then, the remnant soul spoke again. Will you 2 years? Orally, this old man can still hold on for 2 years. Within 2 years, you must. Before it could finish, the remnant soul's voice completely disappeared. The jar was once again hidden by Jared in some unknown place. Sergio's eyes flashed. He wasn't entirely sure of the specifics, but could guess the possibilities. Firstly, the remnant soul could only last another 2 years. If Jared couldn't do something within that time, the remnant soul might fade away completely. Secondly, he wasn't sure what else there could be. Only 2 years without reaching certain limits might mean the remnant soul could go mad again, or suffer some other consequence. Turning to Jared, Sergio watched him intently. Sergio? His voice was filled with anger. He couldn't help but be furious. Besides nearly dying at Sergio's hands, he had encountered such perilous situations. The most nauseating part being that it was the remnant soul that saved Sergio. Sergio hooked his fingers slightly. Want to kill me? Try. In reality, his injuries were minimal. Only the foundation damage from his dragon transformation remained. Otherwise, he was unharmed. On the contrary, Jared had been gravely injured by Sergio before being attacked by Dominic. Although the remnant soul helped deflect Dominic's strike using some means, Jared was undoubtedly in terrible condition. Even if Jared wasn't at his end, he was very close. Even without his dragon transformation, Jared would not be a match for Sergio. Unexpectedly, Jared swallowed a pill. I remember, your sect token and storage items were all destroyed by Dominic. Watching Jared consume the healing pill, Sergio's eyes darkened. Indeed, though his injuries weren't severe, he had no healing pills or talismans on him. Meanwhile, Jared had plenty of supplies and protective treasures. In a real fight, including external aids, Jared seemed to have the upper hand. It looks like you indeed don't have any treasures left. With these words, Jared glared fiercely. Since that's the case, then you should die. Without hesitation, Jared lunged at Sergio, countless fist shadows descending. Do I fear you? Sergio drew his sword flowing cloud, swinging it upward. A brilliant sword light erupted. Bang! Under the augmentation of sword intent, the fists were extinguished by the sword light. Seeing this, Jared took 3 unknown pills. Secret art, peerless, his aura surged. In an instant, burial sea. Jared roared. Screech, a Kuanping shadow appeared. Sergio's expression tightened. Fully healed, he wouldn't fear this, but currently, even if he could break through the Kuanping shadow, what then? He shouldn't forget, transforming into a dragon earlier had damaged his foundations. Continuing to force himself before fully recovering would lead to greater injury and retaliation. Now stripped of all supplies, further injuries would cause permanent harm. Thus, Sergio only managed to narrowly dodge the Kuanping shadow's attack using Snow Shadow. The shadow spread its wings and changed direction. Sergio sneered, though I don't know how far that remnant soul has fled. Don't forget, there are 5 spirit beasts. Such a big commotion makes it easier for those 5 spirit beasts to find us. Jared's face tensed. If the 5 spirit beasts came, Sergio would die, but Jared himself might die even more miserably. Although he wanted to continue using the Kuanping shadow to attack, Jared had to grit his teeth and disperse it, then glare hatefully at Sergio. Seeing this, Sergio's mood eased slightly. You go your way. I'll walk my own path. Next time, I will surely kill you. Jared coldly snorted, casting Sergio a fierce glance before flying off. Seeing this, Sergio exhaled slowly, finally relaxing. Just now, he wasn't truly afraid. He was confident that risking his life, Jared would ultimately die. But so what? Not only would his injuries be severe, but most importantly, the spirit beasts. The threat of the 5 Bryant-level spirit beasts was still looming. If they found them, no one would survive. Chapter 331. An unexpected turn of events. Due to the threat posed by the 5 demon spirit emperors, Sergio, despite being confident he would ultimately win, chose to threaten Jared into stopping their fight. After Jared's figure disappeared, Sergio looked around. Unfamiliar scenery stretched in all directions. There was no sign of a city or the sea. He had no idea where he was. Should he ask for directions back to Thunderclap City? After some thought, Sergio shook his head. He couldn't return alone. Those 5 demon spirit emperors wouldn't let him go so easily. If they couldn't find him elsewhere, they might very well ambush him near Thunderclap City. Without protection from strong fighters, his return would be like walking into a trap. If he still had the token and other treasures, he could have sent a message for help from Thunderclap City. Whether it was reinforcements coming from Thunderclap City or Eben fetching him, he would be safe. But now, with no way to notify Thunderclap City in advance, nothing could stop the demon spirit's attack. Fine, I'll leave this place, find a secluded spot, stabilize my bloodline to avoid backlash, and try to recover from my injuries. We can discuss the rest later. After more contemplation, Sergio suppressed his aura and leaped forward on the ground. As the target of 5 demon spirit emperors, he didn't dare fly openly like Jared. If any remaining traces of his presence were detected by the demons, it would cause endless trouble. Besides, the battle with Jared had left him seriously wounded from using a miniature black dragon force within his body. His bloodline was damaged, and he bore severe injuries. His condition was far from good. He headed in the opposite direction from Jared and stopped after about half an hour, squinting as he saw something ahead. There was a small town up ahead. The 3 characters, Xianxia town, shone brightly. From a distance, it looked like a regular town. Normally, such towns had a Wuxia realm martial artist stationed to monitor the surroundings and ensure no demon spirits or beasts roamed within a 5,000-mile radius. If any threats appeared, the town's defenses would handle them. If they exceeded the town's capabilities, they would report via secret means to the nearest city, which would then send experts to deal with the threat. Such towns were common along the defensive line. While there were only 23 major cities, numerous small towns, totaling thousands, formed the defense network. Initially, Sergio planned to find a hidden spot to recuperate. However, upon seeing the town, he reconsidered and decided to hide within it. Given the Tad's greed, it wouldn't give up on him easily. If he stayed in the wilderness, it would be easier to track him. But inside the town, with its complex array of people and mixed auras, even if the demon spirits had tracking methods, he would be better concealed and safer. Although this would make it harder for Thunderclap City to find him, safety was paramount. At the town entrance, guards stood watch. They glanced at Sergio and, recognizing him as human rather than a beast, ignored him. In the defensive zone, unlike inland areas, humans did not need to pay entry fees to enter towns or cities. Changing his appearance unobstructed, Sergio scanned the area. This town wasn't bustling. There weren't many people on the streets, and most seemed in a hurry. Conversations were scarce. I need to find some money. Murmuring to himself, Sergio headed towards a secluded corner. He intended to find some generous individuals to borrow money, then head to a gambling den to increase his funds using his powerful divine sense. This way, he could recuperate in the town without drawing attention. Without fully recovering, he couldn't consider how to return to Thunderclap City or inform them of his whereabouts. In his perception, this Xianxia town had only one Wuxia 4th rank martial artist. As long as he didn't expose himself, no one would suspect him. Half a day later, approximately 5,000 miles away from Xianxia town, deep underground, a streak of light descended, revealing Eben and another Sergio unrecognized Xianming Palace Emperor. The area was deserted. Eben took out a jade pendant and tapped it. A map appeared mid-air, with a blinking light point. If observed closely, the blinking light coincided with their location. It represented either their position or that of the object they were tracking. The other emperor glanced around and whispered, "This is the spot. It's barren here, and they're underground." Eben remained silent, spreading his divine sense. A moment later, he's 70 miles underground. Benicio-ite cautious, with concealment wards, but only Jared, no sign of Sergio, he murmured, before both figures merged into the ground seamlessly. In the underground cave, about 70 miles down, it was a small cave, only a few dozen feet wide. Upon materializing, Eben and the emperor immediately noticed Jared, pale and nearly spent, recuperating. Both frowned and simultaneously struck out with spiritual energy. Instantly, Jared's complexion rapidly improved. In just 3 breaths, he regained color and opened his eyes. Jared hastily greeted, "Greetings, elders. Your injuries are temporarily stable. No need for formalities," Eben said while supporting him remotely. The other person asked urgently, "Where's Sergio?" Jared's expression froze. Eben added, "Did you separate?" Jared cautiously responded, "Haven't elders found senior brother Sue?" He felt Sergio was more important to the sect. If they found him, Jared, but not Sergio, it made no sense. The other emperor shook his head. His sect token was destroyed, making it impossible to track him. The token of Xianming Palace disciples served as proof of identity and helped locate them. Jared was found quickly because Eben used a secret method to contact a treasure in Thunderclap City, tracing his token. ##### Chapter 332. A hasty month. Facing Jared's confusion, the Bryant who was with Han did not conceal the truth. Originally, the token of a Xianming Palace disciple served not only as proof of identity but also had a tracking formation etched into it that allowed the Xianming Palace to trace its location. Jared's token hadn't malfunctioned. Han had easily tracked and confirmed Jared's location using artifacts and methods. If they hadn't deliberately delayed for some time to avoid raising suspicion from the spirit beasts earlier, they wouldn't have spent half a day reaching this place. As for Sergio, because his token was destroyed, they couldn't track him using it. Though Jared secretly wished Sergio would be found by the spirit beasts immediately, he still answered honestly, "I don't know. About half a day ago, we parted ways." "Where did you separate?" the Brian asked urgently. Jared quickly replied, 5,000 miles east of here. "You take Jared back to the city first. I'll go check." Han's figure flashed, disappearing instantly. Seeing this, the Bryant was about to leave, but then paused and asked, "What happened before? Why did those 5 spirit beast kings suddenly attack you?" Jared, though reluctant to answer, finally spoke. "Disciple is not entirely clear. It seems those 5 spirit beasts wanted to devour senior brother Su, and there was some internal conflict among them. Otherwise, we wouldn't have found an opportunity to escape." The elder raised an eyebrow. 5 spirit beast kings, all wanting to devour Sergio? If Sergio were a Bryant, it would make sense, but Sergio was only at the Yuanwu realm. 5 ninth-rank Bryants wanting to devour Sergio? Could the ninth-rank heavenly bloodline possess some unknown wonders? After pondering, the Bryant shook his head and suppressed his thoughts. It's far from the city and unsafe here. Back to the city. With a burst of spiritual energy, he took Jared and vanished. 5,000 miles away, where they had parted, Han stood, his eyes filled with 3 parts of shade. He had intended to track any lingering aura here but realized Sergio might have been very cautious upon departure, as the heir's aura was already obliterated. Though Yuanwu realm techniques for obliterating auras seemed crude to him, it couldn't be helped that half a day had passed. An entire half-day. Any remaining traces even a Bryant could barely detect would have dissipated with the wind. In other words, now that Sergio's token was shattered, unless he could find Sergio aimlessly or Sergio appeared on his own, or someone else discovered Sergio's whereabouts, he couldn't pinpoint Sergio's location. After more deliberation, Han closed his eyes and expanded his divine sense. He likely knew people collaborated with spirit beasts. With severe injuries, he probably didn't dare approach populated areas, but instead hid in some secluded corner like Jared. In half a day, given his speed, he shouldn't have ventured too far. I can skip crowded areas and investigate the surrounding 10,000 miles. I should be able to find him. Not that he didn't want to search populated areas loudly, it just wasn't possible. These areas had formations, making silent infiltration difficult and time-consuming. Collaborations between high-level personnel and spirit beasts might be rare, but such connections certainly existed lower down. Those 5 spirit beasts wouldn't let Sergio off easily. If he showed the slightest clue, they would surely pinpoint his general location. By then, even if he couldn't find Sergio, he could at least confirm the area and send people secretly to find him safely, without the spirit beasts determining the exact location. But a loud search would mean competing directly with the spirit beasts to see who finds Sergio first. An overly risky move. How terrifying was the divine sense of a Bryant. In just 10 breaths, Han scanned an 8,000-mile radius around him but found nothing. Then his figure flashed again. Suppressing his aura, he flew thousands of miles rapidly and began another scan. Within a mere quarter of an hour, the surrounding 100,000 miles were thoroughly checked. Even underground, his divine sense penetrated several thousand miles deep. Except for some towns and small village clusters, every place was scanned once. No one found. Han returned to the initial position, standing high up, scanning the horizon. He was confident that even with Sergio's extraordinary abilities, limited by cultivation, hiding from his divine sense was impossible. Finding no trace within 100,000 miles meant Sergio chose to hide in a town rather than the wilderness like Jared. There were thousands of towns and villages within 100,000 miles. Certainly, in just half a day, Sergio, at most, flew several tens of thousands of miles, leaving hundreds of possible hiding spots. But which town or village would he choose? Silently, Han rubbed his temples, unsure whether to be annoyed or relieved. He was annoyed that Sergio was overly cautious. Although he knew Sergio was nearby, he couldn't determine exactly where. This forced him into a dilemma. Yet, he was relieved by Sergio's caution. Under such vigilance, as long as Sergio didn't reveal his location, spirit beasts would never find him, ensuring his safety. Should he continue searching? After a moment's thought, Han slightly shook his head. Despite suppressing his aura, spirit beast kings weren't fools, especially 5 ninth-rank Bryants. Continuing would risk being detected by the spirit beast kings. Towns and villages formations mainly focused on passing messages and blocking probes, not defense. Even their ability to block probing wasn't strong. Even earth spirits could penetrate them. For Han, breaking through the formations was easy, but silent penetration was impossible. Any forceful penetration would expose him. If spirit beast kings arrived, they would undoubtedly join forces and massacre the surrounding towns, shattering the formations, rendering any hiding useless. Young man, since you're hidden well, stay hidden. As long as Jared doesn't leak your parting point, these miles of coastline will ensure those few spirit beast kings won't find you inch by inch. Han mused for a while before dispersing and leaving. He was sure that after recovering somewhat, Sergio would cautiously find a way to inform Thunderclap City discreetly. All he needed to do was wait at Thunderclap City. Thus, there was no need to remain here, creating unnecessary complications. Before leaving, he cast a cold glance at Davosnian town. Not because he sensed Sergio's presence, but because he detected spirit beast's long-term presence there. Although the spirit beast cultivation was low and insignificant to him, if not for avoiding disturbances to prevent the spirit beast kings from discovering anything, he would have dealt with them. Translated as requested, maintaining paragraph structure and line breaks. Chapter 333, Davizin Town. Before leaving, Cody cast a cold glance at a small town named Davizin. It wasn't because he detected Sergio's presence, but rather that he clearly sensed, during his previous investigation, a strong aura of demon spirit lingering near Davizin Town. That aura belonged to just one demon spirit, and it was so potent, evidently suggesting that the demon spirit had been residing in Davizin Town for at least a year. Enough time to accumulate such a dense residual aura. Had he not needed to remain silent to avoid being detected by the demon spirit king, he would have really gone to investigate which demon spirit had the audacity to hide in Davizin Town, and why no report had come from the town. This was blatant arrogance, and the neglect shown by Davizin Town was deplorable. Once Sergio returned and everything settled, everyone would have to face their punishment. Time passed quickly, and soon a month had quietly slipped by. For the 23 cities on the defense line, the frequency of demonic beasts coming ashore had significantly decreased this month. bringing them some much-needed peace. Rumors subtly spread that a terrifying demon spirit king had hidden outside Thunder City, while 4 other demon spirit kings were continually sweeping across numerous towns and wildernesses beyond the defense lines. Sadly, no one could confirm the truth. Only those with keen perception faintly felt the impending storm. Another rumor claimed that Shimming Palace's Bryce and Sergio had gone missing, causing an uproar within the palace. It was said that even Deputy Palace Master Kevin was alarmed and prepared to personally visit the defense line. However, something unknown happened next, prompting the long-secluded Palace Master Emilio of Shimming Palace to be disturbed and descend upon Thunder City personally. He even issued an edict stating that if the Bryson truly met his end, he would personally enter the sea and slaughter 10,000 miles of ocean as a burial escort. Still, no one could verify these rumors. To minor characters, the defense line remained the same. This month was much easier than the previous 6 months. Davison Yuan Town. In a courtyard on the outskirts of the town's depths, inside a side room, Sergio slowly opened his eyes, revealing a faint trace of impatience in his pale face. Walking out of the side room into the courtyard, Sergio gazed into the distance. Not too far, about 20 yards away, where a man and a woman were engaged in battle. Brogan was a true martial 3rd level practitioner, while the woman was a primordial martial 3rd level. Watching them fight, Sergio's eyes suddenly narrowed. A primordial martial 3rd level? Previously, when entering the town, he had specifically perceived the place. Aside from a ubiquitous trace of demon spirit aura near the sea, there was only one primordial martial 4th level, likely the guardian of Davison Yuan Town. Then, where did this primordial martial 3rd level come from? Moreover, a true martial 3rd level battling a primordial martial 3rd level? If he hadn't misjudged, the true martial realm attacked relentlessly without holding back, seemingly venting something, while the primordial martial realm continually retreated without retaliating. Otherwise, with the cultivation of a primordial martial 3rd level, she could crush a true martial realm practitioner with a simple clap. If he were at his peak, he might have found interest in observing this obviously mysterious duel. But now, his injuries were not yet healed. Due to the loss of various supplies with the destruction of his storage space, he could only rely on himself for healing without any external aid. It would take him at least 3 months to half a year to recover to a state where his injuries wouldn't worsen or retaliate against him and wouldn't temporarily affect his abilities. It had only been a month. How much recovery could he have made? Those two had been fighting for nearly half an hour. For a short time, it might have been tolerable, but they kept fighting. The chaotic fluctuations in the surrounding spiritual energy affected the restrictions within the courtyard, disrupting his focus on healing. Unending. Seeing that the fight continued without ending, Sergio couldn't help but curse inwardly. At this rate, they could keep fighting for days. Should he continue watching? After a moment's silence, Sergio changed his appearance to what it was when he first entered the town. With a blank expression, he dispelled the restrictions and was ready to reprimand. It was ridiculous for them to fight right beside his supplies without him saying anything. However, just as the restrictions dissipated, Sergio's eyes abruptly narrowed. People? Not necessarily. Earlier, the restrictions had isolated him, preventing detailed probing. Now, with the restrictions lifted and aura spreading, he realized something. The woman's aura seemed normal to common people, but anyone at the primordial martial realm could sense that the woman's aura was not human. It was demon spirit. While human auras differ from one another, they differ more from demon spirits. A demon spirit's aura is similar to that of a beast, discernible by those who can perceive true auras. More importantly, nearby was another primordial martial 4th level aura, which he had missed a month ago. Now, excluding Larry, himself, this town had 2 primordial martial realm practitioners apart from the demon spirit. TSK, I didn't expect her to be a demon spirit, living here for several years, even coming and going freely, and I didn't notice. Isn't that true? She looked so gentle before, but turns out she's a demon spirit. Though weren't demon spirits supposed to be at least primordial martial realm? Didn't Paul only reach true martial realm? Didn't you know? Paul's master has arrived, a major figure at the primordial martial realm. Against him, the demon spirit doesn't stand a chance. If either Paul's master or Senior Feng intervene, she's doomed. It's better just to waste time. Is that true? I don't think Kia seems like a bad person. She's been a neighbor for years and has helped our family a lot. As Sergio covertly observed, countless discussions swiftly reached his ears. Because of these murmurs, Sergio later learned. The true martial 3rd level man was named Paul, and the demon spirit was previously known as Kia. Her real name, if any, remained unknown. These two, a human and a demon spirit, had come to live here secretly around 3 years ago, coexisting harmoniously until no one suspected Kia was a demon spirit. It wasn't unusual initially, but a day ago, Paul's master Lionel unexpectedly arrived at Davison Yuan Town. Upon seeing the demon spirit, he became enraged, accusing her of stealing Kia's appearance and ordered Paul to kill the demon spirit. Afterwards, some conversations between Paul and Lionel ensued, details of which outsiders couldn't hear. All they knew was that about half an hour ago, Paul and the demon spirit began fighting and haven't stopped since. Among the onlookers, some hoped Paul or his master would kill the demon spirit quickly, while others sympathized, believing the demon spirit was kind-hearted and had done them favors. Davisoning to the myriad discussions, and watching the ongoing battle between Paul and the demon spirit, Sergio fell silent. Chapter 334, A Tragic Love Story? Hearing various discussions and understanding the general cause, and watching the two who were fighting, Sergio realized he probably, possibly, maybe shouldn't interrupt this fighting battle anymore. He could only remain silent, as he had merely intended to find a quiet place to recover. Now it seemed that he shouldn't interfere with the man and demon's fight either. Fine, he'd just continue watching. He might as well take this as a means to alleviate his dullness while recovering. He would come out to watch, finish watching, and then return to recover. Thinking thus, Sergio didn't speak but leaned against the entrance, quietly observing. Soon after, the man and demon continued to fight. They fought for nearly 2 hours. Paul kept attacking, while the Tracy kept retreating without retaliating. This fight made Sergio almost fall asleep. Of course, those below primordial martial art level wouldn't notice many details. They just felt the fight was quite impressive. After another round of fighting, the Tracy evaded an attack and retreated a bit before softly saying, "Your spiritual power is already insufficient. Stop." Paul remained silent and swung another punch. The Tracy easily dodged it. With a bang, Paul's punch hit the ground, followed by heavy breathing. His spiritual power was almost depleted. "Are you asking me, your master, to take action?" A skinny middle-aged man stood up, his voice gloomy. His cultivation was at the 4th layer of primordial martial art. Yes, he was Paul's master, Lionel. Upon hearing this, Paul's expression changed slightly. Then, he gritted his teeth and tried to attack again despite his fatigue. Seeing this, the expression of the Tracy changed. Gritting her teeth, she waved her hand and a streak of lightning rose. The lightning instantly struck Paul. However, it did not hurt him. The lightning only immobilized him. Sergio, who had been watching the show, subtly narrowed his eyes. This Tracy's strength was not simple. Just now, even that lightning posed a threat to him. When a Tracy takes on human form, its strength is only about 80% of its true form. If that lightning posed a threat to him, then if this Tracy revealed its true form, given the serious injuries in his body, wouldn't capturing it be difficult? This Tracy, although only at the 3rd layer of primordial martial art, its strength was likely stronger than the 4th layer, possibly even capable of facing ordinary 5th layer primordial martial art practitioners. It seemed not to be an ordinary Tracy but a certain rare species. "Let go of me," Paul first roared. The Tracy turned to look at Lionel, her eyes faintly glowing. "Our seclusion here has nothing to do with you. Why must you play the role of a villain here?" Lionel's face was cold. "Wretched demon, you don't know when to die. You're looking for death." The Tracy clearly had no patience with Lionel, showing bloodlust after being insulted. Paul howled again. "Let go of me." The Tracy seemed to think of something, suppressing her killing intent, casting a hateful glance at Lionel, then turning back to Paul. Seeing this, Sergio's eyebrows lifted. Could this be the popular tragic love story at the border defense line, where humans fall in love with Tracis? Is such a thing really happening? After getting close, the Tracy whispered, "Since we can't live here, let's change places and hide. He's your master. Don't worry, I won't harm him." Brogan, restrained by the lightning, had a flicker of temptation in his eyes. Lionel's gaze grew colder. "Ungrateful disciple, are you going to make our Xian Bar Gate sacrifice for you?" Paul's eyes stiffened, lost in thought. The Tracy became furious. "Old fool, do you really think I can't kill you? If it wasn't for him protecting you, I would tear you apart." Lionel didn't refute but looked coldly at Paul. "Ungrateful disciple, today either you kill her or your master dies here. Choose." Paul's expression darkened. Then he gritted his teeth, with a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. With a bang, the lightning dissipated. Sergio raised an eyebrow. He could see that the Tracy genuinely didn't want to harm Paul. Even the restraint power of the lightning was minimized. That led to Paul, at true martial art level, being able to break through the restriction of a primordial martial art practitioner with some effort. Breaking free, Paul clenched his teeth and threw another punch. But, with insufficient spiritual power, and forcibly breaking free from the restriction, that punch was extremely weak. The Tracy turned and watched Paul. The punch landed right on target. Death? Not a chance. A Tracy's defense was incomparable to humans. Paul's weak punch did not injure the Tracy. Sergio noticed keenly that upon impact, what seemed like a natural ability spread the power throughout the Tracy's body, causing no damage at all. Clearly unharmed. Yet, the Tracy took 2 steps back, her eyes dimming. "Do you really want to kill me, just because of others? If you die, I will die with you." Paul gritted his teeth and threw another punch towards the Tracy's head. Lionel scoffed. "Davescu, unable to kill her, where's your weapon? Have you only learned about a beast's defensive power today? Is your weapon just for decoration?" Paul's expression froze mid-punch. A hint of pity appeared in his eyes, but quickly, he gritted his teeth, pulled out a 3-pointed spear, and thrust it towards the Tracy. The Tracy's eyes darkened. Before, Paul's weak punches couldn't hurt her, but now with a weapon. Originally, it still wouldn't hurt her unless she retaliated. Her clan's defense was rather fragile. It couldn't withstand the 3-pointed spear. Silent for a moment, as the spear approached her, she suddenly grabbed it amidst the flashing lightning. The electricity spread. Touching Paul, it seemed like something was being roasted. Paul instinctively released his grip. Lionel rejoiced. "Ungrateful disciple, have you seen the true face of the Tracy? When it truly threatens her life, you're just her food." The Tracy slowly turned her head. "Old fool, you're courting death." Popping, countless lightning enveloped the Tracy. The lightning was enough to instantly kill anyone below primordial martial art. The surrounding spectators also realized something was wrong and retreated wildly. "Basim, aren't you going to act too? If this Tracy escapes, none of us will have a good end." Lionel roared. A figure flashed past, revealing another middle-aged man. Also at the 4th layer of primordial martial art. This person was the one Sergio sensed when he entered Davesnian town a month ago. Also the guardian of this Davesnian town. Appearing, Basim looked at the Tracy with cold eyes. "Just a Tracy, living in my Davesnian town for 3 years. If you don't die today, someone named Fong will be hard-pressed to escape accountability." The Tracy glanced back at Paul, showing concern, and growled lowly. "Don't force me." Basim waved a long knife. "Just a 3rd-layer primordial martial art practitioner. Even if you're a rare breed matching a 4th-layer primordial martial art practitioner, can you overturn the heavens now with Lionel and me working together?" Lionel looked at Paul. "Ungrateful disciple, why are you still standing there? Act." Paul watched his rapidly healing palm, remaining silent for a moment, then gritted his teeth and picked up the 3-pointed spear, thrusting it forward. Chapter 335, Seven-Eyed Electric Eel. As Lionel spoke, Paul stood in silence for a moment before gritting his teeth and thrusting the trident again. A flurry of trident shadows fell like raindrops. At this moment, Lionel and Basim exchanged glances and attacked simultaneously, with flashes of sword and knife like crisscrossing. Ah! The spirit creature raised its head and howled. Waves of ripples spread out as it revealed its true form. It was an electric eel? Indeed, it looked like an ordinary electric eel, but the only unusual thing was its eyes. There were 7 of them. Sergio, who had been watching quietly, immediately narrowed his eyes. This was a 7-eyed electric eel. According to legend, it carried the bloodline of an ancient 6-winged centipede, possessing immense power, second only to the dragon-like creatures among its peers. The true dragons, no one had ever seen. Among spirit creatures, dragon-like beings were held in highest regard. The 7-eyed electric eel's strength was second only to dragon-like beings in its realm. If it went all out, it could even fight on par with a dragon, which illustrated just how powerful it was. Sometimes, the 7-eyed electric eel was even more troublesome than a dragon. Based on the information Sergio had, dragons excelled in attack, defense, and speed. On the other hand, the 7-eyed electric eel had comparatively weak defenses. However, its speed and attack power were incredibly strong, even surpassing dragon-like creatures. But due to its lackluster defense, its overall strength lagged behind the dragons. Rumble. With the 7-eyed electric eel assuming its true form, countless electric sparks and thunderbolts spread wildly. Ah! Benicio, run. Carrie has gone mad. That's a spirit creature. Don't kill me. Those who hadn't run far enough away were terrified. What surprised Sergio was that despite the terrifying lightning, it didn't affect the innocent. Otherwise, with his current injuries, he would have found it challenging to defend against it. Conversely, all the lightning bolts surged toward Lionel and Basim. As for Paul's attacks, they were instantly extinguished by the spreading electricity. Though Lionel and Basim weren't weak, in Sergio's view, they were merely ordinary 4th-rank Yumu practitioners. Even he felt uneasy about facing the lightning. Naturally, they couldn't hold out. After barely 5 breaths, their defenses were shattered by countless bolts of lightning, leaving them heavily injured. Lionel's face turned furious. Damn it! Activate the formation here and kill her. Basim's expression darkened. No way. I can't fully control the formation. She lived here for several years and obtained the pass for this place. With my control rights, I can't use the formation against her. If not for your disciple, she wouldn't have gotten the pass. Lionel stopped arguing and roared. Are you still babbling? Find a way. We'll all die at the hands of this demon. I told you not to force me. Why do you insist on forcing me? The 7-eyed electric eel's eyes turned red, revealing countless fangs from its serpent-like head. Flashes of lightning gathered and fiercely attacked their defenses. In a rage, the power of the lightning increased dramatically, breaking through their defenses. Countless bolts of lightning struck their bodies, instantly charring them as they were severely injured. Immediately, the spirit creature lashed out, sending spheres of lightning toward the ground. If they were hit, the already injured duo would surely die. Don't! They exclaimed instinctively in terror. Unfortunately, the 7-eyed electric eel did not hesitate. Its eyes grew redder, starting to display signs of bloodlust. Just as the spheres of lightning were about to land, Paul's horrified voice rang out, Davistilju, don't! He is my master. The 7-eyed electric eel froze. Then it let out a skyward roar filled with anger. Roar? The lightning paused. Soon, the bolts of lightning reversed direction, returning into the 7-eyed electric eel's body. The ripples spread, and it transformed back into its human-like form. Seeing this, the startled Paul suddenly sat on the ground. The spirit creature looked at the 2 men. I won't kill you. Don't come looking for us again. After saying this, it glanced hatefully at the 2 men, then turned to help Paul up, preparing to leave. Whether willingly or in awe of the spirit creature's power, Paul did not struggle. Unexpectedly, the heavily injured Lionel struggled to his feet, yelling, You wretched disciple, are you going to let our Xian Bar sect be wiped out? Paul stiffened, recalling something and pulling away from the spirit creature's grip. Old fool, do you really think I dare not kill you? The spirit creature turned around, its aura turning violent. At this moment, Basim suddenly asked, Who are you, sir? The spirit creature and Lionel paused, turning to see Sergio standing silently near the gate, his pale face betraying some illness. Earlier, when the spirit creature assumed its true form, the terrifying lightning ravaged the area, yet despite controlling it not to harm others, everyone else had fled far away. Even those bold enough now watched from the other side of the town. Only Sergio remained nearby, just a passerby. Pausing, Sergio continued, You don't need to worry about me. If not for the commotion, I would still be in seclusion. Once you've settled things, I'll disappear. Indeed, with such a big disturbance, Sergio couldn't even heal his injuries. An uninvolved person? The spirit creature no longer cared. Lionel and Basim frowned slightly. Sensing carefully, Sergio only appeared to be a 9th-rank Shenwu practitioner. Could he really just be a brave person who believed the spirit creature wouldn't kill? Unable to do otherwise, they ignored him. Then Lionel coldly shouted, Wretched disciple! If this demon isn't killed today, our Xianbar sect will be destroyed tomorrow. Choose wisely. The spirit creature became enraged. He can't kill me, old fool. Why do you force him? Lionel was unafraid. If you truly love him, you should die right now. The spirit creature retorted. If you truly care for him, why don't you die? You. Lionel pointed at the spirit creature, speechless for a moment. Sergio couldn't help but speak. Could you tell me what's going on? Perhaps I can offer some advice. He only wanted peace to heal, but seeing the trend, these two sides seemed locked in a deadlock without outside intervention, potentially dragging on indefinitely. He didn't want to leave the formation for fear of unexpected events, so he intervened, hoping to resolve the matter sooner. Lionel's gaze toward Sergio turned cold. Best not to reveal such embarrassing details. But the spirit creature looked at Sergio curiously, recalling the sympathy many others had shown earlier. Due to the sympathy of onlookers, when she exploded in anger, she deliberately controlled the lightning not to hurt others. Otherwise, with her lightning, at least 70% of the townspeople would have been instantly killed. Lionel saw it as embarrassing, but to her, it wasn't shameful. After all, she wasn't human. Moreover, Sergio didn't seem afraid of Yuanwu practitioners, suggesting some status. Perhaps getting help would resolve today's dispute smoothly. Thinking for a moment, the spirit creature spoke. You may not know. Note: this translation retains the names in pinyin format, as requested. Chapter 336, Stranger Than Fiction. Because of Sergio's calm demeanor, the Yaoling felt that Sergio might be willing to help. And in her view, there was nothing about the truth that couldn't be spoken. After some contemplation, she decided not to hide anything and told Sergio the truth. Note: for better readability, Yaoling should be translated as spirit or demon spirit based on context. Here I'll assume it's demon spirit. Because of Sergio's calm demeanor, the demon spirit felt that Sergio might be willing to help. And in her view, there was nothing about the truth that couldn't be spoken. After some contemplation, she decided not to hide anything and told Sergio the truth. Although Lionel wanted to stop her, he was heavily injured along with Basim just moments ago. He could not prevent her now. Under Paul's complex gaze, Sergio quickly learned the truth. Upon learning the truth, Sergio could only think. Even a fiction story wouldn't dare to write this way. The truth was actually quite simple. About 4 or 5 years ago, a large thunderstorm appeared in the outside world. The seven-eyed electric eel loves thunderstorms the most, so it left the sea, surged into the clouds to absorb the lightning for cultivation. Ordinarily, this would have been nothing. However, at that time, it absorbed too much, exceeding its own limits, resulting in some injuries. This was not a big problem. After resting thoroughly and absorbing all the excess lightning, it would recover. But the issue was, after being injured, it fell onto land, planning to transform into human form and find a corner to cultivate and absorb the energy. Coincidentally, there was a woman nearby who seemed to be waiting for something. She felt that the woman's appearance was relatively beautiful among humans and would not attract trouble, so she transformed into the woman's likeness. This woman, upon seeing the seven-eyed electric eel fall, fled out of panic. Not long after, Paul arrived. The reason Paul went there was relatively simple. Paul had excellent talent, and his master arranged a marriage for him within another sect called Kong Davising Market. The bride was named Kia. Although her talent was slightly inferior to Paul, it was not by much. Both sects were satisfied, but they didn't want to force their disciples' personal matters. Therefore, this secluded location was chosen as a place for the two talented young people to meet and develop affection. After arriving, even though the seven-eyed demon spirit used techniques to hide herself, somehow Paul found her very quickly. Due to his low cultivation level, he clearly couldn't see through the true identity of the demon spirit and mistakenly thought she was the person his master had arranged for him. At that time, the seven-eyed demon spirit was injured. Although she wanted to drive Paul away, she feared attracting powerful human cultivators. So she did not reveal any oddities and continued to focus on absorbing the lightning. Then she was taken by Paul to travel around, sightseeing and playing. After a long time, the seven-eyed demon spirit finally fully absorbed the lightning she had ingested, advancing from an initial foundation establishment stage to the third level of foundation establishment, significantly increasing her strength. If that was all, it would be fine, but the most crucial part was that the seven-eyed demon spirit, who was originally a demon spirit, inexplicably developed feelings for Paul during those days of travel. Respecting his master and facing the arranged marriage, plus having genuine feelings for her, Paul devoted himself to developing affection with her. Over time, both gradually grew fond of each other. While their feelings were not extremely deep, they were not shallow either. The seven-eyed demon spirit considered telling Paul that she was a demon spirit. She believed it would be beneficial for both parties. Paul was greatly shocked when he found out. He didn't understand why his master would arrange a marriage with a demon spirit. But due to respect for his master and existing feelings, he gritted his teeth and decided to find a secluded place to live together. The seven-eyed demon spirit misunderstood, thinking Paul loved her deeply, and also made the decision to live reclusively with him. If they lived quietly, no one would find them. As long as they didn't cause trouble or offend powerful individuals, they could spend the rest of their lives in seclusion. However, 3 years later, Lionel suddenly came to them. Only then did Paul learn that Lionel did not arrange a marriage with a demon spirit, but with the woman who had fled out of fright from the seven-eyed demon spirit. Unfortunately, he hadn't seen her before, causing the misunderstanding. Even if the marriage was arranged, it ultimately depended on the opinions of the two individuals involved. Thus, when Paul encountered the demon spirit, he didn't mention it, and the demon spirit naturally didn't know the details. Now that the truth is known, the 3 years of cohabitation between a human and a demon spirit strengthened their bond. Initially, Lionel tried to deal with the seven-eyed demon spirit but found it impossible, so he asked Paul to intervene. With threats, Lionel said if the demon spirit wasn't killed, Xianxia sect would be destroyed. After hesitation, Paul acted. Subsequently, Sergio was alerted by the commotion. Upon knowing the truth, Sergio watched the people present with a twitching mouth. He could guarantee that if their story was written into a tale, countless buyers would flock to it. Suddenly, Sergio came to his senses. Wait, you said Xianxia sect will be destroyed if the demon spirit isn't killed? Who wants to destroy Xianxia sect? If they have the power to destroy it, why don't they handle the demon spirit themselves? Sergio didn't know the strength of Xianxia sect, but clearly, Lionel wasn't the main leader. Lionel glared at Sergio fiercely. He thought, don't you know the more you know, the faster you die? But considering the presence of the demon spirit, silent for a moment, he said coldly, news from Guiyuan City? Indeed, after Paul went into seclusion, Xianxia sect couldn't find him. It was only recently that Guiyuan City sent word saying his disciple was living with a demon spirit. After investigation, it was discovered that a mere demon spirit had been living in a small town for years, enraging the higher-ups of Guiyuan City. However, the matter needed to be kept under wraps, hence only a few knew. Xiangyang sect was instructed to handle it without waiting for Laming City to act. Thus, Lionel learned that Paul was here and came secretly to the town without making a fuss. Laming City? Sergio narrowed his eyes. Why would Laming City care about such a small town? This place wasn't far from where he separated from Jared. Without incident, Laming City was looking for him and had visited the town. If so, why didn't they find him? Although he changed his appearance, buying a house in a town would usually attract attention from Laming City investigators. After some thought, Sergio felt heavy-hearted. Could it be Jared used some tricks? He shook his head after further reflection. That shouldn't be possible. If Jared knew he was here, he would have leaked the information to the Demon King already. He wouldn't have been able to stay and recover. What could it be? Thinking again, Sergio couldn't be sure, but he didn't plan to overthink it. Maybe it was time to return to Laming City. Previously, he avoided contacting Laming City mainly because he feared someone colluding with demon spirits would reveal his location or possess some token that Jared could use to track him. But now, since Xiangyang sect has emerged, he could devise a plan to have Xiangyang sect spread certain news within Laming City, news only Shimming Palace disciples would understand. When others wouldn't recognize the message's significance, Shimming Palace would. Given that he's been missing for a month, spreading the news widely would ensure that even if Jared tried to interfere, he wouldn't be able to react in time. Although Lionel wanted to stop her, he was unfortunately gravely injured just like Basim earlier on. At this moment, stopping her wasn't an option. With a mix of complicated expressions on Paul's face, Sergio quickly learned the truth. After learning the truth, all Sergio could say was, even fiction wouldn't dare write something like this. The truth was actually quite simple. About 4 or 5 years ago, there was a significant thunderstorm in the outside world. The seven-eyed electric eel adored thunderstorms, so it left the sea and surged into the clouds to absorb lightning for cultivation. Ordinarily, this wouldn't have been an issue, only, at the time it absorbed too much, exceeding its limits and sustaining some injuries as a result. This wasn't a big deal either. It could just thoroughly absorb everything afterward. However, after getting injured, it fell onto the land. Intending to transform into human form, find a secluded corner to close itself off and absorb the lightning energy. Coincidentally, there was a woman nearby who seemed to be waiting for something. It felt that her appearance was quite beautiful by human standards and wouldn't cause trouble. Thus, it transformed into the appearance of that woman. That woman, because of seeing the seven-eyed electric eel fall, fled out of panic. Not long after, Paul arrived. Paul went there for a simple reason. Paul had excellent natural talent. His master arranged a match for him within another power named Kong Davising Fong. The person was named Jinzhu, whose talent, while inferior to Paul's, wasn't far behind. Both sects were relatively satisfied with the arrangement, but as disciples' matches mustn't be forced, this more remote location was where the two sects agreed to let their gifted disciples meet and foster feelings. When Paul arrived, despite the seven-eyed spirit employing methods to hide, somehow Paul still found the seven-eyed spirit in the form of a woman very quickly. Because of his insufficient cultivation, he obviously couldn't see through the true identity of the seven-eyed spirit and instead mistakenly believed that she was the person his master introduced him to. At the time, the seven-eyed spirit was injured. Although it really wanted to drive Paul away, it feared attracting stronger humans and therefore didn't reveal any peculiarities, focusing only on absorbing lightning. Then it was taken around by Paul to enjoy mountains and waterfalls and whatnot. It took a considerable amount of time, but eventually, the seven-eyed spirit finally completely absorbed the lightning energy it absorbed previously. Its cultivation also rose from initial profound to third-level profound realm, significantly boosting its strength. This wouldn't be much of an issue if that was all. The crucial part was, despite being a Yaoling, it inexplicably grew fond of Paul during their time spent together over those days. Note, the term Yaoling is not translated as it seems to be a specific term from the original context that doesn't have a direct English equivalent. It should be defined earlier in the text or left as is for consistency. To improve fluency and clarity, I made slight adjustments to the sentence structure while preserving the original meaning. And Paul, out of respect for his master, coupled with genuine feelings arising during these encounters, naturally dedicated himself to fostering the relationship as well. As they spent more time together, mutual affection developed. At that point, although they had feelings for each other, it wasn't particularly intense. However, it wasn't insignificant either. The seven-eyed spirit thought for a moment and decided to tell Paul that it was a spirit body. This way would be better for both parties. Note, I have replaced Yaoling with spirit to maintain fluency in English and consistency in terminology. Yaoling is used in the context of describing the creature's nature as a spirit or supernatural being. Upon learning the truth, Paul was shocked. He was puzzled as to why his master would matchmake him with a Yaoling, but due to respect for Lionel and the genuine affection that had developed, he bit his lip and decided to find a place to live reclusively. Note, the term Yaoling should be translated to maintain consistency and clarity. Since it refers to a supernatural being, it could be translated as spirit beast, or similar terminology depending on the context of the story. Here, I'll use spirit creature for this instance. Upon learning the truth, Paul was shocked. He was puzzled as to why his master would matchmake him with a spirit creature, but due to respect for Lionel and the genuine affection that had developed, he bit his lip and decided to find a place to live reclusively. The seven-eyed spirit had no clue about the critical issues involved and instead mistook Paul's reaction as extreme liking. So, it also resolved to live reclusively with Paul. Had they simply chosen to go into seclusion, no one would have found them. As long as they didn't stir up trouble and didn't offend powerful individuals, they likely would have lived the rest of their lives in solitude. Unexpectedly, 3 years later, which was recently, Lionel suddenly came here. Only then did Paul realize that Lionel's matchmaking didn't involve a spirit beast, but the woman who had fled in fright when faced with the seven-eyed spirit initially. Unfortunately, he never saw her back then, leading to a misunderstanding. Note, I replaced Yaoling with spirit beast to maintain consistency and ensure it reads naturally in English. Throughout the text, it's important to keep terminology consistent. For instance, seven-eyed spirit is consistently used, so I matched that style here. Matchmaking aside, it ultimately depended on the two people's wishes. Therefore, when Paul encountered the spirit back then, he didn't mention the matter, and the seven-eyed spirit naturally wouldn't know such a significant truth back then either. Now, having known the truth, these past 3 years of cohabitation had only deepened their bond. Initially, Lionel tried to fight the seven-eyed spirit but found it insurmountable, forcing him to ask Paul to intervene, with words implying that if the spirit didn't die, Xianxia sect would be wiped out. After some hesitation, Paul had no choice but to act. Note: I've maintained the meaning and natural flow of the text while ensuring consistency. The term yaoling is translated as spirit for better readability in English. Subsequently, the commotion drew Sergio's attention. Aware of the truth, Sergio looked at the people present with his mouth twitching. He was certain that writing down this human spirit story would guarantee countless buyers. Suddenly, Sergio snapped back to reality. Wait, you said if the spirit doesn't die, Xianxia sect will be destroyed? Who wants to destroy your Xianxia sect? If they have the ability to destroy your sect, why don't they deal with this spirit themselves? He didn't know the strength of Xianxia sect, but Lionel was clearly not the leader of it. Lionel glared at Sergio maliciously. He wanted to say, didn't you know the more you know, the quicker you die? But considering the presence of the spirit, after a moment's silence, he said coldly, it's news from Thunder City. Indeed, after Paul went into seclusion, Xianxia sect couldn't find him at all. It was only recently that Thunder City sent word saying his disciple was living with a spirit. After investigation, it was found that this mere spirit had lived in a small town for several years, which enraged the upper echelons of Thunder City. However, this matter shouldn't spread, so not many people knew about it. Thunder City ordered Xianxia sect to handle it themselves and not wait for them to take action. That's why Lionel found out Paul was here and came alone to the town without making a fuss. Thunder City? Sergio's eyes narrowed. For no reason, why would Thunder City care about just a small town? This place wasn't far from where he and Jared had separated. Unsurprisingly, Thunder City had been looking for him and had even come to this town. If so, why hadn't they found him? Although he had changed his appearance as an outsider buying a courtyard in the town, Thunder City should have investigated according to their usual practices. After some thought, Sergio felt a sinking feeling in his heart. Could Jared have used some trick? Thinking further, Sergio shook his head. That was unlikely. If Jared knew he was here, he would have probably leaked the information to the King of Spirits by now, making it impossible for him to recover here peacefully. So what could it be? After some consideration, Sergio couldn't confirm anything, but he didn't plan to overthink it either. Perhaps, it was time for him to return to Thunder City. Previously, he hadn't tried to contact Thunder City mainly because he feared those who collaborated with the spirits might leak his location or use a token to lead Jared to him. But now, since Xianxia sect has emerged, he could try to get someone from Xianxia sect to spread some news in Thunder City, some news only known to the disciples of Shuaming Palace. Then, while others wouldn't understand the meaning of that news, Shuaming Palace would know. He had been missing for a full month. As long as the news spreads widely enough, even if Jared tries something, it will be too late. He didn't know the strength of Xianxia sect, but clearly, Lionel wasn't the leader. Lionel glared fiercely at Sergio. He wanted to say, didn't he know that the more you know, the faster you die? However, considering the existence of the spirit, he silently remained cold-faced for a moment before saying, news from Guiyuan City. Indeed, after Paul went into seclusion, Xianxia sect couldn't find him at all. Only recently did Guiyuan City send word that his disciple was living with a spirit, causing high-level anger within Guiyuan City after an investigation revealed a mere spirit residing in a small town for years. Since this incident shouldn't be widely spread, not many people knew about it, and it was entrusted to Xianxia sect to handle privately without waiting for Guiyuan City to take action. Thus, Lionel learned that Paul was here and secretly came to the small town alone. Guiyuan City? Sergio's eyes narrowed. For no apparent reason, why would Guiyuan City care about a small town? This place wasn't far from where he and Jared separated. Unexpectedly, Guiyuan City was looking for him and had come to this town. If that was the case, why didn't they find him? Although he had altered his appearance, logically, Guiyuan City should have investigated when an outsider bought a courtyard in the town. After some thought, Sergio became gloomy, wondering if Jared played some trick. After pondering further, Sergio shook his head. It probably wasn't possible. If Jared knew he was here, he would likely have already tried leaking the information to the King of Spirits, preventing Sergio from peacefully recuperating here. What else could it be? Thinking for a while, Sergio couldn't determine, but he didn't want to dwell on it further. Perhaps, he could return to Guiyuan City. Earlier, he avoided notifying Guiyuan City mainly due to fears that collaborators with spirits might leak his location or possess items that could trace him, and Jared might play tricks to track him down beforehand. But now, since Xianxia sect had appeared, he could devise a way for Xianxia sect to spread some news to Guiyuan City, news only known to the disciples of Shengyuan Palace. At that time, others wouldn't understand the implications, but Shengyuan Palace would. He had already been missing for a full month. As long as the news spreads widely enough, even if Jared plays tricks, he wouldn't manage to keep up. Chapter 337. Murder to silence? Suddenly learning about the existence of Xianxia Gate, Sergio couldn't help but start contemplating. Perhaps he could use someone from Xianxia Gate to spread certain messages in Thunder City, messages only known by Shengyuan Palace disciples, hinting for Guiyuan Taoist or other powerful figures to come over. How exactly to operate, however, needed some serious consideration. As Sergio was lost in thought, the Tracius remarked, "Tell me, isn't Xianxia Gate totally unreasonable? I just want to live quietly with Paul. Yet Xianxia Gate keeps interfering. I've spared them multiple times, yet they persist." Sergio suppressed his thoughts and glanced at the Tracius. Reasonable? He didn't know how to respond. Based on these facts, it seemed that no one had an easy life. But, pondering deeply, Sergio's eyes narrowed slightly. Perhaps it would indeed be best if this Tracius left. Otherwise, if she were killed, Xian Bargate wouldn't hesitate to silence any witnesses, let alone send her messages. If he wanted to pass some indirect messages, this matter had to continue, and Xian Bargate needed a general understanding of his identity without knowing his true self. Reveal his identity? He still suspected a connection between Xian Bargate and the Tracius. Otherwise, why would Paul have retreated into seclusion so smoothly 3 years ago without any prior grooming? Maybe Paul hesitated and struggled before, but he did not wish for unforeseen events. One life was all he had. After thinking for a while, Sergio agreed, "You're right. Mississippi Xian Bargate is indeed quite unreasonable. Your love is so pure. Yet they interfere like this, truly despicable. So, you and Paul should leave first." The Tracius rejoiced upon hearing the truth, and was about to leave with Paul. Lionel became furious. "Wretched disciple, do you expect Xian Bargate to perish alongside you?" Paul's face froze. Sergio timely interjected, "I hold a bit of status. With me here, Xian Bargate won't be implicated. Leave with peace of mind." Upon hearing this, Paul suddenly smiled. "Thank you." The Tracius's eyes brimmed with joy as she performed a human salute, and then left the town without hesitation, grabbing Paul. Lionel sensed something amiss and asked Sergio, "Who are you?" "I'm nobody." Sergio's lips curled up. Lionel's body trembled slightly. "Nobody? Oral, you're bold." Ending his sentence, Lionel roared fiercely, "I'll kill you." Unable to restrain his anger, Lionel had pressured Paul multiple times because even a small mishandling could lead to Xian Bargate's obliteration. Now, due to Sergio's open guarantee, the Tracius was allowed to leave. If Sergio could truly protect him, his apprentice was grown up, so he couldn't do much. However, a mere nobody dared intervene in such a critical matter, risking imminent destruction. His frustration could only be relieved by killing. Even more so, he was already plotting to join forces with Basim to massacre the entire Davizin Yuan town. Once everyone was dead, results could be manipulated at will. Facing current difficulties, lighter punishments might be negotiated, so Basim might agree too. The more he thought, the more feasible it seemed. So Lionel paused his actions and shouted, "Basim, once the demonic beings escape, once Thunder City finds out, both Xian Bargate and you will be doomed." Basim's eyes darkened, saying nothing. Seeing this, Lionel continued, "Kill everyone in Davizin Yuan town. Tell Thunder City that the demons lashed out before dying, causing all deaths, including my wretched disciple and the demons, who died in Davizin Yuan town." Basim's pupils contracted. Soon, expressionless, "Your disciple and that demon aren't dead yet." After a moment of silence, Lionel's eyes hardened. "Since I can't kill that demon, I'll hide them where no one can find them, giving the demon no reason to refuse." Hearing this, Basim was tempted. A Tracius staying in Davizin Yuan town for 3 years. If mishandled, regardless of whether charged with aiding the Tracius or not, there was no way out. Now, a few ants' deaths don't matter. The grand barrier flashed, instantly sealing off inside and outside. "Are you all mad? The demons aren't killing us, but you intend to? Help!" Everyone panicked as countless voices erupted in fear, anger, and screams. Watching the rising barrier, leaning against the door, Sergio's eyes narrowed slightly. Does everyone really think Sergio doesn't exist? If not for you, none of this would happen. You're the culprit. Lionel gritted his teeth. "If you were at your peak, I might struggle, but now?" Finishing his words, Sergio stood upright. "Do you seriously think you can kill me? Pathetic." Sergio stopped concealing his aura, letting his third stage profound martial aura rapidly spread. Lionel and the others' expressions changed. Profound martial. Initially, Lionel sneered. "You look grievously wounded. What arrogance. Attack together. Kill him." Clearly calling out to Basim as he spoke. However, Basim, observing Sergio, furrowed his brows. While appearance wasn't a reliable indicator of age for cultivators, by appearance, one could still gauge somewhat. Sergio looked only in his early 20s. With profound martial's millennium lifespan, looking this young implied he was around 150 years old max. Under 100? He never considered that. A third stage profound martial at 150 years, remarkable talent. Such appearance, such cultivation? It was unlikely he had no backing force. Die. Lionel attacked ruthlessly, ignoring all else. Basim's eyes flickered, glancing around. He controlled the barrier to seal inside and outside. Regardless of fear, action was necessary now. Otherwise, their conversations would spread. As the town protector, planning to slaughter innocents to cover up the truth would make his demise worse. Though reluctant, Basim clenched his teeth and joined Lionel, intending to kill the injured Sergio first, then systematically exterminate true martial and spirit martial realms unable to escape. Lionel was correct. If everyone dies, the truth becomes whatever he and Lionel say. Though injured, Sergio showed no fear against the attackers. Hidden sword technique for a month enhances power equivalent to 5th stage profound martial, enough to deal with you. This technique, after a month's nurturing, allows a single sword strike to possess 2 stages higher power without exceeding major realms. The flowing cloud sword appeared silently, emitting a streak of sword light toward the attackers. This power, dodge fast. Seeing the sword light, Lionel and the others' expressions changed. They sensed the sword light's 5th stage profound martial power. Both controlling weapon lights to attack the sword light, their real bodies scattered abruptly. Sergio's eyes flashed coldly as the sword light's speed increased dramatically. With a bang, despite multiple attacks, the single sword light instantly annihilated them all upon contact. Chapter 338, Crisis Averted. When Lionel's attacks and the sword beam came into contact, the sword beam instantly overwhelmed all the strikes. It then flashed and swung towards Basim at an incredible speed. Basim could see at a glance that he couldn't evade it. His speed was not as fast as the sword beam, and if he kept dodging, he would inevitably be hit head-on by the sword beam. Given his current injuries, this could mean certain death. Why did Lionel propose silencing him, rather than pursuing Basim? Damn! Cursing under his breath, Basim hastily channeled his spiritual power and stretched out his hand to draw a circle. An arc-shaped defensive barrier rose up. A thunderous boom echoed as the sword beam struck the shield. In less than half a breath, the sword beam had shattered the defensive barrier, and its remaining force surged into Basim's body. Instantly, a gaping hole appeared in Basim's abdomen, the size of a human head. A hole that had already penetrated through his body. Ah! Another mouthful of blood spewed out, and Basim collapsed, limp on the ground. Fortunately, he wasn't dead, but he had lost the ability to fight. Sergio glanced up, shook his head slightly. The power of the hidden sword technique was strong, but due to his own injuries and a month without practicing swordsmanship, the technique's potency had been affected. He hadn't managed to kill even a mere ordinary Yuan Wu 4th level practitioner. The only remaining person, Lionel, changed expression drastically. Who are you? He never imagined that despite acting together with Basim would be directly incapacitated in one move. Left alone, he felt fear and hesitated to act. Sergio planted Avril into the ground. Do you have the right to know who I am? Then he waved his hand to pull a stone stool from the courtyard behind him, sitting down unhurriedly. Upon hearing this, Lionel's eyes filled with resentment. However, given the situation, he dared not protest. Sergio shook his head again, bullying the weak with strength. Pitiful. You. Lionel looked more and more aggrieved. Sergio tilted his head slightly. What? Can't accept it. Grinding his teeth, Lionel shouted. Since my strength is inferior, I submit to whatever punishment you choose. Why humiliate me like this? Do you really think so? Sergio flicked his finger, causing the Avril embedded in the ground to fly into the air. Its tip pointed directly at Lionel, scattering cold light. Lionel, who was about to speak, quietly lowered his head and dared not utter another word. A sneer crept onto Sergio's lips. I understand now. Previously, Paul was between us, so you were sure that the spirit wouldn't hurt you badly even if you were defeated. Therefore, you acted arrogantly despite being weaker. Now that the spirit has left and you face a stranger like me, knowing that I won't hold back, you retreat. Calling you a bully isn't wrong. Lionel remained silent for a moment, gritting his teeth. You speak up for that spirit. Your actions verge on collusion with the spirit. Such a grave crime, shouldn't you fear the consequences? I don't want to argue with you. After a pause, Sergio slowly continued. I assume you have some means to contact Xianbar sect? Contact them now and ask people in Thunder City whether someone from Qingming Peak has the qualifications to protect a spirit. Qingming Peak was the cultivation place of Sergio, the holy son of Qingming Palace. The 4 great sects all knew where Qingming Peak was, but apart from the 4 great sects, no one else knew about this line of defense. Perhaps someone might say that numerous forces attended Sergio's grand ceremony previously, but those forces were inland ones, and the small forces here on the line of defense. Although there were many, their influence was mainly near the coast, not inland. Qingming Peak. Lionel looked confused. Then he glanced at the severely injured Basim, who also looked puzzled. Soon, Lionel, with a hint of delight, probed, You? Will really help Xianbar sect ward off the pressure from Thunder City? Inwardly annoyed, he thought he should not have been so impulsive before. Sergio narrowed his eyes. Hasn't anyone told you that you talk too much? Lionel's heart quivered. Then he bit his lip, took out a silver token, channeled his spiritual power, and started whispering silently, presumably contacting Xianbar sect. Sergio noticed this and immediately squinted his eyes. It worked. As long as the people of Xianbar sect went to Thunder City to ask around, even if they asked just a few people, Qingming Palace had many members in Thunder City, and the news wouldn't remain hidden. Even without mentioning Xianxia Town specifically, to the upper echelons of Thunder City, Xianxia Town would still be noticeable. Approximately half a day later, Basim still lay half dead on the ground. Not knowing if he was pretending to be dead or stupid, the formation remained unrelieved. Suddenly, a streak of light appeared in the sky, flashing over Xianxia Town and directly descending. The formation didn't hinder this person at all. He passed through and entered the town. The light revealed itself to be Guiyuan Taoist. Relief flooded Sergio's heart. Elder Guiyuan. It was clearly Guiyuan Taoist. Seeing Sergio in the formation, Guiyuan Taoist instantly recognized him. Despite Sergio's transformed appearance, how could it escape the notice of a martial emperor? Seeing Sergio unharmed, despite having prepared mentally, his heart still relaxed tremendously. As for Sergio's internal injuries, with Qingming Palace being one of the 4 great sects, healing resources were abundant. After relaxing, he silently landed. What happened here? Lord City. Lionel's pupils dilated. The half-dead Basim scrambled to get up, his eyes brimming with fear. They didn't believe Guiyuan Taoist was just passing by. Considering what Sergio instructed Xianbar sect earlier, it was clear that the city lord had come because of that message. They also recalled the rumor that the holy son of Qingming Palace had gone missing. Could this young-looking stranger be? Seeming to understand their thoughts, Sergio's face rippled. Some amusing minor events happened. In an instant, Sergio's face changed back to his true form. Basim and Lionel's pupils widened to the extreme. This face was unmistakably the same as the widely circulated image of the holy son of Qingming Palace after his disappearance. The person before them was actually the holy son of Qingming Palace, one of the 4 great sects. If it's a minor issue, then let it be. Let's return to Thunder City first, said Guiyuan Taoist, giving both men a look, and with a wave of his hand, they soared away. This place wasn't safe. 5 demon kings were still searching for Sergio. Although Sergio's hint was subtle, demons weren't foolish either. Delay any longer, and the 5 demon kings might gather soon. Staring at the soaring light, Basim and Lionel were dumbfounded. They're leaving? Without holding anyone accountable? After the light left the formation, Lionel suddenly realized and yelled, Holy Son, you promised to help Xianbar sect deal with this crisis. Before he finished, the light created by Guiyuan Taoist had already vanished into the horizon. Would Sergio really help? Realizing this, Lionel understood that he had been used by Sergio, Chapter 339. A path, yet difficult to traverse. After Sergio was taken away by Cody, Lionel quickly realized that he had likely been used by Sergio. He wondered if Sergio would indeed shield the Xinjiang sect from the pressure of Laming City after using him. Soon, Lionel approached Basim. Brother Fong, how are your injuries? Basim stared at the retreating figure of Cody for a long time before murmuring, I remember the Xinjiang sect didn't have any earth spirits. Lionel's expression froze. Basim continued in a low voice, the Dark Nether Palace's holy son. In an attempt to bury the truth, we tried to eliminate all witnesses, including the Dark Nether Palace's holy son. Perhaps within 3 days, the forces behind you and me will be wiped out. His words were laced with boundless fear. Lionel's expression changed drastically as he forced a laugh. It won't come to that. Basim's eyes turned bloodshot. It's all because of you. It's all because of you. I'll kill you. By the end of his sentence, Basim, seemingly finding strength from somewhere, roared and unleashed his spiritual energy once again. Laming City, 100 miles away. Cody had just returned here with Sergio. Streams of fire rose up, and a flame leopard emerged from the sea of flames. Sergio's pupils constricted. This flame leopard was the flame leopard king among the 5 demon spirits who had appeared earlier. The flame leopard looked at Sergio and smirked. Indeed, finding people still depends on humans. You don't need large-scale searches to find someone. Cody's gaze turned cold. Move aside. The flame leopard's eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty intent. Though I don't know how you managed to slip away from me before. Hand over the human, or today, you shall die without a trace. Cody laughed bitterly in anger. To be so arrogant at our human defense line, very well. Roar. The flame leopard seemed aware it would be difficult to overpower Cody here, so it only let out a roar towards the sky. Boom. It was like thunder in the clear sky. Immediately, Sergio saw demonic beasts leaving the sea and soaring into the sky far beyond the visible horizon. Of course, the defense line was not easy to breach either. Not only did the grand array of Laming City activate instantly, but also in distant areas, light columns suddenly began to appear, with deep sea-like presences rising. Cody looked at the sea, his expression turning grim. Are you planning a decisive battle? He could sense numerous Empyrean martial emperor presences emerging from the sea. The 5 demon spirit kings did not mean there were only 5 Empyrean martial emperors in the sea. Rather, those 5 were kings. Below each king were many Empyrean martial emperor spirits. The flame leopard chuckled. A month is too long. Many demon spirits under my command have arrived. With the gathering force of the 5 kings, destroying these 23 cities would not be difficult. Roar. As a dragon's roar sounded, the Dominic swiftly approached. Note, yin is typically used to denote a dragon's cry or roar in Chinese literature, but in English, roar is more commonly used and sounds more natural. Seeing this, Sergio felt a sudden chill. Were these 5 spirits here to snatch him? Cody's expression wasn't good either. He underestimated the resolve of the 5 demon spirit kings to devour Sergio. Last time, there was only the Dominic, so it retreated. Now, with all 5 demon spirit kings appearing together, were they preparing to force their way through? Even with the defenses of Laming City, it couldn't withstand them. Fortunately, due to the significant matters previously, plus the arrival of an unexpected person, all 23 Empyrean martial emperors from the cities were now in Laming City. Arrogance. Cold scoffs resounded as figures leaped out from Laming City, floating in the air. Sergio took a glance and then shrank back. They were all Empyrean martial emperors, and none of them were familiar to him. Except for the Grand Hall of the Dark Nether Palace, he had never seen so many Empyrean martial emperors gathered together. The Dominic sneered, a bunch of ants. Hand over Sergio, and I can promise on Dougie's behalf that no demon spirit or beast will set foot on land for 1,000 years. If not, today, I will wipe out your 23 defensive cities. The Arnie, another celestial beast, appeared simultaneously. Roar. The azure-winged tiger also drew near, roaring deafeningly but remaining silent. Even though there were only 5 demon spirit kings, Cody and the other 22 Empyrean martial emperors did not look good at all. Each demon spirit king was at the 9th tier of Empyrean martial emperor. They prided themselves on their abilities, yet their cultivation levels were not high. Or rather, Cody and the others had roughly the same cultivation levels, ranging from 4th to 6th tier Empyrean martial emperor, neither lower nor higher. Even with several times the number of people, in a real fight, they would certainly lose. The gap in cultivation could not be bridged, let alone the countless Empyrean martial emperor spirits in the sea that hadn't even approached yet. In a true battle, the 4 major sects might not have enough time to mobilize reinforcements before the defenses were breached. No matter how strong the great arrays were, they had limits. Previously, the defense lines protected against 1 demon spirit king's sea territory. Now, there were 5 demon spirit kings, and it seemed all of their subordinate Empyrean martial emperor spirits had been called in. How could they fight this? After a while, an obvious heavenly severance pavilion Empyrean martial emperor laughed lightly. If nothing else works, perhaps sacrificing Sergio is an option. At least, it would safeguard the defenses for 1,000 years. An unknown Empyrean martial emperor from the Dark Nether Palace instantly turned around, eyes cold. You want to show weakness to the demon spirits? Not weakness. Pausing for a moment, the heavenly severance pavilion Empyrean martial emperor shrugged. I'm just suggesting. We 4 major sects share the same breath and fate. If war breaks out, our heavenly severance pavilion will not be left behind. But in my view, this battle is entirely because of Sergio, which isn't necessary. The heavenly severance pavilion was well aware of Sergio's talent. If there were chances to kill him, they wouldn't mind stepping on him twice. Of course, under greater circumstances, as the heavenly severance pavilion said, it was just a suggestion. The defenses span over 24 cities, encompassing over 1,000 towns and tens of thousands of villages, with over 10 million humans. As the Dominic transformed into human form, its face wore a playful expression. Although things seem hurried now and the beast tide hasn't fully gathered, Our demon spirit race has already amassed over 100 Empyrean martial emperors in the sea. Even without the beast tide, breaking this mere defense should not be difficult. Roar. Seemingly in response, countless roars echoed, and terrifying auras arose from the sea. Over 100 in number, all at the Empyrean martial emperor realm. Just these 5 demon spirit kings alone were enough to leave the 23 city Empyrean martial emperors struggling to respond, let alone the other Empyrean martial emperor spirits gathered in the sea. Sergio glanced at Laming City. He couldn't hear voices, but he could see many pointing fingers directed at him. Human nature. He could foresee that perhaps many would think sacrificing him, Sergio, to save countless lives was worth it. For the demon spirit kings to use such overwhelming means to devour him, Sergio, the star-swallowing beast sighed lightly. Why do you humans insist? This Oral may be uniquely talented, but he is only one person. Sacrificing him to gain 1,000 years of peace for the defense and protect millions of human elites. Doesn't this deal make sense? In a true battle, not only will Sergio die, but also the millions of elite humans and the trillions of ordinary people behind the defenses will become skeletons in the stomachs of our demon spirit race. His tone was almost sorrowful for humanity. Chapter 340, Diverting Disaster Eastward. As Sergio guessed that everyone in the defense line was pointing fingers, the Wayne began to sigh lightly, its voice truly filled with compassion for all beings. A martial emperor from the Imperial Supreme Sect sneered. I'm actually curious. Although Sergio has decent talent, it's merely decent. With just a Yuan Wu realm cultivation, how could he be worth 5 spirit kings acting together? Not just the Imperial Supreme Sect, the Dark Mystic Palace and Sergio had not expected such a large-scale move from the spirit kings. Wasn't this too serious? The 9-headed soul-devouring python suddenly sneered. So much nonsense. Since humans don't appreciate the offer, destroy this place. Men, where are you? By the end of his speech, its 8 heads sharply turned towards the sea surface. Roar. Roar. Following a series of roars, towering waves started retreating backwards. Numerous fearsome-looking spirit creatures rode the seawater, rapidly submerging the land. Countless spirit beasts stood amidst the water. The martial emperor from the heaven-splitting pavilion narrowed his eyes. Hand over the person. What they say is true. If it comes to fighting, Sergio will also die. After all, even escape routes are blocked. Indeed, Maximus and the other 4 spirit creatures were blocking Bryce's path back to Thunder City. Once fighting starts, with so many terrifying spirit creatures, Bryce couldn't protect Sergio. Upon hearing this, both martial emperors from the Imperial Supreme Sect and Eternal Mountain revealed hints of hesitation. Only the martial emperor from the Dark Mystic Palace glared furiously. If they really handed over the person, how would the Dark Mystic Palace face others in the future? As for the people who would die here, well, dead was dead. Historically, defensive lines had been breached before, and inland regions had no shortage of people. Were they going to fight like this? An elderly voice sounded. Audacious. Maximus and the other few Spirit Kings' pupils constricted, turning sharply towards Thunder City. They saw an aged figure slowly walking out of the city without using flight, standing only on the ground. Roar. The 9-headed soul-devouring python roared at the sea. The spirit creatures riding the waves seemed to have received some command, abruptly retreating into the sea. Subsequently, 8 of the 9 heads closed their eyes while the central head's eyes transformed into vertical pupils. Old man, don't run around if your lifespan isn't much. Save yourself lest you die unexpectedly. Bryce exclaimed happily. Palace Master. Spirit energy enveloped Sergio as he moved towards Thunder City. This blue was none other than the master of the Dark Mystic Palace, Emilio. While the 5 Spirit Kings seemed to fear something, they didn't obstruct Bryce's actions and could only watch helplessly. Very soon, Bryce brought Sergio back into the city. Sergio's heart completely relaxed. Returning to the city meant safety. There was a teleportation array in the city. Even in case of emergencies, one could use it to leave. With joy, Sergio did not forget etiquette and bowed. Greetings, Palace Master. Emilio nodded slightly at Sergio, revealing a smile. Then the smile faded, and his expression turned cold as he stared at the sky. This old bone indeed doesn't have much time left, but my sword can still slay you. I reckon it wouldn't be too hard. Maximus's figure flashed, landing and transforming into a burly man, with blood-red light emanating from his eyes. Old man, you're courting death? Emilio's eyes narrowed. 700 years ago, you barely escaped me by shattering your own tail. From your reaction now, it seems you've forgotten the pain. Upon hearing this, Maximus's pupils contracted sharply. Although Emilio was very, very old, as the master of the Dark Mystic Palace, he had once been a peerless prodigy of unparalleled combat prowess. Seeing this, Emilio waved and drew a plain sword. Nowadays, I can barely deliver one blow with this sword, but this blow will kill all 5 of you. Do you believe that? Looking at the plain sword in Emilio's hand, Maximus instinctively retreated. Brogany martial emperors gathered looked at Emilio with grave expressions. The Dark Mystic Palace had a technique, the concealed sword technique. Though not unparalleled, the longer this skill was cultivated, the more formidable it became. After 10 years, it could unleash an attack transcending major realms. No one knew how long Emilio hadn't fought, but everyone was sure that he must have cultivated the concealed sword technique. Emilio's sword had definitely reached its peak. Regardless of his exact cultivation level, that single strike would certainly be a martial emperor level attack. Here, the Spirit Kings were all 9th level martial emperors, but still martial emperors. If that strike were unleashed, at least 3 of the 5 Spirit Kings would die. Regardless of whether Emilio could really deliver only one strike. As long as Emilio wasn't dead, who would dare touch that strike? Who touches, dies. In ordinary times, they might have retreated. However, looking at Sergio, the 5 Spirit Kings revealed greed. All of them were 9th level martial emperor Spirit Kings. Swallowing Sergio alone would not only upgrade their bloodlines, but also boost their cultivation. Even if they couldn't devour him individually, even if they shared among the 5. Although the effect would decrease, it would still be effective. Such benefits would allow them all to break through. If they let Sergio go today, the other 4 spirit kings landed, exchanging glances. Very soon, Maximus's eyes showed a hint of bloodlust. Don't hand over the person, then never set up defenses here again. We'll launch endless beast tides, killing any humans who come here. Emilio said nothing. He saw that these 5 spirit kings wouldn't stop until they got Sergio. If he were young, it would be different. But he was old. Very old. Not attacking might be fine, but once he attacked, it would be a battle to the death. Abandon the defensive line? Just then, Sergio suddenly spoke. Is it because of Sergio's bloodline? The 5 spirit kings ignored Sergio. Although Sergio was important, his cultivation was too low, insignificant like an ant. They weren't interested in dealing with him right now. Seeing this, Sergio wasn't angry but whispered, there are others with bloodlines like mine. Why fixate on me? Jared wasn't dead yet, and Sergio hadn't hunted enough demon beasts to enhance his cultivation. Even if there was no immediate danger today, he must return to the sect. He didn't want to go back so soon. But he had to go back, thus diverting the spirit king's attention. At this moment, the 5 spirit kings became instantly interested, nearly speaking simultaneously. Who else? Emilio, as if thinking of something, gave a strange look but remained silent. Sergio's eyes flickered, whispering, the current Bryson of the Heaven-Splitting Pavilion has a bloodline not inferior to mine. If you seek true dragon bloodlines, why not go to the Heaven-Splitting Pavilion? That Bryson's bloodline is also a true dragon lineage, perhaps stronger than mine. The spirit kings didn't react, but the Heaven-Splitting Pavilion's martial emperor instantly looked at Sergio, eyes filled with shock and anger. Although Sergio whispered, due to the vast cultivation gap, it was no different from shouting loudly. Chapter 341. Jared has returned to the sect? Although Sergio used a secret message, the disparity in cultivation between Bryant and Yuan Wu was so vast that his whisper was no different from shouting loudly in their ears. Therefore, the Bryants of Jean Beau Pavilion instantly glared at Sergio with shock and fury. No one doubted that if Emilio were not standing here, these Bryants would have directly confronted Sergio. The few demon spirit kings glanced at each other. Jean Beau Pavilion's holy son? Undeniably, the holy son's reputation had recently risen. He had killed many demon spirits, and his swordsmanship was unparalleled. However, true dragon bloodline? They didn't know about that. A Jean Beau Pavilion Bryant snarled. You brat is babbling and you believe it. Emilio slowly replied, whether Jean Beau Pavilion's holy son is as described. This old man doesn't know. But what I do know is that while I am here today, you can only retreat. The few demon spirit kings were silent. Indeed, if they really fought, regardless of whether the human defenses would be broken, at least 3 out of their 5 would die. Very soon, the star-devouring beast whispered, old thing, how many more years do you have left? Once you're dead, this oral will still have to die. After speaking, the star-devouring beast vanished in a flash. Tad and the other demon spirit kings also departed one by one. The conflict silently dissipated. Yet, it wasn't entirely over. Several Bryants of Jean Beau Pavilion coldly snorted simultaneously. Palace Master Otto, today's words. Jean Beau Pavilion needs an explanation. Emilio walked slowly into the city and said, this old man can protect my disciples. Can your Jean Beau Pavilion not protect your disciples? If so, how can you demand an explanation from this old man? Several Bryants were furious, but they did not know how to refute it. At least, although Emilio was old, no one dared to truly provoke him. The power Emilio would wield before death was something none dared to challenge, save for the rulers of the other 3 sects. Watching Emilio's back, after a long while, the Bryants of Jean Beau Pavilion finally snorted. Today's matter is noted by Jean Beau Pavilion. Next time if such an event happens again, your shimming palace should handle it on its own. Don't look for us at Jean Beau Pavilion. After saying this, the Bryants of Jean Beau Pavilion disappeared without returning to Thunder City. After some thought, the Bryants of Huangji Sect and Immortal Mountain also left. Not long after, they returned to Cody's residence. In the Grand Hall, there were no others present. A few Bryants of Shimming Palace entered the hall, then frowned. Sergio, you were too impulsive today. Although our 4 major sects have grievances, today, this is the defense area, not the inland region. Sergio lowered his head and remained silent. Just as those Bryants were about to continue, Emilio slightly waved his hand. Seeing this, those people could only hold back their words. Emilio slowly sat at the main seat and then spoke, Sergio, disciple is here. Sergio immediately stepped forward. Davesting his head, he saw Emilio's extremely aged face and secretly marveled. He couldn't imagine how much strength was hidden in Emilio's body nearing its end. With 5 demon spirit kings united, even 23 Bryants of the defense line retreated because of Emilio. Emilio stared at Sergio for a long time before softly saying, do you still wish to remain on the defense line? What? The few Bryants were furious. They quickly realized. Indeed, if Sergio were to leave and return to the sect after today, why mention Jean Beau Pavilion's holy son earlier? After all, with Emilio present, the demon spirit king's retreat today was inevitable. It was just a matter of when. Knowing there was no danger, yet still guiding trouble elsewhere, indicated only one possibility, that he wanted to stay on the defense line. Sergio respectfully said, disciple has only been on the defense line for half a year. According to the sect tradition, the holy son should guard the defense line for 10 years upon succession. Disciple has no choice but to comply. Emilio's eyes instantly narrowed. Tradition? He wanted to see if Sergio could guess if these Bryants believed it. Cody suddenly interjected, the previous incident has already occurred. I have made Jared return to the sect. Jared returned to the sect? Sergio's brows sharply creased. Soon, he felt apprehensive. Had Cody seen something? Without delay, Sergio said, not reaching the decade mark, disciple should remain here. Cody looked deeply at him, then fell silent. Emilio suddenly waved his hand. All right, haven't you all places to guard? This time the demon spirits failed and will seek revenge. Each of you return to prevent the demon's success. The few Bryants showed reluctance, but eventually nodded and turned to leave, still visibly annoyed. In the grand hall, only Sergio, Emilio, and Cody remained. Then, Emilio quietly gazed at Sergio. Their gazes met. Sergio saw Emilio's eyes were somewhat murky. Through the murkiness, there seemed to be clarity. Nothing else was discernible. After a long time, Emilio withdrew his gaze. Take care. A storage ring was tossed to Sergio, spinning before him. Cody explained lightly. After Jared returned, the sect learned everything you lost. Inside, there are items related to the recent months of the Holy Sun's duties, tokens, etc. Using divine sense, Sergio saw inside the storage ring. Indeed, there was a new token, some cultivation resources, healing items. There were many things. The treasures needed to restore his foundation were included. With these, within 10 days at most, not only would his injuries heal completely, but the damage from transforming into a dragon could also be supplemented. Instead of hastily refining them, he placed the storage ring in his bosom. Thank you, Palace Master. This old man's bones are old. I can save you once, but may not be able to save you again. Return early. Emilio did not say much, gave instructions, and slowly left. Sergio hurriedly bowed. I bid farewell to Palace Master. Soon, Emilio left the grand hall and vanished, presumably heading back to the sect. Then, Cody walked to the main seat, staring at Sergio with squinted eyes, silent. Until Sergio became uneasy. Sergio took the initiative. What other instructions does Elder have? Why stay here if Jared has returned? Cody's voice was devoid of emotion. Sergio cupped his hands. According to tradition, Cody was impatient. Tradition? Given your current situation isn't safe, since you're willing to stay, then stay. For the next 9 years, you need not undertake missions or kill demons outside. Just defend the city quietly for 9 years and go tend to your injuries. Disciple takes leave. Sergio bowed and turned to leave. Walking to the door, Sergio paused. Elder, what else? Cody lifted his eyes. Sergio probed. Why was Palace Master in Thunder City? He didn't believe Emilio could have foreseen the arrival of 5 demon spirit kings. Cody's expressionless. After you went missing, Nola was quite worried and intended to come himself, but sect matters needed handling, so Palace Master decided to come personally. Thank you, Elder. Sergio sensed Cody's slight disapproval, thus did not linger and turned to leave. Chapter 342. Handle it yourself. Facing Cody's words, Sergio could tell that Cody seemed to dislike him at the moment. Without hesitation, he thanked the Taoist and turned to leave. He quickly returned to the courtyard where he had rested before. After entering the courtyard, Sergio took out the token, claimed ownership of it, hung it on his waist, and then began refining the storage ring. In a blink, half a month had passed. Though it was only half a month, Sergio's injuries and foundation had completely recovered. Unfortunately, Jared had already returned to the sect, and he dared not go hunting in the sea for fear of falling into the hands of the Spirit King again. Moreover, after shifting the disaster eastward previously, it wouldn't be wise to create trouble for the Jean Beau Pavilion in the city they dominated. Sergio wasn't sure what to do for the remaining 9 years. If he wanted to train intensively, he might as well return to Qingming Peak, where the spiritual energy concentration was much higher than here. Senior Brother Bryson. A voice came from outside the courtyard. Sergio softly said, Come in. Creak. The gate opened wide. The moment the door opened, Sergio raised an eyebrow. Outside stood a Xianxia Palace disciple he didn't recognize. And others. Basim, Lionel, Paul, and that seven-eyed spirit beast. Well, all the key players from the Xianxia town incident were here. The 3 people and 1 spirit were all filled with terror. Sergio looked at the Xianxia Palace disciple. Junior brother. What is this? Senior Brother Bryson. First came a bow, followed by a telepathic message. Elder instructed us. Your injuries should have healed by now. It turns out, Cody guessed that Sergio's injuries had healed, so he had someone bring Lionel and the others, including the spirit beast, over. Lionel and Basim had tried to kill and cover up their tracks earlier, involving even the Xianxia Palace Bryson. According to the Xianxia Palace's practices, all involved families should have been exterminated. Paul and the seven-eyed spirit beast. Well, when the 5 spirit kings besieged Laming City previously, Cody hadn't let go of his anger yet and intended to slay them directly. However, Sergio had hinted at sparing them earlier, unsure if Sergio truly wanted to spare them or not. Thus, these people were all brought here for Sergio to handle as he pleased. Perhaps they had been noisy previously. Sergio could see that all 4 individuals were stripped of their cultivation and silenced. Apart from looking at him in fear, they showed no other reactions. After observing for a while, Sergio appeared deep in thought. Was he supposed to handle this? How could he handle this? The incident in Xianxia town was just a minor matter. Whether it was Xinyang sect, Basim's backing force, or Paul and the seven-eyed electric eel spirit beast, as long as they did not cross paths with him, he wouldn't bother. But now they were all brought here. How should he handle it? Exterminate the families? At the thought of this, Sergio frowned slightly. Admittedly, Xinyang sect did exert effort for him to return early to Laming City. In the attempts to eliminate witnesses, it was human nature. After pondering for a while, Sergio looked at the 2 men. Both of you commit suicide and henceforth, I promise not to involve the forces behind you. The initially terrified duo's eyes tightened. Initially, they exchanged glances and showed a hint of bitter laughter, then knelt and bowed towards Sergio, not begging for mercy, but expressing gratitude. The Xianxia Palace disciple raised an eyebrow but said nothing, merely lifting his hand to release Basim and the others' cultivation. After recovering their cultivation, they did not free their voices but instead bowed gratefully towards Sergio again before releasing a flow of spiritual energy. Both self-destructed their bloodlines and dantians, dying instantly, intruding on our Xianxia Palace, dying so swiftly. The Xianxia Palace disciple glanced but didn't seem too eager to deal with the bodies. As for Paul, staring at Lionel's corpse. He stood there stunned. Sergio then looked at the spirit beast and Paul. As for you both? Ordinarily, letting them go would be fine. It was just a casual decision. But things were different now. Being surrounded by the spirit kings earlier left him with pent-up anger. Should he kill them directly? Just as he was about to give the order, Sergio's brows furrowed again. In Xianxia town, he had personally said he would let Paul and the spirit beast go. Even if it was due to circumstances, he had given his word. A man's word is golden. To simply let them go? Yet, it couldn't be. He needed to consider Cody's thoughts. Given so much time had passed, he doubted Cody was unaware that it was he who released Paul and the spirit beast in the town. Since Cody knew and still brought them here, releasing or not releasing posed its own dilemmas. Unable to decide, Sergio felt troubled. Without responding for a long time, the Shimming Palace disciple asked tentatively, Senior Brother Bryson, how should we handle them? Sergio pondered, asking, is there any precedent for humans and spirit beasts developing feelings in the borderlands? Pausing, the disciple uncertainly replied, while rare, precedents do exist. Hearing this, Sergio's eyes lifted. In spirit beasts' eyes, humans are a different species. Human aesthetics differ from spirit beasts. Can they really develop feelings? Not an isolated case? The disciple hesitated. Well, Junior Brother has heard explanations, but it's hard to confirm their truth. How does it go? Sergio became interested. Indeed, he was quite curious. The disciple thought for a while, growing more uncertain. The most common belief in the borderlands is that when a spirit beast first breaks through to the essence martial realm, returning to the origin, they gain clarity of heart. If at that point, they interact frequently with a human, they might naturally like that person due to their nascent wisdom. That sounded like saying nothing at all. Sergio didn't press further. Then, how are such cases handled upon discovery? Kill, the disciple answered without hesitation. Paul didn't respond, but the spirit beast struggled frantically, seeming to want to say something but unable to speak due to being sealed in cultivation and mouth. Sergio asked again, no exceptions? Spirit beasts aren't worth pitying. Pausing, the disciple looked at Paul and sneered, true affection? Ridiculous. To me, it's merely infatuation with appearance. If he genuinely liked her, let him live inseparably with her true form for a few years. Then, if he still says he loves her, I might believe him. True form? Thinking of the seven-eyed electric eel's true form. A seven-eyed electric eel. Sergio shuddered involuntarily. Directly kill them? The seven-eyed spirit beast continued struggling. The Shimming Palace disciple caught on. Brother doesn't want to kill them? The struggling spirit beast immediately brightened with hope. Paul still stared at Lionel's corpse. Seeing this, Sergio waved and lifted the seals on their mouths. I don't like idle talk. Paul, it seems you bear a grudge? Once able to speak, the spirit beast hastily spoke. He hasn't. Sergio continued staring at Paul. I didn't ask you. The spirit beast urgently nudged Paul. Hesitating, Paul shook his head. I don't know. Chapter 343, Conditions. Paul hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and spoke. He wasn't sure if he harbored hatred toward Sergio. Why don't you know? Sergio asked calmly. After another brief silence, Paul murmured, persecuting the holy son of Xianxia Palace, like Shin Bar sect being so weak, should have resulted in all members being exterminated. But now, only my master is dead, while the sect remains unharmed. By logic, I should be grateful. Yet I can't muster gratitude or hate. I don't know, it just feels chaotic inside me. A Xianxia Palace disciple glanced over dismissively, saying, he's surprisingly honest. Someone from the insignificant Xian Bar sect, even if he had 10 times the courage, still wouldn't have the guts to hate our Xianxia Palace. Sergio stared at Paul, also feeling a bit troubled. Regardless of whether Paul felt gratitude or resentment, he could choose to kill him immediately. After all, would there be any reason not to eliminate someone harboring hatred? And as for gratitude, with his master self-executing here, if Paul still felt thankful, he'd be nothing but an ungrateful fool, unworthy of mercy. Yet, this inner turmoil made the decision to kill or spare him difficult. Han threw the situation over, posing a challenge. How to handle it? Feeling a headache, Sergio's gaze swept over the spirit creature, his eyes suddenly flickering. Then he slowly said, I previously promised to release you. That promise still stands, but since you were captured here, letting you go means I can't answer to Xianxia City or my sect. Paul remained silent. However, the spirit creature seemed to notice something, her face showing hope. What conditions do you need to let us leave? If there are requirements, please say. As long as I can do it, I will help you. The matter concerning Xianxia Palace's holy son is within your capabilities? A Xianxia Palace disciple sneered. If they were outside the city, she might have argued back, but not now. She dared not, having been held captive in Xianxia City for days. She'd heard how 5 spirit king level beings united, yet were driven off by the palace master alone without a single battle. Such imposing power naturally led her to believe that Sergio's words weren't baseless. As if sensing her thoughts, Sergio changed his tone. Paul, how old are you? Paul pondered for a moment before softly replying, 237 years old. Sergio's mouth twitched. So old already? He hadn't noticed earlier. After some thought, he smiled. In true martial realm, the lifespan is 500 years, correct? Yes, Paul and the spirit creature both nodded. Though she wanted to mention that spirit creatures and beasts didn't have the same lifespans as humans, she wisely didn't deny it. You still have 273 years left. Pausing briefly, Sergio continued leisurely. Now, with this spirit maiden assisting you, plus your natural talent, it shouldn't be hard to eventually break through to origin martial. Paul stayed silent. Not minding, Sergio went on. Your duty on the defense line is to slay demonic beasts and spirits. If I let you escape and hide, I doubt you'll have time to kill any spirits, right? Your Highness, I won't kill anyone. The spirit creature hurriedly defended herself. Sergio smiled. Don't rush. Paul, am I correct? Right? Despite his confusion, Paul nodded. In that case, pausing, Sergio's lips curled up. Xianbar sect has cultivated you, and the defense line holds great hopes for you. Thus, I can't allow you to leave and live in hiding while announcing your deaths publicly. This way, it shuts people's mouths, and I keep my promise. Thank you, Your Highness. The spirit creature hurriedly thanked him. Sergio's smile widened. Wait, I haven't finished. Her face stiffened. Seeing her reaction, Sergio's eyes narrowed slightly. Paul still has 273 years left. Suppose he breaks through to origin martial at 400 years. According to defense line regulations, everyone must kill one demon beast each year, meaning Paul needs to kill at least 173 true martial beasts and 100 origin martial spirits in the coming years. Actually, with origin martial's 1,000-year lifespan, he should kill 600 origin martial spirits. The Xianxia Palace disciple's expression turned peculiar. The spirit creature stammered, H Highness, you want? Of course, I won't make things too difficult for you. Faking some thought, Sergio smiled. Considering Paul's 500-year lifespan, you, spirit maiden, go into the sea and kill 173 true martial demons. For the remaining 100 spirits, since you may find it hard to personally execute them, you lead them into the interior defense lines, where I will handle them personally. She stared blankly, unable to understand Sergio's intentions. If you succeed, I'll announce that I've killed you both, ensuring mutual benefit. Finishing, Sergio tilted his head slightly. Can you do it? The seven-eyed electric eel spirit turned to look at Paul, gritting her teeth. Highness, no need to trick them onto land. Though my cultivation isn't high, many spirits aren't my match. Sergio's voice grew cold. I said lure them into the interior defense lines. Do you not understand, miss? Emphasizing, handle personally, Sergio saw realization dawn on her face. This wasn't simple. Biting her lip, she agreed. All right. Sergio's eyes showed a genuine smile. He was struggling earlier, now Jared was gone. Han wouldn't assign him tasks anymore due to an unexpected incident, and it was inconvenient for him to go out hunting spirits. So what else could he do here on the defense line? Now, he couldn't go out hunting. Instead, he found a spirit to lure other spirits, allowing him to continue hunting. At this point, the seven-eyed electric eel tested, Highness, the defense line has powerful formations. It's easy to deceive spirits onto shore, but they won't recklessly enter the formation. Sergio frowned. Indeed, intelligent spirits wouldn't be foolish enough to enter recklessly. For one or two, perhaps the eel could devise other strategies, but luring 100, that seemed impossible. So, pondering for a moment, Sergio looked outside the city. No need to enter the defense lines. Lure them 1,000 miles away from the lines. His supplies were replenished now. Other things aside, teleportation talismans were available. As long as he didn't stray too far, at any sign of trouble, he could return to Laming City instantly using the talisman. After more discussion and agreeing on the location, Sergio escorted the seven-eyed electric eel out of the city. If he didn't, she wouldn't be able to leave Laming City on her own. Chapter 344. 7 years in a flash, power soars to 8th level of primordial martial arts. After setting the location, they discussed other details for a while, then Sergio sent the seven-eyed electric eel out of the city. He didn't escort it personally because, as a spirit beast, the seven-eyed electric eel lacked the ability to leave Thunderclap City on its own. Before leaving, he instructed his junior brother from the Xianxia Palace to lodge their guest well in Jared's courtyard and ensure it was not troubled as long as it stayed within the courtyard. Thunderclap City, near the coast, 1,000 miles away. There were no steep peaks here, only plains stretching endlessly. Exactly 1,000 miles away. Sergio halted, looking back at the city that had shrunk into a small black within his sight. The seven-eyed electric eel probed. You're luring the spirit beasts here? Yes, lure them here. Pausing, Sergio descended from the clouds. You can slay true Wu Realm spirit beasts yourself. You don't need to bring the corpses as proof. As long as you bring 100 spirit beasts here, you can leave safely. All right. The seven-eyed electric eel glanced at the direction of Thunderclap City, gritting its teeth slightly before transforming into its true form and dashing toward the sea. Sergio watched its departing silhouette, muttering, if you don't return or have other intentions, Paul won't be able to leave Thunderclap City. The seven-eyed electric eel's body stiffened, saying nothing as it sped away. Sergio, seeing this, touched his chest, right where the teleportation charm was hidden. If anything felt off, he could instantly activate the charm with his spirit energy, returning him to the city gate. Although he couldn't enter the great array covering the city, he would surely be able to re-enter through the gate. His gaze soon returned to the sea. Dominic, Star Swallower, 5 Spirit Beast Kings. He remembered those 5 Spirit Beast Kings. While his strength was currently insufficient, when he grew powerful enough, he would personally enter the sea to devour these 5 Spirit Beasts to avenge their pursuit and siege of Thunderclap City. If not for those 5 Spirit Beast Kings, knowing countless Spirit Beasts inhabit the sea, why would he hesitate to venture into the ocean instead of relying on a Spirit Beast to lure others here? Soon, Sergio looked down, spreading his spirit energy. The ground cracked open instantly, forming a deep tunnel about 100 zhang in depth within moments. Sergio jumped in, and as his spirit energy spread, the ground healed itself. Before the seven-eyed electric eel could successfully lure any spirit beasts, he wouldn't wait on the surface but hide underground to avoid unexpected occurrences. Perhaps it was the first time? Or perhaps the seven-eyed electric eel was too eager. In any case, just half a day later, just as he had settled underground, Sergio sensed the seven-eyed electric eel and another second-level primordial martial art realm spirit beast appear on the surface. A flash of spirit energy, and Sergio resurfaced. The seven-eyed electric eel and the other spirit beast were both in human form. Sergio's appearance startled the other spirit beast, which instinctively moved to attack. Sergio raised his hand, channeling the vast ancestral dragon sutra, emitting an extremely faint true dragon aura that enveloped only the spirit beast without spreading further. Instantly, the spirit beast lost balance within its body, transforming into its true form and collapsing weakly. The devouring power of the vast ancestral dragon began to rapidly consume the spirit beast's inner strength. Ah! Cries of agony echoed. Before the sound could spread, Sergio set up a restriction with his hand, preventing the noise from escaping. Then, under the seven-eyed electric eel's frightened gaze, the spirit beast it brought quickly became a desiccated corpse. Staring at Sergio, it struggled to speak. You. Feeling the explosive increase in cultivation, Sergio smiled. Spirit beasts can eat humans, so why can't Sergio eat spirit beasts? It's possible. The seven-eyed electric eel immediately lowered its head. 99 more to go. Without waiting for a response, Sergio continued, the spirit beasts you lure should not exceed the 7th or 8th level of primordial martial arts. There's no need for such low-level ones. All right. The seven-eyed electric eel looked at the dry corpse with a touch of pity, then bit its lip and left again. Sergio squinted at the desiccated corpse on the ground, then looked toward Thunderclap City. He felt that Cody might be watching him right now. Initially, Sergio sank underground. Xander and Jared both possess methods to devour souls, so what's wrong with Sergio devouring some spirit beasts? Initially, he did not want to expose himself, even after learning about Xander and Jared's actions. He still did not want to reveal his ability to directly devour spirit beasts for cultivation. But now, it couldn't be helped. Being a sacred son, exposing this capability was also acceptable. Underground, Sergio sat cross-legged, sensing the spirit beast he devoured earlier. Soon, he confirmed that despite the spirit beast being only at the 2nd level of primordial martial arts, the cultivation gained from devouring it was equivalent to 3 months of arduous cultivation for him. Indeed, seclusion and practice could never compare to directly devouring spirit beasts. If he could devour one each day, perhaps in 2 to 3 years, even facing those 5 spirit beast kings, he wouldn't be entirely defenseless. Time flew by, and 7 years passed quietly. 1,000 miles from Thunderclap City. Ah, damn seven-eyed electric eel, you actually colluded with humans? Within the restriction, Sergio's right hand transformed into a dragon claw, tightly grasping a 7th level primordial martial art spirit beast as the vast ancestral dragon sutra ran to its limits. With each scream, the spirit beast quickly turned into a desiccated corpse. The seven-eyed electric eel glanced at the dry corpse disdainfully, looking at Sergio with a hint of hope. That's 100. Sergio waved, tossing the dry corpse to the ground and looking past the restriction toward the sea. Unnoticed, 7 years had passed. The seven-eyed electric eel had fulfilled its promise, luring exactly 100 spirit beasts for him. At the beginning, it was easy, sometimes taking half a day, other times 3 days. The seven-eyed electric eel would lure 1 spirit beast. However, spirit beasts are intelligent beings, not fools. Within a month, the difficulty increased drastically, reportedly due to suspicions that the spirit beasts were being devoured by the seven-eyed electric eel herself. This last spirit beast took a full 6 months to lure here since the previous one. Despite the difficulties, the seven-eyed electric eel spent 7 years fulfilling the initial agreement of bringing 100 spirit beasts. Sergio's cultivation also soared from the 3rd level to the 8th level of primordial martial arts. By Sergio's estimate, if he relied solely on personal cultivation, even with resources, he would need 15 years to break through to the 9th level. As cultivation progressed, secluded practice became increasingly slower. After pondering, Sergio finally withdrew his gaze. Due to his prolonged silence, the seven-eyed electric eel's expression became uncertain. Smiling, Sergio activated the Sacred Sun's token at his waist, murmuring, I've already sent someone to bring Paul over. Actually, he was somewhat dissatisfied with the progress. According to his estimates, if the spirit beasts lured by the seven-eyed electric eel were strong enough, devouring 100 spirit beasts should have pushed him to the 9th level of primordial martial arts, not merely the 8th. ##### Chapter 345. Heaven-cutting pavilion's genius disappears? Sergio spoke, having already instructed someone to bring Paul over. Then he looked at the seven-eyed electric eel, feeling somewhat dissatisfied in his heart. According to his estimation, 100 demonic spirits should have been enough to push his cultivation to the 9th level of Essence Warrior, not the current 8th level of Essence Warrior. However, he understood that it wasn't this seven-eyed electric eel's fault. After all, it was only at the 3rd level of Essence Warrior itself and had no reason to lure any high-level demonic spirits. Over these 7 years, the highest level demonic spirit it managed to lure here was at the 6th or 7th level of Essence Warrior, with most being around the 3rd or 4th level. The seven-eyed electric eel looked towards Thunder Roar City, her heart brimming with joy. Having fulfilled Sergio's requirement, would she finally be left undisturbed this time? In the quiet wait, not long afterward, 2 figures approached rapidly from the direction of Thunder Roar City, landing on the ground. One was Paul, and the other was a disciple of the Abyssal Palace. The Abyssal Palace disciple greeted as they approached, Senior Brother Holy Son. Then this person's pupils suddenly contracted. 8th level of Essence Warrior? Sergio hadn't returned to Thunder Roar City for 7 years. Yet in just those 7 years, Sergio had advanced from the 3rd level of Essence Warrior to the 8th level of Essence Warrior. On average, he broke through 1 level each year. This was the Essence Warrior realm, not the True Warrior or Spirit Warrior realms, which were easier to break through. But Sergio paid no attention, simply stating, Since you've completed the promise, I will also uphold my end. You may leave. The demonic spirits felt relieved as Paul was seized, and they fled without hesitation. Over these 7 years, every demonic spirit she brought was completely devoured by Sergio until nothing but dry corpses remained. If not for the remaining worries, she wouldn't dare face Sergio at all. Senior brother, are we really letting them go? The Abyssal Palace disciple regained his senses and hurriedly asked. Sergio tilted his head. What else? Upon seeing this, the person hesitated for a moment before whispering. Before leaving, the elder commanded that such a trend must not grow. They must die. Thunder Roar City. Sergio returned to the city gate via a teleportation talisman. He didn't rush back to Han's residence, but instead walked up the city wall and stood there gazing out at the sea. Now that his cultivation had reached the 8th level of Essence Warrior, if he transformed into a dragon, even 8th or 9th level Earth spirits should not be too challenging for him to battle and defeat. But he was uncertain whether his current cultivation could contend with an Imperial Martial Artist or escape from one. Ordinary Imperial Martial Artists might be manageable. He could probably defend himself. However, against the 5 demonic spirit kings, it would likely still be far off. After some time, Sergio shook his head slightly. Well, I only have less than 2 years left guarding here. It's time to return. The sea was still too dangerous. Thinking this, Sergio glanced at the sea for a while before heading toward Han's residence. In the Grand Hall, Sergio bowed slightly. Disciple greets elder. Hans squinted his eyes, looking at Sergio, 8th level of Essence Warrior. Upon close inspection, Sergio's aura was solid and showed no signs of instability. After deep contemplation, Han whispered softly, though the methods used resemble those of evil ways, regardless of how stable their surface appears, they inevitably come with repercussions. Best to use them sparingly in the future. Though not explicitly mentioned, it was clear that 7 years ago, Sergio's guess had been correct. He knew that leaving the city alone would attract Han's attention. Previously, Sergio had stayed 1,000 miles away from the city. Now, Sergio's divine sense extended nearly 800 or 900 miles. Given an Imperial Martial Artist's divine sense, Sergio's location was probably always within his reach. Sergio did not deny it. Disciple understands. Though the Great Wasteland Ancestor Dragon Sutra was not considered a technique of evil ways, there was no need for further explanation. Hearing this, Han gently waved his hand. You still have 2 more years to guard here. Leave. However, Sergio did not depart immediately. Elder, do you know which of the 23 cities along the defense line are dominated by the Heaven-Cutting Pavilion? Why do you ask? Han narrowed his eyes. Sergio remained expressionless. Before leaving, the sect ordered me to suppress Heaven-Cutting Pavilion disciples during my stay here. However, over these past 7 years, I focused on cultivation and had no time to do so. Now that I have spare time, I thought I might spend the last 2 years suppressing them. Han's expression became indescribable. After a long pause, he finally spoke. 5 years ago, a demonic spirit king bribed a 9th level Earth spirit from the Heaven-Cutting Pavilion at great cost. The Heaven-Cutting Pavilion's holy son was ambushed and captured by demonic spirits. The pavilion's head, Phalon, enraged, took a sword into the sea and slaughtered countless demonic beasts and spirits. More than 10 Imperial Martial Artist-level demonic spirits perished. Without waiting for a reply, Han smiled wryly. Unfortunately, the Heaven-Cutting Pavilion's holy son disappeared. Several demonic spirit kings said that after being captured, the holy son used unknown means to escape and vanish. Although Phalon did not believe it, in the vast ocean, it was difficult for him to fend off the combined forces of the demonic spirit kings, and he ultimately retreated heavily injured. Although Phalon entered the sea, the Heaven-Cutting Pavilion's holy son went missing. The demonic spirit kings claimed the holy son used certain techniques to escape and vanish, but the holy son never returned to the Heaven-Cutting Pavilion. Some people believe that the holy son had actually been consumed by a demonic spirit king. Others thought the holy son truly escaped, but was so angered by being betrayed by the pavilion's elders that he refused to return. Still others believe that Larry found a chance to escape after entering the sea, but chose not to return. No one knew the truth. All they knew was that the holy son was nowhere to be found, alive or dead. Hearing this, Sergio's face tightened. A holy son who vanished without a trace? Was he to suppress the Heaven-Cutting Pavilion members? After careful consideration, he decided against it. The previous holy son died because of him, and now the current holy son was missing due to his earlier remarks. If he were to visit the Heaven-Cutting Pavilion's territory, what if their elders acted on impulse? Soon, Sergio asked perplexedly, why didn't Larry leave? 7 years ago, when the demonic spirit kings retreated, it was learned that Larry had true dragon blood. 5 years ago, the demonic spirit king succeeded. For a full 2 years, that holy son was supposedly still near the seaside? Who knows? Han shook his head and closed his eyes. Leave? Disciple takes his leave. Sergio bowed slightly and turned to leave the grand hall. Then he surveyed the surroundings. Originally, he planned to spend the final 2 years suppressing the Heaven-Cutting Pavilion, but he could not risk visiting the cities dominated by them. Otherwise, under the wrath of the Heaven-Cutting Pavilion, even if the elders did not deal with him personally, the pavilion might allow a demonic spirit king to sneak into the city and kidnap him due to negligence. Forget it. He hadn't seriously cultivated for many years. These 2 years, he would focus on cultivation. 2 more years passed quickly. Wolfsbane Mountains. Inside the central building of the task hall on the top floor. With ripples, Sergio appeared here. Looking down at the teleportation array beneath him, Sergio muttered, 10 years? I'm already over 30. After 2 years of intensive cultivation in Thunderwar City, he remained at the 8th level of Essence Warrior. With the completion of his 10-year guard duty, he used the teleportation array to return to the sect. Holy Sun Senior Brother, Vice Palace Master knows you are returning today and orders you to head to the immaterial peak. A task hall disciple entered, bowing respectfully. Please let me know if there are any specific parts or details you'd like to revise or expand upon. Hashtag chapter 346, return to the sect. Sergio had barely returned from the teleportation array when a Shimming Palace disciple entered with news from Darenyang, instructing him to head to Justin Peak. Sergio nodded and smiled. Thank you for your trouble, junior brother. Not at all, not at all. The disciple waved his hands hastily. Sergio chuckled and took a step forward. As he reached the door, he paused. Junior brother. Brogan quickly bowed. Esteemed senior brother Xianxia. Sergio's eyes flickered. I recall that the supervisor here should be Gio. Do you know where he is now? He remembered that Gio once boldly made a veiled insult towards him without any reason. At the time, Sergio was in a rush to reach the defense line and did not have the chance to deal with it. Now that he had returned, he would have ample time to address this. Senior brother Gio? The disciple hesitated, thinking for a moment before cautiously replying, back then, 9 years ago, junior brother Gio mentioned that staying long-term in the task hall was detrimental to his cultivation. He resigned from sect duties and left for travels. I'm not sure of his current whereabouts. Perhaps you can ask at Tingfeng Hall? Afraid of retaliation, he ran away? I see. Sergio nodded slightly and turned to leave. It wouldn't be difficult to locate Gio via Tingfeng Hall, but since Gio had chosen to travel to avoid retaliation and they had no real grievances, pursuing this matter would make him look petty. Asking for trouble rarely suits anyone. Who gave Gio the confidence to taunt me? Or perhaps it was Dan Peak. Sergio murmured inwardly, suppressing his thoughts as he swiftly headed toward Justin Peak. At the summit of Justin Peak, Darren Young looked at Sergio with a smile. Yuanwu 8th stage, impressive indeed. Truly worthy of being my disciple. Inside, Darren Young was secretly astonished. If his memory served correctly, Sergio was only in his early 30s. To reach Yuanwu 8th stage at such a young age, while not unprecedented, historically, few could match Sergio's achievements. Truly befitting a 9th rank heavenly bloodline. Sergio hurriedly said, it's all thanks to the cultivation resources you provided earlier. Otherwise, my progress on the defense line would not have been so swift. Darren Young chuckled and tapped a finger. Screens of light rose up, and within just a breath, the entire Justin Peak was enveloped by an immense array. This wasn't all. Darren Young then released strands of spiritual energy forming seals. After completing these preparations, Darren Yang's gaze deepened. The news from Thunderclap City isn't as genuine as hearing it directly from you. What exactly happened at the defense line? I personally crafted the talismans to ensure everything went smoothly. How did Jared manage to return alive? Master, Sergio began, recounting the events leading up to the confrontation. Darren Yang's eyes revealed a mix of caution and killing intent. A sealed remnant soul could resist the attack of a spirit king. He then thought about something deeper. Twice, Jared narrowly escaped death and chose not to report Sergio's actions to the sect. That remnant soul truly couldn't be allowed to remain. After a brief pause, Darren Young softly said, there is 1 year until Zhanbo Pavilion holds its once-a-century sword spirit gathering. Prepare yourself and join the elders when we attend. Sword spirit gathering? Thinking for a moment, Sergio asked uncertainly, is it the same sword spirit peak hidden in Zhanbo Pavilion's unique secret realm? Correct. Darren Young nodded slightly. The sword spirit gathering was straightforward. Once held, qualified factions received permission to enter Zhanbo Pavilion's century-open secret realm and enter Sword Spirit Peak to draw a sword. Sword Spirit Peak was a mountain densely filled with swords. An ancient formation covered the peak, making it impossible to determine the quality of any sword regardless of cultivation level or mental power. Drawing a sword wasn't simple either. According to Zhanbo Pavilion, if there was a fated connection with a sword, one could draw it. Without this connection, even an imperial martial emperor couldn't forcefully pull a sword from Sword Spirit Peak. But if fate intervened, whoever drew the sword would own it, no matter its quality. Only Zhanbo Pavilion knew the true mechanics behind the sword drawing process. Rumors suggested that even supreme divine weapons existed in Sword Spirit Peak, but their veracity remained unknown. Sergio considered the records from the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion regarding Sword Spirit Peak. Disciple understands. Darren Young nodded. Remember, since you are back at the sect, Jared is a fellow disciple. Do not confront him near the sect. At the Sword Spirit Gathering, you can handle him within Zhanbo Pavilion's secret realm and pin the blame on them afterward. Disciple understands, Sergio nodded again. Indeed, attempting to harm Jared near Xianxia Palace would be hard to conceal from Tingfeng Hall. Just as Darren Young was about to speak, his brows suddenly twitched, and his ears moved slightly. He seemed to receive some news. Sergio asked, Master, is there another matter? Darren Yang's eyes narrowed. The palace master wishes to see you. Sergio didn't think much of it. When I was in danger on the defense line, if not for the palace master's intervention, I might not have escaped. I never got to thank him, so now is a good opportunity. Darren Young glanced at Sergio, eyes narrowing. Emilio's lifespan was limited. No matter how talented his disciples were, someone with a limited lifespan wouldn't care too much. The longer one lived, the more one feared death. Last time, when Sergio went missing on the defense line, Emilio risked his remaining lifespan to rescue him, which was already extraordinary. Now, upon Sergio's return, Emilio wanted to see him immediately? Darren Young sensed something amiss, but couldn't pinpoint what it was. Could it be that he was misjudging Emilio's intentions? Was it purely because Emilio's days were numbered that he genuinely cared for the sex prodigy with the 9th rank heavenly bloodline? Unable to find an answer, Darren Young shook his head and suppressed his thoughts. Follow me. Leaving Justin Peak, they flew swiftly into the Wuxia Mountains. They soon arrived at an unremarkable-looking cave, dark as though it were the mouth of a fierce beast. The palace master is in close seclusion inside. Go in. Sergio paused. Isn't master coming in as well? Darren Young shook his head silently. Sergio bowed respectfully and entered the cave. The passage wasn't long. Winding through a narrow path, he soon reached the deepest part. Here, there were no luxurious decorations, just an ordinary-looking cave, except for the central pool. Upon seeing it, Sergio immediately sensed the incredibly dense essence energy within. The pool contained not water, but liquefied essence energy, of the highest concentration. Moreover, it wasn't ordinary liquid essence energy. Chapter 347. The Yiming Valley. The water in the pool was not just extremely concentrated liquid spiritual energy, but also an extraordinary form of liquefied spirit force. One sip. Sergio felt that with just one sip, he could save over a decade of arduous cultivation and break through to the 9th level of primordial martial arts. Emilio chuckled, young man, your current cultivation is insufficient, and your physical body isn't strong enough. A rash approach might cause you to explode and die. Don't be too envious. Sergio averted his gaze and bowed deeply. This disciple momentarily lost focus. Please do not hold it against me, Palace Master. Emilio sat against the wall like an ordinary old man, without any hint of authority. Because he no longer stared at the pool, Sergio suddenly sensed a somewhat unfamiliar yet familiar aura lingering in the cave. Was it Emilio's residual aura? Sergio didn't think much about it. Emilio sighed, young man, there's no one else here now. No need for so many formalities. Etiquette cannot be neglected. Sergio bowed again. Emilio shook his head, then beckoned. Come closer. Let this old man take a look. Sergio stepped closer, stopping 3 steps away from Emilio. After scrutinizing him for a long time, Emilio smiled. Our Xianxia Palace prodigy's cultivation has progressed rapidly, and you've grown handsomer? Then his smile froze. You have quite a bit of evil chi in your body. What happened, young man? Evil chi? Sergio was stunned. Seeing this, Emilio pondered for a while, then grasped Sergio's wrist with his thin, dry hand. Sergio felt a minuscule but powerful spiritual force enter his body, against which his own spiritual energy couldn't resist. That spiritual force circled inside his body once before returning to Emilio. Then Emilio shook his head slightly. Young man, realm is important, but the divine soul is equally crucial. According to Emilio, although Sergio's cultivation seemed stable, his divine soul wasn't keeping up with his realm. He needed to appropriately temper his divine soul. Insufficient divine soul? Sergio couldn't help but be puzzled. Was his divine soul insufficient? It was enough. His Dahuang Ancestor Dragon Sutra, which cultivated by devouring demon spirits, not only enhanced his cultivation but also refined his bloodline, divine soul, and spiritual energy. All aspects were comprehensively improved, not just one specific area. Moreover, if there were real issues, Reginald would never have stood idly by. Or did this palace master's greater cultivation allow him to see things that Reginald couldn't? Of course, Sergio did not argue and respectfully said, Disciple understands. I will certainly fully refine my divine soul after leaving here. Emilio thought for a moment, raised his hand, and took out a black iron plaque with intricate patterns on both sides, handing it to Sergio. Sergio took the iron token. Palace Master, what is this? The pass for Yiming Valley. Pausing for a moment, Emilio laughed. Self-refining your divine soul is too slow. As our Xianxia Palace holy son, you don't need to go through such hardship. Just go to Yiming Valley for some training. Sergio hadn't been to Yiming Valley. However, the records hall had documents about Yiming Valley. Specific details weren't provided, only that only elders were qualified to enter. Within the valley, there was boundless Yin wind supposedly originating from the underworld. If one's cultivation was inadequate, the Yin wind would destroy their divine soul upon contact. But if one could withstand it, the Yin wind could temper the divine soul. As for its exact location, there wasn't one, as Yiming Valley existed in a secret realm. As long as one held the pass and was within Wuxia Mountains, activating the token would teleport them into the valley. Sergio kept the token, expression solemn. Thank you, Palace Master. Hearing this, Emilio, who wanted to nag further, sighed. Sigh, you little fellow. Well, go cultivate diligently. Disciple takes my leave. Sergio focused. He had barely turned the corner when Emilio thought of something and lifted his head. Right, there's one more thing. Please instruct Palace Master. Sergio turned around. Emilio pondered and instructed. Go tell your master that this old man's lifespan is running out. I probably have only a few more years left. Ask him to discuss with Davisuyan's teacher and finalize your wedding. This way, even if I pass away, there'll be no more worries. Wedding? Even Sergio blushed and lowered his head, watching ants on the ground. Seeing this, Emilio chuckled speechlessly. Well, call Reginald in. Go cultivate diligently. Don't slack off. Disciple takes my leave. Sergio turned and left. Soon, in about 40 breaths' time, Reginald entered the cave. Palace Master, Reginald saluted slightly towards Emilio. Emilio's murky eyes stared at Reginald, murmuring after a while, I'm getting old. Go negotiate with Aladi to finalize Sergio and Edie's wedding. With both holy son and holy daughter present, I don't want these two to quarrel over my position after I'm gone. Finalizing the wedding will ensure stability. Reginald thought for a moment, shaking his head. Elder Aladi has been traveling for many years. Contacting him won't be easy. Their feelings are strong, and you shouldn't worry. Emilio was silent, staring at Reginald with murky eyes. After a while, Reginald lowered his head. I'll try to contact Elder Aladi as soon as possible. However, this matter is significant. Although they share deep feelings, setting a wedding agreement might not be immediate. Emilio thought for a moment and said, calculating the timeline, Zhandian Pavilion's Sword Spirit Festival should be within the next 2 years. Send them both there. They're young and don't have our old folks' complex thoughts. Reginald nodded slightly, whispering, Palace Master, the Yin wind in Yiming Valley can only be resisted by earth spirits. Why send Sergio there when he's merely at primordial martial arts? The unstable divine soul you mentioned. From my perspective, his divine soul surpasses that of anyone at 9th level of primordial martial arts. Why must he enter Yiming Valley? Emilio dismissed it easily. Since he's a prodigy, he's extraordinary. When I was at 9th level of primordial martial arts, I entered the Yiming Valley accessible only to earth spirits. He is not only our Xianxia Palace holy son, but also possesses superior bloodline and talent than me. Why can't he enter at 8th level of primordial martial arts? Besides, could this old man harm him? Reginald remained silent. Qingming Peak. Back at Qingming Peak, Sergio did not rush to enter Yiming Valley for training and tempering but first summoned Castor to inquire about changes within Xianxia Palace over his 10-year absence guarding the frontier. He learned that over the past 10 years, Xianxia Palace had been relatively peaceful. While small conflicts among disciples persisted, overall peace reigned. The former formidable challengers for Holy Son, Landon and Marvin, posed no threat to Sergio now. Marvin and the other person had advanced in cultivation, but were still only at 3rd level of primordial martial arts. Even holy daughter Edie was merely at 4th level of primordial martial arts. Meanwhile, Sergio was already at 8th level of primordial martial arts, far surpassing everyone else. Chapter 348. Wind erodes the soul, 9th level of primordial martial arts. Even Edie, who has made the greatest progress in cultivation, is only at the 4th level of primordial martial arts. Sergio's advancement to the 8th level of primordial martial arts has already left everyone else far behind. In recent years, Xianxia Palace has accepted new disciples, and among them are no shortage of geniuses. However, the most talented ones are only on par with the level of Krista and Bond. None of them possess a heavenly level bloodline, so naturally, they pose no threat to Sergio. As for Jared, after returning to the sect over 8 years ago, it seemed he suffered some kind of setback on the front line. He did not stay within the sect to cultivate diligently, but chose to venture out to hone himself, and his whereabouts were unknown. After reporting the general intelligence of the past 10 years, Castor left. Standing atop the mountain peak, Sergio raised his hand to retrieve the black token given by Emilio, narrowing his eyes slightly. With the aid of the lingering soul, Jared indeed poses a threat. Recalling how the lingering soul fought the spirit king of demons before forcibly carrying them away from danger, it seemed almost on the verge of dissipating. It's uncertain if that soul has survived. However, even if it is still alive, its situation must be dire. At the indication of War Peak, Jared will likely attend the Sword Spirit Assembly next year, hoping there will be an opportunity to eliminate him. I thought the Palace Master and my master might have some conflict, but after several meetings, it doesn't seem to be the case. Following the usual procedure, it shouldn't be difficult to take charge of Xianxia Palace one day. Pausing, Sergio summoned his spiritual energy. Let's visit the Infeng Valley. With this token in hand, I can leave anytime should any accidents happen. As his spiritual energy circulated, before his words even finished, ripples emanated from the token, and Sergio's figure disappeared. At the same time, in a desolate, gray area, this place was rugged with strange rocks and devoid of vegetation. The entire world seemed devoid of life. Instead, there were countless black winds and sand particles swirling around. Sergio looked around. This is Infeng Valley. Indeed, he couldn't see any connection between this place and a valley. Looking in all directions, he couldn't even see the boundaries. The position where he stood seemed to be protected by an array, preventing the surrounding winds from getting close. Observing for a while, Sergio quietly extended his hand outside the array. Seemingly detecting the presence of a living being, the nearest black wind instantly surged toward Sergio's hand. The wind was intangible. Upon contact, the black wind vanished. Simultaneously, Sergio felt a slight tremor as if his soul were a candle flame, flickering unstably under the blow of the wind. Instinctively, he withdrew his hand. However, the wind had already entered his body, and pulling back his hand was futile. Without hesitation, he sat down on the ground, unleashing his bloodline power. Roar! A dragon shadow manifested. Immediately, his unstable soul stabilized, and he sensed a cold force roaming within his soul. If his soul was unstable, this cold force would erode it. But with the enhancement of his bloodline, his soul remained stable, and this cold force, instead of harming him, visibly strengthened his soul. In a short while, the cold force was depleted. Sergio's soul became somewhat more resilient. The increase wasn't significant. Standing up, Sergio looked at the seemingly endless winds outside the array. My cultivation is still too low. Without the bloodline, I cannot withstand the erosion of these winds. From his perspective, enhancing the soul doesn't compare to the progression gained from hunting demon beasts. However, hunting demonic spirits takes time, whereas these winds here appear boundless, allowing continuous absorption and tempering. While it might not match the benefits of hunting demon beasts in the short term, it could surpass it in the long run. Unfortunately, these winds can only strengthen the soul and cannot be converted into cultivation. No, perhaps they can. Winds aren't natural chi. What would happen if swallowed using the Great Wasteland Ancestor Dragon Scripture? After pondering, Sergio stood within the array, running the Great Wasteland Ancestor Dragon Scripture, expanding its devouring force. The nearest wind halted in place, devoured by the scripture. Subsequently, the cold force was absorbed into his body, transforming into icy energy spreading throughout. His cultivation and physique began to rise. Familiarity followed, and the icy energy dissipated. Sergio approached the array, eyeing the winds outside, revealing glimmers of anticipation. The effects of swallowing the wind equated to slaying a first-level primordial beast. Although the quality was low compared to his current stage, the sheer quantity outside was immense. Naturally, possibly due to the wind's peculiarity, after devouring, the absorption rate was incomparable to killing demonic spirits. It took him a full 2 days to fully absorb just one wind. Infeng Valley, I originally thought it might be impossible to break through to the 9th level of primordial martial arts anytime soon, but unexpectedly, such a wonderful place exists within the sect. Murmuring to himself, Sergio didn't hesitate and reseated himself on the ground. The devouring force spread wildly. Subsequently, the surrounding winds stiffened mid-air, disappearing silently as they were swallowed. Sergio's aura visibly intensified. Approximately 30 breaths later, within 10 miles around, not a trace of wind remained. Distant winds were replenishing, though slowly. Seeing this, Sergio got up, leaving the array to leap elsewhere. Leaving the array, the surrounding winds surged madly towards him. Sergio was undaunted, merely channeling the Great Wasteland Ancestor Dragon Scripture, absorbing any wind that approached. After an indeterminate amount of time, within hundreds of miles centered on Sergio, there were no signs of winds. Sergio looked around. Only a thin line separates me from the Earth spirit realm. He could see, further away, countless winds beyond count. And his cultivation had already advanced to the peak of the 9th level of primordial martial arts through devouring winds, just a hair's breadth away from the Earth spirit realm. Unfortunately, breaking this bottleneck was not easy. Without comprehending the crucial points, even devouring all the Yin winds in Yinfeng Valley wouldn't advance him further. Hopefully, the stronger Yin winds further away will allow me to break through when I reach Earth Spirit. One day, this place can continue to assist me. With a reluctant glance at the Yin winds, Sergio retrieved the black token, disappearing. As he left, the rampant Yin winds calmed once again, drifting aimlessly. Qingming Peak. Returning to Qingming Peak, he glanced around and slightly sensed. It had been 5 months. Lost in cultivation, he hadn't realized that 5 months had passed so quickly while absorbing Yin winds. Thoughts flashed through his mind. Sergio leaped away from Qingming Peak. A few blinks, and he neared Justin Peak. Sergio stood at the foot of the mountain. Disciple wishes to meet master. Moments later, 7 days appeared at the foot of the mountain, looking at Sergio with surprise in his eyes. 9th level primordial martial artist? Chapter 349. The world has spirit, the rivers and mountains have feelings. As Kevin appeared at the foot of the mountain, he sensed Sergio's cultivation level and revealed a noticeable look of surprise. When Sergio had just returned to the sect previously, he could sense that although Sergio was at the 8th level of primordial martial arts, it would take much more time for him to advance further. Unexpectedly, in just 5 months, Sergio had not only reached the 9th level of primordial martial arts, but had also pushed himself to the peak of this realm. Initially, the surprise subsided, replaced by an indifferent demeanor. It seems you made some gains in the Yiming Valley. Not bad. He stepped into the mountain peak, with Sergio following behind. Sergio respectfully said, Master, I believe I have reached the limit of the primordial martial realm, but I am still confused about how to break through to Earth Spirit. His urgent visit to Wuxia Peak was naturally not without reason. He wanted to seek guidance on how to achieve this breakthrough. If he had his master to ask, there was no need for him to figure it out on his own. Earth Spirit. Kevin murmured, but did not elaborate immediately. He continued walking up the mountain slowly. In silence, the two of them gradually reached the summit. At the summit, Kevin looked back and smiled. You've certainly become much more composed than before. Sergio scratched his head, laughing foolishly. Most of the time before, it wasn't that he lacked composure, but rather that he didn't think about these things deeply. Now, coming here to seek advice, he believed that every action of Kevin held deep significance. Kevin gazed at the heavens and earth once more. Do you know what the greatest difference is between the Earth Spirit and primordial martial realms? Sergio thought for a moment but found no answer. He rarely fought against Earth spirits. No, he had never battled one. So how could he know the greatest difference? All he knew was that the gap between major realms was vast, not merely in terms of internal power, but in the completely different means each realm wielded. That was a qualitative difference, one that even the most monstrous geniuses found hard to bridge when facing ordinary experts from higher realms. Seemingly aware of Sergio's thoughts, Kevin spoke slowly. In the primordial martial realm, one returns to the essence, integrating the true meaning of martial arts into oneself. It seems incredibly powerful, infinitely awe-inspiring, yet it remains within the bounds of living being strength. Pausing here, Kevin thought of Sergio's transformation into a dragon. Perhaps that was an exception. Although Sergio's cultivation level hadn't changed then, his strength had genuinely matched that of an Earth spirit. With this thought, Kevin changed the subject. Earth spirits are different. Even a first-level Earth spirit with unstable foundations might have less pure spiritual energy or a lesser amount of it compared to you now. But in normal combat, you would still find it difficult to match their power. Do you know why? I do not know, Sergio shook his head honestly. If he knew the reason, he wouldn't be seeking advice today. Kevin nodded approvingly. Earth spirits understand all things and grasp the universe, borrowing the power of heaven and earth for themselves. When you face an Earth spirit, it feels like battling heaven and earth. Remember, all living beings are born from heaven and earth. How can an individual contend against the cosmos? The power of heaven and earth? Sergio blinked, momentarily puzzled. He didn't understand exactly how strong the power of heaven and earth was. He just wanted to know how to break through. Kevin repeated something he had said before. This step can only rely on yourself. Sergio remembered that when he was stuck at the 9th level of true martial arts, Kevin had said the same thing. However, he wasn't anxious because he knew that after this, Kevin would say something more instructive. From previous experiences, he understood it wasn't that Kevin didn't want to explain, but that he couldn't. Explaining too thoroughly would only confuse him further and make it harder to break through. The world has spirit, the rivers and mountains have feelings. Pausing, Kevin turned around. Even ants, despite their weakness, are living beings, and though grasses and trees may be insignificant, they too possess a unique spirituality. When you can sense the unique emotions inherent in all things. To Sergio, these words seemed simple. Go and feel the emotions in all things. Once he could sense these emotions in plants, rocks, sand, etc., he would break through to Earth spirit. Understanding these words, Sergio's expression changed. Flowers and trees he could accept, as they were indeed plant life. But stones and grains of sand? Could these things possess emotions and spirits too? Kevin picked up a pebble. Can you tell me what emotion or spirit this pebble carries? Disciple does not know. Sergio shook his head. Kevin flicked the pebble back onto the ground. Then go and sense it. Sergio immediately picked up the pebble and extended his divine consciousness, fully probing the small stone. Emotion? Spirit? He felt nothing. No matter how he probed with his divine consciousness, the pebble remained just a common rock, offering no other revelations. Kevin shook his head. Use your eyes to see, to listen, not your divine consciousness. Stunned, Sergio retracted his divine consciousness and stared quietly at the fragment of rock in his hand. Looking and looking, the pebble remained just a pebble. He stared for 3 days. After 3 days of observing the pebble closely, he could clearly see every tiny depression on its surface, but that was all. He was sure it was just an ordinary pebble, one that could be found anywhere. Where were the spirit and emotion? After standing there with Sergio for 3 days, Kevin finally spoke. Any progress? Disciple has no progress. Please forgive me, master. Sergio withdrew his gaze. Travel outside. Kevin paused, then frowned as if recalling something. Soon, he regained his composure. Sitting in isolation is not the way. The Zhanbo Pavilion's Sword Spirit Assembly is 7 months away. You should travel towards Zhanbo Pavilion's location. Along the way, observe the mountains, the waters, and the mundane world. Pausing again, Kevin shook his head. As they say, sometimes flowers bloom unintended, while intended efforts fail. On your journey, don't think too much. Watch the mortal world. Observe the rivers and mountains, and when encountering situations, don't rush to intervene. Remember 4 words. Watch more, think more. When the time is right, you'll naturally understand. Sergio focused intently. Disciple understands. Last time, he tried eagerly to break through primordial martial arts, attempting multiple times but failing each time. This time, he wouldn't try again rashly but would follow Kevin's advice to observe more and think more deeply, even though he was still somewhat puzzled. Go down, Kevin nodded gently. Disciple will take my leave. Sergio bowed and left. At the foot of the mountain, after leaving Wuxiang Peak, Sergio squinted, looking around, traveling outside. This journey probably couldn't be called a mere excursion. Zhanbo Pavilion wasn't close to Xianxia Palace. Based on what Kevin had implied, he was supposed to travel toward Zhanbo Pavilion so that in 7 months, he would arrive just in time for the Sword Spirit Assembly. Perhaps breaking through to the Earth Spirit realm was truly difficult. Did Kevin not believe he could achieve it in 7 months? Was the suggested journey merely a preliminary attempt? Chapter 350. Information unknown to outsiders. Sergio pondered for a while at the foot of the mountain and did not return to Qingming Peak. Instead, he headed south. He intended to visit Irvin, although Irvin was still only at the 9th level of Essence Martial Arts. However, he had once been an unparalleled genius who remained stuck at the 9th level of Essence Martial Arts due to unresolved mental conflicts. Perhaps, Irvin could give him some different advice. Even if not, it would be worth visiting this unparalleled genius before his journey. With Sergio's current cultivation level, traveling several thousand miles was just a matter of dozens of breaths even without flying at full speed. The desert was still the same desert, and the oasis remained as it was before. He landed from the clouds outside the oasis and leaped across the ground, landing beside the stream after a few bounds. The oasis was deserted, but this time, Sergio clearly sensed that Irvin was by the stream. And somewhere else in the oasis, Leslie was also present. In this vast oasis, there were only these 2 people. This time, Sergio didn't need to specify. Irvin appeared voluntarily, 9th level of Essence Martial Arts. Brother, your progress is astonishing. Yet, instead of breaking through, you come here, which confuses me. He still looked like a beggar, emanating a foul stench. Perhaps having grown accustomed to him, though uncomfortable with the smell, Sergio did not step back as he initially did. Instead, he looked at Irvin with mixed emotions. Sometimes, he really wanted to ask what had happened back then, making the former genius willingly remain like this. However, reason stopped him from asking. It was one thing to drop hints or show goodwill, but more crucially, the events of the past were too wide-ranging. The Demetrius genuinely treated him well. Since they forbade him from prying further, even if he suspected something, he would pretend not to know. But in a moment, Sergio's emotions returned to normal. He gave a slight bow. Brother Aaron, this younger brother has come because I must admit, I am confused about how to break through to the Earth Spirit realm, so I thought to seek your guidance. Could brother provide any advice? By rights, his current strength surpassed Edie. As one of the 6-leaf holy disciples, anyone in the vast Xianxia Palace, regardless of their cultivation level, was still considered his junior. Even someone like Irvin, the former prodigy. But Sergio wasn't bothered by correcting such minor details now, and went along with it. Irvin shook his head slightly. I fear this younger brother will be disappointed. Although I have some ideas, without reaching the Earth Spirit realm, I can hardly grasp its subtleties. It's unclear what can be said and what cannot. Clearly, Irvin had unique insights into breaking through to the Earth Spirit realm, but, unable to resolve his heart's knot, even understanding the key points, he couldn't break through. And because he couldn't break through, he couldn't be certain about what he should or shouldn't say. Should he continue asking? There was no point in that. Sergio wanted to understand the breakthrough more clearly, but didn't want to jeopardize his own future path. Leave? After careful consideration, leaving like this seemed inappropriate. After some thought, Sergio looked up. Brother Aaron, though my words may seem trivial, I still wish to say that the dead are gone, and the living must carry on. Perhaps Sergio's cultivation level had greatly changed from before. This time, Irvin did not mock him but simply looked up at Sergio. His eyes were neither listless nor murky, more like those of an ordinary person. With Sergio's current acuity, he found it hard to discern the emotions behind those eyes. After a long pause, after staring at Sergio for a while, Irvin's eyes showed a hint of mystery. Brother, I feel like going to Mou City. Why don't you join me for a stroll? Sergio felt a question mark rising over his forehead. Of course, Sergio didn't refuse but nodded. If brother invites me, how can I not respond? Aaron Leslie, let's go to Mou City. Irvin slowly rose, slightly loosening up. His spirit armor changed into more common attire. Okay. Leslie, who hadn't moved closer, ran over. Then, Irvin led the way, flying toward Mou City. Entering Mou City? They did not. After passing the outskirts of the tiger-lying mountain range near Mou City, Irvin deviated. Without changing direction, they wouldn't enter Mou City. Sergio didn't think Irvin couldn't see such a large city. So, he didn't remind him and continued traveling together. 3 days later, even flying relatively slowly to accommodate Leslie, they covered over 50,000 miles. The tiger-lying mountain range was nowhere to be seen. All around, desolate wilderness stretched out. Flying for a while longer, Irvin glanced around and stopped. Brother, you have quite the patience. Sergio raised an eyebrow, becoming even more baffled about Irvin's intentions. Brother, If you eventually break through to the Earth's spirit realm, remember to find me in the desert first. Leslie, don't return to the desert after this. Find a place to hide. Otherwise, no one can save you. Irvin burst away at full speed without explaining. Leaving? Even Sergio was momentarily taken aback. Irvin flew all the way here without a word, leading him to assume Irvin might have something inconvenient to say in the tiger-lying mountain range or revealing past truths. But instead, he simply left, leaving behind cryptic words. Sergio shook his head, dismissing his thoughts. Leslie, based on what Irvin said, you're planning to find a place to hide. In that case, I'll take my leave. As he spoke, he prepared to leave. Wait. Leslie called out. Sergio stopped, asking, is there something else, miss? Leslie glanced around before whispering telepathically, Brother Sue, I didn't understand when he left, but now I do. Irvin hinted that he has some information for you. Sergio asked, puzzled. Information? Leslie hesitated, unsure how to begin. After thinking, Sergio suggested, Miss, shall I visit Castor and you tell him? I receive most of my news through him. Can't go back? Leslie instinctively shook her head. Sergio's gaze sharpened as he recalled Irvin's odd behavior earlier. He sensed something was off. Opening up, Leslie whispered softly, I saw members of the Sioux family in the sect recently. Pausing, she added, from Holy Origin City's Sioux family. Sergio suddenly looked up. Holy Origin City and Sioux family. These 5 words together referred only to his birth family. But hadn't the Sioux family been wiped out, and he even visited their graves? Now Leslie was telling him she saw members of the Sioux family within Xianxia Palace. Chapter 351. Christopher appears at the Xianxia Palace? Because of what Leslie said, even Sergio suddenly raised his head, his heart unable to remain calm. The Sioux family had already been wiped out, and they hadn't even managed to find the perpetrator. The entire family wiped out. How could there be someone from the Sioux family in the Xianxia Palace? Moreover, if it's someone from the Sioux family, how could they not know? Given his status, if anyone from the Sioux family had survived, whether directly or tangentially related, they would certainly have sought his help or hoped for cultivation resources from him. It was impossible for him to know nothing. Thoughts racing, Sergio asked, who? Then, realizing something, he added, Miss, you probably don't know anyone from the Sioux family, right? If he recalled correctly, he had no prior interaction with Leslie. When they did interact, calculating the time when the Sioux family was wiped out, by the time they crossed paths, the Sioux family had already been destroyed. Leslie couldn't possibly know anyone else from the Sioux family. There's something you don't know, senior brother. Pausing briefly, Leslie softly spoke. Back then, after the major upheaval, fortunately, senior brother came to my aid. Although you might not have minded, saving my life can never be repaid. At the time, when Sergio helped her, it was just a decision of the heart. He didn't think about repayment. But for Leslie, it was a debt that couldn't go unrepaid. However, she had already been expelled. If she were still the cherished disciple of Dan Peak, perhaps she could have helped Sergio, but by then, she was no longer. Sergio remained a disciple of Kevin Yao, basking in glory, so even if she wanted to repay him, how could she? Then, not long after, news spread that Sergio's family had been wiped out by some unknown force, leaving no trace of the culprit. She thought about helping, using her ability to sense emotions to investigate, perhaps better than the disciples of Tingfeng Hall. She did just that. Since the one who saved her was Sergio, those who knew wouldn't suspect anything, but those who didn't assumed there was some unique connection between Sergio and Leslie. Therefore, despite her delicate position, visiting Tingfeng Hall went smoothly, and she easily obtained accurate information, also learning all the faces of the Sioux family members through Tingfeng Hall. It would have ended there, but after acquiring much intelligence from Tingfeng Hall, she intended to go to Shengyuan City. Unexpectedly, shortly thereafter, not far from Justin Peak, she saw someone from the Sioux family. Having just reviewed the intelligence, she was certain this person was from the Sioux family. At the time, Irvin was nearby, and then she followed Irvin into the desert. He told her that mentioning this would lead to many deaths. Hearing this, Sergio subconsciously asked, who did you see? At the time, he hadn't become a Bryson yet, nor had he moved to Qingming Peak. Someone from the Sioux family appeared not far from Justin Peak, yet he didn't know, and speaking of it would cause many deaths? He grew more confused as he listened. Leslie paused for a moment, then summoned a spirit figure. I remember correctly, this person was named Christopher in the intelligence. Looking at the projection, Sergio's pupils involuntarily narrowed. Christopher? After being reborn in flames and advancing his cultivation, he had immediately dealt with Christopher. Then, he confronted Christopher's father, Donovan, and after Donovan's death, everything seemed to have concluded. The only survivor was Christopher, who had been saved by Donovan and fled Shengyuan City. At the time, he wanted to take action personally, but due to some reservations, he ultimately entrusted the matter to the family instead of pursuing Christopher himself. Never expected the entire Sioux family to be exterminated. Yet Christopher not only survived but appeared in the Xianxia Palace, and joined the Xianxia Palace? Thinking for a while, Sergio shook his head. Impossible. He knew Christopher's qualifications well, just a rank 9 yellow grade wind demon bull bloodline. Even with great fortune, he could barely reach rank 1 or 2 of the mystic grade bloodline. With such talent, even if he joined the Xianxia Palace by chance, he'd only be an outer disciple, with no hope of becoming an inner disciple. Justin Peak was essentially the cultivation ground for Kevin Yao. To appear near Justin Peak, one needed at least the status of a third leaf inner disciple. However, Leslie seeing someone there was undeniably true. Considering Irvin's peculiar behavior, was there another plot involved? All Sioux family members were slaughtered, except Christopher. Could it be, as the Tingfeng Hall investigation suspected, that there was a traitor within the Sioux family guiding the enemy, leading to their complete destruction without any trace left in Shengyuan City? Could the traitor be Christopher? But thinking about it made less sense. Given his status in the Xianxia Palace, why did he know nothing about Christopher appearing there? Recalling Zhou's inexplicable mockery and his subsequent fearful travels, could there be other plots involved? After pondering for a while, sometimes Sergio felt there was an issue. Other times he found numerous flaws and inconsistencies. Or maybe, it was all overthinking. Perhaps the person Leslie saw just resembled Christopher? Finally, Sergio calmed his mind and asked, what was he doing when you saw him? He was just staring at Justin Peak. Pausing, Leslie's eyes showed surprise. I sensed intense hatred and boundless mockery as he gazed upon Justin Peak. Due to the distance, I couldn't detect other emotions, but the hatred and mockery were too strong for me to miss. Hatred? Mockery? Leslie continued. Irvin didn't explain why he was nearby then. It seemed like he knew something. After taking me to the oasis, he told me that Tingfeng Hall investigates matters worldwide, and wherever there is wind, there are Tingfeng Hall informants. With senior brother Su standing, even if the conspiracy behind the Su family massacre was 10 times larger, it couldn't escape Tingfeng Hall's notice. The only possibility for it to be hidden was if the perpetrators were strong figures within the Shimming Palace. Finishing, Leslie's eyes revealed shock again. To hide it from Tingfeng Hall requires high-level insiders who know where Tingfeng Hall's informants are located. Even if not, only high-ranking members of the Shimming Palace could cover up the information. He also warned me that if spoken rashly, even senior brother Su would not escape the grasp of the masterminds. Sergio's eyes narrowed instantly. His thoughts suddenly became chaotic. Because the words were true. While he wasn't sure about the full extent of Tingfeng Hall's capabilities, he knew a bit. Davisk when his father Muhammad disappeared. Despite Muhammad's strength in Shengyuan City, he was merely a true martial expert whom the Shimming Palace had never cared about before. ###Chapter 352. Misunderstanding? Conspiracy? Sergio was not entirely sure how terrifying the intelligence hall's ability to gather information was, but he had a basic understanding of it, from when they investigated Muhammad's whereabouts years ago. Muhammad, a true martial realm cultivator whom the Shimming Palace would not even care about. Yet, because of him, the intelligence hall decided to investigate. Despite having no leads initially, the intelligence hall eventually managed to track down where Muhammad last appeared. It was only due to some coincidences that the intelligence hall couldn't uncover the true nature of the event. In contrast, the Su family was exterminated, yet the intelligence hall failed to find any clues. Thinking carefully now, if an ordinary force had attacked the Su family, how could the intelligence hall fail to find any clues with its capabilities? If a formidable expert had acted, what reason would such a strong individual have for targeting the insignificant Su family without cause? Could this really be the doing of some high-ranking member of the Shimming Palace? But why? What was the motive? The Su family, though small, had become somewhat special because of his existence. Sergio's. Why would a powerful person destroy the Su family for no reason? Was the person seen by Leslie truly Christopher? If that person was indeed Christopher, for an outer sect disciple like Christopher to appear near Wuxiang Peak, there must be a massive conspiracy behind it. Did Irvin know something as well, which is why he previously mentioned breaking through to the Earth Spirit stage and going to the desert oasis first? Soon, Sergio looked down at the symbol hanging from his waist, which represented his identity as a Bryson of the Shimming Palace. Looking at the symbol, Sergio instinctively wanted to contact Kevin Wei, but the spiritual energy in his body did not respond. He entered the Shimming Palace and became a disciple under Kevin Wei. If it were a powerful figure within the Shimming Palace, asking directly might reveal that he knew the truth, potentially making the situation even more complicated. No, that's not right. After pondering for a while, Sergio abruptly suppressed his thoughts. He began to recall meticulously. The attack on him and the massacre of the Su family were certainly not random. There had to be a reason. Targeting the Su family rather than him probably indicated an inability to deal with him directly, using the massacre to vent frustration. He tried to remember who his enemies were. Enemies? After much thought, he realized that he actually didn't have many enemies in the Shimming Palace. Xavier counted as one, and Jared counted as another. Just those two people. Others like Marvin were merely competitors, not enemies. Jared, being a disciple of Elder of War Peak, possessed considerable influence, but Jamar of War Peak also appreciated Sergio. Therefore, it was impossible that Jared would order the massacre of the Su family. So, could it be Xavier? Xavier had sufficient motive and power to massacre the Su family. Yet, he knew almost nothing about Xavier's master, Elder Benishini. After thinking for a moment, Sergio shook his head. It didn't add up. Xavier had already died by suicide on the Davis Death Terrace. If it truly was because of Xavier, then after his death, Christopher would surely have been sent to Qingming Peak and handled personally by the sect. Without Leslie's statement, he still wouldn't know anything. Therefore, it couldn't be Xavier. Not Xavier, not Jared. He had no other enemies in the sect. What about Grand Elder Dax of Pill Peak? Even less likely. Although Dax disliked Sergio and might have raised the Su family in a fit of anger, according to the timeline, Sergio and Pill Peak had no enmity when the Su family was destroyed. Thinking over it all, Sergio found that the more he considered, the fuzzier the truth became. Leslie asked tentatively, "Senior brother, do you know who it is?" Sergio instantly suppressed his thoughts. Looking at Leslie before him, his heart grew complex. Saving her at that time was a decision based on conscience, and he hadn't anticipated. Silent for a moment, he smiled and said, "Although I still have some uncertainties, I'm beginning to understand. Junior sister, as senior brother Irvin said, staying near the Shimming Palace might not be safe for you. You should find a place to hide." Choosing not to reveal the truth was fine. Once revealed, the expelled Leslie would surely die. No one outside the four major sects could withstand the wrath of one of the four major sects, especially the Shimming Palace. Leslie immediately felt relieved. "It's good that senior brother has prepared. My abilities are far below yours, so I won't be much help in combat. But since I grew up on Pill Peak, I'm skilled at alchemy. One day, if you need certain pills and can't approach Pill Peak, you can come to me." After revealing the truth, Leslie felt a lot more at peace. Aware of the severity of the matter, she chatted casually for a bit, telling Sergio where she would settle next, then left. The area was now completely empty. Watching her back disappear, Sergio turned and looked toward the direction of the shimming palace, who was trying to harm him and who had retaliated against the Su family. Should he return to the sect? After pondering for a while, Sergio flashed and headed back toward the sect, although he wasn't sure what the relationship was between Emilio and Kevin Wei. However, Kevin Wei's concern for him was genuine. Moreover, during his previous battle, with Emilio's limited lifespan, Kevin Wei had personally appeared to intimidate the Demon Spirit King. Both the Palace Lord and Deputy Palace Lord stood by his side. He didn't believe anyone could plot against him. At the top of Wuxiang Peak, the great formation spread out, isolating the inside from the outside. Kevin Wei frowned slightly. Christopher, Sergio probed, Master, you don't know either? To him, Emilio kept himself out of worldly affairs, and Kevin Wei governed the Shimming Palace. If Christopher were really in the Shimming Palace, it wouldn't be possible to hide from Kevin Wei. Kevin Wei remained silent, showing a contemplative expression. Finally, Kevin Wei shook his head slightly. There is no such person in our Shimming Palace. What Leslie saw, was it really Christopher? Sergio was just about to nod. Kevin Wei spoke again. What if everything is just a misunderstanding between them? There are too many inconsistencies in their words. Does Master Kevin Wei not believe? Sergio thought about it, and realized it was quite normal. If it weren't his own family, he wouldn't believe any high-ranking member of the Shimming Palace would target the Su family for no reason. But could Leslie and Irvin have colluded to deceive him for no reason? As if sensing his thoughts, Kevin Wei looked ahead at the vast land and said, I understand your suspicions. The intelligence hall couldn't find out who the culprit was, which puzzles me as well. As for whether Christopher is in the Shimming Palace, finding him will clear things up. Back then, with no leads, it was difficult to find out who exterminated the Su family. But tracking down Christopher for the Shimming Palace wouldn't be too hard. Sergio was about to offer his services. Kevin Wei shook his head. The Sword Spirit Festival is only 7 months away. Whether it's a misunderstanding or a conspiracy, it's uncertain. Do not get involved in this matter. Proceed with the original plan to the Zhantian Pavilion. When you return, you can ask Christopher yourself, perhaps to avoid suspicion or to ensure Sergio's safety. Kevin Wei decided to personally investigate the matter. Chapter 353. Remnant Soul still exists. Sergio had been ready to volunteer and personally lead the disciples of the Tingfeng Hall to investigate Christopher's whereabouts. However, Darren instructed him to continue heading to Zhantian Pavilion, assuring him that he would personally track Christopher's movements. Sergio abruptly raised his head. Master is going to act in person? Darren remained expressionless. If this matter is a misunderstanding, once it becomes public, how do you think people will react when they learn that the revered son of a prestigious sect suspects high-ranking members of annihilating his own clan? Before Sergio could respond, Darren's eyes gleamed with a cold light. But if this involves a conspiracy, can you withstand an Albert? If it were a misunderstanding, the revelation of Sergio's suspicions and lack of trust would only provoke the displeasure of the sect's powerful figures. And if it's not a misunderstanding, if there truly is someone behind the scenes, that person might very well take action against Sergio directly once they see the situation turning unfavorable. Albert? Sergio fell silent for a moment, unable to answer. At the Earth Spirit Realm, one knows all things, understands the universe, and utilizes the power of heaven and earth. According to Darren, at the Earth Spirit stage, one merely borrows the strength of the cosmos, whereas at the Albert stage, one controls it. He was currently only at the 9th level of Essence Martial Arts. Unless he transformed into a dragon, he wouldn't be able to defeat someone at the Earth Spirit stage. And transforming into a dragon, even if he could confidently suppress an Earth Spirit 9th level after transforming, or perhaps even escape from an Albert hands, these were all just speculations. Whether he could genuinely escape from an Albert remained uncertain. Darren waved his hand slightly. Leave. Your great kindness will not be forgotten, Master. Half a day later, inside a cave where Emilio was meditating. Emilio leaned against the wall, seemingly resting rather than deep in cultivation practice. Suddenly, Emilio opened his eyes. It's quite rare for you to come to my seclusion place of your own accord today. Tap, tap, tap. Following the sound of footsteps, Darren slowly entered the cave, stopping at a corner near the entrance. Scanning the cave briefly, Darren gave a slight bow. Palace Lord. Emilio remained silent, only responding with his cloudy eyes. Darren narrowed his eyes as he stared for a while, then softly spoke. I once heard Elder Robert mention that there was an ant wearing a silver mask whose identity was unknown here in Palace Lord's seclusion area. Unexpectedly, I've arrived at an inconvenient time. This person isn't here. Might Palace Lord allow me to meet this individual? A trace of clarity appeared in Emilio's eyes. Why bring up this matter without reason? Darren gathered spiritual energy to form a cushion and sat down cross-legged. 3 days ago, a scout from the Tingfeng Hall reported seeing Sergio's kinsman, Christopher, in a place within the Xianxia Palace where non-core disciples dare not step. If it truly is Christopher, he could only possibly be here. Emilio was taken aback momentarily. After a brief pause, his eyes narrowed sharply. Old man remembers now. Sergio's family was massacred, and the culprit remains at large. You suspect that old man wiped out the Su family? I dare not. After all, Christopher is Sergio's kinsman. Although they had past grievances, his blood relatives are probably only Christopher now. If he is indeed here, allowing them to reunite would not leave Sergio alone in the world. Darren instantly denied, but continued to stare intently at Emilio. Emilio's eyes turned cloudy again. Interesting. Where might that person be now? Darren maintained his calm demeanor. Emilio slowly closed his eyes. No need to probe. He's just a descendant of my kin from long ago. Now that his lifespan is limited, I sought him out for solace. Darren didn't give up. Why not let him join the sect? With old man status, if he were to join Xianxia Palace based on his potential. Though I'm aged, I'm not senile. Emilio cut him off with a sneer. Darren pressed further. Then where is he now? Emilio showed a hint of impatience. With the Tingfeng Hall's capabilities, can't you find a mere Christopher? Or does the Deputy Palace Lord insist on disturbing old man even to his death? Darren remained silent, then stood and left. Upon seeing this, Emilio's impatience vanished, replaced by a thoughtful expression. No one knew what he was pondering. Outside the cave, Darren stopped at the entrance, glancing around, his eyes narrowing. His visit today was partly due to suspicion about Emilio, but more so to probe the identity of the masked individual. After all, Emilio had never mentioned who the masked individual was, nor did they appear outside. If not for the accidental discovery by Robert earlier, he wouldn't have known about the masked person in Emilio's seclusion place. He hadn't found much opportunity until Sergio mentioned half a day ago that someone had seen Christopher. Instantly, he thought of Robert's description of the masked individual in the Xianxia Palace. Thus, it was natural for him to probe, considering Emilio's waning lifespan and the apprehensions from the other three sects as well as within Xianxia Palace itself. He doubted the masked person was a descendant of Emilio's kin. After some contemplation, Darren shook his head slightly. This probing may seem fruitless, but he had already reached a conclusion. Even if the masked person's identity remained unknown, he saw that Emilio seemed prepared for failing to break through and had likely considered dying sanely. As for whether the masked person was Christopher, he was uncertain, but he knew he had sent the most elite Tingfeng Hall disciples to investigate Christopher's whereabouts via Robert. Once he had a lead, he would go personally. Whether there was a conspiracy would become clear once Christopher's whereabouts were discovered. Meddlesome Tao. With a whisper, Darren's figure vanished. In an unknown city, a pavilion stood amidst the market. Jared, who had disappeared on an expedition, wore a bamboo hat outside the building. Jared looked at the sprawling pavilion before him hesitantly. "Senior, are you sure this three-zhang pavilion will welcome me with honor?" The shadowy figure of a pot appeared faintly. An annoyed voice of a remnant soul sounded. "Would old man deceive you?" Jared quickly responded. "Not that I don't trust you, senior, but it's hard to believe." The three-zhang pavilion, although not as renowned as the four major sects, has killers throughout the eastern domain, its influence just below the four major sects. After a short while, Jared entered the pavilion. People inside seemed aware of Jared's arrival, guiding him quickly to the top floor. There, a chubby middle-aged man waited with a broad smile. Seeing this man, Jared felt a chill, lightly saluting. "Greetings, senior." That chubby man wasn't ordinary but an Albert. He couldn't discern the man's cultivation level, but the remnant soul could. "You don't need to be so formal, young friend. Please sit," the man chuckled, motioning with his finger for a chair to move behind Jared. They settled down. Brogan laughed warmly again. "Young friend, you must have received the message. Truthfully speaking, 5 months ago, the Xianxia Palace sacred son embarked on a journey and hasn't hidden himself. Half a day ago, someone spotted him near Shengyuan City." Chapter 354. Assassination? Encirclement? After Jared took his seat, the chubby man chuckled and began to speak about Sergio's whereabouts. Although he didn't mention Sergio's name directly, who else could be the sacred son of Xianxia Palace other than Sergio? Jared looked up with a puzzled expression. Shengyuan City? The cities in the eastern region were as numerous as stars in the sky. After thinking for a moment, the man laughed and continued. "A small city within the territory of Zhantian Pavilion. If you proceed at your current pace, you should arrive in 20 days. Previously, you helped my 3-feet tower. If you need to go there, I can use our teleportation array to send you." To seek out Sergio? Jared shivered involuntarily. He was no fool. According to his latest intel, Sergio had already attained the 9th level of Essence Martial Realm. Even though Jared used all sorts of near-demonic cultivation methods, supplemented by remnant souls stabilizing his mental state to avoid madness or heart demons, he still couldn't match Sergio's speed. Seeking Sergio out would be courting death. "Senior, can 3-feet tower send out assassins?" Jared's eyes turned cold, making a slashing motion across his neck. The chubby man's gaze immediately hardened. He shook his head slightly. "Dabistal friend, you should know that 3-feet tower wouldn't accept many assassination contracts, especially those involving disciples from the 4 great sects." Jared didn't believe it. That's only because the price wasn't high enough. To my knowledge, although rare, 3-feet tower has taken on assassination jobs for 4 great sects disciples. But those were just ordinary disciples, not someone of the caliber of a sacred son. The man paused and shook his head again. 3-feet tower, though fearless against Xianxia Palace, can't afford to break rules. We're not a sect but a business, and we must follow regulations. While 3-feet tower wasn't as powerful as the 4 great sects, they had the strength to cripple any sect even if it cost them their existence. The sacred sons like Sergio weren't impossible targets, but the aftermath would be unbearable. Breaking the rules would surely prompt the 4 great sects to support other assassin groups and unite to wipe out 3-feet tower. From 3-feet tower's records, they weren't always the strongest assassin group in the eastern region. Once, the most formidable group broke the rules and taboos, leading the 4 great sects to set aside their enmity and eradicate that group completely. Jared thought for a moment, then suddenly retrieved something covered in spiritual energy, obscuring its identity. Brogan's pupils constricted, and he raised his hand, capturing the object instantly. After a brief pause, the man squinted. "Davistal friend, where did you get this? Will killing Sergio be enough?" Jared didn't answer. Brogan hesitated visibly. Then, he lifted his head. "I remember during the Sacred Sun selection at Xianxia Palace, you ranked 3rd, with Sergio being 1st and Xander 2nd. But now, Xander is dead? Senior, are you agreeing? If Sergio truly dies with me involved, I will ensure mediation." Jared's eyes lit up, although he himself didn't know what the object was. The remnant soul had given it to him, assuring that even if he couldn't control 3-feet tower, it would treat him as a distinguished guest and agree to kill for him, even Sergio. Brogan played with the glowing object, then tossed it back. "I didn't expect this item to be in your possession. I will inform the nearest base to dispatch elite assassins for the attack." Jared gritted his teeth. "Sergio is formidable. Send more Earth Spirit Realm assassins. If necessary, involve 1 or 2 martial emperors to eliminate any chance of his comeback." Brogan's lips twitched continuously. Earth Spirit Realm assassins? Martial emperors? If Sergio were an ordinary person, he wouldn't mind having a nearby martial emperor deal with Sergio. But Sergio was the sacred son of Xianxia Palace. Silently, the man shook his head. No, ordinary assassins would be fine. Even if we fail and Xianxia Palace investigates, we can find excuses. Frustrated, Jared retorted, given Sergio's strength, how can mere essence martial realm assassins kill him? Brogan remained silent. Indeed, anyone who knew Sergio would recognize his status and reputation, built through countless battles. In some desolate wilderness, hundreds of feet above the ground, a white cloud drifted leisurely in the sky. Sergio lay lazily on the cloud, occasionally glancing down, only to retract his senses after finding nothing interesting. 5 months had passed since he left Xianxia Palace on his travels. He had seen countless mountains, rivers, and bustling scenes. He had been to towering cliffs, vast lakes, idyllic utopias, and barren deserts. During these 5 months, he witnessed numerous conflicts without intervening, simply as an observer. Unfortunately, he found no enlightenment, nor any progress in cultivation. His horizons expanded, however. Tired of lying, Sergio rolled over, gazing at the landscape. 2 months before Zhantian Pavilion's gathering. I'll float around for another month, then make haste to arrive just in time. Sideways, the scenery unfolded below him. Magnificent as it was, he had little interest anymore after seeing so much. The cloud floated for a while longer when Sergio's eyes suddenly opened wide. He sat cross-legged, eyes narrowing as he scanned ahead. Ahead, nothing appeared visible. Do I need to invite you out? Sergio remained seated, yet intense spiritual energy radiated from him, signaling he was ready to strike at any moment. Moments later, ripples emerged. A group of black-clothed figures, faces obscured, materialized before him, each bearing the symbol of a blood-stained sword on their chest, the emblem of 3 Feet Tower. Renowned across the eastern region, nearly rivaled only by the 4 great sects, Sergio was well aware of them. His lips curled into a smile. 3 Feet Tower. Is this an assassination attempt or an encirclement? The black-clad figures exchanged glances, revealing their surprise. Their concealment technique had failed against Sergio's apparent lack of vigilance. Truly worthy of being Xianxia Palace's sacred son, his perception was terrifying. Without waiting for a response, Sergio stood slowly. I've heard 3 Feet Tower doesn't accept contracts targeting the heirs or prodigies of the 4 great sects. Does the leadership of 3 Feet Tower know about this mission against Sergio? Chapter 355, Earthly Fowl and Tiles. As Sergio stood up, many of the black-clothed figures took a step back. Not that they wanted to retreat. It was because Sergio radiated a chilling aura when he rose, causing them to involuntarily step back. You're not going to speak? Sergio tilted his head slightly, getting no response. The assassins exchanged glances. Attack? Ironically, none of them dared to act rashly. Seeing this, Sergio's lips curled into a mocking smile. I've heard that Sanche Lu has a rule. If anyone can withstand 3 assassination attempts from Sanche Lu, then Sanche Lu will no longer accept any bounty on that person. Sergio wasn't unfamiliar with Sanche Lu. Apart from records in the archives, there had been a time just after joining the sect when someone placed a bounty on him at Sanche Lu. Back then, even though he had just joined Xianxia Palace, his strength was still formidable enough to easily thwart Sanche Lu's 3 assassination attempts. Upon learning about Sanche Lu's rules, he stopped caring about it. As his status grew, he didn't think any assassin force would dare to attack him. Yet, today, he unexpectedly encountered Sanche Lu's assassins, over 10 of them, all at the 9th level of the Essence Martial Realm. The assassins stepped back another step as they saw Sergio move. Sergio shook his head slightly. Since you won't talk, let's fight first, then we can chat slowly. With a metallic clang, the flowing cloud sword silently appeared beside Sergio, emitting visible cold light from its edge. Seeing this, the black-clothed figures roared, attack! What does it matter if he is a genius? He's just one man against over 10 of us. Can he block us all? They weren't foolish. Continuing to hesitate might lead to being picked off one by one. It was better to act now. Even if Sergio was a genius, could he handle so many people? The assassins gritted their teeth and launched their attacks. A flurry of blades, sword lights, wind blades, and fire seas exploded instantly. Watching these attacks, Sergio's eyes remained unchanged. If you can withstand the hidden sword technique, I'll spare your lives. With that, he swiftly grabbed the flowing cloud sword floating beside him and swung it. A brilliant sword light arose. He hadn't wielded a sword for many years, not since the retreat of the Demon Spirit King, and upon his return, his sword had reached its peak cultivation of 10 years. Without the hidden sword technique, dealing with these people might have been a bit troublesome, but with it, boom, with a loud explosion, the martial techniques the assassins gathered were instantly shattered by the sword light. Then, the sword light tore through their heads, necks, or limbs at terrifying speed. Thud thud thud. With several muffled thuds, the assassins' attacks vanished, and bodies fell to the ground. Only 3 people managed to stay airborne. Of those 3, one was cut in half at the waist but still alive due to strong vitality, barely surviving. The other 2, one had both legs severed, and the other lost his right arm. They were the least injured. The sword light's power had not yet dissipated. Sergio controlled the sword light to fall towards the ground. Boom. The earth trembled, creating a vast canyon hundreds of feet deep. Sergio ignored the ground and sat back on the cloud. You two, do you want to live or die? In an instant, Sergio used the flowing cloud sword to decapitate the one who was still alive despite being cut in half. It seemed like a long story, but from the start of the fight until now, only a moment had passed. The 2, lightly injured men's pupils dilated, their bodies trembling in fear. This was the holy son of Xianxia Palace they were supposed to kill? This strength, wasn't it too terrifying? Sweat poured down their faces. Fortunately, they weren't ordinary people. Each of them gritted their teeth and endured without screaming. Sergio placed the flowing cloud sword across his knees. My patience isn't very good. Are you challenging my patience? The 2 men suddenly came to their senses, their voices trembling. What do you want to ask? Are you truly from Sanchelu? Pausing, Sergio narrowed his eyes. If I remember correctly, during my coronation as Holy Son, Sanchelu sent gifts and congratulations. They wouldn't be foolish enough to attack me, right? The two men exchanged glances and gritted their teeth. We are indeed from Sanchelu. Sergio raised an eyebrow. So, you aren't? Are you deaf? The two men growled. Sergio's eyes narrowed sharply. Soon, he spoke slowly. From my perspective, there are two possibilities. First, you aren't from Sanchelu. Your attire and words are misleading. You're actually from Xianxia Pavilion or some other worthless force. Before they could respond, Sergio's lips curved. Second, you are indeed from Sanchelu. You're acting boldly to mislead others into thinking you aren't from Sanchelu. The two survivors sweated profusely, either unable to endure the pain or frightened by Sergio's words. Sergio stepped closer, treading on air. To be honest, I'm not good at interrogation. How about telling me who you really are? While I won't spare you, I can ensure a swift death. They exchanged looks again. Then they trembled. We aren't. I was joking around. Pausing, Sergio stopped walking, his face turning cold. Over 10 at the 9th level of the Essence Martial Realm. Aside from Sanchelu, I can't imagine any worthless force daring to attack me with such a lineup. I wonder if Sanchelu can afford the consequences of attacking me. Their expressions changed. Just as they were about to say something, a sword flash beheaded them. The sword's edge was spotless. Sergio waved slightly, summoning the flowing cloud sword before him. His fingers gently wiped the blade, as if cleaning non-existent blood. After a while, Sergio looked around and soon spotted a city miles away. Sanchelu ha? Sergio chuckled, flashing towards the city at lightning speed. Sergio didn't consider himself a good person, nor did he believe he should let this go unchallenged. How fast could 9th level Essence martial warriors travel? In moments, Sergio appeared above the city of Davisanju. Though it wasn't part of Shiming Palace's territory but Xianxia Pavilion's, its strength was comparable to that within Shiming Palace's borders. The strongest here were usually true martial realm practitioners. Chapter 356, Blocking the Door. Although Davisanju City was within the territory of Xianxia Pavilion, in reality, it was much like any city under Shiming Palace's jurisdiction. Sergio stood in the sky, sensing subtly. He detected no Wuji realm practitioners within the city. The 10 Wuji realm assassins earlier were certainly beyond the capability of Davisanju City. Perhaps Davisanju City was innocent. Should he leave? But Sergio did not leave. Instead, he extended his divine consciousness and quickly located the stronghold of 3-foot tower. It was too easy to find. The emblem of the blood-stained sword was easily discernible through his senses. Once found, Sergio appeared openly, unashamedly releasing his Wuji realm aura to spread wildly before landing before the branch of 3-foot tower. In an instant, countless Xinwu realm practitioners leapt to the highest points, gazing at Sergio, one after another, none daring to approach him rashly. Under the expansive reach of Sergio's Wuji aura, who dared to get close if they weren't already Wuji? The strongest Xinwu realm practitioner from the 3-foot tower stronghold hurried out respectfully, saying, Venerable Senior has come here. May I ask what you seek? Sergio summoned flowing cloud with a gesture and thrust it into the ground. I give you 10 breaths to recognize me. If you fail, die. The Xinwu practitioner's expression changed drastically. He didn't believe this menacing Wuji realm could be joking around. Swallowing hard, he gave Sergio a swift glance before rushing back inside the branch hastily. About 7 breaths later, Brogan re-emerged, fear etched on his face. Shiming Palace Bryson? Seems your intelligence gathering is impressive. Sergio paused, a slight smile forming at the corners of his mouth. 3-foot tower skills are commendable indeed. Daring to target someone like me? That man rushed to explain. Say, Senior, it's a misunderstanding, definitely a misunderstanding. Sergio snapped his finger, sending countless sword beams into the air. I give you 15 minutes. Tell me which branch accepted the job to target me. If you succeed, you live. Fail, and today, not even the dogs in this branch will survive. Thousands of sword beams enveloped the 3-foot tower branch. If those beams fell, everything within would perish. No one doubted that a Wuji realm wouldn't struggle against mere Xinwu realms. That man's terror grew as he stumbled back into the branch, fury mingling with his fear. Who had provoked Shiming Palace's Bryson? Approximately 10 breaths later, a figure drifted near. Brother, this is Davisanju City. Your actions are too extreme. Sergio turned to look. Xinwu 3rd level. His cultivation was inferior to the previously terrified Xinwu from 3-foot tower. Yet, this person's arrival relieved many nearby. Not because of his cultivation, but because of his identity. Davisanal. Just like how the lords of cities under Shiming Palace were disciples of Shiming Palace, this area followed suit under Xianxia Pavilion's rule. Anyone aware of Sergio's noble status knew they had no right to approach, let alone speak to him. And those unaware, well, even they couldn't ignore the terrifying Wuji aura emanating from Sergio, who dared to come closer. Turning back to Sergio, after appraising the approaching Davisanal for a moment, he spat out one word, scram. The Davisanal's face changed, then flared up in rage. Sergio, don't get too cocky. This is Xianxia Pavilion's territory, not Shiming Palace. Sergio was ambushed by 3-foot tower in your territory. My restraint in not suspecting Xianxia Pavilion's dirty tricks shows magnanimity. Pausing, Sergio beckoned a thread of sword light. Who gives you the confidence, a worthless one not even in the Wuji realm, to meddle in my affairs? One strike from me, and Xianxia Pavilion can only applaud. Believe me? Seeing the sword light swirling around Sergio's fingertips, the Davisanal's heart sank. He felt bone-chilling terror. Instinct told him that continuing would result in Sergio granting him a lethal beam of light. An ordinary man wouldn't dare kill Xianxia Pavilion members, but Sergio was not ordinary. Rumors had it, Xianxia Pavilion's previous Bryson met his end by Sergio's hand, and the next, due to Sergio, was unknown. As a common disciple appointed as divisional, where did Sergio fear to strike? To flee directly? No, being part of Xianxia Pavilion, fleeing in panic meant he wouldn't be spared afterwards either. Damn, why did he have to show up? Pretending not to see would have been better. Gripped by anger, the divisional roared, "You! Just wait, this isn't over." Then, the divisional dashed off faster than when he arrived. Threatening words without following through? Not waiting to die. He wasn't foolish. Sergio raised an eyebrow, then redirected his gaze back to the 3-foot tower branch. Soon enough, Brogan reappeared. "Sue, Senior, there must be a misunderstanding. With your esteemed status, no matter who tries to harm you, we would never accept such missions." Sergio narrowed his eyes. "So, you know nothing?" Brogan frantically explained. "Senior, I've checked. No bounty for you. There must be a misunderstanding. Even if someone targeted you, it wouldn't be us." Sergio smiled grimly. "Since you know nothing, do you deserve to live?" "What?" Brogan couldn't react fast enough. Then, he saw a streak of sword light fall. His weak cultivation offered no resistance, leaving not even remains. Only a faint blood mist hinted at his past existence. Sergio looked at the 3-foot tower, unperturbed. "Which one of you is the strongest now? Do you want to live or die?" Sergio slightly gestured, spreading intangible spirit power. A Jinwu realm practitioner was forcefully pulled out by Sergio's spirit force. He was a gaunt and rebellious-looking man. Sergio, without bothering with names, smiled. "Your predecessor's answer was unsatisfactory, so he died. Now it's your turn. Go investigate. Surely you won't disappoint me, right?" "No disappointment, Senior." The rebellious face showed immense fear. Sergio fetched a chair and sat down. "Why are you still standing there?" This lowly one will investigate immediately." Brogan scurried away like a commoner running back into the branch. All around, this man is incredibly strong, so domineering. Who is he? Heard he's called Sergio, a saint son of Xianxia Palace. His strength must be terrifying. He blocks the way here with floating sword beams, yet no one dares provoke him. Families in the city act as if they're blind and deaf. You think the divisional left without a fight? Even the divisional doesn't matter to him. How dare these families offend? These assassins got unlucky, provoking such a death god. Most ordinary people were unaware of the might of Xianxia Palace, seeing only Sergio's lone and overbearing presence now. Chapter 357, Cloud Mist City. For ordinary and common factions, they were unaware of the dreadfulness of the Dark Abyss Palace. All they could see was Sergio brazenly blocking the entrance of the 3-foot tower, a notorious assassin organization, on his own. Moreover, he easily suppressed a lofty true martial realm expert. Other true martial experts seemed no different from common folk in front of Sergio. Of course, the common people wouldn't care about deeper nuances. As long as there was an interesting spectacle to watch, they were satisfied. An unknown amount of time later, a defiant-looking man trembled as he came out of the branch tower. Sergio chuckled. "Tell me, where did the assassins who attacked me come from?" Brogan's voice quivered. Predecessor. I have checked all recent bounty lists over the past few months and found none that targets you." It seemed he wasn't lying. Could it be that the previous individuals weren't actually from the 3-foot tower? As this thought surfaced, Sergio paused for a moment, but then dismissed it. It was absolutely impossible. While the Eastern Domain's forces were numerous like stars, large factions were few. Among sects, the Dark Abyss Palace and the 3 other major sects reigned supreme. And as for assassin organizations, there was only one with significant power, the 3-foot tower. There were indeed other smaller assassin groups, but under the suppression of the 3-foot tower, none had the chance to rise to prominence. Other small factions might be able to field 10 essence martial experts, but definitely not without difficulty. Moreover, they also deliberately changed identities. Changing identities meant they were prepared for failure. If a mission was likely to fail, no small faction would dare to take on such a risky task. Only the 3-foot tower would do such a thing. Certainly, there was also the possibility that the earlier person was from the Heaven-Severing Pavilion, disguising themselves as a 3-foot tower assassin to attack him. But the Heaven-Severing Pavilion wasn't that foolish. Unless it was someone of Larry's caliber, an ordinary essence martial expert would stand no chance against Sergio. The Heaven-Severing Pavilion couldn't be unaware of this. Thus, it had to be the 3-foot tower. With this conclusion, Sergio's eyes narrowed slightly. "Seems like you don't deserve to live either." Sword light flashed. Another blood mist spread. Sergio reached out toward the interior of the 3-foot tower branch. Another true martial expert was dragged out in terror. Sergio then chuckled lightly. "I'm too lazy to waste words. I expect you won't disappoint me, right?" "Why, yes, I definitely won't disappoint, predecessor." The man trembled continuously. Sergio closed his eyes. "Then go find out. There are 2 true martial experts and some spirit martial ants inside. Surely, if questioned one by one, someone will tell me what I need to know." Brogan crawled back into the branch tower, like the defiant-faced individual before him. About half an hour later, Brogan timidly emerged from the building. Sergio toyed with a thread of sword light. "From which outpost are these assassins?" Brogan shuddered, bowing his head. "Predecessor, there is indeed no name or bounty concerning you." "Foolish." Sergio sighed softly as the sword light flickered. Wait, I haven't finished. Please spare my life." The man screamed in panic, frantically kneeling and begging for mercy. A sharp pain pierced his skin. He saw a thin thread of sword light before him. It looked insignificant, yet he knew that the previous 2 had been utterly destroyed by this seemingly tiny light. If his words were even a bit off, he'd likely meet the same fate. Without recalling the sword light, Sergio said, "Speak." Brogan didn't dare delay, speaking rapidly. "Predecessor, while there is no bounty, after consulting other outposts, I learned that Cloud Mist City had once hosted elite killers directly assigned by the headquarters. They were said to be all above the true martial realm. Thinking back now, they must be the ones who offended you." "Cloud Mist City?" Sergio pondered. He hadn't encountered any city named Cloud Mist City before. He asked directly, "Where is this city?" "It's here, right here." The true martial expert hurriedly conjured a map, pointing to the location of Cloud Mist City. According to the map, Cloud Mist City was not close to Spirit Moon City, at least 30,000 miles away. After noting the location, Sergio smiled. "You aren't lying just to trick me into leaving so you can escape, right?" "And no, I daren't. The man didn't dare get up, still prostrating and quickly kowtowing, losing all dignity as a true martial expert. "If so," lowering his head in thought, Sergio's smile widened. "If what you say is true, you live. If false, you die." Brogan still didn't deny. Sergio nodded satisfactorily and turned his gaze around, his tone turning cold. "This city has many families. You keep an eye on the 3-foot tower for me. If I discover I've been deceived and find that the 3-foot tower members have escaped upon my return, I'll massacre all the families in this city." Instantly, everyone observing tensed, especially the city's families, never expecting that watching a show would result in an unforeseen disaster. Argue for reason? Considering the pitiful state of the city lord earlier, no one was foolish enough to do so. Soon, several more true martial experts approached. Bow in unison, "Rest assured, predecessor. Our families will personally guard this place. The 3-foot tower members won't be able to leave." Sergio laughed, leaped into the sky, and vanished in flashes, clearly heading to Cloud Mist City. The true martial experts relaxed, exchanging glances, revealing beads of cold sweat. Then they looked at the true martial member of the 3-foot tower, Brother Davis. "Just what demon has your 3-foot tower provoked?" 30,000 miles away. In rapid speed, Sergio flew over 30,000 miles within less than half an hour, reaching Cloud Mist City. Upon arriving, Sergio's eyes widened slightly. This city was intriguing. Though it appeared to be an ordinary city ruled by true martial experts, standing high above, he could sense multiple essence martial experts within buildings bearing the emblem of the 3-foot tower. Fear? If he felt threatened, he could kill even a 9th-rank Earth spirit expert unless an Empyrean emperor stepped in. What need had he to fear? In a flash, Sergio disappeared into Cloud Mist City, landing in front of the 3-foot tower. Immediately, everyone nearby looked at Sergio in shock, not because of anything else, but because he had descended directly from the sky. Most cities were protected by grand arrays. Entering from the sky implied treating those arrays as nothing. Some local powers sensed Sergio's arrival, preparing to rebuke him. However, upon sensing the essence martial aura Sergio emitted, they immediately shut their mouths, too frightened to speak. Only the city lord of Cloud Mist City, recognizing Sergio's attire and reflecting for a moment, approached with a look of displeasure and shock. It was the attire of the Dark Abyss Palace. Being a disciple of the Heaven-Severing Pavilion, he couldn't retreat as a small family might. No matter the reason, he had to investigate. Looking at Sergio again. After glancing around, he wasted no words this time. He raised his hand slightly, and threads of sword light ascended, cutting towards the 3-foot tower outpost like a storm. Chapter 358. Solo Raid on the Outpost. Sergio glanced around, sensing the presence of Yuanwu experts inside the Sanche Lu outpost. It was highly unusual for a typical city's Sanche Lu outpost to house Yuanwu realm practitioners. Clearly, these were assassins dispatched by Sanche Lu to deal with him. Since that was the case, there was no need for idle talk. Unleashing streaks of sword light, he unleashed an attack toward the Sanche Lu outpost. Many Sanche Lu members who hadn't yet reacted were instantly struck by the sword light and turned into nothing but dust. A wide-ranging strike eliminated everyone below Shenwu realm, leaving even half of those at Shenwu realm dead or injured. Only a few managed to survive by escaping through large formations or rushing to the sides of the Yuanwu realm experts. "Well done. You're courting death. Where did this ignorant brat come from?" As voices bellowed in rage, the Yuanwu realm experts within Sanche Lu finally reacted, emerging with fury evident in their expressions. There were nearly 20 Yuanwu realm practitioners, all at 9th level Yuanwu. Sergio didn't recognize any of them. Upon seeing Sergio, their pupils constricted instantly, clearly recognizing him. After a moment, a 9th level Yuanwu stepped forward and coldly demanded, "Sergio, you killed our Sanche Lu members without cause. What do you want?" Sergio's lips curled slowly upward. "Without cause? I wonder what you're doing here in this tiny city of Yunyan. The internal movements within Sanche Lu. Do we have to report to your Xianin Palace?" Accompanied by a cold snort, the man sneered, "Not only does it have nothing to do with your Xianin Palace, even if we had to report, this place belongs to Zhantian Pavilion's territory. Why would your palace's holy son need to meddle? What is going on, everyone? Let's talk things out amicably." Colin rushed over quickly. The Sanche Lu members seemed to relax a bit. Seeing this, Sergio turned back to look at the city lord, who appeared somewhat leaner. Brogan slightly bowed. "Greetings to my senior brother from Xianin Palace." Initially, he hadn't recognized Sergio, but the Sanche Lu members had already identified him, and Sergio's attire symbolizing the 6th leaf holy son of Xianin Palace was too conspicuous for him not to identify. Sergio gave him a glance before withdrawing his gaze. "You're sure you want to get involved?" That man's gaze sharpened, looking towards Sanche Lu. He could sense over 10 Yuanwu realm experts before him. Guiyuan City was just an ordinary town where the appearance of a Yuanwu realm expert was a once-in-a-decade event. Yet, there were so many here. There must be a plot. "Leave?" Brogan straightened up slightly. "Senior brother Su, it seems this matter is significant. This area belongs to Zhantian Pavilion's territory. Regardless of what you've encountered, please don't act impulsively. Zhantian Pavilion will handle this fairly. If it were Huangji Sect or Immortal Mountain, Su might really give you face, but as for Zhantian Pavilion..." Pausing, Sergio's expression turned cold. "Get lost." While Huangji Sect and Immortal Mountain might have friction with Xianin Palace, it wasn't serious. However, if Zhantian Pavilion handled the matter, it would surely downplay it. He had hoped the man would know better than to press on, but since he didn't, Sergio couldn't help but speak rudely. The city lord's expression tightened, unable to hold back a sharp rebuke. "Sergio, This is Zhantian Pavilion's territory, not yours, Xianxia Palace. How dare you act so recklessly? If this weren't Zhantian Pavilion's territory, and if you weren't its disciple, your lack of sense and tact would have already cost you your life, saving me the noise. Without waiting for a reply, Sergio waved his hand, forming a streak of sword light, 3 breaths. If you haven't disappeared by then, I'll personally send you away. Looking at the sword light, the city lord unconsciously swallowed. Then, he roared, Sergio, don't be too arrogant. Do you really think Zhantian Pavilion lacks people to deal with you? 1 breath. Sergio extended 1 finger. The city lord showed no fear. I'm standing right here. Dare you kill me? Zhantian Pavilion won't let you off. 2 breaths. Sergio added another finger. The city lord's expression tightened again, then became disdainful. Wait for me. I'll fetch my weapon and finish this fight. With that, the city lord flashed away, retreating rapidly. Sergio's lips twitched. He hadn't expected the Union Leonardo to flee like the Davisinju Leonardo. Half a breath later, Sergio turned back to look at the Sanche Lu outpost, a smile spreading across his face. The interfering person has left. Now, it's our turn. Sergio, what are you planning? The Sanche Lu coldly asked. What? Pausing, Sergio summoned Flowing Cloud. Since you want to move against me, killing you beforehand should ensure no one can say anything. Sergio, no matter how extraordinary your strength is, do you really have the guts? The Sanche Lu Yuanwu laughed bitterly. Another Yuanwu, full of disdain, said, try attacking us. Each one of us can destroy you with a single strike. Sergio chuckled. 20 Yuanwu realm experts indeed. Benicio-ite intimidating. Stormy sword heart. Sword intent spread, countless streaks of sword light ascending. Daviska storm. They surged toward the already battered Sanche Lu outpost. You're courting death. The Sanche Lu Yuanwu shouted, working together. A defensive barrier formed. They didn't rely on the outpost formation. Although decent, it held immense power only for those below Yuanwu realm. For Yuanwu realm experts, its power was too weak compared to their own. Boom boom boom. Thuds echoed continuously. For 3 breaths, the sword lights pounded relentlessly before finally dissipating. None of the Sanche Lu Yuanwu died, not even lightly injured. The sword lights failed to break through their defense. Sergio narrowed his eyes. Working together does give you some skills. At Yuanwu realm, one returns to the origin. Over 29th level Yuanwu realm experts combine their true intentions. Even he, boosted by sword intent, couldn't break their defense. Those Yuanwu did not counterattack. Sergio, leave now, and we may overlook this. In truth, they weren't unwilling to counterattack, but afraid. This was Guiyuan City. Too many witnesses. In plain sight, who besides the prodigies of the 4 great sects dared challenge the holy son of Xianxia Palace? Why did the city lords of Davisinju and Union retreat so easily under Sergio's threat? Because of the vast disparity in status. Even if Sergio killed them, Zhantian Pavilion might find him troublesome, but only troublesome, not seeking vengeance through blood. Of course, if these city lords could kill Sergio, Zhantian Pavilion would protect them, but only if they could kill him first. If it were a wilderness, these Yuanwu realm experts might risk a counterattack or even a killing blow. But in public view, killing Sergio would mean certain death for them after the fact. Chapter 359. Bloodbath at the Stronghold. If this were a wilderness, the Yuanwu realm martial artists from 3-Foot Tower might have already begun their counterattack. But this was a city, with everyone watching, and no matter how they felt, none of them dared to retaliate. They only threatened Sergio to leave. Once I've bathed this place in blood, I will leave. Sergio sized up the protective barrier for a while before raising his hand, and the flowing cloud true body pierced through the air. Sergio, do you really think we dare not deal with you? Brogani Yuanwu realm martial artists were enraged. Upon realizing it wouldn't be easily resolved, they exchanged glances and decided to capture Sergio first and discuss the rest afterward. All of them simultaneously unleashed countless martial techniques in retaliation. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening dragon roar echoed across the sky. Then, among those 20-odd Yuanwu realm martial artists, 5 faces suddenly turned pale, feeling that they could barely control their spirit energy. Due to this anomaly, the combined defensive shield became riddled with holes. Clang! Sword chants rose continuously as the flowing cloud trembled, instantly dividing into 5. Flowing cloud swords saw an explosive increase in speed, taking advantage of the gaps and slicing through the 5 individuals who had lost control of their spirit energy. If their spirit energy had been normal, with the capabilities of the Yuanwu realm, even if they couldn't avoid injuries, they would have found ways to block the incoming swords. But with their spirit energy out of control, they could only watch helplessly as the flowing cloud cut them down, powerless to do anything. A sizzle sound emerged. The 5 individuals were sliced into 2 pieces, the sword intent carried by the sword edges instantly destroying their meridians, Dantian, Purple Mansion, etc. 1 strike, instantaneous kills. The smell of blood spread rapidly. Such an anomaly caused the others to instantly retreat. Their pupils dilated to the extreme as they stared at the corpses and blood on the ground. Moments later, they glanced at each other and looked at Sergio with murderous eyes. People died. Continuing like this, they didn't need to wait for the future. Sergio would kill them one by one first. Even though they were wary, there must be a future, since Sergio wasn't giving them a way out today. Spirit energy inside the numerous Yuanwu realms began to erupt. Arrogant brat, you're asking for death. Sergio's eyes flickered. Dragon battle 8 directions. Roar. A 30-foot-tall dragon illusion soared into the sky. The true dragon's phantom silently merged into the dragon illusion. Immediately, a pressure descended. The remaining people immediately felt their spirit energy flow becoming sluggish. Their power greatly suppressed, they could only muster up to 80% of their peak strength. Unite and kill him, or we'll all die today. One Yuanwu gritted his teeth and roared. Spirit energy erupted within the numerous Yuanwu realms, all retaliating simultaneously. Blades and swords flashed, wind and fire stormed, sweeping through everything. Howl! The dragon illusion roared, sound waves rippling. The already suppressed power of the group felt their attacks get stuck as if in mud right away. At this moment, Sergio whispered, 3-foot tower. Ha! A bunch of assassins challenging Sergio head-on, not knowing life from death. Assassins. These people were killers seeking one-hit kills. Direct combat was never the forte of killers. The gap between direct combat and assassination might seem insignificant to ordinary people, but in Sergio's eyes, it was like heaven and earth. The dragon illusion flashed and spewed a stream of air, destroying the attacks yet to gather enough momentum. Then, the airstream sprayed toward the multiple Yuanwu realms. Retreat. The Yuanwu realms hastily retreated. Snow without shadow. Sergio's figure flashed, accompanied by the dragon illusion disappearing. Moving at a speed the Yuanwu realms could not match, he appeared above them instantly, and the tail of the dragon illusion struck the ground ferociously. Boom boom boom. Blood mist rose. 3 individuals were instantly turned into blood mist by the dragon's tail, leaving no trace. This level of power made the 3-foot towers Yuanwu realms feel chills. They had underestimated the strength of the Dark Water Palace Bryson from start to finish. Such grace. Even Earth Spirit Realm would likely only be so much. Damn, run. Alarms sounded. They weren't stupid. Unable to confront him head-on, they fled, scattering in various directions mid-air. Can you escape? Sergio's figure flashed again, disappearing. Had they continued to unite, they might have lasted longer. Sadly, dispersing? In an instant, Sergio appeared before one of the 3-foot tower Yuanwu. Shocked, that person hurriedly drew a large saber and swung it. He saw Sergio suddenly reach out to pinch the blade. Startled, then sneering, not knowing life from death. Dare touch the weapon of a Yuanwu realm martial artist with the body? Half a breath later, just as Sergio's palm touched the blade, his hand suddenly changed into a dragon claw, grabbing the blade. That person crazily spurred spirit energy, but the blade could not advance a bit. Even if you wielded divine weapons, you couldn't break through dragon scales. Just a high-grade spirit weapon? Ridiculous. Sergio's face remained calm as the dragon claw suddenly tightened. A snap echoed as the large saber was shattered by Sergio's powerful grip, breaking into 2 pieces. Before the person could react, Sergio flipped the dragon claw, driving half the blade into the person's body and slicing. The individual was instantly dismembered, dead on the spot. Sergio's figure flashed again, chasing another, blocking the attack with the dragon claw, followed by dismemberment. In just 10 breaths, 8 more Yuanwu realms died at Sergio's hands. Also, 5 Yuanwu managed to escape, vanishing completely. Standing in the city's airspace, Sergio observed around him, slightly shaking his head. Escaping separately was somewhat effective, even without wasting any time. A small portion still successfully escaped. Then, he looked down, at the 3-foot tower stronghold. Some true Wu realms hadn't died yet. Looking at the stronghold, Sergio's gaze flickered coldly as strands of sword light fell. Without the protection of Yuanwu realms, and with the formation completely destroyed by the previous battle, half a breath passed after the sword light landed. The 3-foot tower stronghold contained no living souls. Only dismembered corpses remained. Completing this, Sergio didn't bother with the others in Cloud Mist City. After checking the direction, he rose into the air and headed towards the location of the heaven-cleaving pavilion, radiating overwhelming killing intent without hiding it at all. He had decided that along the way, every city he entered, he would cleanse the 3-foot tower stronghold in blood. Anyone daring to challenge him would pay the price. If 3-foot tower did not provide satisfactory explanations, henceforth, any 3-foot tower members he encountered, whether 1 or 2, he would kill all of them. 7 days passed in a blink. 7 days weren't long, yet. 13 cities' 3-foot tower strongholds had been destroyed by Sergio. In the airspace of a certain city, Sergio silently materialized. A divine thought scan locked onto the 3-foot tower stronghold. The 14th. With a whisper, Sergio, experienced in this process, entered the city and released sword lights into the sky, cutting down upon the stronghold. He sensed it was an ordinary city below. His wave of sword light was sufficient to wipe out the entire stronghold. Unexpectedly, anomalies occurred. Chapter 360. The Brine of Sanjilu, Remington. Sergio swept the city with his divine sense from the sky, and quickly determined it was an ordinary town. Having already destroyed 13 outposts, he effortlessly condensed a sword light to slash toward the ground. With his 9th tier profound martial realm cultivation, a place without any 9th tier profound martial realm beings could be completely wiped out by one wave of sword light. Perhaps because he had obliterated too many outposts, he finally drew the attention of Sanjilu's high-level experts. As the sword light fell, Sergio was about to leave when sudden changes occurred. A spring breeze-like aura spread from the outpost. The descending sword light quivered, dissipating one by one. Just as Sergio was about to leave, he instantly turned his head to look down at the ground. On the ground, in the middle of the Sanjilu outpost, inside a certain building, a chubby middle-aged man looked at Sergio through the window. Without a trace of anger, a chuckling voice sounded, "Young friend, we have already lost 1 innocent outpost, and 13 other innocent outposts were annihilated by you. The root cause has also been exterminated by you. Isn't it time for your anger to subside?" Ignoring the terrified others, Sergio squinted his eyes and stared at the middle-aged man. He couldn't sense his cultivation level. All he could tell was that this person seemed perpetually happy, as if he was born not to get angry and treated everyone with a smile. Plus, he was slightly plump, like the laughing Buddha Maitreya. "Young friend, why don't you come down and talk?" Seeing Sergio's gaze, the man gestured invitingly. "Earth spirit?" After a brief moment of thought, Sergio shook his head subtly. Because of the difference in cultivation levels, perhaps he couldn't perceive the exact cultivation of an earth spirit, but even if it were an earth spirit 9th tier, he should still feel something. There was only one possibility, Bryant. That smiling man was a Bryant of Sanjilu. He had butchered so many Sanja Lu outposts. Had the top-level experts of Sanja Lu finally decided to act? The existence of a Bryant in Sanja Lu didn't surprise him. Sanja Lu, a power just below the 4 major sects, might not have as many Bryants as the 4 major sects, but there must be some. Only the quantity was uncertain. After a moment of contemplation, Sergio leaped off the clouds and directly flew into the building. How may I address the senior? Brogan narrowed his eyes. Though he invited Sergio down for a chat, Sergio really dared to come down? He soon chuckled softly. Young friend, you and I are less than half a zhang apart. If I attack, do you think you stand any chance of escaping? Facing a Bryant senior, whether half a zhang or 10 zhang makes no difference, Sergio said fearlessly, pulling over a chair and sitting down. Clap, clap, clap. Brogan clapped gently, his smile growing wider. Young friend lives up to being the sacred son of Xianxia Palace. Your courage and demeanor surpass those of ordinary people. Sergio made a slight bow. I wonder how I may address the senior. Facing a Bryant, he needed to follow proper etiquette, despite being the sacred son of Xianxia Palace. The dignity of a powerful expert cannot be offended. Brogan kept his smile. My name? I've forgotten. Others call me Remington. Young friend can call me the same. So it's Senior Remington. This junior Sergio pays my respects. Sergio bowed respectfully. Remington? Indeed a fitting title. From the moment he appeared until now, the smile hadn't faded. Remington continued, young friend. After 1 innocent outpost suffered heavy losses and 13 other innocent outposts were eradicated by you, the main culprit's outpost was thoroughly cleansed. Is your grudge finally settled? Clearly, Remington had appeared because Sergio had continuously wiped out Sanja Lu's outposts over these 7 days. At this rate, Sergio would likely continue the slaughter. Although a dozen outposts were insignificant to Sanja Lu, they couldn't just sit back and watch. Sergio raised his head. Senior, I believe the main culprit hasn't been dealt with yet. Come on, he Sergio, the esteemed sacred son of Xianxia Palace, wouldn't have dared offer such a bounty on a regular outpost unless it had approval from higher-ups at Sanja Lu. Remington maintained his smile. Wasn't Guiyuan City outpost already destroyed by you? After a pause, he chuckled softly. Young friend is exceptionally talented, but remember, there are always greater powers beyond what you know. Even if faced with your elders, they wouldn't approve of causing harm to innocents. Sanja Lu wasn't a force to be easily eradicated. Dealing with them would require the combined effort of the 4 major sects. Xianxia Palace acting alone might also eliminate Sanja Lu, but the price would be unacceptable for Xianxia Palace. Under normal circumstances, Sergio should step back now that a Bryant had personally intervened. But Sergio, looking at Remington, didn't want to step back. Because, without reason, Sanja Lu wouldn't target him. Even if Zhanbo Pavilion acted directly. Even if its master, the legendary surprising sword lord, took action, Sanja Lu wouldn't dare send assassins against him. Yet, in reality, Sanja Lu did send assassins against him. What was the reason? If he stepped back today, the truth might never be uncovered. After a moment of silence, Sergio spoke slowly. Though I wish to retreat, as the sacred son of Xianxia Palace, our honor cannot be compromised. My master often says that every choice leads to different outcomes. Once chosen, one must bear the consequences, good or bad. With my master absent, Xianxia Palace's honor cannot be lost. If not, I won't be able to explain to my master. Remington's smile gradually disappeared. After a while, he smiled again. If young friend agrees, I will personally visit Xianxia Palace one day to apologize for my subordinate's ignorance. What do you think? Sergio shook his head. Merely dozens of outposts do not make up for the loss of Xianxia Palace's honor. Clap, clap, clap. Remington clapped again. Then his eyes turned cold. Is Xianxia Palace's honor priceless, while ours is worthless? Or do you truly think I dare not act against you? A chilling atmosphere began to spread. Sergio remained silent. Seeing this, Remington chuckled again. Young friend, I always thought the phrase, taking advantage, wouldn't apply to a prodigy of Xianxia Palace. Let's end this here. I'll personally visit Xianxia Palace one day. How about it? Not interested. Sergio lifted his head, spiritual energy spreading. Remington's smile grew deeper. As a sacred son of Xianxia Palace, it's surprising you lack respect and judgment. Fine, let me teach you what respect means. An intangible pressure started spreading. Sergio felt his breathing become difficult. He even suspected that staying under this pressure long-term would suffocate him. Being at the profound martial realm, he shouldn't have problems with extended periods of non-breathing, but the suffocating pressure was real now. Armandu, a dragon's roar resounded. Although the discomfort still existed, Sergio felt much more relaxed. Seeing this, Remington's smile widened. The omnipresent pressure suddenly increased tenfold. Chapter 361. Facing the Martial Emperor. When Henley saw Sergio activate his bloodline power to counteract the pressure, he did not become angry. Instead, his smile widened even more. Suddenly, the oppressive force surged tenfold. In an instant, Sergio's forehead was covered in protruding veins. Even with his bloodline power countering it, he still felt like a blade of grass swaying in the wind, ready to perish at the slightest gust. Under the overwhelming pressure, he began to lose strength and nearly collapsed onto the ground. Henley watched Sergio, whose breathing was unstable, looking as though he might fall to the ground at any moment. He wanted to kill Sergio directly. How could someone of his stature, a great martial emperor, be offended by a mere primordial martial artist? However, thinking of the Xianxia Palace, he remained silent for a moment, then estimated that Sergio might have reached his limit. Henley concealed the pressure. Young friend, have you thought it through? The pressure vanished, and Sergio immediately felt like a drowning man finally reaching the shore. He gasped for breath heavily. Henley didn't rush, waiting quietly. After some time, Sergio gradually regained his composure, staring intently at Henley. So this was a martial emperor? Just a trace of his aura could render him powerless. If Henley wanted to kill him, unless Sergio was fully prepared, he would be obliterated before he could transform into a dragon. A moment later, Sergio spoke slowly. Elder, your teachings are very profound. It seems our young friend has seen reason. Henley's smile grew wider. Seeing this, Sergio, expressionless, raised his head. Do you really believe, Elder, that after the Sword Spirit Feast, Xianxia building will remain unscathed? All its top officials will end up without proper burial. Seems you haven't understood yet. Henley's smile vanished instantly, his face turning grim. The pressure was about to rise again. Sergio's lips curled in ridicule. Do you really think attacking Xianming Palace's sacred son can be brushed off with just a few words? Do you think I won't dare to kill you? All expressions on Henley's face vanished. Sergio remained undaunted. With Xianxia building accompanying me to death, it is worth it. The vast wasteland ancestral dragon scripture rapidly circulated. If Henley really attacked, he would immediately transform into a dragon. Even if he couldn't win, he could escape. Henley still had no smile, slowly raising his hand. Enough. A cold voice echoed. Henley's expression froze. Sergio turned his head sharply and saw a young man, seemingly around 27 or 28, who had appeared here mysteriously, wearing a blue tiger-striped belt around his waist over a green robe, with long hair cascading down. His deep eyes seemed like vortices that could swallow everything. Sergio did not recognize this person. Palm Respector. Henley bowed. Palm Respector? Sergio's gaze narrowed. Xianxia building's power was second only to the 4 major sections. He knew a bit about it. Palm Respector was the leader of Xianxia building. As far as he knew, the Palm Respector of Xianxia building was named Emmett, a rather ordinary name, even sounding lowly. And indeed, this name was lowly but also held high esteem. According to Xianming Palace records, Emmett, the Palm Respector of Xianxia building, was an orphan. In his youth, he joined a small faction but due to insufficient talent, became a sword servant instead of a regular disciple, named Emmett as a sword servant. Later, when the small faction was destroyed by enemies, he survived by chance. Rising from unknown opportunities, he eventually founded Xianxia building and rose to be one of the supreme powers in donghua. It was said Emmett never forgot his origins, attributing his survival to the small faction and hence kept the name Emmett to commemorate the past. To think that Emmett, the leader of Xianxia building, would appear personally. Emmett looked at Sergio. Young friend. Henley lost his composure momentarily. Please don't hold it against him. Sergio bowed. Elder speaks too much? Emmett smiled. Let's put this matter to rest. It wasn't a negotiation. Sergio's gaze narrowed. He didn't know Emmett's cultivation level, but as the Palm Respector of Xianxia building, few in donghua were stronger than him. Henley was insignificant, but Emmett, as the ruler of Xianxia building, killing him now would make revenge almost impossible for Xianming Palace. Though eager to uncover the truth behind the scenes, Sergio respectfully replied, Late Junior will remember what Elder says. Conceding under such circumstances wasn't shameful. Noticing Sergio's tactfulness, Emmett couldn't help but glance at him, then disappeared, possibly leaving or just hiding his presence. Henley's smile returned. Young friend, please follow. Sergio clasped his hands. Who issued the bounty on me? Our Xianxia building doesn't reveal client information. Henley refused to answer directly. Sergio's expression remained unchanged. I hope this ends here, but as the sacred son of Xianming Palace, while that person lives, it won't truly end, will it? Henley pondered for a while, nodding slightly, then vanished. Sergio closed his eyes, letting his thoughts race rapidly. Something wasn't right. If only Henley had been involved, perhaps it was merely due to his constant attacks on Xianxia building outposts, alarming a martial emperor. But Emmett was alarmed and arrived personally? This matter couldn't be simple. The previous ambush by Xianxia building must have deeper motives. Even if the leaders of the 4 major sects came forward, they couldn't compel Xianxia building to break their rules against the sacred son of Xianming Palace. Who could make Xianxia building break its rules? For some reason, he thought of Jared. Logically, Jared lacked both the qualifications and ability to influence Xianxia building, yet the name kept surfacing in his mind. Soon after, Henley reappeared. This person issued the bounty in Guiyuan City, where the local Xianxia building branch mistakenly acted without recognizing you. Simultaneously, a trembling true martial artist appeared. Sergio glanced at him, never seen before, only sensing his aura vaguely in Guiyuan City earlier. Looking at the person, Sergio asked, You issued the bounty on me? Yes. I'm so sorry. I just tried to see if Xianxia building dared to kill a Xianming Palace member. The true martial artist's face was filled with terror. It seemed genuine. Yet Sergio saw through it, the scapegoat chosen randomly by Xianxia building. This admission was forced. Glancing at the scapegoat, Sergio didn't bother dealing with him. The Sword Spirit Feast is near. Late Junior takes his leave. His figure flashed, and he left. Henley, watching him, narrowed his eyes. Spiritual energy swept, reducing the scapegoat to dust without even a drop of blood. Chapter 362, Ben's Past. After Sergio left, Remington unleashed his spiritual power, and the scapegoat he had brought instantly turned into dust, leaving not even a trace of blood behind. After a while, Remington finally spoke. Palace Lord, this youth has exceptional talent. Your appearance might have made him suspicious. In the future, he will become a great disaster. Why not? He finished by making a throat-slitting gesture. Ben reappeared, expressionless. If I hadn't shown up, were you going to make a move against him? This would have enraged the 4 major sects, who would then unite to annihilate the 3-feet tower. Remington lowered his head, acknowledging his mistake without further argument, though inwardly he harbored resentment. It wasn't that he couldn't control his emotions, but an insignificant Yuanwu realm practitioner dared to offend him, a mighty Wuwang. He found it truly unbearable. Ben saw this and raised his eyes toward the direction Sergio had left, deep in thought. For a long time, Ben finally spoke. You should visit the Xianming Palace to resolve this matter completely. Just as Sergio had said earlier, even if Sergio retreats, it doesn't mean anything is over for the Xianming Palace. If Sergio hadn't wanted to find out who was targeting him, he wouldn't have tangled with Remington before. But unexpectedly, he overestimated Remington's cunning and underestimated the caution of the 3 feet tower, leading to no useful information being obtained from the probe. Remington raised his head. If we don't pursue Sergio anymore, how should we reply to Jared? After all, he has that item. Ben showed impatience. An insignificant Yuanwu realm practitioner. Why should I need to justify myself to him? Tell him that this time our 3 feet tower suffered nearly 10,000 casualties, including 30 elite Yuanwu practitioners. Have him wait. I will think of a solution. Don't forget, the 3 feet tower is not a sect. If pressed too hard by the 4 major sects, do you think they won't dare to act? Remington's expression stiffened, and he nodded before leaving. Watching this, Ben walked to the window, lost in thought once again. After an unknown period, he chuckled softly. Ace. Back then, I rose because of your hand. I went to great lengths to deceive you and bury you, never imagining you would reappear. Ben's talent back then was indeed inferior. Yet today, he stands among the strongest in the Eastern Domain. No one knows of Ben's opportunity. However, Ben knows very well that his rise was closely tied to the remnant soul on Jared. Without the remnant soul's assistance, not only would he not have risen, he would have died when his small force was exterminated. Initially, he intended to help the remnant soul, but in the end, he dared not. The more he understood the terror of the Ace realm, the more cautious he became. Who could seal an ace inside a clay jar? What secrets lie behind such actions? The remnant soul never told him. Frustrated, he eventually deceived the remnant soul, sealing the jar underground. But unexpectedly, after so many years, almost forgotten, the remnant soul reappeared, commanding Jared to bring a token. He had taken certain vows, which is why the remnant soul aided his rise. With the token in front of him, he couldn't refuse. According to his past vow, failing to help the remnant soul, now choosing Jared. Following the agreement, the 3 feet tower must spare no effort to assist him, even if it doesn't serve Jared directly. Back then, he painstakingly deceived the remnant soul, finding loopholes in the vow to successfully seal it underground. Now the remnant soul reappears. A millennium later, he has ruled the 3 feet tower for 1,000 years, and now the remnant soul shows up, expecting him to bow down, especially to a mere Yuanwu practitioner? Ridiculous. If not bound by past vows, the moment Jared appeared at the 3 feet tower with the token, he would have immediately killed Jared. After another indefinite period, Ben slowly closed his eyes. Old man, don't blame me. The stakes behind you are too high. Being sealed away allows you at least a semblance of life. Why did you have to come out and trouble yourself? Jared seems selfish as well. Even if you help him, he will likely choose the same path as me. Ah, your cultivation is unmatched, but you remain as poor at judging people as ever. In a fleeting moment, Ben opened his eyes again, looking in the direction Sergio had gone. Where Sergio's figure could no longer be seen, he pondered. If Jared hates Sergio so much, what about Sergio toward Jared? He was unclear about the internal conflicts within the Xianxia Palace and did not want to pry. Yet now he desperately wanted to know whether Sergio truly despised Jared or was merely restrained by the title of Bryson and acting generously. If Sergio also harbors hate, he needs only a minor scheme to ensure Jared's demise and keep the clay jar hidden once more. But if there is no hate, that would complicate things, especially if the remnant soul discerns any clues. More troubling still, both Jared and Sergio are from the Xianxia Palace, and both are prodigies. He cannot ask directly or hint around either of them. After all, he cannot reveal the truth. Therefore, publicly, even if Sergio harbors hate, he certainly won't show it. After some thought, Ben's figure dissipated, leaving only a faint murmur. That old man always believed that no talent can emerge without trials. The Sword Spirit Festival at the Heaven-Cleaving Pavilion starts in a little over a month. Jared will undoubtedly participate and Sergio as well. Perhaps a slight test will tell us if there is any hate. Far off in the distance, flying at full speed for some time, Sergio finally stopped midair, looking back at the previous city. A simple, unremarkable small city had sent 2 Wuwang from the 3 feet tower, even their palace lord. The 3 feet tower's assassination attempt on him had problems, serious ones. His counterattack should have prompted the 3 feet tower to send a Dilling practitioner for negotiations or threats. Having a Wuwang like Remington appear, while explainable with the importance placed on the Xianxia Palace's Bryson, still seemed excessive. But for the palace lord to appear, a wise man does not stand under a crumbling wall. After a moment of silence, Sergio flashed away and resumed full-speed flight. He decided to head immediately to the Heaven-Cleaving Pavilion, dealing with whatever the 3 feet tower had planned only after meeting up with Xianxia Palace's stronger forces. This time, Sergio didn't stop, ignoring all distractions along the way. Without delay, he reached the location of the Heaven-Cleaving Pavilion in roughly 20 days. A vast plain lay before him. This plain was arguably the most extensive he had ever seen, stretching tens of thousands of miles without significant undulations or mountains. Only low hills dotted the landscape, except for one solitary mountain in the center. The Heaven-Cleaving Pavilion resided there. Unlike the Xianxia Palace, located amidst towering mountains, the Heaven-Cleaving Pavilion was situated on this vast plain. The lone mountain in sight was extremely tall, reaching skyward, appearing at least 10,000 feet high. According to records from the Xianxia Palace, originally there was no mountain there. The Heaven-Cleaving Pavilion established its presence and created the mountain using overwhelming power. Chapter 363. Arrival at Zhanbo Pavilion. As Sergio knew, the plain where Zhanbo Pavilion was located originally had no towering peaks. It was simply a vast plain. However, after Zhanbo Pavilion established its sect here, they not only laid out an immense array to draw in spiritual energy from all directions but also, with great strength, created a mountain peak at the center of the plain. This peak exceeded 10,000 feet and pierced the clouds. Looking at the peak, Sergio murmured, 10,000 feet. I doubt even my current aerial limit could reach 10,000 feet. Though he could see that peak now, strictly speaking, he was still very far from it. There were still about 40,000 miles between him and the peak. But because the plain was so flat and the peak so tall, he could clearly see it from this extreme distance. Calculating the time, there was less than a month before the grand gathering began. Arriving at Xianbo Pavilion a bit early, yet not too early, Sergio pondered for a while before swiftly flying toward the center of the plain. At first, it was just a desolate plain, occasionally with some beast creatures no stronger than the Davising Wu realm. But as he delved deeper into the plain, he gradually started seeing scattered disciples of Xianbo Pavilion, all wearing gray robes. Since Sergio was flying in the sky, people on the ground couldn't clearly see his appearance or attire, causing no suspicion. After traveling deeper for a while, Sergio estimated he was still about 20,000 miles away from the massive central peak when his speed suddenly slowed down. He could sense an array about 30 miles ahead. He had reached the boundary of Xianbo Pavilion's mountain gate. However, unlike Xianming Palace, which had obvious sect markings, Sergio looked around but didn't see any gateway-like structures immediately. Thinking for a moment, Sergio realized something. He came from the direction of Xianming Palace. According to the geographical distribution of the eastern domain, Xianming Palace is in the east, while Xianbo Pavilion is in the north. He was currently in the northeastern part of the eastern domain map. According to the unspoken rules among the four major sects, the mountain gates all face the center of the eastern domain. Xianming Palace's mountain gate faces due west, while Xianbo Pavilion's mountain gate faces due south. Since he could sense the boundary of Xianbo Pavilion's array, if he continued flying west and adjusted his course slightly northward, he should be able to see Xianbo Pavilion's mountain gate. Actually entering the mountain gate wasn't so complicated. Just like how Xianming Palace disciples could return via any direction once they left, as long as they had their sect token, the array would not block them. But since Sergio wasn't a disciple of Xianbo Pavilion, the mountain gate array obviously wouldn't allow him entry unless he went through the proper channels. Otherwise, even if he managed to bypass the array without permission, Xianbo Pavilion could easily claim he harbored malicious intent and trespassed, and no one could argue otherwise. Naturally, Sergio wouldn't make that mistake. Landing on the ground, he quickly traversed along the array heading northwest. After detouring roughly 8,000 miles, Sergio finally saw Xianbo Pavilion's mountain gate. This gate resembled Xianming Palace's gate, a massive door frame without doors. The difference was that in the center of the frame, there was Xianbo Pavilion's emblem, a long sword. Seeing Sergio approach, the Xianbo Pavilion disciples guarding the gate hesitantly asked, "Someone from Xianming Palace?" Their cultivation levels weren't high, just the Davising Wu realm. If not for the upcoming grand gathering, someone of such cultivation likely wouldn't recognize other sects' attire. Despite their low cultivation, Sergio smiled and said, "Xianming Palace, Sergio?" "Sergio?" They looked at him, utterly puzzled. They didn't recognize him. Of course not. Sergio had caused Xianbo Pavilion to lose face, so why would they advertise it? Still smiling, Sergio said, "Please inform your superiors. As the grand gathering approaches, I happen to be traveling outside, so I have come specifically." "Wait here." One of them appraised Sergio warily, noting his powerful aura, then vanished into the gate. Indeed, within the array, except for the central mountain, nothing else could be seen. Sergio didn't get annoyed. He found a grassy area to rest, confident that Xianbo Pavilion, being one of the four major sects, would send someone upon receiving news of his arrival. Meanwhile, atop the vast mountain peak, in a magnificent hall radiating an indescribable sharpness, high-ranking officials of Xianbo Pavilion were gathered, discussing something. Among them was the only Sergio had met from Xianbo Pavilion, Mario. However, Mario's status seemed not very high, remaining silent and deferential. Soon, Reese suddenly looked up, speaking oddly, "Swordmaster, Xianming Palace's holy son has arrived." Seated at the head of the table, a young man slowly spoke. "The grand gathering is still nearly a month away. Is Xianming Palace in such a hurry?" This young man appeared not much older than 25, wearing a long robe with a sword-like gaze, exuding an undeniable aura. Anyone who saw him would instantly realize he was no ordinary person. Indeed, he was no ordinary person. He was the master of Xianbo Pavilion, respectfully known as Dallas Swordlord. According to the sect's custom, whether it be disciples or outsiders, he should be addressed as Pavilion Master. However, Dallas Swordlord preferred to be called Swordmaster instead. The Reese who had spoken shook his head. According to reports from the mountain gate, only the Holy Son has arrived, not representatives from Xianming Palace. Dallas Swordlord's lips curved slightly. Just one person, without senior figures from Xianming Palace protecting him, dares to come to Xianbo Pavilion. Interesting. Several RHYSS frowned. "So you wish us to send someone to deal with him or find ways to challenge him?" Since it wasn't a large contingent from Xianming Palace but only Sergio, they could choose to greet him or pretend not to receive the message and assign someone to challenge him. Dallas Swordlord shook his head. "Doing so would make others underestimate our Xianbo Pavilion. He's just a junior. Follow protocol." Upon hearing this, they considered it for a moment, nodded, and then a beam of light shot out of the hall, flying somewhere unknown. Xianbo Pavilion, Mountain Gate. Either intentionally by Xianbo Pavilion or due to complex procedures, Sergio waited half a day at the mountain gate before anything changed. A middle-aged man at the Yuan Wu 4th stage and a true Wu 9th stage individual emerged from the gate. Seeing Sergio, the middle-aged man asked, "Is this Xianming Palace's holy son?" Sergio stood up. "Yes, this is Sergio. May I ask for your names?" Brogan sensed briefly, then his heart raced. Yuan Wu, 9th stage. According to the information earlier, wasn't this holy son said to have just broken through to Yuan Wu 10 years ago, reaching no more than 5th or 6th stage Yuan Wu? Brogan hurriedly bowed. "I am Calvin, brother disciple 2 will do. Please don't be so formal." Chapter 364. The Emperor's Apprehensions. "So it's brother too," Sergio replied with a smile. His gaze swept past the person to the true martial 9th level figure behind him. Yes, he had seen him before. Earlier in the Wind Spirit secret realm, this true martial 9th level figure had also entered. As for his name, Sergio didn't know it. The true martial realm cultivator sensed Sergio's gaze and forced a smile. Junior brother Akash greets Venerable Su. He remembered that when the Wind Spirit secret realm was initially opened, Sergio's cultivation was inferior to his. After the secret realm opened, although Sergio surpassed him later on, their cultivation levels were only similar at the time. He never thought that just over 10 years later, Sergio's cultivation would be incomparable to his now. Sergio responded, "So it's junior brother Xia." Akash's mouth twitched as he lowered his head without saying anything. It seemed that even Sergio didn't remember his name. "Senior brother Su, this is not a place for conversation. Please follow me," Calvin said, suppressing his other thoughts. Sergio's cultivation far exceeded expectations and needed to be reported immediately. With Calvin leading the way, the Zhanbo Pavilion's formations did not hinder them. Note: I've changed Zhanbo Pavilion to Zhanbo Pavilion to maintain consistency in terminology and ensure it reads naturally in English. Inside the sect gates, unlike the flat plains seen earlier, Sergio immediately noticed upon entering that the plains were dotted with countless low buildings. There were also countless figures appearing and disappearing intermittently across the plains. Somehow, Bo Pavilion had managed to conceal the buildings and people previously. Under Calvin's guidance, Sergio moved forward in a straight line, quickly covering nearly 3,000 miles until they stopped in a vast area about 100 miles around which was mostly deserted. Here stood a massive residence spanning approximately 10 miles. They halted right at the gate of this grand estate. The estate was called Allepisode. Sergio could tell that Allepisode, much like the tranquil peak of the Dark Nether Palace, was meant for hosting guests. Unless something unexpected happened, once the Dark Nether Palace and the Imperial Pole sect arrived from Immortal Mountain, they too would reside here. Senior brother Su, Allepisode is serene and elegant. Before the grand gathering begins, please temporarily stay here. Pausing for a moment, Calvin added, "Please do not move around freely. The Bo Pavilion has many formations. If you accidentally trigger one, it might cause significant problems." Sergio listened patiently. Calvin continued explaining for some time. Finally, Calvin clasped his hands. "Senior brother, I will take my leave first. If you need anything, feel free to instruct them accordingly." A few true martial disciples of the Bo Pavilion approached, bowed to Sergio, and then stood at the entrance of Allepisode. Sergio maintained his smile. Seeing this, Calvin left without further words, taking Akash along with him. Once alone, Sergio retracted his smile and pushed open the gate of Allepisode. Immediately inside, dense spiritual energy gathered, far more concentrated than the external world. It was very potent spiritual energy. Unfortunately, it couldn't match either Wuxiang Peak or his own Qingming Peak. Luckily, Sergio didn't need to cultivate. Looking around, he walked toward a courtyard that felt particularly comfortable based on his perception. At the peak of Bo Pavilion, in the Grand Hall, the faces of everyone present, including Sword Master Dallas, were grave. They had just received news from Calvin that Sergio had reached true martial ninth level. After a long while, an unnamed martial emperor whispered, "Isn't Sergio only 32 or 33 years old?" Another martial emperor murmured, 32 or 33, or even 43. What difference does it make compared to the millennium-long lifespan of a true martial realm practitioner? Everyone remained silent. Indeed, for those with such vast lifespans, a deep seclusion might span several decades. For these martial emperors, if one enters seclusion after gaining enlightenment, it was normal for such periods to stretch to several hundred years. Sword Master Dallas's eyes revealed a sharpness. Had Larry not disappeared at the front line? Huang Futao of the Dark Nether Palace withdrew from worldly affairs due to some changes and limited lifespan. But Sword Master Dallas was different. For a martial emperor, he was still young. Therefore, he handled Bo Pavilion's affairs personally. Larry, the pride of heaven, was personally taught by him. Unfortunately, Larry was now missing, nowhere to be found. Though officially they claimed his status was unknown, in reality, Bo Pavilion knew he wasn't dead. Just like how the Dark Nether Palace had placed certain means using Sergio's blood to track him. If Sergio died, the Dark Nether Palace would know immediately. Similarly, Bo Pavilion had measures in place for Larry. They were certain he was still alive. This was also why Sword Master Dallas retreated after his injury during the Sword Storm several years ago. Yet, he couldn't find Larry. If Larry hadn't disappeared, they were confident that with his increasing monstrous talent, he wouldn't have been weaker than Sergio. But now, among the contemporaries under 100 years old within Bo Pavilion, no one could match Sergio. After a long pause, Sword Master Dallas slightly turned his head. "Elder Jacqueline, what level is Indira at now?" A female martial emperor slowly spoke. After Larry went missing, her cultivation speed suddenly surged inexplicably, but she's only at true martial 6th level. Sword Master Dallas shook his head. "Not enough. There are no monstrous prodigies from Imperial Pole Sect and Immortal Mountain this generation. Though sufficient against them, we can't suppress Sergio." Soon, an aged-looking martial emperor voiced irritably, "How regrettable. When Larry and Indira joined, we believed that for at least the next 3,000 years, the Dark Nether Palace would remain suppressed. But who would have thought they'd produce Sergio?" Another elder, looking even older, raised his head coldly. "Still, it's because the Sword Lord was too indulgent. Years ago, when Sergio leaked information, despite knowing he shouldn't linger, he insisted on keeping him at the front line. If not, how would the Fiend Spirit's conspiracy have succeeded, leaving him missing, neither dead nor alive?" "He's not dead." Sword Master Dallas's expression darkened. Unfazed, the elder snarled, "Sword Lord, whether he's dead or not makes no difference. Even if alive, he's likely hiding somewhere in the sea. It's the Fiend Spirit's domain. Unless Bo Pavilion launches a large-scale sea operation, he might as well be dead. And can Bo Pavilion afford the cost?" Everyone in the hall looked grim. Indeed, even if he wasn't dead, he would be barely surviving in the sea, let alone cultivating. Simply remaining hidden and alive would be fortunate. No one would wait for him. Back then, when Larry was captured, Sword Master Dallas instantly set sail into the sea, causing havoc. Yet he couldn't find him. Now back in Bow Pavilion, how could Larry return? In this case, what difference does it make if he's dead? After a while, Elder Jacqueline softly said, even if Sergio is extraordinarily talented, he's still just a junior. Why go so far? The aged martial emperor was still angry. Junior? Pa? Sergio burns his bloodline to transform into a dragon, allowing him to battle across realms. Given his talent, in 5 to 15 years, he will surely reach the Earth's spirit realm. Then, his power might rival ours. Everyone fell silent. Even Sword Master Dallas's face revealed complexity. None of them had seen Sergio transform into a dragon, but they once had Larry. Chapter 365, Worsening Mood. Although the people of Zhanbo Pavilion had not personally witnessed Sergio's dragon transformation technique and only received some intelligence from spies hidden in Xianxia Palace, they had Larry. Even without seeing it firsthand, they could still understand some of the awe-inspiring power of his dragon transformation. Thus, as the elderly Bryant spoke, everyone fell silent. Even Swords Master Amiel had a complicated expression on his face. After a long time, the Blue suddenly turned his head. Elder Jacqueline, this time during the Sword Spirit Gathering, let your disciple kill Sergio inside the secret realm. It would be fitting for our Zhanbo Pavilion's genius to accompany him in death. It's difficult, Jacqueline thought for a moment and shook her head. The elderly Bryant whispered, think more deeply. There are always more ways than difficulties. Aside from other considerations, send disciples to provoke Sergio before Xianxia Palace arrives. Don't stop provoking him. Without an enemy, besides losing face, what benefit is there? Several Bryants instantly rebutted. To spoil his mood. The elderly Bryant paused, revealing a cold gleam in his eyes. Given his reputation, it's normal for ordinary disciples to be no match for him. If we can make his mood fluctuate and lose composure, it will create more opportunities in the secret realm. We personally planned this. Even if he dies, it would be worthwhile. Unexpectedly, Jacqueline shook her head after thinking for a while. Not mentioning that Larry isn't dead yet and may return one day. Even if he doesn't return, my disciple's bloodline is no worse than Sergio's. Why fear anything? This enraged the elderly Bryant even more. Your disciple may be wise but lacks initiative, focusing all her thoughts on Larry. In my entire life, I've never seen anyone less capable than her. With such talent, she's willing to play second fiddle? By his account, although Indira's talent was also exceptional, her mentality wasn't enough, making it hard for her to achieve great things. If Larry hadn't disappeared, their predestined love would have blossomed, and two prodigies might have worked closely together. But without Larry around, Indira's temperament became a big problem. And this elderly Bryant wasn't simple either. He was the deputy pavilion master of Zhanbo Pavilion, known only by his honorific, evil soul venerable. In his prime, he acted strangely. Though now older, he had somewhat restrained himself, but his nature wouldn't change. Jacqueline frowned. She just has a gentle personality and dislikes unnecessary disputes. Forget it, I won't argue with you. A few days later, inside Xianxia residence, in a secluded courtyard, virtuous Sun Tzu. Voices called out from outside the courtyard. In the courtyard, under a pavilion, Sergio slowly opened his eyes, his brows slightly furrowed. With Xianxia Palace and other sects not yet arrived, within the Zhanbo Pavilion, apart from Sergio, everyone else was from Zhanbo Pavilion. Based on his estimation, Larry's fate was unknown. Zhanbo Pavilion disciples wouldn't dare challenge him with 10 lives. He originally thought that after entering Xianxia residence, he only needed to wait quietly for Xianxia Palace's main force to arrive. Unexpectedly, Zhanbo Pavilion people actually came looking for him. What did they want? As Sergio pondered, he got up and waved to open the courtyard gate. Outside the door stood someone whose name he didn't know. He knew this person was left by Calvin outside Xianxia residence. Seeing Sergio, this person immediately said, Virtuous Sun Tzu. Senior brothers in our sect admire the Virtuous Sun's talent and strength, and wish to ask for guidance at Xianxia residence. May the Virtuous Sun spare some time? Guidance? Sergio's eyes narrowed. If he recalled correctly, among Zhanbo Pavilion's younger generation, only Larry could match him. Originally, Indira was also a concern, but her cultivation lagged far behind at True Wu 9th stage during the grand ceremony years ago. Even though she had advanced rapidly to Origin Wu, her strength was still inferior to him. No one could rival him. How did Zhanbo Pavilion disciples get the nerve to come seeking guidance? Though puzzled, Sergio smiled. Mutual exchange and improvement. How can one refuse? Following the person, Sergio left Xianxia residence. Outside, quite a few Zhanbo Pavilion people had gathered. Of course, because of Xianxia residence's location, those nearby were at least inner disciple level. Most were true Wu realm cultivators. Looking around, although there were a few Origin Wu practitioners, Sergio didn't find anyone worthy of sparring with him. Akash, a true Wu 9th stage practitioner, stepped forward and bowed. I greet Virtuous Sun Tzu. Since we last met in the secret realm, the Virtuous Sun has gained fame in East Domain. I know I'm far from the Virtuous Sun. Please guide me. Akash? Yes, the same Akash who had guided Calvin before. Sergio looked at Akash, his eyes narrowing slightly. After a pause, he asked softly, Are you serious? A true Wu 9th stage practitioner coming to challenge him? Cold sweat appeared on Akash's forehead, but he quickly collected himself and laughed. Virtuous Sun Tzu is already an Origin Wu 9th stage powerhouse. If guiding me, I believe you won't suppress me by rank. Sergio said nothing, then suddenly looked at the lone mountain peak. Seeing the towering peak, his eyes darkened. Had Zhanbo Pavilion lost all sense of shame? Sending some elder or ancestor level Origin Wu to challenge him, he wouldn't care much, but sending true Wu practitioners to invite spars? If they were exceptionally talented true Wu, he might accept. But Akash, perhaps considered elite, but merely a talented individual, far from being a prodigy. Even suppressing his cultivation, Sergio's Origin Wu essence gave him an advantage. He could easily win with closed eyes. Inviting such a true Wu practitioner to spar. Was this to spite him? Virtuous Sun? Not getting a response, Akash spoke again. Sergio withdrew his gaze, his eyes narrowing. Certainly. However, punches have no eyes, swords have no mercy. Please prepare accordingly, junior brother. Akash laughed. The path of cultivation isn't smooth. To receive guidance from virtuous Sun Tzu, famed in East Domain, even death would be worth it. Sergio chuckled but remained silent. Death wouldn't happen here, after all. This was Xianbo Pavilion. Xianming Palace hadn't arrived yet. He would punish but wouldn't truly kill an elite disciple, even if he was confident that he could instantly kill Akash using his origin Wu essence while suppressing his cultivation. Akash seemed unaware, seriously requesting, please guide me, virtuous son. The crowd immediately cleared space for the fight, whispering speculations. Who do you think will win? Definitely Akash. Akash isn't simple. Sergio isn't simple either, but if Sergio suppresses his cultivation, it's uncertain. Indeed, even if he wins, it won't be easy. Whether instructed by Xianming Palace, unwilling to lose face for Xianbo Pavilion, or simply ignorant of Sergio's prowess, the discussions were full of disdain. Sergio glanced at the crowd, then looked at Akash. Go ahead. If I move, you'll have no chance. While speaking, Sergio's aura rapidly dropped, reaching true Wu 9th stage in mere moments. Though virtuous Sun Tzu is formidable, this claim is presumptuous. Akash shouted, drawing his sword and slashing at Sergio. Chapter 366, Maria Davising Shang Pil. Facing Sergio's words, Akash let out a roar as if unwilling. Then, without hesitation, he slashed his sword. Strands of sword intent ascended, and the giant sword instantly transformed into a Tinzhonglong greatsword in midair, slicing down with a fierce momentum. Akash was indeed considered an outstanding disciple. If Sergio truly only had the cultivation of true martial 9th level, even if he won, it would require some effort. Unfortunately, this wasn't the case. Looking at the falling greatsword, even though Sergio suppressed his cultivation, the essence of the origin martial realm made him see the flaws in the greatsword at a glance. The difference in major realm essences could never be completely suppressed or cut off. Davisk's spiritual energy, even when Sergio suppressed his cultivation, the purity of his spiritual energy was something unimaginable at the true martial realm. After the greatsword fell, Sergio didn't even take out Avril. With a flick of his finger, a thread of spiritual light rose. That light struck a certain part of the greatsword. Instantly, the formidable greatsword crumbled. Then, the light flashed, approaching Akash at a speed unimaginable to those at the true martial realm, striking his shoulder. With a bang, Akash's right arm exploded into a blood mist. The shockwave force threw him back, smashing into the crowd with a thud, and creating a large pit on the ground. Those who were still discussing froze instantly. How is that possible? Damn, he must have cheated. This can't be the cultivation of true martial. Yeah, if he secretly used origin martial cultivation, we wouldn't notice. The crowd seemed quite agitated. Seeing this, Sergio's eyes narrowed immediately. If it were a normal person, they would likely feel stifled facing so many comments. But not him. Faced with these remarks, Sergio didn't feel stifled. Instead, he wondered if these people really couldn't see through it or were deliberately trying to provoke him. Recalling how someone at just the true martial realm dared to challenge him, he suspected whether the Xianbo Pavilion had any higher-ups instructing their disciples to disrupt his mindset. Note: I have replaced John Tangura with its English name, Xianbo Pavilion, to maintain consistency and ensure the text reads naturally in English. Though underhanded means didn't seem like something the four major sects would resort to, given the enmity between Xianming Palace and Xianbo Pavilion, such underhanded tactics were not beyond Xianbo Pavilion's capabilities. Climbing out from the pit, Akash said with a pale face, truly deserving of being the holy son of Xianming Palace, I admire you. His face was deathly pale, severely injured. Just now, while the light only seemed to explode his right hand, it actually concealed forces that damaged some of Akash's meridians. Even with medicinal aid, several months would be needed to fully recover. Sergio's face showed guilt. It's my fault for losing control during the attack and seriously injuring brother. No problem. Akash's smile grew more bitter on his pale face. Immediately afterward, he took out a purple pill and swallowed it. His disintegrated right hand regrew, and his complexion rapidly returned to a rosy hue. In just 10 breaths, he appeared fine again. Sergio's eyes narrowed. That purple pill wasn't simple. It was called the Maria Davising Shang pill. This pill, below Earth's spirit rank, no matter how severe the injury, only one pill could thoroughly heal it, showing its preciousness. While Sergio didn't know its exact value in spirit coins, he knew that as per his current status, he received one Maria Davising Shang pill monthly. Yes, one. After transforming into a dragon, he needed Maria Davising Shang pills plus other treasures to recover from the energy burn during transformation. Given Akash's status, a Maria Davising Shang pill, if obtained, would certainly be kept as a life-saving measure. Yet here he used it casually before Sergio's eyes for injuries that could heal within half a year using other healing pills. Sergio saw through it. This was a directive from Xianbo Pavilion's upper echelons, and it was unhidden, intentionally letting him understand. Otherwise, Akash should have kept the pill for emergency use rather than consuming it in front of him. Sergio looked deeply at Akash, muttering, interesting. Indeed, the strength of Holy Sun Tzu is extraordinary. This junior Anders hopes to learn from Holy Sun. Another true martial knife leaped into the open space. Sergio retracted his gaze but remained silent, merely hooking his finger slightly. Anders saw this and attacked fiercely with his sword. Sergio's eyes turned cold. Since he liked jumping around, he'd get a profound lesson. He brought out the Avril, which hadn't been prepared yet. The sword light flashed. Before Anders could fully form his martial technique, it was destroyed by Avril targeting its weak point, followed by the Avril's blade piercing into Anders's abdomen. Defensive treasures and other methods were instantly penetrated by Avril. Avril impaled Anders through the abdomen, immobilizing him. Blood quickly spread. Are you okay, brother? Sergio recalled Avril, feigning shock. Cough cough. Anders's face was pale, looking at Sergio with endless fear. Death. He nearly died. He sensed that if there were a bit more force in the sword's tip, it would instantly destroy all his meridians and danbo, leaving him dead without a whole body. Scariest of all, he sensed the strength in the sword tip was indeed only at the true martial ninth level. Sergio became increasingly worried. Brother? And no, nothing. Anders continuously spat blood, forcing himself up. Immediately after, he hurriedly took a purple pill. Seeing this, Sergio's eyes turned cold. Another Maria Davising Sheng pill. The Jean Beau Pavilion was indeed here to disrupt his state of mind. Apart from directives from Jean Beau Pavilion's upper echelons, where would ordinary disciples get such pills? It had to be admitted, Jean Beau Pavilion succeeded. A trace of anger surfaced in Sergio's heart. While it was normal for him to win against these provocations, a loss. To ordinary disciples, what seemed valuable medicines were insignificant to Jean Beau Pavilion. Most infuriating of all. After Anders recovered quickly from the medicine, he whispered, "Fortunately, I accidentally got a life-saving pill earlier. Otherwise, my life might have ended here today." Sergio smirked insincerely. Brother sure has good luck to accidentally obtain a Maria Davising Sheng pill. Anders laughed. Where? Our Jean Beau Pavilion is vast and rich with resources. Although this pill is precious, us ordinary disciples can still get one if we try. If so, brother, shall we try again? Sergio smiled lightly. He didn't believe Jean Beau Pavilion would prepare multiple pills for repeated provocations by the same person. No, Holy Sun's prowess is remarkable. I admit defeat. Anders hastily waved his hands. Any other brothers wanting to ask for guidance? Sergio's eyes narrowed slightly. Chapter 367. Falling out. Perhaps due to Anders and Akasha's swift defeat, the Slashing Heaven Pavilion disciples here exchanged glances at Sergio's words, but no one responded. Seeing this, Sergio turned and returned to Alicia's residence. He sensed that the coming days would likely be anything but peaceful. If Slashing Heaven Pavilion truly intended to vex him, it certainly wouldn't be limited to just those two individuals. Sure enough, after only half a day of returning to the courtyard, Virtuous Sun Su, are you there? The voice of a Slashing Heaven Pavilion disciple sounded outside the courtyard. Sergio opened the gate. What is it? The Virtuous Sun, another senior brother has come in admiration of you, wishing for guidance from the Virtuous Sun. The person rapidly replied. Pausing for a moment, Sergio shook his head. It's unfortunate. After 2 sessions of sparring earlier today, I've gained some insights and need time to ponder. Congratulations on your great advancement in cultivation, Virtuous Sun Su. I shall take my leave. The person offered congratulations before turning around, whispering loudly, Virtuous Sun Su is preoccupied. I hope those seniors don't mistakenly think he's afraid of battle. Hearing this, Sergio's eyes turned cold immediately. To him, reputation didn't mean much, even if everyone thought his strength was inferior. So what? It wouldn't impact his true cultivation level. But now, at Slashing Heaven Pavilion, he was certain that if he ignored it, the next moment, the entire pavilion would be spreading rumors that he, Sergio, dared not engage with their disciples. He couldn't figure out what Slashing Heaven Pavilion really planned. Even if they managed to irritate him temporarily, as long as he could calm down afterwards, there wouldn't be any real damage done. Instead, despite cutting off external news, Slashing Heaven Pavilion had indeed wasted a lot of Jade Azure Spirit Birth pills. Though thoroughly annoyed, Sergio still spoke. Wait, what else does the Virtuous Sun need? That person hurriedly turned back. Sergio forced himself to speak through his disgust. Even though I'm busy, I can still spare some time for guidance. Outside Alicia's residence, there was little difference from earlier. A large group of Slashing Heaven Pavilion disciples gathered here. A true martial ninth rank stood in the open space. Seeing Sergio come out, he instantly bowed. Davasut Song, greeting Virtuous Sun Su. Begin. Let me see the abilities of a Slashing Heaven Pavilion disciple, Sergio said impatiently. Not in a rush. Davasut Song shook his head and continued, Virtuous Sun, previous brothers said that during spars with you, while officially you suppressed your cultivation, you actually utilized powers beyond true martial. Is that true? So what? Sergio remained expressionless. Unfazed, Davasut Song responded, although Akash and Anders were defeated, they should at least lose clearly and comprehensively. I think senior brother Davasu is right. How else could he render senior brother Wang completely helpless? Definitely cheating. Oh, Sergio, just say openly if you don't want to suppress your cultivation. Why use hidden martial power secretly? Murmurs spread quickly. Sergio glanced at the others, and then at the composed Davasut Song. Without a doubt, he felt genuinely irritated. After a short while, Sergio's lips curled up. Since everyone thinks I used hidden martial power, fine, I'm tired of explaining. I will not suppress my cultivation. You shouldn't have any objections then. If they wanted to provoke him, alright, did they really think he wouldn't retaliate? Suppressing cultivation while sparring was just a matter of mutual respect and courtesy. If Slashing Heaven Pavilion insisted on doing this, he wouldn't hold back. Davasut Song, who looked confident as if victory was assured, suddenly frowned. Not suppress cultivation? Was he joking? He seriously doubted that if Sergio were to fight, he might, accidentally, use hidden martial power and kill him without controlling it properly. You shameless man. How dare you use hidden martial power? Exactly, we're only at true martial, yet he uses hidden martial. Maybe he knows our prowess and dares not suppress his cultivation. Outrage surged as accusations flew. Davasut Song pretended to soothe. Senior brothers, please don't be upset. They are just emotionally charged. Emotionally charged. Sergio lifted his head to look at everyone. Shortly after, his expression remained emotionless. I'm over 30, at hidden martial 9th rank, older than me yet less skilled. Why are you noisy pests? Aren't you disgracing Slashing Heaven Pavilion? The previously murmuring crowd froze, intending to roar. Looking into Sergio's emotionless eyes, they felt a trace of fear. Before Davasut Song could respond, Sergio tilted his head again. And you, by your appearance, you're probably 40. Yet you're only at true martial 9th rank. Where do you get the confidence to challenge me? If I were such a useless waste at your age, I'd have chosen suicide long ago. What face do you have living on? Since slashing Heaven Pavilion disciples came to annoy him, let's see who can handle it better. No one spoke. Staring hard at Sergio, they wanted to retort and yell, but no words came out. If you aren't as skilled as I am, don't come here and embarrass yourself, Sergio sneered again. Then, he slowly returned to Alicia's residence. As for the previous remarks, potentially angering the slashing Heaven Pavilion disciples, so what? Given the relationship between Xianxia Palace and slashing Heaven Pavilion, he wasn't lacking a bit of ridicule. If this could ensure peace in the coming days, it would be worth it. Looking at Sergio's back, no one said a word for quite a while. After a long time, one person whispered low, over 30 and already at hidden martial 9th rank. I guess it's time to go back and cultivate. Hateful. If not for our virtuous son going missing, how could he be so arrogant? Let's go. Staying here might lead to even harsher words from him, pointing fingers at us and calling us talkative fools, sigh. Just wait and see. With this arrogance, definitely some elder will step in to teach him a lesson. With these somber whispers, the crowd started dispersing. Most of these people were merely here for entertainment. Those who acted under upper orders lost all face to continue provoking. Otherwise, if they persisted, Sergio could accuse them of being dogs forever, and they would have no rebuttal. Soon, 5 days passed. Maybe Sergio's words were too offensive. Ordinary slashing Heaven Pavilion disciples dared not come and provoke anymore. Sergio originally thought he might be able to quietly wait for the main force of Xianxia Palace to arrive, unexpectedly. Sergio, do you dare to battle? A deep voice suddenly rang out from outside Alicia's residence, echoing within continuously. Sergio, resting with closed eyes, instantly opened them. Hidden martial 9th rank aura. Instantly, pushing off with both feet, he leaped over the courtyard walls in several bounds, reaching the outermost wall of Alicia's residence. Glancing outward, the crowd wasn't many, only about 10 people, and only one at hidden martial 9th rank. Chapter 368. Adequate Strength. Sergio flew to the outermost wall of Alicia residence and immediately spotted the challenger. He was a 9th rank Yuanwu, looking around 35 or 36 years old. Considering the lifespan of those at the Yuanwu stage, this man should be nearly 400 years old. The others appeared to have come with him. Although they were also at the Yuanwu stage, they were in the lower ranks. Sensing Sergio's gaze sweeping over them, they instinctively looked away, not daring to meet his eyes. After taking a good look, Sergio focused on the 9th rank Yuanwu. You wish to spar with me? Brogan drew his long sword. Or are you afraid? Sergio glanced up. Although the man was at the 9th rank Yuanwu level, unfortunately, his weapon was only at the high-level spirit armament tier. Even if it was an exceptional high-level spirit armament, it was still just a spirit armament. Your strength is not bad. Pausing, Sergio shook his head. But you're no match for me. It would be a disgrace to challenge me unnecessarily. He could sense that the man's spiritual energy was relatively pure, and his strength was among the best in his realm, but that was all. He was definitely not a match for Sergio. Using a true Wu realm practitioner to annoy him, even if the true Wu lost, no one would think there was any issue. However, a 9th rank Yuanwu, being at the same level as Sergio, even if Sergio won, it would be a significant loss of face for the Heaven Severing Pavilion. In Sergio's view, even if the Heaven Severing Pavilion wanted to irritate him, they wouldn't send someone at the same level to fight him. Hearing this, the man's eyes turned cold. Previously, many junior brothers said you were arrogant and overbearing. I thought it might be exaggerated. Now it seems you are indeed extremely arrogant. You talk too much. If you're so confident, let's settle this by a fight. The flowing cloud sword silently appeared beside Sergio, emitting a cold light from its blade. In 3 days, at Missouri Shuang Terrace, Brogan glanced warily at the flowing cloud sword, then turned around. Missouri Shuang Terrace? Never heard of it, but given the circumstances, Missouri Shuang Terrace must be a sparring ground. Sergio grasped the flowing cloud sword. Choosing a day later is unnecessary. Why wait 3 days? He realized. This person was probably not arranged by the higher-ups of the Heaven Severing Pavilion. Davoscli, full of confidence, believing his strength was no less than Sergio's, after hearing what happened earlier, he decided in anger to come teach Sergio a lesson. Brogan, about to leave, paused his footsteps. Then he turned back, indeed arrogant. I thought giving you 3 days to prepare was considerate. Since you don't appreciate it, forget it. Brother Hiram, give him a lesson. This person is always arrogant. Does he really think this place is his Xianxia Palace? Brother has immersed himself in the 9th rank Yuanwu for many years, already sensing the power of the Earth Spirit realm. How old is Sergio? He's probably still getting used to the Yuanwu realm. The rest of the people retreated, clearing out at least 100 zhang area, preparing to retreat further if needed. Hiram? Sergio thought about it, confirming he had never heard of him. In the distance, Hiram did not delay, lightly swirling his sword, crimson whip technique. Several flaming longswords condensed in the sky. In the blink of an eye, at least 300 flaming swords hovered horizontally. The temperature soared rapidly, and under the intense heat, the scenery seemed to start twisting. Hiram did not rush to control the flaming swords to descend, instead shouting coldly, "Aren't you going to move?" Sergio glanced and shook his head. Just showy. That so-called crimson whip technique indeed looked domineering. 300 plus flaming swords, each spaced about half a zhang apart, covering at least 140 zhang area with Hiram's attack. It seemed overwhelming. Unfortunately, its power was too dispersed. Sergio raised his right hand. The flowing cloud sword stood before him, and with his left hand, he gently plucked the blade. Strands of sword light rose into the air. Come well. Hiram roared, controlling the flaming swords toward the sword light. Boom boom boom. Dull sounds echoed, the sword light and flaming swords mutually canceling each other out. like magnificent fireworks. Seeing this, Hiram's eyes became serious. No wonder you're so arrogant. Indeed, you have some ability. Sword departure. Ripples spread out. Soon, Sergio suddenly felt sharpness rising from beneath his feet. Looking down, strands of sword light began piercing through the ground around him, seemingly random but hinting at some profound pattern. Counterattack? Sergio glanced at the flowing cloud sword in his hand. Mind racing, the sword vanished. Hiram shouted, "Are you conceding defeat?" "Concede, ha." Chuckling softly, Sergio narrowed his eyes. "Your weapon is just a spirit armament. If I continued using the flowing cloud sword, you'd claim I had an advantage with my weapon." Roar. Deploying the 8 directions dragon battle technique. With the dragon's roar, a 30-zhang dragon phantom materialized, with Sergio floating at its heart position. Pressures spread heavily. Those sword lights piercing from the ground seemed frustrated, unable to break through further. Hiram's expression changed slightly, gritting his teeth to release spiritual energy. Seeing this, Sergio remained expressionless. "Use your heaven-severing pavilion's unparalleled secret skill, otherwise, you'll have no more chance." Arrogant. As he spoke, Hiram flicked his finger. Sword departure. Rise. Whoosh whoosh. Piercing sounds rose, unknown how Hiram achieved it. Numerous sword lights abruptly shot into the air. Then the numerous sword lights did not attack, but started emitting white rays linking together. Clearly, once linked, it should unleash some formidable technique. Overestimating yourself? Sergio flashed forward, dashing towards Hiram. The dragon phantom followed suit. Hiram hastily controlled the unlinked sword lights to defend. Unexpectedly, the dragon phantom roared, waves of sound spread out, the sword lights dimmed, trapped immobile. Realizing defense was futile, Hiram hastily retreated. However, Sergio was faster. Flashing past, blocking Hiram's rear, the dragon's forelimbs extended, instantly grabbing Hiram. But Hiram wasn't easy prey. Sensing escape was impossible, he urgently circulated spiritual energy to form a protective shield. While the dragon seemed to grab Hiram, it actually held the shield Hiram created. Just as Sergio prepared to grip tighter, Hiram slashed at the dragon phantom's claws with his longsword. Whoosh! Another piercing sound. The dragon's tail suddenly appeared, striking forcefully against the weapon, sending the longsword flying. Hiram, startled, instinctively tried to recall his sword. But the dragon's claws exerted pressure, firmly gripping, plus the tail's powerful strike. The protective shield shattered. The dragon's claws seized Hiram's physical body. Floating above the dragon's heart, Sergio slowly spoke. "If I apply just a bit more force, you'll be crushed into paste." Hearing this, Hiram's expression turned difficult. The dragon was clearly just a phantom. Yet now under its claws, it felt even more entangling than a real dragon. Chapter 369. The main force arrives. Hearing Sergio's words, Hiram's expression turned grim. Though what gripped him was just an illusion, he felt it was more troublesome than a real dragon. He lowered his head in silence. Seeing this, Sergio shifted his thoughts. The dragon's claw suddenly exerted force, not to tighten its grip, but to slam him into the ground. With a loud thud, a human-shaped crater formed on the ground. Pride comes before a fall. As the dragon illusion dissipated, Sergio gracefully returned to Xianxia cottage, vanishing once again. Cough, cough. At this moment, Hiram emerged from the large pit, his face pale, coughing violently. "Senior brother, are you all right?" The people who had been pushed away earlier approached, their faces showing disappointment, worry, and concern. Hiram remained silent for a while before muttering, "Maybe I should have listened to him and directly used the peerless secret technique." Senior brother was too careless. Yes, if senior brother had used the peerless technique, they wouldn't have allowed him to get away with such arrogance. The others nodded in agreement. Hiram opened his mouth but said nothing. If he had used the peerless secret technique, perhaps even defeat would have looked better, instead of appearing completely powerless under Sergio's counterattack. Both were at the 9th level Yuanwu realm. He was considered a top-tier cultivator among his peers. How could he be so ineffective? Was the strength of that Bryson of the Xianxia Palace really that terrifying? After a long silence, Hiram got up and left with a gloomy expression. Perhaps it was because Sergio dealt with Hiram so effortlessly, winning almost effortlessly. After Hiram, no one from the Xianxia Pavilion came forward to challenge him, until about 17 days later. The Xianxia Palace, Wuxia, and Huaji sect arrived together. Though these 3 sects were in different directions, they all arrived simultaneously. Sergio did not know if there was any conflict at the entrance of the Xianxia Pavilion, but he knew that while he was resting in Xianxia cottage, the disciples of the Xianxia Pavilion led the people from the Xianxia Palace and the other 2 sects into the cottage. Wuxia and Huaji sect sent only a few elite disciples, which can be set aside for now. From the Xianxia Palace, as soon as he entered Xianxia cottage, he sensed several familiar presences. In the center of Xianxia cottage, the disciples of the Xianxia Palace gathered. Sergio bowed to an elder. "Greetings, Berkeley." Berkeley was not someone Sergio was familiar with as a leader, but he often saw him in the sect's main hall. Elder of Arsenal Peak, Berkeley. Sergio did not know his real name. Many disciples just called him Berkeley. Berkeley smiled and nodded, then looked at the others. "Edie, Landon, and Marvin stay. The rest go and rest." The disciples take their leave. Many disciples of the Xianxia Palace bowed and left. Soon, the courtyard became sparsely populated. Guo raised a hand, setting up a barrier. Then Berkeley spoke. "Sergio, previously this old man received information from an undercover agent in the Xianxia Pavilion, saying that after you arrived at the Xianxia Pavilion, there seemed to be many conflicts, but the specifics weren't very clear." Sergio didn't hide anything and explained everything that had happened. There wasn't much to conceal, just some exchanges and confrontations. Upon hearing the details, Berkeley's eyes narrowed. He found the Xianxia Pavilion's reactions quite perplexing. After thinking for a moment, he looked at the others. "What do you think?" At present, Sergio and the other 3 were among the strongest of the Xianxia Palace's younger generation, under 100 years old. Edie's cultivation speed was also considerable, though not as advanced as Sergio. He was already at the 5th level Yuanwu realm. Marvin and Landon's progress was similar, both being at the 3rd level Yuanwu realm. Of course, some of the disciples who came here were not weaker than Marvin and Landon. However, those over 100 years old no longer counted as part of the younger generation. After looking around, Edie and the others all shook their heads. Not getting a response, Berkeley looked at Sergio. Sergio hesitated for a moment and shook his head. Disciple has always failed to understand the intentions of the Xianxia Pavilion. It just feels like they are trying to disrupt my mental state with great effort, likely for some future purpose, but I cannot pinpoint it clearly. Hence, Disciple decided to confront them. Berkeley thought for a while and smiled. Since you don't understand, why not try? Since we've come to the Xianxia Pavilion, it wouldn't be appropriate not to visit the swordmaster of the Xianxia Pavilion. Sergio thought he would wait here with Edie and the others. Unexpectedly, Berkeley asked him to accompany them. Sergio was puzzled. Berkeley, would it be inappropriate if I went along? You were a bit rash earlier. To show sincerity in apologizing, you must personally make amends, Berkeley replied with an amused look. Apologize? It definitely wouldn't be that simple. Sergio didn't ask further. After leaving the courtyard, Berkeley did not leave directly but raised his hand to release 2 streaks of light. Soon, the leaders from Wuxia and Huaji sect appeared. They glanced at Sergio but didn't speak, only flying towards the towering mountain peak. Sergio was carried through the air by Berkeley. An Imperial Martial Emperor's speed was incomparably fast. Even with Sergio's Yuanwu level reaction and perception, he couldn't clearly see the scenery, finding it all blurred. After a few breaths, the scenery solidified once more. By this time, they had reached the mountaintop. Below, visibility was poor, and only the clouds enveloping the halfway point revealed the obscured view. Berkeley and the Imperial Martial Emperors from Wuxia and Huaji sect exchanged glances, then stepped into the conspicuous grand hall at the peak. Inside the hall, currently, there were only 2 people in the hall. One was Mario, and the other was seated at the head position, looking somewhat aged. Sergio felt a faint aura of evil emanating from him. The blue stood up and laughed. Brother Guiyuan, why are you in such a hurry? As the few Imperial Martial Emperors engaged in insincere conversation, Sergio learned about the person. It was Acton, the deputy head of the Xianxia Pavilion. After some more talk, Berkeley's eyes flickered, and he sighed softly. Speaking of which, I heard our Xianin Palace Bryson was quite impolite in the Xianxia Pavilion recently. This old man is feeling uneasy. Mario and Acton's eyes darkened. Berkeley's apology deepened. Davistal Su, aren't you supposed to apologize? How could you insult the Xianxia Pavilion's disciples as trash during a friendly match? Even if teaching them a lesson, you should only say they are mediocre in talent. Sergio promptly responded. Junior made a mistake in the heat of the moment. Please forgive me, elders. He felt a little strange inside. He had done it intentionally. But in Berkeley's account, it became a well-meaning teaching gone wrong, transforming his intentional provocation into a heartfelt lesson. Acton gave Mario a subtle nod. Seeing this, Mario was about to speak. Unexpectedly, the Imperial Martial Emperor from Wuxia chuckled. Bowie, I think you're overthinking it. The Xianxia Pavilion and our sects are all 4 major sections. Why would they be so petty? If you hadn't mentioned it, they might have forgotten about it altogether. Chapter 370. The Will to Kill. Just as Mario was about to speak at the Clint's indication, the Bryant from Mount Immortally Enduring suddenly spoke up, his tone laced with sarcasm. Chance had invited the Bryants from Mount Immortally Enduring and the Supreme Imperial Sect for this very purpose, to join in and chime in. Just like before during the profound Nether Palace's grand ceremony when the 3 sectors, including Sky Severing Pavilion, banded together to create trouble, now at Sky Severing Pavilion's great gathering, it has become a situation where profound Nether Palace and 2 other sects were teaming up against the Sky Severing Pavilion. What could be done? This was Sky Severing Pavilion's grand assembly after all. Mario, who was about to speak again, cast a hateful glance and fell silent. Clint maintained a calm demeanor. It's just a conflict between disciples. We old bones should refrain from getting involved. But Chance shook his head. How can that be allowed? To be honest, Sergio has never really been disciplined. Sigh, even in our profound Nether Palace, there isn't any top genius who can suppress him. I often worry that he may underestimate others and get into serious trouble while out in the world. Sky Severing Pavilion is filled with countless geniuses. Sergio is nothing special. Why not find a few disciples from your side to teach him a lesson? It will let this little Sue know that in this vast eastern domain, there are always stronger people and better places out there. Even if Mario and Clint were Bryants with deep reserves of wisdom, they felt somewhat annoyed inside. If someone could actually control Sergio, even an elder disciple, they would have had them deal with Sergio long ago. But precisely because no one could control Sergio, to find someone to teach Sergio a lesson, they feared it might end up as inviting humiliation. At this thought, Clint couldn't help but yearn for Larry. If Larry hadn't gone missing, how dare the profound Nether Palace be so bold in the Sky Severing Pavilion's grand hall, challenging them so brazenly and aggressively? Although boiling with rage internally, Clint did not show it. Instead, he maintained a kind expression. Brother Guiyuan is overthinking it. Young prodigies, full of youthful vigor, draw their drive from that touch of pride. Why should we act as the villains? Sergio remained silent, head lowered. He saw through it. This was a provocation. Chance probably brought him here to ridicule them. More conversation ensued. Well, essentially it was Chance constantly using words to subtly mock Sky Severing Pavilion, with Mount Immortally Enduring and Supreme Imperial Sect chiming in to support. About half an hour later, report, a Sky Severing Pavilion disciple suddenly entered the grand hall. Clint immediately huffed coldly. Didn't you see I am entertaining distinguished guests? If it's not urgent, go away and accept punishment. However, Sergio noticed that Clint seemed much more relaxed. Perhaps this was intentionally arranged. The disciple looked up. Deputy Pavilion Master, Elder Sister Roxana, went to Alicia Residency for some reason to challenge fellow practitioners from the profound Nether Palace to a duel. She seems to be heavily injured herself. Many from the profound Nether Palace have also been seriously wounded. Disciple thought, given the mutual ties among our 4 major sects, continuing further could harm the friendship between Sky Severing Pavilion and profound Nether Palace. Hence, I took the liberty to report, please forgive me. Clint's eyes flickered. Such a thing happened? Chance, who had been laughing sarcastically all along, suddenly raised his head. A smile curled at the corner of Clint's mouth, and he raised a hand, causing a light screen to rise, displaying the scene in front of the Elysia residence. In the image, there were many people, Sky Severing Pavilion members on one side facing Elysia residency, while those from profound Nether Palace, Mount Immortally Enduring, and Supreme Imperial Sect crowded near Elysia residency. In the picture, Marvin Elton sat on the ground pale-faced, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths, clearly badly injured. People from Supreme Imperial Sect and Mount Immortally Enduring, none from Mount Immortally Enduring were injured. Mount Immortally Enduring's holy son, Devin, sat on the ground similarly injured like Marvin Elton. Even through the screen, Sergio sensed that Devin had reached 7th stage Essence Martial. Meanwhile, in the image, 2 individuals were locked in combat, not exactly fierce, more like a one-sided affair. Indira and Edie were fighting. Indira was now at 6th stage Essence Martial. Edie was only at 5th stage Essence Martial, mostly defensive. She would likely suffer serious injuries soon without much resistance left. Clint frowned. This girl, how rash she is. Chance said nothing, but his face darkened. He didn't expect that after he brought Sergio here to mock Sky Severing Pavilion, they sent someone to Elysia residency. Most crucially, Supreme Imperial Sect proved too weak. A 7th stage Essence Martial Holy Son failed to defeat a 6th stage Essence Martial Roxana from Sky Severing Pavilion, instead ending up badly injured. Though Edie was formidable, compared to Sergio, she still lacked strength, especially considering her disadvantage in cultivation level. Observing for a bit longer, Sergio suddenly looked up. Something's wrong. She wants to kill. Due to the huge disparity in cultivation levels, despite observing for only 10 or so breaths, Sergio saw several opportunities where Indira could have inflicted severe injuries on Edie but didn't act. If he could see it, how could the Bryants in the Grand Hall miss it? Indira was controlling the pace of the fight. Currently, Edie was barely holding on. If it continued, Indira would find an opening to deliver a fatal blow. That girl acts rashly, yet not recklessly, Clint whispered. Sergio prepared to leave and return to Elysia residency, but Chance stopped him with a thread of spiritual energy. Before Sergio could react, a mental image flashed into his mind. A scene from outside the Grand Hall. Outside the Grand Hall, seemingly empty. Yet in the mental image, various terrifying auras were present, those of Bryants. Sky Severing Pavilion appeared to have only 2 Bryants here, but in reality, at least 10 Bryants were hiding outside, blocking their path, not intending to attack but preventing their departure. As Sergio felt shock and anger, Chance slowly said, fists lack eyes, blades have no mercy. Should the young Davisu lose her life? Sue Oral, remember the phrase, fists lack eyes, blades have no mercy. I'll remember. Sergio forced himself to calm down despite shock and anger. Clint's expression stiffened as he stared intently at Sergio. Given his wisdom, he understood the implied meaning. If Larry weren't missing, things would be different. But now, with Larry gone, no one among Sky Severing Pavilion's numerous Essence Martial practitioners could subdue Sergio. If pushed too far, the upcoming Spirit Sword gathering, countless Sky Severing Pavilion disciples entering would equal countless deaths. Ordinary disciples aside, if Sergio found an opportunity to kill Indira, losing one Larry was enough. If another monster disappeared, after hesitating a moment, Clint inconspicuously flicked a beam of light. A few breaths later, in the light screen, Indira received some message, her eyes flashing reluctance. Then she burst forth with power. Ah! A fiery bird soared into the sky. It was a phoenix. A flaming phoenix. Flames spread everywhere. Though unseen in the light screen, it showed something striking Indira as the phoenix ascended, instantly slamming her to the ground, bloodied and charred, clearly severely injured. Chapter 371. Nearly all severely wounded. As the phoenix soared into the sky, Indira, who was struggling to hold her ground, was severely injured. The light barrier disappeared. Hudson chuckled. This girl has no sense of proportion in her actions. After this incident, I will certainly mete out a harsh punishment. Taking my leave. Berkeley also lost interest in arguing and carried Sergio away from the scene. The Reese of Immortal Mountain and Supreme Palace exchanged glances before leaving as well. However, their wariness towards Jean Beau Pavilion resurfaced. Their departure did not reduce the number of people in the Grand Hall. Instead, it rapidly increased. Gaius, who had not appeared earlier, also reappeared in the hall. Just as everyone gathered, Hudson huffed, Elder Jacqueline, you were too impulsive. Do you want the 3 sects to unite against our Jean Beau Pavilion within the secret realm? Yin Ming Palace only has a few noteworthy geniuses on this trip. Marvin, Landon, and Edie had their meridians incinerated by Indira's phoenix fire. With Yin Ming Palace's resources, it would take at least a month for them to recover. And Edie's Dantian was hit by Indira's bloodline power. Without 3 months, she won't recover. Pausing, Jacqueline remained expressionless. The Grand Assembly is about to begin. Without those 3, Sergio leading the rest of the waste in the secret realm will be like trying to carry water with one arm, bound to die. Hudson's eyes instantly narrowed. Soon, he laughed softly. Indeed. Without those 3 assisting him, once they engage in battle, the others will be a burden on Sergio. Elysia residence, side courtyard. Ordinary disciples had already been dismissed. Indira and the other 2 sat in the courtyard with grim expressions. Berkeley's expression was equally unpleasant. Your meridians were heavily damaged, Indira, and your Dantian was cracked. It will take several months to recover. Then, Berkeley turned to Edie. As for Marvin and Landon, limited by their bloodlines and cultivation, it's understandable. But you also have a heavenly grade bloodline. Why were you so incompetent? Berkeley couldn't help but be angry. Edie's injuries were the most severe. Being injured was one thing, but she seemed completely powerless against Indira. Sergio's momentum had been nullified due to the severe injuries of the three. Edie gave a bitter smile, wanting to argue but ultimately remained silent. Sergio spoke up, Elder, this can't be blamed on her. That Indira is not ordinary. All three have heavenly grade bloodlines. What's so extraordinary about it? Berkeley still felt upset. Whether he was angry at their injuries or feeling suppressed by Zhanbo Pavilion, or something else, it was unclear. Sergio remained silent for a moment before quietly saying, in same-rank competition, there are generally three distinctions. Ordinary, genius, and prodigy. My disciples, including Edie, Marvin, and Landon, all fall into the prodigy category. Before anyone could respond, Sergio shook his head, but in my view, above prodigies, there might be another level. I consider myself and Zhanbo Pavilion's designated heavenly match to be among them. Berkeley glanced at him without delving deeper, only instructing, go heal yourselves. Marvin and Landon left. Edie looked at Sergio as if she wanted to say something, hesitated for a moment, and then silently left. Only the two of them remained in the courtyard. Sergio bowed. Elder, is there any command? If it's a challenge, I am now at the 9th level of Essence Martial Realm, and Indira likely won't accept a duel. Why would anyone challenge him at this moment when Berkeley was taking him to the Grand Hall? Clearly, it was premeditated. Even if Sergio went to challenge Indira, she probably wouldn't agree. She could even claim exhaustion from recent battles as an excuse. Looking at Berkeley, he shook his head and murmured, be cautious once you enter the secret realm of the Sword Spirit Peak. Expect Zhanbo Pavilion to attempt treachery inside. What Sergio initially saw as mere mockery, Berkeley discerned as harboring murderous intent. Zhanbo Pavilion likely had other arrangements within the secret realm to kill him. Upon hearing this, Sergio's heart sank. If so, should I skip participating in the secret realm? This was Zhanbo Pavilion's territory, and the Sword Spirit Peak where the Sword Spirit Gathering was held was also in Zhanbo Pavilion's secret realm. Zhanbo Pavilion's personal plotting, it might be better not to go, as he didn't lack resources. Berkeley was unperturbed. Don't worry. There are rules that cannot be broken. Even if Zhanbo Pavilion has schemes, they can only act within the Essence Martial Realm. Moreover, if you don't participate, won't the other disciples of Yinming Palace become easy targets? Times had changed. During the Wind Spirit Secret Realm, Mario of Zhanbo Pavilion tried to suppress Sergio. Back then, Sergio wasn't a sacred son. Now, as a sacred son of Yinming Palace, things were different. I understand. Sergio hesitated for a moment, saying nothing more. Half a day later, outside the gates of Zhanbo Pavilion, Jared, whom Sergio hadn't seen for years, appeared at the gate of Zhanbo Pavilion. After staring at the gate for a while, Jared did not rush forward but turned around. Behind him stood a middle-aged man with a refined demeanor. The refined middle-aged man smiled. Young Master Yi, is there something on Bar's face? This person was named Chaz. Cultivation, 5th level Earth Spirit. A representative from the 3 Feet Tower. Following the failed ambush by the 3 Feet Tower, they sent Chaz as an apology, indicating that Chaz would assist him in killing Sergio. Chaz not only had the cultivation of 5th level Earth Spirit, but also possessed certain means bestowed by the 3 Feet Tower that made him unstoppable below the Martial Emperor realm. Jared looked doubtful. Are you sure nothing will happen? If someone discovers you're from the 3 Feet Tower, while he strongly desired to kill Sergio, he did not want to get involved himself. He had heard about previous events, the 3 Feet Tower's ambush being exposed. Afterwards, Remington, a martial emperor with whom he frequently interacted, was forced to explain the truth at the gate of Yinming Palace, reportedly spending great effort to smooth things over. If Chaz's identity was exposed now, given Yinming Palace's acuteness, they would inevitably connect the dots. Chaz explained calmly, Young Master Yi, please rest assured. Although Bar follows orders from the 3 Feet Tower, I've never publicly shown myself. As long as Young Master doesn't reveal it, even Yinming Palace won't know my origins. The Eastern Domain is vast, and Yinming Palace only occupies 1/4 of it. How can they possibly know every strong figure in the East? He then shrugged. If Young Master is still uneasy, I can temporarily leave. However, if you manage to kill Sergio in the future, explaining his death will be difficult. This secret realm offers an opportunity to blame his death on Zhanbo Pavilion's feud with Yinming Palace. As long as no one witnesses it, Yinming Palace will never know the truth. Missing this chance. Seeing this, Jared looked at the gate of Zhanbo Pavilion, showing some hesitation. He gritted his teeth slightly. Opportunities cannot be missed. Despite the risks, Jared decided to bring Chaz along. Chaz's eyes gleamed mysteriously. On the surface, he was indeed there to help Jared kill Sergio. However, in secret, the Grand Venerable of the 3 Feet Tower had given him a different mission. Chaz whispered, but Young Master, are you sure we can enter the secret realm? As far as I know, the Sword Spirit Peak secret realm has restrictions set by Zhanbo Pavilion, allowing entry up to the Essence Martial Realm. Note, the translation aims to maintain the original tone and style, ensuring natural fluency and coherence with previous content. Paragraph structure and line breaks have been preserved as much as possible from the original text. Hashtag chapter 372. The secret realm opens. Facing Chaz's inquiry, Jared smiled but didn't respond. What if there were formations prohibiting entry? The remnant soul on his body was no ordinary one. It could conceal Chaz's true cultivation level, even from the sky-cleaving pavilion's array formations. With this remnant soul shielding, deceiving the sky-cleaving pavilion wouldn't be difficult. At that time, with Chaz's assistance in the secret realm, he wouldn't believe that killing Sergio would be impossible. No matter how extraordinary Sergio might be, he was still only at the Essence Martial Realm. Chaz, on the other hand, was a genuine 5th stage Earth Spirit. In a one-on-one confrontation, even if Sergio could transform into a dragon, he might not be able to match Chaz. Yet Jared wasn't to be underestimated either. Landing residence. Because of Jared's arrival, the originally worried Ivor immediately became delighted. Jared was also a rare genius. Although Zhu Jun and the other two had been seriously injured and couldn't enter the secret realm to compete, now that Jared had arrived, with their combined strength, they would surely be invincible. Initially, Sergio hadn't intended to acknowledge Jared, but since Ivor was present, their past grievances shouldn't be revealed to outsiders. Therefore, Sergio had to come forward to welcome him. Jared greeted Ivor respectfully and nodded at the common disciples. He then looked at Sergio with a radiant smile. In just a few years, senior brother has already reached the 9th level of the essence martial realm. Junior brother congratulates you on your great advancement. Sergio maintained his composure. Junior brother's progress is also remarkable. In just 9 short years, you've advanced to the 7th level of the essence martial realm. Then Sergio laughed lightly. I originally wanted to congratulate junior brother, but cultivating should proceed gradually. Don't be too hasty. You are surrounded by a thick aura of malevolence, which might bring future troubles. In fact, Sergio hadn't truly sensed the malevolent aura. He only felt an uncomfortable vibe emanating from Jared but couldn't pinpoint its source. It was as if there was a faint bloody smell about him. Thinking back to Jared's past methods, the rapid progression in Jared's cultivation likely came at the cost of countless lives. Jared's eyes flickered. During my time abroad, I killed quite a few reckless waste of lives. If this worries senior brother, don't fret. Once I have spare time, I will certainly take care of myself properly to avoid any trouble. Their exchange left Ivor, who had yet to leave, visibly startled. Malevolent aura? How did he miss it? He scrutinized Jared but found nothing unusual. Sighing softly, he turned to leave. Seeing this, Jared turned to leave as well. Senior brother, the grand ceremony is about to begin, and I'm quite tired from the journey. I'll rest for a while. Sergio suddenly stopped him. Wait, does senior brother have more instructions? Jared asked, expression unchanged. Sergio's gaze narrowed. This person, isn't he from our Shimming Palace? He looked at Paul. Jared laughed gently. This is Brother Bar, whom I met along the way and formed a bond with. Does senior brother know Brother Bar? Chaz bowed. This humble one is Chaz, greeting Holy Sun Su. Essence Martial 9th level. Sergio fixed his gaze on Chaz. From his perception, Chaz was indeed at the Essence Martial 9th level. However, his martial intent warned him that Chaz wasn't simple. Sensing more closely here in Lanning residence, where both Ivor and the Reese of Immortal Mountain Wajizong were present, Sergio decided against making their enmity public. After observing for a while, Sergio laughed lightly. Is junior brother planning to bring Brother Bar to participate in the Sword Spirit Gathering? I do have such intentions, Jared admitted without denying. Sergio shook his head slightly. Only disciples from the 4 major sects can enter the Sword Spirit Gathering. I fear Brother Bar won't be able to join. That's none of senior brother's concern, Jared paused. Though my status and cultivation may not match yours in the sect, I am not insignificant. Bringing a friend to the gathering should be within my capabilities. This time, Sergio didn't interfere. As Jared's figure disappeared around the corner, Sergio muttered, returning to his courtyard, Chaz? Soon after, a smile crept onto his lips. Though he didn't have any attack talismans from Reese this time, with his true strength, perhaps he could still accomplish his wishes in the secret realm. He only hoped that the trouble from the sky-cleaving pavilion wouldn't hinder his plans. 5 days passed quickly. The time for the sky-cleaving pavilion to open the secret realm arrived. During this period, the sky-cleaving pavilion held a special ceremony for the Sword Spirit Gathering, displaying many heavenly treasures, though Sergio chose not to attend. At a certain plane within the sky-cleaving pavilion's territory, a vortex slowly spun in midair. Countless people gathered before the vortex. Sergio, Jared, and members from Wajizong Immortal Mountain were all present. The sky-cleaving pavilion also selected a batch of disciples. Leading Reese like Ivor stood in the sky beside the sky-cleaving pavilion's Reese, awaiting the moment. At noon, the moment it struck noon, a Reese from the sky-cleaving pavilion announced, time to enter the secret realm. The elite region of the sky-cleaving pavilion emitted flashes of shadows as they swiftly leaped into the vortex. As it was the sky-cleaving pavilion's secret realm, their disciples entered first. Once all sky-cleaving pavilion disciples entered, those from Shimming Palace and the other 2 sects began jumping into the vortex one by one. Sergio didn't waste time and lunged toward the vortex immediately. Sergio, Jared, give the sky-cleaving pavilion a lesson in the secret realm. Ivor's telepathic message sounded. Sergio paused, looking up to see Ivor nodding discreetly at him. After a moment, Sergio's gaze shifted, and he entered the vortex without saying anything. Communicating via sound transmission at the Reese level was no different from shouting aloud, so he couldn't respond. Similarly, Jared received the message but didn't reply, only showing a bright smile. Compared to dealing with the sky-cleaving pavilion, he hoped to kill Sergio. If given the chance, ensuring no leaks of information, he wouldn't mind allying with the sky-cleaving pavilion. Within mere moments, hundreds of people vanished into the vortex. The vortex remained, standing firm. A Reese from Wajizong's side, the dangers of the secret realm. We wonder how many disciples will lose their lives. A Reese from Immortal Mountain showed no emotion. Your Wajizong Bryson is severely injured and cannot enter the secret realm. So what if it's dangerous? Cecil from Wajizong had also been critically wounded by Indira. This time, Cecil and Zhu Jun from Shimming Palace were still recuperating in Lanning residence, unable to enter the secret realm. The Reese from Wajizong remained calm. It seems this time, Shimming Palace, Sky-Cleaving Pavilion, and Immortal Mountain will vie for supremacy. The Reese from Immortal Mountain's face darkened. Immortal Mountain. He felt that neither the Immortal Mountain Bryson nor the Saint Daughter could match Sergio or the Sky-Cleaving Pavilion's Indira. If he had known these two would advance so rapidly, why should Immortal Mountain bother coming? Inside the secret realm, the Sword Spirit Peak area was void of sun, moon, and stars, with the heavens gray and dim. Chapter 373, Sword Spirit Peak. Inside the Sword Spirit realm, there were no sun, moon, stars, or constellations, and the entire world was enveloped in a gray mist. Strangely enough, despite the absence of celestial bodies, the mountains and rivers remained lush and green. At a certain location, Sergio glanced around. His luck was decent. The place he entered had no demonic beasts or similar threats. After a quick look, Sergio's gaze soon focused on a particular area. There stood an imposing mountain peak that soared into the clouds. That was the center of the realm, the Sword Spirit Peak. The danger within this realm could be very real or surprisingly safe. Within the realm, the Heaven-Severing Pavilion had released numerous demonic beasts. Their cultivation levels, those at the Essence Martial Realm, were considered spirit beasts, not demonic beasts. For Sergio and all other Essence Martial Realm cultivators entering the realm, the true danger here lay with humans, not demonic beasts. After observing for a moment, Sergio showed a thoughtful expression. Many people from the profound Nether Palace had come to the Heaven-Severing Pavilion. In general, only about 10% were at the Essence Martial Realm, while the remaining 90% were actually disciples at the true Martial Realm. The same went for the other three sects. This realm, being entirely owned by the Heaven-Severing Pavilion, contained some rare treasures, but their numbers were few. The most important feature of the realm was the Sword Spirit Peak. According to Berkeley's instructions, he should have immediately used the sect token to inform others of his location and gather the profound Nether Palace disciples. But after thinking for a moment, Sergio did not rush to gather others. If he joined them, how would he deal with Jared? Without him, it was unlikely that ordinary disciples would be foolish enough to provoke the Heaven-Severing Pavilion's elites. After pondering for a while, he moved closer to the central peak. He wanted to first visit the Sword Spirit Peak to see if it truly lived up to its legendary reputation. His figure moved like lightning, vanishing after just a few flashes. Perhaps because everyone had just entered the realm and were eager to meet up with others, or maybe they all knew Sergio was troublesome. In any case, Sergio's journey was smooth sailing, without any incidents or battles, and he arrived at the Sword Spirit Peak. With his 9th level essence, martial realm cultivation, and speed, it took him merely half a day to reach the Sword Spirit Peak. Others probably weren't in a hurry to come here, so when Sergio arrived at the Sword Spirit Peak, his divine sense did not detect anyone. In the Sword Spirit Peak, there were no plants or trees on this mountain, only stones and weapons. At the base of the Sword Spirit Peak, Sergio could see that not far ahead, the expanse of the Sword Spirit Peak was dotted with long swords, only long swords. A glance revealed a massive mountain speckled with countless swords. Their number was at least over 1 million. Sergio's gaze swept across the densely packed swords. It said that the Sword Spirit Peak houses superior divine weapons. I wonder if it's true. His flowing cloud was just an inferior divine weapon. If he could obtain a superior divine weapon from this Sword Spirit Peak, it would be wonderful. Unfortunately, the Sword Spirit Peak was indeed mysterious. No matter how much he extended his divine sense, he couldn't penetrate even a fraction of the Sword Spirit Peak. Even when he exerted his divine sense to its full extent, it penetrated 30 miles underground but still couldn't enter within 6 feet of the Sword Spirit Peak. The vast wasteland ancestral dragon cannon did not detect any grand formations here, suggesting that the force blocking his divine sense wasn't a formation. What exactly it was remained unknown. After thinking for a moment, Sergio suppressed his thoughts. If he couldn't use his divine sense, so be it. Stepping into the range of the Sword Spirit Peak, as soon as he entered, an unknown force descended, completely sealing his divine sense inside his body, preventing it from leaving even slightly. His eyes narrowed. Then Sergio reached out to grab the nearest sword. Even after grabbing the sword, he still couldn't determine its exact level. In fact, upon contact, it felt more like stone than a weapon. Yet, what he clearly held was a sword planted in the mountain. No matter how he perceived it, there were no flaws. Truly mysterious, he muttered, shaking his head slightly. It seemed impossible to discern the exact grade of the weapons. Then, he applied a little more strength. Nothing happened. Sergio's expression hardened as he looked down. He couldn't pull the sword out. Just now, it felt like the sword was one with the entire mountain. Unless he could lift the entire mountain, he wouldn't be able to pull the sword out. Could it be that he had such good luck that even a randomly chosen sword was of high quality? After thinking for a moment, Sergio channeled his spiritual energy within. Mountain-moving strength? If he really got annoyed, with his 9th level essence martial realm cultivation, he could burst forth with bloodline power and spiritual energy combined. 100-mile-long mountain peak, he could genuinely lift. Although he couldn't move the massive Sword Spirit Peak, he didn't believe that under his full strength, he couldn't pull out the sword. As for the Heaven-Severing Pavilion saying one needed an affinity to pull out the Sword Spirit Peak sword, he didn't believe a word of it. Clank, clank, clank. Endless sword-ringing sounds echoed. Sergio's spiritual energy instantly solidified. As he prepared to forcefully pull the sword using spiritual energy, at least 10,000 swords began to tremble. His instinct told him that if he continued to force it, countless swords would attack him. After a brief silence, Sergio dissipated his spiritual energy. Deep down, he silently prepared. If he couldn't pull out a single sword, he would find some Heaven-Severing Pavilion members to ask. He believed that some Heaven-Severing Pavilion disciples would, willingly, tell him how to pull out the swords. Taking 2 steps forward, Sergio approached another sword and tried to pull it. No success. Unchanged expression, he continued forward, continuing to try pulling. His face slightly darkened as he kept moving forward. After 30 breaths, Sergio stared at the surrounding swords in silence. Within 30 breaths, he attempted at least 100 swords, but none could be pulled out. Because he couldn't pull them out at all, he couldn't determine if there were any divine weapons among the myriad swords. Leave? After contemplating, Sergio lightly leaped toward the mountaintop. If he couldn't pull out the swords at the base, perhaps he could at the summit? Before long, Sergio reached the summit. There were also many swords at the summit, densely packed, numbering in the thousands. Sergio casually tried pulling one. No success. Second one, third one, 30th one. None could be pulled out. Sergio stopped trying. Am I too early? Should I first go deal with Jared? According to previous information from the sect, although he didn't know the secret behind pulling out the sword spirit peak swords, based on the experiences of profound Nether Palace disciples who had participated multiple times, they could pull out swords, though usually of low grade compared to those of the Heaven Severing Pavilion. Davis Kim, attempting so many swords without pulling one out. Correct, the swords of the sword spirit peak were not limited to being pulled out once. However, according to the Heaven Severing Pavilion's rules, only one sword could be taken when leaving the sword spirit peak. If someone pulled out a sword but wasn't satisfied with its grade, they could continue trying. If the subsequent pulled out sword was of insufficient grade, it would be discarded and returned to its original spot. After careful consideration, Sergio decided to continue trying to pull out swords. Chapter 374, Disciples of the Shimming Palace Trapped. Sergio stood still for a moment, deep in thought, before deciding to continue attempting to draw swords here. The Mystic Realm had just opened. People from all over were converging into this area, making it not the best time to deal with Jared. The people within the Mystic Realm were too dispersed now. If he fought Jared, they might be seen by someone. It would be better to wait a few days until more people gathered. That way, when he went after Jared, there would be a lower chance of being seen or interrupted by others. And on this sword spirit peak, there was a legend of superior divine weapons. If he found one, wouldn't that be wonderful? Even if he couldn't find the legendary superior spiritual weapon, finding a divine weapon, whether low tier or otherwise, would be incredibly difficult for the Shimming Palace to forge. After making up his mind, Sergio suppressed his urge to seek out the well-meaning individuals of the Xianxia Pavilion for information and continued silently trying to draw swords. Before he knew it, 4 days had passed. Sergio had been continuously attempting to draw swords on Sword Spirit Peak. Perhaps his luck wasn't good. In these 4 days, he had tried at least 10,000 swords at lightning speed. However, he only managed to draw 3 swords. Their grades, 2 ordinary weapons, 1 low-tier spiritual weapon. During this time, other people also started arriving at Sword Spirit Peak. Because of its special nature, no conflicts arose as everyone quietly attempted to draw swords. At some point, Sergio approached a sword and casually pulled at it, then habitually prepared to move on to the next one. Suddenly, he paused and looked down at his hand. He had drawn another sword. Upon sensing it slightly, an ordinary, high-grade sword. With a twitch at the corner of his mouth, Sergio casually discarded the long sword and continued drawing swords. He kept drawing for a while. Sergio's movements abruptly stopped as he lowered his gaze to his waist. His talisman hanging there, symbolizing his identity as the Shimming Palace's holy son, was emitting a faint glow. Unconsciously, his eyes narrowed. The talisman had communication functions. In this mystic realm, the person who could use the talisman to send him a message was obviously a disciple of the Shimming Palace. Spirit energy flowed into the talisman. Senior brother holy son, help? A hurried cry for help sounded. The voice belonged to someone unfamiliar. His finger brushed the talisman, a light flashed, and a screen appeared in front of him, white but devoid of any imagery. After about half a breath, the screen flickered, countless images coalescing, revealing a Shimming Palace disciple. Recalling carefully, this was indeed one of the disciples who came to Xianxia Pavilion this time. Behind him, at least 20 more Shimming Palace disciples were visible. It seemed many people were there. Sergio asked, what happened? Brogan hurriedly replied, Senior brother holy son. Xianxia Pavilion set up a trap. Without waiting, the others noticed Sergio's transmission and crowded around. Senior brother holy son, save us. Brother, Xianxia Pavilion is despicable. These scoundrels use tricks. Amidst the chaotic voices, Sergio grasped the situation roughly. To put it simply, Xianxia Pavilion had laid a trap in a certain place, pretending that rare treasures could be found there, then lured Shimming Palace disciples into competing for them. People nearby immediately converged once they heard of the treasure. However, it turned out to be a trap. Everyone who approached was ambushed and trapped there. Thankfully, due to their large number, they weren't in immediate danger, but further delays could lead to fatal consequences. Though slightly annoyed, Sergio instructed, stay where you are. I will head over soon. I am currently at Sword Spirit Peak, and will need at least 2 hours to reach you. Inform others who can make it, to provide support. This way, even if something unexpected happens, we can hold out longer. Not that he disliked the person asking for help, but it irked him that so many people could fall for Xianxia Pavilion's trick. So many people gathered together, even pigs would discuss and avoid such traps. Still, this was not the time for rebuke. Clearly, at least 20 disciples were trapped. There were only around 100 Shimming Palace members brought to Xianxia Pavilion this time. Everyone listened, filled with joy. Thank you, senior brother. Sergio ended the transmission with a wave of his hand. Looking at the countless swords on the mountain, his eyes glanced at a couple of Shimming Palace disciples at the foot of the mountain. He shook his head imperceptibly. Though the position of Holy Son was prestigious, he had many responsibilities outside the palace. He didn't bother inviting those two along as he left Sword Spirit Peak and quickly headed towards the location specified in the distress call. Within the mystic realm, somewhere unknown. Despite the vortex's random teleportation, after 4 whole days, Jared and Chaz reunited. Davisk Sergio, they hadn't rushed to meet up with other Shimming Palace disciples. Seeing Jared ready to fly off, Chaz spoke, didn't you say you wouldn't rescue those Freiwu trash? / edited for fluency and accuracy. Seeing Jared ready to take off, Chaz said, didn't you say you weren't going to save those useless ones? Note, the term Feiwu, trash, is kept as it seems to be a deliberate choice of harsh language in the context. If a softer term is preferred, it could be replaced with those in trouble, or similar. The trapped Shimming Palace disciples, while pleading for help from Sergio, had also sought aid from Jared. Regardless of how things stood, Jared was once formidable enough to vie for the position of Holy Son with Sergio. Unlike Sergio, Jared hadn't engaged in real-time conversations using spirit energy but simply sent back a message saying he was trapped in dangerous terrain and could not spare the time to go. Jared smiled widely, Sergio will come to the rescue. Chaz's eyes flickered. Are you thinking of taking advantage of the situation? Jared tilted his head slightly. Zhanbo Pavilion's disciples have tricked the Shimming Palace disciples. The latter, unable to resist, called for help. Sergio rushed to assist but underestimated Zhanbo Pavilion's schemes. Not only did he fail to rescue anyone, but he fell into their trap. However, our holy son has unmatched strength. Even in death, he launched a fierce counterattack, killing everyone from Zhanbo Pavilion before ultimately perishing from exhaustion. Pausing, Jared chuckled. How does this plot sound? Chaz's eyes glinted. Pretty good. Except, your brother isn't worried about me messing up? I trust the 3 feet tower. Let's go. We'll witness the events unfold and ensure our holy son's murderers don't escape. Jared flew away. Elsewhere, at a cliff. The cliff wasn't deep, only about 100 feet. At the bottom, numerous vertical swords were planted. Above the cliff was a floating island. Over 30 Shimming Palace disciples stood on the floating island, looking grimly up at the cliff's edge. At the edge of the cliff, a group of Zhanbo Pavilion disciples dressed in white stared intently at the floating island. No one was flying. Not that they wanted to, but they couldn't. There was a great sky restriction formation here. A Shimming Palace disciple standing at the edge of the floating island shouted coldly, calculating the time. Our Shimming Palace holy son should be here soon. You'd better flee now, or you will die when he arrives. Many Zhanbo Pavilion disciples laughed coldly. If he comes, he will die here with all of you. Chapter 375, Loss of Advantage. Facing the threat from the Shimming Palace disciples, the Zhanbo Pavilion disciples on the cliff's edge showed no fear. The Shimming Palace disciples roared in unison. Blind fools. Word has it that Sergio will also be buried here. Is that based on you lot? A voice like thunder boomed out. The Holy Son has arrived. The Holy Son. Excitement surged among everyone on the floating island. Whoosh. With a piercing sound, a streak of light landed with an explosion. Shockwaves spread across the ground. Several Zhanbo Pavilion disciples lost their balance at the cliff's edge. Some even fell off the cliff. Ah, help me. Save us. Terrified cries echoed around. Soon, a faint scent of blood filled the air. However, the Zhanbo Pavilion disciples did not care, and instead immediately focused on the center of the shockwave. There stood Sergio silently. Just one glance, and he understood the situation clearly. An aerial prohibition array. The Shimming Palace people were trapped within the floating island, surrounded by this array. Even if the Shimming Palace disciples couldn't fly, they could leap directly onto the cliff's land. But Zhanbo Pavilion members were guarding the edge. Without the ability to fly, just jumping would mean that any Zhanbo Pavilion disciple could strike them back, or even knock them off the cliff. Though the cliff wasn't deep, his divine sense revealed countless bladed weapons at the bottom, enhanced by arrays. Unless he transformed into a dragon, even falling into the cliff would result in being pierced by countless blades, exacerbated by the suppression from the aerial prohibition array, leading to spiritual imbalance mid-air and subsequent impalement. In short, unless Sergio transformed into a dragon body, even if he fell into the cliff, he would die instantly just like the Zhanbo Pavilion disciples who had fallen earlier. No wonder they asked for help. Without external support, they would eventually be trapped and killed on the floating island. After assessing the situation, Sergio summoned Avril. I give you 3 breaths, after which anyone still here will die. The sword glowed menacingly. The faces of these Zhanbo Pavilion disciples changed dramatically. Not only because of Sergio's infamous reputation as a killer, but purely in terms of cultivation, no one here could match Sergio. While there were also Yuan Wu realm cultivators in the Zhanbo Pavilion here, the strongest was only at the 5th level of Yuan Wu. If a real fight erupted, it wouldn't be doubted that Sergio could kill all Zhanbo Pavilion disciples here in 5 breaths. Half a breath later, a 5th level Yuan Wu stepped forward coldly. This is merely a clash between ordinary disciples. You, Sergio, as the holy son of Shimming Palace, getting involved might embarrass Shimming Palace. Sergio remained expressionless. You have 2 breaths left. That person's face twitched. He then sneered, Sergio, even knowing you're in the secret realm, do you really think we have no defenses against you? 1 breath left. Sergio remained unfazed, yet began channeling his spiritual energy in advance. The secret realm might be vast for mortals, but for him at the Yuan Wu realm, it wasn't so large. Although he didn't believe these people could threaten him, caution was wise. As if knowing his thoughts, that 5th level Yuan Wu sneered, let me tell you, 3 breaths are up. You seek your own death. Sergio's eyes flashed with a cold gleam. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of swords resonated. The Avril beside Sergio flickered, instantly creating more illusions of Avril swords. In a moment, hundreds of Avril swords materialized and hovered behind Sergio. Then, they rushed towards the Zhanbo Pavilion disciples en masse. Even without using martial skills, apart from those few Yuan Wu realm cultivators who might barely survive, none of the others could withstand or evade the attack. One strike would spell certain death. In the Zhanbo Pavilion, indeed, these people had backup plans. Numerous sword illusions had just flown out when, key. A fierce phoenix cry rang out amidst flashes of fire, suddenly turning the area around the cliff into a sea of flames. An array appeared, blocking Sergio's attacking swords. No deaths occurred. Sergio's eyebrows rose. Benicio, his eyes revealed a chilling gaze. Indira, if Larry hadn't disappeared, I might be wary. But alone, with your cultivation, you can't stop me. The sea of fire dissipated. Indira emerged among the Zhanbo Pavilion disciples. Whether due to the power of the array or Indira's extraordinary stealth, or perhaps Sergio's earlier investigation wasn't thorough enough, he hadn't detected her presence earlier. This trap today was prepared for you. Phoenixes danced endlessly behind Indira. Is that so? Since then, there's no outsider now. Young lady, previously injuring my Shimming Palace juniors, it's time to settle the score. Sergio gripped Avril tightly. Speaking, his figure turned into light and vanished. When he reappeared, he was near Indira, swinging Avril instantly. Indira remained expressionless. I said, this trap was specifically prepared for you. The array's glow flickered. Fluorescent lights ascended from the ground. No! Sergio felt something was amiss, instinctively preparing to fly upwards. However, with the aerial prohibition array in place, how could he? The fluorescent light formed countless ripples. The world shifted. Then, Sergio vanished, transported by the array into the middle of the island. The Xianxia Palace disciples, who initially rejoiced, suddenly changed expressions. Sergio gazed at the cliff opposite. Silent for a moment, he whispered, the cliff's array has a teleportation effect. Why didn't you inform me? Big brother. I thought with your strength, they would have no chance. Big brother. I fell for the trick initially and didn't know about this. I didn't know either. Many Xianxia Palace disciples lowered their heads. Most had been tricked initially and weren't aware of the situation. A few who came later were directly besieged and forced to jump into the island. In summary, many did not realize there was a teleportation array, while those few who figured it out had forgotten to mention it. Seeing the shameful expressions, Sergio knew now wasn't the time for reprimand. Despite feeling secretly irritated, he suppressed his thoughts. Turning, he walked to the edge of the floating island. Your scheming is extraordinary. Unfortunately, no one told you that no amount of intrigue can match absolute strength? Try all you want. Indira snapped her fingers, triggering more arrays. Array. Sergio's internal spiritual energy circulated, his eyes glowing mystically. Under the influence of the great, desolate, ancestral dragon scripture, he saw the essence of heavenly spirit energy. Looking around, he saw dozens of interconnected arrays. Fortunately, while the arrays were intricate, they weren't as unparalleled as the major sect's protective arrays, and the person controlling them lacked sufficient cultivation. After a brief observation, even with dozens of intertwined arrays, Sergio found a weak point in one of them. Without hesitation, he reached out and grabbed it from a distance, unleashing devouring power. A tearing sound rang out. An array's barrier shattered. What's happening? How could an array be broken? Senior sister, this person is bizarre. Don't let him break the array. The once confident Zhanbo Pavilion disciples changed expressions dramatically. Chapter 376, Tyrannical Phoenix Flame. Sergio's attack instantly shattered an array formation, causing the vigilante Zhanbo Pavilion disciples at the cliffside to all change expression in alarm, with some even becoming panic-stricken. Sergio's fearsome reputation was earned through countless battles. According to what they knew, from the moment Sergio rose to fame until now, he had participated in numerous skirmishes and remained undefeated. Once freed from the constraints of the formation, without any formations or spatial restrictions, these people probably wouldn't be able to escape the edge of Sergio's sword. Indira coldly shouted, "What are you panicking for?" She then abruptly sat down cross-legged on the ground. Screech! The phoenix cry sounded once again. Flames began to spread out. Sergio, who was about to break the formation, immediately narrowed his eyes. While operating the vast Wasteland Ancestor Dragon Classic, he saw Indira's bloodline power expanding outward, blocking the formation completely. Protecting the great formation with bloodline power? That was Indira's bloodline power. As long as Indira wasn't dead, it would be difficult for him to swallow it. Even if he forcibly absorbed it, he couldn't refine it and would instead be controlled by Indira, who would use that sliver of bloodline power within him to retaliate. In such a perilous situation, Sergio was not worried but rather pleased. Losing your restraint. Does this formation deserve to imprison me, Sergio? As he whispered, Sergio gave a light step, and his entire person leaped forward instantaneously. He wants to leave the island. Stop him. Without waiting for Indira's orders, the Zhanbo Pavilion disciples burst into action. You overestimate yourselves. Sergio's gaze turned cold. He didn't deploy any martial techniques, but merely swung his Avral sword violently. Streams of sword chi tore through the air. Even as Indira hastily regained control over the formation, the sword chi condensed by Sergio was too fast. Even though most were blocked by the formation, several still struck members of the Zhanbo Pavilion. Those individuals didn't even have time to scream before being obliterated by the sword chi, leaving no trace behind. And Sergio left the island, returning to the outside world. This time, he didn't hesitate to flash away from the cliff area ahead of time, escaping the range of the formation. The Zhanbo Pavilion members naturally didn't dare pursue, and only stayed put at the cliffside. Indira retracted her bloodline power and stood up. I underestimated you. The secret realm just opened. I haven't finished my business yet, and I originally didn't want to engage in major conflict with you. Since you seek death, don't blame me for being ruthless. Sergio stood outside the formation, his tone icy. He didn't want to waste time here. A gentle breeze began to spread out. Wind Spirit, 7th slash. Sergio shouted appropriately as the giant sword soared through the air. Originally unconcerned, Indira's expression slightly changed. She remembered that back at Xianxia Palace, when Larry confronted Sergio, even Larry dared not let Sergio condense the 7th slash because he thought he couldn't block it. And she, although everyone in the sect believed that if they were in the same realm, her explosive power wouldn't be weaker than Larry or Sergio since she was also tier 9 heavenly rank with Phoenix bloodline comparable to True Dragon. But actually, she knew that at the same cultivation level, she was weaker than Larry. Larry couldn't withstand the 7th slash. She was 3 realms lower than Sergio. Not to mention the 7th slash. She might not even be able to block the 4th or 5th slashes. Had it not been for the layered formations she set up in advance, she might not be able to withstand even Sergio's simplest martial technique. Now that Sergio rushed out of the island, free from the restriction of the formation, fortunately, she was not entirely unprepared. Moreover, wind? Proceed according to plan. Indira flashed towards Sergio. Screech? A sea of flames surged around. Many Zhanbo Pavilion disciples heard and immediately sat down, the formation's light barrier rapidly spreading. Countless spiritual energy flooded into the formation and then flowed into Indira's body, her aura rising at a terrifying speed. By the time Indira broke through the formation range, Her aura was already comparable to Sergio's. Your forcefully enhanced cultivation. How long can you maintain it? Sergio pointed with 2 fingers and slashed down with the giant sword. Looking at the incoming wind, wings suddenly appeared behind Indira. Your manipulation of bloodline power is too weak. A pair of flaming wings. Those were phoenix wings. Spreading her wings, the sea of flames spilled out, engulfing the giant sword. After half a breath, the giant sword disappeared, and the sea of flames intensified. Sergio's pupils constricted. Indira's sea of flames, based on his wind essence and tint, unexpectedly amplified its might. That wasn't Indira's own strength but her bloodline power. Indira's bloodline power suppressed the wind essence and tint, forcing it to enhance her flames, making the wind fuel the fire. The stronger the wind, the more intense the fire. Continuing with the wind spirit 7th slash. Though its physical form was a giant sword, its essence was actually wind. Sergio was doubtful that if he continued to gather wind for attack, the majority of the giant sword's power would be absorbed by Indira using her bloodline power, boosting her flames by at least 30%. Given this dynamic, the wind spirit 7th slash seemed powerless against Indira. Larry, as a Jean Beau Pavilion disciple, was unparalleled in swordsmanship. Yet Indira didn't seem to use any swords at all. Intense hot winds began to reverberate. Hot winds? Sergio's gaze sharpened. Phoenix flames were truly tyrannical. His wind essence and tint was already ignited by the phoenix flames. If this continued, whether the wind spirit 7th slash could unleash its true power aside, his essence and tint might be first eroded and transformed into an even more terrifying sea of flames. He couldn't use wind anymore. His mind shifted, and the invisible breeze instantly dissipated. The hot winds followed suit, disappearing. However, heat waves began to rise. Previously, the wind essence and tint, even while continuously being eroded, as long as it existed, it could resist the expansion of the sea of flames. Without the wind essence and tint, the sea of flames quickly covered hundreds of miles. Sergio found himself enveloped within it. Seeing this, Indira softly said, "I dislike struggle and battle most, wishing only for harmonious music and mutual support with him. Since you harmed him, you must die." Sergio felt it. In the midst of the sea of flames, under the terrifying phoenix flames, even his rapidly depleting defensive shield started to falter. Clearly, within 3 breaths, regardless of how much spirit energy he poured in, his defensive shield would be ignited by the phoenix flames, and he would be burned alive. On the island. How is this possible? How could the Holy Sun be at a disadvantage? Is this woman really that strong? Damn it, if the Holy Sun cannot win, will we all die here? The numerous Xianxia Palace disciples trapped inside the formations looked alarmed, with some even revealing despair. They hadn't expected that the formidable Sergio would fall into a disadvantaged position, looking like he would soon meet an ill fate. Fortunately, at this moment, the Jean Beau Pavilion members were busy supporting the formation and sustaining Indira's forcefully elevated cultivation, so they had no time for mockery. In the sea of flames, unable to fight back, Sergio glanced at the sea of flames, his eyes growing colder. Temporary disadvantage due to wind letting you gain the upper hand. Do you really think you've won? He simply hadn't anticipated the tyranny of phoenix flames, nor did he expect that his wind would be forcibly absorbed by Indira's bloodline power. Chapter 377, Semi-Dragon Transformation. Faced with a seemingly fatal crisis, Sergio was completely unafraid. He hadn't anticipated the overpowering nature of the phoenix flame, or that his wind realm would be exploited by it, leading to this current predicament. Bloodline power, phoenix flame? He hasn't even used his bloodline power yet. Roar. A dragon's roar suddenly resounded. A true dragon's illusory figure appeared behind Sergio. Numerous ripples spread out. Although they did not extinguish the sea of fire, they pushed it back slightly, preventing it from getting any closer. Indira's expression changed slightly. Her sea of fire had already taken form, and yet Sergio, barely managing to use his bloodline power in time, could still force it back? How is that possible? Even Larry couldn't repel her flames solely with bloodline power after they erupted, despite being of equal cultivation. Could it be that although both are tier 9 heavenly, Sergio's bloodline concentration is more potent than Larry's? But how could that be possible? Elsewhere, seeing the sea of fire unable to approach him, Sergio slowly spoke. Although I don't know your technique, it's evident. The method you've employed uses others' spirit energy, along with formation transformations, to forcibly elevate your cultivation without any cost. If I kill the others now, on what basis would you maintain this forcibly elevated cultivation? Indira's expression changed slightly, quickly retorting coldly, if that were so, then the secret techniques can be used. In exchange for temporarily damaging one's foundation or leaving some backlash, there are methods within the 4 great sects to forcefully enhance one's cultivation. Don't worry, I won't harm them. Pausing for a moment, Sergio's eyes glowed coldly. I haven't unleashed my bloodline power in a long time. Today, I shall see just what 7 years have brought me through this battle. The vast wasteland ancestor Dragon Sutra he practiced devoured demon spirits, which not only boosted his cultivation but also enhanced his bloodline. Sometimes Sergio was also puzzled. After rebirth by fire, his bloodline was tier 9 heavenly. Even though each hunt improved his bloodline concentration minimally, it indeed did improve. But having devoured countless beasts, his bloodline remained at tier 9 heavenly, showing no signs of advancing. Was tier 9 heavenly the limit of bloodlines? Or was it just not that simple to advance beyond tier 9? However, he knew his bloodline power was very potent. Not everyone had the vast wasteland ancestor Dragon Sutra, nor could anyone easily enhance their bloodline concentration. Perhaps Indira's control over bloodline power was more exquisite, but that was only a possibility. Not to mention competing with him in terms of bloodline power, today was the perfect chance to see how formidable his fully unleashed bloodline power could be without fully transforming into a dragon. Roar. Sergio let out a thunderous dragon roar toward the sky. Ripples began to expand. On Sergio's body, dragon scales started to appear. Behind him, a dragon tail materialized. His hands remained hands, but were covered with layers of scales. His head, entirely covered with dragon scales, even sprouted horns on his forehead. Half dragon, half human. With his current bloodline concentration, if he didn't choose to transform specific body parts but rather spread it throughout his body, he would become a half-human, half-dragon form. Dragon man? Man-dragon? Squawk. Suppressing her inner unease, Indira once again unleashed her bloodline power, making the sea of fire rise again. Sergio scrutinized himself, his face complex as he muttered to himself, bloodline power has surpassed spirit energy. The might of martial skills performed in this half-human, half-dragon form seems greatly diminished. Bloodline power is bloodline power. Spirit energy is spirit energy. Earlier, when only part of his body transformed, it was manageable. Now in this half-human, half-dragon form, bloodline power had thoroughly suppressed his spirit energy. The power of many martial skills he knew would suffer significantly if he used them. Of course, this form wasn't entirely without benefits. In this form, he could unleash many instinctive abilities only usable in full dragon form. Though less powerful than full dragon transformation, these abilities were not to be underestimated and were stronger than many of his martial skills in his normal state. Unfortunately, he couldn't remain semi-transformed for long periods. Compared to full dragon transformation, the duration of semi-transformation was longer, caused no damage to the bloodline, and could recover quickly even without treasure assistance. On the great road of mountains and seas, strength reigns supreme, and bloodlines are everything. As Seven Lumina had said, not without reason. To still divide your attention during combat with me, you're courting death. Indira suddenly shouted angrily. From the rising sea of fire, inch-sized miniature phoenixes emerged. Just appearing, they flew towards Sergio. The flames on their bodies were at least several times more potent than the sea of fire. It was clear. If those mini phoenixes touched him, his scales would ignite. What do you think now after you absorbed my wind to strengthen your fire? Sergio suddenly raised his hand. Spirals of air rose in Sergio's palm, spreading like ripples in water. The ripples didn't travel far before turning into whirlwinds. As the wind swept past, although it failed to extinguish the sea of fire or the mini phoenixes, it suppressed the sea of fire. The mini phoenixes started to fade. The fading wasn't fast enough. Seeing this, Indira's expression changed slightly. Her phoenix bloodline was being suppressed. Not literally being suppressed by bloodline, but in this contest of bloodline power, she couldn't match up, let alone hold a stalemate. Forget about her current forcibly augmented realm by formations. Even at her original level, she wouldn't stand a chance against Sergio. Did all her plans come to naught? Originally, she and Sergio had no enmity, strictly speaking, no conflict at all. However, her feelings for Larry weren't false. Thinking of the person in her memories, the gentle and elegant face. Thinking of him now, uncertain of life or death, surviving yet probably miserable and wronged, needing to put up a brave front. I want you dead. Indira's hate and loathing surged, her wings flaring as she soared into the sky. Feathers rose in the air. These were actual feathers. Fire-red feathers. Not normally fiery red but actually burning with flames. Using bloodline as a foundation, manifesting phoenix feathers. Whistling sounds echoed as countless fiery feathers shot toward Sergio. With a gust of wind, lightning spread. Semi-transformed, Sergio instantly flashed back 100 feet. Unexpectedly, the fiery feathers were faster, becoming streaks of fire trailing him. Fool. Even Sergio's expression turned grave at the sight. He saw Indira's wings dimming. Those fiery feathers came from burning her bloodline essence. Bloodline essence was crucial. Even Sergio would only burn it in desperate battles or when fully transforming. Yet, here, after barely engaging, she was already using it. Engaging in such a fight offered few advantages. Chapter 378. Phoenix spreads its wings. Sergio looked at the fading wings behind Indira, knowing that she was burning her bloodline. A retreat impulse arose within him. Engaging in this all-out battle with her would do him no good. With this thought, Sergio changed his mind and his speed surged. Although he could not shake off the relentless fire feathers, he continuously widened the distance between them. Seeing this, Indira spread her wings and landed, retreating back to the array region. Her voice was icy cold. Won't you save your juniors? If the distance grew too great, her enhanced cultivation would fall short. She couldn't leave the cliff, but Sergio could. Yet, more than 30 Shimming Palace members were trapped here. Should Sergio leave, so would she, with murderous intent. Sergio, who intended to leave, narrowed his eyes slightly. His gaze turned toward the floating island. There wasn't a single familiar face inside. With the array sealed, no sound could be heard, yet those inside watched him with fear and panic. Without stepping close to the array, Sergio spoke sternly. Miss, despite your unparalleled talent, to threaten ordinary people is beneath you. Dignity has nothing to do with me, Indira muttered, suddenly turning and grabbing someone. The array shimmered as a pair of massive hands appeared, capturing a terrified individual. The large hands closed, and blood mist spread silently. Those standing nearby on the edge grew even more terrified, retreating hurriedly. Some, likely injured or frightened into shock, slumped to the ground. After killing one person, Indira spoke again. Guess how long it would take me to kill them all? Sergio's eyes narrowed. The mystic realm had just opened, and he didn't want to go all out against Indira, especially with her augmented cultivation and phoenix bloodline. Even if he won, it would cost him greatly. Moreover, he planned to deal with Jared first before any showdowns. But now, if he left, everyone here might die. He remained silent for a moment, then looked back at the floating island. None there were his acquaintances, even if some were in the primordial martial realm. They meant little to him, just ordinary Shimming Palace disciples. Leave? Sergio hesitated. As the sacred son of Shimming Palace, with Imperado's lifespan nearly ended, He was almost certain to be the future leader of Xianxia Palace. Beyond the prestige of being the sacred son came responsibility. Setting aside his inner conflicts, as sacred son, if he fled and let Xianxia Palace disciples die, his position wouldn't be secure once news spread. If he weren't the sacred son, how could he have dared challenge Reese when Korra at Xianxia Tower confronted him? Or access the endless resources only a sacred son could use, allowing him to recover after dragon transformation? He might not have dared use it otherwise. And without being the sacred son, when he shifted blame during the initial defense, Zhanbo Pavilion might have already acted against him. He never forgot how, upon ending the Spirit Wind Mystic Realm, Zhanbo Pavilion members tried to ambush and kill him immediately. No matter how others viewed him, greedy for fame, ambitious for power, the position of sacred son could not be lost. Deciding thus, Sergio slowly moved closer to the array. The Mystic Realm just opened. Must Miss fight Sergio to the death? Though he didn't wish to fight now, he couldn't ignore Xianxia Palace's members. If Indira went berserk, he'd have to put aside Jared and deal with her first. I said, I want you dead. Seeing Sergio stop leaving, Indira's eyes turned cold, and a barrage of fire feathers flew towards him. At this state of hers, even a territorial sage might struggle against the power of these feathers. Fire feathers. Facing the incoming attack, Sergio darted into the sky, shouting, Nine Heavens Thunder Prison. In his half-dragon form, martial techniques had reduced power. However, if powered by bloodline energy, they became extraordinary. His dragon form controlled wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Even though his half-dragon form was weaker compared to full transformation, using bloodline energy to unleash this supreme secret technique, combined with instinctual control over lightning during transformation, made its power far greater than in human form. Thunder rumbled as dark clouds spread, with fire feathers surging upwards from below. Above the high sky, Sergio stood amidst countless dark clouds, their surfaces filled with lightning. To those on the ground except Indira, watching Sergio now struck fear into their hearts. Every lightning strike leaking through the clouds felt unstoppable. Once lightning struck, a single bolt could potentially obliterate them all. Fortunately, Indira stood before them. Endless fire feathers swept across, followed by an ocean-like surge of thunder emerging from the clouds. A silver sea of lightning. Fire feathers clashed with thunderbolts. Boom! Terrifying explosions echoed, making Zhanbo Pavilion disciples partially deaf despite their cultivation. They could barely see the battle clearly, only noticing the fire feathers initially holding their own, but gradually being suppressed by the thunder prison after 10 breaths. The thunder prison relentlessly pressed down the fire feathers towards the ground, overwhelming even Indira's constant replenishment efforts. In the sky, Sergio stood atop the thunder prison, his voice ice-cold. Miss, it's still not too late to cease this. Indira, seeing her fire feathers suppressed, seemed momentarily dazed. She couldn't win. Turning back, she saw Zhanbo Pavilion disciples' pale faces from excessive consumption. Her 9th rank primordial martial cultivation wouldn't last long either. After a pause, she touched her forehead with 2 fingers, saying, I asked. He has less than a 10th chance to return alive. If he dies, what joy will life hold for me? A flicker of firelight emerged at her forehead, followed by a sea of flames. Numerous feathers covered her body. Moments later, terrifying aura surged up. Chi, a flaming bird, neither fully bird, eagle, nor phoenix but unmistakably a phoenix, soared upward. Transforming into a phoenix, Indira spread her wings, piercing through the thunder prison at terrifying speed and appearing beside Sergio. Claws extended, they tore through his dragon scales, missing vital organs yet shredding flesh. Her blazing wings struck Sergio fiercely, hurling him from the sky into the array below. Chi, spreading its wings, the phoenix dove downwards, trailing endless flames. Approaching the array, the phoenix's surface rippled. The array flickered, sending the grounded Sergio back into the floating island. Chapter 379, Phoenix Falls. As Indira transformed into a phoenix and approached the formation, the barrier flickered and once again sent Sergio back into the formation. Senior brother, are you alright? Bryson. Many Xianxia Palace disciples hurriedly rushed forward, taking out what they considered to be their most precious healing pills and offering them. Cough, cough. Sergio ignored everyone else, violently coughing up numerous mouthfuls of blood. He then stood up, quickly using spiritual energy to suppress the terrifying wound that pierced through his chest and back, before turning to look beyond the floating island. Indira still maintained her phoenix form. The terrifying phoenix flames spread out, engulfing the entire formation. The sea of fire, augmented by the formation, kept expanding towards the floating island. The phoenix stood at the cliff's edge. Since he is so miserable, I will let you die in a tragic way. She intended to burn Sergio alive with phoenix flames until he turned into nothingness. Senior brother. Those who had been preparing to tend to Sergio's injuries were once again filled with fear. Tired of listening to them, Sergio coldly shouted, Shut up. Everyone else hastily shut their mouths, shivering. Sergio looked at the phoenix. After today, even if you don't die, your bloodline will be ruined. Why put yourself through this? He could sense that the phoenix's strength was more terrifying than his dragon transformation. It wasn't that his dragon form was inferior to the phoenix. Rather, Indira had burned all her bloodline energy for the most dazzling burst of power. From now on, her bloodline would vanish, rendering her useless. During his previous dragon transformations, he only burned part of his bloodline, which meant there was still much left. Even with damage, it could be restored with treasures. But burning everything meant the bloodline was entirely consumed. Without a bloodline, how could any treasure help? His certainty was based on a simple factor, spirit energy. Such terrifying strength didn't come from nowhere. Every time he transformed into a dragon, he needed the vast wasteland primordial dragon cannon to devour surrounding spirit energy, using vast amounts as support. However, when Indira transformed into a phoenix, the surrounding spirit energy did not diminish. Where did such terrifying strength come from? From burning all bloodline energy. Indira didn't answer but continued to manipulate the phoenix flames, which started to touch the floating island. Any place touched instantly turned into nothingness. Seeing this, Sergio remained silent for a moment before wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Do you know, to me, your anger and resentment are simply unfathomable. If our cultivation levels were equal, I would likely pay a heavy price even if I could leave today. Screech. The phoenix spread its wings, sending two purely flame-formed phoenixes toward the floating island. Sergio said no more, his bloodline burning as the vast wasteland primordial dragon cannon activated. A terrifying devouring force erupted, and even the formation couldn't stop Sergio from absorbing spiritual energy. Within an instant, the spirit energy within a 100-mile radius was completely devoured. Accompanied by thunder and lightning, Sergio vanished, transforming into a true dragon. Those two flame phoenixes also drew near, striking Sergio immediately. The terrifying flames threw him back, igniting his scales. Exchanging total bloodline energy for a brief burst of power and partial bloodline energy for supreme cultivation. Even with stronger cultivation, Sergio could not withstand the phoenix now. Dragon scales that even divine weapons struggled to pierce were now set alight, causing bone-deep pain. The phoenix at the cliff's edge spoke in a human voice, transforming into a dragon. It ultimately ends in mutual destruction. Mutual destruction? Looking at the unquenchable flames around him, Sergio's eyes turned slit-like. If their cultivation levels were equal, he would indeed likely have paid a heavy price today. But their cultivation levels were not the same. Sergio endured the heart-rending pain of the flames and swiftly flew out. Want to get out? Dream on. The phoenix spread its wings, releasing more flame phoenixes. Unable to escape, with Indira blocking, Sergio couldn't leave the floating island even in his dragon form. Roar. Instead of persisting to leave the island, Sergio roared upward. The crisp sound of the dragon's roar spread out. The Shimming Palace people were fine. To them, it was just a normal sound they couldn't hear. But the Xianxia Pavilion people, upon hearing the dragon's roar, their faces turned pale. And within half a breath, all Xianxia Pavilion disciples except the phoenix transformed Indira fell dead. Sergio's dragon roar, if he wished, would carry soul attacks. 9th stage earth spirit cultivators facing his roar would likely suffer severe injuries even if they could defend against it. What about those Xianxia Pavilion disciples whose strongest cultivation was 4th or 5th stage essence martial? Sergio paid the price of resisting the attack of the flame phoenixes and used the dragon's roar to kill all the Xianxia Pavilion disciples outside the formation. A bang! Several flame phoenixes struck Sergio, blood mist spread, and Sergio's pain intensified tenfold. His whole body began to emit a roasted meat aroma, indicating that even in his dragon form, repeated attacks and continuous flames were pushing him to the brink. Struck by the flame phoenixes and rolling on the ground, his consciousness became hazy. Soon, Sergio shook his head to regain some clarity, gritting his bloody fangs and growling, "Who dies now?" Roar. Another dragon's roar echoed, and Sergio charged out of the floating island. The phoenix at the cliff's edge rapidly dropped in strength, falling to 6th stage essence martial. Despite Indira's current terrifying power being enough to slay a 7th stage earth spirit, without the formation enhancing her cultivation, she couldn't match Sergio. Notice how the flames that previously wouldn't extinguish were now rapidly disappearing. Enhancing cultivation with secret arts? Impossible. This was because Indira's current state was the result of burning all bloodline energy. Now, even if she wanted to use secret arts, it was too late. Air restriction? With one leap, Sergio broke through the floating island, tearing apart the rising flame phoenixes with his dragon claws. Bang! Sergio landed back at the cliff. Screech. Indira spread her wings, releasing at least 20 flame phoenixes, along with countless fiery feathers. Sergio roared upwards, bolts of lightning appeared, and countless icicles rose into the air. Dense storms descended. A few raindrops were manageable, but under the storm's downpour, the sea of fire was extinguished. The ascending flame phoenixes vanished under the wind and rain. Flashes of lightning and icicles hit the phoenix in the strong winds, spreading electric light across its surface and piercing it with numerous blood holes. The smell of blood spread. Sergio flashed close to the phoenix, his tail lashing out to strike Indira, sending her flying, leaving the impact area bloodied and mangled. Screech. The phoenix let out a mournful cry. Ripples spread. Under the storm, the sea of fire was extinguished, and her bloodline power suppressed. After burning came the embers. Indira could no longer maintain her phoenix form, reverting to human shape, her body battered and bloodied, staining her white clothes red, now covered in bloodstains. Chapter 380. Admiration and the Will to Kill. Back in human form, Indira's clothes were drenched in blood. Countless wounds were clearly visible, torn apart by flesh and bone. The ice spike Sergio had conjured earlier had left dozens of bloody holes. Sergio stopped walking, looking at the fallen figure on the ground, the vertical pupils gradually disappearing. She was dying. With the attributes of a phoenix, if Sergio hadn't extinguished the sea of fire, she might have been able to be reborn from it. But the sea of fire had already been extinguished. Indira, having burned all her bloodline, now had it severed. Years of arduous cultivation were for naught. Even if Sergio didn't finish her off, such severe and terrifying injuries would still cause her death. After remaining silent for a moment, Sergio's figure flashed as he also reverted back to his true form. Cough, cough. Just after transforming, Sergio's complexion turned ashen and bloodless. He wasn't doing well either. Earlier, when Indira suddenly transformed into a phoenix, one claw had pierced through his chest, followed by her winged attack that severely injured him. Then turning into a dragon and being struck several times by the flame phoenix, his entire body was scorched by the phoenix fire. While in dragon form, he could still endure and maintain combat effectiveness through sheer strength of his dragon body. Now, back in human form, He wouldn't be able to defeat even a true martial realm shimming palace disciple on the floating island. Lying on the ground, Indira could feel her life slipping away. Everything around her began to blur and became indistinct. She couldn't even see Sergio standing not far away. She started recalling those smiles, those countless ordinary yet warm scenes. Sorry, a lifetime of love, mutual admiration, three lifetimes of destiny. Next life? With an almost inaudible murmur, the blurry vision in Indira's eyes finally vanished. Everything returned to nothingness. She was dead. Sergio shook his head to stay awake. Looking at the corpse on the ground, he felt complex emotions swirling within. Phoenix bloodline isn't weaker than his own. If Indira hadn't chosen to fight to the death, even with her lower cultivation level, if she chose to flee, chasing and killing her would have been extremely unlikely. Her sorry was obviously not addressed to Sergio. It seemed she was apologizing to Larry, unknown whether alive or dead, for failing to take revenge. With the loss of Jean Beau Pavilion disciples' interference and Indira's control, neither the array nor the floating island could hold back Shimming Palace's people any longer. They quickly left the floating island. The two strongest cultivators hurriedly supported Sergio. Senior brother. Their words were filled with urgency. Another Shimming Palace disciple growled. This bitch truly deserves hatred. Senior brother. Why not crush her bones to ashes? Crush her bones to ashes? Silence fell for a moment. Sergio looked at the corpse and softly said, she was also a genius of this world. Since she is dead now, how can we disgrace her? Let's bury her. Don't desecrate the body. The others hesitated. But since Sergio had spoken, regardless of their inner thoughts, they all nodded in agreement. Two of the weakest true martial realm cultivators dug a grave on the spot with their spiritual power. As Sergio gazed at the corpse, he sighed lightly. He suddenly felt a bit envious. He thought about himself and Edie. At first, he thought he liked her. Now, towards Edie, perhaps there is some liking, but he clearly understood that it was only because she was the first stunning woman he saw. He and Edie might have feelings for each other, but these feelings are not deep. At least, not as profound as Indira and Larry's bond. The higher one's cultivation, the deeper the scheming, the more they understand the cruelty and cold-heartedness of the cultivation world. He respected Darren deeply. However, this respect came from Darren's cultivation and his regard for Sergio, and Darren's favor towards him came from his bloodline, his status in Shimming Palace, and the envy or admiration of others, all because of his talent. If he didn't have the grade 9 true dragon bloodline, would the mighty Deputy Palace Master Darren ever accept him as a disciple? He never considered it problematic. Even now, he doesn't think so. It doesn't mean he doesn't envy the purest kind of affection between Indira and Larry. He could tell that even if one person had no talent, the other's affection would not change. He once had a family like that, Muhammad. Whether his talent was good or bad, fatherly love would never change. Unfortunately, Muhammad was already dead. Cultivators acted quickly. Just as Sergio's slight envy arose, they had already buried the body and erected a tombstone. Those who did the work approached and respectfully reported, Senior Saint Brother, she has been buried. Sergio gently shook his head to suppress his thoughts and silently looked at the tombstone. May you rest in peace. I will send him to join you. Previously, he had numerous reservations against Larry. Thus, even with grudges between sects, he could sense that their feud ended at that point. They wouldn't fight to the death, and even if it escalated, with a hint of external interference, both would tacitly stop. However, things are different now. Indira died at his hands. Blood feuds run deep. Either Larry dies, or he does. He envies and admires their relationship, only just so much. Admiration and eliminating danger are not contradictory. Suppressing his thoughts, Sergio turned and said, leave this place first. His injuries were very severe, and he needed to recover. Fortunately, as the holy son of Shimming Palace, his storage ring contained countless resources. For ordinary people, such wounds might leave horrific lingering damage even after centuries of recovery, but for him, it wasn't a big deal. Though unfamiliar with alchemy, the medicinal pills he carried would suffice even if eaten like candy. Under the support of several Foundation Establishment Realm disciples, Sergio and the rest swiftly left the area. Meanwhile, somewhere along the coast, here lay an ordinary village without defensive fortifications or arrays. Villagers here were mostly civilians, even those with cultivation at most reached early true Qi realm. A village so mundane that even monsters showed no interest. In the village, Larry, who had previously disappeared without a trace, was hiding here. He escaped amidst the chaos when Amyel's sword monarch plunged into the blood-red sea. Not that he didn't want help, but he couldn't. After Amyel's sword monarch left, the king of spirit beasts continued hunting him relentlessly. To avoid detection, he changed his name and hid here anonymously. Davisk Sergio, the king of spirit beasts, had nullified his talisman and shattered his storage ring, cutting off all communication with Jean Beau Pavilion, leaving him resourceless, seriously injured, and unable to recover. At the moment Indira died, originally lying low in a thatched hut, recovering from his injuries, he suddenly woke up. His mind flooded with dizziness. He saw Indira's death. People outside often claimed that he and Indira were destined to be together, which was indeed true. There was a special connection between them that no one in Jean Beau Pavilion's leadership could explain. It was seen as a sign of their predestined bond. Through this connection, he also heard Indira's last murmurs. A wave of rage surged. Roar! It seemed as if two monstrous birds appeared ominously above his head. Faintly, it sounded as though a song was being sung. Chapter 381. Jared appears. As Larry's aura grew increasingly violent, two indistinct, terrifying bird phantoms seemed to rise. A series of chants gradually emerged as if a man and a woman were whispering and singing. It was as though a series of otherworldly melodies were gently flowing from a place not belonging to this world. A lifetime of love, mutual affection, 3 lifetimes of destiny, an eternal bond, mandarin ducks play by the lake, wings entwined in heaven, a life bonded, fated for life. The chant started vague but quickly became clear, echoing incessantly in Larry's mind. At first, he continuously erupted with murderous intent, but as the chant solidified, his eyes gradually deepened, and his aura turned ethereal and elusive. It seemed as though an incredibly terrifying existence was awakening. After an unknowable amount of time, Larry's expression turned devoid of sorrow or joy. He slowly stepped out of the courtyard and gazed at the sky. An interesting person, since there was no offense to the corpse, it is thus forgiven. If my memories had not resurfaced, this cycle of reincarnation would have been unexpectedly spectacular. Alas, it is fitting to return. Want to kill me, Larry? Haha, if you ever gain the right to stand before me, I wouldn't mind guiding you. But I wonder if you will ever qualify to stand before me, let alone have the courage to speak. After all, my essence is... With those unheard murmurs, Larry slowly sat down on the ground. His aura vanished entirely, turning him into a corpse. He was dead, wasn't he? In that moment of his death, some terrifying aura slipped away into an unknown and fearsome place. Someone died. After an unknowable duration, someone discovered his corpse. If the Demon King's spirit was present here, they would notice that the true dragon blood inside Larry had vanished. The current corpse looked more like an ordinary person's, without any bloodline within, and it was decaying at an alarming rate. Within 5 days at most, the corpse would likely vaporize and vanish. In the secret realm where Sword Spirit Peak stood, at the cliffside, a grave dug by the Dark Abyss Palace disciples lay empty. The place was deserted. The Dark Abyss Palace disciples who had escorted Sergio were long gone, protecting him elsewhere as he recuperated. Tread. With footsteps approaching, Jared slowly appeared. Looking at the tombstone, his eyes narrowed slightly, occasionally flashing with shock. He had witnessed the battle between Sergio and Indira. If it weren't for concealing his aura with his remnant soul and the severe injuries Sergio suffered post-battle, he might have been discovered much earlier. After the initial shock came a chilling thought. Indira was dead, and Sergio had suffered horrific injuries. Even with medicinal pills, recovery would take more than just a few days. Before this, even with Chaz's help, he thought the chance of successfully killing Sergio wouldn't exceed 30%. But now, 100%. He was certain Sergio was doomed. Who could blame him for such certainty when Sergio's injuries were so severe? If it hadn't been for the recent battle and the vigilance of the Dark Abyss Palace disciples, he would have already brought Chaz forth and killed the severely wounded Sergio. After pondering for a while, Jared whispered inwardly, "Senior, can we use Indira's corpse? This woman has phoenix blood. Having just died, her blood should still be effective." Although silent, he believed his remnant soul could hear him. The remnant soul replied within his mind. She burned all her blood during the fight with Sergio. Her bloodlines are exhausted, and she's now less useful to me than a yellow-grade bloodline. Jared, originally intending to make use of waste, immediately frowned. He had hoped that, given Indira's 9th-tier heavenly-grade bloodline, they could dig up her corpse and have the remnant soul consume her bloodline. With the remnant soul's means, not only would it improve their situation, but after killing Sergio, with the remnant soul's assistance, he could gather both true dragon and phoenix bloodlines within himself. One day, his talent would surpass Sergio's current prowess. He could also achieve the remarkable feat of crossing major realms and casually slaughtering Earth's spirit realm experts using only his own strength without external help or the remnant soul's aid. Unexpectedly, her bloodlines had been entirely consumed, rendering her useless. Sensing Jared's anger, the remnant soul comforted him. "Don't worry, the true dragon bloodline is enough. True dragons and phoenixes are supreme bloodlines. If you rashly blend them, risking incompatible bloodlines, it might be worse than having a single bloodline." "You're absolutely right, Senior," Jared agreed despite lingering resentment. "It's about time. That oral should be in deep meditation now. Let's go and end him," the remnant soul murmured. Jared nodded slightly and turned around. "Brother Bar, it's about time. Let's go together to bid farewell to the Dark Abyss Palace's holy son." Though they didn't fly, their speed was incredible, disappearing in flashes and reappearing over 500 miles away. There, a valley existed. At the valley's entrance and above it, Dark Abyss Palace disciples sat in circles. Inside the valley, a visible restriction array guarded the area. The hidden Jared knew these were the very Dark Abyss Palace disciples who had fallen into ambush previously. The restriction inside was personally set up by Sergio, who was now recovering within, with the disciples protecting him. To prevent discovery, Sergio had instructed that no news should be leaked until his healing concluded. The disciples obediently followed orders, guarding the valley without divulging information. If anyone from another faction approached, the Dark Abyss Palace disciples would erupt into action, potentially calling upon Sergio via the restriction if necessary. Over 30 Dark Abyss Palace disciples were guarding. Even with Chaz's cultivation level, eliminating everyone without alerting Sergio was impossible. Such a formidable formation and restriction provided Sergio with the confidence to heal undisturbed. Unfortunately, Jared wasn't just anyone from another sect. As Jared and Chaz approached, the alert guards instantly noticed them. They greeted respectfully, "Senior Brother Yi." Jared, being a disciple of War Peak and once a contender for the Holy Sun position alongside Sergio, held status second only to Sergio among Dark Abyss Palace disciples. In this secret realm, Jared and Sergio led the expedition. Feigning innocence while maintaining his composure, Jared asked, "Junior brothers, what happened here? I was trapped earlier and have only just arrived. No slashing Heaven Pavilion disciples around. Is the crisis over?" Unaware of the animosity between Sergio and Jared, the disciples naturally remained unguarded. In reply, "Senior Brother Yi," an Essence Martial Realm disciple hurried over, explaining the events. "So it is? How regrettable. If only I hadn't been trapped earlier and failed to support Brother Su, he wouldn't be so gravely injured." Jared expressed indignation on his face. Chapter 382, Ambushed. Facing the taunts of Shuaming Palace's Yuanwu realm, Jared's face immediately showed immense anger. While seething with rage, he rapidly approached the valley with Chaz. Approaching the valley in trance, without arousing any suspicion, Jared did not get close enough to touch the barrier. He believed that if he did, Sergio, who was recuperating from his injuries, would definitely be startled awake. A skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. Even grievously injured, Sergio's strength was formidable. As long as he was not dead, he could potentially awaken his bloodline and transform into a true dragon at any moment. The Xuanming Palace disciple continued speaking. Now that our holy son brother is gravely injured, we were worried about other sects elites coming and us being unable to withstand them. Now that elder brother Yi has arrived, we can rest assured. Jared smiled and subtly signaled to Chaz. Chaz nodded and instantly flashed forward, bursting into action. Jared struck out simultaneously, his moon eyes swirling, taking them by surprise. These people were unprepared. Ah, why? Yi, Jared, why are you killing? Ah, don't kill me. Elder brother Yi, why? With cries of terror and disbelief, the unprepared Xuanming Palace disciples were all killed. Apart from a few Yuanwu realms managing to question in disbelief, most only had time for a scream or a plea for mercy before they met their deaths. In just half a breath, everyone guarding the place was now dead bodies. The smell of blood began to spread. The barrier remained standing there unchanged. They're all dead. No one will know Sergio's real cause of death. Should we directly break the barrier? Chaz asked with a laugh. Jared shook his head. No. He cast a cold glance at the corpses scattered on the ground, then looked at the valley's barrier. I don't want to ruin everything due to carelessness. The barrier separates inside from outside. While it provides him more time to recover, it also makes it impossible for him to sense anything beyond it when he's deeply meditating. Chaz did not argue back. What do we do next? Set up an array. After a pause, Jared's lips curled into a smile. Earlier, Indira gave me some inspiration. I happen to know an extremely ancient array that uses spirit coins as its source and enhances cultivation. Combined with the array's lethal power, when we strike together, Sergio, caught off guard, will suffer a backlash of his injuries. At that point, his death is certain. Such a perfect opportunity might never come again in this lifetime, so he couldn't waste it. He had to set up a definitive killing move to ensure success. He didn't believe that at his peak, along with Chaz at his peak, aided by the residual soul and encircled by the array, Sergio could possibly survive. Now that Indira was dead, later on, they could easily blame everything on the Xianxia Pavilion. All advantages were aligned. If they still failed to kill Sergio today, he might as well slit his throat rather than face the humiliation later. He wasted no time and began setting up the array using rare materials under the guidance of the residual soul. Although he knew little about arrays, the residual soul did. Perhaps the residual soul's knowledge of arrays wasn't as deep as someone who specialized in it, but the residual soul's cultivation level ensured that even a small amount of understanding surpassed what they could imagine. As the array setup progressed, Jared's body trembled slightly from excitement. Such a rare chance. Sergio would surely die today, and Jared vowed it. And after his death, with the residual soul's help, he could obtain Sergio's bloodline. How many years had it been? Finally, he could kill Sergio. After being humiliated and nearly killed by Sergio multiple times, today, he would finally settle the score. He decided that from now on, he would commemorate this day as his lucky day. Every year, he would celebrate, honoring Sergio's death, obtaining his bloodline, and becoming as terrifyingly powerful a prodigy as Sergio. He wouldn't forget Sergio's contribution to him. Absolutely not. When he eventually reached the peak of cultivation, he would destroy the Xianxia Pavilion, thus avenging Sergio in his name. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Banishi Oyat your mind, the residual soul suddenly commanded. Jared's face immediately turned serious, sweeping a subtle glance over the barrier. Sergio was not dead yet. There would be plenty of time to savor this victory after he was killed. Calming his mind, Jared quickly regained his composure and increased the speed of array setup under the residual soul's guidance. About half an hour later, a faint, 5-colored light curtain enveloped the 3-mile area around the valley. Inside the light curtain, Chaz clasped his hands toward Jared. Brother Ye's expertise in arrays truly commands respect. By now, Chaz's aura had risen to the 9th stage Earth Spirit. Jared's cultivation, originally below 9th stage Yuanwu, was now at the 9th stage Yuanwu level as well. Their cultivation levels were boosted to the limit of their respective realms under the influence of the array. Jared shook his head. It's merely something I obtained by chance. In truth, I'm not very skilled with arrays. Chaz said earnestly, Brother Yi, you underestimate yourself. With just this one array, few in the vast eastern domain can surpass you in the art of arrays. Even boosting the Yuanwu realm's cultivation was one thing, but enhancing Chaz's Earth Spirit realm, if not for the wrong location and timing, he would have toasted Jared. Jared laughed and subtly sensed the array. Ignoring the cost of materials, he used the majority of his spirit coins for this array. The residual soul's guided array was indeed extraordinary. 90% of its consumption was sustained by absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy, with only a small part relying on materials and spirit coins as support. But despite this, with Chaz consuming heavily, the array could only last about half an hour. If they activated the array's lethal power, the duration would be further shortened. Sensing this for a moment, Jared whispered, Brother Bar, in 3 breaths, I will use the array to break Sergio's barrier, and then we'll strike together to ensure Sergio, who won't have time to react, is slain in one blow. Good. Chaz's expression turned solemn, and a dagger appeared in his hand, his spirit energy ready. Seeing this, Jared said nothing but silently counted the time. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Time passed. Jared's eyes gleamed coldly, and the 5-colored light curtain flickered as arrows condensed within it, whistling towards the barrier. Devastated by Jared's cultivation, though numerous, the arrow's power was not overwhelmingly strong, remaining at the Yuanwu realm level. And the barrier, set up by Sergio to isolate and alert him of danger, it was not particularly defensive. At least, under Jared's careful planning, the barrier's power was insignificant. Within the barrier, Sergio sat quietly in the center of the valley, ripples spreading from him. He was still recovering, deeply meditating to heal his injuries. Suddenly, a loud bang shattered the silence as the barrier broke into countless fragments. Countless arrows surged towards Sergio like a barrage. Chapter 383. Struggling Davisk, a cornered beast. The moment the restriction shattered, the remaining arrows erupted like a barrage, piercing through the air towards Sergio's position. Simultaneously, as the restriction crumbled, Sergio sensed it and immediately awoke in shock. Opening his eyes, he saw Jared and Chaz standing outside the valley, with colorful light beams and arrows raining down from the sky above. He also noticed that Chaz seemed suddenly startled, his dagger transformed into silver light rushing towards him. Where were the others? Why were Jared and Chaz here? Sergio had no time to question this. He leaped up and dashed sideways in a flash. Boom! The arrows and the silver dagger struck where Sergio had been sitting, causing the ground to instantly sink dozens of feet. If Sergio hadn't moved in time, he would have been dead without a trace. Such results. Jared turned and shouted angrily, Chaz! He had set the plan to break the restriction in 3 breaths and execute the attack simultaneously. Yet, Chaz was just a beat too slow. Otherwise, with the speed of that dagger, Sergio wouldn't have had time to react. Chaz hurriedly explained, Brother Yi, I thought he was at the edge of the restriction. I misjudged his position. It wasn't intentional. Though Jared was enraged, he knew this wasn't the time for blame. He still needed Chaz's help to subdue Sergio. Thus, reminded by the remnant soul, he quickly regained composure. Brother Bar, please forgive me. I was just momentarily overwhelmed. Brother Yi speaks too much. Let's first kill Sergio, Chaz replied. In the valley, scanning the carnage beside the valley, Sergio whispered softly, Junior Brother Yi, did you and your group slaughter all those juniors? To deal with me, your heart has become ever more ruthless. Unless those people weren't on guard, even if Indira were reborn, it would be impossible to kill everyone silently without alarming anyone. Clearly, when Jared and Chaz approached, the Xuanming Palace disciples were caught off guard and were killed instantly. Indeed, it's not Brother Ye's fault. Who let those ants get in the way? Chaz said as he stepped into the valley. The aura of a Dilling, Earth's spirit realm, spread unobstructed. Sergio's gaze sharpened. Dilling. If he were fully recovered, it would be fine. But now, his injuries hadn't healed yet. He had only recuperated for less than half a day. Even with Xuanming Palace's precious medicinal pills, his injuries were barely suppressed, and his combat power was merely 50% of what it once was. Forget Chaz being a Dilling. Dealing with just Jared alone was already difficult. Now with both attacking simultaneously, plus the remnant soul, even if he transformed into a dragon, it would be hard to match them today. After a moment of silence, Sergio twisted his wrist, revealing a teleportation charm in his hand. Spiritual energy surged, but the charm showed no response. Sergio's expression changed slightly. This was a secret realm. Normally, teleportation charms could be used in secret realms, except they wouldn't teleport within the realm. Instead, they'd be ejected out. But the charm was now ineffective. Looking up at the multicolored canopy, Sergio realized that with the remnant soul acting, there was no chance to use the charm. Brother Bar, why aren't you moving? Jared, who controlled the array, suddenly shouted. He was trying to control the array. But unexpectedly, Sergio's words made Chaz watch instead of attacking. I thought, brother, you wanted to speak with your senior brother. Well, then I will make my move. Chaz's brows lifted as he leaped forward, dagger in hand, charging at Sergio. Whether it was due to the array forcefully boosting Chaz's cultivation, making it unstable, or something else, his speed was much faster than Sergio's, yet still within Sergio's reaction range. Of course, dodging wouldn't look very graceful. Facing the incoming dagger and Chaz, Sergio barely managed to roll on the ground to avoid the dagger's sharp edge. Seeing this, Jared, who was controlling the array, assisted in the encirclement. The remnant soul whispered softly, this person is holding back. That strike only reached the 3rd level of Dilling, and its momentum was contained. Otherwise, even if Sergio dodged, he would have been hit by the aftermath and crippled, if not killed, and that strike speed was merely at the initial Dilling level. Hearing this, Jared's eyes narrowed. Indeed, Sergio had barely avoided the dagger, yet only pulled away by a few dozen feet. With the Dilling's attack, even if it missed, its impact would spread widely, making it impossible for Sergio to dodge at that moment. The remnant soul whispered again. He dares not bear the reputation of killing Xuanming Palace's Bryson. Others ultimately can't be relied upon. Let me control the array while you personally attack. Delay brings unforeseen changes. Then, a wave of divine soul power spread out. The multicolored canopy stopped producing arrows, seemingly isolating everything. Armandu-u. The sound of a dragon roar rose. The moment Jared abandoned the array control, his pupils contracted instantly. Sergio had transformed into a dragon. The dragon floated in the valley, with vertically slit eyes like an evil spirit focusing on him. And it was clearly injured. The originally silvery white scales were charred black in places, bleeding profusely. These were wounds sustained during the battle with Indira. The spiritual chi within 100 miles was depleted, and Jared noticed that the array struggled to draw on the surrounding spiritual energy, now relying solely on the stored energy within spirit coins. Even though other areas' spiritual energy was rapidly replenishing, the sudden depletion significantly reduced the array's endurance. Jared hastily stopped his preparation to attack, shouting coldly, in this state, you dare transform into a dragon? Sergio didn't rush to attack but stared sharply at Chaz. Chaz, do you dare act with Jared against me? If this is exposed, whether you or your family's power, you'll pay for my death. Perhaps because of the advanced cultivation, as a dragon, Sergio faintly sensed the hidden soul power of the remnant soul, already finding Jared and the remnant soul troublesome enough, adding Chaz. Fortunately, from Chaz's previous actions, it appeared he had some reservations. If Sergio could make Chaz withdraw without fighting, there might still be hope. Chaz watched Sergio's transformed dragon body nervously. Even wounded, his martial true intent warned him that Sergio was incredibly dangerous and terrifying. Any mistake, and he would die. After a moment, Chaz took a step back. One must be loyal to whom one serves. A refusal. Do you know, indecisive people don't live long. Pausing, Sergio's dragon eyes narrowed. At the moment the restriction broke, if your attack had followed closely, the just awakened Sergio likely wouldn't have reacted in time to avoid being killed. If your attack had unleashed the full might of the 9th level of Dilling, Sergio still couldn't escape death. You've missed 2 perfect opportunities. Without waiting for a reply, Sergio sneered. Willing to act against me but unwilling to truly go all out. Pitiful, lamentable, laughable. Chapter 384. Both sides lose. Sergio's words ended with a derisive snort that echoed from his dragon form. Chaz's eyes flared in anger at the words. Soon, his eyes narrowed slightly. Brother, you said you have the bloodline of the 5-clawed golden dragon. Golden dragons should have golden scales, yet your scales are silver white. Could it be that your bloodline is impure? Jared suddenly turned back with a look of astonishment. Was Chaz here to make a joke? Roar. Sergio's eyes flashed. Sensing an opportunity, he did not hesitate and immediately attacked. The dragon's roar carried a soul-shaking attack and scattered. Humph. Jared, taken by surprise by this sudden attack, was left defenseless and coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. His face flushed red. Chaz also spat out a mouthful of blood. Both were injured. But this was not the end. Finding the opportunity, Sergio didn't hesitate and flew towards the sky. Unfortunately, there was a light barrier blocking his way, preventing him from reaching the peak of the heavens. Boom. Thunder rumbled. Within the 5-colored light barrier, the weather changed rapidly. Countless dark clouds gathered, and violent storms descended, with countless lightning bolts falling like a terrifying ocean. Wind blades, ice needles, raindrops, and lightning all unleashed their most fearsome attacks and spread out. Spurt. Chaz was instantly severely wounded. If not for retrieving a ring-like treasure at a critical moment as a defensive measure, he might have been killed. On the contrary, Jared fared much better. His lingering soul had long been on guard against Sergio, and when the offensive began, the lingering soul controlled Jared's spiritual energy, using an unnamed martial technique as a defense, successfully holding off Sergio's attack. Then, the lingering soul manipulated Jared to glance at Chaz and said, useless. In its calculations, even if Sergio could still counterattack, with Chaz's level 9 earth spirit cultivation, he should have been able to tangle with Sergio. However, Chaz's combat ability was unexpectedly nullified so easily. You're not Brother Yi. Who are you? Chaz's pupils constricted narrowly, struggling to survive. He wasn't stupid. Just now, when Jared spoke, his voice sounded elderly, and a terrifying aura accompanied it. How could it possibly be Jared? The lingering soul did not answer but reached towards the sky instead. The 5-colored light barrier transformed, and countless colorful arrows shot toward Sergio. Sergio could sense that while the arrow's power was only at the essence martial realm level, under the control of the lingering soul, these arrows gathered the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, complementing each other, and were reinforced by the lingering soul's soul force. Indeed, these arrows couldn't penetrate his dragon scales. However, his dragon body was covered in wounds. The areas with scales couldn't be broken, but what about the parts without scales? Fortunately, his dragon transformation bestowed him with overwhelming strength. Roar. Accompanied by the dragon's roar, even more violent attacks of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning erupted. Numerous colorful arrows were instantly extinguished. The lingering soul, undaunted, sneered, "Child, how long can you last?" Sergio was indeed extraordinary in his current state. Unfortunately, already severely wounded, forcibly transforming into a dragon would ultimately lead to his demise if sustained too long. Occupying the advantage of time, place, and manpower, the lingering soul saw no reason why this ambush would fail, and Sergio, watching Chaz and Jared on the ground from the sky, felt immense gloom clouding his mind. Indeed, his injuries were too severe, and he couldn't last long. 30 breaths. Sergio could sense that after 30 breaths, he would have to exit the dragon transformation state. Otherwise, due to severe injuries, his physical body couldn't bear the load, leading to its collapse and immediate death. He needed to kill Chaz and Jared within 30 breaths. But, how could he do that? With the formation surrounding them and the lingering soul appearing, even controlling Jared's body, its terrifying insight and innate cultivation were enough to block his offensive. After all, though his dragon body was terrifying, his essential cultivation was merely at the 9th level of essence martial realm, just like Jared. After a moment of silence, Sergio's dragon eyes began to transform into vertical pupils. If it weren't for my earlier injury from Indira of the sky-cleaving pavilion, it would be hard to tell who would win. There are no ifs in this world. The lingering soul's expression remained unchanged. It didn't say. If it hadn't known Sergio was already heavily injured and teamed up with a useless ally like Chaz, it would probably be considering leaving rather than continuing the fight. Silent in the sky, Sergio's eyes completely transformed into vertical pupils. In a daze, humanity was suppressed, replaced by the arrogance of a true dragon. Since today we must die. Even if my bloodline burns to ashes, you will bury with me. With a roar, Sergio's dragon body suddenly pounced towards the ground, accompanied by terrifying attacks of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Seeing this, the lingering soul unleashed Jared's spiritual energy. Instantly, the 5-colored light barrier transformed, and the power of the formation descended, mixing with Jared's spiritual energy to create a 5-colored protective dome, stopping wind, rain, thunder, and lightning from advancing. Sergio was indifferent. His true form landed. After transforming into a dragon, his dragon body was not only naturally adept at controlling wind, rain, thunder, and lightning but was also immensely powerful in itself. Upon landing, Sergio struck the protective dome with one claw. Where the dragon claw met the dome, countless ripples spread wildly, and a terrifying countershock erupted. Sergio, however, seemed oblivious, ignoring the shock, persistently driving his dragon claws further, causing the protective dome to begin deforming under his relentless assault. The lingering soul's expression changed, revealing a fierce glint as it raised its hand and struck directly at one of Sergio's wounds. Sergio did not dodge, his eyes glowing with a bloody red light. The dragon tail lashed out fiercely against the protective dome. Crack! The terrifying countershock, combined with the impact of the dragon tail, the protective dome shattered instantly, at the cost of his dragon tail bones breaking. Even as they started to heal, his tail appeared limp, clearly unusable for some time. Then, the lingering soul's punch hit his wound, penetrating with brutal force. Already severely injured, Sergio's entire body began to bleed profusely, with countless scales showing signs of cracking. Sergio seemed unaware, his eyes still glowing with bloodlust, pressing down with his dragon claw. Without the protection of the dome, his dragon claw struck Jared's body, tearing lightly. Had the lingering soul not sensed danger and rushed back to aid, Jared would have been torn in half. Even so, that single claw strike left a head-sized blood hole in Jared's chest, shredding vital organs like heart, liver, spleen, stomach, and kidneys into powder. Afterward, both the lingering soul and Sergio were sent flying away. Sergio lay on the ground, attempting several times to rise but failing each time. His injuries were too severe, having taken the blow to his wound. The force from that strike traveled through the wound, coupled with his suicidal attack. He was now at the brink of death, and Jared's condition was no better than Sergio's. That blow from Sergio would have killed Jared had it not been for the lingering soul's timely assistance, urgently enveloping Jared with soul force. Even though Jared survived, the lingering soul dared not take any further actions. All of Jared's internal organs had been shredded by Sergio's single claw strike. At present, the lingering soul could only sit on the ground, using its soul force to barely keep Jared alive. Chapter 385, The Death of Jared. All of Sergio's abdominal organs were crushed by Sergio's single claw. The remnant soul could only sit on the ground, using his divine soul force to prolong Jared's life. If Sergio had not survived, the remnant soul would have taken out healing elixirs to treat his injuries without delay to avoid Jared's death. Both had lost their ability to fight. However, this was not the end. Chaz, go kill him. He can't even move now. This opportunity cannot be missed. The remnant soul who was keeping Jared alive said grimly. In the distance, Chaz stood up and looked around. The rain, thunder, lightning, all had vanished. He stepped forward towards Sergio. Sergio, unable to rise, slowly turned his head, bloodthirsty eyes staring at Chaz. Seeing this, Chaz instinctively took a few steps back. Sergio whispered in a timely manner, "If I were you, I'd get as far away from here as possible. You have no right to meddle in the internal affairs of the Xianxia Palace. If Sergio dies today, do you think you can escape the investigation of the Xianxia Palace?" His voice was hoarse. The remnant soul became furious. "What are you afraid of, you waste? He has no strength left to retaliate." Then he sneered, "Boy, don't waste your efforts. Let me tell you, he is from the Xianxia building, specially sent to assist in killing you." Xianxia building? Sergio's pupils dilated slightly. His previous premonition had come true. The Xianxia building was indeed here because of Jared. Benicio, blood seeped from his gums as he shouted, "What did Jared offer you, Xianxia building? Are you not afraid of the four great sects banding together to annihilate you? After you die, I will tell you." "Chaz, what are you waiting for?" The remnant soul's voice turned angry. Previously, it was forgivable that Chaz did not put in much effort. It was a natural human reaction to seek safety. But now that Sergio was in such a state, Chaz still hesitated. A dying camel is still bigger than a horse. I feel like I can't stop his last-ditch counterattack. Chaz's eyes flickered as he jogged closer to the remnant soul. The remnant soul exploded in anger. Waste? Waste. As Sergio rapidly pondered strategies while trying to recover his strength, sudden changes occurred. Suddenly, Chaz, jogging towards Jared, flashed his eyes and struck. A streak of light flashed, blood mist spread. Jared's body was cut into two by the dagger. Already sustained solely by the remnant soul's power, Jared didn't even have time to react before he died. Only an unassuming earthenware jar silently appeared mid-air. "You? What are you doing?" The remnant soul's voice echoed from the jar, clearly shocked and disbelief evident. "Seal." Chaz did not respond but instead suddenly pulled out a translucent bead. The bead shone brightly, enveloping the jar. A moment later, the jar was in Chaz's hands. Cursed, cursed, how dare you betray us?" The remnant soul's enraged roar resounded. Chaz held the jar, looking at Sergio, his eyes narrowing. Sergio slowly closed his eyes. "I never thought they would plot so meticulously yet die by your hand. Strike, for even if I die now, I shall die content." Chaz did not approach but laughed lightly. "Your Excellency Su speaks too heavily. You might not be entirely helpless. At least my martial Dao true intent keeps reminding me that getting close to you means death." Sergio, who was resigned to death, immediately opened his eyes, red light spreading across his eyes. Indeed, he was not completely defenseless. He had one final attack. Under extreme duress, his last strike. After that strike went out, he, too, would die. Daring to break the oath, "You will all die." The remnant soul's maniacal roar echoed. Just as Chaz was about to say something, his expression suddenly changed. Humph! A muffled sound rang out. Blood began flowing from Chaz's 7 orifices, his aura dissipating at a terrifying speed. "No, no, Lord Palm, why?" Cough, cough. With trembling, unclear roars, Chaz staggered and fell to the ground. What happened? Unexpectedly, another sudden change occurred. The blood streaming from Chaz did not hit the ground but gathered in midair. A moment later, Chaz turned into a mummy. Was it due to the remnant soul's alleged breach of oath, or because of the blood's current transformation? No one knew. All that was seen was that the blood formed a blood figure, rippling. The blood figure transformed into Bin, the Xianxia building's leader. Thud, thud, thud. A series of muffled sounds echoed. Whether the array had lost its power or something else happened, the colorful barrier covering the valley vanished. Ben looked around, then at the dragon form. Young friend Sergio? His tone was uncertain. He could sense Sergio's presence within the dragon. But, was this a dragon? A mighty dragon? Sergio's pupils narrowed. Elder Ben? The stench of intrigue hung in the air. Ben, about to speak, suddenly glanced around. Then he smiled faintly. It seems this is not the place for conversation. Why don't we meet another day, where I can personally explain everything to you? Without waiting for an answer, Ben's form started to fade. To ensure your peace of mind, please visit any branch of the Xianxia building under my name when you wish. I will meet you then and tell you everything. Until then, for your sake, mine, and the Xianxia Palace, please keep this secret. This object, please keep it safe, whatever you do. I doubt you want someone to secretly desire it. The jar held by Ben floated gently in front of Sergio. Ben disappeared without a trace. Remaining here, only the corpses of the Xianxia Palace members, pools of blood throughout the valley, and Jared's severed remains. Chaz turned into a mummy. Besides Sergio, there were no other living souls. And Sergio stared sharply at the jar. This was the jar sealing the remnant soul, with the remnant soul inside. Traitor scum, traitor scum? The remnant soul continued to roar angrily. Traitor? Sergio's eyes flickered. He suddenly understood why the Xianxia building had attacked earlier. This remnant soul and the Xianxia building clearly had a complicated relationship. The Xianxia building targeted him not because of Jared, but because of the remnant soul. Sergio's form flashed, reverting to his true self, and he raised his hand to take a handful of medicinal pills, swallowing them down. Countless pills entered his body, yet his face remained deathly pale. His injuries were severe. Unhealed from previous wounds, he was forced to transform into a dragon and battle fiercely, resulting in even more horrific injuries. For an ordinary person, such injuries would mean certain death despite medicinal pills. For Sergio, even with unlimited access to Xianxia Palace's medicines, it would still take years to recover. He was near death. On the surface, Sergio suppressed his injuries with a smile. I heard that the Xianxia building was founded by Palm Lord Ben. Now it seems, it was you who established it? Holding the jar, his lips curved upwards. Though this ordeal was miserable, the gains were significant. Jared was dead. Though not personally killed by Sergio, he was indeed dead. Even the jar containing the remnant soul was sealed by the pearl earlier and fell into Sergio's hands. Such gains, even at the brink of death, made it worthwhile. The remnant soul raged lowly. I hate. If not for the traitor, how could you survive today? How could Jared die? Translation maintained the original paragraph structure, tone, and style, ensuring fluency and coherence with previous content. Hashtag chapter 386. The secret realm closes prematurely. The remnant soul did not provide Sergio with an answer but instead growled lowly, venting its anger. Traitor? Sergio's eyes flickered slightly. He was about to probe further when he suddenly narrowed his eyes. Rejection. He sensed that the entire world around him exuded a feeling of rejection. If it weren't for the large number of medicinal pills he had consumed earlier to restore some spiritual energy and the remaining spiritual energy in his body instinctively resisting, the rejection force would have already expelled him from this secret realm. There was something wrong with the secret realm. Based on the information he previously obtained, the secret realm opened by Jean Beau Pavilion should remain active for 3 months continuously. In reality, the secret realm had only been open for about 5 days. Was it due to the appearance of Emmett earlier, or some other reason? Sergio wasn't sure, but he knew that this sense of rejection was intensifying. With his injuries, he wouldn't be able to stay in the secret realm for much longer. Originally, he planned to find a place to recover, but now it seemed unnecessary. Boy, how about we cooperate? The remnant soul's voice sounded again. Sergio examined the earthenware jar in his hand. Cooperate? When the rejection sensation arose, his instinctive resistance stemmed from preventing others from seeing the jar, to avoid any mishaps. He intended to store the jar in his storage ring, but found that he couldn't. Perhaps due to the jar's uniqueness, or perhaps because the remnant soul was still alive. Regardless, the jar couldn't be placed in storage space. Previously, while the jar was in Jared's hands, it was likely the same case. Jared must have hidden the jar somewhere else, or possibly Jared and the remnant soul had an extremely close partnership, and the jar was actually inside Jared's body. If so, it was very likely. Otherwise, how could a sealed remnant soul easily control Jared's body? You help me escape this predicament and assist in killing the traitor Emmett. In exchange, I will teach you cultivation. Without waiting for a response, the remnant soul abruptly suppressed all its anger. Think about it. Jared's bloodline talent isn't outstanding. He only has unusual moon eyes. Even so, under my guidance, he became your formidable opponent. With my cultivation, based on your talent, becoming the paramount ruler of the Eastern Domain and controlling the 4 major sects with one person's strength is not difficult. Sergio's eyes flickered subtly. The remnant soul was indeed extraordinary. While Jared's moon eyes were troublesome, without the remnant soul's assistance multiple times, how could Jared have caused so many problems? Even the previous formation. If not for Chaz's sudden turncoat move at the critical moment, he would have died even if he managed to kill Jared. If this remnant soul were to fully assist him. After a moment, Sergio suddenly grew wary. He remembered being trapped in the jar, thinking of the remnant soul's greed for his bloodline and flesh. Cooperating with the remnant soul was akin to making a deal with a tiger. If he lacked resources, if he needed strong guidance, if he truly needed such help, then even dealing with a tiger might be worth the risk. But he didn't need any of that. With the great desolate ancestral dragon scripture in his possession, he did not require anyone's instruction for cultivation. As the holy son of Xianxia Palace, his cultivation resources were inexhaustible. He did not need the remnant soul's guidance for cultivation, nor its help with resources. Why take the risk of dealing with a tiger? He didn't know why the remnant soul repeatedly sacrificed its divine power to genuinely assist Jared, but knowing wasn't necessary. Jared was dead. Yet the remnant soul genuinely helped before. How could its resentment be easily dispelled? Truly cooperating with the remnant soul might lead to death without even realizing it. Thinking this, Sergio spurred the considerable amount of spiritual energy within his body, setting up another restriction on the surface of the jar. It wasn't an actual seal. His cultivation was insufficient to strengthen the jar's sealing. He merely placed a concealment restriction on the jar's surface, hiding it from view. He then took out a strip of cloth from his storage bag, hung the jar around his waist, and covered it with clothing. Thus, outsiders could not see the jar, and the remnant soul's voice would be blocked. Though Sergio considered himself resilient, he didn't know what the remnant soul might say. If it said something irresistible, out of sight, out of mind, and unheard words caused no disturbance. This was not entirely safe, as a martial emperor could penetrate both the Holy Sun's attire and his restrictions. But currently, this was the best he could do. Looking at the noticeably bulging area around his waist and silently sensing the growing rejection, he could hold on for a while longer in his current state. However, it wasn't necessary. With a shift in his thoughts, Sergio abandoned resistance. The traction force flowed, and his figure disappeared. The world shifted, and he returned to the outside world. He was not the first to exit. Turning his head, he saw that many people from the 4 major sects had also come out, but there were still others who hadn't emerged. Sergio landed in the Xianxia Palace area, whispering, "Elder, what happened? Didn't the secret realm open for 3 months? Someone infiltrated the secret realm." Damien paused, his eyes narrowing. Zhanbo Pavilion's formation sensed fluctuations of power beyond origin martial artist within the secret realm. The secret realm they entered wasn't ownerless, but belonged to Zhanbo Pavilion. Sergio was greatly surprised. Is this true? Seeming truly ignorant, Damien was about to say something when his eyes suddenly narrowed, focusing on Sergio. Several martial emperors from Zhanbo Pavilion suddenly looked at Sergio. "Boy, our genius died by your hand?" A faint pressure spread. "What do you mean, seniors?" Sergio asked, looking puzzled. Damien stepped in front of Sergio, speaking softly. "Half a day ago, Zhanbo Pavilion's Indira's soul tablet broke, and the formation sensed fluctuations beyond origin martial artist. It was said that soon after Indira's soul tablet shattered, Larry's cracked soul tablet also shattered, confirming his death. Clearly, Zhanbo Pavilion closed the secret realm hastily not just because of the sensed power beyond origin martial artist, but more importantly, because of Indira's death. Either event alone wouldn't have prompted such urgency, but together, it was different. What concerned Sergio was, Larry was dead too? He originally thought that if he ever had the chance, he'd eliminate Larry even at a cost. Now, unexpectedly learning that Larry was already dead? Was it done by a demon spirit, or something else? On the surface, Sergio feigned shock. Is this true? The Zhanbo Pavilion martial emperor raged. "Boy, stop playing dumb. Your words may deceive us, but the aura around you cannot." "I don't know." Sergio denied instantly. Those few martial emperors gave him a cold glance but didn't pursue further, only standing there. Gradually, more people kept emerging. Sergio's injuries slowly recovered due to the effects of medicinal pills, albeit at a slow pace. Fully half an hour later, the constantly rotating vortex flashed and disappeared. ##### Chapter 387, Hidden Danger. Half an hour after Sergio left the secret realm, another person departed. With this, the continuously rotating vortex flashed and disappeared. Since there were no more living souls in the secret realm, its entrance vanished as well. Berkeley's expression darkened as he asked, "Sergio, where is Jared?" Everyone had come out, but only about 50 members of the Xianxia Palace managed to survive and leave the secret realm. The Immortal Mountain Sect and Imperial Peak each had 90 people return. Zhanbo Pavilion had fewer, with nearly 80 survivors. The Xianxia Palace had the least number of survivors. How could half of them be dead after just 4 or 5 days? Moreover, Jared, who could compete with Sergio, didn't come out. Not coming out was equivalent to being dead. It wasn't unusual. Previously, over 30 Xianxia Palace disciples guarding Sergio were all killed, and combined with the killings among the 4 sects within other parts of the secret realm. If the secret realm hadn't closed prematurely, how many Xianxia Palace disciples would have survived? Sergio was about to say he didn't know but swallowed his words. These emperor's perceptions were terrifying. He calculated that from the time he killed Indira until now, it was well over half a day. He hadn't sensed any lingering aura of Indira on him, yet the emperor of Zhanbo Pavilion could still detect it. And concerning Jared, he and Jared clashed several times, meaning the residual aura of Jared on him must still be quite strong. After some thought, Sergio whispered, "I also don't know. Let me explain in detail later, Elder. What do you think?" Berkeley glanced at the direction of Zhanbo Pavilion and nodded lightly. Perhaps it was related to the death of Indira of Zhanbo Pavilion? In the area of Zhanbo Pavilion, several emperors glared coldly at Sergio. "Davistol brat Sergio, killing our holy daughter of Zhanbo Pavilion indeed proves your abilities, but you look severely wounded. I hope you won't die from it." Then, they didn't say much more. They only cast an angry glance at their companions from Zhanbo Pavilion before turning and disappearing. Seeing this, Berkeley's eyes flickered. He waved a hand, taking Sergio and the few elite Yuan Wu realm disciples away, not leaving Zhanbo Pavilion immediately but returning to Landing Manor. Inside Landing Manor, Berkeley did not inquire about the events right away but suddenly placed his hand on Sergio's shoulder, infusing unimaginably pure spiritual energy belonging to an emperor into Sergio's body. It spread rapidly, permeating every part of Sergio's limbs and bones. This burst of spiritual energy was more extraordinary than the many healing pills Sergio had taken. Once fully diffused, Sergio could feel his injuries visibly recovering at an astonishing rate. In less than 3 breaths, he recovered considerably. Although not completely healed, it no longer affected his ability to fight. If he ignored potential long-term consequences, he could unleash his full combat strength. After a moment, Berkeley relaxed his gaze and took a deep breath before speaking. At present, I can only temporarily help you recover somewhat. The rest will need to rely on your own recuperation. Although an emperor's spiritual energy was exceptional, it differed from Sergio's. Berkeley could heal external wounds and minor injuries for Sergio, but the rest, Sergio would have to recover gradually on his own. Fortunately, with medicinal pills, recovery wouldn't be too difficult. Sergio bowed. Thank you, Berkeley. Berkeley shook his head slightly and set up a restriction with a wave of his hand. What happened inside the restriction? Why are Jared and Indira dead? Though no bodies were seen and no one said anything, the fact that they didn't come out clearly indicated death. Sergio hesitated for a moment before responding, Elder, you might not know. He couldn't reveal the truth. After careful consideration, Sergio devised an explanation. It was simple. Indira suddenly went mad and attacked the Xianxia Palace, leading to fierce battles between him and Jared against Jean Beau Pavilion. Despite her unparalleled talent and extraordinary strength, Jean Beau Pavilion had pre-planned strategies using formations to boost their power. Eventually, he and Jared barely managed to kill Indira, suffering near-fatal injuries in the process. Unlike him, who miraculously survived, Jared did not. Many Jean Beau Pavilion disciples died because they fell victim to Jean Beau Pavilion's plot, although Sergio knew the protectors were killed by Jared and Chas. However, he couldn't say that now, so he attributed everyone's deaths to Jean Beau Pavilion. Upon hearing Sergio's account of the truth, Berkeley narrowed his eyes. His intuition told him the truth wasn't that simple. After all, if it were true, why didn't Sergio leave the secret realm as soon as it opened? But after some thought, Berkeley shook his head. Sergio had no reason to lie, and the death of Jean Beau Pavilion's top disciple was a fact. Therefore, Berkeley sighed. Sigh. To him, the previous battle was unnecessary. Though they killed Jean Beau Pavilion's top disciple, they lost Jared's life in the process. Sergio remained silent, realizing saying more could lead to mistakes. Afterward, Berkeley looked elsewhere. If Marvin Elton and Edie hadn't been gravely injured by Indira, preventing them from entering the secret realm, this expedition wouldn't have been so costly. Many elite disciples died, including Jared, who was second only to Sergio among the geniuses. After a pause, Sergio tentatively said, If Berkeley has no further instructions, I would like to go down and treat my injuries. What do you think, Elder? The two previous transformations into a dragon had inflicted severe damage on his foundation. Even with Xianxia Palace's resources behind him, the continuous transformations would take years to fully recover. Berkeley instinctively nodded, but then his eyes widened. No, you need to return to the sect as soon as possible and cannot stay here for treatment. Why? Sergio frowned. It wasn't that he was unwilling, but something seemed off about Berkeley's words. Berkeley pointed toward the massive peak of Jean Beau Pavilion. The last Jean Beau Pavilion, Bryson Alberic, died in the Spirit Wind secret realm, and now the holy daughter Edie is dead, while Larry, whose fate was unknown, is also confirmed dead. To Jean Beau Pavilion, both Bryson's and holy daughter Edie's deaths are due to you. Even if you're our Xianxia Palace Bryson, Jean Beau Pavilion will disregard rules and target you. Sergio's pupils constricted slightly. This place wasn't Xianxia Palace. If Jean Beau Pavilion disregarded its reputation, they could easily detain Berkeley and send an emperor, whom Sergio couldn't stop. Even transforming into a dragon, he wouldn't be a match for an emperor. He might have a slim chance of escaping from a lower-level emperor, but Jean Beau Pavilion, being one of the four major sects, certainly had plenty of high-level emperors. Although Sergio knew it was likely true, he still whispered, as one of the four major sects, Jean Beau Pavilion wouldn't go so far. Berkeley sneered. With almost all Jean Beau Pavilion's geniuses dead, the remaining juniors are merely near genius level. If you don't die. Chapter 388. Instant teleportation for 10,000 miles. In response to Sergio's words, Berkeley sneered coldly, his tone filled with mockery. As he continued, his voice turned mysteriously ominous. Once you grow stronger in the future, the Heavenly Sword Pavilion will have been suppressed by our Xianxia Palace for at least 3,000 years. In such a situation, how would the Heavenly Sword Pavilion allow you to leave? As long as no one witnesses it, the truth can be anything the Heavenly Sword Pavilion chooses to tell. If they decide to eliminate everyone who knows about this, even I might end up perishing here at the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. What's the point of breaking the rules if no one sees it? Who could say otherwise? All the geniuses of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion avoided him. Immortal Mountain and Empyrean sect probably wished for Sergio's death so that all disciples of the four major sects could return to an equal starting point, instead of having Sergio stand out alone, suppressing the young generations of the four major sects. Then what should I do? Sergio asked earnestly. He just posed the question as it came naturally. Since Berkeley brought it up, there must be a solution. Berkeley lowered his head and thought for a moment before raising his hand to retrieve a talisman. It shimmered with colorful light and had countless intricate patterns. Not understanding talismans, Sergio only felt it was incomprehensible symbols. After a while, Sergio's pupils constricted slightly. A teleportation talisman? Although he couldn't use the teleportation talisman, he certainly recognized it as an upgraded version of a spatial shifting talisman. Indeed, although your cultivation is insufficient to use it, I will help shield you from the spatial compression. With this talisman, you can leave safely. Do not resist. With a flick of his finger, streams of spiritual energy spread into Sergio's body. There wasn't much change at first, but Sergio could sense that the spiritual energy had gathered within him. Once he activated it with his mental energy, it would cause a transformation, though he didn't know what kind. Noticing Sergio's probing gaze, Berkeley spoke appropriately. After you leave the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, you can trigger it to alter your appearance and aura. Below the level of Martial Emperor, there will be no possibility of discovery. Even if someone has stronger cultivation than me, unless they see you face to face, they cannot possibly uncover the truth. Thank you, Elder. Sergio bowed respectfully. You are injured and should recover first, but delays could lead to complications. If the Heavenly Sword Pavilion prepares adequately, you might not get another chance to leave. Follow me. With a swift movement, Berkeley carried Sergio away from Wuxia residence. The scene flashed, and when it stabilized, they were already outside the mountain gates of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. Being non-members of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, using a teleportation talisman inside its formation was impossible. They needed to be outside the main array to use it. Martial Emperor's divine sense can sweep thousands of miles in an instant. The vast devastating Sword Lord can instantly detect a 10,000-mile radius. Do not linger once you leave. After saying this, Berkeley placed the teleportation talisman in Sergio's hand. Activate the talisman. Holding the talisman that could instantly teleport him 10,000 miles away. Disciple will definitely return to the sect safely. Knowing it was not the time for trivial conversation, Sergio responded respectfully, then channeled his spiritual energy into the talisman. Seeing this, Berkeley cast another surge of spiritual energy around Sergio. A ripple flashed, and both the talisman and Sergio vanished without a trace. 3 breaths later, the Bryson of your Shimming Palace seems anxious to leave. Outsiders might think the Heavenly Sword Pavilion lacks proper hospitality. A clear, cold voice sounded. As the voice faded, a beam of light landed, revealing none other than Master Jacqueline, the mentor of Indira. Berkeley remained calm. A martial emperor personally dealing with a mere primordial martial practitioner. You truly have impressive courage at the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. Using a teleportation talisman to send someone 10,000 miles away. That Oral is injured. If he encounters someone with poor judgment and gets killed, it would indeed be a pity. Another martial emperor appeared, speaking with amusement. Berkeley glanced over the Heavenly Sword Pavilion territory, seeing multiple beams of light rapidly leaving, carrying Sergio away at terrifying speed, far beyond the reach of primordial martial practitioners. He retracted his gaze. Who knows? His figure flashed. He left the people of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion and returned to Wuxia residence. If he hadn't sent Sergio away, he and the others like Edie Marvin would never have left the Heavenly Sword Pavilion alive. This place being their stronghold, if the Heavenly Sword Pavilion harbored murderous intentions, not even a 9th-level martial emperor could escape. But now that Sergio had left, he could bring Edie Marvin and others back to the sect safely. The only one still at risk was Sergio. However, he had done everything possible. He spent enormous spiritual energy shielding Sergio from spatial pressure during the teleportation and personally set up a method to disguise Sergio's appearance and aura. If Sergio still ended up dead, he couldn't do more. Without this move, given the anger previously sensed from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, everyone would die. But doing this gave them a glimmer of hope. At Wuxia residence, the martial emperors of Immortal Mountain and Empyrean sect stood beside a lotus pond. Both watched the continuous streams of light departing. Soon, the Ichabod chuckled. It's lively today. Bowie sent someone away like this, which underestimates the Heavenly Sword Pavilion too much, and also underestimates us from Immortal Mountain and you from Empyrean sect. If something really happened, how could we remain idle? The martial emperor of Empyrean sect glanced at him disdainfully. Underestimate? People from Immortal Mountain were just as sly. If real trouble arose, forget helping. They wouldn't step on them enough to show how closely related the 4 major sects were. If only Indira had died, Larry's fate might have been unknown, and the Heavenly Sword Pavilion might not have broken the rules. Unfortunately, shortly after Indira's death, Larry's soul tablet shattered completely. Now, none of the younger generation of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion could match Sergio's talent. Such a prodigy couldn't be ignored by the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. Thinking of Sergio's talent, the martial emperor of Empyrean sect felt secretly astonished. 9th grade heaven rank. Though Larry's talent was strong in human form, the 4 major sects had incredible legacies and continuously produced talented disciples. Even if no one could suppress Sergio among the younger generation, some older disciples could still contend. Scary was Sergio's ability to transform into a dragon, leaping across realms to fight without any reasonable basis. Although they hadn't witnessed his power post-transformation firsthand, the spies sent by the 4 major sects had plenty of information. If not for fear of forcing the sworn enemies Shimming Palace and Heavenly Sword Pavilion to join forces, Empyrean sect and Immortal Mountain might have pressured to remove Sergio and others earlier to avoid future troubles for their own sects. But now, these sworn enemies were constantly battling each other, killing prodigies. Now, only Sergio remained. They couldn't wait to watch the drama unfold. Why would they help? On the surface, he laughed. Indeed, it's a pity Bowie is too suspicious. Now, sending this person away will only make the Heavenly Sword Pavilion even angrier. Even if they originally didn't plan to, they surely won't let Sergio off now. Tell me, do you think that kid can escape back? Chapter 389, Sword Seeking 3. The Dorian's disdain was evident in his heart, but he showed no abnormality on the surface. Instead, he smiled and responded, turning to ask if Sergio could possibly escape back to the Shimming Palace. The Hemlock pondered, shaking his head. Hard to say. Abdullah was sent the person away, not just by teleportation talismans. He would certainly have altered Sergio's appearance and aura as well. Although the old man Guiyuan is adept at refining equipment rather than combat, he is still a martial emperor. Once he acts, it's impossible for ordinary people to see through Sergio's disguise. Even we might fail to notice any discrepancy without directly facing him. The eyes of the Dorian gleamed slightly. If so, why don't we fan the flames? The Hemlock grew tempted. However, he soon shook his head slightly. It's unnecessary. If Sergio can't escape back, the Shimming Palace surely won't let this incident pass. After all, if not just the old man Guiyuan who came here alone, things wouldn't be this worrisome. Should Sergio die, the enmity between the Shimming Palace and Zhandian Pavilion will only deepen. Why not sit back and watch them fight it out? Before waiting for a response, the Hemlock chuckled. If that Oral manages to return alive, have you forgotten? Years ago in the Spirit Wind secret realm, Mario chose to ambush him out of anger. The Zhandian Pavilion has repeatedly violated rules, using martial emperors to bully the weak. If this Oral really escapes back and grows up, how can he not seek revenge? If he's vengeful, the 2 sects might end up in a life or death battle for the annihilation of one another. Since our two sects don't harbor such geniuses, why should we get involved? Indeed, watching from afar, marvelous, simply marvelous. 100,000 miles away, somewhere, the pressure exerted during the use of the teleportation talisman was entirely blocked by Isidore, so Sergio did not feel any pressure when using it. He only felt the scene flicker, and then he was in a completely new place. Uncertain about where he was, he knew that upon activating the teleportation talisman, he had fled in the southeast direction. This place must be 100,000 miles southeast of Xianxia Pavilion. Taking a glance around, Sergio didn't rush to use other means. Instead, he suddenly stimulated the spiritual energy that Isidore left within his body with his own spiritual power. Then, the spiritual energy quickly spread. Ripples flashed, and Sergio's figure transformed. The graceful young man vanished, replaced by a nondescript middle-aged man. Through his divine sense, he observed internally. He was now half a head taller, with a slightly darker complexion and neither fat nor thin. In summary, at this moment, he had become a slightly robust, dark-skinned man. After confirming his current appearance, Sergio did not flee into the sky but took out a transfer talisman and activated it, disappearing once more. He continuously used the transfer talisman, 9 times in succession, covering 9,000 miles. He intended to continue leaving via the transfer talisman, but he hadn't carried many, only 10, reserving the last one for contingencies. Should he continue traveling? After thinking for a while, Sergio descended from the clouds. Should the Xianxia Pavilion not pursue, fine. If they do pursue, continuing travel through the sky would make him too conspicuous. The divine sense of a martial emperor is terrifying, covering thousands of miles easily, and sometimes even reaching 10,000 miles. Sergio, currently at the 9th level of primordial martial arts, could barely extend his divine sense to cover a 100-mile radius. The voice of the remnant soul suddenly rang out, "Boy, your situation seems dire. Why not cooperate with me? With my help, mere martial emperors cannot see through your true identity even face to face." Just after landing on the ground, Sergio's pace halted mid-stride as he sped across the land. Looking down at his waist, still hanging there was the pot. To outsiders, they could only see that something was bulging under his long robe, but not what exactly it was. His divine sense flashed. The restriction technique he set on the pot surface had been broken. The remnant soul spoke again. "Boy, in this world, there are only eternal interests, not eternal enmities. As the holy son of Xianxia Palace, surely you understand this?" "Collaborating with a tiger," Sergio scoffed lightly, sweeping his hand over the pot. Ripples flashed, and he re-established the restriction. The voice of the remnant soul disappeared. Then Sergio stopped walking, narrowing his eyes. After some thought, he leaped into the sky, looking around. He originally planned to return directly, but after hearing from the remnant soul, he suddenly realized that if the Xianxia Pavilion were to pursue, the route back to the Xianxia Palace would undoubtedly be their main focus for investigation. Whether traveling on the ground or in the sky, he would definitely be investigated by the Xianxia Pavilion. So why not find a city to recuperate? Perhaps the Xianxia Pavilion wouldn't expect him to not panic and hide right nearby, merely 100,000 miles outside their territory. And there was the 3-foot building, Sanjialu. Ultimately, he needed to deal with the pot. It couldn't remain with him indefinitely. He couldn't destroy it. Indeed, he hadn't tried. But the instant he held the pot, he sensed the terrifying intricacies hidden in its patterns. He doubted even a martial emperor's full effort could destroy it. Discarding it randomly was also not an option. Back in the secret realm, Ben agreed to meet him. Considering the remnant soul's fury at that time, handling this pot might require cooperation with Sanjialu. Flying through the sky for 7,000 miles, Sergio spotted a city to the left front. His eyes twinkled as he approached cautiously, concealing his cultivation and aura. After paying the entry fee, he entered the city. Expanding his divine sense inconspicuously, he found an ordinary city. Not sensing anything else, he located the Sanjialu branch, retracted his divine sense, and swiftly moved closer. At his Yuanwu realm speed, there were barely any Davismu practitioners in the streets. People only felt a fleeting breeze without seeing anyone. Approaching Sanjialu, Sergio entered directly. Then he went straight to the second floor. Sanjialu seemed destined to be linked with the number 3. The building was divided into 3 floors. The first floor was a hall where various assassinations and bounties were discussed. The second floor had multiple small dark rooms. These dark rooms were where bounty issuers came. The third floor was not open to the public. Sergio did not attempt to enter the third floor, but casually chose one of the dark rooms. Though dim, it appeared bright to Sergio's eyes. It was small, containing only tables and chairs with no other decorations. Instead, there was a window in the depth of the room. After entering, the door closed instantly. After about 10 breaths, at whom is the assassination directed? What is their cultivation and what force do they belong to? A masked person appeared at the window, his voice hoarse. Sanjialu's bounties asked minimal questions, only names, cultivations, and affiliations. Different levels of cultivation required different rewards. Different forces meant varying rewards. Sanjialu decided the amount based on cultivation and affiliation. Just as Sergio was about to speak, his eyes flashed and he laughed. "I want to kill him. I don't know his force, only his name." "Sergio?" As he spoke, Sergio waved his hand to manifest his real face. Chapter 390, Seeking Ben. Sergio was originally ready to directly seek out Ben, but his eyes flickered as he decided to probe a little. He was somewhat curious whether the rules of the 3-foot tower were true, and if they would accept an assassination bounty on him. Brogan frowned slightly. Unknown affiliation. According to our 3-foot tower's regulations, for those from the Essence martial factions, the reward is doubled if that person belongs to one of the 4 great sects. Before he finished, the man glanced at Sergio's condensed illusion. Suddenly thinking of something, his expression changed slightly. He added with a cold snort, "Sir, this 3-foot tower is not a place for jokes." The masked man turned around and was about to leave. "Wait, what do you mean?" Sergio leaped to the window, clearly displeased. The masked man paused, sensing Sergio's face seemed genuinely clueless. After a moment of silence, the masked man spoke. We have rules in the 3-foot tower. Assassinations related to the Xianxia Palace, Zhanbo Pavilion, Immortal Mountain, and Emperor Extreme Sect are not accepted. Then, as if reminded of something, his eyes revealed a murderous intent. Since you know his name, how could you not know his identity? Coming here to place a bounty on the sacred son of Xianxia Palace. Oral, are you here to cause trouble? A black mist flashed, faint light shimmering. Sergio sensed the room activating an array formation. Clearly, if there wasn't an explanation today, this person might control the formation and attack him. This person's strong reaction, indeed, the 3-foot tower would not rashly accept an assassination bounty on the 4 great sects. Just a joke, don't take it seriously, Sergio chuckled and returned to sit by the table. I'm looking for Ben, please report to headquarters. The masked man hesitated momentarily, then his eyes flashed with murderous intent. What ignorant child dares to address the Lord's name so casually? Before he finished, Sergio suddenly exuded an aura of essence martial realm power. That person immediately fell silent. Essence martial realm? This place was just a small outpost of the 3-foot tower. A random essence martial expert could obliterate everyone here. Sergio's voice turned cold. Whether I dare or not, you should report this message. I believe your lord has been informed that someone will be seeking him. Initially, if not for the sudden event earlier, he could have come here under his real identity without arousing suspicion. But now, revealing his identity was inconvenient. The masked man's expression changed. Just half an hour ago, headquarters indeed sent news saying someone might come through these small outposts to find the lord. Could this dark-skinned man be that person? But although this dark-skinned man was at the essence martial level, he was only at that level, lacking the qualifications to call the lord by name. Please wait a moment, senior. I'll report the message immediately. Although the masked man didn't quite believe it, he understood the gravity of the situation. No matter who this dark-skinned man was or if he was asking for death, an essence martial cultivator's strength alone could suppress any disobedience here. The masked man left. Sergio stayed in the small dark room, unable to spread his divine sense because of the formation activated in the area. This time, he was a guest, not an enemy. Being a guest naturally meant avoiding any provocation. Without setting off alarms, he couldn't penetrate the formation with his divine sense. About 15 minutes later, creak. The door of the small dark room opened. A rather plump man at the 5th level of true martial stood at the doorway, his face incredulous yet respectful. Greetings, senior. Headquarters just sent word that due to the proximity to Zhanbo Pavilion, it would be inconvenient for the lord to come here. Please proceed to Xianxia City. There's a teleportation array there that can send you directly to our headquarters. Indeed, for ordinary people, it might be fine. But for Ben, the esteemed master of the 3-foot tower with immense power, any rash move could provoke misunderstanding from the Zhanbo Pavilion. Xianxia City? Sergio didn't know where it was, and his frown deepened. His current situation wasn't ideal. Wandering outside was dangerous. Seeing this, the man quickly added, headquarters also mentioned that if it's inconvenient for you, senior, you can stay here for a few days, and the lord will secretly come. Sergio nodded. Very well, I'll wait here. Please follow me, the man responded hastily. Following the man, Sergio ascended to the 3rd floor. There was nothing different here. Sergio encountered many grim-faced assassins. They detected Sergio's unhidden essence martial aura and dared not offend him. Under the man's guidance, Sergio settled into a room on the 3rd floor. Half a month later, knock, 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 came a knocking sound. Sergio slowly opened his eyes. His injuries had yet to fully recover. Even with rare treasures assisting him continuously, transitioning to the dragon form again before full recovery had caused unexpected severe damage to his bloodline. Although most of his wounds had healed after a full half-month, enough to allow combat, they hadn't completely healed. He even felt that with the current damage, even with the help of pills, complete recovery would be difficult, requiring more time to mend. Most troublesome was the terrifying soul force of the broken jar's remnant spirit. Despite setting up numerous restrictions over these 2 weeks, within half a day, the remnant spirit could break them. This made it hard for Sergio to fully recover while treating his injuries. After adjusting his breath for a while, Sergio dissolved the restrictions and opened the door. Ben was standing there. Sergio bowed slightly. Greetings, senior. Ben smiled and entered the room, his gaze fixed on Sergio's waist. Even without using divine sense, despite the clothing barrier, he could see the bulge shape, indicating the sealed remnant spirit's jar. As for the disguise Cameron set up for Sergio, it couldn't hide from Ben face to face. For a moment, the room door closed tightly, surrounded by a restricting formation. Ben withdrew his gaze. I thought if you came, it would be several years after careful consideration, or with Xianxia Palace companions. I didn't expect you to have such courage to come alone, even without delay. The remnant spirit seemed to sense Ben's presence. Ripples appeared on the jar's surface, breaking the restriction Sergio had applied an hour ago. Traitor, traitor. Crackling electricity appeared on the jar's surface, along with furious roars from the remnant spirit. Ben's eyes flickered, and he suddenly raised a hand. Immediately, Sergio felt relief at his waist. The jar was removed under uncontrollable spiritual energy, new restrictions appearing on its surface. This time, it was Ben who applied the restrictions. Inside the jar, only faint electricity could be seen, with no further sound from the remnant spirit. Afterward, instead of taking the jar away, Ben sat cross-legged on the spot. Davastal friend, carrying this is inconvenient for you. How about handing it over to me? Surprisingly, Sergio felt that Ben was genuinely negotiating. If Sergio refused, Ben wouldn't compel him. Despite being an essence martial realm expert, he discussed matters with a lone individual like Sergio. This was unusual. Chapter 391. The Story of Emmett. With Emmett's cultivation, if Sergio were alone here, there was no need for Emmett to consult with Sergio. Just as when Sergio kept wiping out the 3-foot tower strongholds, once Emmett appeared, A single light remark from him would have settled everything. But now he consulted with Sergio, and even gave off the impression that if Sergio did not agree, Emmett wouldn't force him. It was peculiar. Sergio glanced at the earthenware jar placed between the two by Emmett. After some contemplation, he raised his head and said, "Earlier in the sword spirit secret realm, Senior mentioned you would tell me the truth." Emmett's eyes instantly narrowed. After a long pause, he softly murmured, "Davistal friend, haven't you heard? Some secrets bring a faster death the more you know." His tone was calm, not a threat, just a statement of fact. Sergio thought for a moment and then spoke up, "Earlier, I had a misunderstanding with the 3-feet tower. If I don't understand it clearly, my conscience will be uneasy." Although Jared was dead, yet his lingering soul remained. He couldn't extinguish the lingering soul nor break the jar. As long as the lingering soul didn't die, another Jared might appear. Emmett gazed deeply at Sergio and slowly began. "I once heard a story, little friend. Would you like to listen?" "A story?" "Senior speaks, and I am all ears," Sergio responded solemnly. Seeing this, Emmett's eyes revealed countless recollections. Many years ago, there was a mountain village that lived in peace, secluded from the world. The villagers lived a simple life, working from sunrise to sunset. They tilled the land, hunted, and paid taxes annually to the nearest city, which had powerful forces protecting them. Other high-ranking martial artists wouldn't bother a small, tranquil village like this. And if someone in the village had extraordinary bloodline, they would be accepted and cared for by families in the city. Under such circumstances, the villagers, though hardworking, were guaranteed basic necessities, enjoying a unique kind of happiness reserved for common folk. From the villagers' perspective, they might live forever thus, toil and hardship, yet safe and sound. If any family gave birth to an exceptionally talented child, they might even have the chance to move into the big city, becoming part of the elite. One day, a baby was born in the village, whose parents had someone evaluate Yush's potential and bloodline. They were told that the infant was of low talent and unfit to enter the city. Though disappointed, the parents weren't too sad. After all, only a few could enter that fortified city. Most, like their baby, would remain ordinary. As the baby grew, he accompanied his parents in labor. To him, perhaps he would marry a girl from a neighboring village and leave behind offspring, living a simple and plain life like his parents. He felt somewhat discontent, but with his inferior talent, it was difficult for him to achieve much in martial arts. Day by day, the oral grew to be around 12 or 13 years old, and his parents began circulating within the village, preparing to arrange his marriage. Unexpectedly, an accident happened. On the day his marriage was arranged, the oral left the village in frustration, aimlessly wandering through the fields. Walking on, he saw Blue lying unconscious in the field. To the oral, such injuries should kill anyone. Yet the old man wasn't dead, just unconscious. The oral knew the elder must be one of those high-ranking martial artists. The village had strict rules. If someone was injured without specific insignia on their clothing, the rule was to ignore them, no matter how pitiful, not talk to them, not offer help. Initially, the oral didn't understand or know the reason. Later, he found out that the village's inherited family insignia represented those of the city's powerful clans. That was all he knew. The Blue he saw bore no recognizable insignia. Clearly, the man was from elsewhere. The oral didn't want to live a mundane life. He decided to risk saving the old man, hoping he could teach him martial arts. He carried the old man to what he believed was a hidden spot and treated him with some herbs. Perhaps it was because of the oral's help, or maybe destiny spared him, but the old man awoke. Deeply moved by the oral's assistance, the old man took him away from the village. But soon the oral learned that the people who attacked the old man, enraged by his actions, slaughtered the entire village, leaving everyone and everything dead. The powerful family guarding the town did not intervene, because the old man was not from the city's family but belonged to a different sex power. Those families wouldn't get involved in other powers' conflicts. The oral had broken the rules and must bear the consequences. At that time, the oral hadn't thought much about it. He just hated the forces that had slaughtered his village. Unfortunately, the oral's talent was very low. Otherwise, why wouldn't the city's families recruit him as a guardian? Grateful for saving his life, the old man decided to take the oral as a sword attendant, keeping him out of sectarian struggles. With the old man's protection, his inferior bloodline and talent allowed the oral to live a peaceful life as long as he didn't strive for more. If so, the oral's life might have passed just like that. When the oral turned 20, another accident occurred. A small place under the sect's jurisdiction was annihilated, cause unknown. Abdullah sent the oral with sect disciples to investigate. The oral didn't find much but discovered a jar with intricate patterns. Intuitively, he felt it was something valuable, so he secretly kept it. Indeed, it was valuable. Inside the jar was a lingering soul, which told the oral that with his low talent and insufficient bloodline, achieving greatness was impossible unless he stole others' bloodlines. In the 7 years with the sect, the oral had seen and understood many things. Without the old man's gifts of cultivation resources, he couldn't even break through the first stage of the body-tempering realm. Facing the lingering soul's words, the oral was skeptical but decided to try, attempting to defy nature and change his bloodline. Following the soul's guidance, in the wilderness, he plotted to kill someone with earth-level talent and, with the soul's help, acquired an earth-level bloodline. At that moment, the oral realized how easy cultivation was for someone with good talent. Since the beginning of his cultivation, he had been stuck at the body-tempering realm. With the soul's help, enhanced bloodline, and years of accumulated effort, he reached the 9th level of the body-tempering realm in just one day. Had the soul not advised caution, he could have pushed straight into the true chi realm. The oral rejoiced. Unfortunately, prosperity came with misfortune. Unbeknownst to the oral, the owner of the earth-level talent was a unique prodigy from another sect. When the prodigy was killed, that sect erupted in anger. Even with the soul's guidance, the oral's skills were too low, and the flaws he left were easily tracked down by that sect. The sect to which the old man belonged was completely overpowered. Within half a day, the entire clan was exterminated. Only the oral escaped with the help of the lingering soul. At this point, the tale ended abruptly. Sergio, upon hearing this, abruptly looked up at Emmett, his peripheral vision fixed on the jar. The oral? The jar? Sergio wasn't stupid. He naturally understood that the story Emmett narrated was his own. No wonder the lingering soul was furious at Emmett. It turned out Emmett's rise was due to the soul's help, but eventually, Emmett betrayed the soul. Chapter 392. The Remnant Soul Who Nearly Escaped. Sergio instantly understood why the Remnant Soul was so enraged with Emmett. That short story clearly indicated that Emmett's rise to power was all due to the Remnant Soul's assistance. Otherwise, Emmett would have long become bones with a lowly status. Sergio lowered his head and remained silent. Emmett's eyes filled with memories. Do you want to hear the rest of the story? The rest of the story? Sergio's gaze shifted. Sometimes, the more secrets one knows, the faster they die. Emmett's many disgraceful past events were not recorded in the Xianxia Palace. If Sergio knew them, he just wanted to know why the Threezhong Tower helped the Remnant Soul, and now it seemed he had an idea. He didn't really want to hear the rest of the story. But, how did the vase end up in Jared's hands? Why did Emmett betray? He wanted to hear, but felt it unnecessary. At least if nothing unexpected happened, when dealing with the Remnant Soul, he and Emmett should be on the same side. Your story is incredible. I admire it, Sergio said, bowing slightly. However, for such a wonderful story, why say it all at once? Perhaps next time we meet, you can tell me the rest. What do you think? Incredible? Pausing, Emmett's eyes grew even more nostalgic. Since it's incredible, why not continue listening? These things have been buried in my heart for so many years. Talking about them indeed makes one feel relaxed. Sergio's gaze darkened. He no longer wanted to hear the story, but since Emmett was speaking, he couldn't stop him. Emmett began narrating again, this time about Yush's story. This time, however, he wasn't as detailed. He only mentioned that after escaping, Yush, under the Remnant Soul's help, practiced various powerful martial arts and continuously honed himself in dangerous places, rapidly advancing in cultivation. Even without joining any sect, Yush had ample resources for cultivation thanks to the Remnant Soul. True Chi Realm, Spirit Martial Realm, True Martial Realm, Essence Martial Realm. Nothing could hold back Yush. Gradually, Yush became dissatisfied. Though Earth-level bloodline was strong, Yush believed there was still heaven-level above. Bloodline was supreme. The child found that despite meeting people who were less diligent than him, if they had a heaven-level bloodline, they were superior due to their lineage. Yet, people with heaven-level bloodlines existed within the four great sects, who dominated the eastern region. Outside of these sects, who dared to kill them? After discussing and investigating with the Remnant Soul, they discovered that Yush, a leader from an assassin organization under the four great sects, also possessed a heaven-level bloodline. Though not as formidable as the four great sects, this assassin organization was even more ruthless, making them harder to eliminate. After deliberation, Yush and the Remnant Soul formed a small, unnamed force. With the Remnant Soul's help, they strategized. Finally, at the Earth Spirit Realm, Yush managed to recruit some Empyreans to join their forces. To break through Empyrean Realm easily and avoid delays, Yush and Remnant Soul planned for a long time. They devised a scheme where the target fought against members of the four great sections. By paying certain costs, including alliances and interests, they eventually had the upper hand. In the end, Yush killed the target and quickly ascended to Empyrean level with the Remnant Soul's assistance. Then, they allied with the four great sects to crush the assassin organization. The child used this opportunity to expand and turn his assassin force into the strongest force under the four great sects. The four great sects also obtained many treasures from the crushed forces, resulting in benefits for all five parties involved. Everything seemed calm. As an Empyrean, Yush controlled a significant force. After years of cultivation, he became an utmost powerhouse, holding an extremely honorable position. Even in the four dominating sects of the eastern region, he would be treated by the highest authorities as a distinguished guest. Yet, Yush was uneasy. Because of the Remnant Soul, the Remnant Soul helped Yush rise. How could Yush repay the Remnant Soul? The Remnant Soul's demands were simple, just help him leave the vase. Over time, Yush learned much information. The world was divided into 5 regions: Eastern Region, Southern Wilderness, Northern Desert, Western Region, and Central Region. Even as an Empyrean, Yush hadn't crossed the seas to the other regions. However, through clues, he confirmed that the Remnant Soul was once a terrifying heavenly personage. It was said that the Remnant Soul was once a mighty patriarch of the evil path, with boundless strength. Sealed away, though the entity was gone, its legacy remained, but not in the Eastern Region. If just this wasn't alarming enough, what shocked and unnerved Yush was that the Remnant Soul had lost his physical body. To restore his previous might, it wouldn't be simple. For the Remnant Soul, the easiest way was to massacre countless lives, using trillions of lives to forcefully restore strength. According to Yush's estimation, to reach peak power, 70% of the vast Eastern Region's population would be wiped out by the Remnant Soul. More terrifyingly, once free, the Remnant Soul's immense heavenly personage strength would make every person in the Eastern Region powerless against him. He could massacre over 70% of the population in half a day. Although the Remnant Soul promised not to harm Yush's forces, perhaps fearing retaliation from his former legacy, or perhaps out of pity, or other reasons. In any case, after learning the truth, Yush suddenly refused to help the Remnant Soul escape. Yet, remember, when the Remnant Soul first helped Yush, Yush had sworn an oath, which covered not only himself but also the force he created. If he reneged, both he and his force would die by his oath. The child wished to disband the force, but even then, the Remnant Soul could find others to help him escape. After much effort, Yush found a loophole in the oath. He used it to deceive the Remnant Soul and resealed him deep underground without violating the oath. The child thought everything was over, but he didn't expect that after more than 1,000 years, a prodigy from the four great sects came with the Remnant Soul's old token, asking him to kill a saint son of the sect. The story abruptly ended. Emmett silently watched Sergio, saying nothing. Sergio looked at the vase, his pupils dilated to their limit. Over 1,000 years ago, the remnant soul was almost free. Why Yush broke his promise, Sergio didn't wish to ponder. He wasn't qualified to either. Sealed in endless depths, yet the vase appeared again. Chapter 393, Inheriting the Array. Sergio acknowledged that he was not in a position to question why the child had broken his promise. What mattered to him was that, according to the story, the protagonist had sealed the earthenware jar deep underground, yet it had resurfaced again. The story revealed the truth. Even Sergio, looking at the jar, found it hard to believe. Sealed beneath endless earth, yet the remnant soul had reappeared once more. Where could this jar be placed to forever eliminate any lingering threats? Perhaps growing impatient, Emmett said, "Do you still wish to carry this object yourself?" Sergio regained his composure, pondered for a moment, and then spoke. Why did this object break free from its seal? Does Senior have any clue? Emmett shook his head silently. Seeing this, Sergio pondered some more before realizing something. Perhaps, Emmett did not want to take away the jar but was concerned that Sergio underestimated its danger, so he personally came to meet him and even told him an unknown story. Oath. He didn't know how Emmett had deceived the remnant soul or exploited the oath's loophole, but, after being deceived once and now aware of the truth, how could the remnant soul be deceived again? If unable to deceive the remnant soul, perhaps Emmett never intended to take this object away from the beginning. Realizing this, Sergio exhaled slowly and said, I fear if I try to refuse, Senior would find it difficult to agree. Emmett glanced up at him and softly said, Davistal friend is indeed clever. Take care of it. With a wave of his hand, Emmett took out a storage bag and handed it over. What is this? Sergio asked, not taking it immediately. Emmett replied, the sealing array method from back then. Davistal friend can use the array flags to set it up. Just follow the instructions, and setting up the array won't be too difficult. Sergio's eyes widened. Array? Speaking of which, like elixirs, understanding arrays wasn't necessary to use them. Those who specialized in array arts, with enough expertise, could cast any array without materials by using spiritual energy as the focus. Or they could use certain objects to set up massive arrays within moments. Those not proficient in array arts might not be able to set up arrays quickly, but they could use array discs and array flags created by array experts. Experts would infuse certain arrays into the flags, and by placing the flags according to requirements, the array would form. Array discs were even simpler. They could directly condense the array when activated. Some of the most powerful arrays required both array discs and flags. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Sergio accepted the storage bag and opened his divine sense to scan it. Inside the storage bag was nothing but a jade slip and 360 array flags. He retrieved and scanned the jade slip. It contained the records and detailed instructions on setting up the array. The array was called the soul-severing spirit-cutting array. Once activated, over 300 array flags would completely devour external spiritual energy, creating a space inside the array devoid of any spirit chi. Anyone sealed within would be unable to absorb any spirit chi from the heavens and earth to replenish themselves. Sergio was not an expert in array arts, so he didn't know the origin of this array. But with over 300 array flags, it was probably not simple. Senior, such a grand array surely requires precious materials for the flags. As someone outside the 3 feet pavilion, I request you to reclaim the array flags. Sergio carefully returned the storage bag after putting away the jade slip containing the detailed array information. For the 4 major sects, what was most precious was always knowledge, not treasures. Such a valuable array. If Mystic Abyss Palace already had it, fine. If not, submitting it to the sect, they could easily craft several sets with their resources. Even if the sect already possessed the array, using his status as the Holy Son, he could acquire it after a few years. Besides, he hadn't collected his Holy Son allowance for nearly a year. Crafting a set wouldn't be a big issue. Most importantly, Emmett gave him these flags, making him an outsider. With no familial ties, accepting such precious array flags would obligate him to repay someday. Emmett raised an eyebrow but didn't say anything, merely reclaiming the storage bag with a wave of his hand. Afterward, Emmett ignored Sergio and looked up at the jar, his eyes revealing countless complexities and reminiscences. An unknown time passed. Emmett lifted his hand slightly, and the jar shimmered. The restrictions he had previously set vanished. Just as the restriction lifted, a thunderous roar from the remnant soul echoed, Traitor! Despicable rebel! You dare show your face! Emmett chuckled lightly. Senior, I did not betray nor violate the oath. Back then, I accidentally wandered into the sealing array and had to temporarily rely on Senior's strength to leave. Unfortunately, afterward, I could never find the sealing array again. Emmett hadn't lied. He genuinely didn't know where the sealing array was back then. Otherwise, under the oath, he wouldn't have been able to ignore it. Although he had orchestrated the great array, it didn't mean he knew its exact location. He just needed subordinates to set it up and then kill them afterward. Entering the array without knowing its location was even easier. Teleportation methods weren't scarce. The remnant soul became increasingly enraged. Cursed thing, if it weren't for my trust in you back then, I truly wonder how you could maintain that ridiculous facade in the array if I hadn't spent my soul power sending you away. If you haven't betrayed, why don't you kill Sergio to help me break free? Emmett shook his head slightly. Senior, that won't do. You must know, Sergio is the Holy Son of Mystic Abyss Palace. Although our 3 feet pavilion has some strength, we are no match for Mystic Abyss Palace. The relations between the 4 major sects are delicate, but during critical times, they stand united. Killing the Holy Son would likely result in the combined forces of all 4 sects annihilating us. After saying this, Emmett laughed. Back then, I promised to help if it didn't endanger my life. If all 4 sects unite against me, death is inevitable. Therefore, if little friend does not consent, how can I act? The remnant soul grew more enraged. Damned thing, scoundrel. Sergio watched the continuously raging jar, then looked at Emmett, inwardly startled. Emmett wasn't a good person either. Although Emmett showed no reaction to the remnant soul's curses, he was surely seething inside. After further conversation, Emmett shook his head slightly. Senior misunderstands me too deeply. Forget it. Since Senior doesn't wish to see me, I will leave first. Rest assured, I will find a way to rescue you as soon as possible. After speaking, Emmett bowed solemnly toward the jar before turning to leave. Without knowing the whole story or holding the array given by Emmett, one might mistakenly believe Emmett refrained from acting due to fear of Mystic Abyss Palace. Chapter 394, 3 years, Return to the Sect. Sergio watched as Ben walked away, his heart secretly alarmed. These martial emperors were all excellent actors. If it weren't for the formation techniques given by Ben and the story that revealed the truth, he might have truly believed that Ben refrained from seizing the artifact out of fear of the Xianxia Palace. The furious remnant soul's anger instantly vanished, his voice calm. Boy, in my lifetime, I was a celestial being, let's cooperate. Before he could finish, Sergio raised his hand and placed a sound sealing restriction on the jar. Then, with solemn care, he hung the jar back at his waist, stepped out of the house, quickly left the 3-foot tower stronghold, and stood amidst the bustling streets. People flowed endlessly past him. After some thought, Sergio headed towards the edge of the city. He intended to find a place to heal his wounds first. How to deal with the jar would be considered after his injuries healed. Otherwise, even though acting now wouldn't impact his strength, it wasn't wise to force action with lingering wounds, especially with bloodline damage. If not promptly healed, how could he dare use the ultimate dragon transformation move? In a blink, 3 years passed. To the vast East region, these 3 years were brief. So brief that no major events occurred in the vast expanse. Due to an unwritten rule among the 4 great sects, while Jean Beau Pavilion sent assassins after Sergio, only martial emperors acted without any news leaking out. Furthermore, because there was no news about Sergio, Jean Beau Pavilion's secret pursuit proved fruitless. By the time the Xianxia Palace received word and dispatched martial emperors to investigate, everything had already settled down without any conflict. Since the Xianxia Palace could sense Sergio's life through a soul token, they knew he was alive and did not escalate matters. At the foot of the Wuxia Peak in Xianxia Palace, Sergio quietly stood at the base of the mountain. Climb to the peak, the voice of Kevin Hai echoed down. Hearing this, Sergio leaped swiftly towards the peak. Upon arriving, he bowed. Disciple greets master. Kevin Hai scrutinized Sergio for a moment before nodding slightly. It's good that you've returned. Sergio rose. 3 years ago, concerned about an assassination attempt by Xianxia Palace, I hid in a city to recover from my injuries and then returned. Please forgive me for not informing you earlier. He didn't lie. After meeting Ben in the city, he sought a secluded spot within the city to heal. With medicinal assistance, simple injuries or bloodline damage could fully heal within a year. However, since he suffered both injury and bloodline damage simultaneously, and later the effectiveness of the medicines diminished, it took him nearly 3 years to recover fully. Once healed, he rushed back to the sect. Kevin Hai reiterated, it's good that you've returned. Conversation between master and disciple continued, half an hour passing swiftly. After more discussion, Sergio changed the subject. Master, has any mystical realm appeared recently in the East region? Why do you ask? Has someone in our sect lacked cultivation resources? Kevin Hai's eyes suddenly darkened. Emergence of mystical realms always drew attention from all sides, and disciples of the 4 great sects would never miss such opportunities. But Sergio was different. Not only was he the sacred son of Xianxia Palace, but also the disciple of the deputy head, well supplied with cultivation resources. Therefore, unless it was a mystical realm gathering all 4 great sects, Sergio needn't go to compete for opportunities. Such mystical realms were less about treasures and more about suppressing rival sects. Sergio pondered, then looked up. Master, frankly speaking, I wish to seal this object. He untied the jar from his waist. Over the past 3 years, while healing, he constantly pondered where to seal the jar since he couldn't destroy it. Underground? If not for Ben's previous actions, sealing it deep underground would have been appropriate. But Ben had sealed it deep underground, yet it still resurfaced. In an extreme location? There are no true extremes, only insufficient power. If one is powerful enough, any place can be safe. Otherwise, every place becomes an extreme. After 3 years of reflection, Sergio thought of a mystical realm. He decided to find a seldom activated mystical realm and seal the jar somewhere deep within it. Though imperfect, sealing it within a mystical realm was safer than in the outside world. Unless the mystical realm completely disintegrated, the remnant soul would have a chance to escape once it reopened. Given that destruction wasn't an option, aiming for the best outcome sufficed, better than carrying the jar indefinitely. Elsewhere, Kevin Hai looked at the jar, his gaze intense as layers of restrictions formed, isolating everything. Moments later, he shifted his focus. Is this Jared's remnant soul? During the battle in the Sword Spirit Mystic Realm, Sergio and Jared fought to the death against Jean Beau Pavilion's Indira. Only Sergio survived with near-fatal injuries. This news spread across the 4 great sects 3 years ago, reaching Kevin Hai as well. Others indeed believed Sergio's lies. However, Kevin Hai, who knew much of the truth, doubted Sergio's account, suspecting deeper intrigue. To him, Indira wouldn't ally with Sergio, and Sergio wasn't foolish enough to provide Jean Beau Pavilion such leverage, leaving him unable to confirm the truth. Only certain was that, whether directly responsible or not, Sergio was closely tied to Jared's death. Sergio nodded. As you perceived, master, this is indeed Jared's remnant soul. Then, chuckling humbly, the remnant soul continually tempts me to cooperate. Given its formidable power, I fear losing control, hence I keep applying sound seals. Should I lift the seal now? Kevin Hai glanced back at the jar. Are you not worried I might lose control? Sergio shook his head. Master jests. With your supreme cultivation, your resolve is far beyond what I can imagine. Kevin Hai moved to the cliff's edge, silently observing the landscape. Finally, he spoke. Back then, during your first month here, what did I teach you? Sergio answered solemnly. Master said that human hearts are fickle and unpredictable. Relationships between parents, master and disciple and partners, no matter how close, should not be entirely trusted. In cultivation, for treasures or benefits, fathers kill sons, masters abandon disciples, and partners scheme, scandals that never cease. Very clear. Every word correct. Well done. With that, Kevin Hai suddenly turned and reached out. If I now desire this remnant soul and decide to kill you to collaborate with it, what can you do? A terrifying spiritual force erupted, immobilizing Sergio. Yet, Sergio remained unperturbed. Master won't. Remember, I once said I am at the 6th rank of Martial Emperor. Pausing, Kevin Hai approached Sergio slowly. But I didn't tell you that I achieved 9th rank long ago. My 6th rank status was just a ruse. With guidance from the celestial remnant soul, breaking through to martial sovereign shouldn't be hard. Chapter 395. Witnessing humanity? Darren slowly approached Sergio with his hands behind his back, speaking. In fact, he had already reached the 9th level of Martial Emperor many years ago, revealing only the 6th level was merely a disguise. If he received assistance from the remnant soul, breaking through to Martial Venerable could be just around the corner. A cold and oppressive aura began to spread around them. Sergio's expression slightly changed. Was Darren planning to kill him in order to collaborate with the remnant soul? Scared? Darren suddenly lifted his hand and released the restraint. Sergio hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. Disciple doesn't know. His heart suddenly surged with numerous complex emotions. At this moment, how could he not see that Darren had been deliberately acting? However, the earlier oppressive and chilling aura was so intense that he couldn't tell whether it was all an act or if Darren truly intended to do so. Darren watched Sergio for a long time before lifting his hand and sending out a stream of spiritual energy. The energy wrapped around the earthenware jar surface, forming a concealed seal. With Darren's actions, no one below his cultivation level would ever notice the jar's existence unless their cultivation exceeded his. Then, Darren said nothing and continued to send out another stream of spiritual energy. This energy left the seal and disappeared into some unknown place. After completing these actions, Darren sat cross-legged on the ground with a complicated look on his face. Given the importance of the remnant soul, Sergio hadn't concealed anything from him. He felt both moved and frustrated at the same time. After all, leaks lead to disasters. After a long pause, Darren sighed lightly. In just over a decade, you've cultivated from Spirit Warrior Realm to the 9th level of Origin Warrior Realm. You'll break through to Earth Spirit soon enough. Sergio lowered his head and remained silent. Darren, however, didn't seem to mind and instead gazed at the sky. There are some things I hadn't planned on teaching you so soon, but now, I think that in a few years, you might not listen anymore. Forget it, forget it. Sergio quickly responded. Regardless of my cultivation level, how can a disciple not listen to what the venerable teacher teaches? Darren smiled and slowly spoke. Years ago, just like today's weather, your great-grandmaster took me to witness humanity and instructed that when I take on disciples, I must make them witness the same. I originally thought to have you experience this after you turned 100, but it seems it's better sooner rather than later. Today, I will pass on my ancestors' teaching to you. Sergio was somewhat confused. Witness humanity? In those days, your great-grandmaster found a pair of lovers for me, both willing to die for each other. Pausing briefly, Darren's lips curled into a mocking smile. Within just half a month, the two who were willing to die for each other chose to slay each other for gain. Still listening intently, Sergio abruptly raised his head. Half a month? From dying for each other to killing each other? Don't believe it? Darren's expression remained calm. Sergio did not refute. Disciple believes. He sensed something was off with Darren at the moment, and it was best to agree. By telling me about the authenticity of the remnant soul and placing it before me, you're testing whether I would turn against you for gain. You should be glad that my lifespan is still abundant and I am confident that I can break through to Martial Venerable without anyone's help. If I were an old bone nearing the end of my life, you might already be dead and your soul extinct. After saying this, Darren stood up. Remember this. Human hearts are fickle. In the future, no matter how close the relationship, never try to test whether the other can resist temptation. Disciple will remember. Sergio bowed his head. You are only doing this because of my identity right now, and not because you believe? Without waiting for Sergio's reply, Darren added enigmatically, no need to explain. Once I let you witness the changes in human nature, you will not only remember but will never dare to forget. Sergio kept his head down and remained silent, though inwardly he was quietly curious. How would they witness it? The two stood silently on the mountain peak for about half an hour. A beam of light appeared outside Wuxia Peak, floating before the array. Darren waved his hand, and the light entered Wuxia Peak and landed in his palm. It was a message, but Sergio couldn't hear its content. Shortly afterward, Darren looked up. The target has been found. Follow me. In a flash, Darren soared through the air. Sergio hurriedly followed him. With Darren intentionally slowing down, he managed to keep up. They flew for half a month until arriving at a city. Being of such high status, Darren naturally wouldn't enter the city from the ground. He carried Sergio straight into the Sky City. It wasn't small, and Sergio could sense several Origin Warrior Realm individuals within it. Darren did not bring Sergio to meet the city's administrators. They weren't qualified to meet Darren either. Instead, Darren brought Sergio to an ordinary courtyard on the edge of the city. The courtyard looked ordinary, but the people inside were not. Two individuals were restrained there, one male and one female. Besides them, there were 5 Xianxia Palace disciples, none particularly strong, only at the true warrior realm. The restrained pair's cultivation was even lower, merely at the spirit warrior realm. Upon entering the courtyard, the Xianxia Palace disciples quickly paid respect. Disciple greets Vice Palace Master, greets Senior Brother Sage Son. Sergio asked, what is this? One of the disciples hastily replied, Sage Son, following the order, we searched for a true loving couple, According to Wind Davison Hall's investigation, among the nearby cities, this pair might have the most sincere feelings. Sergio was taken aback, but soon realized. Previously, Darren had mentioned how his great-grandmaster spent half a month turning a loving couple into ones who killed each other for gain, thus witnessing humanity. Today, was Darren preparing to do the same? Honestly, he didn't believe it. If it were decades or centuries, perhaps it could happen. But in just half a month, from dying for each other to killing for gain, such an extreme reversal was unbelievable. Looking at Darren again, he ignored the disciples and looked at the two restrained individuals with no emotion. One dies, one lives. Do not ask why or question this. I have no patience to explain. Within 10 breaths, decide who lives and who dies. ABA, ABA. The two started struggling fiercely. Their voices were sealed, only able to utter ABA, ABA, through forced spirit energy vibrations. Darren waved his hand, releasing their restraints. I will die. Let me die. No, you live. Let me die. They are surely after me. The two knocked their heads frantically on the ground, extremely agitated. Sergio could tell their words and emotions were genuine. Darren turned around. These two indeed have genuine feelings. Do you see any problems? Venerable teacher, disciple sees no problems, Sergio replied. Darren smiled, looking at the restrained pair and throwing a dagger toward them. Anyone can talk, but who dares act on it? Use this dagger to commit suicide. Below the true warrior realm, once the skin is broken, your soul will perish immediately, leaving no way to live. The two glanced at each other and then pounced for the dagger simultaneously. However, the man's cultivation was higher. Noticing the woman's move, he gritted his teeth, struck her away with a tearful strike of spiritual energy, and seized the dagger. He then looked up at Darren with a grim and angry expression, growling, I die, spare her. Keep your word. Chapter 396, A Test of True Love. Brogan, having seized the dagger, raised his head with a low roar, his face contorted with savagery and sorrow. He did not recognize Sergio or Darren and had no idea how powerful they were. All he knew was that half a month ago, someone from the Xianxia Palace had suddenly barged in, capturing him and his wife without a word and imprisoning them in their home. Then, Darren and Sergio arrived, informing him that only one of them could live. Why? For what reason? He had no clue. All he saw was the high-ranking person before him disregarding human life, leaving him to beg for mercy with his words, hoping Darren would honor his word. Darren narrowed his eyes slightly. A mere ant like you has no right to question this one? A terrifying aura arose. Raoul, don't. The woman finally struggled to her feet, but under the terrifying pressure, she immediately vomited blood and collapsed again. If not for Darren's controlled release of the pressure, these two mere spirit warrior realm cultivators would have been crushed into a bloody mist instantly upon its arrival. Brogan shouted angrily, why? Darren asked curiously, is your questioning out of fear of obliteration? If so, just say it. Killing that girl is the same. I have no interest in playing games with you. In 3 breaths, if you do not commit suicide, I will kill the girl and leave. Brogan's pupils contracted instantly. Before he could say anything, the injured woman clenched her teeth, got up, and screamed, no matter who you are, I'll die. Raoul has higher cultivation and can still serve you. Humph. Her last sound was a groan as she fell limp to the ground. Sergio looked up sharply, a trace of reluctance in his eyes. Suicide. That woman had shattered all her meridians and mental strength. If Darren hadn't wanted him to witness something about human nature, these two probably wouldn't have faced this catastrophe. But Darren was his master, and the journey was meant to teach him certain truths. Whether he believed in them or not, Darren's intentions were for him, and the others' misfortunes were due to their lack of power. In a world where might made right, weakness was a sin. Interesting, Darren murmured, raising his hand to release a wave of spirit energy. The limp woman, nearly dead, was stabilized by Darren's spirit energy and did not die. Kidding? Darren, a mighty martial emperor, would not allow mere spirit warriors to die without his consent. Sustaining the woman's life, Darren looked at the man with an amused tone. She's dying. Do you want to die too? If you die now, I can save her. If you don't, I'll withdraw my spirit energy, leading to her death while you live. Don't waste my time. Brogan closed his eyes, tears silently sliding down his cheeks. Real men do not weep easily, unless deeply moved. As tears fell, the man grabbed the dagger and stabbed it towards his heart. Intriguing. Darren chuckled softly, waving his hand. Spirit energy reversed, making the dagger in the man's hand vanish. Simultaneously, a medicinal fragrance wafted through, and a pill flew towards the woman. Forcing her mouth open with spirit energy, the pill slid in. How extraordinary was the pill taken out by Darren? A dying person with ruptured meridians recovered completely within just 3 breaths, primarily because the woman's cultivation was merely at the 5th level of spirit warrior. If it were Sergio, even a single broken meridian would not be fully healed by that pill. Both the suicidal woman and the dagger-wielding man were stunned by this sudden turn of events. After a long pause, they cautiously asked, What do you plan to do? They weren't fools. Darren used pills to heal and took away the dagger, clearly not intending to make them commit suicide. Darren turned to Sergio. With this scene, their love seems genuine. You have no doubts, correct? I have none. Sergio shook his head. He didn't know their names or identities, but their love for each other was evident. At least, they would die for each other. Darren then looked at the couple. Have you heard of the Xianxia Palace? We've heard of it. It's said that in any city, the mayor is always a strong cultivator of the Xianxia Palace. They bowed their heads. Darren smiled gently. Earlier, this one taught my disciple that true precious things in this world include sincere couples' love. However, my disciple has seen too much darkness and doesn't believe in true love. Sergio raised his head abruptly, a black line appearing on his forehead. The couple was stunned, feeling an overwhelming sense of grievance. Just to teach a disciple, they almost experienced life and death? But they dared not show it openly, shakily asking, "So, was it just a test?" Darren praised, "Correct. Your love truly moved me. Disciple, do you now believe in true love?" Finally looking at Sergio, Sergio opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. Believe? Not believe? Darren didn't put Sergio in an awkward position and whispered telepathically, "Tell them you still don't believe. Suggest another test of true love. Ask if they dare participate." A test of true love? Could this be similar to what Master did to Darren, using a test to expose the cruelty of human nature, making a couple kill each other for benefits within half a month? Sergio sighed inwardly, maintaining a cold expression. "I still don't believe. Perhaps you guessed the truth. There's another test of true love. Would you dare participate?" Still shaken, the couple's expressions changed dramatically. A test? They felt the person before them would find ways to torment them. Fortunately, Darren sighed lightly. Forget it. Such genuine love is rare. A simple test cannot obstruct. Then Darren looked at them gently. "Since my disciple does not believe, why don't you participate in the test? However, as innocence, if you pass, I will grant you 3 wishes." 3 wishes? A test of true love? They looked even more astonished. Darren's smile became warmer. "You need not worry about my cultivation. Know that aside from reviving the dead, any wish, be it increasing cultivation, enhancing bloodline, or obtaining trillions of spirit coins, is easy for me." Their widened eyes met each other. Brogan hesitantly asked, "Really? Anything? Even if my wish is to increase my cultivation?" Darren continued calmly, "If you wish for enhanced cultivation, breaking through to true martial, essence martial, or even earth spirit realm, it's as easy as turning your hand over for me. And I swear by the reputation of the Xianxia Palace that unless you kill each other, no one can threaten your lives during this test." ##### Chapter 397. Testing Rules. Facing the man's probing, Darren Dao maintained his warm and pleasant demeanor, assuring them of the broad scope of their wishes and promising that no one would endanger their lives during the test. The two exchanged glances, their breathing gradually becoming heavier. After all, Xianxia Palace was a legendary power. They had no right to refuse, but if they passed the test, they had no right to reject a legendary force. And if they passed the test, 3 wishes, wishes that could even elevate their cultivation to unprecedented levels, would be granted. The offer was irresistible, with such generous rewards. Soon, the woman suddenly spoke up, "Senior, your rewards are so generous, can we protect them with our current cultivation?" "Ho!" Darren Dao laughed proudly. "Who in this vast universe dares to snatch what I bestow? Really no danger to life?" Noticing Dorindo's more approachable demeanor, the man probed further. Darren Dao answered patiently, "As long as the two of you don't kill each other, no one else will harm you. Moreover, I will oversee the entire process. With my cultivation, I can save you even if you're left with just a breath." Seeing the two still had questions, Darren Dao shook his head. "Will you participate?" "We'll participate." Unable to refuse, both responded. "Very well." Darren Dao nodded satisfactorily and continued. "This test will last no less than half a month and no more than a month. It will take place within Xianxia Palace. Remember, once you reach Xianxia Palace, the test begins immediately. From then on, every sight, every word, is part of the test." There were no specific rules for this test. They only needed to comply with the requirements of each stage. Additionally, the 3 wishes must be discussed between the couple, but proposed by one person alone. Both could not separately propose the wishes. Darren Dao smiled and said, "If you pass the test and show genuine affection, any minor flaws won't matter much." "Senior speaks truly," both replied without dissent. Since they could discuss it, who proposed didn't matter. Return to the palace. Darren Dao wasted no time, scooping the two up to head back to Xianxia Palace. If he hadn't carried them, with their spirit warrior realm cultivation, it might take over a year to reach Xianxia Palace. Sergio naturally wouldn't stay here. He followed suit and flew away from the scene. A few Xianxia Palace disciples in the courtyard exchanged confused looks. A true love test? What did it mean? Moreover, despite rumors about Sergio bullying Lucian, Steward Sergio always showed great respect to Vice Palace Master. How could Sergio oppose Dorindo's teachings? Furthermore, with the ambiguous relationship between the Holy Son and Holy Daughter, who now didn't believe in romantic love. After a moment, one disciple shook his head. "They're gone. Let's not talk about today's events. We know the rules of the Davisoning Hall." The group dispersed. Half a month later, at the entrance to Xianxia Palace, Darren Dao clearly made arrangements, as there was an Essence Warrior disciple waiting at the gate instead of the usual outer or inner disciples. During the journey, Sergio learned the 2 people's names. Brogan was called Joshua, and the woman was Elsa. Landing at the entrance, Darren Dao didn't rush inside. Instead, he paused at the gate, looking at Joshua and Elsa. "Here stands the entrance to Xianxia Palace. Remember what I said. Once you step into Xianxia Palace, everything you see and hear, every word, is part of the test." "We understand, Senior," they respectfully replied. Darren Dao watched them and slowly said, "Each stage of the test may come with additional rewards." He didn't specify how many stages there would be, only informing them that each stage might have significant extra rewards which would be given upon passing that particular stage. However, if they failed ultimately, all the rewards would be reclaimed. But if they succeeded, they would leave with multiple significant rewards and their final 3 wishes. "I sincerely hope you succeed and leave Xianxia Palace with my gifts." Without waiting for a response, he looked at the entrance. "Bring them in." Respectfully following Vice Palace Master's order, the Essence Warrior disciple bowed. He approached Joshua and Elsa, extending his hand. "Please follow me." Joshua and Elsa exchanged looks before following him through the entrance. Darren Dao stood watching their retreating figures, eyes narrowing slightly. Sergio moved closer. "Master, were the rewards you mentioned real?" Darren Dao nodded. "As the Vice Palace Master, my word carries immense weight. If they can truly pass, a few rewards are nothing." Before Sergio could respond, Darren Dao added sarcastically, "Unfortunately, After witnessing this from my grandmaster, I once naively felt some dissatisfaction and privately held more than 10 tests, bringing different pairs of father and son, husbands and wives, masters and apprentices. None could last until the end. My grandmaster told me that across generations, hundreds of such tests were conducted, yet only 1 in 100 ever succeeded. Not that no one could make it, but it was extremely rare. After all, human nature was unpredictable, capable of boundless malice or endless kindness. One should never test human nature. Sergio remained silent for a while, softly asking, "What exactly is the process?" Regarding this true love test, he was still completely puzzled. Darandao chuckled but didn't answer. Suddenly, several martial emperors appeared. Vice Palace Master Darandao. It's been rumored that your method of testing humanity is devilish. Didn't think you'd teach Sergio so quickly. There will be a good show. I'm curious how inhumane it is. I can use it to teach my disciples later. Several martial emperors gathered, voices mixed. Some Sergio didn't even recognize. Darandao took slow steps. He might break through to Earth Spirit anytime soon. It's not bad for him to understand these principles earlier. Though appearing slow, he moved incredibly fast, disappearing with the other martial emperors after a few steps. Sergio stood at the entrance pondering, then entered, not returning to Qingming Peak or heading to Wuxiang Peak, but following Joshua's and Elsa's aura. Chapter 398, gradually crossing the Davison. After the Sterling and other Bryants left, Sergio returned to the mountain gate but did not head back to Qingming Peak or Unformed Peak. Instead, he followed Joshua and Alice by tracking their aura. Under the arrangements of an unknown essence martial realm disciple, Joshua and Alice were not mistreated. They were taken to a secluded area instead. This place had 3 buildings, seemingly constructed within the last half-month. A grand hall stood in the middle, flanked by 2 courtyards on either side. The essence martial realm disciple led Joshua and Alice to the grand hall and then left. Inside the hall, no Shimming Palace disciples were present. Yet there were many heavenly materials and treasures on the table. To Sergio, consuming them all would only satisfy his appetite, but for Joshua and Alice, it would be easy for them to reach the 9th level of spirit martial with these treasures. If they weren't at the true martial realm, cultivating martial true intent might have allowed them to break through to the true martial realm effortlessly. As soon as the essence martial realm disciple left, Joshua couldn't contain his excitement, looking at the table full of treasures. Xiao Lan, we're rich. The senior who brought us here said we can eat whatever we want from here. Alice showed a hint of regret. Too bad he didn't say if we could take any away. If we could, exchanging these treasures for elixirs would help our cultivation even more. Sergio remained hidden, watching quietly as the two devoured the items voraciously. After about half a day, all the spirit fruits and treasures in the grand hall were consumed by the duo. Despite not diligently practicing, both had already reached the 9th level of spirit martial within that short time. The time has come, whispered Sterling as he appeared soundlessly. Sergio turned around immediately, addressing him. Master. Sterling slowly spoke. This round will be overseen by you. Go tell them about the first trial. Soon after, Sergio learned the details and rules of the trial, causing his pupils to constrict. People close to each other don't instantly turn against one another. But if one gradually crosses the seemingly insignificant lines, eventually, they may look like completely different people. After finishing his words, Sterling vanished without a trace, either leaving or hiding somewhere unseen. The previous Essence Martial Realm disciple reappeared. Divine Son Senior Brother, Deputy Palace Lord, ordered me to assist you here. Sergio paused briefly, softly asking, what's your name? The person was at the 4th level of Essence Martial Realm, not high, but stronger than most Shimming Palace disciples, likely a senior disciple from several generations ago. He wasn't sure exactly which generation. The person responded without hesitation, Junior Brother Adifir. Junior Brother you. Let's go, Sergio nodded gently. Both emerged from their hidden states and entered the grand hall. As they entered, Joshua and Alice, who had been discussing something with their bellies still full, instantly fell silent. They stood up together and bowed. Greetings, seniors. Adifir ignored them and stood half a step behind Sergio. Sergio looked at the two and slowly began. You've rested here for half a day. It should be sufficient. Now, let's begin the first trial. Joshua and Alice's expressions grew serious, listening intently. Whether for their lives or the terrifying rewards Sterling mentioned earlier, they could not afford not to be serious. Seeing this, Sergio continued. Without weathering storms, how can one see the rainbow? Without obstacles, true feelings are as fleeting as waterweed. This trial is simple. He repeated what Sterling had said before. Mutual harm, leaving scars on each other. Just mentioning this caused their expressions to change dramatically. They both growled simultaneously. We want to see your master. He promised there would be no danger to our lives during the trials. Sergio showed impatience. What's the rush? Then he lightly snorted. Even a small scratch or a hair-thin bloodline counts as a scar. In this trial, you only need to leave one scar on each other. Do you really mean it? Both slightly relaxed but remained skeptical. Of course. Before they could respond, Sergio's eyes became inscrutable. The specific rule for this trial? You must leave at least one scar on each other. All right, we'll do it now. They hurriedly prepared to leave a hair-thin bloodline on each other, fearing Sergio might add more demands. Adifir's eyes narrowed, his voice icy. Senior Brother hasn't finished speaking. Has anyone told you that when a weaker party faces a stronger one, all they need to do is listen? Their expressions changed slightly as they lowered their heads and listened carefully. Sergio smiled and continued. My master said that if you genuinely care for each other, you should receive a reward. One scar earns you 100 spirit coins, paid immediately to whoever makes the scar. They subconsciously wanted to speak but held back, remembering Adifir's words. Sure enough, Sergio went on. A bloody scar leaves the deepest impression. Therefore, unless you both agree to stop mutually harming each other and end this trial, we will suppress your physical healing ability so even a hair-thin bloodline won't heal. Is there anything else you're confused about? If not, let's begin. They glanced at each other. Brogan quickly spoke. Senior, according to your rules, once we leave at least one hair-thin bloodline on each other, we can end this trial early? Sergio smiled. Indeed. Once you leave at least one bloodline on each other, whether to end the trial is up to you, not me. Both were visibly pleased. At that moment, Russell, a diffier emptied a storage bag onto the ground. In no time, a pile of spirit coins formed, shimmering with a faint glow. They swallowed hard, struggling to look away. These are 1 million spirit coins. With that, a diffier hung the empty storage bag at his waist, his lips curling into a playful smile. According to Divine Sun's senior brother, this is a reward for enduring hardships. If you believe your resolve is strong enough, you can take all 1 million coins. If even 1 million isn't enough, I have more, depending on your courage. AI song. Alice instinctively grabbed Joshua's shoulder, staring at the pile of spirit coins. So many spirit coins. Combined, they hadn't earned a fraction of that amount in their entire lives. Without that pile, they might have ended it with one mutual scar. But now, imagine someone offering money to a poor person for slapping themselves. Without seeing the money, the poor person might angrily refuse. But if the person threw a large sum of cash on the ground, saying it's all theirs, who could resist? Note, the translation aims to maintain the original tone and style while ensuring fluency and coherence in English. The paragraph structure and line breaks are preserved as closely as possible to the original text. Chapter 399, 10,000 Spirit Coins. Initially, Joshua and Bjorn were prepared to ask more questions, but the appearance of spirit coin Xiaochan made them lose all interest in asking. They stared greedily at the coins, their eyes filled with desire. Joshua liked Alice, who was enamored with him. This didn't conflict with their greed for the vast amount of spirit coins in Xiaochan. After a moment, Joshua stared at Xiaochan and said, Alice, it's your move. Alice glanced at Xiaochan, hesitated for a while, and then ran her finger across Joshua's arm, leaving behind a wound as small as a hair strand. A diffier waved his hand, and 100 spirit coins flew out from Xiaochan and landed on Alice's right side. Then a diffier spoke. If you don't mind the trouble, you can directly store them in your storage bag or leave them there until this trial ends. Joshua looked at the spirit coins, his eyes brimming with excitement. Let's do it again. 100 spirit coins may seem few, but in reality, they are very valuable. For Joshua to earn 100 spirit coins, with his Davis War realm cultivation, it would take no less than 10 days to half a month. Recalling Sergio's entry into the sect, even as the champion of 2 rounds in the disciple competition, he had only accumulated 10,000 spirit coins. That was as a champion of 2 rounds. Now, a trivial wound as thin as a hair strand could fetch 100 spirit coins. Even a commoner's similar injury would be considered negligible. If not for the sudden rise of a mysterious power suppressing his body's natural healing, that slight wound could have been healed instantly with a burst of spiritual energy. Alice gazed at the 100 spirit coins, her eyes flashing with excitement. She clenched her teeth and summoned spiritual energy at her fingertips. Sergio suddenly interrupted. Wait. Joshua hastily asked, are you reconsidering? Mutual harm, he paused, shaking his head. She created the wound. Next, it's your turn. One each, slowly. Alice's gaze swept over Xiaochan, and she whispered, Raoul, your turn? Joshua hesitated for a moment, then mimicked Alice by summoning spiritual energy at his fingertips and creating a hair-like wound on his shoulder. Adithier continued to act as an assistant, controlling another 100 spirit coins to land beside Joshua. Neither found this surprising. They had already understood the rules. Whoever caused the injury earned the money. It mattered little to them who received the coins, given their relationship. Adithier encouraged, continue, it's your turn. He didn't mention ending. The two exchanged glances and swallowed any thoughts of quitting. Such negligible wounds yielded immediate rewards. They began inflicting pain on each other. Sergio remained silent, watching quietly as the bloodstains on their bodies increased, initially insignificant, but gradually dyeing their clothes red. Unbeknownst to time, Joshua left another mark on Alice's body. Unlike before, Alice suddenly gasped, her face contorted with visible pain. Joshua's pupils contracted sharply. Only now did he realize how much blood-stained Alice's clothes had become. It wasn't that he hadn't noticed earlier, but rather that he had subconsciously ignored it. They inflicted small injuries on each other, minor but bleeding nonetheless, and thus gradually accumulated more and more injuries, unnoticed due to distraction by the accumulating wealth. Alice's cry of pain snapped him out of his trance. Only then did he realize that it hurt a lot, especially when he looked at the piles of spirit coins growing beside both of them. They had already mutually inflicted over 300 wounds. Adithier seemed to guess their thoughts and quietly announced, 342 times. You've each obtained 34,200 spirit coins. The two endured the pain and glanced at Xiaochan. The pile of spirit coins had only slightly diminished. They inspected their own bodies, covered densely with bloody scars, looking terrifying, yet both knew it was just surface damage. However, enough was enough. Despite wanting more money, they were both wearing blood-soaked clothes and unwilling to let the other continue suffering. Just as they were about to conclude this round, Sergio interrupted. I admire both of your perseverance. Without waiting for a response, he sighed, as a reward for both of you. Originally, the rules stipulate alternating wounds, but I can decide if either can stop unilaterally if unable to endure, allowing the other to continue. Yes, Sergio's words were straightforward. For instance, if Alice couldn't bear it anymore, she could stop, while Joshua, if willing, could continue to have Alice create wounds. Sergio smiled. According to the rules, Alice's injuries earn her the money. Considering your deep bond, it doesn't matter who gets the money. Alice declined. No need. Let's end this round. Sergio tilted his head slightly. You're indeed confirming the end. What about you? Joshua glanced at Xiaochan, showing hesitation. If not for Sergio's words, he might have confirmed the end immediately, but Sergio's statement lingered. Moreover, he admitted that some pain wasn't too much to bear. Such a large pile of coins, if missed, his eyes flickered, then he turned to Alice. Trust me, Xianlu. Alice's expression changed subtly, perhaps due to their tacit understanding. After exchanging glances, Alice resumed attacking. With the suppression lifted, Alice's wounds visibly healed rapidly. It was just external damage. This boosted Joshua's confidence as he continued enduring the wounds. Bloodstains kept appearing, and a diffier continuously waved, depositing coins beside Alice. Much time passed, driven by male pride or the allure of money. Men can be quite stubborn. At 400 wounds, sweat appeared on his forehead, but he refused to stop. 500, drenched in sweat, still no stopping. 600, 700, 756. Apart from his head, most of his body below the neck had barely any intact skin left. After inflicting a wound, Alice pleaded, let's stop. Since 400, she had resisted continuing, but Joshua had insisted. She couldn't refute him publicly for fear of offending him. Seeing another 100 coins land beside Alice, Joshua grinned. Despite the pain, it felt worth it. How long had it taken? Together, they had amassed over 10,000 spirit coins. More than they had ever earned combined. One more. Pausing, Joshua added, the last one, trust me, just one more. Chapter 400, Test of Synchronicity. Due to the allure of wealth, despite Alice's pleading, Joshua did not agree. Instead, he spoke about dealing one last blow. Alice's expression darkened. Though the bloodstains were on Joshua's body, the pain was felt in her heart. Clap, clap. With applause, Sergio slowly began. This round should come to an end now. Joshua, who was bracing for more, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Didn't you say that when it ends is up to us? You can't bear it anymore. After saying this, Sergio remained expressionless. Didn't you notice? Except for your head, which is still untouched. Everything below your neck is covered in wounds. Continuing might endanger your lives. Before the test began, I said it would not put either of you at mortal risk. I merely want to see if the two of you can withstand it till the end, not die. Joshua froze, lowering his gaze. Ignoring the wealth temporarily, he could only feel the scorching pain all over his body. A diffier waved his hand and took away the remaining small pile of spirit coins. Sergio glanced at the two people and turned away. Before the test concludes, no exchanging of rewards between the two of you, nor combining them. Today's test has ended. He left with a diffier. Through divine awareness, he saw that as soon as they stepped out, Alice hurriedly treated Joshua's injuries, not even noticing the spirit coins on the ground. Outside the main hall, senior brother, junior brother will take my leave. A diffier didn't linger. Sergio stood silently for a moment before walking off into the distance. He sensed Darren's presence nearby. Drawing closer, Sergio bowed. Master, ripples spread. Darren appeared, looking towards the main hall nearby with a smile on his lips. What do you think of today's round? Sergio recalled their mutual harm. Remaining silent for a while, he softly said, in normal circumstances, without external threats, even with the promise of great wealth, they probably wouldn't harm each other. Indeed, earlier at their home, Joshua and Alice's reactions were clear in front of him. Sergio had no doubt that if not for the initial facade, if not for the money, if not for dealing wounds gradually, how could they have harmed each other to such an extent? The breaking of boundaries is never immediate. After finishing, Darren placed his hands behind his back and gazed at the main hall. If it wasn't for the rule mandating a blood mark from the start, even with wealth in sight, they likely wouldn't have harmed each other in the slightest. But when the first slash left its mark, both discovered how trivial the injury was. They didn't realize that no matter how insignificant a single mark is, too many of them would become unbearable wounds. But their feelings haven't changed. Pausing briefly, Sergio shook his head. Though Alice received 700 plus cuts, seemingly getting the most money, this setup prevents jealousy and ensures fairness. As long as their bond remains unchanged, once the game ends, the wealth belongs to both. It doesn't matter who holds it now. This is only the first round of tests. Transforming vows of love into deadly enemies is not instantaneous. With that, Darren vanished. Sergio stood silently, then returned invisibly to the main hall. He observed that although they hadn't combined their wealth, it lay very close together. Unbothered by the sharpness of the spirit coins, they lay upon them, holding hands, discussing their future after the tests under the moonlight. Sergio couldn't fathom such a relationship. What further test would Darren design to make these two kill each other? If their injuries hadn't healed, perhaps it would serve some purpose. But given their consumption of celestial treasures and the use of spiritual energy to heal, even Joshua's 700 plus wounds had almost fully recovered. Observing for a while, Sergio looked around, pushed off with his feet, and leaped invisibly onto the roof of the main hall, closing his eyes to meditate. The sun set, and the moon rose. The next day, dawn broke. Sergio slowly opened his eyes. A jade slip floated to his front at some point. Outside the main hall, a diffier also stood there, hidden from the two in the hall. Opening his eyes, Sergio took the jade slip, sensing it slightly. It contained the second round of testing. Silent for a moment, Sergio leaped down from the roof, revealing himself. A diffier hurriedly followed. Senior, the two, having stayed awake all night in the hall, hurriedly bowed. The spirit coins had already been taken away at some point. Sergio glanced at the two and began. You two must have prepared. Today is the second round of testing and the second round of rewards. Do we proceed as yesterday? They asked simultaneously. I just want to see if your true feelings are genuine. The same test won't repeat. Finishing, Sergio gently added. Today's test is called synchronicity. Remember, once I announce the rules and content, you two must not meet eyes or communicate verbally or telepathically. Attempting to break this rule will be obvious to me regardless of how secretive you try to be. Sergio closed his eyes. A diffier interjected. Before Senior announces, you have 20 breaths to discuss. After 20 breaths, communication is forbidden. The two exchanged a glance but didn't know what to say. While they wanted to establish some agreements for the test, the lack of specific details and the presence of Sergio and Adifier made discussions inconvenient. 20 breaths passed quickly. The two hadn't spoken much, only holding hands silently. As time elapsed, Sergio opened his eyes. This round's reward isn't spirit coins, but the enhancement of your bloodline. The specifics were simple. They couldn't communicate, each choosing who gets the bloodline enhancement. If they chose the same person, the chosen one would receive it from Xianxia Palace. If they disagreed, they wouldn't be eliminated, just missing out on the reward. They said in unison. Disagreement means passing the second round? Sergio didn't answer. When you arrived, you saw 2 courtyards beside the hall. You will stay there for 3 days to think. Today, I and junior brother you will visit each courtyard. If you have questions, ask then. Joshua to the left, Alice to the right. Let's go. They instinctively tried to look at each other but remembered the rule, turning away abruptly and leaving the hall, heading into separate courtyards. Chapter 401. The Great Gift. Because of Sergio's words, Joshua and Maria each suppressed their emotions and left the hall in opposite directions, entering their respective courtyards. Adifier asked, Senior brother, who are you going to see? Sergio thought for a moment before replying, I'll go see Joshua. You go see Maria. Since Master has sent you to assist me, you should be clear about the details, so no need for me to give specific orders. Adifier responded earnestly, Senior brother, please rest assured. Junior brother will act as instructed. You may observe with your divine sense. If I make any mistakes, please correct me immediately. Seeing this, Sergio nodded and stepped out, heading into the courtyard on the left. Joshua quickly said, Senior, even if we choose differently, can we still pass? Through his divine sense, Sergio also saw that Maria was asking Adifier the same question. Of course, Sergio nodded first, then smiled. The heart is hard to fathom. Even though you and Maria have genuine feelings for each other, you are still different people. It's normal not to have perfect coordination at times. This test is to see if the two of you have true feelings, not to create difficulties. Joshua nodded slightly. If that's the case, Senior, I don't need 3 days. I've already made my decision. Sergio asked, Are you going to choose Maria? Yes, Joshua nodded directly without hesitation. Clap, clap, clap. Sergio lightly clapped his hands and sighed. Such sincere feelings are truly rare. But thinking about it, her feelings for you must be just as strong. What if she chooses you as well? Joshua's expression changed instantly. Sergio interjected at the right moment. You should know that neither of your bloodlines is strong. This gift isn't just about improving 1 or 2 ranks. It's about elevating your bloodline qualitatively. No matter what your current bloodline level is, after our Xianxia Palace's direct intervention, the lowest outcome would be an Earth Tier rank 1 bloodline. Such a gift requires 1 wish from you both even if you pass the test. After saying this, Sergio seemed to realize something and added slowly, remember, if you get 3 wishes as a reward for passing the test, and if the wish involves enhancing bloodlines, only 1 person's bloodline can be enhanced per wish. This gift already equates to 1 wish. If you miss it, Joshua's expression changed again. He then fell into deeper contemplation. Who should he choose? Choose himself? He wasn't stupid. With Sergio discussing this here, Maria on the other side would definitely know about it too. What if Maria chose herself because of this? Choose Maria? He didn't doubt their feelings. Such an opportunity, Maria wouldn't be selfish either. Who should he choose? Think carefully. Missing such a gift would be a pity, Sergio whispered, leaped onto the roof, and hid his figure. Left in the courtyard was Joshua, lost in deep thought. Through his divine sense, Sergio saw the same scene in Maria's courtyard. Observing for a while, Sergio looked toward Wuxia Peak. His master was making a big move this time. If their choices were indeed the same, Xianxia Palace would fulfill its promise. Elevating bloodlines, Xianxia Palace could do it. Even elevating the weakest yellow tier rank 1 bloodline to an earth tier, Xianxia Palace could accomplish it, but it would come at a great cost. For Xianxia Palace, using the same effort to elevate someone to an earth tier bloodline would suffice to cultivate 10 earth tier disciples. Therefore, Xianxia Palace can do it. What they can't do is elevate earth tier bloodlines to heaven tier. Whether it was elevating Joshua's or Maria's bloodline, the resources consumed would be extraordinary. Forget the previous 3 wishes promised by Darren. From Darren's remarks, it was evident that Darren didn't think Joshua and Maria could succeed. Regardless of how tempting the promises might be, if Joshua and Maria failed, everything would remain mirages. But this time, Darren's promise included fulfilling the mid-test gift on the spot. If the two really chose the same, Darren would have to use vast resources to elevate both of their bloodlines before the 3rd round began. Silently contemplating for a while, Sergio returned his gaze to the 2 courtyards. He understood this round of testing now. If their choices were different, they would inevitably be criticized for lacking even such simple coordination. If their choices were the same, perhaps it would deepen the 1st round's lesson on equality. 3 days to contemplate. I hope you can reach the end. If not, after this test, witnessing everything, my temperament might become even more indifferent, Sergio murmured softly, slowly closing his eyes to rest. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Spiritual martial realm cultivators couldn't practice fasting, but going without food for several days wasn't harmful. Xianxia Palace did not neglect Joshua and Maria. They received delicious meals daily. After 3 days of deep thought, Sergio wasn't sure of their choice, but through his divine sense, he saw that the longer time went on, the more restless they became. At dawn, as the first ray of sunlight illuminated the world, Sergio, who had been resting for 3 days, opened his eyes. With a wave of his hand, lumps of mud flew to Sergio's side, transformed by spiritual energy. Hedges turned into 4 small clay figures. 2 of them were Joshua, and 2 were Maria. Sergio glanced at the clay figures, waved his hand, and the figures landed in the 2 courtyards. Whichever you choose, bring their clay figure to the hall. With these words, Sergio jumped down from the roof and entered the hall. He withdrew his divine sense and perception. Based on the reactions of many Bryants from Xianxia Palace earlier, many were likely watching this unfold. so there was no need to worry about cheating even after withdrawing his divine sense. This woke Joshua and Maria from their thoughts, looking at the clay figures on the table, their eyes filled with struggle. Without Sergio and Adifir's prior discussion, they might not have been so conflicted, but precisely because of those simple words, they were both torn, unsure which figure to take. It took a considerable amount of time before they clenched their teeth, picked up one figure, and left the courtyard. Perhaps due to some understanding, they entered the hall almost simultaneously. Adifir also followed them into the courtyard, amusement flickering at the corners of his mouth. Sergio looked at them, his gaze shifting to the clay figures in their hands. The figures he created were too small to identify from his viewpoint when held in their hands. Watching for a moment, suppressing his thoughts, Sergio smiled. Actually, I hoped your clay figures would match. Bring them out and let me see your choices. They instinctively glanced at each other, only seeing bright eyes. Then, they raised their hands simultaneously. Senior brother, their choices are quite interesting. Adifir chuckled lowly. ##### Chapter 402. The third round. Joshua and Adifir each raised their hands to retrieve the clay figures they had brought. Adifir immediately chuckled, his tone filled with amusement. The clay figure in Joshua's hand represented him, and similarly for Maria. Their expressions changed slightly as they both spoke at once. I thought you would choose me. They then stopped simultaneously, dejectedly lowering their heads. Sergio watched them and laughed softly. The most unpredictable and laughable thing in this world is I thought. Ah, it seems that both of you aren't quite in sync. Benicio, Joshua gritted his teeth and looked up. What is the third round of the trial? Sergio's eyes flickered as he murmured. There's no rush for the third round. In this round, both of you chose yourselves instead of each other. Aren't both of you being too selfish? When an opportunity presents itself, not thinking about the other person is indeed surprising. Both of them were taken aback, their eyes revealing a hint of annoyance. Perhaps they were angry that the other hadn't chosen them, or perhaps they were annoyed by Sergio and Adifir's earlier interference. Soon, Maria gritted her teeth and spoke. If it weren't for your inducement earlier, how could I have chosen myself? Had it not been for Adifir's words earlier, she would have definitely chosen Joshua. If that had happened, how could they have missed out on this opportunity for bloodline enhancement? Sergio remained calm. Without any inducement or interference, how could we truly test your sincerity? The final choice was always yours, wasn't it? Their expressions changed again. Sergio continued, moreover, if you two were to ask yourselves sincerely, do you not have selfish thoughts? If there was no selfishness, why would mere words have swayed you so much as to ignore the other's feelings? After all, I said from the start that whatever choice you made, you would pass the trial. The difference was only whether you would receive the reward. Unfortunately, due to that selfishness, you've missed out on the reward. They instinctively shouted, stop talking. Sergio's eyes narrowed slightly. They glared and said through gritted teeth, this is sophistry. Sergio tilted his head slightly. Am I wrong? If one of you had chosen the other, would you have lost this round's reward? Don't use I thought as an excuse. Selfishness is selfishness. You said that no matter what we chose, we would pass. Both of them looked extremely displeased. Prepare yourselves. Tomorrow will be the third round of trials. Sergio glanced at them for a moment before turning to leave. Tisk. Adifir inspected them for a while and also turned to leave. Alone without others present, Joshua looked at Maria and smiled bitterly. Xiaolan, I thought you would choose me. It wasn't selfishness. Maria gritted her teeth. His sophistry is just to prevent us from passing the trial. Don't fall for his ploy. Yes, don't fall for it. Joshua nodded firmly. Was it really that simple? They embraced. Yet somehow, the word selfish that Sergio had used kept echoing in their minds. Sophistry? Was it truly sophistry? Both recalled the mental torment of the past 3 days, pondering how different their choices would have been if they truly understood each other. Then, Joshua suddenly remembered. Earlier in the great hall, when his body was battered and bloody, seeing Maria struggle, he immediately stopped. Yet Maria ruthlessly carved over 700 wounds into him. Though his determination was crucial, if Maria had refused to act, could he have forced her? Or worse, if Sergio hadn't stopped, who knows how many more cuts he might have endured. These images flashed through his mind. Soon, Joshua shivered involuntarily. How could he think like this? How could he feel resentment towards the one he loved the most? He shook his head, trying to clear his thoughts. Yet those thoughts lingered like persistent ants. Unseen by them, a half-mile radius around the main hall was enclosed by an invisible light barrier, resembling a translucent bowl. This was an array. In the sky, Sergio stood at the edge of the array, narrowing his eyes as he observed it. This was an array that amplified negative emotions. Within the array, any ill intentions were magnified endlessly. If there were any, of course. In its absence, nothing would change. After a moment of silence, Sergio spoke softly. This array can deceive the heart, master. Is this fair to them? Fair or not, to obtain such a gift, one must pay a sufficient price, Darren responded without appearing. 3 wishes were not easy to come by. The array merely amplified negative thoughts, but did not control their minds. After another pause, Sergio asked, what is the third round of the trial? The third round requires no supervision. Just observe. Darren didn't provide further details. Sergio's eyebrows twitched, deciding not to press further. He quietly watched as the two comforted each other before returning to their respective courtyards. Perhaps due to the rising and unquenchable malice in their hearts, or perhaps they needed time to cool off. Even without Sergio's instruction, they entered their respective courtyards for the first time. The array then transformed, placing an invisible light barrier between the two courtyards. As the sun set, Sergio watched from the sky as the two experienced dramatic emotional shifts, alternating between self-reproach and anger. The third round of trials arrived sooner than Sergio expected. Just as the sun dipped below the horizon, people approached both sides of the courtyard. Glancing over, Sergio's eyes widened slightly. On the right, a man approached slowly, his eyes like stars, elegant as the wind, with a jade flute at his lips, dressed in immaculate white attire. The crisp flute melody echoed gently as he approached, his demeanor exceptionally graceful. Sergio's eyes flickered. Though this man wasn't the most handsome he had seen, nor had the best aura, this combination made him the most approachable person Sergio had ever encountered. Even with his own ninefold essence body and cultivator's grace, he still felt he fell short in comparison. In the outside world, he might bewitch countless admirers. On the left, someone else approached. A woman in a pale pink silk gown walked barefoot, her clothing dancing gracefully with the breeze, her eyes resembling a serene spring pond. Her youthful face complemented the pale pink gown, giving off an innocent charm like a neighborhood girl, yet also exuding a captivating allure. The array separated the two courtyards, making it impossible for them to hear each other. Brogan and woman approaching the courtyard did not seem to be from Xianxia Palace, as Sergio saw no marks of identification on them. They approached their respective targets' courtyards almost simultaneously. Chapter 403. The beginning of betrayal. Sergio saw from the sky that a man and a woman, whom he did not recognize, approached their respective courtyards almost at the same time. Left courtyard. Knock, knock, knock. The woman approached the courtyard and reached out to knock on the door. Xiaolon. As the voice came, Joshua opened the door. The moment he opened it, Joshua's expression changed slightly as his emotions fluctuated. What a beautiful woman. In the city before, he had never seen such a beautiful person. At this moment, she merely smiled gently, yet it seemed to stir his heart. The woman in the red dress bowed at the door. This servant is Natalie, greeting Master Du. Moo. Natalie. Joshua quickly regained his composure, withdrew his gaze, and showed a bit of embarrassment. Just as he was about to say something, Natalie entered the courtyard and seemed to trip over a stone, falling toward Joshua. A faint fragrance wafted up. If the woman were less attractive, or if the visitor were a man, Joshua would have likely jumped away immediately. However, his body reacted faster than his mind, catching Natalie instantly. He asked subconsciously, "Are you all right, young lady?" "Thank you, master." Natalie leaned on Joshua's shoulder, whispering softly in his ear. Feeling the warmth near his ear, Joshua felt his body becoming uneasy. Young lady, please be proper." Struggling with his thoughts, Joshua pushed her away and spoke with difficulty. Seeing this, Natalie squatted down, speaking with an air of grievance. "Is master rejecting me?" Sniff, sniff. "If not under duress, even though we are strangers, why would I act like this?" Her voice quivered, sounding extremely pitiful. She added that she was forced by someone stronger and had no choice but to come here, letting Joshua do whatever he wanted. If she refused, her entire family would be killed. Finishing her words, she looked up tearfully. "Will master drive me away?" Joshua's words were suddenly stifled. He felt that the person before him was becoming increasingly pitiful. He shook his head quickly, trying to gather his spirit. "I am very sympathetic to your situation, but..." He didn't forget that he wasn't here at Xianxia Palace for leisure. He was here for a trial. Natalie seemed to know what he was going to say. "This servant knows that the person who forced me to come here told me to convey to master that no matter what happens tonight, as long as master and that young lady still have true feelings for each other, you won't be eliminated. If not, how could I make things difficult for master?" Joshua's words were again stifled. However, this time, his mood relaxed significantly. Not being eliminated was good. "If so, I will not do anything inappropriate. You can rest in the courtyard for a day and leave tomorrow." After saying this, Joshua left as if fleeing, intending to enter the room. The courtyard was not just one courtyard. There were also side rooms inside. He just hadn't been interested in entering them the past few days. "Master is truly eager." Giggles. Following the sound like silver bells, Natalie caught up with Joshua more quickly, leaning on his shoulder. Soft and boneless. Maybe because Natalie said that nothing would affect the trial regardless of what he did. Or maybe due to her sorrowful words and appearance, Joshua pushed her away this time with much less force. "Master, Natalie likes you. Once you leave, I will take you back to Guiyuan Pavilion." Natalie clung tightly to Joshua without letting go. Joshua paused in his struggle. Suddenly, he thought of something. "Guiyuan Pavilion's Natalie? Are you?" Natalie actually had some fame. Speaking of which, both Joshua and Maria were from Yun City. Around Yun City, there were two sects named Guiyuan Pavilion and Jifeng Studio. In this generation, Guiyuan Pavilion had a disciple of unparalleled talent and beauty, admired by countless people, yet she had not shown any interest in anyone and had no intimate relationships. Her name was Natalie. Although Joshua's intuition told him that the Natalie before him, even if she were indeed Guiyuan Pavilion's Natalie, would not possibly admire him and was just putting on a show. Natalie's reputation still gave him a little thrill. Then, he shook his head, wishing he could slap himself a few times. He and Maria were in love, despite some misunderstandings. How could he think like this? Unexpectedly, Natalie continued. "Is master still thinking of Maria? You might not know, Jifeng Studio's Boyd is currently in her courtyard. I saw him earlier. They say he has convinced everyone in Jifeng Studio to welcome her back with the grandest ceremony possible and marry her. No matter the strength of a sect, there is always the strongest of the younger generation. Currently, Sergio is the most powerful among the Xianxia Palace disciples. Similarly, Natalie is the face of Guiyuan Pavilion today. That Boyd is the top disciple of Jifeng Studio's younger generation." Joshua became furious. "You dare to spread lies." Natalie lifted her head, her eyes filled with grievance. "Master, if she hooks up with Boyd, will she still like you? I heard that before meeting you, the person she admired most was Boyd. Perhaps she only regarded you as a substitute, now that she has Boyd." Before she finished, she rubbed herself against Joshua's chest. "Men having multiple wives is common. Even if my guess is wrong, I can get along with her peacefully in the future." Meanwhile, at the same time, Boyd was talking to Maria, placing his hand on her shoulder. Maria, who had initially been lively, froze in place. She then instantly retreated and coldly remarked, "Boyd, please be proper." Boyd, holding a jade flute, appeared incredulous. "Didn't you admire me the most? Why are you acting this way now?" "I admired your talent, and only your talent." Maria's eyes turned dark. Earlier, when the graceful Boyd arrived, knowing his identity made her somewhat annoyed. Seeing her once admired figure, she had conversed with him. Unexpectedly, as they talked, he started touching her inappropriately. If she hadn't met Joshua, she might not have reacted strongly, but now, admiring him in the past did not conflict with her love for Joshua. If there was a conflict, making a choice wouldn't require much thought. Boyd's eyes flashed with amusement. "Maria, does it matter if you remain pure here? Have you heard of Natalie from Ewing Pavilion? She is renowned. Right now, she's in Joshua's courtyard. By now, they probably have already rested." After speaking, he raised his hand and conjured the image of Natalie in her light red robe. Boyd slowly approached. "Beauty, status, and talent and cultivation. She surpasses you in all. With Natalie, what are you to Joshua?" Looking at the phantom image conjured by Boyd, Maria's expression changed slightly. Seeing this, Boyd smiled. "I know what worries you, but remember where we are. We're in Xianxia Palace." Chapter 404, a bed shared, but dreams apart. After finishing his explanation of where they were, Boyd sneered, "Maiden, you should understand the sect from which I come. However, what you may not know is that this Xianxia Palace doesn't need elders to intervene. Only certain well-known disciples can easily destroy my sect. If I pledge my life here with you, no matter what the reason, I wouldn't dare disobey if I didn't wish to die. The same applies to Natalie. If she marries Joshua here." Maria's expression changed dramatically. She then drew her weapon, gritting her teeth as she pointed at him. "Get out." Boyd stood his ground and said, "You're so angry here, yet he's enjoying himself elsewhere with Natalie. Maiden, are you really okay with that? You must understand, we are all cultivators, none lower than another. Among most mortals who struggle to advance in cultivation, because of differing emphases between men and women, many places still see male superiority over females. But for cultivators, it's different. Everyone can cultivate, making no one inferior to another. If there were any distinction, it would only be about strength. The strong command respect. Powerful men marrying multiple wives is common. Powerful women taking multiple husbands is just as common. Yes, taking feelings? For cultivators, only those with comparable talent have the right to talk about feelings. Different talents, different levels of cultivation. How can they even talk about feelings? Take, for instance, someone who can only live 200 years in the spirit warrior stage or 500 years in the true warrior stage. How can they discuss feelings with someone living 1,000 years in the essence warrior stage or 2,000 years in the earth spirit stage? Out of affection, reason, heart, and to avoid white-haired people burying black-haired ones, strong cultivators wouldn't genuinely pursue relationships with weaker ones. They only pursue benefits. Boyd's words, accompanied by lingering illusions, made Maria's weapon tremble. Seeing this, Boyd took a step forward. "Even if we spend a passionate night tonight, it won't affect future opportunities. I didn't bring much on this urgent trip, but the value of everything I have adds up to 1,000,000 spirit coins. I'll give all of it as a dowry to ease your mind. What do you think?" A storage pouch silently fell into Maria's hand. As Boyd approached, he grabbed the sword tip. "I can also swear an oath never to betray you in this life." An oath is the most binding promise. Holding the storage pouch and hearing the guarantee of an oath, emotions shifted. Once, she had admired Boyd deeply, and those feelings resurfaced, overpowering her judgment. Her hand weakened, and the weapon fell to the ground. In the sky, Sergio watched the scene inside the array, shaking his head imperceptibly. Oaths? A passionate night? All fake. Natalie and Boyd's talent, though not high relative to Sergio, was far from weak. At least, if they joined the Xianxia Palace, they could become inner sect disciples, if not true disciples. He could also see that both Natalie and Boyd had not lost their virginity. Even if something happened, it was merely what Joshua and Maria thought happened. In reality, it was just an illusion. From the start, Natalie and Boyd only stood in the courtyard, and everything else was an illusion created by the array and their cultivation. The oaths? Just illusions too. Betrayal had already occurred. Sergio remained silent, having guessed what would happen next. After a long pause, he sighed lightly. These two, pity them. If not for the array, they wouldn't have deteriorated so quickly. If not for the amplification of emotions by the array, even if cracks emerged between them, mutual betrayal wouldn't have happened overnight. Unfortunately, the array accelerated things far too much. Time slowly passed. 3 days later, early morning, Boyd and Natalie left their respective courtyards simultaneously. The barrier created by the array silently dispersed. Outside the courtyard, the four met each other. Boyd and Natalie exchanged glances. Soon, Natalie chuckled softly. "My lord, it seems she has betrayed you. My lord, I will wait for you at Inying Tower." With light silk and red skirts fluttering, Natalie walked away in the direction she came from, like a painting under the gentle dawn breeze. Boyd's eyes flickered, but he said nothing, only following after her and soon disappearing into the array. Joshua and Maria looked at each other, unsure of what to say. They quickly headed towards the main hall. In the main hall, Sergio watched them and shook his head slightly. These two now remained silent, but soon, they would likely erupt in anger. The reason was simple. Though Natalie and Boyd's developments were somewhat different, they were close enough. Yet, even if similar, there was always a sequence. If both had betrayed each other, it might have ended with them being strangers. However, when Boyd dealt with Maria, due to Maria's past admiration, he gained the upper hand and caused Maria to succumb first. Then, as the array shifted, Darren secretly lifted the array's influence over Joshua. Free from the array's effects, recalling Maria's every gesture and smile, Joshua locked himself in his room, letting Natalie stay alone in the courtyard for 3 days. Indeed, despite Natalie's ambiguous and misleading farewell words, these 3 days saw Joshua, free from the array's influence and restored to his original self, staying alone in his room. Now, one person's betrayal felt like a replay of the past. The hatred deepened. After a moment of observation, Sergio spoke slowly. Regarding the third test, I am very disappointed, both of you. Disappointed? Why? Joshua suddenly looked up. Sergio didn't answer, lifting his hand instead. The barrier shimmered, projecting scenes from both courtyards. It showed the recordings of the last 3 days through the array. First, the images of Natalie and Boyd arriving. As they entered the courtyard, the projection showed the illusionary scenes. Initially, both struggled a bit, but then, Boyd and Maria entered the room. Suddenly, Joshua regained his senses and went into the room, shutting the door. Seeing this, both of them were shocked. Sergio raised his hand to dissipate the projection. Do you need me to explain more? Joshua abruptly looked up. You. Unable to speak for a while, his flushed face seemed to express his anger. Maria, recalling the image of Joshua closing the door, couldn't find words either. After a long time, Joshua clenched his fists. Very well indeed. Maria instinctively backed away. I didn't mean to, I didn't expect. Song, listen to me. Anger needed to be vented. After venting, some calmness might follow. But Sergio was still here, and the array, enhancing malicious emotions, began working again without warning. Sergio suddenly asked, do you still have genuine feelings for each other? If so, the test continues. If not, return all rewards and leave. After all, this test concerns true feelings. If you've lost those feelings, there's no point in continuing. Chapter 405. Death? Davis? As the emotions of Joshua and Maria began to shift, an ominous aura started spreading. However, Sergio suddenly interrupted, asking them if they still had feelings for each other. If not, there would be no need to continue with the next test. Their faces hardened momentarily. Joshua quickly forced a smile. Of course we do. Why wouldn't we? Isn't that right, Xiaolon? He swiftly moved closer, pulling her forcefully into his arms. Looking up, he feigned the gentleness they once shared. Xiaolon made some mistakes, but I can understand her. Yes. Maria felt a creeping fear. Knowing Joshua well, she realized that at this moment, he must have been suppressing a great deal of anger, all directed at her. Sergio watched them and slowly stepped away. True feelings have endured mutual harm, understanding, misunderstandings, all sorts of trials, yet they must return to their original state. The two of you have experienced much in just a few days, a journey worthy of reflection. What is the final trial? Joshua looked up, barely suppressing his growing frustration. Warmth. With that, Sergio paused slightly at the doorway. After enduring the first 3 trials, the two of you have managed to persist, which I find very gratifying. For the next 3 days, stay here and recall your past together. Relive those moments. After 3 days, if your true feelings remain unchanged, you will pass the trial. You may then leave the Shimming Palace with the rewards and 3 wishes. With that, Sergio vanished. Only Joshua and Maria remained, still bound by the active array, its brilliance undiminished. Relive the past. Joshua murmured, sneering bitterly. Betrayal had already shattered their once genuine feelings. If betrayal could happen once, it could happen again. If this weren't the Shimming Palace and the trial hadn't continued, he might have killed her on the spot. Reflecting, Joshua's lips curled into a mocking grin. Since we're going to recall the past, let's remember together. I recall our first meeting was by the river 30 miles outside Guiyuan City. It was quite coincidental, that day. Above the array, in the sky, Sergio stood on the edge of the array, addressing his master. Master, even without the array amplifying their emotions, they are likely to drift apart. Is this trial still necessary? They are not dead. After this, even if they drift apart, they will understand the cause of their current predicament and hold a grudge. Pausing, Kevin's voice continued. The hatred of ants means nothing to our Shimming Palace. There are countless who hate us. Yet, since we see these hateful ants, why should we let them leave? Sergio shook his head subtly. So, when they truly fail the trial, they are doomed to die? Kevin did not respond. Sergio wasn't concerned. He watched below, continuing to shake his head. At this moment, he hoped these two would come to their senses. Otherwise, they would surely die. As Kevin said, why let an enemy go? He sympathized with their unjust suffering, but it didn't stop him from wanting to eliminate those who hated him. Still, Sergio wasn't sure if he could truly act when the time came, as Joshua and Maria were merely victims of circumstance. 3 days passed quickly. During these 3 days, Sergio observed from above as the two constantly reminisced about the past. Without the array amplifying negative emotions, these memories might have reconciled them. Unfortunately, under the influence of the array, the more Joshua recalled, the angrier he became. Maria, on the other hand, felt increasing shame and gradually turned to anger. Under the array's influence, she resented Joshua for holding on to minor mistakes. On the third night, senior brother Holy Sun, a female disciple of the Shimming Palace approached. Though unfamiliar, Sergio knew why she had come. Nodding slightly, he descended, followed by the disciple who also landed before Maria's room door. Sergio glanced at the door, then knocked. Opening the door, Joshua saw Sergio and was startled. Elder, why have you come? Brother Do, there's no need for such formality. As he spoke, Sergio entered the courtyard. These 3 days, recalling your past has deeply touched me. Brother Su flatters. Joshua hurriedly followed. Though puzzled, he went along with it. Sergio walked to the pavilion and sat down, sighing softly. To be honest, I am very sympathetic to what you've been through. Do you mean? Joshua couldn't hide his confusion. Sergio glanced at Maria's courtyard and shook his head. When Natalie came before, honestly, her beauty, in my view, is unmatched. Despite her allure, Brother Du still held firm. I admire that. Joshua grew more confused. Sergio raised a hand, producing a jade vial. Brother Du's deep affection is commendable, but sadly, Maria has betrayed you. Even if you've forgiven her, I cannot stand idly by. Joshua stared at the vial. What is this? A poison pill, dissolving instantly upon ingestion, colorless, odorless, and intangible. Pausing, Sergio whispered. Tomorrow morning marks the end of the trial. According to the plan, at dawn, during sunrise, the two of you will dine like mortals in our shimming palace, sharing a drink to conclude the trial. But I detest betrayers. Privately, I have decided that tomorrow, you will use this pill to poison her. What? Joshua shot up, visibly shaken. Sergio seemed oblivious, continuing calmly. Brother Do, there's no need to react so. Ultimately, the decision lies with me and my master. I've convinced him that if you poison the betrayer, the trial still counts as passed. After all, you never abandon true love, and all rewards belong to you, don't they? Joshua's pupils dilated, staring at the vial on the table, his body trembling. Uncertain what he trembled over, Sergio continued, perhaps Brother Do can't bring yourself to do it, but remember, according to the rules, only one person can propose the 3 wishes. Now that Maria has betrayed you, how many of the wishes do you think you'll get? She has accepted Joshua's dowry from Shiri. Do you think she'd consult you for the wishes? With Shiri's backing, how can you compete against her? Joshua's body softened, collapsing back into the pavilion, staring blankly at the jade pendant. Seeing this, Sergio sighed, standing up. Brother Do, think carefully. Either you contend with the traitorous Maria or she dies, leaving you to receive all rewards and gifts alone. Chapter 406, Fiery Poisonous Wine. As Joshua's body went limp, Sergio rose with a sigh. He remarked that if Joshua were to poison Maria, then Joshua would receive all the rewards and gifts. Afterward, Sergio slowly left. If I weren't truly distressed by your situation and sympathetic to your plight, Brother Do, why would I have gone to the trouble of persuading my master? I hope you don't goof my good intentions. I really don't want to see you lose everything when Maria leaves you after the trial. With those words, Sergio departed from the courtyard. Joshua was left staring blankly at the jade bottle containing the poison pill. In another courtyard, the scene mirrored Joshua's courtyard except for the people involved. Purple. Sister KC, do we really have to go through with this? Maria looked at the jade pendant on the table, her voice trembling. Sitting opposite her was the recently arrived Shimming Palace disciple, not a fellow disciple of Sergio but an older generation disciple named KC, who had reached the 6th level of profound martial realm. KC sighed gently. Naive girl, think carefully. How has Joshua treated you these past few days? Can't you see it? Will you still be alive after the trial ends? Perhaps as soon as you step out of the Shimming Palace gate, Joshua will kill you in a fit of rage. Maria continued to tremble. But, do you really believe that boy loves you? Wake up, naive girl. If it weren't for our Shimming Palace stepping in, would he even be here offering a betrothal gift? Though he waits outside the sect, if he discovers that Joshua intends to kill you, he will certainly stand by and watch, which is perfect for him to get rid of you. Pausing, KC shook her head. You are also fortunate. Senior brother Holy Son sympathizes with you. Despite your many years together, Joshua became furious over a minor mistake and wanted to kill you. How can someone like him be relied upon? Out of pity, Senior brother Holy Son persuaded Deputy Palace Master. Now, you only need to poison Joshua tomorrow and afterward enjoy 3 wishes exclusively. Finishing, KC said enviously, think about it. Without Joshua's interference, you will enjoy 3 exclusive wishes. You can wish for better bloodline, increased cultivation, and endless wealth. With enhanced talent and cultivation, how could Boyd treat you badly? Moreover, with improved talent and cultivation, you can even keep many men like Boyd in the future. Isn't that great? Maria lowered her gaze, saying nothing. Seeing this, KC stood up with a hint of frustration. Forget it, I won't say more. Think it over. On one side is accepting the Holy Son's compassion and enjoying boundless freedom. On the other is indecision leading to your death at the hands of the petty Joshua. Tomorrow is the final day. Think carefully, naive girl, don't regret it when it's too late. With that, KC left the courtyard. Maria remained, staring blankly at the jade pendant. The array continuously magnified the malice within their hearts. Time passed quickly. In the hall, fruits, spiritual items, fine wine, and delicacies were laid out again. Sergio sat quietly in the main seat. As the first rays of sunlight fell, Joshua and Maria left their courtyards uneasily. Meeting each other, they exchanged forced smiles, entering the hall unsteadily. Sergio looked at them and smiled. Sit. Without a word, they took their seats. Sergio's gaze wandered between them. After a while, he spoke. According to the rules, no one should disturb you these past 3 days. The trial is over. Pausing, Sergio raised his wine glass. Today, both of you will consume some spiritual items here to calm down, share a cup of wine, and the trial will end completely. My master will appear and grant your wishes. Okay. They responded subconsciously, growing more uneasy. Ignoring this, Sergio whispered. Although it may seem futile, I think you two should turn around, silently bless each other for the future, then share a drink with me to end this sincere trial. Looking at their respective wine glasses filled with spirit wine, they remained silent for a moment before turning around and picking up the glasses. Countless images flashed in their minds. Ultimately, they recalled Sergio/Casey's words last night, to kill each other for the reward and eternal freedom, or to live in loneliness while the other begins anew. Sergio did not urge them. He couldn't read minds but saw them staring at the wine cups. After a long time, Joshua's body trembled slightly. With trembling hands, he dropped a pill into the wine glass. His trembling hands spilled wine all over, but Joshua seemed unaware. Turning around, Joshua saw Maria trembling. Unfortunately, he couldn't see what she was doing. Only true martial realm cultivators could develop mental energy. Joshua, at the spiritual martial realm, lacked mental energy and couldn't see what Maria was doing. He guessed, perhaps she felt guilty for abandoning him. Feeling unworthy, she refused to drink the wine today. Maria, sensing Joshua had turned back, closed her eyes silently. Tears welled up. She didn't know why she acted impulsively earlier. What could she do now? Their feelings had cracked. Her hand under the table trembled, taking out the jade bottle and dropping a pill into the wine glass soundlessly. She forced herself to smile despite her trembling body and turned back. Sergio watched silently, holding his wine glass, waiting. Both turned around, noticing each other's unease and guilt. After a moment, Joshua spoke. Xiaolon, the trial ends today. Let's drink each other's wine as a testament to our past feelings. Recall the bittersweet moments we've shared. Maria, who was about to find an excuse to switch the wine glasses, forced a smile. All right. They handed their glasses to each other. Then, holding the unproblematic wine glasses, their thoughts were complex. Drinking this wine would erase their past. Past memories, all would become void. Neither hurried nor anxious, they stared blankly at their wine cups. The array stopped amplifying their inner malice. After half an hour, Sergio softly asked, why haven't you drunk the wine? Recalled from their memories, they suddenly came to their senses, staring at each other and the poisonous wine. Without the array amplifying their malice, their past feelings seemed to return. But looking at the wine. After these words, Sergio departed from the courtyard. Joshua was left staring blankly at the jade bottle containing the poisonous pill. In another courtyard, the scene mirrored Joshua's courtyard, but the people were different. Purple. Sister Mackenzie, is this really necessary? Maria looked at the jade pendant on the table, her voice trembling. Across from her sat the recently arrived Xianming Palace disciple named Mackenzie, an elder generation disciple of Sergio's, who had reached the 6th level of profound martial realm. Mackenzie sighed, dear girl, think about it carefully. How has Joshua treated you these past few days? Can't you see? Will you still be alive after the trial? Perhaps he'll kill you in anger right outside the gates of Xianming Palace. Maria trembled. But, do you really think Boyd loves you? Wake up, dear girl. If it weren't for our palace's intervention, why would he come here, much less present a betrothal gift? Even as he waits outside the sect, he would stand by if he found out Joshua wants to kill you. This way, he could get rid of you easily. Pausing, Mackenzie shook her head. You're fortunate that elder brother Saint Pity felt compassion for you. After so many years with Joshua, just because of a few small mistakes, he harbors such intense anger, even wanting to kill you. Can someone like that be trusted? It was only through elder brother Saint Pity's efforts in persuading the deputy palace master that you can now enjoy 3 wishes if you poison Joshua tomorrow. Then Mackenzie spoke with envy. Imagine not having Joshua around to interfere. You can enjoy all 3 wishes alone. Wish for bloodline refinement, wish for cultivation improvement, and still have 1 wish left for wealth. With your talents improved, how could Boyd not treat you well? Furthermore, you might even be able to keep many men like Boyd in your harem later on. Isn't this a better outcome? Maria lowered her head, speechless. Seeing this, Mackenzie rose with some frustration. Fine, I won't say more. Think about it carefully. On one hand, you can accept elder brother Saint Pity's help and live freely, or you can hesitate and die at the hands of Joshua's narrow-mindedness. Tomorrow is the last day. Dear girl, think it over carefully. Don't regret it too late. With that, Mackenzie left the courtyard. Only Maria remained, staring blankly at the jade pendant. The array continuously amplified the malicious thoughts in both hearts. Night quickly passed. Main hall. Today, the main hall was filled with countless fruits, spiritual items, fine wines, and delicacies. Sergio sat quietly in the main seat. As the first rays of sunlight fell, Joshua and Maria left their respective courtyards, agitated and uneasy. Meeting each other, they forced smiles and shakily entered the main hall. Sergio watched them and smiled. Sit down. Silently, they took their seats. Sergio's gaze lingered between them. After a while, he spoke. According to the rules, no one should have disturbed you for these 3 days. The trial is over. Pausing, Sergio raised his wine cup. Today, we will consume some elixirs together to settle your nerves, share a drink, and thus conclude the trial officially. My master will also appear to fulfill your wishes. All right. They responded instinctively, feeling even more restless. Ignoring their unease, Sergio softly continued. Though I feel it's unnecessary, I thought about it. Each of you should turn away from each other, silently bless and hope for the other's future, then drink with me to end this test of true affection. Looking at their respective wine cups, filled with unknown spirits, they silently turned away, picking up their cups. Countless images flashed in their minds, ultimately coalescing into the choices laid out by Sergio and Mackenzie. To poison the other and enjoy all the rewards, or to remain lonely, while the other gains new beginnings. Sergio did not urge them. Unskilled in reading minds, he only saw them staring at their cups. After a long time, Joshua's hand trembled as he dropped a pill into his wine cup, spilling drops of liquid unnoticed. Turning back, Joshua saw Maria trembling. Unfortunately, he couldn't see exactly what she was doing. Only true martial practitioners could project spirit sense, and being merely at the spirit martial realm, Joshua couldn't know what Maria was doing. He could only guess. Perhaps she was filled with guilt over betraying him, ashamed, unworthy to drink today. Meanwhile, Maria sensed Joshua turning back. She closed her eyes silently. A tear trickled down. She didn't understand her previous impulsive actions, but now, what could she do? Their feelings had already been fractured. Her hand under the table retrieved the jade bottle, dropping a pill silently into the wine. Suppressing her trembling body with spiritual energy, she forced a smile and turned back. Sergio watched silently, holding his cup without urging. Both turned, understanding each other deeply. They saw the anxiety and guilt in each other's expressions. Moments later, it was Joshua who spoke first. Xiaolon, the trial ends today. To witness our past affection, let's drink each other's cup. Let's reminisce about our shared memories and experiences. Maria, who had been preparing to switch the cups, forced a smile. Okay. They exchanged their cups and looked at the safe wine in their hands, hearts heavy. One sip, and all past ties would vanish into thin air. Without any rush or urging, they simply stared at their cups, lost in thought. Sometime during this, the array ceased amplifying their malevolent thoughts. After half an hour, having waited, Sergio gently asked, "Why don't you drink the wine?" Recalled to the present, they looked at each other and the toxic wine in their hands. Without the array amplifying their malice, their genuine emotions seemed to return. But looking at the wine. ##### Chapter 407. Both meet their end. Awakened by Sergio's voice, the two looked at each other. Without the influence of the now vanished formation, their former true feelings seemed to regain the upper hand. Staring at the poisoned wine in each other's hands, neither knew what to say. Should they warn each other not to drink, that it was laced with poison? After enduring numerous tests, cracks had already formed between them. Mr. Su drinks first as a sign of respect. With these words, Sergio raised his hand and downed the cup in one gulp. Then he gestured, "It's your turn." They instinctively looked at Sergio. "We salute the Holy Sun." They then gazed at each other through their cups, lifting them to drink. Just as they neared their lips with the glasses, memories of past warmth flashed through their minds at a terrifying speed. Amidst countless heartwarming scenes, they almost spoke simultaneously. "Don't drink." Sergio's eyes flickered. "What's wrong?" Their expressions changed quickly, finding an excuse in unison. "No, nothing, but the Holy Sun holds such esteemed status. We should toast you first." What could be done? What could be done? You two are quite in sync. If so, it is acceptable. Sergio's tone was enigmatic as he gently lifted his hand. The wine jar moved on its own, refilling the cups. Seeing the refilled cups in Sergio's hand, Joshua fell silent for a moment before speaking slowly. "Xiaolon, I remember you always wanted to see the sea. They say the vast ocean merges with the sky into one color. It's a pity we never went. After today's test, we can finally go to the seaside." "Okay." Maria's face lit up with joy. She soon thought of something else, whispering softly, "Your greatest wish is to find your little sister who disappeared during the turmoil. Don't worry, I will find her. Your sister will be my sister, like family." Joshua asked, "What did you say?" "Nothing. We should toast the Holy Sun." Maria shook her head. They both wore their most genuine smiles. Gulugulu. 3 cups were drained. Their smiles grew more earnest. Sergio watched them and sighed lightly. "1. What?" Both were puzzled, yet seemed to understand something. Sergio calmly spoke another number. 2. They looked at each other, a bitter smile playing on their faces, a remorseful smile. Yet seeing each other still smiling, some confusion lingered in their hearts. 3. Sergio continued counting. The moment the word 3 left his lips, they felt their spiritual energy suddenly dissipate, endless darkness sweeping in. Before they could react further, their consciousness was swallowed by the darkness. They collapsed softly onto the table, lifeless, pitiful, tragic, and laughable. Sergio stood up, a mocking smile on his lips, and walked away slowly. When they had dissolved the poisonous pill into the wine, the formation had been cancelled immediately. They had over half an hour to reconsider, if they wished. Even when they almost said the same thing to stop each other from drinking, revealing everything at that moment would have meant there was still hope. After all, Sergio wasn't without principles. He had once shown compassion towards the Letitia, and now he could show it to Joshua and Maria. Even if they couldn't fulfill their wishes, leaving the shimming palace with the rewards they gained wouldn't have been difficult. Unfortunately, the hall now only held 2 silent bodies. #### Justin Peak. At the peak, Kevin stood with his hands behind his back, looking toward the courtyard. "How was it?" "I will always remember this lesson from you, Master," Sergio replied respectfully. Kevin waved his hand. "You may leave." But Sergio didn't move. "Master, has any secret realm appeared recently?" Kevin paused, his gaze returning to Sergio. "So, you haven't remembered yet?" Sergio shook his head. "Disciple remembers. If you remember, why ask me?" Kevin remained expressionless. Sergio understood why Kevin was acting this way. His inquiry about the secret realm was to enter it and seal the broken soul of the jar. This examination of true feelings was designed to teach him that no matter the depth of emotions, if targeted and pushed to the breaking point, even true feelings can turn into mutual enmity. Clearly, the jar's fragmented soul was no ordinary object for Kevin. Not knowing its location might prevent him from being tempted to retrieve it. Even if Kevin resisted temptation now, could he do so forever? Or might he act impulsively and try to obtain the jar, even pretending to cooperate with the residual soul for benefits? Over time, with constant temptation, how could he resist? Thus, not knowing the sealing place of the jar was best. Yet, even so, after a pause, Sergio whispered, "The Su family is destroyed. Disciple has no relatives left in this world except Master. You are the closest person to me. If the day comes when even Master tries to harm me, I would rather die than live alone in suffering." Perhaps there was another unspoken thought. While Kevin taught this lesson, Sergio couldn't genuinely guard against him. Kevin's teachings stemmed from his care and closeness, showing Sergio this truth. But if Sergio truly began guarding against Kevin, wouldn't it hurt his feelings? A tangled mess, hard to unravel. Looking at Kevin again, staring at Sergio, Kevin's face revealed a complex expression, one of satisfaction or helplessness. His current feelings were indeed complicated. By going through such lengths to let Sergio witness everything, he wanted Sergio to understand the complexity of human nature and sincerely hoped not to know where the jar was sealed, fearing he might lose control in the future. But if Sergio really became cautious, he might feel odd, considering he had genuinely cared for the apprentice he nurtured. And if Sergio acted as he did now, while feeling proud that his teaching wasn't wasted, he would also feel annoyed that his efforts seemed in vain. Much like Sergio's response, Kevin's heart was a tangle of emotions, complicated and conflicted. After a long look, Kevin shook his head slightly, suppressing his thoughts and murmured, "There shouldn't be any secret realms appearing in the next few years. If I'm not mistaken, 8 years from now, within the unextinguished mountain territory, a secret realm will emerge. I've forgotten its specific name, but you can ask at the Davisoning Wind Pavilion. 8 years? Sergio's brows furrowed instantly. Too much time. The longer the jar stayed with him, the greater the uncertainty. Waiting 8 years for a secret realm to appear wasn't worth it. It was better to think about other suitable places to seal it. Kevin gently waved his hand. Go down. Remember, human nature is unpredictable. Never try to test anyone's loyalty. Once you do, the outcome is often unbearable. Clearly, because Sergio hadn't guarded against him, his mixed emotions made him lose interest in further conversation. Chapter 408. Suitable place. Although Sergio, who had witnessed everything, seemed to have learned nothing from the experience, causing Dorino's emotions to become extremely complex, feeling both relieved and frustrated. He lost interest in continuing the conversation with Sergio. He merely instructed Sergio to go down and diligently practice, remembering the lessons of witnessing everything. Disciple takes his leave. Sergio gave a slight bow, turned around, and left with his thoughts in turmoil. Without any secret realms appearing for some time, where should this pot be sealed? Walking to the mountain peak, Sergio paused in his steps. He suddenly remembered something. Christopher. When he left the sect, Daranyao had said that there was no one by the name of Christopher in Xianxia Palace, and he had decided to investigate the matter personally. However, because of his recent focus on the pot, he had forgotten to ask about the results of the investigation. Hesitating for a moment, Sergio looked at the pot. After thinking about it, he did not turn back to ask but continued descending the mountain. Compared to Christopher, no matter what conspiracy might be involved, it was temporarily less important. After all, Daranyao was his master, and Emilio, nearing the end of his lifespan, had personally gone to the defense line for him. The main and deputy rulers of Xianxia Palace were standing by his side. Even if there were conspiracies, they could not bypass Emilio and Daranyao. In comparison, it was better to quickly consider a stable place to seal the remnant soul. As long as the remnant soul was not resealed somewhere else, he would not feel at ease. Things had their priorities, and it was better to solve the problem of the pot first. He walked for an unknown length of time. Greetings, senior brother holy son. Several voices greeted him. Sergio subconsciously glanced at the greeters, preparing to nod in response. Along the way, people often greeted him, which was not unusual. However, when his gaze landed on them, Sergio spoke up. Junior brothers, may I ask? He saw that these greeters were different from the previous ones. Instead of just passing by, 2 true martial realm disciples were escorting another spirit martial realm disciple somewhere. The 2 responded hastily. Senior brother, this person is a spy from another sect. According to regulations, he should be executed on the spot, but Elder Gao from the enforcement hall has prepared to meet him and personally determine his punishment. A spy? Ah, I see. Sergio nodded slightly without saying more. There were many spies from the 4 major sects, and with some effort, one could find many spies sent by each other among the outer sect members. Whenever Castor reported news, most of the reports were about discovering spies from other sects. This was old news. Seeing that Sergio had no other instructions, the 2 bowed again before leaving with the spy. Sergio withdrew his gaze and was about to continue walking and thinking when he abruptly turned his head to look at their retreating figures. It wasn't that he recognized those 3 people, or that so-called Elder Gao. What came to his mind was the word crime, as if a flash of inspiration had struck him, but for a moment, he couldn't quite recall it. What was it? His intuition told him it was related to the word crime. He began to rapidly recall in his mind, trying to think of where crime was connected, leading to that sudden spark of inspiration. After rapid contemplation, Sergio suddenly focused. He remembered. The Sin Domain. Once in the Iron Spear sect, he had heard of the Sin Domain, which astonished him. In the Sin Domain, thousands of living beings, regardless of cultivation level, all had lifespans not exceeding 100 years. He had initially planned to enter the Sin Domain to see what was attracting him but, due to its peculiar nature, abandoned the idea and pushed it to the back of his mind. Now, was there any place more suitable for sealing the pot than the Sin Domain? No. With the peculiarity of the Sin Domain, even if the remnant soul could somehow resist the unique aging process, others couldn't. If the remnant soul managed to control the pot and break free from the seal in the future, any attempts to cultivate others would be futile, as their lifespans would limit their potential and cause little trouble. The Sin Domain was more suitable for imprisoning the remnant soul than any secret realm. If the remnant soul could still escape from the Sin Domain, then he would accept it, as there was no perfect solution in this world. With this thought, Sergio tapped his feet, instantly soaring into the air and flying toward the main peak. He needed to go to the archive pavilion. He didn't know much about the Sin Domain. Given the peculiarity of the Sin Domain, once inside, there was no coming out. Before sealing the remnant soul in the Sin Domain, he needed to check the records in the archive pavilion. Flying to the main peak, Sergio initially intended to enter the archive pavilion, but, after some thought, left and flew towards the artifact's peak. His sealing methods were insufficient. Now that he had found a place to seal it, he needed to figure out the method of sealing it as well. At Artifact's peak, just as Sergio approached the Artifact's peak, an elderly voice rang out. Sergio, why are you leisurely visiting Artifact's peak today? Do you want to learn about artifact refinement? Only after the voice stopped did the person appear. Sergio immediately bowed. Greetings, Berkeley. The person who appeared was none other than Berkeley, who had led the team to Jean Beau Pavilion earlier. Berkeley, skilled in artifact refinement, was originally a Bryant of Artifact's peak. After bowing, Sergio took out a jade slip. Disciple has an interest in learning the profound Tao of artifacts, but my current cultivation is not sufficient to divert my attention. I am here because I accidentally obtained an array formation and wish to have it refined into array flags through Artifact's peak. Berkeley thought for a moment before responding. Refining array flags, that's not simple. You should seek Aiden. Speaking of which, artifact refinement and array formations were inseparable. Those skilled in artifact refinement almost always understood array formations. Similarly, those proficient in array formations generally knew how to refine artifacts. After all, no matter what weapon or treasure, it was not simply a combination of various ores. On the contrary, the higher the grade of the weapon or treasure, the more array formations were inscribed within it. Artifact refinement and array formations were inseparable. However, although those skilled in artifact refinement understood array formations, their proficiency in array formations was certainly not comparable to those who specialized in it. Conversely, those practicing array formations occasionally needed tools like array discs and array flags. If they did not know how to refine artifacts, how could they produce such items and special array cores? While those proficient in array formations were not as deep in artifact refinement as those who specialized in it. The connection between the two was intricate. Aiden was also not simple. Aiden was the chief elder Obar's top disciple, already at the 8th level of the primordial martial realm. Of course, Aiden and Sergio were not of the same generation. He was much older than Landon Marvin and the likes. Sergio did not leave but took out the jade slip given by Ben. Elder, perhaps you should take a look at this array formation first? The origin of the array formation was unknown, but being used by Ben to seal the pot, it was definitely not simple. To achieve its full potential, although Aiden's cultivation was only one level lower than Sergio's, it might not be enough to refine it. If anyone else acted presumptuously like this, Berkeley might have coldly scanned them and left. But for Sergio, Berkeley smiled and took the jade slip, his divine consciousness sinking into it. Chapter 409, half a year. Faced with Sergio's words, if it were an ordinary disciple, Cameron would likely have rebuked them for overstepping their bounds. But this being Sergio, Cameron took the jade slip with a smile and began to examine it with his divine consciousness. After about 10 breaths, Cameron withdrew his gaze, raising an eyebrow. The spirit-severing, soul-cutting array. I remember this array. It was once passed down from an ancient array school. Unfortunately, that school was exterminated by the 3-foot tower over 1,000 years ago, and this array vanished without a trace. I didn't expect it to reappear in your hands now. And it has such an origin? Sergio spoke. Berkeley, this array is profound. Although young Master Shen has remarkable array expertise, I fear he might still fall short when it comes to refining this array's flags. He did not explain how he obtained it. Cameron did not press further, nodding. This array is extraordinary. Even among our Shimming Palace's vast collection of array formations, its sealing effect remains unparalleled when fully functional. With Aiden's current cultivation level, he would need several decades to refine a set of array flags successfully, and even then, it would only function at 50% capacity. Sergio bowed again. Could I trouble Berkeley to lend a hand? I happen to be free these days, so I'll help you refine it. After some thought, Cameron added. To unleash its full potential, even with my assistance, it will likely take over a year. You may return to the Qingming Peak and wait there. Thank you, Elder. Could you tell me what materials are required? I will prepare them immediately. Sergio was instantly delighted. Though the time seemed long, he was not worried. If even an Empyrean needed so much time to refine it, it only highlighted the array's extraordinary sealing effects. Cameron's kindness could not be taken for granted either. Since refinement was on Seeking Instrument Peak, the materials would ultimately have to be provided by Sergio himself. There's no need. This array isn't recorded in Shimming Palace. My refining the array flag essentially means you're indirectly submitting this array to the sect. Given its profundity, not only will refining the array flag contribute, but you'll also gain many surplus contributions. After some more conversation, Sergio turned and headed toward the main peak. After Sergio left, Cameron did not rush to refine the array flag, but leaped to the summit of the instrument peak. A young child stood at the summit. This was one of the youngest-looking Empyreans among Shimming Palace's numerous martial Empyreans, appearing like a 12 or 13-year-old child, Elder Matthew. Matthew, whose true name was unknown, was the Grand Elder of Instrument Peak. Matthew looked at Cameron. The spirit-severing, soul-cutting array. After that sect's downfall, this array should have remained within the 3-foot tower and never leaked out. Cameron said nothing. Seeing this, Matthew pondered aloud. Previously, the 3-foot tower's smiling Mithraea apologized, citing a mistake by one of their subordinates who accepted the assassination bounty on Sergio. Now, the spirit-severing, soul-cutting array appears in Sergio's possession, and he intends to refine a great sealing formation. It seems this matter is not as simple as the 3-foot tower claims, with underlying intricacies. Cameron wasn't concerned. There are countless plots in the world. Why bother with so many? Let the Reginald handle those schemes. Matthew thought for a moment and nodded. You're right. Since Sergio is the only disciple under the Reginald, we don't need to worry. Half a year passed quietly. It was not an ordinary half year. Jean-Beau Pavilion constantly blamed Shimming Palace for the death of their genius disciples, to which Shimming Palace replied that inferior skills led to death. Shimming Palace had regained confidence since Sergio's return and continually blamed Jean-Beau Pavilion for having an Empyrean act against them. Jean-Beau Pavilion denied it, saying Shimming Palace was making unfounded accusations. Indeed, it was a war of words with each side issuing statements blaming the other, a lively scene. However, only the 4 major sects knew the truth. The disciples below were oblivious, merely feeling that communication between Shimming Palace and Jean-Beau Pavilion had increased. At the coast defense line, there was turmoil. The Dominic beyond the defenses inexplicably raged and continuously attacked the line. It was rumored that the 4 major sects were considering a temporary withdrawal to reduce losses. As for the lives behind the defense line, countless souls lived in donghua, and commoners' lives could not compare to the disciples of the 4 major sects. This news, however, remained unverified. Besides, during this half year, donghua was relatively peaceful, with little significant turmoil, if any. It was just the usual killing and plundering incidents. In Shimming Palace's Battle Peak, Davisprary, Sergio's divine consciousness detached from a jade slip. He squinted as he examined it. Half a year. Since asking Cameron to refine the array flag half a year ago, his figure had remained in the library. He perused all the books in the main peak library and others, relying on the more powerful divine consciousness of the Essence Realm to read countless volumes in these 6 months. If not for his status as a holy son, most records wouldn't require contribution points. Otherwise, he couldn't have accessed so many records. Though he couldn't fully review all 13 libraries across the 3 peaks and 9 halls plus the main peak, he believed he had reviewed at least 90% of Xianxia Palace's 13 libraries' records. Only a very small part of the records he lacked qualification to access remained unseen. While Xin Domain was mostly unknown to most people, after reviewing so many records, he had formed some ideas. According to the records on Xin Domain, initially, chaotic battles engulfed the entire world. Numerous supreme experts acted, shattering the vast land of the mountain and sea continent into 5 continents. After the battle, the surviving experts used their formidable power and unknown methods to create Xin Domain, where all sinners were imprisoned. Among the original sinners, some had the strength to break through Xin Domain and return to the mountain and sea continent. Therefore, Xin Domain was guarded, with strong cultivators stationed at every entrance to prevent anyone from escaping. More importantly, there were patrols. Legend had it that originally, the experts of the mountain and sea continent would regularly enter Xin Domain to patrol. During patrols, if the sinners were obedient, they would be allowed to endure punishment. Any disobedient individuals trying to escape would be killed by patrolling experts. Xin Domain itself made entry easy but exit difficult. Escaping would inevitably disrupt the arrays. Patrols entering Xin Domain naturally could not stay forever, hence the creation of pardon orders. The pardon order was the pass to Xin Domain. Carrying a pardon order allowed free entry and exit. Moreover, it was said that grace extended beyond law. To pacify the original sinners, if any sinner accomplished significant feats, they could be rewarded with a pardon order and leave Xin Domain. Thus, this pardon order was also known as the grace decree. However, the terminology varied. As to which side called it the pardon order and which called it the grace decree, it was no longer clear today. Regarding the pardon order, there were no records. After half a year of reading, Sergio found very few records on Xin Domain and none on the location of pardon orders. Perhaps it was lost due to the passage of time, or perhaps for other reasons. Chapter 410. The location of the atonement decree. Sergio spent half a year poring through records, perhaps due to the passage of time, leading to their loss, or for other reasons, he found very few records about the Sin realm. There was almost no mention of the atonement decree at all, only fleeting references in those few records about the Sin realm. Putting the jade slips he had just reviewed back in place, Sergio looked up at the nearby stairs, his brow slightly furrowed. He had spent half a year using his vast divine soul and formidable divine sense as a Yuanwu realm cultivator to thoroughly go through every piece of literature he could access. There were still some things he couldn't view. Other records about the Sin realm, as well as information on the atonement decree, might be among the records he couldn't access. Or perhaps, the Xianxia Palace simply had no further records. After all, the time span was too vast. It stretched back so far that according to records, the Sin realm had ceased being known to people and had no longer been guarded by anyone when there wasn't even a Xianxia Palace yet. I originally wanted to find the method to enter the Sin realm in the Archives Pavilion. It seems now, I may need to seek out my master. Muttering softly, Sergio turned and left. The 3 peaks and 9 halls had different duties, and the records varied slightly. War Peak was Sergio's last stop among the 3 peaks and 9 halls. He had already gone through everything he could read. After leaving War Peak, Sergio stood outside it, gazing at Unshaped Peak with narrowed eyes. Should he ask? With Reginald's wisdom, if he didn't ask, it would be fine. But once he asked, Reginald would surely know that he intended to seal the earthenware pot in the Sin realm. The previous True Feelings test had been so profound that even now, Sergio hesitated whether he should ask or not. After all, just as Reginald had tried to tell him, don't try to test human nature. If Reginald lost control, he would have no way to resist. If he didn't ask, after a long silence, Sergio smiled wryly, shook his head slightly, and quickly approached Unshaped Peak. Cultivation was everything. Whether Reginald would lose control in the future, Sergio did not know. But he knew that even if Reginald really couldn't control itself, given its current small form and vast lifespan, it would likely take centuries before that happened. And in several centuries, he was merely over 30 years old now, already at the 9th level of Yuanwu. In a few centuries, even without catching up to Reginald's strength, reaching the Emperor realm wouldn't be difficult. By then, even if Reginald couldn't hold back, how would he be powerless to resist? As for if Reginald progressed further, if its lifespan extended significantly, it might take millennia before it couldn't hold back. That wasn't worth worrying about. On the contrary, if he didn't ask, he wouldn't find the atonement decree and thus couldn't seal the pot. Without sealing the pot, how could he focus on cultivation? Over time, it might lead to madness. Let alone the fact that all this was the worst-case scenario, assuming the most sinister intentions. At the peak of Unshaped Peak, Sergio bowed to Reginald. Disciple greets master. What is it? Reginald knew Sergio hadn't come to ask about cultivation. After all, Sergio hadn't cultivated at all during his half-year stay in the Archives Pavilion. Without hiding anything, Sergio directly asked, Disciple saw many records about the Sin realm in the Archives Pavilion. Disciple wants to ask master if you know the location of the atonement decree? Atonement decree? Reginald's eyes instantly narrowed. Just as Sergio had guessed, upon asking, Reginald had already made some conjectures. Previously, Sergio had tried to seal the earthenware pot in a secret realm, and now he was asking about the Sin realm. Strictly speaking, the Sin realm was also a secret realm, one where entry was possible but exit impossible, and living beings within had lifespans no longer than 100 years. A moment later, Reginald collected his thoughts and shook his head slightly. We in the Xianxia Palace do not have the atonement decree. Sergio's expression darkened slightly. Has the atonement decree perhaps not withstood the erosion of time and been entirely lost? He didn't want to test how terrifying the array formation of the Sin realm was. Without the atonement decree, one could enter but never leave. Not quite, Reginald shook his head. Then he slowly explained, the Sin realm has existed for a long time. The age of the Sin realm was ancient beyond imagination, existing even before the Xianxia Palace. There used to be forces with the atonement decree, not a few of them, but those who had it were the ones qualified to guard the entrance to the Sin realm back then. Since the Xianxia Palace didn't exist then, naturally, it had no atonement decree. It was as simple as that. And among the four major sects, Xianxia Pavilion and Huangji sect did not have the atonement decree either, like the Xianxia Palace. Only Immortal Mountain among the four major sects had an atonement decree. Though unconfirmed, the entrance to the Sin realm was under Immortal Mountain's territory, and long ago, Immortal Mountain was one of the powerful forces that guarded the Sin realm's entrance. Besides Immortal Mountain, are there any forces within our Xianxia Palace territory that have the atonement decree? Ah, I forgot. The Iron Spear Gate, Sergio suddenly remembered. According to Reginald's words, forces with the atonement decree must have the Sin realm's entrance beneath their territory. He had only seen one entrance to the Sin realm, which was formerly under the Iron Spear Gate. Unexpectedly, Reginald shook his head. Iron Spear Gate, huh? Time had been too long. Even the Iron Spear Gate didn't know the Sin realm's entrance was beneath their territory. They only had some vague records because they once guarded the entrance. Not knowing the entrance, the atonement decree was probably lost long ago. Sergio's expression changed. If so, obtaining the atonement decree would not be easy. However, seeming to understand his thoughts, Reginald slowly said, if it were an ordinary person, getting the atonement decree might not be easy. But remember, this is the Xianxia Palace. The Xianxia Palace was one of the four major sects dominating the eastern domain. The Xianxia Palace indeed didn't have the atonement decree and had never actively sought to collect or find it due to the special nature of the Sin realm. But if the Xianxia Palace truly intended to obtain it, it wouldn't be difficult. First, Immortal Mountain. Immortal Mountain definitely had the atonement decree. A trip there, offering some benefits, and obtaining the decree wouldn't be hard. Second, minor sects and minor forces. Long ago, Iron Spear Gate must have been a significant force to qualify as a guardian of the entrance. Now, Iron Spear Gate was only a minor force. Davisk Iron Spear Gate, there were certainly other declining minor forces. With the power of the Xianxia Palace, spreading the news, be it minor forces or wandering cultivators who accidentally obtained the atonement decree, if it existed, someone would surely bring it, though the timing was uncertain. For an ordinary person, obtaining the atonement decree might indeed be challenging, even finding clues nearly impossible. But as a holy son of the Xianxia Palace, it wouldn't be hard for Sergio. Concluding his words, Reginald whispered, if you're in a hurry, go to Immortal Mountain. If not, issue a command in your capacity as holy son. In a few days or a few years, someone will come with the atonement decree. Disciple will head to the Wind Davison Hall immediately. Sergio felt a surge of joy. He had forgotten. He was the holy son of the Xianxia Palace. Chapter 411. Sacred Son's Command, spread across the seas. After Kevin finished speaking, Sergio felt a wave of joy and quickly realized. He had forgotten that he was the sacred son of Xianxia Palace. He possessed all the privileges that came with being the sacred son. Technically, he didn't hold any real power right now. After all, with countless Earth Spirit Elders and Martial Emperor Elders above him, how could a mere primordial martial realm cultivator like him wield power? With his status as the sacred son, he wouldn't compete with other primordial martial realm disciples for authority over the various regions within the 3 peaks and 9 halls. However, his position was exceptionally revered. In the vast eastern domain, except for the 4 major sects, even martial emperors and other places would treat him courteously if there were no enmity between them. A mascot? No. If he needed to handle something, he only needed to approach the relevant department unless it infringed on some elder's interests. Otherwise, no one would intentionally obstruct him. This impatient lad? Kevin shook his head slightly as he watched Sergio leave. Then, he flashed toward the main peak but stopped after a moment of consideration. He knew that Sergio had gone to the Wind Davisoning Hall and would soon return to Wuxiang Peak, center of the Wind Davisoning Hall region. Sergio hadn't even entered the central building when someone greeted him first. How does the sacred son find leisure to visit the Wind Davisoning Hall today? Sergio slightly clasped his fists. Elder Chu. Though the person who greeted him wasn't a martial emperor, he was an Earth Spirit Elder named Randy, belonging to the Wind Davisoning Hall. Unless it was someone particularly close to Sergio, like Jamar or Bowie, Sergio's visits to certain places wouldn't warrant personal attention from a martial emperor. The sacred son is too kind. Randy smiled back, bowing. The sacred son held a rank equivalent to an Earth Spirit Elder. After exchanging pleasantries, Randy asked, did the sacred son come to the Wind Davisoning Hall to investigate some intelligence? Sergio shook his head. Not quite. This time, I've come to send out some messages through the Wind Davisoning Hall. Sending messages? Randy paused, puzzled. If the sacred son wants to issue commands, whether externally or internally, wouldn't it be better to use the votive hall? Sergio explained, Elder Chu might not know, but in terms of message distribution, the votive hall cannot match the Wind Davisoning Hall. This matter is rather urgent for me. With the Wind Davisoning Hall's help, though it might not spread throughout the entire eastern domain in a few days, spreading it across our Xianxia Palace territory within several days should not be difficult. If it were an ordinary person, Randy would certainly ask for specifics, even if he agreed to help. But this was Sergio. Randy smiled. If so, please forgive us if the votive hall later accuses the Wind Davisoning Hall of overstepping boundaries. May I ask what message the sacred son wishes to send? Sergio raised his hand and condensed a token-like object. This? A black token's hologram began spinning in mid-air. On its front were numerous patterns and characters, including the word sin, whose material couldn't be discerned because it was just a hologram. Once Randy memorized the hologram, Sergio continued, please announce that whoever brings this item will receive 10,000 spirit coins as reward. If they don't want spirit coins, they can come to Xianxia Palace and negotiate personally with me. As long as their demands are reasonable, I won't refuse. The wording is up to Elder Chu as long as the meaning remains unchanged. Randy nodded. I understand. Once we have news, I'll immediately send someone to Qingming Peak to inform the sacred son. They exchanged more pleasantries before Sergio left. Randy wasted no time returning to the Wind Davison Hall's central building to spread the message through the hall's special channels to numerous spies. Within a few days? No, within just half an hour, every city within Shuaming Palace territory received the message. The messengers weren't from Shuaming Palace but the city lords, who posted it citywide under the name of their lordship. In a day, at least 80% of the population within Shuaming Palace territory knew about the message. For now, let's leave that aside. Qingming Peak. As Sergio returned to the peak of Qingming Peak, his eyes narrowed. The soul-severing formation banners weren't ready yet, and the Sin Redemption Order's message was just released. He likely wouldn't get it anytime soon. Suddenly, he seemed to have spare time. Cultivation? He was already at the peak of the 9th stage of the primordial martial realm. Without breaking into the Earth's spirit realm, cultivating further was pointless. It would only refine his inner spiritual energy and temper his divine soul slightly, but the effect would be minimal. To achieve qualitative improvement, he needed to break into the Earth's spirit realm. Break into the Earth's spirit realm? He had no clear idea how yet. Thinking for a moment, Sergio looked towards the Wind Davison Hall. Since he now had rare free time, why not resolve Christopher's matter before the array flags were prepared? Before the Sword Spirit Gathering began, Kevin had mentioned personally investigating Christopher's case. Previously, he had been preoccupied with the pot, so he didn't follow up. Now, he wanted to know if the person Letitia saw back then was indeed Christopher. Back to the Wind Davison Hall? Thinking it over, Sergio tapped off and flew toward Wuxiang Peak. Regardless of whether the Wind Davison Hall had found anything, visiting there would create unnecessary trouble. It was better to see Kevin directly. Come up. Kevin's voice rang out as Sergio reached outside Wuxiang Peak. Sergio paused, swallowing his words of greeting, and swiftly ascended the mountain. At the summit, Sergio respectfully said, Master, have you encountered difficulties in cultivation? Though Kevin had long guessed Sergio's reason for coming, he did not press further. Sergio bowed his head. Please forgive me, Master. In the past 6 months, I've been distracted by other matters and relaxed my cultivation. Balancing work and rest is fine. Kevin shook his head. After a brief exchange, Sergio asked, Master, previously, you personally investigated Christopher's matter. Did you reach any conclusions? Kevin pondered for a moment, softly saying, Do you remember Guiyuan City in Xingyang Prefecture? Xingyang Prefecture? Stunned, Sergio quickly recalled. The term prefecture wasn't widely known. Broadly speaking, its scope wasn't extensive, yet many people knew of it. From Sergio's current perspective, a prefecture was essentially a collective term for numerous cities within a large area. If a region had 9 cities, the strongest city became a prefecture, overseeing the weaker ones. In reality, all city lords were Shuaming Palace personnel, mostly underperforming true martial realm disciples. Despite being underperforming, they still commanded respect. Shuaming Palace territory had too many cities, making it troublesome to record contributions from each city. Thus, Shuaming Palace used the term prefecture to organize these contributions, collecting them uniformly from each prefecture, which included at least 9 cities. All 4 major sects followed this practice. As news spread, the term prefecture gained popularity, leading people to believe that city governors managed prefectures and that multiple sects governed the prefectures. To be continued. This translation adheres to the guidelines, preserving the paragraph structure, tone, and style of the original text while ensuring fluency and accuracy in English. Chapter 412. Guiyuan City. In response to Kevin Yeo's words, Sergio contemplated the concept of fu, or administrative divisions. Davistol did people know that so-called fu and cities were not administratively governed in a hierarchical relationship. It was simply because when major sects collected tributes, it would be too cumbersome to record each city individually. Moreover, cities were vast. If a certain region was designated as a fu, it would make intelligence gathering or investigations more convenient. And that was all there was to it. The Qingyang Fu mentioned by Kevin Yao referred to the area surrounding Shengyuan City. According to Shuaming Palace's structure, both Guiyuan City and Shengyuan City belonged to Qingyang Fu. After some thought, Sergio quickly snapped back to reality. His eyes narrowed. Guiyuan City? Originally, Guiyuan City was a small town similar to Shengyuan City, nothing particularly noteworthy. However, in reality, Guiyuan City wasn't simple at all. Shengyuan City, where Sergio's Su family resided. If the Su family hadn't been wiped out years ago, even though Shengyuan City was weak, its significance would have been special due to Sergio's existence. Similarly with Guiyuan City, because Vlad, who had originated from the Yu family, was from Guiyuan City. Additionally, Guiyuan City and Shengyuan City were 2 cities located quite close to each other. Unfortunately, after the Su family in Shengyuan City was wiped out, while the Yu family in Guiyuan City still existed, tragically, Vlad was dead. Initially, both Guiyuan City and Shengyuan City produced outstanding individuals. Theoretically, their statuses should have become significant. Yet no one could have anticipated that with the Su family being wiped out and Vlad dying, these 2 extraordinary cities once again became ordinary. Sergio pondered for a while before asking uncertainly, Master, you suddenly mentioned Guiyuan City. Could it be that Christopher is currently in Guiyuan City? He's dead. Kevin Yao paused, his eyes narrowing slightly. After hearing news from the Tingfeng Hall, I personally went to Guiyuan City. Turns out, after Sergio left, Kevin Yao had investigated the matter. After receiving the information, Kevin Yao personally visited Guiyuan City and confirmed the news. According to the gathered intelligence, after escaping from Shengyuan City, Christopher, fearing pursuit by Sergio, fled to Guiyuan City, intending to hide there for a few years. Unexpectedly, upon entering Guiyuan City, Christopher offended the Mi family due to a conflict. If he had still been affiliated with the Su family, even if just from a neighboring city, he wouldn't have met such an end. But at that time, Christopher was being hunted by the Su family. He didn't dare reveal his identity. After offending the Mi family, they dispatched experts and killed him outright. His corpse was thrown into the wilderness to feed vultures. Not a trace remained. Upon hearing this, Sergio's expression changed. He's dead? If Christopher were still alive, meeting him would have revealed the truth. Whether Leslie mistook someone back then, or something else could have been easily determined. Now that Christopher was dead, Leslie indeed had mistaken someone. Yet Sergio felt that things weren't so simple. Still, Kevin Yao wouldn't lie to him. Kevin Yao spoke again. To break through to the Earth spirit realm requires comprehending the universe. If you have nothing else, take a trip to Guiyuan City. Returning to familiar ground might bring some gains. Go to Guiyuan City? Sergio thought for a moment and nodded. I shall comply. It would be good to go see for himself. Whether true or false, seeing it firsthand would confirm everything. After leaving Wuxiang Peak, Sergio glanced at the southern desert. The information Irvin had regarding Leslie's sighting of Christopher. What was the truth? A visit to Guiyuan City might reveal it. Over 10 days later, standing in the sky, Sergio looked down at the distant city, Guiyuan City. In just over 10 days, he had traveled from Shuaming Palace to here with his 9th rank primordial martial cultivation. From the sky, he could even see Shengyuan City nearby. Alas, Shengyuan City was no longer what it used to be. Sergio gazed at Guiyuan City, focusing on several estates. You family, me family. Years ago, when the Su family was wiped out, the Tingfeng Hall couldn't find any clues. Then the Jiaming Hall disciples raised countless forces around Shengyuan City that had grudges against the Su family or had the power to destroy them. Unable to find a target, they'd rather kill 1,000 innocents than let one guilty person escape. How many people died back then? He didn't know. All he knew was that since the slaughter by the Jiaming Hall, the interests of all destroyed forces were taken over by powers farther away. Back then, nearly 100 city forces were massacred. Guiyuan City, being the nearest city to Shengyuan City, remained untouched. Out of over 100 city family forces that were wiped out, Guiyuan City was among the few spared by the Jiaming Hall. The reason was simple. Back then, Vlad was still alive, originating from the Yu family in Guiyuan City. The Dabazinal of Guiyuan City, even as a disciple of Shuaming Palace, had to consider the Yu family's stance. All families in Guiyuan City relied on the Yu family to survive. Had the Yu family possessed the strength to expand, these nearby cities would likely already have fallen under their control. Standing in the sky, looking down at the city below, Sergio soon shifted his gaze. He had deep enmity with Vlad. Now that Vlad had been dead for years, the Yu family, having lost Vlad's protection, remained but lacked its former might. If he wanted to wipe out the Yu family, no one could plead for them. However, there was no need. His grudge with Vlad was complex. For most Shuaming Palace disciples, Vlad competed with him for the position of Holy Son, failed, and committed suicide. Wiping out the Yu family would be easy, but for other disciples, misfortune should not extend to family members. Due to Vlad's final words and Jared's past actions, Sergio's reputation was already somewhat tarnished. Only his cultivation prevented anyone from daring to offend him. If he wiped out the Yu family now, his reputation would plummet further. As for the Mi family, looking at the Mi family, Sergio's eyes turned cold. His enmity with Vlad stemmed from the death of Vlad's younger brother Billy. Back then, the root of all conflict tied back to Alexandra of the Mi family. Mi family. I nearly forgot about this matter, but now that it has come to mind, and considering Christopher was also killed by your family, Sergio's eyes turned icy as he descended towards the city. The Mi family didn't deserve to live anymore. If Christopher truly was killed by the Mi family, regardless of anything else, Christopher was his clansman. He could kill him. Internal Su family members could kill him, but outsiders had no right. He would exterminate the Mi family in vengeance for the last bloodline of the Su family. If Christopher wasn't killed by the Mi family, the mere fact that the Mi family dared to deceive Shuaming Palace and distract him meant their death was justified. The aura of a 9th rank primordial martial spread, and everyone in the city looked up, their expressions changing dramatically. They, the strongest only true martial, struggled to breathe under Sergio's overwhelming aura. Soon, a figure flashed through the air, quickly approaching, respectfully greeting, "Greetings, Holy Son." This newcomer was the Dabazinal of Guiyuan City and also a disciple of Shuaming Palace. Sergio landed before the Mi family estate. Junior brother, this journey is for personal matters. There's no need for you to accompany me. Chapter 413, Truth or Falsehood. Sergio's figure landed before the Mi family manor, simultaneously asking the city lord to leave. The Bryson is destined to be our Shuaming Palace's future palace master. Your personal matters are also my junior brother's affairs. However, the city lord did not leave, but continued to approach with a fawning expression. The Mi family manor opened and high-ranking members of the Mi family flew to the gate. Greetings, venerable predecessor. Their words revealed countless reservations. The city lord stepped forward and coldly barked. With the arrival of our Shuaming Palace's Bryson, your family didn't all come out to respectfully welcome him. Only these few people showed up. What do you intend by this? The Mi family was greatly terrified, hurriedly explaining, "Please forgive us, Dabazinal." The rest wanted to pay their respects to the Bryson, but felt their cultivation levels were too low, afraid to dirty the Bryson's sight. The city lord sneered, looking at Sergio, and respectfully said, "Senior brother Bryson, this Mi family shows such a lack of understanding. They may have intentions of rebellion. Please come down and eliminate this family as a warning to others." Dabazinal Ma, you. The people of the Mi family grew increasingly fearful. Sergio glanced at the city lord, then looked at the Mi family members. He then softly said, "Junior brother Ma, why are you in such a hurry?" Hearing this, the city lord's expression froze, then he quickly explained, "Senior brother, please don't misunderstand. Previously, Deputy Palace Master had personally arrived here. With your arrival now, it must be the fault of the Mi family." Indeed, it wasn't that the city lord wanted to hide anything. Previously, Darren Yao had come once, and now Sergio was here again. In the city lord's view, Sergio was clearly here to deal with the Mi family. Hence, he tried to find an excuse for Sergio in just a few words. Sergio smiled. "It seems I misunderstood junior brother. Please do not hold it against me. Senior brother is too kind. If not for my lack of thought, things wouldn't have turned out like this. It's all my fault," the city lord responded hurriedly. Sergio smiled again, looked at the Mi family members, and walked into the Mi family manor. The Mi family, the strongest of whom were only true martial realm cultivators, wouldn't dare make a move. Even if they had the audacity, Sergio could easily destroy the entire family with a casual strike. Thus, he wasn't worried about any ambush inside. The presence of the Bryson is a great honor for our Mi family. Butler, immediately bring the most precious spiritual items for the Bryson to enjoy. The Mi family member followed closely behind, shouting orders. In the deepest part of the Mi family manor was a grand hall, originally used for meetings. But with Sergio's arrival, this meeting hall became a guest room. The Mi family even summoned young women from the clan to perform music and dance, hoping that one lucky girl might catch Sergio's eye, potentially elevating the Mi family overnight. As for the spiritual items the Mi family brought, though precious, to Sergio, they were no better than his usual candy beans. Sergio, seated in the main seat, glanced at what the Mi family considered valuable treasures, but couldn't be bothered to touch them. His fingers tapped lightly on the table. Who is the patriarch? Bryson, it is this humble one, the person responsible for receiving guests hurriedly replied. Sergio softly said, if I remember correctly, any family occupying territory within a city should have at least a dozen true martial cultivators. How does your Mi family only have 5? Isn't this power somewhat lacking? Expanding his divine sense, Sergio found that the Mi family indeed only had 5 true martial cultivators, while the numbers below true martial were similar to other families. He recalled that when he first joined the Xianxia Palace, some true martial cultivators of the Mi family were killed due to issues related to Billy's death by some individuals. But considering the time passed, many years had gone by. No matter how you calculated it, they should have recovered by now, probably. The Mi family patriarch quickly explained, reporting to the Bryson, previously. Some members of our Mi family harmed the relatives of the Bryson. Once we learned of this internally, we personally executed all involved as an apology to the Bryson. The city lord added softly, Senior brother, it's true. Those individuals' bodies weren't even buried in our ancestral tombs. They were thrown into the wilderness. Sergio's eyes instantly narrowed. Though unasked, the Mi family's actions and current statements essentially confirmed that Christopher was killed by the Mi family. Could it be that Leslie saw someone who merely resembled Christopher and made a mistake? After pondering for a moment, Sergio asked, tell me the specifics. Replying to the Bryson, the Mi family elders hastily responded. According to their account, the truth was simple. Initially, the Xianxia Divisional and the Su family issued a warrant for Donovan and Christopher's arrest. Given the distance between Guiyuan City and Xianxuan City, there was frequent business interaction, so Guiyuan City's powers were aware of this news. Shortly after, Christopher entered Guiyuan City. The bounty on Donovan was significant, 5,000 spirit coins, but the bounty on Christopher was much lower. Other families naturally ignored it, preferring to watch the drama unfold. Thus, when Christopher fled to Guiyuan City, no one paid attention. Unexpectedly, noticing the indifference of the city's families, Christopher seemingly went insane and offended the Mi family. Worse, he spoke arrogantly and condescendingly. The Mi family was enraged. Had Christopher still been the same person suppressing Sergio within the Su family, the Mi family might have let it slide. But a wanted criminal dared to offend them? In anger, the Mi family took action, killing Christopher and feeding his remains to vultures outside the city. Given that Christopher was a wanted man, the Mi family didn't expect any trouble, until, several years ago, the Xianxia Palace suddenly began investigating the matter, and soon, the rumored deputy palace master descended. Only then did the Mi family realize they had incurred a major disaster. Fearing for their survival, without waiting for Sergio to ask for retribution, they resolutely executed everyone involved in Christopher's death. After revealing the truth, the music and dance stopped. Numerous Mi family members watched Sergio nervously, knowing their family's fate depended on his decision. In the main seat, Sergio's fingers continued to tap slowly on the table. Judging by the Mi family's appearance, what they said seemed truthful. Could it be that Leslie had simply mistaken someone who looked like Christopher? Or perhaps, some individual from the Xianxia Palace trying to harm him came here first, altering certain memories. Modifying memories sounded mysterious, yet it wasn't difficult. A spirit earth realm cultivator could alter memories. As long as one's divine soul strength exceeded the target by several times, they could modify memories. Unless the memory-altered person reached the spirit earth realm and obtained heavenly earth energy, they wouldn't realize their memories had been tampered with. After a while, Sergio slightly shook his head. Such speculation seemed overly disrespectful, as if proving someone in the Xianxia Palace was trying to harm him was paramount. Although his reputation among Xianxia Palace disciples wasn't great, it was just a reputation. Apart from Elder Peak Dan looking down on him, the other elders were all friendly towards him. Forget it, since things are this way. ###Chapter 414, The Redemption Edict. Sergio remained silent for a moment, then shook his head slightly. He realized that his thoughts had become somewhat obsessive. His numerous speculations seemed to persist until he could prove that there were high-ranking members within the sect attempting to harm him. Such obsession was not conducive to uncovering the truth. Well, after his internal thoughts flickered for a while, Sergio slowly stood up. Seeing this, everyone from the Mi family's expression stiffened, their breathing heavy. They knew that the results would be revealed soon. Whether the Mi family could escape this calamity depended on today. Looking at Sergio once more, he gazed at the people of the Mi family and slowly spoke, in my view, you seem innocent. Upon hearing this, the faces of the Mi family lit up with joy. But then, Sergio's eyes suddenly turned cold. Whether Christopher deserves to die is a decision made by our Su family. Who gave you the Mi family the audacity to kill my kin? The expressions of the Mi family changed dramatically. In a ripple of movement, Sergio vanished. The city lord felt as if the world had flipped. When his vision cleared, he was already outside the Mi family's territory. Immediately after, beams of sword chi surged up from the ground. Boom! With an explosive sound, in just a blink of an eye, the Mi family ceased to exist, with no survivors. Swallowing hard, the city lord quickly clasped his hands. Brother's divine might is something I can never hope to match in my lifetime. Deep down, he felt a chill. Indeed, this holy son was just as rumored. He appeared peaceful, but once someone offended him, no matter who it was, they faced ruthless retribution. Just like the Mi family, to save the family, they had immediately executed all those involved. And those who were executed, to save the family, went to their deaths calmly. But ultimately, their sacrifices did not save them. Sergio's voice echoed faintly. Do you think I was too cruel, brother? I dare not say so. The Mi family dared to harm your kin. No amount of death could atone for their crimes. Now that you have allowed them such a simple death, it is already quite lenient. Anyone who dares say you were cruel, I will be the first not to let him off. The city lord hastily shook his head. Since that's the case, the remaining Mi family branches shall be handed over to you, brother. Sergio patted the city lord on the shoulder, then his figure flashed and disappeared into a stream of light. Seeing this, the city lord wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. At that faint voice, he really feared Sergio would strike him down. Fortunately, Benishioically turning back, the city lord shouted loudly, "Rebels of the Mi family?" People emerged from the city lord's residence and other family residences, swiftly beginning to massacre the Mi family members. In the sky, Sergio stood in the air, watching the ongoing slaughter below with calm eyes. After a long time, he murmured, "Mi family. Regardless of whether this incident involves higher-ups in the sect or if you are innocent, your clan's extinction is justified." Sergio's reputation had always been poor, due to Casper Chan's final words when he committed suicide. And the origin of his conflict with Casper Chan, initially, it stemmed from the death of Casper. If not for Alexandra of the Mi family, how would he have clashed with Casper and ultimately been forced to kill him? It could be said that all grievances between him and Casper Chan began with the Mi family. After pondering for a while, Sergio's figure flashed, leaving the scene. His destination was Xianxia Palace. While flying, Sergio glanced in a certain direction, not where Xianxia Palace was located, but where Leslie had mentioned she would go into seclusion. Earth Spirit Realm. Once he broke through to the Earth Spirit Realm, instead of seeing Irvin first, he would seek out Leslie. At the Earth Spirit Realm, with the power of heaven and earth and a sufficiently strong spirit, one could alter memories. But altered memories, false ones, can never truly be real. Once he broke through to the Earth Spirit Realm, he would personally meet Leslie, through her memories, to see Leslie's Christopher. He wanted to know if Leslie truly ever met Christopher. Irvin, to this day, he was still unclear about Irvin's past or what Irvin planned to do. Others might not be able to achieve this, but Irvin, with her 9th level Yuanwu cultivation, using heavenly power ahead of time, was not impossible. After all, Irvin could not break through to the Earth Spirit Realm because of her heart knot, not because she lacked the ability. Was it true that some high-ranking member of the sect wanted to harm him? Or was it just Irvin's scheme? Was Christopher really killed by the Mi family early on? Or was there another reason? Once he broke through to the Earth Spirit Realm, everything would be clear. In the blink of an eye, half a year quietly passed. Qingming Peak. At the foot of the mountain, 2 Xianxia Palace disciples stationed at the foot of the mountain respectfully said to the person in front of them, "Senior Brother Shen, last year the Holy Sun specifically instructed that if you came, you need not report and can directly ascend to the peak." The person smiled. Didn't 2 outsiders come looking for him before? Senior Brother Su likely has matters to attend to, so I won't disturb him. Just deliver this item to Senior Brother Su. After saying this, he instructed, hand it directly to the Holy Sun. Then he left in large strides. The person hesitated for a moment, then tightly grasped the storage bag. "Junior brother, you stay here. Judging by Senior Brother Shen's appearance, this matter must be important. I'll take it up the mountain to Senior Brother." All right. After the person left, he quickly ascended the mountain and reached the peak in no time. At the peak, the mountains were lush with trees. The only building was a thatched hut, a very simple one. Sergio was standing in front of the thatched hut, playing with 2 black tokens. Facing him were 2 people with uneasy expressions. The person looked at them and respectfully said, Senior Brother Sean sent this item, instructing me to deliver it personally to you." Playing with the token, Sergio thought for a moment and asked, "Is this from Junior Brother Aiden from the Artifact Peak?" "Yes, exactly, from Senior Brother Aiden of the Artifact Peak." The person nodded. Sergio gently beckoned, and the storage bag in the person's hand landed in Sergio's hand. His divine consciousness delved into it. There was nothing else inside except a pile of new array flags and an array map. The absolute soul-severing array. Sergio's face immediately showed a smile. The array flags were finally refined. 6 months ago, after leaving Guiyuan City, he returned to Xianxia Palace. Breaking through to the Earth Spirit Realm was currently without any leads. However, these 6 months, he was not idle either. Because of the news he spread, countless people within the Xianxia Palace territory arrived holding seemingly identical tokens. These 6 months, he saw hundreds of people come with so-called redemption edicts. Some wanted to follow him. Some wanted to join Xianxia Palace. Others simply wanted his spirit coins. Unfortunately, all the tokens were fake. All were replicated based on the illusionary token image Sergio had released. Transferring the array flags and the array map into his storage ring, Sergio examined the tokens in his hand. "You too, this thing of yours, seems to be a forgery." The 2 flushed red, filled with indignation. "Holy Sun, this is genuine. We dare not deceive you." Translator's note. In the original text, there seems to be a slight confusion regarding names like Xander and Casper Chan, which are inconsistent. For consistency and clarity, I used Casper Chan throughout the translation. ####Chapter 415. Hard to tell true from false. Faced with Sergio's words, the 2 people standing in front of him turned red with frustration. Yet they did not dare to insult him but instead tried to defend themselves. Sergio glanced at them without any change in his expression. In the past 6 months, he had seen all kinds of disguises over the centuries. Many looked even more frustrated than these 2, only for their items to be eventually confirmed as fakes. His method of distinguishing between real and fake was quite simple. Sergio smiled and said, "Let me take a look and see if this item is a forgery." After speaking, Sergio suddenly stopped playing with the token and squeezed it hard with his 5 fingers. Then, nothing happened. Sergio became a little interested. All the tokens brought by others could be crushed by a single squeeze from him. Although this method of authentication was crude, he didn't know any other way and had no choice but to use this. He hadn't expected that these 2 tokens would withstand his grip today. Could these tokens be genuine and not forgeries? He sized up the tokens for a while, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. These tokens appeared unusual, but were just so on the surface. The countless patterns on the front did not give him any sense of profundity when he stared at them. Patterns were not merely patterns. Just like his sacred sun token, the numerous patterns on it were not just patterns. They were array formations. By focusing his divine sense or gaze, one could easily perceive the profound complexity within. Yet, the patterns on this token, although far more intricate than his sacred sun token, gave him no sense of profundity at all upon first glance. Squinting his eyes, he scrutinized the token for a while. Sergio turned his head and called out, "Someone, come here." After half a breath, Senior Brother's sacred sun, 2 figures appeared. Sergio softly spoke, "Go investigate where the tokens held by these 2 came from and try to find out their origins." All right, the figures closely observed the 2 for a moment before vanishing. The 2 explained, "Sacred sun. These tokens have been passed down through our ancestors." Sergio smiled but didn't respond. Compared to their explanations, he trusted the information gathered by the wind Davisoning Hall more. About half a day later, the previously vanished figures reappeared atop the mountain. "Well?" Sergio asked. The figure replied, "Sacred son. Amrit's token was indeed passed down through generations, while Ellsworth obtained his by robbing his neighbor. As for the neighbor, they are mere human-level bloodline holders who cannot break through to the body-forging realm all their lives, making it difficult to gather more clues in a short time." Amrit and Ellsworth were the 2 waiting on the mountain peak with the redemption tokens. While Amrit remained calm, Ellsworth's expression instantly changed. Sergio looked at him with an unchanged expression. "Rest assured, whether you robbed your neighbor or not has nothing to do with me. People die every moment in this world, and there's too much for me to manage." Ellsworth, whose expression had changed dramatically, showed a glimmer of relief. Sergio continued to scrutinize the redemption token in his hand. Was it real or fake? One claimed it was passed down through generations, the other admitted to having robbed a neighbor. It seemed unlikely to be a forgery. Perhaps his cultivation level wasn't high enough. Thus, even though he saw countless patterns, he couldn't perceive their profundity. After some thought, Sergio glanced towards the direction of the Iron Spear sect, which was one of the 2 known entrances to the Sin realm he currently knew. After a moment, Sergio waved and put the redemption token into his storage ring. "What do you want?" Ellsworth and Amrit exchanged glances and simultaneously spoke. "We wish to follow Senior Brother's sacred son." Anyone who entered Xianxia Palace knew Sergio's high status. Which conditions could be better than becoming a confidant by following Sergio? It was well known that as the sacred son of Xianxia Palace, Sergio commanded many subordinates, but confidants, aside from those who initially pledged loyalty during the competition for sacred son, no one else could become one. Once someone became Sergio's confidant, they would be esteemed among the highest ranks. Even those in the profound martial realm would have to show respect to Sergio's confidants unless intentionally provoking earth spirits or martial emperors. Take Castor for example. He was said to be the first person to pledge loyalty to Sergio. Despite being only at the true martial realm, he handled many intelligence-related matters for Sergio. Even if a conflict arose, profound martial realm cultivators would likely back off rather than challenge Castor. Furthermore, Castor's family had already established him as the young lord, consolidating his status. Who wouldn't want to become the next Castor? Sergio was clearly very concerned about collecting those tokens. Seizing this opportunity to carefully plan, Sergio's eyes narrowed. In the past 6 months, few people had dared to propose following him with these tokens. Those people's tokens, although forged, were due to being deceived by others. These 2 daring to propose such terms increased the likelihood that their redemption tokens were genuine. After observing for a moment, Sergio said, "Bring Amrit to Castor. Let Castor decide how to arrange things." One of the reporting figures approached Amrit and led him away. Ellsworth rejoiced. "Sacred son, what about me? 10,000 spirit coins, leave now." Sergio vanished in a flash. Ellsworth's expression stiffened. The remaining Xianxia Palace disciple sneered. "Your token was obtained by robbing your neighbor. It was generous of Sacred Son not to pursue this matter further, and yet you still wanted to follow him." Ellsworth could only leave in embarrassment. Sergio silently reappeared atop the mountain, continuing to play with the token in his hand. About an hour later, 2 figures approached again. "Senior Brother." It was Thatcher and Ashan. Sergio glanced at the 2, frowning slightly. After so many years, these early supporters had yet to break through to the profound martial realm. However, he knew that breakthroughs in cultivation should not be rushed. His brows soon relaxed. Ellsworth is 4th level spirit marshal. Find a 4th level spirit marshal outside the sect and kill him once he leaves the mountain gate. Understood. The 2 didn't ask why. Ashan then probed, "Senior Brother, shouldn't we let a true martial junior brother handle it for safety? Or even a 9th level spirit marshal would suffice." Sergio, looking down and fiddling with the redemption token, finally responded after a pause. "Though I dislike his actions, this item was ultimately brought by him and not his neighbor. If he can survive an attack by a peer-level disciple from our sect, allowing him to leave isn't a problem." Indeed, he only disliked it. With no personal enmity, he lacked the intent to kill. "Do you understand? Regarding the recently departed Amrit, does he require special attention?" Ashan and Thatcher exchanged looks and nodded simultaneously. Sergio shook his head. "No need. How far he progresses depends on his own character. Cultivate diligently. The true martial realm is still relatively weak. Tell Castor that I cannot discern the authenticity of this item for now. If more people bring similar items in the future, handle them as a trio." After another brief conversation, Ashan and Thatcher left. Sergio slowly rose, leaped into the air, and departed. The formation had already been refined, and the redemption token didn't seem fake. Perhaps it was time to visit the Sin Realm. Chapter 416. Return to Iron Spear Sect. After Eshan and his companion left, Sergio did not ponder for long before he soared into the sky and left Qingming Peak. The spirit-severing soul formation was already complete, and the Sin Redemption Order in his hand had a high probability of being genuine. So, it was time to visit the Sin Domain. With Sergio's status and cultivation, no one dared to trouble him as he traveled through the skies. Even without flying at full speed, he reached the Iron Spear Sect from Qingming Palace in less than half a month. Iron Spear Sect. As Sergio approached the gate of Iron Spear Sect, he halted mid-air. Without deliberately sensing, he could still feel that the strength of Iron Spear Sect was indeed weak. There was only one aura above Origin Martial Realm within the entire sect. The rest were at most at the Origin Martial Realm. With Sergio's current cultivation, if he so wished, he could annihilate Iron Spear Sect alone. After observing for a while, Sergio stood in the sky and spoke. Sergio of Qingming Palace comes to pay respects. His voice wasn't loud, but under the influence of spiritual energy, it instantly penetrated the great array of Iron Spear Sect, echoing continuously throughout its territory. A few breaths later, whoosh whoosh whoosh. Following a series of breaking wind sounds, many of Iron Spear Sect's elders gathered outside the sect. Most were people Sergio had met before, with the leader being the sect master Addison. Addison also saw Sergio. Looking at him, even he couldn't help but be momentarily dazed. He remembered when Nola brought Sergio to participate in the initiation ceremony. Back then, Sergio was merely at the true martial realm. How many years has it been? The former true martial cultivator had now reached 9th rank Origin Martial, on the verge of breaking through to Earth Spirit. As for his daughter, Esme, who was once at 5th rank Spirit Martial, had barely advanced to 9th rank Spirit Martial after all these years, failing to break through to true martial. Once, if Nola wasn't present, he could still maintain some seniority before Sergio, but now, the stronger one's faction, the more they understood the might of the four great sects dominating the eastern region, one of which was Qingming Palace. With complex emotions, Addison bowed slightly. Greetings, Holy Son. Sergio nodded slightly. Sect Master sure. Addison's expression became solemn. Holy Son, what brings you here? For no reason, he didn't believe Sergio would suddenly come to this insignificant Iron Spear sect. There was nothing here that could attract the current Sergio. Sergio smiled, his gaze shifting suddenly. Holy Son Su. The person Sergio gazed upon avoided eye contact. Renee. Back then, Sergio, despite being at true martial realm, injured Renee, an Origin Martial cultivator, with a cross-realm strike. Years passed, yet Renee remained at first rank Origin Martial, whether due to his inability to progress, or because he was crippled by Sergio's attack back then. Addison's expression changed slightly, hurriedly speaking, Holy Son, rest assured, Elder Hallam has long forgotten about the past events. Is that so? Without waiting for an answer, Sergio shifted his gaze. Sect Master sure, please rest assured. I have not come to create trouble. What brings you here, Holy Son? Addison relaxed considerably. If Sergio had come seeking revenge, even with his earth spirit cultivation, he wouldn't dare obstruct. Sergio stared at Renee, his eyes flickering. As a Holy Son, he appeared powerless, yet his revered status granted immense authority. Speaking of Renee, in truth, he had long forgotten about Renee, but there were too many people trying to curry favor with him. Due to the grievances between Renee and him, information regarding Renee was sent to him via Castor by those trying to win his favor. He was once curious about the peculiar teacher-student relationship between Renee and Biff, but subsequently, through various intelligence, he learned the reasons. It started with the fact that Renee's bloodline was relatively low, giving him almost no hope of advancing beyond Origin Martial. However, somehow, Renee obtained a demonic method. Using direct blood ties to forcefully break through realms, a demonic technique. Obtaining this technique, Renee struggled. Ultimately, he slaughtered his wife and eldest son, forcefully breaking through. Perhaps because Renee had been stuck at 9th rank True Martial for too long, his foundation was profound. He successfully broke through without slaughtering his entire family, having only killed his wife and elder son. An infant survived. As for Biff, he was Renee's younger son. Using the demonic technique, Renee took his young son with him, hiding their father-son relationship and posing as teacher and student. Unfortunately, in some unknown year, Biff somehow discovered the truth, leading him to despise Renee. When he first learned of this information, he hadn't paid much attention. A person who couldn't advance further and had personally slaughtered his own family. Such a man wouldn't have the courage to seek revenge even if Biff died because of Sergio. Even if he truly intended to retaliate, any move would be reported to him by the Davisoning Wind Hall. Had it not been for this visit to Iron Spear Sect and encountering Renee again, he might have nearly forgotten about this incident. Due to Sergio's gaze and contemplative appearance, Addison felt uneasy. Holy Son? Sergio suppressed his thoughts and laughed lightly. I recalled some old matters, causing you, Sect Master sure, to misunderstand. Then he stepped into Iron Spear Sect, and Addison quickly opened the formation. Upon entering the territory of Iron Spear Sect, Sergio casually glanced around and found the collapsed place, flashing several times to appear at the abyss. The cave Nola had excavated remained open. Sergio followed the cave and landed directly. Underground, Sergio saw the entrance to the Sin Domain again, that vortex seemingly able to swallow everything. Has the Holy Sun come, intending to enter the Sin Domain? Addison followed closely, his tone filled with surprise and alarm. Deep inside, he became terrified. If Sergio encountered anything in the Sin Domain, Iron Spear Sect might be buried alongside him. Desiring to stop Sergio, he knew that the current Sergio was far beyond his ability to hinder. Sergio said nothing, only staring silently at the vortex. The era of the Sin Redemption Order was too distant for anyone to distinguish its authenticity. Despite not being able to shatter the Sin Redemption Order in his hand, and feeling it likely genuine, it remained uncertain. What if the Sin Redemption Order in his hand was fake? Entering the Sin domain might mean never coming out. Perhaps Xianming Palace would attempt a rescue, but who knew how long it would take? Taking a risk? No, it was unnecessary. Sergio was not ordinary. He was the esteemed holy son of Xianming Palace. Silent for a moment, Sergio raised his hand to retrieve a Sin Redemption Order, Sect Master Sure. Addison's face tightened. What does Holy Son need? Find someone to go inside and check. Pausing, Sergio tossed the Sin Redemption Order. This is a passage permit for the Sin domain. Unfortunately, it is ancient. I am 80% sure it is genuine, but there's still a 20% chance it might be false. Taking the passage permit, Addison hesitated for a moment before understanding. Pawn. Sergio was uncertain about the Sin Redemption Order's authenticity. Given his prestigious status, he naturally couldn't test it himself. Thus, finding someone to enter the Sin domain with the Sin Redemption Order would suffice. If the pawn returns, the passage permit is genuine. If not, it is false. Simple and straightforward. Chapter 417. Chess pieces returning in a month. Accepting the redemption token, Addison, with his wisdom, instantly understood Sergio's intentions, and therefore, his expression slightly changed. If they didn't come out, those who would die would be people from the Iron Spear sect. Bryson has graced our Iron Spear sect, but we haven't had the chance to entertain you yet. Why don't we invite Bryson to step over, and let us throw a welcome feast for you? Without waiting for an answer, Addison added, this way, we can go elsewhere and fetch some commoners for Bryson to use as chess pieces. The term, commoner, did not refer to scarecrows, but to ordinary mortals with low-tier bloodlines. The human realm was divided into 5 categories based on their bloodline quality: heaven grade, earth grade, yellow grade, black grade, and human grade. Those with human grade bloodlines had almost no hope of cultivation and could only linger at the Duan T stage, no matter how hard they practiced. Only those with at least yellow grade bloodlines could break through to the true Qi realm and beyond, truly stepping onto the path of cultivation. The Sin domain is unpredictable, and the situation after entering is even more so. If there are fierce beasts inside, these commoners might not return, Sergio explained before turning around. This pass token isn't like wild grass. It wasn't easy for Sergio to obtain it. As for the commoners, there's no need to mention them anymore. Head Sect Master Sure, find a disciple at the Davising Wu stage to come here. Addison's face stiffened. Davising Wu stage? In Xianming Palace, it might just be a common rank, the lowest status among outer disciples, but in the Iron Spear sect, a Davising Wu stage disciple was considered a genius. Sergio narrowed his eyes. Xianming Palace's Tingfeng Hall oversees all matters. The relationship between Elder Hallam and his disciples cannot escape the notice of Xianming Palace. If you are worried, perhaps ask Elder Hallam to make a trip? No need. I'll immediately find a disciple. Addison hurriedly replied. After all, disciples were still disciples. Whether or not they would grow depended on various factors. Even if Rene was worthless, he was still at the Yuan Wu stage, and the Iron Spear sect didn't have many such cultivators to spare. Sergio smiled. Sect Master Sure, please don't worry. I am not some monster. If a disciple from your sect takes a risk for me, I naturally won't sit idly by. These Star Rhyme pills can be my gratitude to your disciple. Star Rhyme pills were at the Davising Wu level, each capable of enhancing one stage of cultivation, priced at about 300 spirit coins. Though Sergio said he was offering only a few pills, he actually gave 10. Originally giving spirit coins would have been better, but Sergio's wealth situation was quite peculiar. To say Sergio was poor. Under the monthly allowance as a Bryson, he possessed countless rare treasures. To say Sergio was rich, he was actually poor. Despite being the Bryson of Xianming Palace, the spirit coins he came across were few. In fact, the richest moment in his life was when he first entered Xianming Palace, holding over 10,000 spirit coins. Other than that, he usually only had a few thousand spirit coins on him. As for treasures, Xianming Palace provided many for his personal use or to gain supporters, not to sell for money. If he dared to sell these treasures for spirit coins, the palace would cut off his monthly allowance. Once, Xander requested the 3 feet tower to send assassins. At that time, despite his status, he couldn't gather enough spirit coins to hire stronger assassins, precisely because of this situation. These geniuses had sufficient cultivation resources but lacked spirit coins. They were poor despite their wealth. Addison accepted the jade bottle, bowed slightly, and leaped away. The remaining elders all lowered their heads, afraid to speak like silent cicadas. Rene, especially, cowered in the corner with fear. He once dared to attack Sergio, but now, Sergio could probably kill him with a breath. Soon, Addison returned with a disciple from the Iron Spear sect. Seeing Sergio, the disciple's face lit up. Greetings, Bryson, senior brother. Sergio's eyebrows subtly furrowed. What nonsense! Addison roared. The disciple's expression changed. He thought he could hitch onto the famous Bryson Sergio, but now, disciple follows orders. The disciple quickly bowed, took a deep breath, tightened his grip on the black token, and gritted his teeth to enter the vortex. The vortex showed no changes. Sergio watched closely, but the disciple did not come out as expected. Addison hastily interjected. Perhaps there was treasure behind it, and he got greedy. Bryson, rest assured, I will punish him once he returns. Sergio remained silent, staring at the vortex. 1 breath, 2 breaths, a quarter hour, an hour, a day. An entire day passed, and the disciple did not return. Sergio took out the second redemption token, narrowed his eyes, and exerted force on his palm. Maybe the redemption token was fake, or the entrance and exit weren't in the same place, or there were dangers like beasts inside. Or perhaps, the Sin domain's array formation had special sealing methods, preventing immediate exit. With no one coming out, there were too many possibilities to guess. Should he continue testing with people? Should he have the Iron Spear sect send someone at the Jinwu or Yuan Wu stage? After hesitating, Sergio finally decided, Sect Master Sure, the Iron Spear sect must have records about the Sin domain. Can Sergio borrow them? Bryson, honestly, we don't have many records. These are all the Iron Spear sect has. Addison smiled bitterly and took out several jade slips. Sergio waved his hand, taking the jade slips and sinking his divine sense into them. They were indeed records about the Sin domain. Unfortunately, they were nothing new. Even the records in Xianming Palace's archive were more detailed. Confirming that the records were repetitive, Sergio asked, "No other records?" Addison still smiled bitterly. "Bryson, we didn't even know about this entry point until recently. Any detailed records might have been lost long ago." 3 months. Pausing, Sergio stared at the vortex. If he hasn't returned in 3 months, please send another disciple at the Zhenwu or Yuanwu stage into the Sin domain. Finished speaking, Sergio walked to the wall, crossed his legs, and closed his eyes. Unless someone came out, he wouldn't rashly enter the Sin domain, where all beings had lifespans not exceeding 100 years. If he couldn't come out, he didn't want to perish there. Addison's expression and atmosphere became oppressive. They knew Sergio had made his decision. If the next person couldn't come out, the next would be at least a Zhenwu stage cultivator. The Iron Spear sect had only a few such cultivators now. Renee's expression darkened even more. Compared to higher stage cultivators, if someone had to sacrifice themselves, it would most likely be him, an elder unlikely to break through to Yuanwu second stage with limited lifespan left. But he dared not oppose. Sergio was here, and apart from Addison, who could be a match for Sergio? Sergio's name now overshadowed the Eastern realm, with no young generation daring to challenge him. This reputation stemmed not only from talent, but also from terrifying combat prowess, forged by his fearsome strength. In the oppressive silence, no one left. Days passed. 5 days, soon. A month went by. Neither Sergio nor Addison believed the disciple would return. Unexpectedly, the vortex flickered, and the person emerged. His face was filled with profound terror. Seeing Sergio and others, he hurriedly composed himself. "Greetings, Bryson, sect master, elders." "He's back?" Renee rushed over, elated. As long as he came out, he was safe. Addison's tone was authoritative. "What was inside? Why did you take so long? Did you not realize we were waiting for you here?" "Please forgive me, Bryson, sect master." The disciple's expression changed, then quickly explained, "Bryson, behind the vortex?" Behind the vortex, there was no danger. According to him, upon entering, he arrived at a mountainous wilderness with extremely sparse spiritual qi. Subsequently, Chapter 418, Entry into the Sin domain. According to the disciple of the Iron Spear sect, after he entered the vortex, he appeared in a desolate wilderness with sparse human habitation. The surrounding spiritual energy was also extremely thin. He kept in mind his mission and intended to return immediately, but the entrance did not equate to an exit. There was no way out from where he had entered. Fortunately, with the token, he vaguely sensed the exit was elsewhere. Following its direction and journeying through many mortal settlements, he finally reached an exit, which resembled the entrance, a large vortex. After entering the vortex, he emerged back in the outside world. No danger encountered. He met no beasts or even any true Qi realm cultivators. The strongest beings were some body-forging realm people in the towns of mortals. Normally, the journey would not have taken a month, but due to his scarce inner spirit energy, it nearly depleted after travel. Given the thin ambient spiritual energy that made recovery difficult, without danger, he hesitated to use pills to restore spirit energy, thus delaying his return for a full month. Dalen rumbled. "Is it really this simple? No danger? No unexpected changes?" They were speculating on whether the Sin domain held great peril, and the result was... The Iron Spear sect disciple respectfully replied, "This disciple dares not deceive master." Dalen asked tentatively, "Holy Son, what do you think?" Sergio gazed at the vortex, his eyes flickering. No encounter with strong individuals, not even those of the true Qi realm? It sounded unbelievable, yet considering the Sin domain's inhabitants have lifespans not exceeding 100 years, with such short lifespans and extremely thin spiritual energy, it was not impossible. Perhaps the Sin domain has lost its cultivation heritage. Sergio nodded slightly towards the man. "Thank you." Then he gently waved his hand, using spirit energy to draw the redemption token from the man's hands into his own. Since it could bring one out, it must be genuine. Next, Sergio removed the Holy Sun insignia from his waist, channeled spirit energy, and sent a message to the sect. Before leaving, he was unsure if the redemption token was genuine and instructed Castor and others to authenticate it themselves if someone brought it to Xianming Palace. Now that the redemption token was confirmed as genuine, there was no need to keep collecting them. He wouldn't bring anyone out of the Sin domain anyway. One token sufficed. Storing the unused token in his storage ring, he placed the verified token from the Iron Spear sect disciple in his pocket. "This time my visit has been rather presumptuous and caused much disturbance. Headmaster Sure, I will thank you again upon my return from the Sin domain." With that, Sergio didn't delay further, stepping into the vortex and vanishing. With Sergio's disappearance, everyone present visibly relaxed. An elder led the disciples away, and the rest prepared to leave. Rene suddenly raised his head, a trace of madness in his eyes. "Headmaster, isn't this person too arrogant, coming here and making demands? We should destroy this entrance and let that brat die in the Sin domain." Instantly, the atmosphere turned oppressive. Previously, when Bailey escorted Sergio here, their actions were brazen. Bailey cultivation was unmatched, and no one dared to object. But Sergio, although Iron Spear sect might not be formidable, Headmaster Dalen was an earth spirit. Especially given Renee's past grievances with Sergio, while he dared not openly retaliate, he was certainly capable of plotting behind the scenes. According to records, there are multiple exits in the Sin domain. If we destroy this one, can he not emerge from another? As the word sank in, Dalen's eyes flared in anger. Or do you think Xianming Palace would care about evidence if anything happened to Sergio? Evidence? That mattered only between the 4 major sects. For ordinary forces, dealing with the 4 major sects meant evidence wasn't important. Suspicion alone. It was better to kill 1,000 innocents than miss one guilty. Rene's face changed, appearing embarrassed. Dalen sat down. If he truly meets with misfortune, all of Iron Spear sect will share his fate. If you don't want to die, pray that he returns unharmed. Ordinary disciples may have a chance to escape, but Elder Hallam, with your grudge, you will surely die. As he spoke, Dalen felt secretly aggrieved. According to ancient records, the Iron Spear sect was once a fearsome force. Their experts could shatter the vast sky above and subdue the endless abyss below. Reese and Wu Zun were common, and Wu Di was not a distant dream, with generations always having a Wu Di in charge. Unfortunately, now, not to mention Wu Zun or Wu Di, they lacked even a single Reese, with only him barely reaching Earth's spirit. Had the Iron Spear sect not declined, how would they be so submissive under Shimming Palace? Had the Iron Spear sect not fallen, if they still had a Reese as a pillar, even if they were inferior to Shimming Palace and still needed to attach themselves, they would retain some dignity. Would Sergio dare to act so arrogantly alone in Iron Spear sect? Even now, unwilling as he was, to avoid elders like Rene's treachery, he decided to stay and supervise personally. Alas, the decline of Iron Spear sect was inevitable. Among countless once-strong forces, aside from the Immortal Mountain which still dominated the eastern domain, the rest either became vassals of the four major sects or disappeared entirely. Elsewhere, a modest forest. Ripples emerged, and Sergio's figure appeared in the woods. Upon arrival, Sergio felt it hard to breathe, like a fish out of water. No, not hard to breathe. Rather, the spiritual energy was too thin. Too thin. At the Yuanwu realm, his body no longer relied on earthly grains. All enhancements depended on cultivating with abundant spiritual energy. But here, the spiritual energy was too thin. So thin that even with his skin greedily absorbing spiritual energy, he gained very little. The sudden change in environment led him to feel breathing difficulties. With such thin spiritual energy, advancing beyond the Davismore realm in this place would be a pipe dream, he muttered softly. Then he cast his gaze around. His gaze was divine sense. Expanding slightly, it exceeded the boundaries of the small forest and continued to spread, soon extending over 100 miles. Here, villages and towns were more densely packed than in the eastern domain. Within a mere 100-mile radius, he found at least 20 villages and even a city. Villages were similar in scale to those in the eastern domain, but cities, compared to the eastern domain, these were significantly smaller. To Sergio, this city looked more like a larger village surrounded by walls. Cultivation levels matched what the Iron Spear sect disciple described. No strong cultivators. The strongest ones were comparable to, or even weaker than the body forging realm. Chapter 419. Sealing completion. Sergio probed the surroundings with his divine sense over 100 miles and found, just as the disciple of Iron Spear sect had said, there were no powerful individuals here. The strongest person he observed was merely at a level similar to Amiri, perhaps even weaker. The cultivation methods used by these people were not the usual body refinement. Sergio's divine sense saw that they utilized an alternative method to mobilize their bodily blood chi, replenishing the consumed blood chi through food and such. It was a very crude method. Just as Sergio was about to continue observing, his expression turned serious, and he hastily retracted his divine sense from everywhere. The expenditure was too great. In just a few breaths of observation, he had consumed nearly 1/10 of his spiritual energy. When expanding his divine sense, it should have been the consumption of divine soul power, yet for some unknown reason, instead of depleting his divine soul power, he depleted his spiritual energy, using up a whole 1/10 of it. The spirit energy in this place was largely sparse, so sparse that, relying solely on absorbing spirit energy, he couldn't even replenish his spiritual energy, let alone keep up with the rate of depletion required to sustain his physical body. This place was far too inhospitable for him. Afterwards, Sergio looked up at the sky. Here, there were sun, moon, and stars. While the moon and stars were not visible now, the blazing sun in the sky indicated that the moon and stars would also be present. Earlier, due to the significant loss of spiritual energy, he clearly perceived that the flow of lifespan within his body was accelerating. Overall, spending one day here would result in the loss of 10 days of lifespan in the outside world. At the Yuanwu realm, 1,000 years of lifespan would be consumed rapidly, especially as one's cultivation increased, leading to faster depletion of lifespan. This accursed place is no good for staying. With my cultivation, within less than a century, even if I continually meditate and absorb spirit energy here, my cultivation would still deteriorate significantly. As he murmured, Sergio's figure flashed as he soared into the air. Without any replenishment, flying even in the air consumed his spiritual energy at least 10 times faster than in the outside world. But Sergio didn't mind, instead concealing his form as he flew through the sky. He did not use his divine sense, but only his eyes to observe the landscape from the sky. He had come to the Sin realm not to idle, but to find a place to seal the pot. The more dangerous the environment, the safer he felt about sealing it. Regarding the consumption of resources, he, as the holy son of Shimming Palace, had ample reserves of healing pills and spiritual energy recovery pills in his storage ring. After flying for about half a day, Sergio stopped above a desert. Deserts in the outside world, especially large ones, had diameters of at least 500,000 miles. However, the desert before him was less than 10,000 miles wide. During this half-day, possibly because there were no demon beasts in the Sin realm, apart from harsh environments like deserts, most areas were inhabited by people. Although he considered continuing to look for larger uninhabited regions, the Sin realm, being essentially a secret realm, could not compare to the vastness of the eastern domain. Continuing the search might not yield better places. Looking at the desert hesitantly for a moment, Sergio slightly shook his head, no longer hesitating, and landed into the ground, his spiritual energy flickering, fully merging into the earth. He continued descending deeper into the earth. Sergio originally planned to descend as deep as he could, but unexpectedly, after descending only about 3,000 miles, he suddenly felt a chilling sensation. He abruptly halted. Around him was still soil. Yet, he sensed a terrifying danger lurking below. If he continued approaching, he would die instantly, without even having time to react. Had he reached the limit? No. With his Yuanwu realm cultivation, it shouldn't be so inadequate. It must be. After pondering, Sergio activated the Dahuang Zulong Classic, transforming the surrounding environment. Below, about tens of miles deeper, was no longer soil but an array formation. An endless array formation. If he continued descending, he would enter the range of the array's attacks. That array was extremely formidable, extending across the entire Sin realm. Indeed, this is a secret realm. The earth does not end indefinitely. Sergio exited the state of the Dahuang Zulong Classic, thoughtful. After contemplating for a while, his figure began ascending. Ascending approximately 200 miles, he stopped again, then, with a grab of his fingers, he expanded his spiritual energy. Surrounding rocks started to vanish, and in moments, a massive square emerged, roughly 30 zhang high and 100 zhang in diameter. Next, Sergio retrieved array flags from his storage ring, focusing on the array diagram. Following the diagram, he planted the flags systematically. There were no disruptions along the way. The strongest individual outside was merely at the forging body realm and could not interfere. He quickly placed all the array flags in their designated spots. Then he infused a pulse of spiritual energy into the array diagram. The diagram flashed, rising to midair instantly. A force of traction emerged. Within the array, already extremely sparse spirit energy, was instantly completely absorbed, forming an area devoid of any spirit energy. Additionally, it provided effects of isolating inside and outside and suppressing forces. Thinking about it, Sergio operated the Dahuang Zulong Classic again, using its perspective to observe. After sizing it up, Sergio narrowed his eyes. The array's power was insufficient. Based on the jade slip given by Emmett and the previous array diagrams, the current effect of suppression and isolation was only about 1/10 of what was recorded, less than 20%. Was there a problem with the array flags made by the Chi Peak? Not exactly. The spirit energy in the Sin realm was too sparse. Sparse to the point that even though the array continuously absorbed spirit energy, the extremely thin spirit energy still couldn't sustain the full strength of the spirit-cutting soul-severing array, only managing to maintain its current state. Ultimately, the array wasn't powered by Sergio but sustained by absorbing ambient spirit energy. The external spirit energy severely impacted the array's power. If not for the limited sealing range, this array could theoretically seal an area spanning several thousand miles. Attempting to seal such a large area in the Sin realm's sparse spirit energy environment might prevent the array from even forming. After pondering, Sergio smiled. It's enough. Although the array's power is only at 1/10, there are no powerful cultivators in this Sin realm. Anyone below the Zhanwu realm who approaches will be instantly suppressed and killed by the array. The pot sealed within this spirit-devoid area cannot break free without any replenishment. Subsequently, he flashed to the edge of the array, then took out the pot from his waist, lifting it to throw it into the center of the array. The hidden array light screen suddenly appeared, a flash of luminescence. The pot's surface restrictions were instantly absorbed by the array. Both the restrictions set by Sergio and the previous Demetrius were broken by the spirit-cutting soul-severing array. Damn it, it's this array again. Damn traitor. Damn! Roared the furious remnant soul. Immediately, the freed pot, controlled by the remnant soul, rose abruptly into the air, crashing towards the light screen. A ripple flashed, before the pot could collide with the screen. It was instantly suppressed back to its original position under a sealing force. Chapter 420, by the Sin region's shore. The remnant soul sensed the surrounding formation and erupted in rage, roaring furiously. It forced control over the jar, sending it flying into the air toward the barrier, trying to escape the formation. Sadly, it had barely risen when it was once again forcefully pressed back to the ground by the formation's power. The jar trembled incessantly on the ground, unable to escape or fly up again under the suppression. Traitor! Traitor! Damnable traitor! The remnant soul grew even angrier. After its roar, the jar shuddered. Sergio, take me out. Benishuically take me out. My ancestor does not wish to be in this formation. The formation had already begun to operate. The only one who could still leave was Sergio, who set the formation. Once Sergio left the formation's range, it would completely seal everything inside, cutting off all connection between inside and outside. Heavenly human remnant soul, I admit I don't have the right to collaborate with you or play mind games. Farewell. Sergio gazed at the jar and kept retreating. Seeing Sergio's movements, the remnant soul's expression changed drastically, yelling, "No, young man, my ancestor has countless secret skills. With my help?" Before it could finish speaking, Sergio, who was already at the edge, had stepped out of the formation's range. All sounds vanished. Looking at the formation, Sergio also revealed a slight smile. Though the formation's power seemed insufficient, given the Sin region's harsh environment, he presumed that the remnant soul wouldn't be able to escape. Even if it did manage to break free, in the Sin region's poor spirit energy environment, what kind of talent could it cultivate? Even for it, living in such an unfavorable environment, there would be no hope of advancing to the spirit martial realm. What use would it be if the remnant soul managed to escape the formation? Moreover, due to the Sin region's peculiar nature, without a passage permit, it would be impossible for the remnant soul to leave. With these layers of safeguards in place, if the remnant soul could still return to the eastern region, he would accept his fate. Although the formation hadn't achieved the expected results, this unforeseen environment greatly enhanced the sealing effect. There were no perfect things in the world. If the remnant soul could still break free from this, he would have nothing more to say. After watching the formation for a while, Sergio turned and rapidly floated upwards. This jar was finally resolved. Since Jared's death, having obtained the jar, he had been continuously searching for a way to solve the jar and remnant soul issue, never finding time to cultivate. Now, with the jar resolved, this looming threat gone, he could finally focus on cultivation. Earth Spirit. As long as he could break through to Earth Spirit, even emperors would not be beyond his reach. Zhanbo Pavilions and Dira and Larry were dead. The next era in the eastern region belonged to him, the sole, most outstanding prodigy. On the surface, sunrise in the east. Sergio glanced at the sky. Didn't expect entering the underground delayed me for over a day. A day here equated to 10 days in the outside world. Even though he was young, staying too long in the Sin region pained him because of the lost lifespan. Leave the Sin region? After thinking for a while, Sergio took out the redemption token from his chest, fiddled with it, looking in a certain direction. With the redemption token, he could vaguely sense where the exit was. His cultivation far exceeded that of Iron Spear sect disciples. Logically, he should be able to sense more exits. However, although he didn't carefully investigate, he could faintly detect only 2 exits from here. Was it because there were simply fewer exits or other reasons, such as multiple entrances but only 2 exits? He didn't think much about it, just looked in a certain direction. One exit wasn't far away. With his speed, he could reach it within half a day. The other was very far away. Moreover, it seemed to be concealed by some formation, making it difficult to pinpoint the exact distance. Most importantly, he faintly sensed that the object attracting him and the farther exit were in the same location. Yes, the object that attracted him. When he first discovered the entrance to the Sin region beneath the Iron Spear sect, he felt something inside attracting him. Now, perhaps because his cultivation had improved significantly, the attraction had diminished. But it still existed. His intuition told him it was something good, something he must obtain. If he hadn't entered the Sin region, it might be different, but now that he was here. After pondering for a while, Sergio's figure flashed, flying into the air. Since he was already in the Sin region, leaving any time, why not see what exactly was attracting him? At his current cultivation level, just one step from Earth Spirit, even the treasures in Shuaming Palace rarely drew his attention anymore. It was just a trip anyway. If he could take it, he would. If not, he would leave. Wasting some time was fine. Approximately 10 days later, by a shore. The shore bustled with people, with fishing boats frequently setting sail. In an uninhabited area, Sergio stood on the ground, squinting as he looked at the sea. Over the past 10 days, he had flown straight following his sense until he reached this shore. His sense told him the other exit and the attracting object were somewhere in the boundless sea. Originally, he could continue flying, but upon reaching the shore, he sensed a terrifying no-fly formation. Correct, a no-fly formation, divided by the sea. This terrifying no-fly formation covered the entire sea. If not for the redemption token, he might have accidentally fallen into the sea earlier. And he only then realized the redemption token wasn't simple. It should have some method of activation. He felt that if he knew how to activate it, even if he couldn't control the Sin region's formations, they wouldn't attack him, nor would the no-fly formation affect him. Only, he didn't know the activation method. With the redemption token, he could fly briefly in the formation. After a short time, the no-fly formation would press down, making it impossible for him to stay airborne. Even if he couldn't fly, he could walk across the sea. Trouble was, the sea was dangerous. He didn't know where the danger lay, just standing on the shore, his instincts telling him the sea was perilous and that danger was everywhere. If he triggered it, he would certainly perish. Silent for a while, Sergio looked at a nearby port. This shouldn't be. Those mortals often go to sea. Where is the danger? To Sergio, the strongest among them were merely practitioners of Sin region blood chi techniques, their strength barely reaching 3rd stage body forging. Those going to sea were ordinary mortals, seemingly of some status. And these mortals kept chatting as they went to sea. Many frequently ventured into the sea. If the sea were dangerous, why weren't these mortals afraid? Yet, if it weren't dangerous, where did the omnipresent danger he sensed come from? Silent for a moment, Sergio slowly circulated the vast wilderness ancestor dragon scripture. As the world changed, all sounds transformed into pure spirit energy paths. People became human-shaped lines. And the sea. Hashtag chapter 421. Experiment. After Sergio activated the Great Wasteland ancestral dragon scripture, everything in the world transformed into lines of spiritual energy. Humans turned into nothing more than lines of spirit force, devoid of flesh and blood. And the sea. Sergio remained silent. Looking at the sea, he saw only extremely thin threads of water-based spirit energy and some ordinary fish, nothing else. A ray? No. Powerful demonic beasts or spirits? No. He saw no danger at all. No wonder this was a penal zone that once imprisoned those terrifying powerhouses capable of collapsing the mountain sea continent. Not only did it have a vast anti-air array covering the endless ocean, but it also had dangers in the sea that he couldn't trace. Sergio's lips curved into an amused smile. Since even ordinary people could enter the sea, he would see for himself what kind of danger lay hidden here. Even if he did stir up trouble, with his speed, he could always escape. And with the redemption order in his possession, he could leave the penal zone from another exit anytime. With this thought, Sergio flashed away from the land and appeared on the surface of the sea. Of course, although he seemed bold, as soon as he entered the sea, his spirit energy began to rapidly circulate, ready to instantly leave at the slightest hint of trouble. Unexpectedly, the terrifying demonic beasts didn't appear, but instead, a terrible suction force rose from the sea. The redemption order in his chest glowed, and the terrible suction vanished, only to slowly reappear again. Just like before when it isolated him from the anti-air array, initially it would instantly block everything, then gradually lessen its shielding effect. If he fell into the sea, he would die. Sergio's figure flashed, and he quickly retreated to the shore, looking at the seawater with a troubled expression. The danger wasn't from potential life forms in the sea, but from the seawater itself. What had this seawater been mixed with? He squatted down by the seashore and reached out to touch the seawater. As soon as his fingertips touched the seawater, zzzt, a puff of white smoke appeared. Fortunately, his fingers were unharmed. The seawater resembled a highly corrosive liquid. Without the redemption order, it probably would have dissolved his fingers instantly. Moreover, through this direct contact, Sergio keenly perceived that the seawater not only had corrosive properties but also stimulated his spirit energy, causing it to rapidly dissipate beneath the seawater. Without the redemption order, a few drops of seawater could likely cause severe injury, or worse, if they touched a vital part of his body, it could be fatal, leaving him unable to defend himself as his spirit energy would be scattered. Without the redemption order, entering the sea would be like plunging into a highly corrosive liquid where spirit energy was useless, leading to immediate death. The anti-air array enveloping the entire sea and the seawater that killed silently. This was the penal zone? Interesting, he muttered softly and slowly stood up. His gaze returned to the nearby port, where people were either returning from the sea or preparing to set sail. He clearly saw some people's clothes soaked with sweat, while some sailors jumped off the large ships and splashed in the seawater. Obviously, the seawater posed no threat to ordinary people, but only to those with cultivation or spirit energy. The penal zone indeed targeted cultivators. Whether it was the stripping of lifespan or the near absence of spirit energy, it was all aimed at cultivators. It made sense that the seawater would suppress those with cultivation or spirit energy. After all, this was the penal zone. Soon, Sergio stood by the seaside and stretched out his hand towards the shore. A surge of spirit energy spread out. Ea, ghost. A scream echoed, and the person with the highest cultivation that Sergio sensed was pulled over by his spirit energy. The sea god is angry. Benishioic, worship the sea god. Previously bustling civilians now looked terrified, bowing continuously towards the sea. The person who was grabbed, under the influence of spirit energy, found himself beside Sergio. That person looked at Sergio, immediately mesmerized. He was the most handsome person the person had ever seen. In fact, the most beautiful woman he'd ever encountered paled in comparison. Scariest of all, he could clearly see that Sergio was a man. How could there be such a perfectly beautiful man? Cultivation constantly refined the body. The higher one's cultivation, the more beautiful and handsome one became. Even an ugliest of ugly persons would have unmatched beauty and handsomeness after reaching Sergio's level of cultivation. Sergio looked at the dazed person, frowned slightly, said nothing, and just waved his hand. The person lost control of his body and fell towards the sea. Ea! The person screamed instinctively. Plunk, plunk. After struggling in the water for a while, the person realized he regained control of his body and slapped the seawater hard. A burst of chi surged. Using the slight rebound from the seawater, he leveraged himself back onto the ground. Then, he dared not look at Sergio again, keeping his head low and respectfully saying, Immortal, immortal, humble servant greets you. It was impossible for him not to be afraid. Just moments ago, he was happily drinking with friends and watching dancers. Then suddenly his body lost control and he was teleported several miles away in an instant. Apart from immortals, no one could achieve this. Sergio ignored the person and stared at the seawater. Seems it targets spirit energy? The person he grabbed had condensed chi, barely comparable to the third stage of body tempering. If the seawater targeted cultivation, chi is a form of energy, and the person should not have been spared. The seawater only targeted those with spirit energy, or those who absorbed spirit energy for cultivation. Immortal? The person tried again. Sergio lowered his head and thought for a moment. I can give you a benefit, but in return, you might not be able to touch seawater. Do you want it? Huh. The person looked bewildered. Sergio frowned slightly. Do you want the benefit? Yes, yes. The person nodded hastily. Hearing this, Sergio smiled and once again stretched out his hand. The person was lifted by spirit energy and hovered in the air. Then, Sergio's internal spirit energy surged toward the person, disintegrating his chi energy. The person's expression changed drastically. No, my inner strength. Immortal, you? Before he finished speaking, his expression changed again. He realized that after his chi energy disappeared, an unknown force entered his body, making him feel refreshed. His dark injuries from martial arts practice healed rapidly. Is this the legendary immortal chi? Though there was no inner strength or immortal chi in his body, he felt his body becoming increasingly powerful. His intuition told him that even the sharpest legendary weapons couldn't pierce his skin now. He was far stronger than those practicing external martial arts. Was he about to become an immortal? But the refreshing sensation quickly faded. At this moment, Sergio slowly said, with my spirit energy, I dispersed your chi and forcibly tempered your body. You should now be at the 9th stage of body tempering. Hashtag chapter 422. Only by ship can one sail the sea. After landing, Sergio spoke gently. He had forcefully refined this person's body using spiritual energy, and now that the refinement was complete, this individual possessed the cultivation of the 9th level body tempering. 9th level body tempering? Brogan paused, then looked at his skin. He felt his body could probably rival the legendary ores in strength. He glanced around, found a large tree, and lightly slapped it with one hand. The tree instantly snapped. Brogan's pupils constricted. He had only used a fraction of his strength. Previously, although he could also break trees easily, it wasn't nearly as effortless as just now. And now, even if he lay still, his physical body would likely remain unharmed by knives or swords. Is this what a celestial encounter feels like? Looking back at Sergio, who saw the man's joy, Sergio spoke again. Touch the seawater. Just use your fingertip. Oh, okay. Brogan nodded eagerly. Then, he walked directly to the seashore and reached toward the water. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. White smoke rose from countless spots. Though it was ordinary seawater, the man's hand seemed to have touched some terrifying substance. His palm was instantly dissolved. Ah! In excruciating pain, the man let out a scream, scrambling away from the shore in terror. But the power of the seawater continued to invade. After his hand dissolved, it quickly spread throughout his body. Before long, he would be obliterated entirely. Panicked, the man bowed down before Sergio, his face filled with horror. Celestial, save me! Sergio waved his hand lightly, and an even more powerful spiritual energy surged forth. He forcefully washed away the influence of the seawater with his cultivation. Then deeper layers of spiritual energy spread out. Brogan's dissolved arm regenerated. I'm restored. Celestial. I'm restored? Brogan was overjoyed. Sergio frowned slightly. Silence. Noticing Sergio's displeasure, the man hurriedly covered his mouth and nose, afraid to offend him. Sergio turned back to look at the sea, his frown deepening. Indeed, the seawater specifically targeted spiritual energy. For those who cultivate using spiritual energy, this seawater was almost like their nemesis. It was unclear how the terrifying beings of old had arranged this. With the sky forbidden to fly and the seawater so terrifying, he couldn't activate the Atonement Order's technique. The Atonement Order could only provide short-term protection. If he accidentally fell into the sea and couldn't get ashore, he would die too. After a moment of silence, Sergio shook his head slightly. Forget it. Perhaps this object isn't destined for me. He wasn't an ordinary person, and he didn't lack cultivation resources. If he could obtain it, fine. If not, he saw no need to take unnecessary risks. He didn't lack cultivation resources. Then, turning, he prepared to leave through the air. However, just as he flew halfway into the sky, Sergio stopped mid-flight and looked back at the sea. He suddenly felt that if he left today, he would regret it later. An unexpected intuition. Should he continue leaving? Or find a way to enter the sea and investigate? Brogan on the ground tentatively asked, Celestial? Sergio descended back to the ground, looking at the sea, his expression uncertain. Whatever it was attracting him gave him such a strong feeling of regret if missed. But, the sky was forbidden, and the seawater could not be touched. How could he proceed? After a brief pause, Sergio looked at the harbor. Numerous ships were docked along the coast. Perhaps he should take a ship? Taking a ship should work. With a barrier provided by the boat, he wouldn't touch the seawater. Even if there were waves, he could suppress them with his cultivation. Even if something unexpected happened, as long as he didn't touch the seawater for long periods, with the Atonement Order, he would be safe. Given his cultivation, unless it was an Earth Spirit Realm existence, protecting the ship shouldn't be difficult. Thinking for a moment, Sergio raised his hand and waved lightly. Snap! The surrounding trees instantly broke, and the bark rapidly fell off. In no time, a small boat was assembled. Under Sergio's spiritual energy control, the boat was tightly woven, completely waterproof. The boat landed on the water surface. Then, under Sergio's spiritual energy control, the man's body involuntarily fell into the boat. Celestial. Brogan grabbed the edge of the boat, his face full of fear. He hadn't forgotten the terrifying damage caused by the seawater earlier. Sergio laughed. It works indeed. After being forcibly transformed by Sergio, the man clearly feared seawater. Yet, on the boat, no incident occurred. Clearly, taking a boat to sail was feasible. So, set sail. Separate from the seawater using a boat, and suppress all winds and waves with his cultivation. Even if he encountered creatures capable of fighting him, he could temporarily escape through the air or into the sea with the Atonement Order. If faced with an unbeatable beast, he could drive the boat at full speed. Worst case, he could stand on a plank and cross the sea. With the Atonement Order, he had freedom to advance or retreat, appearing dangerous but manageable. Sergio looked at the man in the boat and softly said, Sorry. Celestial, what did you say? Brogan looked bewildered. Sergio shook his head slightly. If I don't sail, it's fine. But since I am sailing, and given the seawater's potent suppression of spiritual energy, knowing this weakness could cause me immeasurable harm. I can't risk my life to gamble whether you're good or evil. If you had any treachery, it would be too late. Human nature cannot withstand tests, especially someone like you. Before the man could speak, a breeze blew. Suddenly, the boat capsized. The seawater was extremely hostile towards spiritual energy. Brogan, immersed in the water, dissolved without even screaming, leaving no trace. Sergio pondered for a while, his divine consciousness expanding to envelop the man's home. Soon, he found a child. Observing for a while, Sergio found a spirit herb in his storage ring, melted it into juice, and subtly infused it into Yush's body without anyone noticing. Then, under his remote control, the juice did not dissolve but transformed into blood chi from the Sin domain, modifying Yush. According to Sergio's estimation, this retained about 90% efficacy. However, Yush wasn't directly refined by spiritual energy but by this Sin domain blood chi. Based on Sergio's observations, Yush would likely become a martial arts prodigy and wouldn't fear seawater. Having done this, Sergio retracted his divine consciousness, considering the matter settled. Of course, he knew losing the man might make the family's future very difficult. He had 2 atonement orders. If he successfully obtained treasures from the sea, he didn't mind coming back. If Yush indeed suffered, he wouldn't mind taking him away from the Sin domain. Unless the atonement order was consumed in the sea, in which case it would be another story. Retracting his gaze, Sergio looked at the sea, deep in thought, building a boat to enter the sea. Sail alone or join a fleet. Sailing alone had its advantages, as did joining a fleet. It all depended on what choice was made. Chapter 423. Searching for a ship in the city. Sergio lowered his head, deep in thought. Should he venture into the sea alone, or have the people from the distant port form a fleet to enter the sea? Both options had their advantages and disadvantages. Entering the sea alone would be faster. He could simply use a piece of wood to tread on the water. However, this approach had its risks. The slightest mishap could put an immense strain on his spiritual energy. Although he carried many medicinal pills, the distance was uncertain. If he ran out of pills before reaching his destination, the consequences would be dire. Forming a fleet would take longer and consume considerable time, but the advantage was that with a large fleet, unless there were catastrophic waves capable of sinking them, he could remain seated on the deck, ready to face any unforeseen circumstances with ample spiritual energy. In the outside world, time wasn't a significant concern, but here in the Sin region, 1 day spent here equated to 10 days of lifespan in the outside world. After a moment, Sergio stepped toward the port quickly. Slow is okay, as long as it ensures safety. Approaching the port, Sergio didn't rush to search. Instead, he silently expanded his divine sense to locate the best ships nearby. As his divine sense spread, countless whispers of mortals filled his mind, and numerous scenes appeared before his eyes. In just a fleeting moment, Sergio found the best ship. It wasn't in the main port, but at an unmanned dock on the other side. There were many soldiers stationed there, constantly entering and exiting the water, practicing combat maneuvers. From some leaders' conversations, he learned it was a naval base belonging to the Yin Kingdom's Davizinal's residence. Yin Kingdom? He wanted to listen more, but the tremendous consumption of divine sense forced him to retract it. After a moment of contemplation, Sergio flashed toward the nearby city. Kingdoms? He had read about them in the records of the Hidden Classics Pavilion. Long ago, the Eastern Domain had numerous sects, with massive sects numbering in the tens. Besides these, there were also forces not tied to families or sects, empires. Empires and sect forces were different. The strongest of empires could rival those of sects. Mid-tier experts in empires were fewer than those in sects. However, the lower ranks outnumbered those in sects. It was said that any kingdom possessed an army skilled in battle formations. With a masterful commander proficient in such formations, 10,000 martial artists could even suppress a true martial expert. But gradually, the knowledge of these formations faded, and over time, kingdoms vanished until only the 4 great sects dominated the Eastern Domain. The authenticity of these claims was hard to verify, as they were just records. About 3 miles from the coast stood a large village. Xianxia City. Standing in the sky, Sergio glanced down, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Regardless of size or the power of the formation arrays, every city in the Eastern Domain had protective formations. Seeing a city without any trace of a formation was strange indeed. After surveying the city, Sergio quickly located the Davizinal's residence. He flashed away and disappeared. Davizinal's residence. Inside a study, the door was wide open, with a small squad of soldiers standing guard outside, their faces stern. Inside the study, a man with a bushy beard and wearing a dragon robe was reading a book, occasionally stroking his beard as he turned the pages. Sergio didn't recognize the script. He knew hundreds of different scripts from the Hidden Classics Pavilion, but the Sin region had been isolated from the Eastern Domain for too long, and its writing system was unfamiliar to him. Glancing around, Sergio spoke. Are you the one who wields life and death over this place? The bearded man froze mid-flip, slowly raising his head to see Sergio, a young man in white robes. What formidable martial arts? The bearded man muttered, narrowing his eyes, lost in thought about who Sergio might be. Assassin! The guards posted outside the study were startled, noticing Sergio by the door. As bodyguards, they reacted swiftly, gripping their spears and charging at Sergio. Sergio glanced back without moving, and the guards fell to the ground. The bearded man's expression changed. Who are you, sir? He couldn't comprehend how Sergio did it. Sergio replied frankly, I need to go to sea, and the best ships nearby belong to your Xianxia City. The bearded man remained indifferent. Sir, with your high martial prowess, you must not be an ordinary person. Do you still need our navy ships? You're mistaken. I don't practice martial arts. Shaking his head, Sergio continued, even more wrong is that this isn't up for negotiation. The bearded man folded his arms. Regardless of your background, being so arrogant, my Yin Kingdom's army has swept through all opposition, no matter how powerful. Leave now, or suffer the consequences. Sergio's expression grew strange. With a wave of his hand, he soared into the air, carrying the bearded man up 30 miles high. The bearded man was speechless, clutching his beard tightly, his face pale. With another wave of his hand, Sergio summoned a gentle breeze. Instantly, endless sword light appeared with the wind. From the bearded man's perspective, the sharp glimmers stretched endlessly, making everything on the ground appear tiny like a map. Sergio calmly stated, if my sword light descends, your Xianxia City will become a dead zone. What use would your army be then? Though he wouldn't really massacre them, he used this to threaten. The bearded man stuttered, God. Seeing this, Sergio nodded in satisfaction and brought the bearded man back to the city lord's residence. Back in the familiar study, the bearded man felt weak, grabbing the table for support. After a while, he regained some strength. Swallowing hard, he looked up with a mix of fear and awe. Davistal one greets the immortal. Sergio didn't bother explaining. I need to go to sea. Borrow me a ship from Xianxia City. Yes, the bearded man nodded rapidly. Prepare accordingly. You have 3 days to get everything ready. I will rest in the courtyard nearby. Sergio nodded slightly and walked toward the nearby courtyard. This courtyard wasn't the most luxurious, but the most serene. Immortal, please walk slowly, the bearded man hurriedly said. SSSSHH. At this moment, the previously unconscious soldiers rose. Sergio hadn't killed them. He merely knocked them out with a thread of spiritual energy. Davizinal, are you all right? The recovered soldiers rushed to ask. Chapter 424. Ignorance is fearless. The dazed soldier got up from the ground and immediately inquired about the safety of the bearded man. Only after seeing he was unharmed did he breathe a sigh of relief and ask out of instinct. The bearded man watched Sergio enter the courtyard, his eyes filled with countless surprises. No problem. Is this what they call a celestial encounter? It's just a ship. There are plenty if needed. If there aren't enough military vessels, commandeering commercial and fishing boats would suffice. Without hesitation, the bearded man gave direct orders to have men prepare at the camp. Then, he moved closer to Sergio's courtyard. If the celestial being was nearby, who knew? He might absorb some immortal chi by staying close. He dismissed those around him and called out outside the courtyard, Immortal, Corey seeks an audience. Sergio, having just entered the courtyard, frowned slightly. It had been only a dozen breaths since he arrived. With a wave of his hand, the gate opened. Immortal. Corey's face was full of flattery. Sergio's expression remained unchanged. Didn't I tell you to prepare the ships? Corey quickly explained, Immortal, I've already given the order. Indeed. Much like Sergio, the leader only needed to give instructions, and the rest were taken care of by subordinates. What is it? Sergio nodded slightly. To meet an immortal today is truly the greatest luck of my life. After babbling for a while, Corey smiled apologetically. Now that you're here, Immortal, could you grant me immortality? Immortality? Sergio's expression turned strange. Immortality, eternal life. What kind of realm grants eternal life? He didn't know. All he knew was that he was far from achieving immortality. Then Sergio chuckled lightly. I myself have merely a millennium's lifespan and cannot attain immortality. How can I grant you immortality? Corey's expression instantly froze. But Sergio waved his hand. Go now. I have important matters at sea. If everything goes well, I can give you a way to immortality. Higher cultivation means a longer life, without a doubt. If he successfully obtained what attracted him, he wouldn't mind giving Corey a cultivation technique. As for whether Corey could cultivate in this Sin domain, that was none of his concern. As you wish, though reluctant, Corey stepped back. Seeing this, Sergio slowly closed his eyes in the pavilion. Feeling his body, he pondered why expanding his divine sense in the Sin domain consumed so much energy. Unfortunately, no matter how much he thought, he couldn't find an answer. Night fell. In the city lord's residence, in the meeting area, Corey lounged in his seat at the head of the table. Davizinal, with your current control over the coastal forces, the court is already wary. Ordering the gathering of warships and constant supply of provisions will undoubtedly cause unrest if reported back to the court, especially if stirred by ill-intentioned individuals. Several armored figures spoke anxiously. Davizinal, initiating actions now may lead to unforeseen changes, said a few people holding fans, nodding repeatedly. Corey lazily glanced at the others and spoke slowly. I'm only gathering forces for a sea expedition. He briefly recounted Sergio's arrival. Everyone present was stunned. One armored figure whispered, Davizinal, could that person have practiced some bizarre martial art combined with rare herbs, causing you hallucinations? Other armored figures nodded. True, tales of immortals are ancient, but it's said that immortals never tread upon mortal soil. They only reside at the edge of the sea. Do you doubt my judgment? Corey's face darkened. They dare not. They hurriedly lowered their heads. A fan-wielding advisor pondered for a moment, then asked softly, Davizinal, you say that person waved his hand and took you tens of miles into the sky? Yes. Pausing, Corey's eyes revealed a hint of awe. With a simple gesture, he summoned countless sword-shaped lights. If those lights fell, they would surely cover the entire Xianxia city, leaving no one alive among its hundreds of thousands of residents. The advisor pondered further and bowed. Davizinal, it is said that immortals can see stars and moons, traverse heaven and earth, and move mountains and seas effortlessly. That person could fly tens of miles in an instant and destroy a city with a wave of his hand, fitting such descriptions. Corey smiled, ready to speak, but the advisor narrowed his eyes. However, if this person can fly tens of miles in an instant, why gather ships for the sea? Our Xianxia city's warships, although good, cannot match the speed of an immortal's flight. Wouldn't flying be faster? Corey's expression changed awkwardly as his mood soured. Indeed, flying would be much faster. Why use ships? Ships were prepared for ordinary people who couldn't fly or travel underground. An armored man bluntly stated, Davizinal, I believe you were deceived. That kid probably practices some twisted martial arts and used unknown methods to make you hallucinate. The dissenting advisor huffed softly. Fewer words. No more, then, the man grumbled. Corey's expression became unpredictable. If it was a true immortal, why would he need Xianxia City's help? If not, was he really deceived? Someone dared to deceive Corey, yet, being carried into the sky. The sword-shaped lights and trembling from the heights didn't feel like illusions. Davizinal, we have many martial artists in our army and the Jianghu. Perhaps I should send a few to test him. Before waiting for an answer, the advisor laughed softly. If he's truly an immortal, he shouldn't blame our city for sending testers. As someone with imperial ambitions, Corey naturally understood caution. After thinking for a moment, he stood up and left. Be thorough and keep it discreet. The advisor acted swiftly. By midnight, black-clothed figures appeared outside the city lord's residence and swiftly infiltrated. Their path was free of guards, leading them smoothly to Sergio's resting courtyard. Dozens of black-clothed figures exchanged glances and leapt into the yard. Then, interesting. Sergio, seated in the pavilion, slowly opened his eyes. The black-clothed figures felt their bodies become stiff upon entering the courtyard. Moments later, the lead black-clothed figure growled, pretending to be divine. Kill. They all drew serrated knives and lunged at Sergio. Then, nothing happened. As they lunged forward, an indescribable force descended upon them, rendering their bodies immobile. Sergio tilted his head, observing the dozen black-clothed figures. He saw through their intent. They had come for him. Enemies? Hardly. In this Sin domain, where would he acquire enemies? During his journey, he had hidden his presence. Brogan, who witnessed his experiment earlier, was dead. Davizinal Corey was the first living person to see him. Closing his eyes and sensing, soon, Sergio's lips curved upward. Even without divine sense, he perceived that Corey and many others were gathered in a nearby pavilion, watching from the second floor. Chapter 425. Sailing out to sea. Even without extending his divine sense, Sergio could feel Corey and many others watching from a pavilion not too far away. Interesting, Sergio chuckled softly and reached out towards the pavilion. Invisible spiritual energy spread out. With a series of screams, one by one, people fell into the courtyard like dumplings being dropped into boiling water. They were Corey and some unfamiliar people, some in armor, others dressed like scholars with fans in hand. Corey and company looked at Sergio, their faces filled with terror. I'm mortal. It was terrifying. They were so far away, yet they were instantly brought here without even a chance to react. Most horrifying were the black-clad figures frozen mid-air. Those on the ground were fine, but those in the sky remained motionless, unable even to move their eyes. Sergio pointed at the black-clothed men and said softly, "You're doing?" And no. Everyone shook their heads frantically. Then it seems Su has encountered an unforeseen calamity? Pausing, Sergio closed his eyes again. Hand them over, and let this be the last warning. Otherwise, many will die. Also, do not disturb me until the ship is ready. Thump thump thump. The black-clothed figures finally landed. Corey shivered, snapping back to reality and hurriedly escorted the black-clothed figures away. Outside the courtyard, everyone turned around just in time to see a glowing barrier rise up, enveloping the courtyard. Endless eyes darted about. An immortal. Definitely an immortal. What celestial connection? Amidst myriad thoughts, the crowd bowed respectfully and led the black-clothed men away. Thereafter, they were indeed sincere and no further incidents occurred. In merely 2 days, everything, ships, provisions, was prepared. At the seashore, Sergio stood by the shore, gazing at the sea. Over 100 warships floated upon the water's surface, soldiers standing solemnly aboard, emitting a lethal aura. The ship's bottoms were also laden with ample food supplies. Corey, attempting to curry favor, said, "Immortal, everything is prepared. When should we depart?" Standing there for a moment, Sergio murmured, "Su only requested a few ships. Why such a large operation, Davizinal?" Corey's expression slightly changed. Did he? He recalled Sergio visiting the Davizinal's residence and asking for ships for the voyage. As an immortal demanded, naturally, everything had to be perfect, hence he mobilized all the available warships and most of the naval force. Looking back at Sergio, after contemplating for a while, Sergio spoke gently, 5 ships will suffice. The rest can disperse. Immediately, Sergio lifted his foot and soared into the air, spreading spiritual power. Instantly, the food stored beneath the ships moved without wind, quickly converging toward the foremost ship. To explain, Sergio chose to sail by ship and approached the Davizinal's residence mainly because the best ships belonged to him, but more importantly, mortals needed to eat. He didn't have provisions. Other merchants or wealthy families might have been able to provide them, but he had no patience for searching. The Davizinal would definitely have resources, which was why he went there. Moments later, under countless awestruck gazes, Sergio flew above the lead ship, along with the stored provisions that landed neatly onto 4 other ships. Next, Sergio waved a hand. Iron chains securing the ships to the shore snapped, interweaving into a larger chain that linked the 5 ships together. Aside from Sergio's ship, the other 4 were filled with supplies. Standing atop the ship's flagpole, Sergio glanced around, nodding approvingly. Very good, now, the crew wouldn't lack food. Then, turning around, he said, 5 ships will suffice, the rest can disperse. As for personnel arrangements, Su is unaware, so you decide. We set sail within half an hour. Done speaking, Sergio sat atop the flagpole, closing his eyes to rest. Gulp. Corey and others watched in amazement, swallowing hard. Awakened by Sergio's words, they hastily began organizing the crew. Perhaps enticed by this rare opportunity, higher officials crammed onto Sergio's ship. The 5 ships then slowly departed, leaving behind countless envious gazes on the shore. On board, Sergio opened his eyes after some time, frowning slightly. Too slow. Though he expected it to be slow, it was still too slow. A month-long voyage probably wouldn't cover the distance he could fly in half a day at full speed. After pondering for a while, Sergio murmured, "This is too slow." Corey responded quickly, "Immortal, linking the 5 ships has compromised their structure, cough, cough, but this is already the fastest possible speed." Sergio's eyes widened. So, linking the ships with chains, originally intended to prevent separation, had seemingly compromised their overall design? He knew nothing about boats, nor was he a shipman. Thinking for a while, Sergio gazed into the distance. The thing that attracted him was still unknown how far away. Clearly, he had to make the ships faster. So, Sergio flashed down from the flagpole onto the deck. As Corey and others tried to get closer, Sergio tapped gently with his finger, sending fluorescent lights swirling to form a translucent shield enveloping the ships. Suddenly, the ship's speed increased dramatically, creating numerous afterimages on the sea surface. At such speed, they should have struggled to stand steady. But perhaps due to the shield's effect, they felt the ship remained unmoving, almost stationary. An immortal's power. Respect grew in everyone's hearts. Meanwhile, Sergio stood on deck, looking at the sea, eyes narrowed. Indeed, as long as his spiritual energy didn't directly touch seawater, everything worked fine. Using spiritual energy to generate wind to propel the ship forward, without touching the seawater, everything proceeded normally. Though more draining than flying solo, having the ship's protection greatly enhanced safety. Some consumption was worthwhile. In a blink, a month passed quietly. The sea, aside from occasional waves, held no other dangers. If Sergio lacked the redemption seal, encountering waves would have been dangerous, given water's strong suppression of spiritual energy. But he had the seal. Although he couldn't activate its powers to fully negate water's harm, even a little buffer time allowed him to forcefully suppress storms using his cultivation. For an entire month, the 5 ships sailed without any casualties. No land in sight, nor any end to the journey. On deck, Corey respectfully asked, "Immortal, how much longer will we sail? Freshwater supplies on board can only last 3 more days." Sergio didn't need food or drink, mortals did. "It's near," Sergio replied calmly, still gazing ahead. Ahead, the endless ocean stretched out. Approximately half a day later, the barrier around the ships dissipated, causing them to abruptly stop on the water's surface. Chapter 426, Flowing Davist Island. As the light barrier surrounding the ship dissipated, the ship abruptly halted on the sea, completely motionless. Corey and others hurriedly approached. "Immortal, What's wrong? Nearby, there was no land in sight, only endless ocean. Yet Sergio suddenly stopped the ship, indicating some change had occurred. Sergio did not respond but narrowed his eyes as he gazed ahead. For ordinary people, the surroundings remained an endless expanse of ocean. But for Sergio, it was different. He could see an array formation up ahead, a massive one covering at least tens of thousands of miles. Based on his perception, the array did not have offensive power. Instead, it served to isolate, confuse, and draw in spiritual energy. There might be other effects, but he couldn't discern them. The isolating and confusing powers were not high, so entering or exiting would not be difficult if one could recognize the presence of the array. But for ordinary people, this barrier was sufficient. If any mortal accidentally approached this area, they would be unknowingly led away by the array's pull. And regarding the drawing in of spiritual energy, being too close to the array, Sergio could see that all the spiritual energy between heaven and earth was being drawn together. The range of this effect extended beyond what he could see. It even gave him the illusion that all the spiritual energy from the entire criminal domain was being pulled here. Most importantly, the other exit and the thing attracting him was inside the array. After observing for a moment, Sergio gently lifted his hand, letting his spiritual power touch the array ahead. Ripples spread out. Sergio's eyes flickered, and he controlled the ship to sail again. The confused Corey and others were about to speak when their expressions changed. The scenery ahead had altered. Previously, there was no land in any direction. But now, an enormous landmass appeared before them, with lush forests. Most shockingly, the tallest trees within sight stood dozens of zhang tall. Amidst the woods, some plants and animals seemed to emit halos. Along with the view, they felt refreshed and revitalized, almost as if their martial skills were improving suddenly. It resembled a place where immortals resided. They seemed to be just a few li from the shore, which wasn't far. Even without Sergio controlling the ship, the sailors and crew quickly steered closer. Before they got too close, they saw figures appear on the shore, then stand still. Corey shivered and rushed to Sergio. Immortal? Are they also immortals? Sergio watched the land, eyes squinted, silent. This place was not simple. Outside the array, the spiritual energy was extremely thin. But this land, perhaps the huge array truly drew all the spiritual energy from the entire criminal domain. Upon entering the array, Sergio immediately sensed the familiar dense spiritual energy. Though it didn't match Qingming Peak or Shining Palace, it was more concentrated than the Eastern Domain's usual places. Additionally, Sergio realized that he wouldn't need to deplete his own spiritual energy if he used divine consciousness here. The necessary spiritual energy to maintain his body could be absorbed from the environment, leaving some to spare. Even without extending divine consciousness, he could clearly hear any whisper. More importantly, he sensed several presences on the land capable of threatening him. He hadn't fully understood the severity of this domain until now. The ship continued its slow approach. Soon, it stopped about half a li from the shore. Several sailors knelt down. Report to the city lord. The warship can't get any closer. Forcing it might cause grounding. The ship, being large, needed deeper waters. Send out small boats, Corey ordered, then looked at Sergio. Immortal, what do you think? Sergio smiled but said nothing, continuing to observe the land. He sensed those threatening presences watching him from the shadows, not yet revealing themselves. Perhaps the people on the shore were merely testing them. Without waiting for a result, Corey and the others gritted their teeth and approached the shore in smaller boats, while more soldiers and sailors remained on the warship. About 15 minutes later, Corey and the first group landed. Sergio was still on the deck, but losing the restrictions of the water. Half a li was a short distance. Even without spreading divine consciousness, he could hear any low whisper clearly. Upon landing, Corey immediately bowed. Greetings, immortals. Then, a man dressed in coarse linen revealed disdain in his eyes. Mortal, who allowed you to step onto flowing Davist Island? With a flash, he appeared before Corey and punched out. Spiritual energy surged, creating a storm around the fist. If hit, Corey wouldn't survive 10 times over. No. Corey couldn't dodge and instinctively cried out in fear. Intimidation? You aren't qualified to intimidate Sue. Sergio finally spoke, his eyes flashing with coldness. He struck from afar, sending a torrent of spiritual energy flying at even greater speed. Before the punch reached Corey, Sergio's strike hit first from half a li away. With a thud, the man was sent flying, smashing into a tree dozens of zhang away, his face deathly pale. Had Sergio intended to kill, the man would already be dead. Sergio waved his hand, and a wooden board landed on the sea. Sergio lightly stepped on it, gliding effortlessly to shore in less than a breath. If the redemption decree weren't so important, Sergio could have flown the half li despite the anti-flight array. Indeed, even here, an anti-flight array covered the entire sea, including this area. Seeing Sergio land, the others' expressions shifted, instinctively retreating. Sergio glanced at them and looked deeper. What do you intend to do? Unfortunately, they didn't respond. Instead, someone on the shore, likely the strongest among them, gritted his teeth. Mere mortals have no right to be here. Why did you stop me from killing them? Sergio withdrew his gaze and stared at the speaker. Soon, he raised an eyebrow. Perhaps he had misunderstood. These people seemed genuinely opposed to mortals breathing the island's spiritual energy, not trying to intimidate him. Thinking about it, the spiritual energy within the array, though dense, was likely drawn from the entire criminal domain. The less intense concentration meant more mortals absorbing energy would reduce what the islanders could take in. Seeing Sergio remain silent, the man hesitated before speaking through gritted teeth. Senior, you must have unintentionally entered this exile land. Spiritual energy is our means of survival. Mortals here are like thieves stealing our food. If you pity them, let them leave immediately. This translation maintains the original structure, tone, and style while ensuring readability and fluency in English. Chapter 427, the second island. Seeing that Sergio remained silent, The person who had spoken hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and continuing. He said that if Sergio pitted the mortals and chose not to kill them, these mortals would have to leave immediately. A place of exile? Sergio glanced at these people, then scanned some concealed areas. After some thought, he turned his head. You may leave. The situation was unclear, and this so-called Divisely Island harbored more than one person who could pose a threat to him. It was unnecessary to create animosity with the people here. It was best to get what attracted him and leave as soon as possible. One less trouble is always better. Corey and others' expressions immediately changed. Corey hurriedly said, Immortal, do you want to die? Others, who had been silent, now spoke up coldly. Corey's expression shifted dramatically. Hesitating for a moment, he lowered his head. I have offended the immortals. Please forgive me. After saying this, despite his immense reluctance, Corey signaled the others to board their small boat and leave. Sergio looked down, deep in thought. By his original intention, since Corey had helped him earlier, he would have given him something in return. But the current situation was unfavorable. Given how seawater restrained spiritual energy, most of his items, if given to Corey, might only hasten his death. After another moment of reflection, Sergio flicked his hand and sent a pill flying toward Corey. This pill is a reward for your month's service. Any injury can be instantly healed by taking it. A milky white pill landed on the boat. It was the most basic healing pill in Sergio's storage ring. Upon receiving the pill, Corey instantly rejoiced, bowed deeply, and hurried the others to leave faster. He also secretly decided that he would return here. Soon, the boat left the array. Now, without Sergio, they couldn't re-enter unless they had something to guide them. One of the men who had shouted threats earlier smiled. My name is Divisagi. May I ask how to address the senior? Sergio replied while looking into the darkness. These people were not worth mentioning. Despite Divisagi's previous arrogance, his cultivation was quite low. Divisagi himself was only at the 7th level spirit martial realm, and the others were all at the true chi realm except for one other spirit cultivator. With such cultivation levels, if not for someone threatening on the island, Sergio wouldn't even bother acknowledging them elsewhere. Unaware of Sergio's thoughts, Divisagi continued. Since Senior has come to Divisely Island, we are now family. He then smiled more broadly. By Divisely Island rules, all matters on the island are handled by the Elder Council. Now that Senior has arrived, please hand over your storage item. Sergio froze, then slowly asked after a moment of silence. Hand over my storage ring? That is the custom here, Divisagi nodded. Interesting, very interesting indeed. As he spoke, Sergio's eyes turned cold. I don't wish to cause trouble here, but do you think I am easy to bully? With that, Sergio roared, and the pressure from the 9th level origin martial realm instantly spread. Thud, thud. The muffled sounds rose one after another. Divisagi and the others were instantly pressed to the ground by the terrifying pressure, unable to move. If Sergio hadn't held back, the pressure alone would have killed them instantly. Looking at Sergio with trembling eyes, Divisagi and the others wondered how terrifying Sergio truly was. Since we've reached the place of exile, why do you still hold such anger? A weak voice sounded, and someone Sergio sensed as dangerous slowly approached. Clunk, clunk. As the person drew closer, Sergio saw an elderly figure bent over, leaning on a dragon-headed cane. His face, very old, covered in wrinkles. Sergio lifted his eyebrows and dissipated the pressure. Divisagi hurriedly got up and supported the elder. Hannah, why did you come? The Dolores paused. Your junior previously offended you. I apologize on his behalf. Please don't be angry. Sergio remained silent, observing the elderly woman. Something felt off. He could feel she posed a threat to him. Yet her cultivation level was very low, only 5th level true martial realm. With Sergio's current cultivation and formidable divine soul, even a earth spirit realm cultivator couldn't hide their true cultivation from him. If she were a martial emperor, Sergio doubted he would sense her as dangerous, but rather as bone-chilling. Thus, this Dolores was indeed only at the true martial realm, but why did she feel threatening? Ignoring his internal musings, Sergio smiled on the surface. Senior personally stepping out, Sergio naturally will show respect. Your cultivation is supreme. This Dolores dares not be called a senior. After a brief pause, the Dolores laughed. With your cultivation, entering the Elder Council shouldn't be difficult. Why don't we discuss the details further? Elder Council? Sergio's eyes flickered as he shook his head. Senior, I just arrived. Let me first explore Divisely Island. Fine, the Dolores agreed, and with Divisagi's support, she leaned on her cane and led the others away. After pondering for a while, Sergio leaped continuously across the island, heading towards a certain location. He could sense the entrance and the treasure attracting him within the island. He didn't care about the island's affairs. He just wanted to take the treasure and leave. Having already spent over a month in the exile domain meant he had lost over a year of his lifespan. This accursed place couldn't be lingered in for long. At full speed, Sergio traversed thousands of miles in less than half an hour and quietly stopped. He stood by the sea on the opposite side of the island. Different from where he had landed earlier, this coastline was not the boundary of the array. About a few hundred miles away, another smaller island appeared. Compared to Divisely Island, this one was much smaller, easily visible in one glance, with only one building on it. The second entrance and the object attracting him were inside that building. The building was tower-shaped, quite tall, with no discernible eaves indicating its number of floors. A few hundred miles, Sergio gazed at the distant small island, a shadow passing over his eyes. He couldn't cross. He couldn't activate the redemption order method to be immune to the air-restricting array. Even if he bit the bullet, he could barely force a flight across dozens of miles, but certainly not hundreds. He would definitely fall midway. Once in the sea, the brief protection of the redemption order surely wouldn't allow him to safely reach the shore. He needed a boat or, if daring, he could attempt to cross using wooden boards. But the real problem was the array. The people of Divisely Island had set up an array at this coast. Unless he obtained a passage token or broke through the array, he couldn't bypass it. Chapter 428. Paying with Davis for taking a Davis? Due to the array formation, Sergio's eyes clouded over with gloom. If not for the array formations here, he could have simply found a few wooden boards and crossed the river, no matter how many hundreds of miles it was. But because of the array formation, it was impossible to obtain the treasure without alerting the people on the island. Negotiate with the people on the island? Sergio pondered for a while, his gaze darkening even more. Devisa G's mother, on the brink of death with barely any strength left, had only attained true martial realm cultivation yet somehow gave him an incredibly dangerous vibe. He did not want to get involved at all. However, now, what attracted him and the second exit were both located within the tower on the island ahead. How could he just give up? Fellow Taoist, do you wish to enter the book tower? A heavy footstep, akin to that of a tiger's or dragon's, echoed. Sergio instantly turned his head while still in deep thought, catching sight of a large-framed man stopping about 10 yards away from him. Brogan looked around 50 years old, but with peculiar hair, half blood red and half grayish-white, looking quite out of place. He was at 4th level true martial realm, one of the few on this island capable of threatening Sergio. Seeing this person approach, Sergio couldn't help but frown slightly, as he hadn't noticed this person until they came close, possibly due to being lost in thought. On the surface, Sergio remained composed, showing a hint of curiosity. Book tower? Is that the tower you speak of? Indeed, replied the burly man. Or perhaps blue, nodding slightly. Sergio shook his head. There are array formations blocking the way. Although I would like to approach, there's nothing I can do. Upon hearing this, the man revealed a meaningful expression. Fellow Taoist, the entire island is riddled with arrays, especially this book tower restricted area, which is linked to a series of great arrays across the entire island. Without a permit made of imperial jade, the array will counterattack. According to ancient records inside the book tower, regardless of whether one is at the essence martial realm, an earth spirit, or even a martial emperor, none can escape disaster. Note, Jinchu typically means restricted area. I've incorporated this meaning into the translation to ensure clarity and natural flow. With that said, the man turned around and left, seemingly not worried about Sergio breaking through by force. Book tower? Davising to the entire island's array system? Sergio's eyes flickered as he turned back and activated the great wasteland ancestor dragon scripture. Everything in the world transformed into spiritual energy veins. He then discovered that the person wasn't lying. The countless veins of the blocking array were indeed connected to the greater array enveloping the whole island. It would be virtually impossible to break through unless one could destroy the entire island's array formation. After observing for a moment, Sergio turned around. May I ask for your esteemed name, venerable sir? Norbert Qian, the man responded, his figure vanishing into the forest. Sergio mused for a while, then turned his gaze back to the array, revealing a somewhat playful look. If this were a complete set of great arrays, he really would be helpless. Although this array was connected to the greater island array, fundamentally, the isolation array here was merely a separate formation. With his lack of knowledge in array formations, breaking through was indeed impossible. Or rather, as Qian had said, even an earth spirit or martial emperor might struggle to breach this array. Unfortunately for the array, it stood no chance against him. He wouldn't break through using ordinary methods. Had it not been for those on the island who posed a threat, he would have already broken a path and attempted to enter the so-called book tower. A short while later, Sergio retracted his gaze, stepped lightly, and leaped through the forest towards the gathering spot he sensed earlier. Uncertain how many people resided on the island, he knew there was only one main gathering area, filled with many people whom he planned to probe for information. When he arrived on the island, he had detected 3 auras that could threaten him. And Dolores named Devisa, the previously encountered Qian, and one more who was unknown. Gathering area. Entering the gathering area, it was actually not very lively, Sergio observed, somewhat surprised. The people here resembled commoners in villages outside, merely chatting together. Furthermore, the shops here only sold food and spirit herbs. Spirit weapons, martial techniques, pills, etc. seemed non-existent in this market. Most peculiar was that despite their low cultivation levels, every shop in this gathering area lacked any array protection. Scanning them with divine sense, he found nothing valuable. The most valuable thing was likely the spirit herb shop, but due to the lack of protective arrays, he could see all its contents at once, just wild herbs growing on the island. An outsider? It should be him. Besides the recent newcomer, Adavisu-san know everyone on Divisili Island? T.S., it seems we haven't had outsiders for over 300 years. More like 400. Who knows? As Sergio entered the gathering area, the idle locals cast their gazes at him and began openly discussing him with evident interest, without the usual reverence shown to strong cultivators in the outside world. Sergio glanced around, finding the people here mostly dressed in coarse hemp cloth, much like ordinary commoners outside. Silk and fine fabrics were scarce. An old man scrutinized the crowd for a bit, then approached with a grin. Young brother, I heard you have high cultivation. Since you've come to Divisili Island and cannot leave, why not marry my daughter? She has remarkable talent. You two can combine forces, and who knows, you might find a way off the island eventually. Silently for a moment, Sergio raised a hand. Farewell. In a flash, Sergio used his spirit power to swiftly carry away another young man watching curiously and quickly departed. Abdullah, who had his face swept coldly, snorted. Not interested. Humph. My daughter is exceptionally talented and beautiful. Even if I wanted to, she wouldn't agree. Outside the gathering area, in the wilderness. What are you doing? The carried young man stared fearfully at Sergio. Sergio glanced at him, speaking softly. I ask, you answer. Otherwise, death. Brogan froze momentarily, then shouted. Paying with life for taking a life. Do you dare kill me and think the island laws are mere decorations? Sergio's face twisted strangely. This Divisili Island truly had some peculiarities. These 4 words, paying with life for taking a life. He remembered they were often used by major powers to intimidate minor ones. If killing really required compensation with life. Not mentioning when he was still in Shengyuan City, after entering Xianxia Palace, countless lives lay at his hands. If that were the case, even 100 lives wouldn't suffice. Why are you laughing? The man continued retreating, unwilling to lose face. Sergio tilted his head slightly. Ladies and gentlemen, this oral offended me so rudely. If I kill him, surely none of you would object, right? He feared the likes of old Lady Devisa who could endanger him, but conversely, these people also feared him. If not for mutual wariness, when he first arrived on Devisa Island, Devisa Lao Popo and her ilk would have seized whatever he had. Chapter 429. The composition of Crystal Island. Sergio felt wary due to the perceived danger from old woman Devisa, Qian, and the last person who had yet to appear, whose gender was unknown. However, wariness went both ways. He was wary of those three, but didn't they fear him, this intruder of profound strength? Old woman Devisa's voice sounded, fellow Taoist, the rules on Crystal Island are different from the outside world. We are all pitiful people trapped in this tiny place. There's no need to make things difficult for each other. Fellow Taoist might as well ask about the island's laws. Though there were no objections voiced, it was clear these three had conceded, their words vague, making their plans unclear. The so-called law of life for life likely stemmed from too few people on the island, hence prohibiting mutual killing. Sergio looked back at the young man. Tell me about the island's laws. Fear evident in his tone, the youth addressed Sergio, predecessor. This person quickly began explaining the island's laws to Sergio, and these island laws were quite interesting. Killing was prohibited, fighting wasn't. For instance, if someone maimed another, there was no punishment. However, taking a life required one's own in return. According to this person, whether it be individuals, families on the island, or the two ruling families elected every 10 years, none could violate the rules. Additionally, there were various miscellaneous regulations. Not just the laws, Sergio also asked about other information. As his understanding of Crystal Island increased, he found it increasingly intriguing. For example, there wasn't much private property on this island. Most people worked according to the requirements set by the laws. Subsequently, one of the two island rulers would allocate food and supplies based on the labor quota. So-called supplies included magical artifacts, weapons, medicines, etc. These items were crafted by unified forces and stored in the Inner Seas Tower of Books. Crystal Island had two rulers. One ruler managed the laws, the other managed supplies. Every 10 years, a changeover occurred. This wasn't determined by who was stronger, but rather, by votes among the islanders, with the top two vote-getters becoming rulers. Venerable elders, former rulers, and those with great contributions entered the Council of Elders. Currently, the two rulers were Old Woman Devisa and Qian. The Devisa family, associated with Old Woman Devisa, maintained the laws, while the Wan family, associated with Qian, managed all the island's supplies. Most importantly, there was a tradition on Crystal Island, a ceremony held every 500 years. It was said that after the ceremony, some might leave the exile and return to the former paradise. However, the captured person did not know the specifics. Because this person had neither a family nor any support behind them, everything they knew was common knowledge on the island. Sergio's timing was fortunate. The ceremony was half a year away. Simultaneously, calculating the time, after the ceremony, it would be the next round of elections for new island rulers. As for the Tower of Books, everyone on Crystal Island knew that entry required an Imperial Jade Seal. Without it, the array formations around the inner sea edge would stop anyone. The Imperial Jade Seals were kept by the two rulers. Legend had it that the Jade Seals were originally one piece, with each ruler holding half. If the two halves were combined, they could control the entire island's array formations. According to records, the people of Crystal Island were descendants of those who committed unforgivable crimes and were exiled here. Exile was punishment. Thus, even though they possessed what mortals viewed as divine powers, they only truly mastered them to a degree. As descendants of criminals, regardless of their ancestors or themselves, they had lost noble bloodlines. With increasing cultivation, they might achieve feats like moving mountains and seas but could never ride the wind or achieve immortality. They all lived lifespans similar to mortals, less than 100 years. To restore their former bloodlines and gain eternal life, they needed to atone and return to their homeland. Due to their mortal-like lifespan, they believed that if mortals could live longer, they wouldn't have such short lives. Hence, they despised mortals intensely and would almost certainly kill them on sight. They believed that only by returning to their homeland could they regain their bloodlines, obtain the power to ride the wind, and achieve immortality. Regarding the origins of Crystal Island, it wasn't simple either. Records indicated that the original place of exile wasn't just this Crystal Island but the entire world. An ancestor of theirs believed they shouldn't roam free given their grave sins. So, leading many people at the cost of countless lives, they crossed the sea to confine themselves within a small area. Remarkably, this ancestor's actions gained recognition from the outside world, acknowledging the ancestor's sincere atonement. Therefore, they allowed this ancestor to take direct descendants out of exile. Then, nothing more happened. That person left some collateral bloodline on the island, but the main lineage never returned. Everyone else remained unable to leave Crystal Island, confined by the terrifying threats in the sea. Sergio had no comment, only that the ancestor indeed took drastic measures, gathering all cultivators of the penal realm to this place to exchange for a chance to leave. He wasn't inclined to tell them that they couldn't ride the wind because most lacked sufficient cultivation, and a formidable airspace restriction enveloped the boundless sea. Even with 9th layer profound martial cultivation, without an atonement order, he couldn't ride the wind. What did the rest, with their paltry cultivation, think about flying? Daydreams, he thought. Dreaming of anything? Remy cautiously asked, predecessor, is there anything else you want to ask? Sergio pondered, muttering, who leads the Council of Elders? Remy hastened to answer, you jest, predecessor. All elders in the council are equal and have no leader. Feeling somewhat disappointed, Sergio waved him off, you may go. Thank you, predecessor. The The youth hurriedly departed. Sergio mused quietly. Imperial jade seals. Divisa Dolores and Qian were indeed only at the true martial realm, one fourth layer, the other fifth layer. The reason they could threaten him, could it be due to the Imperial jade seals? Sergio wasn't certain. If it was because of the Imperial jade seals, dealing with Qian and Divisa would be simple. External objects were always external. When facing martial emperors, he felt that if they intended to kill him suddenly, he wouldn't even have time to transform into a dragon. Conversely, if Qian and others were only dangerous because of the jade seals, using his cultivation, eliminating two true martial realms wouldn't give them enough time to use external objects. But he couldn't be sure. Once he made a move, it would mean revealing hostility. More crucially, there was still one person who posed a threat. If not for that final individual, revealing hostility wouldn't matter. They'd only be a threat. But the last person hadn't shown up yet. Pondering, Sergio lightly jumped. Leaping forward, he planned to meet this last person to gauge the situation. Through this last person, he would decide whether to forcefully enter the Tower of Books or proceed discreetly. Chapter 430. Samuel. Sergio stood still for a moment, deciding to pay respects to the last person who hadn't shown themselves. Through this visit, he would also determine his next course of action. The island wasn't large, and at full speed, it only took him several dozen breaths to reach a mountain peak. The mountain was steep. Sergio glanced around, then lightly tapped the ground, leaping between the mountain's crevices. In just a few bounds, he landed atop the peak, where a small bamboo pavilion stood. He expanded his divine sense, but found that the bamboo pavilion had restrictions in place. His divine sense couldn't penetrate. Retracting his divine sense, Sergio cupped his fists and said, "Sergio has come to pay my respects." "What is it?" A hoarse, elderly voice responded from inside the pavilion. Sergio's eyes narrowed slightly. "Would Senior not wish to meet me?" Silence descended upon the bamboo pavilion. After about 10 breaths, creak. The door on the second floor of the pavilion opened, and an old man draped in black robes descended the stairs outside. He waved his hand, opening the courtyard gate. Once Sergio entered, the black-robed elder spoke. "I heard you were recently stranded here. I am nearing my end, so I haven't come to greet you, which may seem impolite." Clad in black robes and a hood, the numerous wrinkles on his forehead suggested an age comparable to old Lady Divisa from the Divisa family. Sergio's gaze narrowed as he observed him. On the surface, the old man appeared unremarkable except for one peculiarity. He could not discern this person's cultivation level, no matter how he probed with his divine sense. Could this person be incredibly strong? No. Sensing doesn't lie. He sensed no threat from the blue before him. It seemed he could easily kill him with a wave of his hand. The real threat lay on the second floor of the pavilion. Could it be that nobody on this glass island was truly his match? Could the three people who posed a threat rely on some sort of treasure? Was it the black robe that concealed this person's aura, making it impossible for him to determine his cultivation? His eyes flickered, and Sergio smiled. "I am Sergio. May I ask what Senior prefers to be called?" "My name. I have long forgotten it. You may call me." Hesitating for a moment, the old man whispered, "Samuel." As he spoke, the old man intently watched Sergio, seemingly gauging his reaction. "Samuel? Never heard of him." Sergio smiled. "Though I have just arrived on the island, according to the island's laws, there should be no titles of respect used." Samuel didn't sound like a given name, but rather an honorific used outside. Abdullah withdrew his gaze and laughed. "To be honest, I drifted here unintentionally 90 years ago. Sigh, I never imagined this place to be a place of exile. Entering but unable to leave. All external matters are now ephemeral clouds, unworthy of further mention." He appeared quite detached. "Senior's mindset is admirable," Sergio said sincerely. Then, within his body, the great desolate ancestor dragon scripture quietly activated. The world transformed into lines. He wanted to see what was on the second floor that could threaten him. Naturally, his first look was still at Samuel. One glance revealed the issue. Although everything he saw through the running great desolate ancestor dragon scripture was just spiritual energy traces, Sergio perceived that the amount of spiritual energy inside the old man was at most at the true martial first stage. Strangely, the quality of his spiritual energy was much purer than Qian's, indicating an exquisite cultivation method. More crucially, by seeing the intrinsic bone meridians. 23. Brogan before him was at most 23 years old. What happened? Samuel claimed he drifted here 90 years ago. Such information was likely true, since it could easily be confirmed by asking outsiders. If he drifted here 90 years ago, why did the bone meridians suggest he was at most 23 years old? Did this person possess a treasure or unique method to avoid the peculiar lifespan drainage in the Sin domain? Or was there another reason? Sergio's eyes flickered as he casually scanned the second floor of the pavilion once more. Then, he suddenly looked down at the ground. There was nothing special on the second floor. He saw, besides the intrinsic spiritual energy traces of the bamboo pavilion, another trace, a remnant soul. On the second floor, there was a remnant soul left behind by a dead person, possibly even a complete soul. To avoid revealing any clues, he didn't dare look further. Even in that brief glimpse, he discerned that the strength and traces of the soul exceeded those of a martial emperor's soul. Samuel spoke again. "Young friend, is something wrong?" Sergio's spiritual energy flowed back to normal, and his eyes returned to their usual state. He smiled. "Senior, do you live alone on this mountaintop? Why not go down to gather with others, to keep yourself company?" Samuel sighed. Old. Partings always bring sorrow. Since I'm close to passing on, I've become more accepting. When the time comes, it's better to depart quietly. Junior admires your mindset. Pausing, Sergio rose and cupped his fists. "I've only recently arrived. This visit is merely to pay respects, to facilitate future interactions. I haven't found a place to settle yet, so I'll explore further without disturbing your cultivation. Farewell, young friend." Samuel stood up. "Farewell." Sergio nodded slightly, then turned and left. After Sergio left the courtyard, Samuel raised his hand, reactivating the restrictions around the courtyard. Then, he quickly returned to the second floor, removing the black robe. As soon as the robe was off, his face rapidly changed into that of a handsome young man in his 20s. That previously concealed aura became more apparent. True martial, first stage. Entering the second floor, he pushed open several bamboo doors, reaching the innermost chamber. Inside, there was a small room containing furniture and a black-robed corpse against the wall, clearly lifeless. The corpse's appearance was that of the youthful face Zoltan had transformed into earlier. The young man approached the corpse and bowed. "Master, has he been dealt with?" With a hoarse, elderly voice, Samuel appeared as a phantom, being a remnant soul. This was the real Samuel, or rather, the real Samuel had died, somehow hiding this fact from the Sin Domain's array and leaving behind a remnant soul. "Yes, he's gone." Pausing, the young man raised his head, looking uneasy. While speaking earlier, I noticed his eyes change, suggesting he used some type of eye-based martial art. I'm unsure if he detected anything. The remnant soul shook its head. That oral is merely at 9th rank profound martial, and within your black robe, there are means master applied with his last strength before dying. Regardless of whether he's at the martial emperor or venerable stage, he wouldn't notice anything. The young man nodded gently. Seeing this, the remnant soul whispered, "Though we don't know why he ended up here, it's unnecessary to concern ourselves with him. He knows nothing as a newcomer. Cultivate diligently and prepare for the departure in 6 months." The young man hesitated for a moment, then whispered, "Master, if he causes trouble, with only half a year left, my cultivation may not surpass his." Translator's note. Samuel translates as Zoltan Lauren, where Lauren means elder. Chapter 431. Probing. The young man still appeared uneasy despite the Tanhuan's assurances, worried about Sergio causing trouble. Note, Tanhuan is used here as a direct carryover from the original text. If this term should be translated or treated differently in context, please let me know. For better fluency and consistency, it might be preferable to translate Tanhuan as remnant soul, or another suitable term depending on previous context. Here's an adjusted version with that translation applied. The young man still appeared uneasy despite the remnant soul's assurances, worried about Sergio causing trouble. Jace shook his head upon hearing this. "Rest assured, as long as we follow my plan, there will be no mistakes." The young man immediately relaxed. Shortly after, he hesitated again before speaking. "Master, you really won't leave with me?" Jace's expression stiffened for a moment. After a while, he sighed lightly. "My foolish child. In the past, I was pursued by enemies and had no choice but to enter this Sin Domain to escape. The Sin Domain was personally set up by an ancient great being. If it weren't for some fortunate opportunities one once had, I might not even have survived as a residual soul. After half a year of planning, I can only let you leave alone." The young man quickly interjected, "Master, now that you're only a residual soul, if you enter my body..." Jace laughed bitterly. How could there be such loopholes in the seal set up by an ancient great being? His tone grew more bitter as he spoke. After entering this place back then, he focused entirely on plotting his way out. Unfortunately, his lifespan was just short. Through continuous investigation and past opportunities, he discovered that he needed to rely on the once in 500 years ritual to escape the Sin Domain. However, as time passed and the ritual approached, he realized he wouldn't live to see the ritual. He felt very desperate. If he couldn't leave from the beginning, it would have been better. Why did he learn about the once in 500 years ritual? Why did he glimpse a chance to leave, only to now be unable to wait for it? Then he thought of finding a disciple. But there were only a few people on the island. The island laws that Sergio knew weren't false. There might be many disabled or crippled people, but everyone's life and death were clear. After all, there weren't many people on the island. If they fought randomly, the entire glass isle would have long been without living souls. He tried every means and eventually planned to take advantage of a coincidence. When a family of 4 died, he secretly took the oral and raised him secretly in this bamboo house. At first, he intended to possess Yush's body and use the ritual to escape the Sin Domain after dying and surviving as a residual soul. Unfortunately, he underestimated the seal laid down by the ancient great being. Moreover, staying too long in the Sin Domain with only a child for company, he gradually began to treat this disciple sincerely. If he forcefully carried out his plan, he could possess Yush's body at a heavy cost. Plus, he had started to genuinely like Yush. Slowly, he abandoned his initial plan and decided to cultivate Yush and send him out of the Sin Domain. Although he often instructed his disciple to avenge him after leaving, whether it could be done didn't matter much to him anymore. To live was enough. Suppressing his thoughts, Jace became serious. "Let's not talk about this anymore. Cultivation requires perseverance. You haven't completed today's practice yet?" About 30 miles away, Sergio leaped for a while and stopped atop a mountain peak. This mountain wasn't particularly high, and its spirit energy wasn't very rich, but its scenery was peaceful. After a moment of contemplation, Sergio sat down and looked towards the place where Elder Erosion Feather was located. That Jace isn't simple. If I didn't misjudge, he must have had cultivation above Martial Emperor in his lifetime. If he truly provoked Elder Erosion Feather's residual soul, Elder Erosion Feather is not the sealed soul in the jar. While the sealed soul in the jar is terrifying, being sealed in the jar limits its power greatly. But Elder Erosion Feather's residual soul can unleash its full power anytime. Given the scale of that residual soul, even as a residual soul, he'd probably not be a match. Elder Erosion Feather. There's no name for this person in the eastern region. When that person mentioned Elder Erosion Feather's name, they closely watched me, clearly wanting to see if I knew this name. As Sergio mumbled to himself, his eyes flickered. Elder Erosion Feather probably didn't expect anyone else to enter the Sin Domain. That title should be genuine. And he has never heard of this person's name. Moreover, with that likely even stronger than Martial Emperor divine soul power, Could Elder Erosion Feather be a powerhouse from one of the other 4 regions? Sergio didn't forget that the Eastern region is part of the mountain and sea continent, which includes more than just the Eastern region. Besides the Eastern region, there are also the Southern Barbarians, Northern Desert, Western region, and Central region. After deep thought, Sergio glanced down at his chest, where the redemption token lay. Elder Erosion Feather becoming a residual soul obviously means he can't leave the Sin domain, but his redemption token can. The redemption token cannot be exposed. Otherwise, Elder Erosion Feather's residual soul would definitely not remain calm. Without much hesitation, Sergio decided to be low-key, especially regarding matters related to Elder Erosion Feather. Being weaker, it's not shameful to yield. Soon, Sergio chuckled. He believed that Elder Erosion Feather's residual soul wouldn't provoke him either. After all, only a residual soul remains, and it seems like it's teaching a disciple. It's uncertain if it's genuine teaching or planning to possess the disciple's body. Those unnamed people and the residual soul probably won't leave the bamboo house easily. Mutual caution makes things manageable. The strong residual soul of Elder Erosion Feather brings threats to me. Old woman Devisa, Qian, what about you? Is it because of the Imperial Jade or something else? As he chuckled, Sergio slowly closed his eyes. There was too much happening today and too much information. He needs to think carefully before acting. He needs to carefully consider his next steps to avoid any errors or inappropriate actions. The next day, after sitting in meditation atop the mountain peak for a day, Sergio quietly opened his eyes. Immediately, his figure flashed, heading toward the Devisa family residence. It's worth noting that the Devisa family and the Wan family residences are both near the gathering place, though not inside it, outside, adjacent to it. Moving swiftly, Sergio appeared in front of the Devisa family entrance, a speed that many couldn't react to. A guard in rough cloth stood at the gate, frowning slightly. Why has the senior come? Sergio said calmly, please inform them, Su comes to pay respects. The guard scrutinized Sergio for a moment, then entered the residence. About 30 breaths later. Knock, knock. Old Lady Devisa approached, leaning on her dragon-headed cane, her figure hunched over. As she got closer, Old Woman Devisa spoke. Fellow Taoist, do you need more servants in your seclusion area? I want to borrow the Imperial Jade, Sergio whispered. You dare. How audacious. The Imperial Jade is managed by the Island Lord. How dare you act like this on your first day? Instantly, everyone around shouted angrily. Sergio turned back. Yuan Wu realm pressure spread. Those who were glaring instantly felt their breathing become difficult. Their expressions changed drastically, hastily retreating. Old Lady Devisa, leaning on her cane with both hands, hunched even more. Are you challenging the Glass Isles rules? Sergio remained unfazed. I only wish to borrow it, not challenge the island law. If I refuse? Old Lady Devisa's eyes were dim. Chapter 432, Details of the Sacrifice. Facing Sergio's words, Auntie Devisa's eyes, clouded and drifting, murmured that if she did not lend him the Ingrid Jade, what could Sergio do? Sergio remained silent, only staring at Auntie Devisa. Unfortunately, he couldn't see the so-called Ingrid Jade anywhere. No matter how he tried to sense and confirm, Auntie Devisa was indeed only at the true Wu 5th level without any doubt. The danger was also real, and because a conflict seemed imminent, the threatening feeling within her seemingly hunched body began to intensify gradually. If you do not lend it, I cannot forcibly take it under island law, farewell. Sergio turned and left. He had intended to test if he could see the Ingrid Jade and confirm whether the threat came from it. Alas, there were no results. Sergio decisively departed, leaving Auntie Devisa slightly stunned. Hannah. Devisa G arrived belatedly. Outside the Wan family residence, Qian stood at the door, his voice cold. Fellow Taoist, have you come here to borrow the Ingrid Jade? Both residences were outside the gathering area, one in the south and the other in the north. But the gathering area wasn't very large, so even the slightest wind would make the entire island aware. Sergio nodded. Indeed. May I ask if Senior is willing to lend it for a while? I will not lend it, Qian said icily. Sergio sighed softly upon hearing this. I wish to visit the book tower. Everyone says it houses countless ancient texts. Without seeing them, it's hard for me to settle my mind. Qian snorted coldly. If you want to see anything, follow the island laws. With enough contributions, you can naturally obtain treasures from the book tower. It takes too long. After a pause, Sergio raised his hand. I want to spar with Island Lord Wan. Is that acceptable? Since he couldn't see the Ingrid Jade then, only a fight would suffice. As long as they fought, the source of the danger would be clear. Qian instantly became enraged. Are you challenging the laws of Devisali Island? Sergio remained unperturbed. No intention to challenge the island laws. I just want to spar. Others' cultivation levels are insufficient to truly excite me. Only Island Lord Wan can provide the excitement I seek. Ambitious wolf cub, since that's the case, I'll give you a lesson. Qian's figure flashed as he darted away. Sergio quietly followed, dozens of miles away. Seeing Sergio approach, Qian raised his hand, sending countless fireballs hurling towards Sergio. Island Lord, if this is all your strength, I fear I might be disappointed. Sergio remained unmoved. As the fireballs neared, ripples suddenly rose around Sergio. Wherever the ripples passed, the fireballs extinguished. Qian's expression changed slightly. Soon, his eyes revealed a trace of savagery. Since you want an exciting match, then let me give you one. With these words, a half-jade pendant mark appeared on Qian's forehead, and his aura suddenly became somewhat illusory. The sense of danger skyrocketed. Sergio's eyes flashed, instantly activating the Great Wasteland Primordial Dragon Scripture. The world transformed. The person was still the same person. However, he saw that the mark connected all the formations in heaven and earth. Was this the Ingrid Jade? The Ingrid Jade should not be used lightly. Cough, cough. Auntie Devisa's voice echoed. Thud, thud, thud. Then her cane-tapping footsteps slowly approached. Qian's eyes grew even more savage. Old Lady Devisa, this man has come to challenge me. Shall I not retaliate? Auntie Devisa spoke slowly. The once in 500 years sacrifice is imminent. This Dolores doesn't have many years left. If we live peacefully, perhaps I can return to my homeland and regain boundless lifespan. At our age, all we can hope for is returning home. Sacrifice? Qian fell silent for a moment, the savagery in his eyes fading, gradually returning to calmness. The jade pendant mark also vanished. Sergio immediately noticed that with the disappearance of the mark, the connecting formation veins disappeared, reducing the danger significantly. Supporting herself with her cane, Auntie Devisa looked at Sergio. Fellow Taoist, island laws must not be violated. Only the island lord can enter the book tower. If you wish to enter, wait until after the sacrifice for the next election cycle. If you succeed, be it me or Qian, we will willingly hand over the Ingrid Jade. Then, Auntie Devisa straightened her hunched body. But if fellow Taoist does not respect the island laws throughout history, no one who violated the island laws lived. Your cultivation is exceptional, but you are no exception. Sergio's eyes flickered, and he chuckled softly. The island laws don't seem to forbid sparring. Sparring, haha cough cough. After a bout of coughing, Auntie Devisa shook her head. Devicely Island is not like other human realms. I'm not as foolish as ordinary people. Everyone knows what your sparring really means. At this point, Sergio fell silent for a moment before speaking slowly. I just want to use the Ingrid Jade to visit the book tower. Truly, there's no room for negotiation? The Ingrid Jade cannot be lent out, and only the island lord can enter the book tower. If anyone disrespects the island laws, as I said, no one can violate the island laws and still live. Auntie Devisa's tone was resolute. Rules are made by people. Sergio's expression didn't change. Auntie Devisa's body began to hunch again. Obeying the rules gives us hope to return home. Disobeying means no one can go back. Sergio's eyes lifted. Did the island laws seem not made by the people here? After some thought, Sergio asked, what is the sacrifice? In ancient times, our ancestors brought us to Devicely Island. After redeeming himself, the ancestor returned to the higher realms, dispatching powerful beings with divine bloodlines to guard the Devicely Island seas. Pausing, Auntie Devisa whispered, from then on, every 500 years, Devicely Island conducts a sacrifice, during which families and clans are judged based on their merits and demerits. Those with great merit can return home. There are powerful beings guarding. Sergio's expression changed slightly. Although the records here had some issues, a glimpse through the tube revealed something. According to Auntie Devisa, having bloodlines meant one could control the winds and extend life. That powerful being judges every 500 years to decide which families can leave? Recalling the records he saw in Xianxia Palace, could it be that the ancestors of Devicely Island led some people away, leaving the rest trapped on Devicely Island, hence the outside world thinking the Sin territory no longer needed guarding? Thus, gradually, the patrolling Sin territory guardians disappeared, and the entrance was no longer guarded, leading to the slow erasure of Sin territory records? Upon reflection, it seemed highly possible. Feeling wary, Sergio stepped back slightly, dispelling all pressure. Where is the powerful being? In the sea, somewhere unknown. Probably due to the upcoming sacrifice, Auntie Devisa did not hide this information. In the sea? Sergio's heart raced. There really might be a powerful being guarding the ocean. If he knew how to activate the redemption order and survive in the ocean, without using the redemption order, the ocean was a dead end. He had been too careless. Note, I've maintained the names and style as closely as possible while ensuring fluent English. Chapter 433. Infiltrate? Break in? Because of old Lady Devisa's words, Sergio's heart raced wildly. He realized he had been too careless. If one could survive in the sea, they either possessed terrifying cultivation or knew how to correctly use the redemption order. Sergio exhaled softly and smiled. What should I call that powerful being, and what is their level of cultivation? Old Lady Devisa glanced at Sergio, then turned away with her hunched back. Unknown. According to records, it is the spirit pet of a supreme being from the upper realm, an endless cultivation dragon, appearing only during sacrificial ceremonies. You will know when the time comes. Humph. Qian snorted coldly and turned to leave as well. Sergio wasn't concerned. Instead, he showed surprise. Dragon? Not a human? On closer thought, it seemed normal. If it were a human powerhouse, who would willingly stay in this penal zone? Only an instructed spirit beast might do so. The most critical point was that spirit beasts have different lifespans compared to humans, making them more cost-effective as guardians. As for whether the dragon was angry, he didn't know, but surely the initial powerhouse must have left some contingency to prevent its betrayal. After pondering for a while, Sergio shook his head to clear his thoughts, refocusing on the inner sea islands, a smile creeping onto his face. The probe already provided answers. Qian and the other were indeed only at the true martial realm. The danger he sensed was purely due to the imperial jade pendant, an external item, nothing more. As for Samuel, just a wisp of a soul fragment, he wouldn't provoke unless necessary. Therefore, he could now visit the book tower. If he acted quickly enough, he could escape through the second exit of the inner sea island and return to the eastern domain with the treasures before anyone reacted. As for whether these people were innocent, when Darren brought him to the Iron Spear sect, wasn't it to teach him that cultivation required competition, to strive against heaven, earth, and others? With treasure within reach, why not compete? If he didn't, someone else would. It wasn't about right or wrong. Someone had to take the initiative. So, why not him? He decided not to rush directly to the inner sea. Instead, he returned to the mountain peak where he'd stayed previously. Both the devices and wands would be wary of him causing trouble after today's probing, making this an unsuitable time. Better to wait a few days until they relaxed their guard before breaking into the inner sea islands. 5 days later. Night. On the edge of the inner sea. Under the cover of darkness, Sergio silently appeared again on the inner sea coast. After scanning the surroundings, Sergio's hand stealthily reached out toward the shoreline where water meets land. A ripple spread outward, revealing a barrier blocking his hand. A sensation like touching extremely hard metal. Sergio closed his eyes slowly, sensing something unseen. Moments later, his eyes snapped open. His figure flashed to the left, about 10 feet away, forming a claw with his hand and grabbing the air. Ripples expanded rapidly within the light barrier, soon opening up a hole large enough for a person. Smiling at the gap, Sergio mused. The formation was impressive, yet his great desolate ancestor dragon scripture was even more formidable, able to absorb the formation's key forces temporarily to create an opening. If not linked to the entire island's array, his absorption would have shattered it instantly. Without wasting time, he summoned a rectangular wooden plank, leaped through the gap, and landed on it. The board suddenly emitted a surge of spiritual power, propelling it swiftly toward the inner island. As he left, the broken formation began healing gradually. A successful infiltration? Around 20 breaths later, the formation barrier was fully restored, followed by a colossal beam of light shooting upwards, illuminating the whole Divisely Island and emitting powerful waves of energy. Startled, Sergio turned back. This wasn't simple at all. He hoped the people on the island would react slowly. Entering the formation earlier went smoothly, and now on the sea surface, reaching the book tower and escaping with the treasures would be relatively easy. Simultaneously, across the island, people woke up, looked outside their windows, or stepped out to see the towering pillar of light emanating from the inner sea. Someone has breached the inner sea formation. Damn, the ceremony is near. Who dared cause destruction? Go check it out. Figures dashed off rapidly towards the inner sea. After speeding along the sea surface for a while, Sergio's gaze sharpened as he looked down. Bubbles, bubbles. Countless bubbles rose from beneath the sea. Something was down there. Was it Divisely Island's defense mechanism, or something else? Half a breath later. Whoosh! Waves surged upward. Sergio raised his hand abruptly, forming a protective shield around himself and the wooden plank with his spiritual energy. Zizzed. Seawater struck the shield, producing dense white smoke, as if corroding it severely. Even a Yuanwu realm defensive shield was starting to show flaws under seawater. 3 fist-sized fish attacked him, each with a disproportionately large head full of sharp fangs, marine beasts at the true Qi realm. The surface of these marine beasts brimmed with corrosive seawater that dissolved any form of energy upon contact. Even if local true martial experts encountered these fish, they would likely flee in disarray. Sergio, well, it was the same case for him. Naturally, he wasn't foolish enough to fight these small fish, seeing no benefit in doing so. Better to avoid them. As the fish approached, he immediately darted upward into the sky, the wooden plank vanishing. Suddenly, a faint glow shimmered on his chest. The redemption order had activated. Looking down at the redemption order, Sergio's expression grew serious. While the redemption order allowed him temporary entry into the sea and flight, it couldn't function continuously. He didn't fully understand the mechanism of the redemption order, but he knew that after nullifying one restrictive effect, it couldn't instantly counteract another. For instance, after nullifying the flight restriction, it couldn't immediately nullify seawater. Otherwise, he could fly into the sea, then back into the sky whenever needed, ignoring the dangers of the penal zone altogether. Knowing this limitation, he'd experimented and found that the redemption order required a 10-breath interval between activations. After forcibly flying, there was a 10-breath buffer before it could counteract another harmful effect. Now, already in flight. Chapter 434. Exit, Book Tower. Sergio had previously experimented in secret. After the Order of Atonement neutralized the dangers posed by the anti-air formation or seawater, there would be a 10-breath respite, a precise 10 breaths. Now that he was already airborne and the Order of Atonement had started to take effect, time could not be wasted. In a flash, Sergio streaked across the sky like lightning, his speed far surpassing the pitiful true Qi realm fish who could never keep up with his primordial martial realm escape velocity. After several breaths, Sergio rapidly burst forward in the sky, covering 170 miles. He could feel his body becoming unbearably heavy under the unrelenting pressure of the omnipresent anti-air formation, as if carrying countless towering mountains. He was nearing his limit. Aware that he was about to reach his limits, Sergio flashed downward toward the sea surface. Upon touching it, the wooden plank reappeared beneath him just in time for him to step on it. Because of the previous attack by those small fish, parts of the wooden plank were soaked with seawater. Standing on the dry part, Sergio glanced around. The assaulting fish couldn't possibly catch up to him given his speed. At this moment, more small fish gathered near his previous position, hundreds of them on the water's surface. Glancing briefly, Sergio turned his gaze away, allowing spirit energy to surge through the plank once more. Instantly, Sergio saw the lost fish suddenly look in his direction and give chase, but their speed was too slow. These creatures seem very sensitive to fluctuations in spirit energy. Sergio muttered to himself, maintaining vigilance over his surroundings as he moved forward, so any surprise wouldn't catch him off guard. However, since all the fish seemed to have been drawn to the previous location, or possibly because only that area had fish, despite his vigilance, no further incidents occurred, and he smoothly reached the edge of the inner sea island. Taking a few steps, he left the wooden plank and entered the land. With a smile, he turned back to see shadows emerging from the distance under the night sky, clearly startled by the heavenly light pillar emitted by the formation. It's worth noting that, at some point, the light pillar had vanished. Without another glance, Sergio's figure flashed, and he darted towards the book tower like lightning. This inner sea island paled in comparison to Divisely Island. Its diameter was roughly 100 miles. At Sergio's speed, even without flying, he arrived at the book tower in just a few breaths. Upon reaching, Sergio saw a vortex slowly rotating beside the entrance to the book tower, seemingly capable of devouring souls, and the Order of Atonement in his embrace responded faintly to it. Clearly, this was the second exit. Initially, he had thought the exit might be inside the book tower, but unexpectedly, it was right at the entrance. Sergio didn't rush to leave, but closed his eyes to sense the surroundings. Soon, his eyes opened wide. The book tower indeed had an array, but but it didn't appear to prohibit entry or exit. Instead, it felt more like a protective formation. Simply put, if he didn't attack the tower wouldn't attack him. Though surprised, Sergio did not waste time and pushed open the book tower door to enter. The book tower was hollow. While it had countless stairs and floors, the center was completely empty, with no floors dividing it. Inside was a spiral staircase leading directly to the top, flanked by numerous bookshelves, although these weren't conventional bookshelves but built into the structure of the tower itself. Countless books and jade slips were stored here. His divine sense expanded, revealing every detail of the book tower within his mind. Herbs, pills, divine weapons, formation flags. There were many items. Even Sergio noticed several divine-grade weapons. It seemed everything Divisely Island owned was stored within this book tower. After a glance, Sergio did not show any joy but frowned instead. Where were the treasures that attracted him? When outside the book tower, he had clearly sensed something inside that attracted him. Yet now inside, he could not perceive it. He could only feel that the item was somewhere within, but he couldn't pinpoint its exact location. "I hate surprises," he murmured, looking at the countless treasures inside the tower, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Unable to determine what exactly was attracting him, there was another option. Take everything in the book tower. If nothing remained, then the treasure that lured him would definitely be collected, and he could sort it out later in Dongyuan. However, to be honest, the treasures in the book tower were plentiful. Among them were quite a few items worthy of his attention. For example, those few non-sword divine weapons. If he didn't use them himself, but took them back to Xianxia Palace, as a holy son, with those items, getting an elder from the tool peak to craft a mid-grade divine weapon for him shouldn't be difficult. Or, at the very top of the book tower, there were certain spiritual materials he didn't recognize, which looked like they had been kept there for years. Though he didn't know what they were, he vaguely sensed that they might enhance bloodline strength. There were also some pills, most he didn't recognize. But at the top, he identified one pill he had seen before when accompanying Guiyuan Ruo in the Xianxia Palace treasury. It was a crimson pill with lotus patterns on its surface, blood lotus pill. Generally, pills were either white or purple. A blood red pill was something Sergio had never heard of before, hence his curiosity. Learning that the blood lotus pill was used by Empyrean emperors, below the 9th level of Empyrean emperor, one pill could instantly break through one level of cultivation. Empyrean emperor was already the pinnacle of Dongyuan, yet one blood lotus pill could help break through a level. While using pills for breakthroughs might have some side effects, the power of the blood lotus pill was undeniable. According to Guiyuan Ruo, the recipe for blood lotus pills had been lost, and no one knew how to refine them anymore. The 4 major sects might each have a few remaining, but each one used would decrease their number. He had never seen a blood lotus pill anywhere else until now in the book tower. Such valuable treasures. While the quantity might not match the Xianxia Palace treasury, in terms of overall quality, Sergio felt it surpassed the Xianxia Palace treasury. Not to mention, the most precious treasure was knowledge. The ancient texts and jade slips within the book tower, containing records on alchemy, formations, and more, were priceless. After all, this was the book tower. Most of the books in the book tower had been passed down from ancient times by Divisely Island, and could very well be secret classics left by those who shattered the entire Mountain Sea continent. Despite having such a treasure trove, Divisely Island's cultivation prowess was lackluster. He did not understand the reason. Yet, he recognized the preciousness of the book tower's collection. Should he take everything? Honestly, he was initially very interested. But that was only initially. Chapter 435. Puppetry in the book tower. But, the Jade Glass Island has rituals, and there's also a spirit beast dispatched by some powerful figure, a dragon, roaming in the sea. Who knows what might happen if he were to take everything? Yet, perhaps it's because there are too many treasures or perhaps because he's getting closer to them. Whatever the case may be, within the book tower, he can't sense exactly what is attracting him. After a moment of silence, Sergio's eyes shifted. If there's a fight, what's there to fear? If something truly happens, the 4 major sects will still back him up. With this thought, Sergio instantly expanded his divine sense completely. Boom, boom, boom. The entire book tower began to tremble, as countless books, jade slips, and treasures also started shaking continuously. Using his divine sense, Sergio forcibly activated everything that could move within the book tower, preparing to pack everything into his storage ring and leave. As for how the Jade Glass Island would fare after he took all these things with him, he didn't know. However, upon his return, he would tell the truth to Darren and let Darren handle it. If Darren felt responsible, they might even evacuate everyone from the Jade Glass Island from the Sin domain. Without knowing the method to activate the redemption order, ensuring safety was impossible. One should never underestimate the 4 major sects who command the entire eastern domain. Sergio simply hadn't known earlier that the redemption order required a special technique to be activated. Had he known beforehand, with Xianxia Palace's strength, finding that technique wouldn't be difficult with some time spent. Even if they couldn't find it, given the proficiency of Xianxia Palace's array experts, creating temporary methods to activate the redemption order based on its array pattern shouldn't be hard. Take everything? It wasn't that simple. After vibrating for a while, various items resumed their rest, unaffected by Sergio's divine sense. Sergio, who had already opened his storage ring, immediately frowned. Just now, the internal array of the book tower had spread out, preventing his action. Could not take everything at once with divine sense? Well, he could take things directly by hand then. Although it would delay some time, it wouldn't be too long. Without hesitation, Sergio reached out to grab something beside him. A few unknown books were caught by Sergio. Placed them into the storage ring. An array barrier spread out, enveloping Sergio and fixing the items he held, forcefully pulling the items back to their original positions with a strong gravitational force. Roar. Roaring sounds echoed. 3 black puppets suddenly appeared inside the book tower. Their feet resembled spider legs, with 6 of them, while their upper bodies presented human forms. The puppets' blood-red eyes fixedly stared at Sergio. A faint salty smell spread. Not the stench of blood, but the briny odor of the sea. Then it was observed that the puppets' hands slowly tightened, with knives and swords appearing out of nowhere. Left hand wielding a knife, right hand holding a sword. Gripping the blades, the three puppets charged at Sergio. Damn! Seeing the knives and swords, Sergio's expression slightly changed. The blades and swords in the puppets' hands were fragile. They were formed from seawater. Sergio could even sense that it was merely pure seawater without any array formations. Yet, a single slash from the Sin domain seawater could kill you before you even knew how. The redemption order wouldn't protect him either. In a flash, Sergio disappeared. The puppets' knives and swords struck the previous position, shattering instantly, turning into countless water droplets that dispersed. Then, the puppets clasped their hands again, causing the dispersed water droplets to reverse and reform into knives and swords in their hands, charging at Sergio once more. Meanwhile, Sergio paused and glanced around. He sensed signs of the array reactivating. Expanding the battlefield would likely alert more puppets. Actually, the puppets weren't very powerful. From Sergio's perspective, they only seemed to be at the true martial ninth level. However, due to the peculiar nature of their weapons, Sergio had no counter-strategy. Once attacked by the puppets, the seawater would spread. Given the uniqueness of the realm's seawater, even a martial emperor would meet a tragic end under the puppets' hands. Fortunately, the puppets moved too slowly for him to avoid, but alarming more puppets would mean the strange seawater of the Sin domain wouldn't spare him just because he was an outsider. Looking at the approaching puppets, Sergio hesitated for a moment before confronting them head-on. Roar! Bloodlight surged from the three puppets, slashing with their knives and swords. Upon closing distance, Sergio abruptly raised his hand, spreading his spiritual energy. Zzz, zzz, zzz. His spiritual energy was instantly shattered by the blades and swords, offering no resistance. The red light in the puppets' eyes flashed as they attacked simultaneously from three directions. At the moment the blades and swords fell, Sergio flashed aside. Water droplets scattered. White smoke started rising from Sergio, who hadn't left. Ignoring it, Sergio's gaze turned cold, and he threw a punch at the puppet. Just as it hit, Sergio's hand transformed into a dragon claw. With a boom, the puppet was shattered by Sergio's punch. Sergio then swept his leg sideways, sending the second puppet flying and disintegrating mid-air. Moving forward again, Sergio stood atop the last puppet, smashing it down. The final puppet was destroyed in mere moments. His body continued emitting white smoke, with the seawater attempting to erode him, but thanks to the redemption order in his possession, the seawater didn't harm him. Staring for a moment, Sergio shook off the residual seawater from his skin and clothes. Then, he cleanly and swiftly left the seawater area. The seawater he had shaken off and the seawater left behind from the puppet's destruction merged on the ground, forming a puddle instead of reforming into blades or swords. After observing this, Sergio looked towards other parts of the book tower. Initially, there were no puppets. They appeared because he took something from the tower, triggering the array. Could it be that nothing can be taken from the book tower? No, that's impossible. The precious treasures and books of the Jade Glass Island are all here. It isn't merely for show. He suddenly recalled that the Jade Glass Island has a rule. One must hold the Imperial Jade to enter the island. Perhaps one needs the Imperial Jade not only to be the island master, but also to access anything here. Without the Imperial Jade as a pass, nobody could touch anything in the book tower under the tower's array cover. Just now, after forcibly taking something, even he couldn't retain the item, which was returned to its original place by the array's glow. Imperial Jade, Sergio murmured, his eyes uncertain. Should he retrieve the Imperial Jade? How it wouldn't be easy to get it from Guiyuan and Elder Devise's grandmother. Moreover, no telling what the remnant soul of Samuel would do if trouble erupted. Yet without the Imperial Jade, he couldn't take anything from the book tower, including the object that drew him. Chapter 436, Return with Nothing. Sergio stood inside the book tower, his expression uncertain. Without the Imperial Jade, he was probably unable to take anything away from the book tower. And forcefully taking the Imperial Jade, Guiyuan and the Dolores of the Devisa family only relied on external forces, hence they posed no threat. However, the remnant soul of Elder Erosion Feather was not simple. If a fuss broke out and enraged the remnant soul. After a while, Sergio took another look at the countless treasures and books in the tower, then vanished, turning and leaving the book tower. Back outside the book tower, he first looked towards Devisely Island. The situation was favorable. Sergio could see that although many people had gathered there, including Guiyuan and the Dolores of the Devisa family, their fear of the seawater kept them from crossing, or perhaps, the necessary protection for crossing the sea hadn't been prepared yet, making them hesitant to set out. Taking a glance, Sergio walked to the other side of the book tower, using it to block the line of sight. Looking up at the not-so-tall tower, Sergio's face gradually turned cold. A mere small tower. He couldn't handle the puppets inside, nor did he dare tamper with the internal array fearing that any changes might lead to the destruction of the treasures. But if he couldn't deal with the interior arrays, how about the exterior ones? If he could break the outer array, he could simply take the book tower back to the eastern domain, carrying it back to Xianxia Palace. At that time, what would the inner array amount to? Sergio's eyes changed as the power of the Dahan Ancestor Dragon Classic surged into them, transforming everything into its essence of spirit energy. Focusing on the essence, Sergio saw the book tower's array and observed that the tower's base was connected to the entire island's array by the water. Moreover, the book tower wasn't just protected by one layer of array. Instead, it had 9 layers. These 9 arrays were intertwined. Looking straight at the essence, he realized the fundamental strength of these arrays was far more terrifying than the great protective array of Xianxia Palace. Unfortunately, the power of the arrays themselves was nearly exhausted, relying solely on the absorption of external spirit energy to maintain, leading to severe damage in the array's effectiveness. It was now less than 10% of its peak strength. The array of the book tower was very tyrannical. If this array could unleash even 30% of its power, breaking through it? No, If it could exert even 30% of its power, Sergio would turn around and leave immediately. Unfortunately, due to its age, the power of the array was too low. Observing for a moment, Sergio's eyes turned cold. What can intertwined arrays do to me? Initially locking onto the outermost layer of the book tower's array, he found the critical point of the array's power link. As the Dahan Ancestor Dragon Classic operated, Sergio reached out into the air. The array flickered. The linked force was completely consumed by Sergio, causing the array to disperse. Of course, this wasn't breaking the array but forcibly consuming the key point's power. The rest of the array points remained intact and would recover with time. Rumble. As the first layer of the array broke, the inner sea island continued to tremble, like an earth dragon flipping over. The book tower also began shaking continuously. Just as Sergio was about to break the next layer, he suddenly looked down. Seawater started surfacing around the book tower. He saw that the deepest levels arrays were rapidly operating, drawing seawater from below the island. Continuing this way, within 3 breaths, this inner sea island would likely become a shallow sea. He quickly retreated, looking grim. Who set up these arrays? Initially planning to break the outer array and carry the book tower back to the eastern domain. Based on the current trend of the arrays, he would be killed by the seawater before breaking all 9 layers. Nauseating. This Sin region seawater seemed laced with something. It restrained all spirit energy techniques. Unless one was immortal, no one could survive when the arrays summoned the seawater. Retreating away from the seawater. Silent for a while, Sergio glanced at the opposite shore. Imperial Jade. I need to get this thing first. Sergio chose to leave. Since he couldn't deal with the book tower, he could only depart first. Regarding the blocked exit, although Sergio was wary of the seawater, having a redemption order made him less terrified compared to someone on Divisili Island. Even though the exit was blocked by Guiyuan and others, he could take a detour. Following the edge of the seawater, a detour of several thousand miles. Since fish in the seawater were sensitive to spirit energy, encountering small fish, he could fly in the sky to increase distance, then land on the sea surface until the redemption order became effective again, traveling by spirit energy unless danger approached, then flying again. Only slightly troublesome. Arriving at the other shore, Sergio stared at the book tower, suddenly deep in thought. He wondered if he should transform into a dragon. Transforming into a dragon meant possessing true dragon strength and controlling vast waves with mere thoughts. Regardless of whether the seawater could harm his dragon body, he could control the seawater, making it harmless to him. Transforming into a dragon, breaking the array, and taking the book tower. Doing so now would still be timely. Guiyuan and others were still on the shore without setting sail. After some contemplation, Sergio slightly shook his head and gave up. Turning into a dragon was his last resort, his ultimate move for life-or-death situations. Using it too much and growing overly dependent would likely be detrimental to his cultivation. Concluding this, Sergio gave the book tower a long, profound look, released the wooden board, and rode the waves away. Approximately 1 hour later, at the edge of the inner sea, near the inner sea island, 2 completely sealed ships, emitting no aura, approached. Guiyuan and the Dolores of the Divisa family hurried ashore. They could see many people waiting on the opposite shore. The 2 quickly moved closer to the book tower, the Dolores' hunched body now moving swiftly. Stopping nearby, the Dolores whispered, "Earlier, the seawater almost flooded this area. The ground beneath the book tower is still dry for at least 10 miles. What happened earlier?" Guiyuan's expression also changed. "I don't know. Maybe it has something to do with the previous island upheaval." The Dolores hesitated, then slightly shook her head. Then, a half-jade pendant mark appeared on her brow, and she entered the book tower. Guiyuan also formed a half-jade pendant mark and entered the tower. Upon glancing, the book tower seemed unchanged from their last visit, but it was only appearance. Observing the black debris scattered on the floor, both faces simultaneously changed. These are remnants of book tower puppets. Someone disturbed the book tower puppets. Exchanging glances, Guiyuan's face showed fear. That person killed the book tower puppets. How did they manage it? No one can withstand the puppets' blades. The Dolores pondered for a moment, slowly speaking, "Rather, I'm more curious who dared to intrude. Please let me know if you have further requests or require any adjustments." Chapter 437. Investigation. Confronted with Guiyuan's shock, the elderly matriarch of the Divisa family remained silent for a moment. Her hunched figure and cloudy eyes spoke volumes. He was even more curious about who had broken in. Whoever broke in had undoubtedly killed the puppets. Guiyuan paused, then shook his head. "I don't know. You also know how terrifying the seawater is. The book tower puppets use it as a weapon. No one can withstand their blades and swords. Look at that puddle on the ground." If this Dolores' guess is right, 3 puppets attacked together, and the intruder resisted them forcefully, retaliating and killing 3 book tower puppets. The Divisa family matriarch added, her eyes narrowing slightly. "Except here, everything else remains unchanged." Whoever broke in probably didn't know about the puppets guarding the book tower, or they wouldn't have alerted them and then left after realizing they couldn't do anything. Nonsense. Though the island leadership rotates, our 2 families have operated here for a long time. The Imperial Jade has always been controlled by my Wan family and your Divisa family. Who else could know the situation in the book tower? Guiyuan snorted coldly. The Divisa family matriarch stood still, but previously, no one has ever broken into the book tower either. Guiyuan hesitated, his eyes turning cold. "Sergio? Besides him, this glass island hasn't seen any outsiders for many years." He continued, "Earlier, he tried to get the Imperial Jade to enter the book tower. Failing that, he pretended to take a break to lull us into complacency, then secretly broke into the book tower." The Divisa family matriarch hesitated and shook her head. "Not necessarily. There are numerous creatures in the 300-mile sea. Being new here, if he attempted a reckless intrusion, those small creatures, bolstered by seawater and numerical advantage, would have killed him." Guiyuan sneered. "Besides him, who else dares risk entering the book tower?" The Devisa family matriarch stared at Qian for a while before speaking. Besides him, if an imperial jade holder gave some of its imprint to another, those creatures wouldn't attack. Well prepared. One could cross the sea and killing 3 puppets isn't hard. Qian's eyes flared with anger. Old lady, you're suspecting me? I haven't accused you yet, and you dare suspect me. Real flames appeared around him. The Devisa family matriarch's voice deepened. The ceremony is coming soon. According to records, only one family can leave the exile. If we remove one family ahead of time, it's not impossible. If we can't find the culprit, disaster will fall on my Devisa family. She wasn't surprised. After all, Qian's fiery temper due to his cultivation methods often made him quick to flare up. Qian clenched his fists tightly. You old thing. Just because you're slightly higher in cultivation, do you think you can defeat me? Flames began to burn around his fists. The Devisa family matriarch, leaning on her cane, walked away. Glass Island is a place of rules. This Dolores is just stating guesses. Why so impatient? Or are you feeling guilty? Once she was far enough, Qian's rage subsided, and his eyes narrowed. It doesn't look like the Devisa family did this. Then who? Sergio? Unlikely. Crossing the 300-mile sea, he'd die for sure. After pondering, Qian's eyes narrowed further. Campbell? Probably not. I entered the island when young, nearly 90 years ago. His blood energy scattered over time, as he isolated himself to prolong life. Not this either, not that either. Could it really be the Devisa family? With control over island laws, they'd incriminate themselves unless there's a hidden agenda. With the ceremony approaching, we mustn't let them exploit loopholes. Elsewhere, after the Devisa family matriarch left, she subtly glanced back at Qian who hadn't left yet. Her cloudy eyes gleamed coldly. One family humph. Sergio may have some strength, but he's new here and knows little. Do you truly expect me to suspect him based on your words? The ceremony approaches, and your family strives hard to leave exile. Starting trouble in the book tower, I still want to live, regardless of who it is. None shall stop my Devisa family from returning home and regaining immortality. The next day, at the mountaintop Sergio chose. He sat quietly, watching the sunrise, contemplating ways to obtain the imperial jade. However, every method seemed to lead to Campbell. Perhaps probing might help. Dong, dong, dong. Bell sounds echoed from the gathering place, spreading far and wide. Lost in thought, Sergio looked up. By previous knowledge of the Glass Island law, this bell meant a summon. Upon hearing the bell, regardless of activity, everyone must go to the sound's origin. It seemed last night's intrusion had stirred things up. As the only outsider, everyone would likely suspect him first. He needed to think of what to say, maintaining peace for now. After contemplation, Sergio leaped down the mountain towards the gathering place. At the center of the gathering place, a large hall built of rare brown spirit wood stood without doors. Inside the hall were few people, only a dozen or so. Qian and the Devisa family matriarch sat side by side in the deepest part. Below them were 10 or so chairs occupied by others, mostly Davisnwu realm cultivators, with a few Jinwu realm. These were the members of the Elders' Council, all elderly in appearance. The youngest looking among them was Qian. Notably, Campbell also sat on a chair symbolizing an elder position, draped in black robes. Upon entering the hall, Sergio scanned the area. Only one chair remained unoccupied. Between the outer doorless entrance and the hall was a water pool spewing fresh water. Approaching the entrance, the Devisa family matriarch stood with her cane. Sergio, you've finally arrived. What's going on, venerable elders? Sergio calmly entered the courtyard. He's Sergio? Yesterday's intruder into the book tower must be him. Not surprising. He just arrived, and someone intruded. Who else could it be? Lower your voices. We'll see if he's involved soon. Whispers filled the air. Sergio stood by the water pool in the open square, glancing around. All esteemed elders believe I'm the intruder? The Devisa family matriarch asked softly. Where were you last night? Sergio waved his hand. Sleeping atop the unnamed mountain I chose. Chapter 438. Mortal? Faced with the old matriarch Devisa's questioning, Sergio responded very calmly. Who can provide evidence? The old matriarch Devisa asked again. Sergio maintained his composure. No one. The old matriarch Devisa sat down again. This complicates things. Last night, someone trespassed into the book tower, a crime punishable by death. Sergio's eyes narrowed sharply, and the illusion of the flowing cloud sword rose behind him, spreading boundless sharpness. Everyone in the hall showed signs of change. At this moment, Sergio finally spoke coldly. On this glass isle, only 3 people could threaten me, just a potential threat. If I had wanted to force my way into the book tower, I wouldn't have gone in secret at midnight. I would have stormed in directly. Could any of you stop me? I'm not an ant for you to trample on here. Don't try to pin baseless accusations on me. If not, you can all try how sharp Sergio's sword is. Feeling the killing aura Sergio was emitting at that moment, no one dared to speak for a moment. Soon, an elderly elder laughed. Friend Daoist, why be so anxious? We were just asking. Sergio was just speaking offhandedly. Anything else? Sergio chuckled lightly as the flowing cloud sword vanished. The old matriarch Devisa looked at him for a while and smiled. With your cultivation, from the moment you entered the island, you were already qualified to become a member of the Council of Elders. Now that you've proven your innocence, please take your seat. Today, we gradually investigate this matter. As a member of the council, monitoring this issue is also part of your duty. Sergio's eyes twitched slightly, then he smiled. All right, I also want to see who caused such a commotion yesterday. Having said that, Sergio flickered over to the only empty chair and leaned back. The old matriarch Devisa nodded slightly towards the crowd. Then, Devisa G walked out of the crowd to the edge of the pond. Turning back and looking outside the hall, he slowly spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, the once in 500 years sacrifice is approaching. This sacrifice determines whether we can leave the place of exile and return to our homeland to restore the glory of our ancestors. Yet last night, someone boldly intruded into the book tower. This is an insult to the laws of Glass Isle. This is destroying our hopes of returning to our homeland. Devisa Ji's eyes turned cold after finishing. Regardless of who it is, according to the law of the island, they must be punished. My family governs the laws of the island, and last night, my family failed in its duties, failing to capture the culprit. Regardless of what self-punishment our family decides later, the most important thing now is to find the criminal. The method to find the culprit was simple. Devisa Ji conveyed the decision made by the Devisa family, conducting investigations one by one. First, finding everyone who couldn't prove where they were last night. I was with Davis-san last night. Yes, I was with him last night. I was. The investigation below was lively. Sergio watched the investigation outside the hall, his eyes narrowing. It seemed like he might have misjudged something. Judging from the current situation, it didn't seem like either the Devisa family or Qian suspected him much. The previous questioning appeared more like just going through the motions. Relieved by this, Sergio's thoughts began to wander, recalling the book tower. He wondered what the treasure was. Before entering the book tower, he could sense the treasure was inside. But once inside, the treasure seemed to be everywhere. If not for not finding the treasure that attracted him, despite the protections of numerous arrays, he could still have taken something using his Dahuang Zulong cannon ability. What could it be? Would the treasure hide itself? It shouldn't be. If it did, he shouldn't have sensed it, even attracting him outside the forbidden zone. If unable to sense before, perhaps the treasure is the tower itself? After some thought, Sergio shook his head. It shouldn't be that. If the tower were the treasure, it would likely be some kind of weapon. The Donbo Pavilion's Spirit Blade Peak supposedly has superior divine weapons, but he felt nothing special when he visited the Spirit Blade secret realm. Note, Donbo should be consistent with the previous term used for this location, possibly /sky, or sever heaven. Please ensure consistency with the rest of the text. For improved fluency and consistency, it would be. After some thought, Sergio shook his head. It shouldn't be that. If the tower were the treasure, it would likely be some kind of weapon. The Sever Heaven Pavilion's Spirit Blade Peak supposedly has superior divine weapons, but he felt nothing special when he visited the Spirit Blade secret realm. But if it's not the tower, what else could it be? Sergio fell deep into thought. If he doesn't figure out what's attracting him, infiltrating the book tower again would be futile. Thinking hard, Sergio found he currently had two options. Either keep sneaking into the book tower to investigate carefully, or obtain the Imperial Jade, using its special access power to carry away the entire book tower, and slowly search within Xuanming Palace. Keep sneaking in? His earlier infiltration already caused a stir. Repeated attempts might cause more trouble than getting the Imperial Jade. Even participating in the next so-called Island Lord election seems more reliable. She's merely a mortal. What virtue does she possess to dare enter the book tower? A raspy voice spoke. Sergio, still lost in thought, subtly raised his head. It was Samuel. Even when absent-minded, due to Samuel's uniqueness, he quickly regained focus when he started speaking. He noticed that the grand self-proving ceremony seemed to have concluded. A girl without detectable cultivation was kneeling by the pond, her eyes filled with grievance. She wasn't exceptionally beautiful, but also not ordinary, quite tolerable to look at. She wore rough linen clothes like a man, with her hair tied up, clearly young, yet dressed in an old-fashioned manner. Glancing at Samuel from the corner of his eye, Sergio knew the black robe could fool others but not him. Not with his Dahuang Zulong cannon. He knew that this Samuel wasn't the one Glass Isle believed. Under the black robe lay the face of a youth no older than 23. Unfortunately, to avoid alerting the lingering soul and unnecessary hostility, he hadn't deliberately inquired about the young man's identity. The old matriarch Devisa turned her head. If not him, who else could cross the 300-li sea undetected? Even when we arrived first, we didn't find anyone. The old one has heard of it. The Samuel paused and slowly spoke. In this island, there are many hidden tigers and dragons, cultivators of profound skill abound. I don't think she's the culprit, whether it's her or not. I doubt you cannot distinguish. Qian suddenly spoke. Elder, are you vouching for her? One island lord thinks my involvement isn't enough to guarantee a mere mortal. Samuel's eyes narrowed slightly. Qian remained silent. Samuel hasn't come out of seclusion for decades. Why would he vouch for Jolene? Maybe it's love? How could that be? Jolene isn't particularly pretty. Do you think it's related to the extermination of the Davising family 18 years ago? It's possible. The Davising family's sins were great, leading to their extermination. Perhaps Jolene escaped by chance and Elder is trying to ask about the Davising family's methods from her, fearing his time is running out? This isn't right. Whispers filled the hall. Be quiet. Samuel's black robe fluttered, and a terrifying pressure rose. Chapter 439. Rosemary, daughter of the Devisa family. Amidst the many discussions outside the grand hall, Samuel's eyes flashed with cold light. His black robes billowed, and an ominous pressure surged up. Instantly, everyone in the room felt their breathing become labored. Even Sergio hurried to mobilize his spiritual energy for protection. This pressure was at least from a martial emperor realm. However, he could sense that the pressure lacked strength. It wasn't Samuel's own pressure but seemed more like that of a powerful individual who had stored it within the black robe, which was now being released. Had he not interacted with many martial emperors, he might not have been able to discern this. As the pressure rose, those still discussing flushed red and fell to the ground. Samuel, seeing this, slowly withdrew the pressure and said coldly, "The Elder Council and the two island lords have yet to determine the nature of this matter. If you continue to speak recklessly, don't blame me for overstepping my bounds and punishing you on behalf of the Devisa family." Everyone immediately lowered their heads. The pressure was still palpable. Who dared to speak? Old Madame Devisa leaned on her cane and stood up, saying, "Honorable Elder, if she isn't last night's culprit, perhaps you could tell us who could breach such defenses? This is your family's matter." Samuel left his seat. He stopped by the pond and asked, "Still haven't left? Do you want to be a scapegoat here?" "Oh." Benicio Yana snapped out of her daze and hurriedly got up. following Samuel out. Those blocking the doorway hastily moved aside. Old Madame Devisa narrowed her eyes for a moment before asking, "Young friend Sergio, what do you think of this matter?" Sergio looked at the departing figure, then at the people present. After some deliberation, he asked, "I was distracted just now, and I feel rather guilty. But how come that girl has no cultivation?" Indeed, Jolene possessed no cultivation. However, calling her a mere mortal wasn't entirely accurate. Growing up on Devisili Island, eating the island's spirit fruits since childhood had made her physical body quite strong, certainly stronger than any so-called martial artists outside the island. To Sergio, she might be about as strong as someone in the 4th or 5th level of body tempering. At this thought, Sergio's eyes narrowed again. He realized something else. There seemed to be no pure mortals on the island, only those with cultivation. "I cannot say in one word." Pausing, old Madame Devisa spoke softly. "This story is long. I will leave it untold." After a brief pause, she continued, this time, gathering all the islanders, only Jolene's whereabouts were unknown last night. "Fellow Taoist, you might not know that Jolene remains untrained and is still immortal. Hence, the ocean, which we avoid, is ordinary to her, along with other evidence suggesting that she breached the book tower last night." Sergio blinked, a peculiar expression on his face. It sounded convincingly real. Yes, if he didn't clearly know he had intruded himself last night, he might have believed it. Sergio feigned surprise. If so, why not arrest her on the spot? Help? For someone he had never met, why would he seek trouble for himself? Old Madame Devisa sighed lightly. Even Samuel has stepped forward as a guarantor. Indeed, to others, they wouldn't know if the current Samuel was genuine. If not for Guiyuan and the Imperial Jade, if not for the residual soul of Samuel, Sergio alone could flatten Devisili Island. A more powerful residual soul would also be similarly affected. Besides vouching for her, can he truly defy our island's laws for a mere mortal? Guiyuan stood up and strode away. Immediately after, more than half the elders followed suit. Old Madame Devisa sighed, leaning on her cane. Seeing that the crowd outside the grand hall was dispersing, Sergio bowed. Since the matter is settled, Sergio shall return to meditate. Farewell. Turning, he left. Old Madame Devisa's eyes flickered, and she said, "Taoist fellow, please wait. Let me see you off." Sergio's eyebrows raised, and he nodded, "Thank you." Devisa Ji, who was supporting old Madame Devisa, hesitated for a moment before lifting his head and shouting, "Shall we accompany your grandmother and see Su Taoist off?" A girl in a green dress quickly emerged from the crowd and walked to old Madame Devisa's side, replacing Devisa Ji and supporting her. The three gradually left. The people in the grand hall swiftly dispersed. On another side, Sergio and company soon left the gathering place. Away from the crowd, Sergio glanced at them and softly asked, "Honorable elder, may I ask what you wish?" Out of nowhere, why would old Madame Devisa escort him? There must be something inconvenient to discuss among the crowd. Sure enough, old Madame Devisa paused in her steps. Then she spoke slowly, "Fellow Taoist, have you any leads on last night's intruder?" "Sergio is new here. How could I know?" Sergio smiled diplomatically. Old Madame Devisa chuckled, leaning on her cane. "Let's set aside whether Jolene is the intruder. Aside from Jolene, who else could breach the Inner Island's book tower?" Sergio's eyes narrowed. "Elder, please speak plainly. No need for riddles. I am new here and might not understand. Other than her, only you." She paused, her gaze fixed on Sergio without letting up. "The sacrifice is approaching. Both our Devisa family and the Wan family, as well as other families, hope to return home after the sacrifice. We won't cause trouble at this crucial moment. Without Jolene, you are the only person on this vast Devisili Island who could breach the book tower and has the capability to do so." Sergio slowly raised his head. "Does elder suspect Sergio?" Flowing cloud sword silently appeared behind Sergio, radiating sword beams. Old Madame Devisa smiled. "Fellow Taoist, please calm down. I mentioned this under the premise that Jolene isn't involved. If the culprit is Jolene, it has nothing to do with you." Sergio narrowed his eyes, understanding. The Devisa family indeed didn't suspect him or Jolene. But the intrusion of the Inner Sea Island required an explanation. Jolene was a plausible candidate for the Devisa family. But with Jolene protected by Samuel, the Devisa family had two options: find evidence to arrest Jolene or find new evidence to prove Sergio was the intruder. As for the true culprit, the Devisa family might have no clues or might suspect other families. But because the sacrifice was near, they didn't want to stir up trouble. Realizing this, Sergio laughed. "In my life, I only trust the sword in my hand and the fist in my palm. If my sword fails, even if there's a fabricated charge, what harm does it do to acknowledge it?" Compared to dealing with Samuel, Sergio acknowledged that facing the two island lords was easier. Two people relying on external forces would reveal many weaknesses when engaging in combat, but encountering the residual soul would indeed be dangerous. Old Madame Devisa whispered, "Fellow Taoist, don't you want to leave this exile place? If this incident escalates, the sacrificial ceremony only happens every 500 years. In your lifetime, you might not get to witness the next one. 5 generations, a full 5 generations, before this sacrifice occurs." Chapter 440. Accepting the marriage proposal, lost in enchantment. The old matriarch of the Devisa family ended her speech with a sigh. 500 years, 5 generations. It had taken this long for a ceremony that offered a chance to leave the place of exile. Sergio was prepared to refuse again, but swallowed his words at the last moment. If he continued to refuse now, it would surely reveal some unnecessary flaws and indicate a problem. Who could remain indifferent when presented with a rare opportunity to leave a place they couldn't escape from? After some thought, Sergio dismissed the stream of clouds behind him and said, "Friend Dao, speak your mind." Seeing this, the old matriarch smiled. "Friend Dao is quite young, yet your cultivation surpasses most on this island. My granddaughter, as the eldest daughter of the Devisa family, has remarkable talent. Perhaps I could arrange for the two of you to marry. Even if we can't return home after the ceremony in half a year, your offspring will likely have even greater potential. If we can return, both of you can support each other on the path of cultivation. This would be excellent indeed. Sergio glanced at the green-robed woman supporting the old matriarch. Then, his face remained expressionless. Sergio, don't enjoy hearing jokes. I, too, do not jest. The old matriarch's expression didn't change. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Sergio turned to leave. The old matriarch's eyes narrowed. Earlier, friend Dao tried to obtain the edict jade, but now you seem unperturbed. Could it be that the intruder wasn't Jolene but rather you? Sergio turned back, his aura growing ominous. Saying the same thing twice only invites irritation. He didn't care about the threat itself but felt compelled by his role to pretend to be threatened, which genuinely annoyed him. Shaking her head, the old matriarch revealed a hint of seriousness. If friend Dao were to join our Devisa family through marriage, we would be one family. After half a year, if my family can leave, you may come with us. This is not a threat. Sergio replied calmly, Miss Devisa is highly talented, so there must be many suitors. Why seek out someone like me, senior elder? The old matriarch smiled. Some things can only be discussed within the family. Pausing, she added, I remember friend Dao wanted to visit the inner island. If we were one family, I could take you there anytime. How wonderful would that be? Sergio perked up immediately. Could senior elder lend me the edict jade? If he could get the edict jade, he could take the treasures and leave. The island law stipulates that the edict jade cannot be lent out. The old matriarch quickly denied. Then before Sergio could react, she laughed. However, if friend Dao joins our family, since we would be one, I could activate the edict jade to create a mark. With this mark, the array formations won't obstruct you, and you can move freely within the inner island. In short, the edict jade could split into marks. These marks could be seen as parts of the edict jade. The difference is that the edict jade wouldn't disappear, while the marks would only exist temporarily. Sergio's eyes narrowed instantly. Marks? Even if they existed temporarily, it wouldn't matter as long as the arrays didn't obstruct him. Thinking this over, Sergio smiled. Very well, but what does Miss Devisa think? Although I am willing, if Miss Devisa disagrees, how can I force her? The old matriarch smiled genuinely, turning to nod subtly at the green-robed woman beside her. It's worth noting that the green-robed girl was named Rosemary, the granddaughter of the old matriarch and the eldest daughter of Devisa G. Yes, Devisa G, the same man who almost faced Sergio's wrath when Sergio first arrived on the island. The old matriarch praising Rosemary's talent wasn't far off. Spirit Warrior, Level 1. Rosemary's exact age was unknown, but she looked around 18. Spirit Warrior, Level 1. Sergio remembered that when he entered Xianxia Palace years ago, countless elites gathered to join the sect. An 18-year-old Spirit Warrior Level 1 was relatively uncommon even in Xianxia Palace. Regarding her appearance, Rosemary was dressed appropriately, nothing more. For cultivators, higher cultivation leads to better looks and fairer skin. Sergio had seen countless female disciples at the Essence Warrior level in Xianxia Palace, not to mention Edie, who was also at the Essence Warrior level. In the future, if Rosemary breaks through to the Essence Warrior level, her beauty might rival those he had seen. Unfortunately, that's in the future. Presently, she fell far short. Following the old matriarch's cue, Rosemary's face stiffened slightly before forcing a smile. Big brother Su, you are highly talented, and I admire you greatly. Xiao Hui, grandmother is old and finds the mountain path difficult. Please escort big brother Su. Rosemary bowed. Grandmother, walk slowly. Once the old matriarch walked away, Rosemary turned and forced another smile. Big brother Su, let's go. Honored by your company. Sergio nodded slightly, feeling peculiar. Their journey afterward wasn't filled with any ambiguity or flirtation. They kept their distance, chatting about various topics. Mostly, Sergio described the outside world, while Rosemary listened, occasionally asking questions. Their conversation was quite pleasant. After about an hour, they reached the unnamed peak Sergio chose. As they chatted briefly at the foot of the mountain, Rosemary prepared to leave. At that moment, Sergio's eyes flashed, and an invisible soul force spread out. Turning, Rosemary froze instantly. Her eyes became blank, like a puppet. Seeing this, a smile crept onto Sergio's lips. He used a minor trick. Previously, seeking information on the Sin Realm and the Redemption Edict, he had read 90% of the Xianxia Palace library. Despite not studying the 7 unmatched secret skills, he still browsed numerous martial techniques during his free time. The trick he just used was a minor one, intended for interrogation, using overwhelming cultivation and soul power to suppress and junsur the soul and spirit. A method to cast a soul-binding enchantment. Correction. Using overwhelming cultivation and soul power to suppress and junhan the soul and spirit. A method to cast a soul-binding enchantment. Note, junhan is more appropriate in this context as it means to shock or awe, which aligns better with the description of the technique. However, since the original text uses junsura, which means to intimidate or awe, we should maintain consistency with the original terminology. Therefore, the correct translation while maintaining consistency would be using overwhelming cultivation and soul power to suppress and intimidate the soul and spirit. A method to cast a soul-binding enchantment. Those affected by this enchantment would answer truthfully, revealing everything. If their soul power was strong enough, they might recall the event after being enchanted, but if the gap was too large, they wouldn't remember at all. Given Rosemary's Spirit Warrior Level 1 status, below True Warrior, then Essence Warrior, Sergio's Essence Warrior Level 9 status, plus his superior soul power that rivaled that of a territorial soul realm practitioner, Rosemary wouldn't remember anything, thinking she had merely stood dazed for a while. Without wasting time, Sergio quietly set up barriers to isolate the area. Your grandmother mentioned splitting the Edict Jade's mark to allow me into the Inner Sea Islands. Is this true? Are her statements about the marks correct? It is true, Rosemary responded mechanically, her eyes vacant. A smile emerged on Sergio's face. He thought acquiring the Edict Jade would lead to a deadlock, but it seemed like light shone beyond the dark forest. Thinking further, Sergio asked, your grandmother has countless ways to recruit me. Why choose a marriage proposal? Is there another hidden motive? And why did she say that if the Devisa family leaves after 6 months, I can leave too? Considering Devisa G lost face in front of me earlier, isn't she being too generous? Or is there something I don't know? Hashtag chapter 441. The truth behind the Davising family's demise. Upon learning that Ingrid could indeed separate the mark to allow him entry into the Inner Sea Islands, Sergio instantly broke into a delighted smile. Then, he immediately asked why old lady Devisa still wanted to court him with her granddaughter Rosemary in marriage despite losing face previously. Could there be a conspiracy? Facing Sergio's inquiry, Rosemary, who was under a mind-altering spell, did not hesitate and replied, because of the Juan family. As Rosemary explained, Sergio began to understand. The Devisa family had not overly suspected that the intruder was him. Instead, they suspected the Juan family. The Devisa family believed that as the sacrificial rites were approaching, they would be chosen to leave. However, only one family could leave. The Devisa family suspected that the Juan family orchestrated the infiltration of the book tower incident coinciding with Sergio's arrival, aiming to deliberately suppress the Devisa family. The goal was to undermine the Devisa family, which held sway over island laws, to lose their eligibility so the Juan family could leave. As for why they chose to court Sergio specifically among countless other methods, it was rather complicated. Simply put, both the Devisa and Juan families had been established for a long time. Typically, the island lord was selected from these two families, who often maintained close relations through marriages. In this generation, the eldest daughter of the Devisa family, Rosemary, and the eldest son of the Juan family had already hinted at a possible marital alliance. But given that the two families were competing against each other, and the Juan family plotted the book tower incident, if Rosemary married into the Juan family, she would become part of the Juan family. If the Devisa family left but the Juan family stayed, Rosemary could not leave with the Devisa family. Conversely, if the Juan family left and the Devisa family stayed, Rosemary could leave with the Juan family. Perhaps out of compassion or other considerations, unless both families remained stuck. If either family managed to leave, Rosemary's life would be difficult. Now, with Sergio's arrival, who possessed an extremely high cultivation level and strength surpassing both families, old lady Devisa decided to secure Sergio's loyalty by proposing a marriage alliance. If the Devisa family eventually got the chance to leave, Sergio might not be able to leave. If Sergio married into the Devisa family, it would mean Rosemary no longer belonged to the Devisa family, nor would Sergio. Therefore, he couldn't leave with the Devisa family. If Sergio were to become a son-in-law, however, he could truly leave with the Devisa family. As for Devisa G losing face in front of Sergio, all matters must give way to ensure the Devisa family's departure from the exile lands. Learning these truths, Sergio's eyes twinkled with intrigue. Things were getting more interesting. If he truly couldn't leave the penal realm at will, he might be drawn into these conflicts. Fortunately, that wasn't the case. After some thought, Sergio asked, why did Ernest insist on protecting Jolene? I don't know. Rosemary mechanically shook her head. Indeed, even Wang Chongqing and old lady Devisa seemed unaware, so Rosemary naturally wouldn't know either. Removing the mind-altering spell? After pondering for a while, Sergio asked, I once heard someone discussing how 18 years ago, the Davising family was wiped out. What happened? A person posing as Ernest wouldn't randomly protect Jolene without reason. Understanding the truth might explain it. He wasn't particularly concerned about the Davising family, but feared the remnant soul of Ernest. I never witnessed it personally. I've only heard. Rosemary, born after those events, knew little since she was only 17 years old. According to what she knew, the truth behind the Davising family's demise was also unclear. From what her family told her, 18 years ago, the Davising family had 4 members, a pair of parents and a pair of children. The names of the parents had become taboo, unknown. She only knew Yashrin, a girl named Jolene, who nearly became a scapegoat, and an oral named Jeremiah. However, Jeremiah and Jolene were not biological siblings. Strictly speaking, Jeremiah was Yush of those parents, while Jolene's origin was a mystery. It was said that shortly after Jeremiah was born, his parents found Jolene somewhere. The island's population was recorded, yet Jolene wasn't in those records. There were rumors that Jolene was a mortal from outside the island who somehow ended up on Davisili Island, or that she wasn't human, or that she was Jeremiah's real sister whom her parents hid. With the Davising family's extermination, no one knew the exact reasons. The Davising family was destroyed because, allegedly, Jeremiah's parents didn't want to spend their lives confined on the island, nor did they wish for their children to suffer the same fate. They obtained a powerful array and spent years setting it up, trying to use it to break through the island's defenses and forcibly return home. Naturally, this failed, involving many others, because the rarest treasures on the island were in the book tower. Back then, Jeremiah's parents weren't adept at array formations and lacked materials. How could they set up such a formidable array? Who helped them? It was said that they alarmed the dragon guarding the area, trying to escape punishment. Jeremiah's parents died, and the implicated people, whether truly innocent or not, fiercely attacked the Davising residents. Upon arrival, they found the house engulfed in flames, with Jeremiah perishing in the fire. Only Jolene, who wasn't home due to mischief, survived. Initially, those people intended to kill Jolene, but for some reason, they let her go. Despite being only 3 or 4 years old, Jolene managed to grow up alone. Sergio raised an eyebrow. Something wasn't right here. His eyes narrowed. Are you sure everyone on the island is recorded? Yes, Rosemary nodded without hesitation. Sergio's gaze shifted. If everyone on the island was recorded, logically, no one should exist unrecorded. But Ernest, the real Ernest was dead, leaving only a remnant soul. The current Ernest was impersonated by a young man. If that young man suddenly protected Jolene, it would be understandable, but a 3 or 4-year-old child surviving alone on the island, unrecorded, impersonating Ernest. He felt that young man looked a lot like Rosemary's account of Jeremiah, who supposedly perished in the fire. If that man were Jeremiah, everything would make sense. The true Ernest secretly adopted Jeremiah and, perhaps through negotiations with other families, ensured Jolene's survival for Jeremiah's sake. Due to Ernest's existence, a 3- or 4-year-old orphan survived on the island. Before, when Jeremiah impersonated Ernest, he clearly knew Jolene was his sister, his last remaining family after his parents died. Thus, he insisted on saving her. Without concrete evidence, it was just intuition that the impersonator was Jeremiah. But if it were indeed Jeremiah, everything would make sense. Hashtag chapter 442, changing situations. Although there was no evidence, and he did not even know the imposter's face, if the imposter was Jeremiah, everything made sense. Sergio was 90% sure that the young man was indeed Jeremiah. What puzzled him was why Samuel would secretly raise Jeremiah and go to such lengths to make him a non-existent person. What was he trying to achieve? He was certain that there were more secrets lurking behind this. After some thought, Sergio chuckled to himself. There were countless secrets in the world, and there was no need for him to understand all of them. He only needed to confirm that Samuel was involved with Jeremiah, so he could leverage this information. Confirming this would give him a hold over the lingering soul, allowing him to act with fewer reservations. He wouldn't meddle in the affairs of the lingering soul and Jeremiah, and they shouldn't interfere with his either. Everyone should just mind their own business. Now he could be bolder in his actions. His eyes flickered as he tapped his fingers lightly. Ugh. Rosemary's stiff gaze dissolved into confusion, followed by an unconscious murmur. The scenery once again appeared before her eyes. Rosemary snapped back to reality, quickly smiling. Big Brother Sue. I got lost in thought for a moment. Please don't be offended. Sergio smiled. It's fine. The mountain path is rugged. You should walk slower. After further conversation, Rosemary turned and left, her steps noticeably lighter. Sergio watched her for a while, then his figure flashed as he swiftly leaped towards the mountaintop. Today had been productive, and he needed time to consider his next move. One family residence. In the grand hall, Qian sat at the head of the table, tapping his fingers unconsciously, seemingly deep in thought. Father, the Devisa family asked me earlier to visit less frequently. Did something change? Are they planning the wedding? A young man hurried into the hall, looking both anxious and hopeful. His name was Archer, the eldest son of the main line of the Wan family. Qian paused, then his eyes showed a trace of anger. Father? Archer asked again when he received no response. Qian coldly replied, what else? The Devisa family thinks the newly arrived Sergio is more suitable for marriage than you. Archer's expression froze, then gradually turned grim. He tentatively asked, Xiao Hui wouldn't agree to that, would she? Useless. Qian stood up, shouting, as my eldest son, you're so incompetent. If our family is ruined because of you. With these words, he angrily told him to go into seclusion. He couldn't help but be furious. When the two families first intended to arrange the marriage, it was evident that Rosemary was resistant. Instead of learning from that, Archer wasted time trying to win her favor, leading to a widening gap in cultivation. To let himself be so distracted by a woman, he had failed as the eldest son. However, without any complications, it wouldn't have mattered much. They would still marry and become one family. He could personally train his future daughter-in-law. But now, Archer didn't think too deeply about it. After hesitating for a moment, he showed a hint of determination, then turned and left the hall. Sometime later, a noblewoman approached, rubbing Qian's shoulders. Lord, calm down. Ming is just simple-minded, she said. Qian sighed. How can I not be angry? The Devisa family has ulterior motives. I still can't understand what they planned with the book tower incident. Now Ming has his heart set on Rosemary. If the Devisa family and Sergio join forces, with Sergio's cultivation level, they might target us using him as leverage, sigh. The noblewoman fell silent, also sighing, continuing to rub his shoulders without saying more. Devisa family hall. The old matriarch of the Devisa family sat at the head of the table, supported by a cane, with Devisa G by her side. Rosemary slowly walked in from outside. How was the encounter? What do you think of Sergio's character? The old matriarch asked. Rosemary remained silent for a moment, then bowed and spoke. He seems peaceful and easygoing. That's good. Once the marriage is arranged, it will be easier. The old matriarch smiled wider. Rosemary stayed quiet. The old matriarch frowned. You're unwilling? Rosemary looked at the ground. I am the eldest daughter of the Devisa family. My entire life belongs to the Devisa family. Whether I am willing or not doesn't matter. The old matriarch nodded slightly, understanding this is enough. In the coming days, spend more time at the mountain to build feelings. We'll use the incompetence of the Wan family as leverage soon. Humph, if they think we're weak. She then narrowed her eyes and left with Devisa G. As they passed, Devisa G glanced at Rosemary, sighed, shook his head, and walked away. Rosemary continued staring at the ground motionlessly. Xiao Hui, go rest. A woman entered the room. Rosemary's eyes finally moved, regaining her senses. She turned to look at the woman, revealing a hint of bewilderment. Hannah, am I just a tool in grandmother's eyes? First it was the Wan family, now Sergio. And if someone else arrives on the island, will I be used again? The woman squatted down, embracing Rosemary. Your grandmother. She is doing this for the Devisa family. She has dedicated her life to the family. Now that she sees a chance to leave, she doesn't want to. Devisa family woo. Why me woo? Why does no one ask if I'm willing? Not even in formality. Rosemary sobbed against her mother's shoulder. Only in front of her did she reveal her true feelings. The woman patted Rosemary clumsily, unsure of how to comfort her. The next afternoon, at the base of the mountain where Sergio resided, Miss, let me escort you, Sergio offered as he and Rosemary descended the mountain. Rosemary smiled. Big Brother Sue. I've already inconvenienced you today, disrupting your cultivation. You should return to practice. I can go back on my own. No problem, it's not a big deal, Sergio shook his head. Rosemary did not insist further and conversed as they left. After walking for a while, Rosemary suddenly looked up. Over 20 people blocked their path ahead. She realized, Archer, what are you doing here? Xiao Hui, step aside. I'm here to teach him a lesson. Archer stepped forward, his eyes cold. Rosemary frowned. I have a name. It's Rosemary. Don't call me so familiarly, and this has nothing to do with him. If you have any grievances? Sergio interrupted. Miss Devisa, since he came to find me, shall I handle it? Rosemary hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Archer glared fiercely at Sergio. Boy, I heard you're quite strong. Sergio didn't get upset. My cultivation isn't special, but if you want to challenge me, these few men you brought might not be enough. I'm curious, did Island Lord Want know about this? Don't use my father to intimidate me. Disable him. Archer's expression changed, and he yelled ferociously. Chapter 443. Re-entering the inner island. Upon hearing Sergio's words, Archer's expression changed slightly. Immediately afterward, with a grotesque look, he ordered the others to act and cripple Sergio. A series of blurred figures emerged. Seeing this, Rosemary's face turned grim. The cultivators rushing out were not weaker than her. Although there was no expert as formidable as the Island Lord among them, such a large number of people. Unexpectedly, a ripple spread from beneath Sergio's feet. Bang bang bang! Those who rushed and flew backward even faster, crashing into countless trees. Of course, no one died. Sergio had control over his strength. Only then did Sergio raise his head. Take your young master back. If this matter isn't settled, Sergio will have to personally visit the Wan family to ask about their methods of raising children. The severely injured crowd dared not utter another word. Hastily supporting the blood-spitting Archer, they fled like rats. Rosemary looked at Sergio, stunned. Big brother Sue, your cultivation? She had previously known Sergio was strong, but didn't know exactly how strong. She only knew that Sergio's only major action was entering the island and reportedly giving her father Devisa G a hard time. Regarding more specific details, the people of Luli Island knew little. The numerous spirit martial realm experts attacked him but were instantly repelled, all seriously wounded. With such combat power, he might be on par with the ancestors of the great families. Sergio smiled. Just enough self-preservation skills. Miss Devisa, let's go. If we keep delaying, we may not be able to return to the gathering place before dark. Before long, half a month passed. As usual, the gathering place was bustling. There were also wealthy individuals who preferred to purchase from spirit herb shops rather than pick herbs in the mountains. The crowd passing by paused momentarily. They saw Sergio and Rosemary approaching the gathering place, chatting and laughing, glancing at each other. That Sergio sure had good luck, gaining the favor of the Devisa family shortly after arriving on the island. It's not certain. I heard that Archer, the eldest son of the Wan family, went looking for trouble, bringing nearly half of the Wan family's elite forces. Yet they were all severely injured in less than a move. I think the Devisa family is interested in his cultivation. I also heard that after the eldest son returned heavily injured, Chief Wan not only didn't seek revenge for him but instead confined him and sent people to apologize. Skate SK, who knows how strong that so-called essence martial realm expert is, attracting the Devisa family's favor and making the Wan family so cautious. He's pretty decent, but with the island laws in place, would he dare to kill? It's just our misfortune to be exiled here. If we weren't here and our bloodlines hadn't been stripped, we wouldn't be inferior to him. Discussions continued, filled with envy and resentment. After a short while, everyone tacitly stopped talking, because Sergio and Rosemary had already approached the gathering place. However, they did not enter the market but turned toward the entrance and approached the Devisa family residence. The guards at the gate hurriedly opened it. Young Master Sue? Rosemary lowered her head and whispered softly, Big brother Sue, I've arrived home. Sergio glanced at the residence and smiled. Miss Devisa, Sergio, and the elder had some misunderstandings before. Could we meet the elder to clear the air? Grandmother hasn't blamed Big brother Sue. As they talked, both entered the Devisa family residence. Sergio noticed several members of the Devisa family quickly leaving from the other side, undoubtedly going to inform the head of the Devisa family. Sure enough, they passed through several courtyards and corridors, soon reaching a side hall. In the side hall, the old matriarch of the Devisa family and Devisa G were talking. G-er, the conspiracy of the Wan family will not end. We must be cautious and ensure nothing disrupts the sacrifices. After speaking, the old matriarch seemed to notice Sergio only then. Standing up, Sergio has arrived. Why didn't you call someone to greet him? Grandmother. Rosemary entered the side hall and bowed. Sergio's eyes flickered as he slightly bowed. Senior Devisa. Seeing Sergio's demeanor, the old matriarch immediately smiled. Sergio, sit down quickly. G-er, announced today that we have a distinguished guest at our Devisa family residence. I'll obey, Hannah. Devisa G bowed and was about to leave. Sergio cast a glance at the sky outside. It was not yet late afternoon. If he dined here, it would likely be nightfall soon. Half a month had passed. Under the guidance of the Devisa family, Rosemary initially sought him daily, and in the following days, he voluntarily visited the Devisa residence, though without entering it. It had been half a month. He reckoned it was about time. This half-month equated to half a year for him. Thus, Sergio hurriedly said, Father, please do not trouble yourself. Devisa G paused, revealing a smile that was hard to interpret, either helpless or bitter, and quietly retreated behind the old matriarch. Hearing Sergio's address, the old matriarch's mouth curved into a smile. According to Rosemary's daily reports, she knew progress was good, but merely listening to reports wasn't as comforting as seeing Sergio's personal attitude. Calling her father clearly meant something. At this moment, Sergio added, Senior, during my stroll with Miss Devisa in the island, we once visited the flower forest near the inner sea. I saw a whirlpool beside the book tower that looks similar to the entry point I accidentally discovered. Could it be an exit? The old matriarch's expression changed momentarily before she murmured. That indeed is an exit, unfortunately, without permission. It's merely decorative to us, and we can neither depart nor touch it. Sergio's eyes flashed. Can Sergio see it? The old matriarch advised, Sergio, according to ancient records, the exit can only be traversed with a warrant obtained from the guardian spirit beast. Without permission, It's an illusion to us, unapproachable. Sergio solemnly replied, I still wish to see it. The old matriarch's eyes narrowed. She glanced at Rosemary, who remained silent. Did Sergio suspect they were misleading him or had ulterior motives? Previously, he showed sincerity. Now, he wanted to test their sincerity? She had thought, given Rosemary's beauty, Sergio would, if not be enchanted by her, at least have harbored some affection over the past half-month. Now it seemed otherwise? After thinking for a while, the old matriarch rose with her cane. No need to be distant. We are family sooner or later. The vicious attacker who invaded the book tower half a month ago has not been apprehended. My investigation yielded no clues. Sergio, why don't you accompany me to the inner island? Perhaps you can find different clues. She found a reason to invite him herself? Sergio did not think too much. All right. As long as he could obtain the imprint, it was time for him to leave. Grandmother, Rosemary quietly moved closer to support her. The old matriarch shook her head and instructed, you stay with big brother Sue. Heir, fetch the treasure boat from the treasure vault without fail. Chapter 444, marked with imprints, unimpeded passage. The elderly matriarch of the Devisa family did not allow Rosemary to assist her, but instead had Rosemary and Sergio walk together. She then instructed Devisa G to fetch the treasure boat from the vault. Your child will comply, said Devisa G as he quickly left. At first, they moved at a normal pace. When Devisa G returned with the treasure boat, the group exited the Devisa residence and began channeling their spirit energy to accelerate toward the inner sea. Despite Devisa G and Rosemary's slower speeds, Sergio offered assistance by extending his spirit energy, allowing all four of them to travel at the speed of the true martial realm. Soon, the four reached the seaside. The matriarch turned and pressed 2 fingers to her brow. A faint light spread out, revealing half of a jade pendant symbol. Do not resist. Ripples expanded as the symbol solidified into an actual floating jade pendant, enveloping Sergio and the others in a radiant glow. The light vanished instantly. Sergio sensed a foreign force entering his body, a force so subtle it barely registered. Following the matriarch's words, he did not resist, merely staying on guard. This force lacked any destructive power and transformed into a pattern he couldn't fully comprehend upon entering his body. A jade pendant symbol appeared on his forehead. Devisa G and Rosemary also displayed similar symbols on their foreheads. The matriarch smiled. All right, Heir, place the boat down. The floating jade pendant disappeared immediately. Devisa G nodded, placing a palm-sized boat on the water, which grew to about 3 zhang long. We shall board. Shall we? Explain the taboos to your elder brother Sue since this is his first time visiting Inner Island. The matriarch jumped into the boat and entered the cabin. Sergio, Devisa G, and Rosemary followed into the boat. Once all 4 were inside, the cabin door sealed completely, leaving no trace of any opening or gap, even impenetrable to Sergio's divine sense. Rosemary whispered, Elder brother Sue, there are many guardian spirit beasts in the sea. They are numerous and can detect spirit energy. Until we land, we must not use our spirit energy. She was referring to the small fish Sergio saw that night. If not for the repentance order, those fish would have caused him considerable trouble. I understand, Miss Devisa, rest assured. After a pause, Sergio asked curiously, however, since these spirit beasts track spirit energy, the treasure boat has numerous inscribed formations. When active, they emit powerful formation fluctuations. Wouldn't these attract the spirit beasts? Rosemary shook her head. Elder brother Sue may not know, but the forging method for the treasure boat is unique, passed down through our family. Its fluctuations do not disturb the spirit beasts. I don't know the exact reason. Sergio nodded. I see. Casual conversation ensued as another half-hour passed. A thud echoed, indicating the boat had struck something. We've arrived. The matriarch stood, visibly relaxing. Though the danger at sea was high, even with the safety of the treasure boat, people from Devisa Island preferred avoiding seawater. Exiting the cabin, they had indeed reached the inner island. Sergio's eyes flickered as he silently rose. This journey had been too slow. Just over 300 li of sea took nearly half an hour. With no outsiders around, they approached the book tower directly. Elder brother Sue, this is the exit. Without the grace edict, it's just a phantom to us, said Rosemary as she touched the exit with no response. The matriarch added, Sergio, you can try it too. Sergio looked at the exit, pretending to think, then shook his head. No need. If Miss Devisa says so, I believe her. Try? He wasn't joking. Touching the exit might mean leaving the exile region directly. The matriarch's face softened into a smile, quickly receding. That's right. We're here to investigate the true culprit. The exit is a minor matter. Let's enter the tower and see if we can find other clues. Agreed, Sergio nodded. His thoughts shifted as he secretly activated the vast wasteland primordial dragon realm. He realized the mysterious force within him had some undefined connection to the local formations. He wanted to test if the imprints allowed him to take items from the book tower. If so, he wouldn't need to keep up the act. Entering the tower, the familiar scene reappeared. Nothing different, except... Scanning the area, Sergio's eyes narrowed. A new scroll hung from the ceiling of the island. Was this what caught his attention? Not exactly. Rosemary explained, Elder brother Sue, that is the island calendar, written and authenticated by the elected island leaders. It records everything happening on the island. My grandmother says during rituals, the guardian spirit beasts appear and judge merits based on the calendar. Those who contribute greatly can leave the exile grounds. Sergio nodded, not paying attention to Devisa G and the matriarch approaching the dried-out seaweed spot. Instead, he casually picked up a book nearby. Fierce Tiger Fist, an unremarkable martial technique. Holding the book, Sergio's lips curved into a smile. The last time he took something from the shelf, the formation immediately triggered. This time, nothing happened. No formation blocked him, no force returned the item. The imprint clearly worked. The delay hadn't been in vain. Suddenly, Sergio's eyes darkened. The imprint's power had been consumed. After taking the book, the mark dimmed somewhat. He could likely take only a dozen items before the imprint vanished entirely. How many items were in the book tower? Countless books aside from weapons and elixirs, numbering at least tens of thousands, perhaps more with scrolls. With only a dozen items, the imprint wasn't much help. Given the solitude and the elder far away in Divisili Island, should he snatch the Grace Jade? He hesitated. He didn't know how to operate the Grace Jade. Forcibly seizing it could lead to complications. If the matriarch noticed, she could use it to control the formations against him. Seeing Sergio silent and unmoving, lost in thought, Rosemary asked, "Elder Brother Sue, what's wrong? Sergio, did you discover something?" The matriarch interjected hopefully. Perhaps Sergio truly found something. If so, that would be excellent. Chapter 445. Seizing the book tower, tides reversing. Due to Sergio's trance, old Lady Devisa felt a flicker of joy, mistakenly assuming that Sergio had discovered something significant, leading him to ponder. "Well, indeed there has been some gain," Sergio said as he suppressed his thoughts, smiling faintly and approaching slowly. "What did you find?" Old Lady Devisa asked, her voice filled with barely contained excitement. "I found." Before he could finish his sentence, Sergio suddenly vanished. He flashed next to old Lady Devisa, unleashing a terrifying surge of spiritual energy that instantly struck her down. She collapsed, her cane slipping from her hands. Sergio. At this shocking turn of events, Devisa G was instantly both shocked and furious, roaring as he prepared to attack. Sergio raised his hand and unleashed a burst of spiritual energy to restrain him. "I just knocked her out, no need to get agitated." The spiritual chains bound Devisa G tightly. Indeed, Sergio hadn't killed old Lady Devisa. After all, he wasn't sure how the jade seal functioned, and the marks on his body were fragments from the seal on old Lady Devisa. If she died and caused unforeseen changes, it wouldn't be good. "You let me go," Devisa G shouted. Sergio turned and left. The ripples spread out, enveloping the unconscious old Lady Devisa, the restrained Devisa G, and the bewildered Rosemary in his spiritual energy, pulling them away from the book tower. Devisa G growled anxiously, "Sergio, what do you intend to do?" Ignoring him, Sergio focused on the book tower. Initially, he planned to use the mark to sweep away everything, returning to the Xianxia Palace to investigate what exactly was attracting him. Unfortunately, the power of the mark was limited and couldn't take everything with him. He didn't want to waste more time here either. So, he would have to use the mark to directly transport the entire book tower. The power of the mark was connected to the outer array of the tower. Though the simple lines of spiritual energy trajectories seemed ineffective, Sergio understood that as long as the mark's power remained, the array wouldn't attack. If the array didn't attack, he could use the mark's power as a medium to forcibly move the book tower and take it through the exit. "Sergio, whatever you're planning, it's not too late to reconsider." Devisa G continued to roar furiously. An insignificant spirit marshal is really quite noisy. With a wave of his hand, Sergio sealed Devisa G's mouth, nose, and throat. The world became instantly quiet. After observing the book tower for a moment, Sergio reached out telekinetically. The outer 9 layers of arrays around the tower, which had previously been restored after being damaged due to the intact array eye, were once again disrupted by Sergio's actions. Boom. Just like before, Inner Island and the book tower began shaking wildly, seawater surging from the base of the tower. Sergio narrowed his eyes as the vast wasteland ancestor dragon scripture activated again. Subsequently, he forced the power from the mark within him, channeling a portion of it directly into the array using the vast wasteland ancestor dragon scripture. Then, the trembling island and tower settled down, and the surging seawater began to recede. The array is ultimately an object. Blocking it with the mark's power, it should last for 15 minutes, which is enough. Muttering softly, Sergio began carefully examining the remaining arrays. After about 8 breaths, Sergio's eyes flickered, and he reached out telekinetically again. A sound like shattering glass echoed as another layer of the array was disrupted, its critical force devoured by Sergio. 7 layers remained. Had the array retaliated, Sergio would have had to retreat in humiliation as before. Thankfully, this time, the array remained inert. Even as subsequent layers became harder to decipher, Sergio managed to break all the outer arrays within half an hour without incident. With the outer arrays gone, the book tower itself? Dragon battles 8 directions. Sergio murmured. Roar. A terrifying dragon roar resounded as a colossal dragon shadow, 30 feet long, appeared. Due to the no-air array, Sergio remained on the ground. He sized up the book tower once more, then waved lightly. Roar. The dragon shadow rushed out, wrapping around the book tower. Unfortunately, the tower wasn't small. Even half the dragon barely encircled it once. The entire dragon coiled around like a snake, managing just over 1 complete loop, not even reaching 2. But it was enough. Roar. After coiling, the dragon head lifted skyward, roaring fiercely. Then, boom, the book tower shook violently. 3 breaths later, it was forcefully lifted by the dragon. Sweat beaded on Sergio's forehead. So heavy. This book tower felt heavier than a mountain. At this moment, the burden on the dragon equaled at least a 500-foot-tall mountain. There wasn't anything extraordinarily heavy inside. How could it be so heavy? Sergio didn't dwell on it, but controlled the dragon to leave the original position. Once away from the array site, the dragon dissipated. With a thud, the book tower fell back to the ground, only slightly off-center, half touching the entrance. Seeing this, Sergio's smile grew wider. All he needed to do now was approach the book tower, cover it with his own spiritual energy, and leave. Using the teleportation effect at the exit, the book tower would leave with him. And because it was displaced from its original position, even if the array rapidly repaired, it wouldn't block him. Even if Ernest's remnant soul suddenly appeared, it wouldn't stop him from taking the book tower. The book tower was now his. Whoosh. Perhaps sensing the importance of the book tower, waves surged around the island, visibly submerging Inner Island. The array above Inner Island transformed, sending up a larger pillar of light than during the night half a month ago. Sergio also sensed a first-stage essence martial aura rising from the sea, rapidly approaching. That aura belonged to a demon spirit, not a human. Could that essence martial be the guardian beast mentioned by Divisili Island? For a creature of such cultivation, it was too weak. Divisili, eyes wide with rage, struggled madly. But the gap between spirit martial and essence martial was too great. Despite his efforts, he couldn't make a single sound, not even a muffled cry. Old Lady Divisa remained unconscious. Rosemary seemed to snap out of her shock and said, "You agreed to the marriage contract with me to target the book tower. What will you achieve by taking it? You can't leave Divisili Island. With the book tower compromised and seawater surging, we will all die here." Sergio paused, about to leave. He glanced at the distant waves and whispered, "Compared to your father, you are much calmer." Calmness. After being a tool for over 10 years, where else would there be any other feelings? Having said that, Rosemary looked at the unconscious old lady Divisa, revealing a look that was uncertain whether it was ridicule or disdain. I wonder if grandmother ever thought that after spending her whole life raising eagles, she would end up being pecked by one. Chapter 446. The guarding dragon emerges. Upon hearing Rosemary's words, Sergio squinted his eyes. He realized that he might have underestimated her a bit. Starting from half a month ago, he had noticed her strong resistance toward the Divisa family's arrangements, but did not foresee she would hold such thoughts deep down. Right or wrong? There was no right or wrong. Before Archer caused trouble, Sergio secretly inquired about it. It was said that when he didn't appear, the Divisa family intended to arrange a marriage between Rosemary and Archer from the Wan family, but Rosemary was reluctant. After he appeared, the old matriarch of the Divisa family changed her mind, and discovered in secret that Rosemary became even more unwilling. For Rosemary, being restricted like this was a natural human reaction. For the Divisa family, wasn't it acceptable? Rosemary was born into the Divisa family, growing up with luxurious comforts and servants. All these were provided by the Divisa family. There was no question of right or wrong. It was just about what one felt deep down. Many trivial matters were unrelated to him. With that thought, Sergio quickly approached the vortex. His goal had been achieved. Staying longer would be pointless. Rosemary spoke again. "Actually, I'm very curious how you managed to do this. In the past half month, I didn't notice even a hint of pretense from you. Everything seemed so real." Sergio paused his steps for a moment. Thinking for a while, he turned and looked at her. "In these past 2 weeks, I've told countless stories of romance and adventure. But what I haven't told you is that in your hometown which you long for, life is as cheap as grass. Here on Crystal Island, everyone lives in fear of the island laws. Even the lowest person, if they offend someone like the Divisa family, at worst their cultivation will be stripped, but their lives are safe. In the outside world, however, 100 lives might not suffice." Rosemary's expression faltered. Seeing her reaction, Sergio looked towards the direction of Crystal Island. "If we were in the place you call home, when Archer sent people to cause trouble for me, even if I hadn't acted, my backing would have obliterated the entire Wan family to set an example, not just have them send a servant to apologize. Exile lands, well, for those who find it difficult to cultivate, Crystal Island isn't a bad paradise." Rosemary's face stiffened. She could tell that Sergio was serious. "Elsewhere, on the island. Damn, who's inside the inner island? Benishioically, go see who has intruded again. Damn, that much commotion. What did that person do?" Everyone on the island rushed towards the inner island. At the peak where Campbell resided, Book Tower, the remnant soul hovered over the bamboo building, staring intently at the inner island. "Ghost!" Jolene screamed as she wiped the table. The remnant soul paid no heed to Jolene and kept staring at the inner island. Even though he was a remnant soul, his cultivated essence remained intact. His gaze was extremely intimidating. Using the advantage of height, his gaze pierced through the clouds, witnessing the events on the inner island. Divisili bound, the old matriarch collapsed, and outsiders Sergio and Rosemary conversing. "Master?" The imposter hurriedly left the bamboo house. Jolene, having barely regained her composure, her expression changed drastically. "You? Who are you? Where's Senior Eroded Feather?" The imposter hesitated, gritting his teeth before speaking. "Davistal sister. It's me, Jeremiah. I'll explain later." "Master, what happened? What's going on in the inner island?" "Sergio has disturbed the book tower. The guarding dragon will soon be awakened." "No, he wouldn't be so stupid at his current 9th level Yuanwu stage unless he has an imperial edict." The remnant soul's expression twisted in frustration. Damn. The ritual is imminent. How dare he ruin my grand plan? Hurry, let's go to the inner island. "What?" Jeremiah was still trying to comprehend the situation. "Take your sister to the inner island. We can't afford to be late." With the book tower moving and seawater surging, the guarding spirit must have emerged. If the ritual cannot continue, it will be too late. "Benishioically," the remnant soul roared. Speaking, the remnant soul darted into the black robe Jeremiah was holding. Jeremiah stiffened, hastily donning the black robe to resemble Campbell, grabbing Jolene and rushing towards the inner island. Because of the disturbance within the inner island, the entire Crystal Island was stirred into action. Inner island. Armandu. A roar split the air as a massive creature erupted from the sea, hovering above the water, its enormous head fixed intently on the book tower. Turning around, Sergio glanced once more. A pitch-black dragon, likely a black jade dragon. Looking at it, Sergio rubbed his temples. He realized that sometimes, talking too much just creates complications. Now that the dragon had arrived, leaving would certainly cause problems. Initially, he could have simply left, but after chatting, he suddenly felt a bit guilty towards Rosemary. While he never considered himself a good person, he had his own internal boundaries. Suddenly feeling bad, especially knowing Rosemary was essentially coerced by the Divisa family into getting close to him and then acting along, he felt some guilt. Though his experiences far surpassed the small scale of Crystal Island, within these 2 weeks, due to the pressure from the Devisa family and his interactions, he and Rosemary had grown closer. Had this continued for a few more months, Rosemary might have genuinely fallen for him. Now, seeing her state, having deceived her felt somewhat cruel. Hence, he said a few more things, leading to the arrival of the dragon. Just like back then, out of compassion, he helped Letitia, resulting in ongoing conflicts with the Ernie elder. Now, perhaps he needn't have felt sympathy, but because he was personally involved, it was different. Certainly, he did not regret it. Maybe in a few centuries or millennia, he could be as unfeeling as the 7 luminaries, but at least now, while still young, he followed his heart. If cultivating made him violate his heart's desires, why bother cultivating? Troubling was, the matter here was tough to handle. The seawater severely suppressed spiritual energy. Rosemary glanced at the black jade dragon, giggling nervously. The guarding spirit is here. We're trapped. We're all going to die. Sergio remained silent, staring at the dragon. Leave, or you'll die. If the dragon did not leave, he might have to act. Fortunately, his bloodline held significant power over demons and spirits. Initially, upon obtaining the 5-clawed golden dragon bloodline, he could suppress once before the effect wore off. Over years of cultivation, his bloodline had become immensely potent. Despite remaining at the 9th rank heavenly level, due to the continuous strengthening of his bloodline, as long as he was alive, he could suppress indefinitely. Of course, due to the environment. If the dragon truly fought back, with surging seawater, it would complicate things. Hence, even though the black jade dragon was only at the first level Yuanwu stage, he didn't want to confront it. Unexpectedly, the black jade dragon stared at Sergio for a while before shifting shape, transforming into a man wearing dark armor. Approaching a bit closer, the black jade dragon finally spoke. Are you, the guardian? Translation provided in English, ensuring adherence to style and tone, maintaining structure and coherence. Hashtag chapter 447, Jeffrey Davis. To everyone's surprise, in response to Sergio's threat, the black dragon did not fly into a rage. Instead, it transformed into human form and approached closer. After coming near, it spoke, inquiring whether Sergio was indeed an inspector. Its tone revealed some uncertainty. Inspector? Sergio was taken aback for a moment, but then suddenly realized. The ancient records of Xianxia Palace mentioned that when the Sin domain had not yet become desolate, outsiders often sent powerful individuals to patrol the Sin domain to ensure that no strong figures inside would cause trouble. Any disloyal ones were eliminated. Patrollers entering the Sin domain would naturally carry a pardon order, making it easier for them to return after patrolling. He had a pardon order on him, and since this dragon was the guardian here, could it be that it had a special method to sense the existence of the pardon order? After some thought, Sergio did not respond rashly. If he knew how to activate the pardon order, pretending temporarily wouldn't be a problem, but he didn't know how to use it, and pretending could easily expose his flaws. How come you're not talking? The Emo dragon frowned at Sergio's silence. Sergio neither confirmed nor denied, saying, if you say so, then it is. The Emo dragon wasn't stupid either. After being stunned for a moment, it narrowed its eyes. Forget it. I don't care if you are a legitimate patroller or not. Since you have a grace decree, I will treat you as a patroller. I remember in my inherited memories, they were called pardon orders in the outside world. Whether it's a pardon order or a grace decree, they are essentially the same thing, just different names. Sergio raised an eyebrow. The Emo dragon continued, now, say that I, Jeffrey, have completed my duty of guarding the Sin domain and can now return. Why? Sergio's expression remained unchanged. The Emo dragon coldly shouted, if you don't speak, I'll kill you. You've tampered with the book tower here. Even if you might not be a patroller, killing you would still be justified. Whoosh. The seawater by the shore surged into the sky. Sergio glanced at the seawater and laughed. Since you can sense the grace decree in my bosom, don't you know that as long as I have the grace decree, the seawater has no effect on me? Without the advantage of seawater, do you still want to fight? The oppressive aura of 9th stage, profound martial instantly spread out, mixed with a bit of true dragon aura. Immediately, the Emo dragon fell directly to the ground, unable to maintain its human form, reverting back to its Emo dragon form. After a brief moment, the pressure dissipated. If they could converse, there was no need to fight. After all, Sergio knew that he was just bluffing. He didn't know how to activate the pardon order, and in a real fight, this Emo dragon could bring him a lot of trouble. The Emo dragon flew into the air, roaring, I don't care about your affairs. It's just something you said offhandedly. If you push me too far, even if I can't handle you, believe me when I say I can flood these 2 islands with seawater. There was undeniable anger in its voice. I didn't say I wouldn't agree. I just wanted to know why. If you don't tell me the reason, flood away. They're not related to me. What does their life or death have to do with me? The Emo dragon was silent for a while, grinding its teeth. Many years ago. Actually, the story was quite simple. Many years ago, that ruthless person from the Sin domain took all the cultivators to Devisa Island and left, so the outside world no longer needed patrollers. But they couldn't just ignore it. Then, a certain powerhouse caught a Emo dragon from the sea, forcing it to swear an oath to guard here, generation after generation. To appease the powerful figures in the Sin domain at that time, the oath also required the Emo dragon to appear once every 500 years to be fair. To prevent the Emo dragon from fighting to the death regardless of consequences, a loophole was left for it. Only when someone like a patroller came and deemed the Emo dragon's guarding complete, could the Emo dragon leave the Sin domain. Unfortunately, since then, no more patrollers came from the outside world. And when the first generation Emo dragon grew old, reaching the limit of its lifespan, it used its entire essence and soul to give birth to new offspring with its last bit of life. So it continued, generation after generation. The current Emo dragon didn't know how many generations it had been. It only knew that the Sin domain's spiritual energy was thin, and each generation's cultivation dropped, barely maintaining the level of profound martial. Each generation of Emo dragons hoped to leave the Sin domain, hoping to see the boundless sea filled with countless spirit creatures of the same kind as in their inheritance memories. When reaching the end of their lives, they all used their last life force to give birth to new Emo dragons, hoping the next generation would see for them. Also, due to the constraint of the oath, each generation of Emo dragons appeared once every 500 years to maintain what was known as the sacrificial ceremony. However, the so-called fairness, wasn't it ultimately determined by what the Emo dragon said? Each generation of Emo dragons felt stifled and wouldn't let the people of Divisili Island get their wish. Therefore, except for the first generation, starting from the second generation, almost no one from Divisili Island could leave. Moreover, because the people on the island had a lifespan of no more than 100 years, while the sacrificial ceremony was held only once every 500 years, generation after generation, those who encountered the sacrificial ceremony believed their contributions would allow them to leave, but ended up never leaving. Over time, every generation faced the same fate without exception. Years passed, and the Emo dragon began to think, patroller? What is a patroller? This point can be greatly exploited, such as, who can prove whether one is really a patroller? As long as someone carrying a grace decree came. Anyway, a grace decree is a standard for patrollers. He remembered hearing that the previous few generations of Emo dragons often met people holding grace decrees visiting Divisili Island. Unfortunately, the Emo dragon realized this a bit too late. As the region was restricted, and the so-called sacrificial ceremony started, the cultivations of the Sin domain rapidly plummeted, and from the outside world, there were no more patrollers, and no one entered the Sin domain with a pardon order just to enjoy the scenery. This continued until Sergio appeared. Thus ends the story. After speaking, the Emo dragon's bloodshot eyes stared fiercely at Sergio. You only need to say a sentence, causing you no harm, letting me leave this cursed place. Otherwise, not only will the people of the two islands die, but even if I die, I won't let you humans have it easy. Sergio deeply sympathizes with your predicament. Pausing for a moment, Sergio smiled and said, if my words are truly useful. From Sergio's perspective, your long-term service here is accomplished, there is no need to continue guarding this place. If you have no other matters, you may leave the Sin domain anytime. Since it caused no harm to himself, there was no need to fight to the death with this Emo dragon. Finally able to leave this cursed place. Haha, human oral, there are still some grace decrees in the depths where I stayed. If you're interested, you can dive in and take them all. I'm finally free. The Emo dragon soared into the sky, laughing wildly. The laughter subsided as the Emo dragon dived into the exit vortex and disappeared. Gone, truly left. Sergio raised an eyebrow. This result, even he didn't expect at first. If he had known the guardian Emo dragon was such a situation beforehand, why bother going through all the trouble? Suddenly, old lady Devise's voice rang out. Senior Sue, give me a redemption order, and I will give you Rosemary. Inspectors entering the Sin domain would naturally carry redemption orders to facilitate their return after inspection. He had a redemption order on him. This dragon was also the guardian here. Perhaps there was a special method to sense the existence of a redemption order? After some thought, Sergio did not respond hastily. If he could activate the redemption order, pretending temporarily wouldn't be a problem, but he couldn't use it, and pretending could easily expose his incompetence. Why don't you speak? Sergio's silence made Jeffrey frown instantly. Sergio responded ambiguously, if you say so, then it must be. Jeffrey wasn't stupid. After being stunned for a while, its eyes narrowed. Forget it. I don't care if you are an authentic inspector or not. Since you have an imperial amnesty order, I'll treat you as an inspector. I remember from my inherited memories that outsiders call it a redemption order. Whether it's called redemption order or imperial amnesty order, it's the same thing, just with different names. Sergio raised an eyebrow. Jeffrey continued, now, you say that I, Jeffrey, have completed my mission of guarding the Sin domain and can now return. Why? Sergio remained unperturbed. Jeffrey growled, if you don't speak, I will kill you. You interfered with this place's book tower. Whether you're an inspector or not, killing you wouldn't be wrong. Splash. The seawater by the shore surged skyward. Sergio glanced at the water and smiled. Since you can sense the imperial amnesty order in my embrace, don't you know that as long as I have it, seawater is ineffective against me? Without the advantage of the sea, do you still want to fight me? The pressure of the 9th level of profound martial art instantly spread, mixed with a hint of true dragon pressure. Immediately, Jeffrey fell directly to the ground, unable to maintain its human form and reverting to its dragon form. A moment later, the pressure dissipated. If they could talk, there was no need to fight. Sergio knew he was bluffing since he couldn't activate the redemption order. In a real fight, this Jeffrey might cause him plenty of trouble. Jeffrey flew into the air, roaring lowly, you. It doesn't concern me either way, it's just something off your tongue. If you push me too far, even if I can't harm you, do you believe I won't flood these two wretched islands with seawater? His voice carried unmasked anger. I didn't refuse, I just want to know why. If you don't tell me the reason, let them drown. They are nothing to me, dead or alive, Sergio replied coolly. Jeffrey was silent for a while, clenching his teeth. Many years ago, the story was actually simple. Many years ago, that ruthless person in the Sin domain took all cultivators to Divisili Island and left, thus outsiders no longer needed inspectors. Yet they couldn't ignore it entirely. Later, a powerful figure captured a black dragon from the sea, forcing it to swear an oath to guard here generation after generation. To reassure the then strong figures in the Sin domain, the oath required Jeffrey to appear every 500 years to maintain fairness. To prevent the dragon from fighting recklessly and dying, it was given a way out. Only when an inspector like someone came and acknowledged the end of Jeffrey's duty, it could leave the Sin domain. Unfortunately, since then, no inspectors arrived from outside. The first generation of Jeffrey grew old, reaching its lifespan limit. Using all its flesh and essence and soul energy, it birthed new offspring with its last breaths. This lineage passed down through generations. The current Jeffrey didn't know how many generations it had been, only that the spiritual energy in the Sin domain was sparse. Each generation's cultivation decreased, finally barely maintaining the proficient martial realm. Each generation of Jeffrey hoped to leave the Sin domain to see the endless ocean filled with countless demon spirits and relatives. Upon reaching the end of life, they all gave birth to new Jeffreys with their final life, hoping the next generation would see it for them. Due to the oath's constraint, each Jeffrey appeared once every 500 years to maintain the supposed ritual. But laughably, true fairness ultimately depended on what Jeffrey said. Each generation felt stifled. How could they let Divisely Island people get what they wished? So, starting from the second generation, almost no one could leave Divisely Island except for the first Jeffrey. Moreover, islanders had lifespans not exceeding a century, while rituals occurred only every 500 years. Each generation encountered the ritual, thinking their service earned them a departure, yet none ever left. Over time, each generation faced the same outcome without exception. As time went on, Jeffrey began to think, inspectors? What are inspectors? This provided vast possibilities, such as who could prove if someone was an inspector? Anyone carrying an imperial amnesty order. After all, the redemption order was the standard for inspectors. Jeffrey remembered hearing that previous generations frequently met tourists with redemption orders visiting Divisely Island. Unfortunately, the realization came too late. With the designated area and beginning of rituals, cultivations in the Sin domain drastically declined. Meanwhile, the outside world not only had no inspectors, but no one brought redemption orders to visit the Sin domain scenery anymore. This situation persisted until Sergio appeared, and thus the story ended. After finishing, Jeffrey's bloodshot eyes stared intently at Sergio. Just a word from you, harmless to you. Lets me leave this accursed place. Otherwise, not only will those on both islands die, but even at the cost of my life, I won't let you humans have it easy. Mr. Su deeply sympathizes with your plight. Sergio paused, then smiled. If my words can truly help, in my view, your time here has achieved great merit and you needn't continue guarding this place. If you have no further business, you may leave the Sin domain anytime. Since it harmed him not, there was no need to risk a fight with the Black Dragon. Finally able to leave this accursed place. Ha ha ha, human oral. I have more imperial amnesty orders under the sea. Take them all if you wish, I'm free. Jeffrey soared into the sky, laughing wildly. The laughter faded as Jeffrey plunged into the vortex exit, disappearing. Gone. Really gone. Sergio's eyes widened. This result, even he hadn't anticipated initially. Had he known the truth about this guardian Black Dragon earlier, there would have been no need for such complications. Suddenly, Old Lady Devise's voice rang out. Senior Sue, give me a redemption order, and I will hand over Rosemary to you. Chapter 447, Jeffrey Davis. To everyone's surprise, in response to Sergio's threat, not only did Jeffrey not fly into a rage, instead, he transformed into human form and approached. After getting closer, he spoke up and asked whether Sergio was a warden. His voice carried some uncertainty. Warden? Sergio was taken aback for a moment before suddenly realizing. The Xianxia Palace records stated that when the Sin domain had yet to fall into disrepair, outsiders often dispatched powerful individuals to patrol it and ensure that no troublemakers caused mischief within. If anyone acted against them, they would be executed. These wardens entering the Sin domain would naturally carry pardon orders to facilitate their return after the patrol. He possessed a pardon order, and since this dragon was the guardian here, could it be that there was a special method for sensing the presence of a pardon order? After considering this, Sergio didn't rashly respond. If he could activate the pardon order, temporarily impersonating one wouldn't be a problem, but since he couldn't use it, any pretense might easily expose his true nature. Why aren't you speaking? Sergio's silence made Jeffrey frown. Sergio remained non-committal. Sure, if you say so. Jeffrey wasn't stupid either. After a moment's hesitation, he narrowed his eyes. Forget it. I don't care whether you're a legitimate warden or not. Since you carry an imperial decree, I'll consider you a warden. From what I recall in my inherited memories, outsiders called it a pardon order, but whether it's a pardon order or an imperial decree, they're essentially the same thing, just different names. Sergio raised an eyebrow. Jeffrey continued, now, tell me that my mission as guardian of the Sin domain is complete, and I can return. Why? Sergio's expression remained unchanged. Jeffrey snarled, if you don't say it, I'll kill you. You touched this tower. Even if you weren't a warden, killing you wouldn't be wrong. Suddenly, the seawater near the shore surged skyward. Sergio glanced at the water and smiled. Since you can sense the imperial decree in my possession, shouldn't you know that with it, the seawater has no effect on me? Without the advantage of the sea, do you really think you can fight me? Instantly, the pressure of 9th rank primordial martial spread out, mixed with a touch of true dragon aura. Jeffrey immediately collapsed on the ground, unable to maintain his human form, reverting to his black dragon appearance. A moment later, the pressure dissipated. Since they could still communicate, fighting was unnecessary. After all, Sergio knew he was just bluffing. He couldn't activate the pardon order, and a real fight could bring him more trouble from this black dragon. Jeffrey flew into the air and roared, I don't care about your business, it's just a casual remark to you. If you push me too far, I'll flood these two wretched islands even if I can't harm you. There was undeniable anger in his voice. I didn't say no, I just want to know the reason. If you don't tell me, flooding is fine by me. They aren't related to me, so their fate doesn't matter. Jeffrey was silent for a while before gritting his teeth. Many years ago, the story was simple. Many years ago, a ruthless person from the Sin domain took all the cultivators away to Divisely Island, thus eliminating the need for wardens. However, it couldn't be completely neglected. Then, a powerful individual caught a black dragon from the sea, forcing it to swear an oath to guard the place forever and to appear every 500 years for fairness, comforting the powerful ones in the Sin domain at that time. To prevent the black dragon from dying in vain and to provide an escape route, it was stipulated that once a warden deemed its duty complete, the black dragon could leave the Sin domain. Unfortunately, after that, no warden ever came again. And as the first generation black dragon aged and reached the end of its lifespan, it used its remaining essence and soul to birth new offspring, continuing this cycle through generations. The current black dragon didn't know how many generations had passed, but it was known that the sparse spiritual energy in the Sin domain reduced each generation's cultivation, barely maintaining the primordial martial realm. Each generation hoped to leave the Sin domain and see the endless sea full of fellow demonic creatures described in their memories. At the end of their lives, they all used their last breaths to birth new black dragons, hoping the next generation would have better luck. Bound by the oath, each generation appeared every 500 years for rituals. Ironically, true justice was determined by how the black dragon interpreted it. Each generation felt suffocated and prevented the people of Divisili Island from leaving. Thus, since the second generation, almost no one from Divisili Island could leave. Moreover, the islanders had lifespans of only a century, while the ritual occurred every 500 years. Generation after generation believed they would gain freedom after performing the ritual, but none ever succeeded. Over time, another realization dawned on the black dragons. Warden? What is a warden? Who could prove it? Anyone with an imperial decree could claim to be one, as long as someone carrying an imperial decree arrived. Since it was standard for wardens, Jeffrey remembered hearing that previous generations frequently encountered tourists from outside with such decrees. Sadly, the realization came too late. With the defined boundaries and rituals starting, the cultivations of the Sin domain rapidly declined, and outsiders stopped sending wardens or visiting for sightseeing. This went on until Sergio appeared. The story ended there. After finishing, Jeffrey's bloodshot eyes fixed on Sergio. Just say a word. It won't hurt you to let me leave this cursed place. Otherwise, not only will the islanders die, but I won't let you, a human, get away either, even if it costs me my life. Sue feels deep sympathy for your plight, Sergio said sincerely. Pausing, he added, if my words hold true, I believe your service as a guardian here is complete, and you are free to leave the Sin domain without further obligations. Since it didn't harm him, there was no need to clash with the black dragon. Finally, I can leave this accursed place, haha. Human oral, there are still some imperial decrees in my underwater lair. If you're interested, you can take them all. I'm free now. Jeffrey rose into the sky, laughing wildly. With that, Jeffrey dove into the exit vortex and disappeared. Gone, truly gone. Sergio raised an eyebrow. This outcome was something he hadn't anticipated initially. If he had known earlier about the black dragon situation, there would have been no need for all the trouble. Suddenly, old lady Devise's voice sounded. Sir Sue, give me a redemption order, and I will give you Rosemary. Chapter 448. The second Sin pardon token. The voice of Elder Devisa startled Sergio awake. It was filled with countless surprises, a hint of regret, and endless pleading. Sergio instantly turned around to look. Unbeknownst to him, Elder Devisa had already awakened. Furthermore, on the opposite shore, countless people were looking at this place in shock. Clearly, his conversation with the Jiaolong had been overheard by those far away. Not entirely correct though. His voice wasn't loud enough for someone across the 300-mile sea to hear him, but the Jiaolong's voice was too powerful. People on the other side likely heard the Jiaolong's voice. Glancing around, Sergio pondered for a moment, then raised his hand to retrieve the Sin pardon token from his storage ring. On this journey, he had brought 2 tokens. With the Jiaolong now gone, no one could threaten him anymore. And considering what the Jiaolong had said earlier, even if Elder Devisa had 10 times the courage, she wouldn't dare attempt to use the imperial jade against him. As for others, it was unnecessary to mention them. All he needed to do was leave before the remnant soul of Elder Eshi reached here. After playing with it for a while, Sergio tossed the token into the air. Elder Devisa leaped up with excitement. Unfortunately, the token suddenly accelerated and fell into the hands of Rosemary nearby. Elder Devisa's expression changed drastically. Seeing her reaction, Sergio shrugged slightly. He who kills others will be killed. He who deceives others will be deceived. I didn't mean to deceive you earlier, Devisa Elder. I only have 2 tokens, and this one is for you as an apology. Yes, due to a moment of compassion, and because he had previously used Rosemary, Sergio decided to give the second Sin pardon token to Rosemary. What would happen to Rosemary after she left? That was none of his concern. Xiaohui, give it to me. Elder Devisa shouted loudly at Rosemary. Rosemary looked down at the token in her hand, feeling lost. The Devisa family did everything to leave, and the key to leaving was right in her hand. The thing for which the Devisa family had continuously strived was now easily within her grasp. She felt everything was surreal. The entire clan? Huh. From the words of the Black Jiaolong, it was clear that not the entire clan could leave. Only one person could go with the token. Elder, give it to me. Elder Devisa's face contorted in fury. She wanted to snatch it, but dared not. After all, Rosemary was too close to the exit, and Sergio was still beside her, watching with his chin propped up. Leaving? Rosemary gazed blankly at Elder Devisa. Suddenly, countless images flashed through her mind. Images of stories Sergio had told her. In these stories, the world outside was boundless. With the cultivation of the spirit warrior realm, one would hardly traverse even a fraction of the outside world's vast expanse in their entire lifetime. There were more people outside. Even if everyone from Divisili Island moved to the outside world, they would barely fill a small town. Yet, countless towns composed just one city, and there were millions or tens of millions of cities outside. It was a number beyond imagination. Outside, there were also countless unimaginable landscapes, beautiful scenes that could only be described in vivid imagery. In the outside world, although humans lacked wings, they could freely soar through the skies. There were countless wonders that couldn't even be imagined in dreams. Holding the token, she only needed to take a few steps to see the outside world, the homeland her ancestors had spoken of for generations. Elder Devisa's expression grew increasingly twisted, and she roared, Xiaohui, give it to me. All the images faded away quietly. Rosemary glanced at the lightweight yet weighty Sin pardon token in her hand. Silently, she spoke hoarsely, Grandmother, do you know that I never liked Archer? For the family arrangements, I despised him. Sometimes I thought without him, I might not become a tool. I also disliked Sergio. Only after he appeared did I realize that even without them, I am still a tool. Archer had treated her well, but she didn't want to be a tool. So, she hated Archer, but because of family arrangements, she could only act. She disliked Sergio even more. Without the family arrangement, given Sergio's gentle demeanor and vast experiences over the past half-month, she might have liked him, but tainted by family, she didn't like Sergio either. The only difference was that she didn't detest him. Even because of Sergio's teasing, she felt some joy, not romantic joy, but the selfish delight in seeing Elder Devise's current predicament. Elder Devise's face froze, and she quickly spoke again. Xiaohui, give me the token. I promise you can do whatever you want from now on. No one will force you anymore. From now on, I have no relation with the Devise family, Rosemary murmured with an expressionless tone, slightly trembling as she threw the token. It landed perfectly in Elder Devise's hand. I can leave. I can leave. Ignoring Rosemary's attitude and words, Elder Devise staggered toward the vortex. With this, she could finally leave this wretched place, return to the vast homeland recorded in ancient texts. Leaving? No, she didn't want to. Just as Elder Devise was half a pace away from the vortex, a terrifying spiritual power surged, forcefully taking the token from her hand. Who? Elder Devise instantly flew into a rage, turning her head, and froze. Sergio. She saw the stolen token fall back into Sergio's hand. Sergio, give it back. Elder Devise immediately roared. She wanted to activate the Imperial Jade against Sergio but feared that he would enter the portal with the token, thus losing all hope. Playing with the token, Sergio smirked. You want to leave? But Sergio isn't quite willing. Elder Devise clutched her cane tightly, her voice trembling. I've given her to you. What more do you want? I don't want anything. Pausing, Sergio sneered. Old woman, is it necessary? Judging by your appearance, you can live at most another 2 years. With the true warrior realm's 500-year lifespan, even if you go to the outside world, accounting for the accelerated aging in this realm, you would only live for another 10 years at most. Don't lie to me. Elder Devise roared furiously. Just as Sergio was about to speak, he glanced toward the opposite shore. He saw the imposter pretending to be Elder Eshi, holding Jolene's wrist and crossing the sea on a small boat. So bold. The creatures in the sea probably couldn't stop him. Rosemary lifted her lifeless eyes. Sergio, give the token to grandmother. Sergio retracted his gaze and barked. Instantly, a massive wave of spiritual energy spread out. Boy, leave the token. Elder Devise attacked ferociously, launching waves of spiritual energy toward Sergio and using the token to control the formation. The formation in the sky materialized, condensing into a terrifying aura nearly approaching Earth's spirit realm power. Chapter 449, shattering his soul to send his disciple away. Seeing Sergio's movements, the elderly matriarch of the Devise family knew he was about to leave. Without any hesitation and ignoring all reservations, she unleashed her spiritual energy in a sweeping assault and controlled the formation to generate an almost Earth spirit realm level of power for her attack. Without assistance, relying on external objects, you dare to attack me? Sergio abruptly turned around and struck with a wave of his hand. A palm imprint shattered through the air, instantly crushing the matriarch's spiritual energy. It then solidly hit her chest, causing her to spit out a large mouthful of blood. With just one strike, she was severely wounded. Furthermore, because of that palm strike, her internal spiritual energy became chaotic, and the incomplete attack generated by the formation dissipated. Sergio coldly said, if you dare to attack again, the next palm will take your life. Cough, cough. The matriarch of the Devise family barely stood with her cane, continuously coughing up blood. Sergio retracted his gaze, and terrifying spiritual energy enveloped the book tower. After 3 breaths of time, Sergio completely enveloped the book tower with his spiritual energy. He looked towards the sea. Ah, the impersonator had already crossed 50 miles with Jolene. This speed is indeed fast. Unfortunately, it's still too late. He has to go now. He withdrew his gaze again and, at the same time, reached out telekinetically, pulling Rosemary in front of him. Young lady, it's rare for me to feel pity. Yet, you repay my pity. Seeing you so pitiful now, I won't hold it against you. As he spoke, he tossed the token back into Rosemary's hands. Then, using his left hand to grab Rosemary, he soared into the air, his right hand grabbing the tower, descending into the vortex below. Ripples spread outward. No. The matriarch of the Devise family lifted her head amidst her bleeding and screamed in anguish. Sergio, Rosemary, and the book tower were all gone. All that remained was the vortex. 500 years of hope had come to naught. The guardian spirit beast had left this world, and the book tower was also gone. What would happen to Devisely Island from now on? Sometime later. Damn it! A thunderously angry roar echoed. The imposter of Samuel arrived on the island with Jolene. It was clear that the imposter's aura was somewhat chaotic, clearly showing the discomfort caused by the little tricks within the 300-mile sea, while Jolene, on the other hand, was completely unharmed. The matriarch of the Devise family turned her eyes weakly back and rasped, "Old man, you're too late." Unexpectedly, a light flashed under the black robe, revealing a fragment of a soul. The matriarch of the Devise family's face showed surprise. The soul fragment paid no attention and instead stared fixedly at the vortex, its form slightly unstable. The imposter removed the black robe, revealing a youthful face. "Master, what should we do? That guardian Jeffrey has already left the outer world, and Sergio has taken Rosemary and the book tower with him." He knew the soul fragment had a plan to escape, but he wasn't entirely clear on the specifics, only knowing that the plot needed to be executed when Jeffrey appeared during the sacrifice. But now, Jeffrey was gone, the book tower was lost, and the sacrifice? From now on, there would likely be no more sacrifices. The soul fragment remained silent, continuing to tremble as it watched the entrance. After a long pause, the soul fragment finally turned around. Master, the young man hurriedly spoke. The soul fragment softly asked, how long have you been my disciple? 18 years and 4 months. The young man replied instinctively. Are you Jeremiah? The matriarch of the Devisa family looked at the young man and suddenly recalled something, her pupils constricting. In her view, although she hadn't seen this young man before, she could vaguely see traces of the once-child Jeremiah in his features. The young man coldly glanced over but did not speak. The soul fragment patted him on the shoulder. I originally planned to send you away during the sacrifice. Now forget it. Take your sister to the entrance. Jeremiah froze, his expression suddenly changing. Master? The soul fragment shook his head slightly and gently raised his hand, releasing a surge of soul power that swept both Jeremiah and Jolene into the vortex. Unfortunately, without the pardon token, the vortex was nothing more than an illusion, incapable of passage. Jeremiah's expression changed dramatically. Master, you said the array here is terrifying, and you only managed to retain some divine soul using secret methods. If you use your soul power, you'll die under the array. The soul fragment laughed wildly, his head thrown back. Laughing for a while, the soul fragment revealed a smile tinged with both laughter and tears. Your master, a grand Wu Di, traversing space should be routine. Yet my final destination is to die in this sinner domain. Haha, disciple, you've always wanted to know how to leave, haven't you? Today, I'll tell you. Pausing, the soul fragment fiercely stared at the vortex. My original plan was to wait until the sacrificial day when the spirit beast appears. I would risk annihilation to follow Jeffrey into the sea to his residence to find the means to leave. But now, it's too late. Master, let me go. Jeremiah seemed to sense something and struggled madly. The soul fragment calmly said, Davistal one, there are countless entrances to the sinner domain, but exits exist only in 2 places. The sinner domain array rotates. Where you enter determines where you exit. However, since you were born in the sinner domain, who knows where you will appear outside? Even your master can't predict it. Jeremiah's eyes suddenly turned red. After I'm gone, think thrice before acting. In the future, trust no one besides your sister. Otherwise, you'll end up like your parents. Initially, countless families on the island tried to utilize your parents' abilities to construct an array for their escape. After failure, they became decorated sinners in the island's history, while others remained innocent. Haha. Having said that, the soul fragment didn't care about the Devisa family's reaction, his soul suddenly shattering into fragments. Unable to leave without a pardon token? Haha, Jeffrey and Sergio left one after another, creating such obvious spatial fluctuations. Your master, a grand Wu Di, dared to risk soul annihilation just to stop me. An overwhelmingly powerful soul force erupted, seeming to freeze the entire universe. The wind stopped, the water ceased. Everything fell into a standstill. Only the soul fragment's body continued to crumble into pieces. After an indeterminate amount of time, once the soul fragment completely turned into fragments and ceased to exist, everything returned to normal. Jeremiah and Jolene flashed away, disappearing as well. Samuel's last soul fragment utterly vanished, having traded itself to ensure Jeremiah and Jolene left the sinner domain. The entrances to the sinner domain are scattered across numerous regions. No one could confirm which exit they would appear at. Outside the sinner domain, deep underground in an unknown location, the vortex swirled. Jeremiah and Jolene appeared here. Jolene didn't pay attention to the surroundings, staring blankly at Jeremiah. Brother Davising, the elder said. Father and Hannah. Jeremiah remained silent. After a while he spoke. The truth is indeed as Master said. Not that I am unwilling to avenge Father and Hannah, but they cannot leave the sinner domain. Compared to killing them, letting them remain in the sinner domain being tormented is more satisfying. Before he could get a response, Jeremiah shook his head. We should leave first. Master often told me that the outer world respects the strong, where the weak are prey. Any disagreement can lead to slaughter. ##### translation complete. The translated chapter maintains the original tone and style while ensuring fluency and grammatical accuracy. The paragraph structure and line breaks are preserved as per the original text. Chapter 450. Iron Spear Sect in Turmoil. Jeremiah didn't explain much. After speaking, he quickly left with Jolene. He needed to first see where they were, and also wanted to see if the outside world was truly as his master described, a place where the strong dominate and the weak perish. The extermination of the Davising family. Knowing full well that the island clan could never leave, his anger at their futile efforts had long dissipated. Now, the most important thing was Jolene. Previously, to avoid interfering with Samuel's plan, he hadn't dared to appear before Jolene or teach her cultivation. Now, having left the Sin domain, finding a place to settle and beginning Jolene's cultivation became paramount. Sergio, with my master's cultivation, even if he fought a black dragon, he wouldn't have perished. But because of your intervention, he has now lost both body and soul. He harbored deep hatred for Sergio. He didn't know if his master's remnant soul could survive by escaping into the sea, but at least there was a chance of survival. However, Sergio's appearance disrupted everything. The remnant soul had exhausted itself, sending him out of the Sin domain. Without avenging this, he would be unworthy as a disciple. In the eastern region, disciples of the Iron Spear sect. Half a day ago, Sergio and Rosemary appeared before the disciples of the Iron Spear sect. Rosemary wouldn't necessarily have been at the entrance underground without Sergio dragging her along, so she emerged in the same spot as Sergio. Rumble. As soon as they appeared, the ground shook violently, the book tower slamming into it. Fortunately, the cave was tall enough to prevent a collapse. Greetings, Senior Brother Bryson. Greetings, Senior Brother Bryson. Greetings, Senior Brother Bryson. Before Rosemary could make sense of the situation, a uniform chorus greeted them. Looking up, she saw many people, nearly 40, all dressed identically, bowing towards her and Sergio. Their cultivations, terrifyingly powerful, each one not inferior to her grandmother, perhaps even stronger. Using spirit energy to move the tower away from the vortex, Sergio then looked up. Fellow disciples, what are you doing here? He thought only the Iron Spear sect members would be waiting, not expecting so many Shimming Palace disciples here. Perhaps something significant had happened during his time in the Sin domain. Bryson, holy son Sergio, you're safe. Please, save the Iron Spear sect. A man rapidly approached, kneeling on the ground, utterly undignified. Seeing him, Sergio frowned. It was Addison, the leader of the Iron Spear sect. Leader, sure. What's wrong? Sergio used spirit energy to pull Addison up. An unfamiliar Shimming Palace disciple bowed. Senior brother Bryson, the Iron Spear sect deceived you into entering the Sin domain. The sect was furious and ordered the arrest of everyone in the Iron Spear sect, from the head to the servants. Only now did Sergio notice. Addison's cultivation had been sealed. Behind him, someone silently sat mid-air, exuding Earth Spirit Realm power, wearing Shimming Palace attire. He remembered seeing him once at the Sword Champ Pavilion, but didn't know his name. Shimming Palace had too many Earth Spirit Realm elders. Stepping forward slightly, he clasped his hands. Greetings, elder. The Bryson overestimates me, Imo-kun. That person sidestepped Sergio's greeting. Approaching Sergio again, Bryson, with no news from your trip into the Sin domain. Your return is reassuring. Sergio glanced around and transmitted his voice. What about the Iron Spear sect? The Iron Spear sect deceived you into the Sin domain, and now must pay a price. Imo-kun's tone was cryptic. Deceived him into the Sin domain? Sergio raised an eyebrow. The Iron Spear sect lacked the means to deceive him. Ordinarily, one might deny it, but Sergio wasn't ordinary. As a Bryson for many years, after a moment's reflection, he understood. Whether the Iron Spear sect had deceived him wasn't important. What mattered was the fact he disappeared while in the Iron Spear sect. What the truth wasn't as critical as the outcome of his disappearance. Imo-kun turned expressionlessly. Addison, for deceiving our Shimming Palace Bryson into the Sin domain. According to our law, your 27,000 people were to be beheaded in 3 months. However, since the Bryson has returned, if you receive mercy, perhaps the major crime can be forgiven. After saying this, Imo-kun looked at Sergio. Since the Bryson has returned, I shall go back to the sect. Apart from here, the Iron Spear sect still has 3,000 Sword Champ Pavilion disciples stationed within. How this is handled is up to the Bryson alone. Imo-kun disappeared instantly. His speed as an Earth Spirit 9th level elder was beyond comprehension. Holy son Sergio, please spare my Iron Spear sect, Addison spoke, not denying the accusation. Sergio lifted his head. Are all your people arrested? Please spare us. Addison pleaded, fearfully. Sergio had been in the Sin domain for just 10 days when Shimming Palace's Sword Champ Pavilion descended upon the Iron Spear sect, capturing everyone based on information from the Wind Davisoning Hall. Only 3,000 Sword Champ disciples and Imo-kun acted. No martial emperors appeared. Imo-kun alone severely injured Addison and all the elders, sealing their powers. The truth? It wasn't crucial. Imo-kun spoke honestly. If Sergio hadn't returned in 3 months, the Iron Spear sect would have been annihilated. Thankfully, few died, mostly captured and imprisoned within the sect. Sergio subtly shook his head. Disciple brothers, I encountered a fortuitous event in the Sin domain. Let's consider the debts of the Iron Spear sect settled. Thank you, Bryson. Addison quickly suppressed his thoughts. With Sergio's words, the Iron Spear sect was safe. Smiling, Sergio turned to the book tower, frowning. It remained unable to be stored in his ring even outside the Sin domain. It seemed he'd have to carry it forcefully. Davisting his hand, Sergio used spirit energy to lift Rosemary and the tower into the air. Outside, returning to the surface, Sergio placed the book tower on the ground. It was incredibly heavy, even for him. Carrying it had been tiring. Greetings, Bryson. A grand chorus greeted Sergio as he appeared. Looking up, nearly 2,000 Shimming Palace disciples hovered above the Iron Spear sect. Another 1,000 scattered on rooftops or mountain peaks. Glancing around, Sergio said, the debts of the Iron Spear sect are balanced. End of story. 50 disciples. Bring this tower back to the sect. Hashtag chapter 451. Return to the sect. Facing the vast number of Shimming Palace disciples, Sergio paid no attention. He had just let Iron Spear sect off and then called the nearest 50 people over, asking them to carry him back to the sect. This object was too heavy. Even he would be unable to fly it all the way back to Shimming Palace in one go. If they shared the burden, with a total of 50 people, even if only true martial realm disciples, with his assistance, they could lift it directly. The 50 people nearest to him instantly flew around the book tower, observed for a moment, nodded, and found their leverage points or cast spiritual power remotely. Working together, they lifted the book tower. Sergio smiled and flew toward Shimming Palace. Sergio, what about me? Seeing the many people flying in the sky, Rosemary felt envious, but suddenly remembered something and hurriedly spoke up. Instantly, everyone's gaze turned toward Rosemary. Did a spirit martial realm waste dare address the holy son of Shimming Palace by name? However, none of them voiced their thoughts. She came with Sergio, who knew what relationship they had. As for Sergio, he glanced down, shook his head and said, what you do is none of my concern. Back to the sect. Streams of light soared into the sky, forming a grand procession as they flew out of Iron Spear sect and vanished into the horizon. Sergio indeed couldn't be bothered with Rosemary. Bringing her out was partly because he had extra atonement orders, and partly because he had previously taken advantage of her. Out of pity, he brought her out of the Sin domain, but otherwise, he wasn't interested anymore. Not all Shimming Palace disciples left immediately. After Sergio and the main group departed, a man slowly approached Rosemary. What's your relationship with Senior Brother Su? This man, Eshan, possessed Yuan Wu realm cultivation, level 1. He had pledged allegiance to Sergio very early on. When Sergio entered the Sin domain, Ashan managed to advance to the Yuan Wu realm through luck and later rushed here with the Sword Resonance Hall, people awaiting Sergio's return. Just now, when Sergio asked others to lift the book tower, being at the Yuan Wu realm, there was a certain pride involved. There were other Yuan Wu realm disciples present who didn't move either, deeming lifting the tower beneath their dignity, suitable for true martial realm disciples. Ashan was prepared to leave as well but stayed upon noticing Rosemary's unusual relationship with Sergio. As Sergio's confidant and one of the three most trusted under his command regardless of cultivation level, Ashan knew he should handle matters Sergio couldn't. Rosemary subconsciously responded, "You are? Senior Brother Su's fellow disciple." Pausing briefly, Ashan smiled. "I heard that Senior Brother Su entered the Sin domain alone. So, you must have met within the Sin domain, and Senior Brother took you out because of your acquaintance?" He was sure they met in the Sin domain. Otherwise, an ordinary spirit martial realm person would never meet Sergio, let alone be acquainted. Rosemary remained silent for a while before choosing to divulge everything. Of course, she omitted the sordid details of the Devisa family, merely mentioning how she was arranged to marry under her grandmother's arrangements, feeling guilty about leaving without fulfilling her promise. Therefore, Sergio took her out. Ashan's expression froze upon hearing this. Looking at the direction the lights disappeared into, he felt perplexed. How should he handle this? Ignore it? He couldn't gauge Sergio's thoughts. He had met Sergio earlier. If he didn't take her back and Sergio disliked it in the future. Take her back? Joking, right? In such a massive Xianxia palace, everyone knew Sergio was already close to Edie even before entering the sect. Bringing her back would likely incur the wrath of sacred maiden Edie. After deliberating, Ashan sighed softly. "Miss, since Senior Brother Su took you away, he must have plans. I'll take you to Xianxia Palace. Other matters, I don't know how he'll arrange it, but remember, the Sin domain is just that, a place for sinners. The so-called marriage agreement is mere talk. If you wish to live, forget about this matter." He wasn't threatening her. If this became public, it wouldn't take long for Rosemary to disappear. Without waiting for her response, Ashan scooped her up and pursued Sergio's group. Indeed, he slowed down intentionally, so as not to catch up with the main group ahead. Another Yuan Wu realm disciple approached. "Junior brother, I heard that Elder Alati, Sacred Maiden's mentor, has returned from travels and is discussing marriage between the Sacred Son and Sacred Maiden, bringing her back. With the heaven-severing pavilion elites all dead and Senior Brother Su's name dominating the eastern region, no one dares to defy him. The Sacred Maiden and Sacred Son have deep feelings. The sect won't allow any changes." Also one of Sergio's subordinates, he whispered this message. Ashan paused mid-step. Glancing sideways at the speaker, he silently replied, "Senior Brother Su's thoughts are always unpredictable. Since he took Miss Rosemary from the Sin domain, he must have reasons." Before reply, Ashan shook his head. "If Senior Brother Su doesn't intend anything, regardless of Miss Rosemary's talent or status, we aren't short of a single disciple's monthly stipend in Xianxia Palace. But if Senior Brother Su does have intentions, we must be devoted to him. No matter the outcome, taking her back ensures no mistakes." Brogan hesitated slightly, nodding slightly. Indeed, regardless of the result, their responsibility was to bring her back to Xianxia Palace. The ultimate decision lay with Sergio. Huangpu Taoxiu's lifespan was running out. Sergio would undoubtedly be the next palace master. Once he succeeded, countless elders in the 3 peaks and 9 halls would retire. At that time, as Sergio's trusted confidants, regarding the outcome, whatever Sergio decided, they would follow. ######3 months later. With Sergio's speed, returning should have been quick. However, due to handling the book tower, it took nearly 3 months to return to Xianxia Palace with the main group. They encountered no danger along the way. Ridiculous, with thousands of Sword Resonance Hall disciples flying and Sergio present, who would dare challenge the precious book tower? If it were another sect's territory, there might be attempts, but on Xianxia Palace grounds, it was a peaceful journey home. At the peak of Wuxiang Peak, Sergio bowed slightly. "Master, welcome back." Darren nodded slightly. He then asked, "What is this book tower, and why did it cause such a stir these past 3 months?" Sergio spoke softly, "To Master." Omitting the sealed jar spirit fragment, he recounted everything else. His trip to the Sin domain was nothing hidden. Finally, Sergio softly said, "The tower's array is extraordinary. Removing its contents may require Master's intervention." He brought the book tower out, but the internal array seals remained. Darren's eyes flickered toward the foot of the mountain. There stood the book tower. Chapter 452, Seawater Erosion. Darren's gaze shifted, looking towards the foot of the mountain. The book tower was now at the base. After Sergio returned to the sect, he had people bring this book tower directly to Justin Peak, then climb to the summit to pay respects to Darren. The seawater that restrains spiritual energy. Quite intriguing, Darren murmured, lifting his hand. Surging spiritual energy spread out. Under the terrifying cultivation of a 9th-rank martial emperor, the book tower at the foot of the mountain was lifted up to the peak by Darren through spatial manipulation. This tower. Darren's eyes narrowed. The weight felt off. Even if the tower were solid and made from the heaviest known mineral, its size wouldn't result in such an immense weight. After some thought, Darren activated the grand array around the peak. Then he stepped forward. "Follow me into the tower. I want to see what's so special about this supposed seawater." The two entered the tower. The book tower was as illuminated as before when Sergio first entered, with countless books and materials inside. Darren glanced around, his pupils contracting slightly. The treasures within this book tower were indeed impressive. There were many spiritual items that had long since vanished. Unfortunately, many things were not well preserved, with their efficacy lost over time, especially the pills, which, in his view, had at most 1/10 the effectiveness of normal ones. Despite this, after observing for a while, Darren finally spoke. "You've had good fortune. Setting aside the texts, even with the efficacy of many spiritual items diminished, the value still rivals a third of our Xianxia Palace's treasure vault." Sergio's eyes widened. "So precious?" Although he knew the items here were extraordinary, he didn't expect that even without the numerous texts, the remaining items were so valuable. Darren shook his head. A pity. If those items hadn't lost so much efficacy. With the resources in this tower, it would take at most 3 years for at least 3 members of our Xianxia Palace to break through to the martial venerated realm. With too much loss of potency, it wasn't much use for a martial emperor. Sergio wasn't bothered. Since it was obtained effortlessly, I'm already content. True, perhaps it's me being greedy, huh? Darren chuckled, retracting his gaze, and then reached for a jade slip beside him. He easily grasped the jade slip. An array activated, trying to forcibly return the jade slip. Unfortunately, Darren wasn't Sergio. Break. With a wave of terrorizing spiritual energy, a sound like shattering glass echoed. The arrays guarding the bookshelves around them broke under Darren's overpowering force. Roar. Due to the broken array, puppets began appearing. Whereas Sergio only encountered 3 before, this time nearly 20 emerged. Master, be cautious. That seawater severely restrains spiritual energy. Sergio cautiously retreated. Too many puppets, even if individually weak, were hard to handle. Staying would only burden Darren. Darren vanished in an instant. Bam bam bam. Over 20 puppets exploded simultaneously, faster than Sergio's eyes could follow. As the puppets shattered, the seawater reformed. Darren approached the puddle of seawater and touched it. Sizzle. White smoke rose rapidly. In a flash, Darren withdrew hastily. Master? Sergio asked anxiously, seeing Darren's fingers corrode swiftly, disappearing in mere moments. Darren said nothing, but immediately sat down cross-legged, ripples spreading out. Soon, the corrosion stopped, and the damaged parts regenerated. Rising again, Darren looked at the seawater with evident apprehension. This seawater. Even Master can't withstand this seawater. Sergio felt increasing unease. Seawater that even a martial emperor couldn't resist. What had been added to the Sin domain seawater? Hand over that so-called redemption order. I want to see what this seawater is really about. Darren extended his hand. Sergio didn't hesitate, handing over the redemption order. Receiving it, Darren held the redemption order in his left hand and touched the seawater again with his right. White smoke appeared. But due to the redemption order, the seawater didn't genuinely harm Darren. He used this moment to rapidly extend his divine sense for observation. As he neared his limit, Darren retracted his divine sense, frowning deeper. Sergio asked, Master, did you notice anything? Darren shook his head slightly. After pondering a bit, he whispered, To me, this water seems no different from ordinary seawater. If my guess is correct, this seawater might have been affected by a continuous martial technique performed by a heavenly spirit realm existence. Heavenly spirit? Sergio's eyes focused sharply. Above Martial Emperor was Martial Venerated, then Martial Emperor, above which lay the heavenly spirit realm. According to records, at the heavenly spirit realm, one comprehends the heart of heaven and understands the way of heaven. Pausing, Darren shook his head again. I don't fully understand the specifics either. Your current cultivation isn't enough for it to be beneficial to speculate further. Sergio's eyes flickered. If even Master can't withstand this seawater, could we somehow turn it into weapons or treasures? If possible, even Darren couldn't resist it. Spreading it could kill martial emperors, making it a supreme weapon. Useless, watch this. Darren waved his hand slightly, summoning a gentle breeze. The breeze touched the seawater, pushing it away from its original location. After this, Darren explained, though the seawater appears fearsome, it poses no threat if not directly contacted by spiritual energy. Moreover, unlike weapons that obey their masters, how do you control seawater? Darren raised his hand again, conjuring illusions before them. One illusion held a sword, another held a water bottle. The one with the bottle poured water, while the one with the sword waved, causing a gust of wind that blew the water back onto the one holding the bottle. The illusions dissipated. If uncontrolled, seawater remains just water. Once the target is on guard, spreading it will hurt yourself more than anyone else. And for ambushes, below true martial realm might be viable, but starting from the true martial realm, the essence of martial arts senses danger, making sneaking impossible. Besides, carefully feel the essence of martial arts. The threat of the seawater seems to be diminishing. If I'm correct, within days, this seawater will likely become just like any other in Shanghai continent, losing its peculiar properties. Sergio was silent upon hearing this. Indeed, the seawater's power was significant, but countering it was simple. Using it for attacks might end up harming the user instead. As for the seawater's threat diminishing, he hadn't noticed it. Considering this, Sergio took out several jade bottles, using the wind to scoop up the seawater, filling them up. Darren saw this but paid no mind. Stay here. There are dangers within the tower. I'll deal with the puppets and arrays first. Yes, master, Sergio nodded slightly, retreating to the entrance of the book tower. Darren nodded and proceeded to explore the rest of the book tower. Chapter 453, Treasure, vanished. Seeing Sergio's actions, Darren gave a slight nod and turned to walk towards other areas of the book tower containing arrays. There was nothing more to say as Darren kept breaking arrays and smashing puppets repeatedly. After about half a day, all arrays inside the book tower had been dismantled and all puppets destroyed. The sea of water formed by weapons at the base of the tower had even surpassed 3 inches in depth. Yet for some reason, the water did not flow out of the book tower. Under no air restrictions, the seawater posed no threat. Master's might is divine. Confirming there were no more arrays or puppets, Sergio flew to the top of the book tower. Darren, hearing this, thought for a moment but shook his head. It's a pity about these arrays and puppets. Sergio shook his head. The puppets are merely at the true martial realm. If not for the strange seawater, what's so pitiful about them? The treasures within the book tower have lost much of their effectiveness over time. The same applies to the arrays and puppets. Pausing for a moment, Darren sighed. If I'm not mistaken, when at full strength, the arrays within the book tower could challenge even our Xianxia Palace's array master. As for the puppets, these puppets at their prime likely possessed at least the power of an Empyrean warrior. Sergio's eyes flickered but found it reasonable. The scale of treasures within the book tower was vast, and the puppets and arrays being exceptional was only natural. During their conversation, Sergio expanded his divine consciousness, enveloping everything inside the book tower, the books, elixirs, and treasures alike. Under his awareness, he sensed quietly for quite some time. Opening his eyes, Sergio frowned. What about the thing that attracted him? He could sense it within the tower, but despite covering everything with his divine consciousness, he detected no anomaly. What's going on? After thinking further, Sergio retracted his divine consciousness and swiftly soared through the air. His fingers swept across bookshelves as fast as lightning. In just 3 breaths, Sergio swept over everything in the book tower, yet still found no anomalies. Unless he still felt the attraction within the tower, he might have thought the treasure attracting him was still in the Sin domain. Didn't find it? Darendao asked timely. Returning to the surface of the seawater at the bottom of the tower, Sergio shook his head. No. Darendao, hearing this, thought for a moment and spoke. Let's leave this book tower first. The two left the tower. Then, they saw Darendao lift his hand and forcibly float the book tower into midair, upside down. Without the protection of the array, things inside the tower rapidly spilled out like a mishmash. With Dorindo's spiritual energy, none of the many treasures truly fell. Instead, they landed slowly and categorized. After several moments, everything from the book tower was emptied out, leaving nothing inside. Now what? Darendao put the book tower back on the ground. It's still in the tower, Sergio narrowed his eyes. Despite everything being taken out, he could still sense that the thing attracting him was still in the tower. Dorindo's eyes flickered but remained silent. They both re-entered the now empty book tower. Observing for a while, Darendao whispered, "This tower may harbor a hidden world. With my divine consciousness, there should be no empty spaces or objects here." Sergio squinted. This book tower isn't large. Everything has been removed, and there is nothing inside. Yet the feeling of attraction was everywhere, just like before. That shouldn't be. Unless the initially dismissed guess is true. What attracts him isn't inside the book tower, but rather the tower itself. If it's the book tower itself, Sergio's gaze shifted. The book tower, unknown how many years old, had seen its treasures and elixirs lose their effectiveness over time. Arrays and puppets also weakened due to time. But this book tower remains intact? Under normal circumstances, with all internal and external arrays destroyed, this book tower should have eroded or faced other changes. Yet the book tower shows no changes whatsoever. Moreover, its unusual weight, could the treasure that attracts him really be the book tower itself, not what's inside? After pondering, Sergio looked up. Master, let's take the book tower back to Qingming Peak for detailed study. Good idea. The two left the book tower again. After leaving, Sergio used his spiritual energy to carry the book tower and flew toward Qingming Peak. Wait, Darendao called out. Stopping, Sergio said. I wonder if Master has any other instructions. Darendao looked at the items spilled from the book tower. Books and records can be replicated, but elixirs and treasures cannot be reproduced. Many of these treasures are too precious. Most disciples would find them difficult to use. Also, as the Bryson, I don't lack cultivation resources. It's safer to hand over the treasures to the sect. Sergio showed no regret and left with the book tower. Darendao smiled, soon looking at the many books. If not for time's erosion, many items would still make him crave and fight for them. Unfortunately, they've become trifles. However, those books are worth viewing. However, he didn't rush to browse but instead notified other Xianxia Palace seniors. Many of these less effective treasures, though trifles, are only trifles to him at the 9th rank Empyrean warrior. If mixed with Xianxia Palace's own treasures, there might be a few more Empyrean warriors. Moreover, these books are unique copies, many yellowed. Finding someone to replicate them should be a priority. Qingming Peak. Returning to Qingming Peak, Sergio wiped sweat from his brow. Though everything was taken out, the book tower's weight remained unchanged. Bringing it back alone from Justin Peak to Qingming Peak was no small burden. Resting for a bit until his energy peaked, Sergio focused on the book tower. If the thing attracting him was indeed the book tower itself, then the book tower should be a type of treasure. As a treasure, whether it's a weapon or auxiliary treasure, it can be refined. Divine consciousness surged, enveloping the book tower, continuously seeping and refining. Then, nothing happened. In just 10 breaths, Sergio withdrew his divine consciousness, unable to refine, not because the book tower wasn't a treasure, but rather, its grade seemed beyond his expectations. He couldn't refine it with divine consciousness. Yet how could that be? With his cultivation, even top-tier divine weapons could be refined. Could this book tower be above divine weapons? Thinking, Sergio leaped atop the book tower, sitting in midair, and flicked a drop of blood onto the tower, releasing surging divine consciousness. Ordinary refinement methods failed. Perhaps using blood refinement would work. Chapter 454. 10 years pass. Sergio thought for a moment, then flew up to the top of the book tower. Since ordinary methods could not refine it, he would use blood refinement. Using blood as a medium, any treasure could be refined. The blood dripped down, merging into the tower's body and disappearing. The tower quietly rippled as a result. Sergio remained with his eyes closed. After about 20 breaths, Sergio slowly opened his eyes and looked down at the book tower in a daze. A drop of blood, indeed, had refined a tiny bit. Just a tiny thread. Based on his estimation, it was probably only a fraction of a billionth. Continual blood refinement without a few decades would never succeed. What level of treasure, even a superior divine weapon, I estimated would take a few months at most to refine, Sergio murmured, looking at the book tower and feeling quite troubled. Decades were too long, not refining it. But this book tower couldn't be stored in a storage space and couldn't be integrated into his body before refining. Should he just leave it here on Qingming Peak? Though no one would dare come to steal from his Qingming Peak, Leaving it like this felt uneasy. Spending decades refining, he might as well travel outside for a few decades. Such a long time should be enough for him to break through to Earth's spirit. Travel? Refine the treasure? After much contemplation, Sergio gritted his teeth slightly. This book tower is the first treasure that has given me such a profound ganying. I want to see what makes it so mysterious. Note, the word ganying doesn't directly translate into English and seems out of context in the translation. If you can provide more context or clarify its meaning, I can improve this translation further. For now, I kept it as in your input for accuracy. For a more fluid reading, we may consider replacing ganying with an appropriate English term like intuition, sense, or feeling, depending on its exact meaning in the original context. Sergio gritted his teeth slightly. This book tower is the first treasure that has given me such a profound sense. I want to see what makes it so mysterious. He decided to refine the book tower. Breaking through to Earth's spirit was something he had no clear idea about yet. Heaven has spirit, mountains and rivers have emotions? He had no clue at all. Traveling outside might lead to a breakthrough or perhaps nothing. Not knowing, he chose to refine the book tower here. Being attracted by it, there might be some different assistance after refining it. Having made his decision, Sergio raised his hand, and dozens of pills floated in the sky, all to replenish his vital energy. After gazing at them for a while, Sergio's face turned resolute. Instantly, a large scar appeared on his wrist, sending a flood of blood towards the book tower. He swallowed a pill and continued bleeding and refining. As the holy son of Xianxia Palace, resources were abundant. Increasing the speed of practice was easy, and with plenty of pills to keep his energy restored. While refining, Sergio murmured, "Junior brothers, go to Starfire Hall and inform the fellow disciples that from now on, apart from Maria Davising Shengdan and Qingsu Dan, the rest of my monthly allowance should be entirely replaced with by Kongdan." The unchanged parts were all pills that could quickly restore his vitality post-dragon transformation. The remaining parts were non-essential, and by Kongdan was the pill he needed at this moment to rapidly restore his vital energy and heal injuries effectively. At the foot of the mountain, two people guarding the base heard Sergio's voice, which wasn't too loud. Exchanging glances, the person on the left quickly headed towards Starfire Hall. Half a day later, the person who left returned with a storage bag containing Sergio's yet-to-be-collected Holy Son's monthly allowance. This part was also changed to by Kongdan for non-essential use. Without further ado, Sergio took over the storage bag and dismissed the person. Taking out all the by Kongdan, he resumed silently refining the book tower using blood. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed quietly. 10 long years, the Eastern Domain still remained calm on the surface. Still, the 4 major sects dominated the Eastern Domain, and 3 Feet Pavilion continued its secret assassinations across the land. Sergio stayed secluded on Qingming Peak for 10 years, yet his fame in the Eastern Domain grew even more imposing. Though Heavenly Sword Sect and other sects intensified their search for talents among the commoners, hearing that they found many Earth-grade bloodlines, unfortunately, none were Heaven-grade or could rival Sergio. Even if Sergio didn't step out of Qingming Peak for 10 years, whenever the 4 major sects gathered for mutual competition events, both Immortal Mountain and Emperor's Pole Sect took steps back. Even Heaven-slaying Sect, an old enemy of Xianxia Palace, having lost any rivals to match Sergio, started yielding when facing Xianxia Palace, abandoning their former confrontations. Simultaneously, unknown to most people, the coastal defense lines had begun to withdraw. It was rumored that after Larry's death, the marauding king of spirit beasts could not find his body and thus ceased full-scale searches, allowing smaller groups of spirit beasts to continue searching. More spirit beasts, lacking in intelligence and used as pawns, formed a beast tide that re-engaged and pressured the defense lines of the 23 cities. Too many unintelligent beast tides acted as sacrifices, leading to heavy losses for the 4 major sects, unanimously deciding to temporarily withdraw from the defense lines to protect their disciples. Furthermore, elites from the 4 major sects defending the front lines had already started retreating. Many small sects and minor clans in various regions of the defense lines received news and began hastily gathering forces to move away from the coast. If everything went as expected, within 3 years, all personnel from the 4 major sects would secretly retreat completely. Then, the 23 cities would lose the leadership of strong cultivators from the 4 major sects and would surely fall. Endless lands would inevitably become playgrounds for beasts, stained with blood. In the Eastern Domain, above the surface calmness, turmoil brewed. Rumor had it that Sergio entered the Sin Realm and acquired vast treasures. Plus, due to Sergio's public search for redemption orders years ago, the Heaven-slaying sect and other sects, along with some small powers believing themselves capable, also searched for redemption orders to enter the Sin Realm. The 4 major sects and some small powers sought entrances into the Sin Realm. Unlike Sergio's unprepared entry, they found unique methods to activate redemption orders. They also learned about Sergio's situation upon entering the Sin Realm. Notably, the Sin Realm was starkly different from the outside world. People from Crystal Island violated numerous rules and suffered countless casualties. Because of the information gained in the Sin Realm, the 3 major sects jointly arrived at Xianxia Palace, stating that, since Sergio obtained the book tower and all related matters benefited Xianxia Palace, it was against the agreement between the 4 major sects to act as one. Qingming Peak. Sergio sat quietly in the sky, the book tower beneath him. Atop the peak were countless jade slips. These were the books contained within the book tower. Years ago, after Bailey replicated the collection, a copy was sent to Qingming Peak. The books covered various topics: alchemy, array formations, artifacts, martial techniques, folktales, a wide variety. Apart from blood refining the book tower, Sergio read through the entire collection, greatly expanding his knowledge and learning countless formulas, array formation techniques, etc. Much later, Sergio abruptly stood up in the sky. Simultaneously, the book tower emitted an overwhelming ripple spreading everywhere. Then, it trembled, transforming into a streak of light that merged into Sergio's body. Due to the integration, the overwhelming ripples quietly dissipated. Sergio slowly landed. Finally, it It's refined? He continuously blood refined the book tower, bleeding extensively and replenishing with Bai Kong Dan. Frankly speaking, over these 10 years, most of his monthly allowance was used to exchange for Bai Kong Dan to restore his vital energy. Chapter 455. Emerging from seclusion. For a full decade, over half the time was spent on the book tower. The tower, which originally would have taken several decades to refine, was successfully blood refined in just 10 years. However, this so-called book tower was not actually a book tower. The book tower has a name. It's called the Xian Davising Soul Burning Tower. Its exact rank Sergio did not know, but he was certain it was a treasure beyond the divine weapon class. Is it a Xian Xianbing? Touching his chest, Sergio voiced his uncertainty. Correction. Is it a Xianbing? Touching his chest, Sergio asked himself uncertainly. Note, Xianjingbing is not the correct term here. Xianbing is the accurate term used in the original text, referring to a transcendent weapon. I have also rephrased the sentence for better fluency in English. Thanks to the countless records within the Xin domain, he learned of many things even the Xianming Palace didn't have documented before. Beyond the common categories of mortal weapons, spirit weapons, and divine weapons, there was also the category of Xianbing. Regarding bloodlines, above heavenly grade were spirit grade and Xian grade bloodlines. Not much detail was provided, only that heavenly grade, spirit grade, and Xian grade bloodlines belong to legendary categories, unreachable by ordinary people unless one had great fortune or opportunity. Simply put, no one was born with spirit grade or Xian grade bloodline. To attain such a bloodline required extraordinary opportunities. What exactly these opportunities were wasn't specified. Detection results indicated that heavenly grade bloodline emitted 5 colors, spirit grade emitted 7 colors, and Xian grade emitted 9 colors. Moreover, neither spirit grade nor Xian grade was subdivided into 9 grades like heavenly grade. They each had only 1 grade. Let's leave aside the topic of bloodlines for now. As for treasures, this Xian Davising Soul Burning Tower should be a Xianbing, and likely a high-ranked one at that. He couldn't determine its exact level because it wasn't that he underestimated the Xian Davising Soul Burning Tower. Rather, he continuously overestimated it. This was because after refining it, he discovered he couldn't manipulate the Xian Davising Soul Burning Tower. It wasn't due to incomplete refinement, but rather his insufficient strength. Indeed, his 9th rank essence martial cultivation's total spiritual energy wasn't enough to activate this Xian Davising Soul Burning Tower. Moreover, the Xian Davising Soul Burning Tower wasn't a type of killing weapon. Instead, it suppressed and entrapped enemies. When used against adversaries, its attack power wasn't significant. Instead, its main function was to capture life forms into the tower for suppression, or activate the heavenly mystic fire inside for attacks. Heavenly mystic fire, unknown to him previously, became known through studying the Xin domain's complete archives. Allegedly, this fire was a terrifying flame derived from the heavens and earth. Once activated, its power was boundless, capable of scorching the sky and boiling the seas. Specifics remained uncertain, given his current cultivation level. After a moment of silence, Sergio introspected, looking at the Xian Davising Soul Burning Tower inside him with a slight sense of helplessness. He never imagined that despite spending a full decade blood refining this supreme treasure, he couldn't use it due to insufficient cultivation. Shaking his head slightly to dismiss his thoughts, Sergio resigned himself to it. If he couldn't use it, then he couldn't. The fact that he couldn't operate it proved how valuable his decade-long blood refinement was. With the treasure refined and stored within him, he didn't need to worry about anyone seizing it. In the future, once he broke through to Earth's spirit realm, he would naturally understand just how powerful the Xian Davising Soul Burning Tower truly was. Collecting his thoughts, Sergio stood atop the mountain peak. Informed junior brother Castor that I wished to see him. The person guarding the foot of the mountain hurried away. Within a little over an hour, Castor arrived. After 10 years of seclusion, Castor's cultivation had made significant progress, reaching the true martial realm, specifically 9th rank true martial. Congratulations, junior brother. In just a short decade, your cultivation has greatly advanced, merely a step away from essence martial. Sergio laughed heartily. Indeed, he was quite surprised. Among the 3 most trusted individuals within the sect, Castor's cultivation was the lowest, and his cultivation speed had always been slow. However, because Castor was the first to pledge allegiance and consistently handled intelligence for him, Castor firmly held his position. Never had he expected that after 10 years, Castor's cultivation would begin to rise rapidly. Castor humbly replied, "It's all thanks to the radiance you shine upon me. And 7 years ago, while out, I accidentally encountered a minor stroke of luck, hence my rapid advancement." Sergio smiled but didn't inquire about the specifics. Junior brother, what significant changes have occurred within the sect over the past 10 years? Castor's expression turned serious. Senior brother, there have indeed been quite a few incidents. He then proceeded to inform Sergio of major events he deemed important. For instance, the 4 major sects along the coastline began evacuating. Another example was the current uproar over treasures from the Xin domain in the eastern region. Hearing this, Sergio frowned. While the Xin domain treasures were manageable since he had already surrendered them all to the sect via Bailey, the retreat of the coastal defense line was more concerning. The withdrawal of the 4 major sects would cause smaller factions defending the line to flee as well. Without strong defenders, the 23 cities of the defense line, along with their subordinate towns and villages, totaling millions of people, would be left vulnerable. Furthermore, the vast area behind the defense line could lead to tens of millions of people falling victim to demon spirits and beast attacks. After a moment, Sergio chuckled self-deprecatingly. The 4 major sects chose to retreat in the face of the frenzied demon spirit king. What could he do? Advise the sect to continue fighting? Sacrifice countless disciples of the Xianming Palace? Even if he reached Earth's spirit realm, it wouldn't be enough to force back the demon spirit king. At least an Empyrean marshal's cultivation would be needed to leverage bloodline pressure and directly confront the demon spirit king as a dragon. Alternatively, serving oneself to a tiger. If the demon spirit king swallowed him, the crisis on the defense line would naturally be resolved. Suppressing his thoughts for a moment, Sergio asked, "What other significant changes?" Castor thought for a moment, then said, "Senior brother, you haven't shown yourself in 10 years. Although your influence has grown immensely outside the sect, new disciples keep entering, and a few talented individuals have emerged. These fools, seeing senior brother hasn't appeared in years, mistakenly believe they can surpass you and act foolishly. Some have even tried to undermine your status to gain higher positions." Sergio raised an eyebrow. How did you handle them? Since he had many subordinates, it wasn't realistic for him to resolve every issue personally. Handling some fools would be trivial for his subordinates. If they required his personal intervention, it would be disappointing. Castor responded immediately, Eshan took care of this matter. He worried it might interfere with senior brother's reputation, so he usually just administered minor punishments. Sergio nodded. Eshan, 10 years ago, he was at first rank Essence Marshal. Now, he should be around third rank Essence Marshal. Minor punishments seem appropriate for him to handle. Castor shook his head. Senior brother may not be aware, but in recent years, the sect has been focusing resources on supporting you, Eshan, and Thatcher. Indeed, not only had Castor's cultivation advanced significantly, but Eshan and Thatcher's cultivation had improved markedly as well. Eshan was now 7th rank Essence Marshal, while Thatcher was slightly lower at 5th rank Essence Marshal. As Sergio's most trusted confidants, their cultivation had previously been relatively low. Due to the lack of other Essence Marshal cultivators gaining Sergio's trust, the sect started allocating more resources to foster Castor, Eshan, and Thatcher. 7th rank Essence Marshal, Sergio murmured, facing the mountains and rivers with his hand behind his back. He was still at 9th rank Essence Marshal. After spending a full decade blood refining the Xian Davising soul-burning tower, perhaps it was time for him to settle down and attempt to break through. Castor hesitated, calling out, Senior brother? Is there any other news? Sergio suppressed his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Castor instinctively glanced around, seemingly wary of being overheard. Chapter 456, Self-Seeking Troubles. Sergio saw Castor's expression and chuckled, Junior brother, the Green Heaven Peak is covered with countless arrays. Apart from a martial emperor, even an elder at the 9th level of Earth Spirit cannot eavesdrop secretly. Speak frankly. As for a martial emperor trying to eavesdrop, he couldn't do anything about it. Even if he set up soundproof barriers, a martial emperor could continue to eavesdrop while evading him. Castor probed, Senior brother, do you still remember Rosemary? Is she here in the Dark Abyss Palace? Sergio raised his eyebrows. 10 years ago, when you took her away from the Sin domain, Senior brother Eshan brought her to the Dark Abyss Palace, explained Castor, pausing before lowering his head. Though it wasn't a time when the sect was openly accepting new disciples, under Senior brother Gu's influence, she smoothly entered the sect. But no one expected that her bloodline is quite noble. I know. Sergio nodded. Although he didn't clearly understand what Rosemary's bloodline was like, he knew it had to be significant. After all, not everyone can break through to the spiritual martial realm by the age of 17 without ample spiritual chi or much time to cultivate. A high-level bloodline doesn't necessarily mean rapid cultivation, but fast cultivation speed certainly implies a noble bloodline. For someone Rosemary's age, it would at least indicate a profound grade bloodline, at least 6th rank upwards. Castor's voice dropped lower. She has a heavenly grade bloodline. Sergio's eyes instantly narrowed. Heavenly grade? Bloodlines were divided into 9 ranks, each differing slightly, but major differences existed between grades. A 1st rank heavenly grade bloodline could still look down on a 9th rank Earth grade one. Heavenly and Earth grade bloodlines, vastly different. Shaking his head after a moment, he asked, what does this have to do with me? Castor dared not speak further. Just speak plainly, Sergio said. Castor hesitated for a moment and whispered, it was originally nothing, but since Senior brother returned from the Sin domain years ago, several great sects and many small forces followed suit into the Sin domain. As a result, your journey within the Sin domain became known to others. Pausing, Castor looked up. You once verbally agreed to a marriage contract with the Divisa family of the Sin domain, and this matter has spread wildly in the Eastern domain. If Rosemary hadn't been exceptionally talented, it wouldn't have mattered, but now, with Rosemary having a heavenly grade bloodline and certain sects like Slashing Sky Pavilion fueling the fire, senior sister Edie announced her seclusion 9 years ago. Upon Elder Eladi's return, she reportedly had a huge argument with the deputy palace master. Sergio's gaze subtly hardened. Indeed, it was initially just a minor issue. Even if it turned into a major affair, if Rosemary wasn't talented enough, the Dark Abyss Palace could have made it a non-issue. But with Rosemary having a heavenly grade bloodline, such bloodlines were incredibly rare. Missing? She definitely isn't missing. The 3 major sects fanning the flames. Who would believe this incident hadn't spread across the Eastern domain if those major sects weren't involved? After thinking for a bit, Sergio murmured, how has the sect responded? Castor immediately answered, the sect has not reacted at all. It hasn't stopped rumors or given explanations. It's simply let things be. There are fools within the sect who tried to challenge Senior brother's reputation, largely due to the continuous spread of this matter. Sergio remained silent, only placing one hand behind his back, silently observing the rivers and mountains below Green Heaven Peak. Trouble. At the time, out of compassion and self-reproach, he took her out of the Sin domain. In his haste to bring the scriptures back to the Dark Abyss Palace, he hadn't realized it would lead to a misunderstanding with Eshan, who then took her into the sect. While somewhat annoyed, he also understood this wasn't Eshan's fault. He had taken her out of the Sin domain without explanation, so it was natural for Eshan to misunderstand. But now, after pondering for a moment, Sergio softly said, I understand. I will handle this. Go tell Junior Brother Gu that I'm not interested in dealing with fools. Let him take care of it properly. Junior Brother follows your orders. Castor hurriedly bowed. Sergio nodded slightly and leaped towards No Appearance Peak. At the top of No Appearance Peak, here, Kevin sat quietly on the ground, holding a wine cup, drinking by himself. Sergio bowed. Disciple greets master. Kevin softly said, Castor should have reported everything. Disciple has learned everything, Sergio nodded. Kevin softly asked, then tell me, what are you thinking? Sergio focused, everything is as master commands. But I have no plan either, Kevin shook his head. Sergio was taken aback. Seeing this, Kevin lightly said, this matter, if considered big, is big. If considered small, is small. Sergio bowed again. Please enlighten me, master. Heavenly grade bloodline, extremely rare. Once her talent test results came in, over 10 elders wished to take her as a disciple, but I suppressed it temporarily. Pausing, Kevin lifted his head. You have committed to a marriage agreement. With that girl's bloodline, it might be a match. However, in the future, you may have to fight with Edie. Ignoring it as a consequence, though it won't ruin your reputation entirely, it will certainly harm it. And as Rosemary grows, she will likely hold a grudge. Sergio's face darkened slightly. Coming urgently to no appearance peak, he wanted to see what plans Kevin had, but unexpectedly, it seemed even Kevin had no strategy. Thinking for a moment, Sergio suddenly looked up. There is another possibility. If Rosemary has found her own sweetheart, it would naturally have nothing to do with me. Kevin smiled. Seems like you only agreed to the marriage contract back then out of coincidence. Sergio replied earnestly, Lady Davisu is no ordinary person. I have already made an arrangement with her and will not waver. Kevin laughed, looking straight ahead. Elder Alati, are you satisfied with this answer? A ripple spread. Suddenly, someone appeared opposite Kevin, sitting on the ground with a white veil covering their face, radiating the aura of a martial emperor. At the same time, a low stone table appeared. Originally, Kevin was not drinking alone. There was another person opposite him, and they were drinking together. They were previously hidden from view, hence Sergio didn't notice. Sergio concentrated, greeting Elder Alati. He knew this person but had never met them. Master Edie's teacher was Alati. When he joined the sect, Alati was traveling and never returned, so he never met her, only knowing that she was an elder of 5th rank martial emperor. However, Sergio suspected she might be more than 5th rank. At least, it wouldn't be possible to snatch heavenly grade bloodlined Edie as a disciple from many martial emperors without being higher ranked. Perhaps, like Kevin, she was hiding her true strength. On the other side, Alati didn't speak, merely finishing her drink quietly. Then, she slowly rose. From this moment forward, preparations will begin. In 3 years, the ceremony will be perfect. You and Yin will marry in 3 years. Sergio was stunned. Alati narrowed her eyes. You disagree? Sergio quickly replied. I am overjoyed. How could I possibly disagree? The surprise momentarily took my breath. Please don't blame me, Elder. These 3 years, resolve this matter. 3 years later, during the grand wedding ceremony, I hope there are no unexpected issues. Davis Kevin, I only have Yin as my disciple if she... Her words trailed off as she placed the wine cup on the stone table and disappeared. Kevin slowly stood up, raising his hand, making both the stone table and wine cups vanish. Chapter 457, Supreme Divine Weapon. After Alati left, Kevin's son stood up and waved his hand to make the stone table and wine cups disappear. He then slowly approached the cliff. Regarding Davisawi's matter, you are no longer young. Handle this matter on your own. Sergio quickly followed and smiled bitterly. Master, I don't know how to handle it at this moment. Even if I try to matchmake for her, 3 years is too short. It might be too late. Kevin's son chuckled. He raised his hand, and suddenly a long sword appeared in his hand. It was very similar to Davisuyan's sword. No, not similar. It was completely identical with no difference in appearance. Sergio was puzzled. Master, what is this? If he hadn't been able to sense that Davisuyan was still inside him, he would have thought Kevin's son had used some unknown method to extract Davisuyan from his body. Supreme Divine Weapon. Pausing briefly, Kevin's son threw the long sword. The scriptures tower you brought back is extremely precious, especially those many valuable books whose worth cannot be estimated. The elders of Chiefing Peak collaborated using rare materials from that scripture tower and added some spiritual items from the treasure vault, forging this sword for 9 years. Sergio took hold of the long sword and sensed its power slightly. It was indeed a supreme divine weapon. To put it simply, if this supreme divine weapon clashed with his Davisuyan sword, the latter would immediately break. Though Sergio did not know which materials were used in this supreme divine weapon, he understood they must be extremely precious, and the refining process must have been extremely complicated. After all, it took the collective efforts of the elders of Chiefing Peak for 9 whole years to succeed. Thank you, Master. Sergio did not refuse. These resources and scriptures you brought back deserve such a reward. Pausing again, Kevin's son said earnestly, remember, there aren't many heavenly bloodline talents in the Eastern domain. The rise of a strong individual always results in countless white bones beneath them. However, I hope that among the bones under your feet, not too many are from fellow disciples. I understand, Sergio replied solemnly. Kevin's son closed his eyes slowly. Alex and Jared are already skeletons on your path forward. Now that you are our Shimming Palace's sacred son, I do not want more fellow disciple skeletons behind you. Regarding Davisawi's matter, as I mentioned, it can be significant or insignificant. How you handle it is up to you, but please think carefully before making any rash moves. Leave now. Sergio's expression stiffened, but he merely bowed without saying anything and turned to leave Wuxiang Peak. At the foot of the mountain, looking around, he could tell Kevin's underlying meaning. Davisawi has extraordinary talent and should not mysteriously disappear. Moreover, even if they cannot be allies, at least they shouldn't become enemies in the future. Helping her find a partner? Definitely not. Forget it. First return to the mountain and assimilate the new weapon. 3 years may be short, but if I don't cultivate, time will indeed pass. Sighing softly, Sergio shook his head and leaped towards Qingming Peak. Assimilating the supreme divine weapon should come first. 3 days later, at the peak of Qingming Mountain, Sergio sat cross-legged atop the mountain, the supreme divine weapon floating silently between his knees, creating ripples. This sword was assimilated. Assimilating a supreme divine weapon was far more difficult than a lesser one. However, with only pure spirit intent, and without undergoing blood refinement, it was fully assimilated in just 3 days. Opening his eyes and looking at the sword, Sergio narrowed his eyes. This sword, like Davisuyan, was incredibly sharp. His premonition was right. If this sword were to strike, it would easily sever Davisuyan. Indeed worthy of being a supreme divine weapon. Would he stop using Davisuyan from now on? Thinking about it, Sergio shook his head. Keeping the supreme divine weapon hidden, and using it as a trump card like a dragon transforming was better. For everyday battles, he would continue to use Davisuyan against enemies. Besides, since the sword looked exactly like Davisuyan, alternating between them could confuse the enemy. What should he name it? Looking around, Sergio laughed lightly. Since we're at Qingming Peak, let's call this sword Qingming Sword. A faint glow appeared on the blade. Soon, near the hilt of the sword, the words Qingming silently materialized. Sergio nodded in satisfaction and absorbed the supreme divine weapon, also known as Qingming Sword, into his body to nurture alongside Davisuyan Sword. Unfortunately, the concealed sword technique could only nurture one sword. If not, he could alternate nurturing the swords, rendering Davisuyan unnecessary after this point. From now on, only Qingming Sword would need nurturing. After completing everything, Sergio stood up and gazed at the mountains and rivers. With Qingming Sword now assimilated, it was time to address Davisawi's matter. Due to the current changes, and according to Elder Aladi's intentions, he would marry Edie in 3 years. He needed to resolve Davisawi's situation before the marriage. Edie was currently in seclusion, a move likely orchestrated by Elder Aladi. If he couldn't resolve Davisawi's issue, Edie wouldn't likely end her seclusion. Thinking about this, Sergio leaped off the peak. No matter how he resolved it, he needed to meet Davisawi first. With her cooperation, he wouldn't need 3 years. As for Davisawi's thoughts, given his actions in Sin Domain, it would be generous if she wasn't resentful, let alone happy. Just as he left the peak, Sergio paused. He didn't know where Davisawi was or whether she was an outer or inner disciple. After all, due to Kavincin's suppression, many who tried to take apprentices had temporarily put their plans on hold. But this was only temporary. Others were waiting for this matter to end. Once he handled it, those elders would reappear to take apprentices. Without guidance, true inheritance would be difficult. For ordinary people, finding someone might require asking around. But Sergio, he sent his spirit awareness into the Bryson token at his waist. Junior brother Tang. Where is Davisawi now in the sect? Half a breath later, Castor responded, Senior brother, Davisawi has long been responsible for managing a medicinal garden on the Pill Peak. Her exact location is... Evidently, Castor had been keeping track of such information about Davisawi's whereabouts and didn't need to search for it anew. Having gotten the specific location, Sergio glanced at the pill recipe, his eyes narrowing. Medicinal garden, manager. Managing a vital place like a medicinal garden required trust within the Pill Peak, and at least the rank of Origin Martial Realm to qualify. Because it was, after all, a coveted position. Regardless of rewards, it was quite easy. Tending to a medicinal garden was actually very labor-intensive, requiring constant attention to check for weeds, environmental conditions, and pests, among other issues. It was very troublesome. However, it wasn't tiring for the manager. Not everyone could possess the great wilderness ancestor dragon scripture like him. In just 10 years, he didn't believe Davisawi had reached the Origin Martial Realm. Without adequate cultivation and having no master, it was unlikely Davisawi had connections with the Pill Peak. Dax. Muttering, Sergio rapidly headed towards the Pill Peak. Dax disliked him, and almost everyone in the sect knew Dax harbored animosity towards Sergio, although many didn't know the exact reasons. But now, it should be better. Even if he wasn't close, Dax wouldn't make things difficult for him anymore because... Chapter 458, The Herbal Garden. Due to Dax's dislike of him, Sergio rarely visited the Pill Peak. However, this time, he believed that even if Dax continued to be indifferent towards him, it wouldn't worsen due to his return. Because he had brought back numerous alchemy books from the book tower, which, once seen by Dax, would incur a debt of gratitude. Gratitude aside, the worst attitude Dax could show would merely be treating him like any other disciple, rather than continuing his indifference. Thinking about the word indifference, Sergio's lips twisted slightly in oddness. If he were an ordinary disciple, Dax's indifference might have been problematic. But as the Bryson, his monthly quota of various elixirs required Dax to prepare them on time regardless of any personal feelings. Thus, avoiding the Pill Peak didn't affect him much. At the foot of the Pill Peak lay a vast herbal garden. This garden was enormous, housing countless spiritual herbs, with an array formation overhead, forming a striking light dome enveloping the entire area. This array not only isolated the space but also attracted spiritual chi, making the air inside richer. Although it would be ideal to cultivate here, alas, only those responsible for managing tasks related to the garden had the privilege of lingering within. Approaching the herbal garden, Sergio glanced at the formation without bothering to fetch a pass from the Pill Peak or elsewhere. Instead, he used spirit power to activate the Bryson token hanging from his waist. Ripples spread, and the garden's light dome flickered, opening an entrance sized for a person in front of him. The Bryson token might be just a simple token elsewhere, but within the Sleeping Tiger mountain range, at least 90% of the areas, it granted him unimpeded access. Stepping into the garden, he saw many people cautiously walking amidst the garden, bent over and examining something closely. Noticing Sergio's arrival, they hastily stood up to bow respectfully. Greetings, Bryson. Sergio nodded gently. I'm merely here for a look. You needn't show such formality. Upon hearing this, they relaxed, resuming their duties of tending the spiritual herbs more earnestly, perhaps out of fear that Sergio was inspecting or hoping to earn his favor through diligence. Sergio then briskly walked towards the deepest part of the garden, where a small building stood. A herbal garden typically had no structures, but if it did, it would house the manager. According to Castor's message, Rosemary resided here. Though the spiritual herbs here weren't extremely precious, the abundance of spiritual qi rivaled many places and surpassed ordinary areas. Even some overlooked four-leaf true disciples cultivation spots couldn't match its richness. In the heart of the garden, Sergio stopped at the building's entrance, calling out, "Davistal Sister Rosemary." This building wasn't lavish since it was a herbal garden. It was just a modest courtyard with a single house inside. Opening the door, Rosemary appeared, pausing briefly upon seeing Sergio. After 10 years, Sergio looked exactly the same as before, while Rosemary, though younger, now appeared around 22 or 23. Rosemary quickly regained her composure and bowed. "Greetings, Bryson." For Sergio, these 10 years were spent refining the spirit flame soul pagoda in seclusion. For Rosemary, they were eventful. Thanks to her heavenly bloodline, many elders in Xianming Palace showed interest, despite current disputes and the seven luminaries' stance temporarily preventing her from becoming a true disciple. Several female martial emperors secretly started grooming her. Hence, she saw things beyond what one could witness in Divisely Island. She also realized what Sergio's name meant within the Xianming Palace and the Eastern Domain. Since the death of Jared and Indira in the Sword Spirit realm, Sergio became the brightest star in the Eastern Domain, unmatched by peers, leaving none daring to oppose. Even with current upheavals causing attempts to challenge Sergio's authority within Xianming Palace, it was only aimed at reputation. No one dared confront him in combat. At the door, Sergio watched for a moment, chuckling, "Won't Davistal Sister invite me in?" "Please come in, Brother Sue," Rosemary hastily replied. They sat down at the stone table. As they settled, Sergio conjured 2 wine cups, one floating to Rosemary. A wine jug appeared next, pouring wine automatically. Filling the cups, Sergio held the cup between his thumb and forefinger, saying, "Davistal Sister, I forgot the name of this wine, but it comes from a junior brother. Drinking this under origin martial realm can significantly benefit one's cultivation. At your level, it might help you rapidly break through to the true martial realm and grasp its essence." The cup was small, barely half a fist-sized, not because Sergio was stingy, but because drinking too much could be harmful when one lacked sufficient cultivation. While boosting breakthroughs to true martial realm was exaggerated, major realms require true understanding, not forced breakthroughs via external means, which would undermine one's foundation. "Thank you, brother." Rosemary rose. Sergio smiled, downing the wine. Rosemary followed, immediately sensing a gentle yet powerful wave spreading throughout her body. Though it didn't immediately boost her to true martial, her inner spiritual qi became much denser and refined. She felt her strength increase by nearly 10% from just that one cup. Continuing, her body hinted at potential harm, signaling she'd reached her limit. Sitting back down, Rosemary was silent. This was Sergio? A bottle of wine forgotten in storage still possessed remarkable efficacy. Only now did she fully appreciate the immense weight carried by the name Sergio. Soon, Rosemary gathered her thoughts, looking at the smiling youth before her. Endless aspirations surged in her heart. Someday, she too could be like this. Though angered by being treated as a tool by the Devisa family, she couldn't deny receiving the best possible upbringing. Beyond cultivation, etiquette, manners, temperament, knowledge, all aspects had been top-notch. After joining the Xianming Palace, she grew exponentially under its guidance. Knowing she possessed heavenly bloodline, she was aware that openly among the current generation, only Bryson Sergio and Saintess Edie shared this lineage. Chapter 459, Heart to Heart. In the youngest generation of the Xianming Palace, besides Rosemary, there were no other heavenly-level bloodlines. The exact number of such bloodlines among the elder generations was unknown, but publicly acknowledged were only Bryson Sergio and Saint Daughter Edie. Initially, when her bloodline was confirmed, several martial emperors in the Xianming Palace prepared to take her as a disciple, and everything started being arranged. However, turmoil emerged far too quickly. She and Sergio found themselves at the heart of this chaos. Because of this, Darren and Martial Empress Aladi, who reportedly spent little time within the sect, became enraged. Then, many elders ceased their actions, but still, someone continued to cultivate her while discreetly informing her that the situation was too volatile. They assured her that once the storm settled, she would still enter the true disciple ranks. However, her circumstances remained less than ideal. That high-ranking Saint Daughter, aside from initially seeing Edie during her bloodline detection, never met her again. Yet she was very familiar with Edie because ever since the turmoil began, Edie's subordinates constantly harassed her. Even some were Sergio's people. Later, she learned that neither Sergio nor Edie had issued orders to deal with her, especially Sergio, who returned to Qingming Peak for seclusion immediately after coming back to the sect, not stepping out even once. But due to the chaos, most of Edie's subordinates and some from Sergio's faction, who decided to protect Saint Daughter Edie, spontaneously teamed up against her. If not for her extraordinary bloodline, if not for the protection of a few elders behind the scenes, if not for Ashan, who brought her into the Xianming Palace providing some support, perhaps in the first month of the chaos, she would have been harmed. Elsewhere, Sergio looked straight at Rosemary. After a moment of silence, he softly said, "These past 10 years, I've secluded myself without involving in external matters. Upon my return, I learned that some junior brothers and sisters used my name to bully you, senior sister Devisa. I have already punished them. Please do not hold it against you." Rosemary shook her head. "Senior brother is joking. It's merely normal interactions among seniors and juniors in the sect. There's no talk of bullying here." Sergio's eyes flickered, then he softly spoke, "For my visit today, I assume junior sister has some idea why." Rosemary took a slight breath and whispered, "About the rumors concerning you and me?" "Indeed, the rumors," Sergio nodded slightly. Upon hearing this, though she was prepared, Rosemary was still taken aback momentarily. Rumors, falsehoods, all rumors. Was the chaos really just rumors? "I understand," Rosemary bowed her head after a moment of silence. Seeing this, Sergio felt relieved. This turmoil, though seemingly intense, could be easily dismantled. As long as Rosemary did not deliberately sabotage it, allowing the Tingfeng Hall to deny these rumors would suffice. But Rosemary, Unsure whether it was dissatisfaction or something else, she raised her head and spoke with a hoarse voice. On the first day senior brother Gu brought me to the sect, he told me to forget about the so-called marriage contract. I never revealed it to anyone. These outside troubles are merely incited by other forces. Sergio maintained his calm demeanor. I know. Without the three major sects like Xianxia Pavilion, mere rumors wouldn't have become known throughout the eastern domain. With those words, Sergio stood up. I just came out of seclusion and haven't yet paid respects to my teacher. I must leave now. No one will dare to harass you in the future. If anyone does, come to Qingming Peak, and I will personally assist you. Seeing Sergio about to leave, Rosemary instinctively called out, other forces won't give up so easily. How do you plan to resolve this? Sergio paused mid-step. He quickly turned around and smiled. This storm may seem overwhelming, but in reality, it's just being fueled by Xianxia Pavilion, Bumishan, and Huangji sect. Having the disciples of Tingfeng Hall deny these rumors should be enough to settle the matter. Rosemary spoke again. Is it really that simple? Won't those three sects continue? Sergio's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. He felt that Rosemary's inquiry wasn't simple. But after considering, he explained, if junior sister doesn't come forward, unless those three major sects escalate things and openly confront us, continuing to fan the flames would offer them no advantage. For the three major sects, regardless of the outcome, it won't significantly harm the Qingming Palace, only tarnishing my reputation. Escalating would mean sacrificing much interest without sufficient returns. Beyond irritating me and the Qingming Palace, they gain nothing. Strictly speaking, it's harmless for them to stir the pot further. The three major sects won't want to go deeper. Rosemary was taken aback. Seeing this, Sergio turned and left. Junior sister Devisa has extraordinary talent. One day, the prosperity of Qingming Palace may require our joint efforts. Don't let these rumors bother you. Focus on cultivation, and I'll handle this. As he spoke, Sergio left the courtyard and swiftly departed from the medicinal garden. At this point, Rosemary seemed to snap out of her thoughts, walking to the railing of the yard, gazing at the array light screen. Silent for a long time, she murmured, back on the island, I hated everything arranged by my family, but now, why do I miss you? She missed the Devisa family more and more. On the island, no matter how big the plot, the worst outcome was just being crippled. But in the outside world, revered by the islanders, any conflict could quickly turn deadly. Unfortunately, she now had no family. Years ago, when the three major sects and many small forces entered Luli Island, the island was completely incompatible with the outside world. Because of this, many people from Luli Island died, all because they offended stronger individuals and were casually killed. The Devisa family, the Wan family, already buried long ago. Due to the initial chaos before it appeared, because of her relationship with Sergio, because of her bloodline, the Qingming Palace intervened, eliminating the Devisa family, and others fell to the Qingming Palace's blade. But the dead could never come back. Regarding Sergio, she didn't know if she should hate or forgive him. Hate? She had reasons to hate Sergio. If not for his entry into Luli Island, if not for the book tower, Luli Island would remain its isolated, peaceful haven. Not hate? She had reasons not to hate Sergio. Without him, she would never see the vast world outside, never have the chance to experience its wonders. After a long pause, Rosemary gently shook her head, suppressing her thoughts, slowly returning to her room. Suppressing all emotions, hatred or forgiveness, she had no right. Currently, she was far too weak. Her current status was not low, three-leaf inner disciple. Among all inner disciples of the Qingming Palace, excluding three-leaf, even two-leaf disciples, 99% had higher cultivation than hers. Outside Dan Peak. After leaving Dan Peak, Sergio originally intended to rush to Tingfeng Hall at full speed but noticed a streak of light rapidly approaching from Tongshan Peak. He quietly paused, then waited on the spot. Chapter 460, Travels Outside. After leaving Dan Peak, Sergio saw a stream of light approaching Tongshan Peak and immediately stopped to wait. Soon, the light descended and transformed into a graceful figure. Sergio smiled and said, Miss Davisu. The figure that appeared was none other than Edie, who was supposed to be in seclusion. Edie glanced up at Dan Peak from a distance, then stared blankly at Sergio. After a long while, she finally spoke softly, Master told me we would get married 3 years from now. Sergio's expression froze. Hearing it from Nola and Suzanne earlier didn't seem so significant, but now that Edie herself was saying it, he felt suddenly complicated. Pleased? Not really. Unwilling? Also not really. He couldn't quite describe it. He remembered that according to Nola's initial plan, they were to finalize the marriage contract with Suzanne once she returned to the sect. He had been informed much earlier, but Suzanne never came back, thus indefinitely postponing the agreement. Unexpectedly, due to this upheaval, the wedding date was set before the engagement. Edie asked, how long have we known each other? Almost 30 years. After speaking, Sergio paused briefly. He wasn't young anymore either. Even though his appearance remained youthful, he was no longer young. Having been in Xianxia Palace for nearly 30 years, if he were an ordinary person, he would already be a 50-year-old man. After knowing each other for so long, why don't we travel outside together? Edie held Sergio's arm. Sergio was taken aback. Initially lifting his head, he placed his hand on Edie's shoulder, looking quite serious. This isn't your nature. Why force yourself? Geniuses are always different from ordinary people. And Edie, at least, Edie wasn't like a little girl, nor did she act coy. Edie's expression also turned serious. She chuckled softly soon after. My master said our feelings are somewhat lacking and suggested we travel outside together. She also mentioned that since the uproar you caused is too significant, if I'm unwilling in 3 years, she will make me breach the contract publicly, causing you to lose face. Whether it was true or a joke, who knows? Sergio wasn't bothered and whispered, let's go to Tingfeng Hall to resolve this issue. Then, I'll take you somewhere. 2 streams of light flew toward Tingfeng Hall. In the sky, Nola appeared silently, frowning, Elder Suzanne, this seems a bit unfair. Suzanne also appeared, countering. That Oral treated the marriage contract like a game in Zueyu domain and caused such a commotion. If he can do it, why can't Yin? Nola shook his head slightly. It was just a moment of urgency. Suzanne sneered. If it weren't for knowing the circumstances, do you think that girl could break through the restriction I set? After speaking, Suzanne added angrily, under the moonlight, that Oral really has good skills. Nola's lips twitched, but he didn't respond. He knew why Suzanne was furious. It wasn't because of the recent upheaval but rather, during the time in Zueyu domain, Sergio had interacted romantically with Rosemary for the sake of stability, all to obtain the Imperial Jade. Though it was an act, truly speaking, even acting didn't involve anything between Sergio and Edie. What angered Suzanne most was this. Days passed, half a year slowly went by. Half a year may seem short, but if someone were to investigate, they would find that the controversy over Sergio's actions in Zueyu domain had quietly disappeared. Xianxia Palace issued a public notice stating it was all mere rumors from malicious forces. Simultaneously, it announced that in 3 years, the sacred son and sacred daughter would wed, welcoming any factions and individuals to attend. However, what puzzled many disciples of Xianxia Palace was that as the wedding approached, both sacred son Sergio and sacred daughter Edie were nowhere to be found. They weren't in Xianxia Palace. Somewhere in Guiyuan Mountain range. Sergio and Edie descended slowly from the sky. In front of them was an endless cavern. Edie walked to the edge of the cavern. Is this the place? Yes, Sergio nodded gently. Staring down at the bottomless pit, his eyes narrowed. During these 6 months, apart from initially instructing Tingfeng Hall to resolve the controversy, he had left Wuxia Mountains with Edie. They simply traveled and enjoyed themselves amidst natural scenery. Due to the sudden controversy and impending marriage, their relationship had grown closer. As for this vast cavern, there were no treasures beneath, but perhaps there lay a burial ground. Years ago, he discovered Muhammad's last death location here, where he had once succumbed to madness. Sadly, he never found Muhammad's remains. Now, he was back. He was uncertain if he would find Muhammad's remains this time, but with the wedding approaching, whether Muhammad could hear him or not, he should come to inform him. Grief? It had been too long. He had forgotten what sorrow felt like. After a moment of silence, Yin, let's go down, Sergio softly said, leaping into the vast cavern he had previously dug. Edie had prepared to comfort him but held her words. She could tell Sergio had learned to face this calmly. Consoling would only increase the sadness without any benefit. They transformed into beams of light, descending at terrifying speeds. Years ago, Sergio had excavated 5,000 miles deep, but initially, they reached that depth. Edie glanced around and asked, Brother Sue, what now? By age, Edie was actually older, but that wasn't important, just a title. Sergio looked below, exhaling slowly. Back then, my cultivation limited how deep I could dig. Now that I've improved, let's dig deeper and see if we can find my father's remains. Not knowing which demon beast killed Muhammad, all he could do was find the remains. Spiritual power surged as he began digging. I'll handle the digging. You use Yuanling Ju to sense, Edie offered. With a burst of spiritual power, the soft soil around her feet was pushed away. Sergio hesitated but didn't refuse, silently using Yuanling Ju. Even with their current cultivation levels, they could penetrate underground without digging, but it was inconvenient to use Yuanling Ju. The completely blocked subterranean areas severely weakened divine consciousness. The cavern continuously deepened. 5,500 miles, 6,000 miles, 7,000, 9,000. After descending further, found something. Sergio suddenly spoke. Edie paused. Sergio looked to the right. After a moment, he merged into the soil and vanished. About 10 miles away, Sergio surveyed the area, his spiritual power spreading. Surrounding soil was rapidly absorbed into his storage ring, quickly clearing out a small space. Edie glanced around, and her gaze soon focused. On the edges of the cleared area, there were broken demon beast bones, impossible to identify which beasts, and there was a skeleton, a human-shaped white skeleton. Chapter 461. Burial and Guarding the Tomb. In the cleared area, Edie easily spotted some broken demonic beast bones near the edge of the wall, along with a human-shaped skeleton. Recalling Sergio's earlier words, the identity of the skeleton became obvious. Turning his gaze to Sergio, watching the skeleton, his eyes narrowed slightly. Although he knew that Muhammad's chances of survival were less than 1%, still, without seeing the body, there was always a slight hope. Now, however, with the primordial soul incantation in operation, he could clearly sense the blood connection between the skeleton and himself. The remains here. Sergio slowly closed his eyes. Perhaps it had been too long. Though he felt some pain, he remained composed. After several breaths, Sergio gradually opened his eyes and reached out to grab. The soil near the skeleton was again excavated, revealing more broken demonic beast bones, as well as Muhammad's skeleton, now fully visible. The skeleton wasn't intact, showing signs of severe trauma. The ribs and limbs were clearly broken by an external force. In the skeleton's hand, he found a rotten plant, its remaining traces suggesting that it had once been a potent spiritual item. It could be inferred that when Muhammad came here back then, he found the treasure mentioned by Freddy, which could restore bloodlines. Fighting for the treasure, Muhammad battled the guardian demonic beast, eventually leading to mutual destruction. If Muhammad had sought help from a few allies back then, this outcome might have been avoided. But since the treasure was singular, seeking help would mean Muhammad couldn't return it to Holy Origin City. After an unknowable silence, Edie whispered, Big Brother Sue, don't worry, I'm fine. Sergio suppressed his thoughts and replied softly. Then he reached out again, coldness rising in his eyes. Surging spiritual energy spread. Many fragmented demonic beast bones turned to dust under Sergio's spiritual power. Next, Sergio approached the skeleton without using his spiritual energy. He squatted on the ground and reassembled the scattered bones into a complete skeleton. Once done, Sergio controlled his spiritual energy to stabilize the skeleton, then stored it in his storage ring. Edie finally spoke, "Big brother Sue, let's return to the sect and bury Uncle's remains within the sect." Sergio nodded, but ultimately shook his head slightly. Father spent his entire life laboring. Now that he has found peace, we shouldn't disturb him by bringing him to the sect. Muhammad's cultivation wasn't high. Many in the Xianxia Palace surpassed him. However, because of Sergio, if Muhammad were buried in the Xianxia Palace, many people might try to court favor with Sergio and Edie by visiting his grave. Although it would be lively, it would also disturb his peace. Looking around again, confirming no demon bones were left behind, Sergio nodded at Edie and returned to the previously dug out entrance. After entering the cave, they flew upwards swiftly. On the surface, Edie thought for a moment and said, "Holy Origin City is no longer what it used to be. It wouldn't be convenient to bury Uncle there. Should we go to the Return Origin Mountain Range?" Return Origin Mountain Range was only 100 miles from Holy Origin City. Burying him there would essentially be burying him in his homeland. Agreed, Sergio nodded. He also intended to bury the remains in Return Origin Mountain Range, aligning with Edie's suggestion. They lost their interest in sightseeing and sped off at full speed. At the deepest part of Return Origin Mountain Range, by a picturesque lake, Sergio and Edie landed beside the lake, examined the surroundings, and cast out a few blasts of spiritual energy to kill nearby beasts. Then Sergio drew the azure void sword and began digging a grave for Muhammad using a superior divine weapon. After digging the grave, Sergio considered for a moment but didn't retrieve any precious materials for a coffin. Instead, he broke several ordinary ancient trees, shaped them into wooden planks using spiritual energy, and formed a simple coffin. Edie was about to ask but quickly realized. Using simple wood for a coffin was straightforward for Sergio. Given their status, they weren't short of treasures. But this place wasn't the Xianxia Palace. If they used valuable materials for a coffin and outsiders found out, they would certainly desecrate the grave. Common would avoid such disturbance even if discovered. Sergio carefully placed the skeleton into the coffin, laid it in the grave, covered it with soil, and fashioned a stone monument from nearby rocks, carving it as a tombstone. The inscription read, "Tomb of Muhammad," left by Sergio. Gazing at the tomb for a while, Sergio turned his head. "Scarlet, the wedding is soon. You should return to the sect first. I was unable to fulfill filial duties when he was alive. Now that he rests in peace, I wish to stay here and guard his grave." Edie bowed toward the tomb, then looked up. "I'll stay with you." Sergio smiled but said nothing, just sitting cross-legged in front of the tomb, talking quietly to the gravestone. Edie hesitated for a while before sitting next to Sergio, leaning on his shoulder, the scene serene. Sergio quietly recounted his experiences to the gravestone, telling of the upcoming wedding which Muhammad wouldn't see. He spoke for months before finally becoming calm, silently sitting in front of the tomb without a word. Edie stayed too, sitting next to Sergio, silently accompanying him. Day and night passed. Spring turned to winter. In a blink, 2 years went by. Both of them had sat in front of the tomb, forsaking cultivation and worldly matters, solely guarding the tomb. If all went well, they might leave a month or two before the wedding. However, one day, the sky changed dramatically, endless currents of spiritual energy converging here. A fierce wind bent countless ancient trees. Both of them suddenly woke up. They glanced at each other. Soon, Sergio looked at the tombstone. "Father, perhaps like common folk believe, after death one turns into a star, watching over descendants from the sky. And you are watching me from above?" He had broken through. So did Edie. To the earth spirit realm. Edie opened her mouth but whispered to the tombstone, "Thank you, Uncle." They both knew their breakthrough had nothing to do with so-called protection. In the earth spirit realm, one understands that everything, every blade of grass, every stone, carries its unique emotion. Such emotions, rather than feelings, are a form of power called heaven and earth strength. Entering this realm simplifies things significantly. It merely requires an empty mind, sensing heaven and earth naturally. This time, while guarding the tomb, Sergio had no other intentions, while Edie merely accompanied him, abandoning cultivation. Gradually, they connected with heaven and earth, facilitating profound insights. ####Chapter 462, Twin Earth Spirits. This time, their guard duty at the tomb had perfectly aligned with the enlightenment of letting go of everything, leading to their breakthrough into the earth spirit realm. It sounds simple, but in practice, they had been guarding the tomb for 2 years. During these 2 years, they solely focused on guarding the tomb, abandoning the constant cultivation they never dared to slack off from. Only by letting go of everything did they finally break through. However, the spiritual energy here was insufficient. The place was too remote, lacking abundant spiritual energy and no spirit gathering formations around. An earth spirit and essence warrior represent qualitative changes. Their realm advancement drew spiritual energy from all directions, but it still wasn't enough. Not even if just one of them were breaking through would the local spiritual energy suffice. Bad, insufficient spirit power. A failed breakthrough could? As he spoke, Edie suddenly became serene. Our original purpose here was to guard Uncle's tomb. Failure is also acceptable. With our talents, we can reflect on this experience when we return to the sect and easily break through. A failed breakthrough? Sergio looked around at the spiritual energy, frowning slightly. Elixirs? After some thought, Sergio shook his head. Elixirs wouldn't help. While he and Edie had many elixirs, most were only for healing wounds and restoring spirit power. They had none specifically for cultivation, and even if they did, they'd be extremely rare. The Dark Mystic Palace wouldn't allow them to continuously rely on elixirs to cultivate, disrupting their future foundation. And the elixirs for restoring spirit power. Their internal spirit power was already at its peak. Even if they consumed them now, it wouldn't make up for the current lack of ambient spiritual energy. Silently contemplating for a moment, Sergio turned to look at Edie. His greatest secret in life was the origin of his bloodline and the great wasteland ancestor dragon scripture. Many knew he absorbed vast amounts of spiritual energy during dragon transformation, but what they didn't know was that he relied on the great wasteland ancestor dragon scripture rather than the transformation itself. Staring at her for a while, Sergio took Edie's hand. Channel your power. Speaking, Sergio sat cross-legged on the ground, slowly activating the great wasteland ancestor dragon scripture, his divine consciousness spreading wildly. Edie, looking down at their joined hands, also sat cross-legged. Though she didn't know what Sergio intended, the basic trust between them was solid given their relationship. Then, a terrifying absorption force rose from above Sergio's head. Sitting face to face, their palms pressed together. The surrounding spiritual energy encountered an absorption force hundreds of times more powerful than before. Countless waves of spiritual energy were forcefully dragged into Sergio's body, half being absorbed by him, and the other half sent through his meridians into Edie's body. 10 miles, 30 miles, 100 miles. The spiritual energy was devoured. More distant spiritual energy rushed in, only to be instantly drawn again by Sergio. 2 days later, both gradually opened their eyes, their gazes shifting. Their cultivation levels stabilized. Earth Spirit Realm. Although both were only at the first stage of Earth Spirit, it was undoubtedly the Earth Spirit Realm. In the Dark Mystic Palace, they could join the ranks of elders. After opening her eyes, Edie looked at Sergio. The method Sergio used was not recorded in the Dark Mystic Palace. With secret techniques, instantly snatching away spiritual energy. What kind of overbearing technique was this? She also guessed that whenever Sergio transformed into a dragon and absorbed spiritual energy, perhaps it wasn't due to the transformation but this technique. Soon, she smiled faintly. The world is unpredictable. Let's continue guarding the tomb. She didn't ask further. Sergio turned to look at the gravestone. After a brief silence, he spoke slowly. I originally planned to stay here until our wedding. However, now that we've broken through, there's something I need to handle. This matter should have been resolved long ago, but due to insufficient cultivation, it remained unresolved. I'll go with you, Edie said with a smile. Go together? Sergio pondered for a moment, then shook his head slightly. It's crucial. I'm still unsure of the truth. This time, I just want to confirm the facts. If it's important, shouldn't I go too? Edie didn't change her mind. After all, they were about to get married. Sergio fell silent for a while. You return to the sect first. I'll confirm the truth. If it's a misunderstanding, telling you now would only add to your worries. If it isn't, if it's true, how to resolve it, I will come back and discuss with you. Edie frowned. Trust me, Sergio whispered softly. Edie opened her mouth, then nodded. All right. Standing up, she bowed respectfully toward the tomb, no longer maintaining the high and mighty demeanor known to outsiders. After watching her for a moment, Sergio turned and left through the air. Sergio then looked at the gravestone. The massacre of the Su family. Whether the massacre of the Su family was due to a powerful figure within the sect targeting him, or if it was unrelated would soon be revealed. There are only 6 months until my wedding with Yin. I hope this confirmation is just a misunderstanding. Sergio stood up slowly. Breaking through to the Earth Spirit Realm came unexpectedly and very suddenly. But despite the suddenness, he wouldn't forget past events, nor would he forget whether Christopher was truly dead, and whether the Su family's destruction was related to him. This mystery, now that he had reached the Earth Spirit Realm, he could unravel. Father, if you watch over us from heaven, I hope you protect us so that Christopher died at the Mi family's hands. Otherwise, if Christopher is still alive, as my only remaining relative in the world, I may have to send him off personally. Accompanied by emotionless murmurs, Sergio gently waved his hand. Rumble, the earth trembled. Muhammad's grave quietly sank underground. Soon, the tomb sank to an unfathomable depth, leaving only ordinary soil. He set up formations inside the tomb that would conceal it after he left, ensuring no one could disturb Muhammad's peace, especially considering the highest cultivation in Xianxuan City was only true warrior realm. Afterward, Sergio flew off. He had long let go of the grievances within the Su family following Donovan's death. But Christopher, he sincerely hoped Christopher had died at the Mi family's hands, and that it was indeed the truth. Was the person Red Viper saw really Christopher? The answer would soon come. Turning into a stream of light, he vanished. Dark Mystic Palace. Emilio's seclusion area. The elderly Emilio looked at the nearby pond. Sergio, well done. You've finally broken through to Earth Spirit. Edie had returned to the Dark Mystic Palace and brought news of their dual breakthrough. He broke through? Can I leave here freely now? Can I walk around the Dark Mystic Palace as I please? A silver-masked figure appeared nearby, voice filled with longing and excitement. The old face of Emilio smiled happily. Once he returns, yes? The silver-masked figure looked at Emilio. Old ancestor, it all depends on you. Don't worry. No matter what, you're now considered part of my bloodline, and I'll naturally help you. What he has, you will have too. Emilio smiled. Whether Emilio wanted to cultivate his bloodline successor or had other reasons, only he knew. Chapter 463, Sandstone Town. Within the territory of the Xiaoming Palace lies a small town known as Sandstone Town. This town isn't particularly powerful and is just one of millions, or even billions of such towns within the entire Xiaoming Palace domain. However, this town has many advantages that others lack. Adjacent to Sandstone Town stands a mountain range teeming with beast spirits. These beast spirits aren't overly powerful. The strongest among them are only at the spirit martial realm. While this doesn't attract high-level practitioners, it does draw many people who enter the mountains to hunt the beast spirits for resources to support their cultivation. Therefore, Sandstone Town is somewhat bustling, not only because of its permanent residents, but also due to the influx of those entering and exiting the mountains. Deep within the town, there is an apothecary shop specializing in elixirs. This shop has always done good business. Those familiar with the town prefer to buy their elixirs here, not because they are cheaper, but because the quality is better. It's said that all the elixirs sold in the shop are personally refined by the owner without hiring any alchemists. Because no one else was hired, the shop only operates 1 day out of every 7 days. or whenever the stocked elixirs run out. On the remaining 6 days, although the door is open, it doesn't conduct business. Some say that the owner offended someone when he first came to Sandstone Town for business and was subsequently warned to behave. Others speculate that the owner wants to wait for higher prices before selling the elixirs. Still, others think the owner is simply too lazy to earn spirit coins. The name of the shop is straightforwardly Elixir Shop, reflecting its simple yet honest nature. For Sandstone Town, external turmoil has little impact on its daily life. Today is just another ordinary day. A young man slowly entered Sandstone Town, though slowly may be misleading, as his speed was lightning fast. The townspeople, with their cultivation levels, barely noticed him. They only felt a gentle breeze. At the elixir shop, the young man stopped at the entrance and stepped inside. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps echoed lightly. At the counter stood a Chastity, seemingly dozing off. The footsteps startled her awake. She looked to be around 15 or 16 years old. Looking up, she saw the young man entering the shop. She gaped as if seeing a ghost. You? How did you get in? I clearly activated the array. It turned out that despite the shop door being open, there was actually an array formation at the entrance. The young man paused briefly. Turning his head towards the girl, he soon shook it. I have business with your master. Young miss, don't worry about it. Benicio Yana immediately became angry. Hands on her hips as she rose. Who are you calling young miss? Besides, I am the master here. What do you want? Her expression at the end revealed a hint of pride. The young man's lips twitched visibly. Then, he looked deeper into the shop. Young Miss Raylan, Sergio visits. May I have a moment of your time? This young man was indeed Sergio. After leaving Guiyuan Mountains, he had come here, to this town that might not even be recorded on the Xianxia Palace map. The Chastity tiptoed onto the counter. Sergio? Who's this? This name sounds familiar. Hayden, show some respect, a hurried voice called out. As the words faded, Raylan appeared from the back of the shop. Sergio had indeed come seeking her. Now that he had broken through to the Earth's spirit realm, Sergio wanted to confirm whether the person Raylan saw years ago was indeed Su Qiong, and only Raylan could provide that confirmation. Hannah, why are you coming out? The Chastity rushed over. Sergio, who was about to speak, froze momentarily with a twitching lip. Raylan had a daughter this age already? Reflecting on it, it made sense. They hadn't seen each other for 2 or 3 decades. Seemingly aware of his thoughts, Raylan explained, Brother Su, please don't misunderstand. After I returned to seclude myself here, I found her abandoned and took her in. Sergio swallowed the congratulations he was about to offer. Not being her biological daughter, congratulating her would have been inappropriate. The Chastity ran behind Raylan, peeking curiously at Sergio. She realized that Sergio was not an ordinary person and remembered stories her mother used to tell her. Brother Su, this place is not suitable for discussion. Let's go to the back, Raylan suggested again. Excuse me for the intrusion, sister. Sergio slightly bowed and followed her. The back room of the shop was spacious, complete with pawns, rockeries, and a peaceful ambience, though the spiritual energy was slightly lacking. Entering the back room, Raylan patted the girl's hand. Hayden, go on. Your brother Su and I need to talk. All right. Benicio Yana stared curiously at Sergio for a while longer before leaving with a pouting face. They sat down and Raylan began. I apologize for any embarrassment. Sergio praised. That Chastity certainly has quite the lively spirit. As he spoke, Sergio inwardly marveled. He still looked youthful, but if he were a mortal, he would now be in his 50s. The closer he got to ordinary mortals, the more he understood why so many powerful individuals treated human lives like grass and regarded mortals unable to break through to the body refinement realm as straw puppets. He, Sergio, was not yet at the peak of cultivation, yet having reached the Earth's spirit realm granted him a lifespan of 2,000 years. 50 years meant half, or even most of a mortal's life. To him, it seemed incredibly short. Their conversation continued amicably. After some time, Raylan asked, Brother, you're not at the sect planning your wedding. Why are you here in Sandstone Town? 2.5 years ago, the Xianxia Palace announced his impending marriage to Davisuyen. Ordinary mortals might not care much, but any family or clan with influence received the news. Though it was just a small town, given enough time and Raylan's connection to nearby cities, it wasn't difficult for her to know about it. Raylan's cultivation level might have dulled due to her secluded lifestyle, or perhaps her bloodline was not strong, but she was still at true martial 5th level. Continuing this way, she likely wouldn't surpass true martial 9th level unless fortune intervened. Turning to Sergio, since you mentioned it. Pausing for a moment, Sergio slowly spoke. When you told me what happened back then, my investigation gave me some leads, but ultimately, it remains unclear whether it was true or not. This visit is to verify it. What do you need me to do? Raylan whispered softly. Details? He hadn't gotten close enough back then and had been taken away by Ismail. The specifics she told Sergio long ago weren't what he was after this time. Sergio looked at Raylan. The power of heaven and earth enhances one's cultivation once reaching the Earth's spirit realm. With enough divine soul strength, altering one's memories isn't hard unless they've also reached this realm. Otherwise, they can't recognize the alteration. Raylan paused, realizing the implication. Are you questioning my memory? Sergio replied softly. I don't know. I wish to see for myself. Can you see my memories under the power of heaven and earth? Raylan's expression grew insightful as she asked. Chapter 464. The Truth. In the end, though Leslie still had some lingering confusion, she understood that Sergio had likely broken through to the Earth's spirit realm and could now borrow the power of heaven and earth to review her memories. Sergio intended to personally witness what she had seen of Christopher back then. Seeing that Leslie comprehended, Sergio nodded. That's exactly it. However, memories are personal and private. If sister doesn't wish to proceed, I will not force you. If Leslie agreed, he would confirm immediately. If she refused, the truth was too significant. Yet, recognizing Leslie's predicament, he wouldn't compel her. Instead, he would secretly devise a plan to knock her out and examine her memories clandestinely. With his current soul strength, Leslie would wake up without realizing what happened. Leslie didn't refuse, smiling instead. Had you not helped me back then, I might not be here today. If I can assist brother, I'm happy to help. How should I cooperate? Simply don't resist. Sergio stood up and flicked his finger, sending a fluorescent light into Leslie's eyes. She sensed Sergio's unhidden divine consciousness. Following his instructions, she didn't resist. Sergio gave Leslie a deep look. He knew that with his divine consciousness within her brain, he could obliterate her instantly if he so wished. Such unwavering trust wasn't common. However, Sergio remained silent, focusing on the earth spirit realm level power that only those in the realm could perceive. Soon, vivid images emerged in Leslie's mind. Memories amplified by the power of heaven and earth. These were detailed enough for him to alter them into cultivation memories if he wanted to, a skill only earth spirits mastered. Sergio didn't focus on other scenes. He quickly found the one where Leslie inadvertently saw Christopher years ago. Entering the memory, he momentarily became Leslie, witnessing Christopher from afar. Despite the years, he confirmed instantly. It was indeed Christopher. As Leslie had mentioned, Christopher was gazing at Justin Peak. No further specifics could be determined, given the distance. Though unable to directly experience the emotions Leslie felt due to her special constitution, Sergio confirmed it was definitely Christopher, not just someone who looked similar. Moreover, the memory was unaltered by the power of heaven and earth. Leslie had indeed seen Christopher. Retracting his divine consciousness slowly, Leslie marveled. Earth spirit. Because she didn't lose consciousness, she clearly felt that while Sergio reviewed her memories, her mind felt detached and beyond her control, continuously recalling that moment. So many years later, Sergio had become an earth spirit, while she remained merely true Wu. Sergio reassured her, "Sister, there's nothing wrong with your memories. Being able to help brother is enough." Leslie suppressed her thoughts, smiling. Seeing this, Sergio's gaze turned complex again. While reviewing her memories, he couldn't fully feel Leslie's emotions, but noticed something else. Searching through countless memories naturally took time, even with his cultivation. Every scene imprinted vividly in his mind despite fleeting glances. After some thought, Sergio rose. "Brother must take my leave." Pausing slightly, Sergio clasped his hands. "Sister, I am about to be married soon. Future clan affairs will likely become more demanding, perhaps never giving us another chance to meet. We've known each other. I hope you find someone who truly understands you. The past is past." Finishing his words, Sergio glanced around once more before flashing away as a streak of light. The restriction he placed vanished quietly as he left. As the restriction disappeared, the chastity rushed in. "Mom, why did he leave?" She carried some food and pastries. "Whatever, unfaithful man." "Mom, don't worry, when I grow strong, I'll punish him for you." The girl clenched her fists and declared loudly. Leslie chuckled, "Haha." Then she patted the girl's head. "Dabistal Chu. Brother Su is an unparalleled genius. His prowess, unmatched in this vast world among peers. Wanting to discipline him requires more than your sporadic practice. I'll go practice right away." "Mom, eat first." Benicio Yana set down the food and pastries on the table and darted off. Leslie smiled again, picked up a pastry, and turned to gaze into the inner room, lost in thought. The door to the inner room seemed blown open by the wind. Inside, the decor was simple, with only one painting on the wall. In the painting, Sergio stood quietly on a mountain peak, his right hand behind his back, eyes gazing skyward, lips curved into a faint, barely noticeable smile. The image wasn't painted but woven with thread, meticulously capturing his lifelike features and even the subtle folds of his clothing, indicating great care from the weaver. Far away from Sandstone Town, Sergio stopped, looking back, rubbing his temples with a complex expression. He hadn't expected that after helping Leslie without seeking repayment, and with all the major events that transpired, she had developed feelings for him. Unfortunately, they were different people. Equal talent was required to speak of love. His feelings for Leslie remained mere pity, not affection. Shaking off his thoughts, he narrowed his eyes toward the sect, his mind focused. Leslie's memories were true, confirming it was indeed Christopher. Thus, the Mi family's claim of killing Christopher must have been a lie. Yet he recalled Lane saying he went to Guiyuan City himself, and confirmed Christopher was killed by the Mi family. Hence, the Mi family, out of fear, executed everyone involved. No matter how detailed false memories were, they couldn't deceive the power of heaven and earth, nor a martial emperor. False memories couldn't fool Lane. Yet Lane insisted Christopher was dead. "Master, did you uncover the deception and decided to handle it discreetly? Or was it for another reason?" He murmured to himself. He had joined Xianxia Palace for decades, during which Lane esteemed him highly. He didn't believe Lane would betray him, only why the truth was withheld. Was it due to the senior's high cultivation, causing caution? Earth spirit. I am now an earth spirit. No matter who you are, even a martial emperor, if I transform into a dragon, I might still stand a chance, Sergio mumbled, then continued flying. Now as an earth spirit, his awe for martial emperors diminished significantly. Chapter 465, Gossipeers. After breaking through to the earth spirit realm, although Sergio was still certainly no match for an imperial martial emperor, his reverence and fear toward them had diminished significantly. He wouldn't ask Darren about the truth, but upon returning to the sect, he would make use of every spare moment to cultivate in the Yiming Valley. With the endless winds in the Yiming Valley, he could quickly advance to the 9th level of the earth spirit realm. By then, even if it were a 9th level imperial martial emperor, he would not be without a fighting chance once he transformed into a dragon. Although after breaking through to the earth spirit realm, the transformation into a dragon would lead to greater depletion due to increased cultivation levels. Previously at the essence martial realm, one transformation allowed him to fully recover within a month with the sect's monthly provisions. Now at the earth spirit realm, by his estimate, it would take nearly a year's worth of provisions and a longer recovery period. However, it was still manageable. Imperial Martial Emperor. Once his cultivation reached the 9th level of the earth spirit realm, he would personally confront that man, questioning why he slaughtered the entire Su family despite having no enmity. At Ximing Palace's mountain gate. Upon reaching the mountain gate, Sergio planned to return to Qingming Peak first before entering the Yiming Valley. Though the refinement of the Yin Wind wasn't easy, his wedding was only half a year away. Now, with improved cultivation, refining the Yin Wind would be easier. Even if its quality wasn't top-notch, with enough quantity and some rushed absorption, there might still be a chance to break through to the second level of the Earth's spirit realm by his wedding day. Just as he arrived at the mountain gate, Sergio inadvertently glanced south and saw the desert. Irvin was self-imprisoned there. Remembering how Irvin instructed him to visit immediately upon reaching the Earth's spirit realm. Since the truth had been obscured back then, and considering Irvin's situation seemed complex, he chose to confirm the truth with Leslie first. Now that he had returned, should he pay a visit to the desert? Unexpectedly, Irvin must be ready to reveal the truth. However, he no longer needed Irvin's explanation. He trusted Darren more. As long as his cultivation was sufficient, even if Darren feared the hidden killer, he would be fearless. After some thought, Sergio changed direction towards the desert. Regardless of the truth, Irvin was a pitiful soul. Even if Irvin harbored ulterior motives, he would simply be cautious. Since they had made an agreement back then, it was better to honor it now. In the southern desert, Sergio landed outside the oasis. Out of respect for the former genius, he did not fly directly into the center of the oasis, but stopped at its edge before leaping deeper inside. The oasis scenery remained unchanged. Irvin still stood hidden by the stream, just as he had for years on end. Irvin was still at the 9th level of the Essence Martial Realm, while Sergio had surpassed him. Approaching closer, Sergio sensed faint traces of celestial power within Irvin, something only cultivators at the Earth's spirit realm could temporarily access. Did Irvin break through? No, he didn't. The celestial power was very dim. As Darren once said, Irvin couldn't overcome his psychological barrier. Stepping beyond it meant immediate breakthrough, failing meant stagnation. While some may say it all depends on personal effort, Sergio, sensing closely now, realized it wasn't that simple. The barrier wasn't one Irvin couldn't surpass, but one he refused to surpass. Just like his self-imprisonment in the desert, this barrier was also a choice. If Irvin willed it, he could break free anytime. Realizing he could no longer hide from Sergio, Irvin revealed himself. Junior brother, your cultivation seems slackened. Sergio's eyes flickered. No one had called him junior brother in a very long time. Without correcting him, he smiled. Senior brother, what makes you say that? Irvin, still looking at the stream, remarked, by my estimation, you should have broken through 9 years ago at the earliest, 7 years at the latest. Thus, you've slacked off. Senior brother's reprimand is fair, Sergio conceded. He had spent 10 years refining the mystical spirit soul-burning pagoda, delaying his progress. Naturally, his breakthrough was slower. Speaking of the mystical spirit soul-burning pagoda, it wasn't mentioned further. Sergio discovered it was beyond his current capabilities. On the journey, he tried activating it using all his spirit energy, an Earth spirit realm cultivator's spirit energy being dozens of times greater than an Essence Martial 9th levels, but only caused the pagoda to tremble slightly before ceasing. Even at the 9th level of the Earth spirit realm, based on records, he knew he couldn't activate it without the strength of an Imperial Martial Emperor. Goss, observing Sergio, said with obvious displeasure, Sergio, may I know your excellency's orders? Sergio replied gravely, you are the holy son of our Ximing Palace. Pausing, Goss's cloudy eyes flashed with annoyance. Though Irvin was once our palace's genius, unfortunately, I spared his life years ago, yet he stubbornly wastes time here, unworthy of our esteem. As holy son, why do you consort with him? Please forgive me, your excellency. Sergio bowed, refraining from explanation. Knowing that Goss's daughter's death, while unlikely directly caused by Irvin, was certainly linked to him, Sergio understood that sparing Irvin now showed great tolerance from Goss. Goss advised sternly, stay away from him, understand? I understand, master. Sergio nodded. So it's good. Goss nodded lightly, turning to leave. My time is near. I intended to entrust you with certain matters on your wedding day, but my body won't last that long. Some things need to be given to you now. Sergio glanced apologetically at Irvin before hastening after Goss. Your excellency Jess, my wedding with Scarlet is less than half a year away. Internally, he was startled. Though aware of Goss's limited lifespan, he hadn't expected it to be so short. Not even 6 months? As for what Goss wanted to give him, Sergio wasn't particularly concerned. As Sergio and Goss left, Irvin watched their backs silently, unspoken. Shortly after, Irvin looked down at his hands. Calling you junior brother might irk you, huh? His laugh was jarring. Suddenly, Irvin's aura began to surge exponentially, drawing in true chi from all directions through the array formation. In a breath, 2 breaths, 10 breaths. Within 10 breaths, Irvin's aura skyrocketed. If Sergio were still there, he would have noticed. Irvin had broken through. Chapter 466, Cave Pond. In just 10 breaths, with the array devouring spiritual energy from all directions, Irvin's cultivation broke through from 9th rank profound martial to Earth's spirit realm. And this was not the end. The array continued to wildly devour the surrounding spiritual energy. First stage Earth Spirit, second stage Earth Spirit, all the way to 9th stage Earth Spirit. Only after reaching the peak of 9th stage Earth Spirit did Irvin's aura finally stabilize. From the moment his aura began to rise until now, only 20 breaths had passed. In merely 20 breaths, Irvin had advanced from 9th rank profound martial to 9th stage Earth Spirit. Irvin dissolved the array and muttered, Ray. In the end, it wasn't enough. Soon, Irvin looked toward Tiger Crouching Mountain Range. 60 years. Giacomo, it's been 60 years. I will eventually break our promise. He stepped towards the Tiger Crouching Mountain Range. Giacomo, if there really is an underworld, do not resent me in your existence there. I can't forget that night scene after so many years. The more I try to forget it, the clearer it becomes. Wait for me. I'll be with you soon, never parting again, free from the pain of separation. Emilio once had an only daughter named Madeline. Elsewhere, Sergio followed behind Emilio and quickly crossed the mountains and various buildings of the sect, arriving at Emilio's secluded cultivation spot deep within, a place Sergio had only visited once before. The cave remained unchanged since last time, with no furnishings inside. Only the water pool remained as it was. Emilio slowly walked to the deepest part of the cave and sat on the ground. Sergio, Palace Master. Sergio withdrew his gaze. Emilio. He did not know what the exact relationship between Emilio and the 7 luminaries was, nor what conflict arose due to Irvin's incident in the past. Yet, he knew Emilio had always been kind to him. Back then, when he was in danger on the coastal defense line, the nearly deceased Emilio personally appeared there. This act alone warranted Sergio's respect. How many years have you been in the sect? Emilio's murky eyes still looked at Sergio. Disciple has been in the sect? After pondering for a moment, Sergio softly said, perhaps 40 years. Yes, 40 years. With a sigh, Emilio gazed at Sergio and lightly sighed again. You've been in the sect for many years, yet this old man has never instructed you. In truth, we've only met 3 or 4 times. This old palace master is unworthy of our predecessor's trust. One day, when my time comes, I will have no face to meet them. Sergio responded solemnly, Palace Master jests. Your existence is the reason I can roam freely in the eastern domain. Although we don't meet often, my respect for you has never diminished. Haha, Emilio chuckled. Then he pointed to the water pool. Go ahead. This old man remembers how envious you were last time, but unfortunately your cultivation back then wasn't enough for the water pool to benefit rather than harm you. Now that you have broken through to Earth's spirit realm, you should be able to absorb the benefits from this pond. Consider it a gift I didn't give during the grand ceremony of yesteryears. At the Holy Sun ceremony years ago, Emilio had left early due to the recurrence of old injuries. Sergio did not refuse. A senior's gift, dare not decline. Disciple follows orders. He approached the water pool. Getting closer, an inexplicable unease suddenly rose in his heart. Emilio asked, what's wrong? Disciple. Pausing for a moment, Sergio looked at the water pool. Report to Palace Master. Perhaps my cultivation is still insufficient. As I got closer, I felt a sense of danger. Martial Dao intuition foresaw misfortune. It was mysterious, inexplicable, and beyond comprehension. Emilio stood up, displeasure evident on his aged face. As a genius, how can you retreat in the face of danger? As the holy son of Xianxia Palace, you must face challenges head-on. Sergio's expression stiffened. He could only look back at the water pool, confusion rising in his heart. Why feel uneasy? It shouldn't be like this. He was now in the earth spirit realm. Not to mention, even if he couldn't absorb the power in the water pool, with the vast wasteland ancestral dragon scripture, he could directly ingest and convert it. Where does this unease come from? After hesitating for a while, Sergio still did not enter the water pool, but chose to quietly activate the vast wasteland ancestral dragon scripture. Power surged to his eyes, piercing through appearances. The water in the pool was indeed an extremely concentrated essence of spiritual energy. Once absorbed, his cultivation would likely break through to 4th or 5th stage earth spirit. Such a small pool of water, capable of breaking through Sergio who was already in the earth spirit realm, showed how formidable and rich the spiritual energy contained within was. Apart from that, the pool had nothing else. On the surface of the water pool was an array, extremely concealed, something he had not noticed before. Although he wasn't proficient in arrays and hadn't studied or practiced them much, from past observations and extensive readings, he recognized that the massive amount of powerful spiritual energy remained confined within the pool due to the sealing effect of the array. Without the array's seal, the spiritual energy would diffuse like air. That array should have other effects too, but they were not immediately apparent. To understand it thoroughly required careful observation. Being in Emilio's residence, and using his eyes to probe deeper was already disrespectful. Continuing to observe, even if Emilio's temperament was good, it would still infuriate him. Thus, Sergio withdrew his gaze. Emilio said, Good oral, do you not trust this old man? Sergio explained, Palace Master, it's not like that, but disciple always feels dangerous, so instinctively wanted to investigate. If it weren't for this old man nearing his end, according to my usual temper, I would have expelled you by now. Pausing for a moment, Emilio shook his head. Forget it. Now how? Have I harmed you? Please forgive me, Palace Master. Sergio apologized and looked at the water pool. After hesitating for a moment, he bit his lips slightly and entered the water pool. Sitting cross-legged in the water, only his head was above the surface. The spiritual energy was incredibly dense. Even without actively absorbing it, countless strands of spiritual energy rushed into his body as soon as he sat down. Operating the cultivation technique, his aura started to rise visibly. Emilio, seeing this, nodded approvingly. Then, with a shuffling step, he walked to the edge of the water pool and took off the storage ring from his finger. Then, with a hint of sorrowful lamentation, he remarked, Lucky you. These are this old man's lifetime treasures. One by one, precious items were taken out. They were not weapons, but spiritual items. Most were strange flowers and grasses, with very few parts looking like demon spirits' flesh. There were also some medicinal pills he did not recognize. Each item, as soon as taken out, was put into the water pool. The array flickered, and many spiritual items were decomposed into their purest essences, flowing into Sergio's body. Sergio was dumbfounded. Palace Master, what are you doing? Those things were extremely precious. Any of them placed outside would cause bloodshed. In this short while, Emilio had already taken out hundreds. Emilio continued to take out treasures. A person's life is fleeting. Possessions come and go. These things of mine today will become your foundation. With your thick bloodline enhanced by these treasures, perhaps there's a chance for you to reach the mythical spirit grade immortal grade bloodline. Chapter 467. Shocking change. Faced with Sergio's astonishment, Emilio continued to retrieve treasures even as he responded. each one more precious than the last. Their value, immeasurable. If Sergio's monthly allowance was worth 300,000 spirit coins, then in this brief moment, Emilio had already taken out items valued at over 1 billion spirit coins. Half of these were extremely rare artifacts that could enhance bloodlines, such as the 7-colored blood saint fruit that Sergio had once obtained in the wind spirit secret realm. Emilio actually retrieved more than just one. And these were among the lower valued treasures. Emilio continued to withdraw more. After a long while, he finally stopped. Sergio couldn't afford to be distracted by anything else. Initially, when only spirit energy was present, it was manageable. However, as Emilio kept adding treasures and spiritual objects, even Sergio felt his meridian struggling. He had to activate the vast wasteland ancestral dragon scripture to counteract the effects and absorb the power maximally. 10 breaths later, Earth Spirit level 2. Moreover, his bloodline strength increased by a staggering 30%. He continued absorbing, and his bloodline kept improving. Another moment passed, and Sergio's expression changed slightly. He couldn't absorb anymore. His mental state wasn't ready. After all, he had just broken through to Earth Spirit, and strictly speaking, these external resources didn't belong to him. While his rapid advancement from hunting spirit beasts involved comprehensive enhancement without any hidden dangers due to the conversion by the vast wasteland ancestral dragon scripture, here the absorption included not only what he digested through the scripture, but also additional spirit energy and medicinal power entering his body directly. If not immediately refined, this uncontrolled influx would settle within him. It was akin to advancing through consuming pills. In essence, cultivation-enhancing pills should not be used excessively. Too many could harm one's foundation. But if used sparingly and not continuously ingested, they could gradually be recovered. Due to Sergio's unique nature, he rarely used such pills, reserving them for disciples loyal to him. Now, absorbing too much from the pool, especially in an all-around manner, continued intake would harm him. Realizing this, Sergio didn't hesitate to rise. Palace Master, my mental state cannot keep up. I must leave. Before he finished, his expression abruptly changed. He couldn't get up. The array formation blocked him. As soon as he tried to rise, his head hit the light barrier of the array. Beneficently, Sergio spoke again. Palace Master, quickly deactivate the array. Continuing this way, even if I break through today, it will likely take decades to recover. Emilio smiled and waved a hand. However, the array did not deactivate. Instead, numerous chains suddenly appeared, pinning Sergio back into the pool. Palace Master, you? Sergio felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Emilio smiled again and carefully took out a jade bottle, pouring its contents into the pool. Gush! An intense bloody smell spread. Blood. The seemingly small bottle, which looked no bigger than half a fist, contained a vast space inside. As Emilio tilted it, the bottle instantly expanded to the size of a large water jar, pouring copious amounts of blood into the pool. The array formation flickered as the massive amount of blood flowed unhindered into the pool. The originally clear liquid turned entirely red, transforming into a blood-filled pond. Chilled to the bone, Sergio's pupils constricted. This blood. Su family's blood. If he hadn't practiced the Primordial Spirit Sutra, it might have been fine. Back when Tucker taught him the sutra, using it to sense kinship through blood ties. Having practiced the sutra before, Sergio could instantly recognize the blood of his family despite not activating it now. The blood poured out was all from the Su family, concentrated to its essence. Sergio was horrified. Is it you? That tiny jar contained the blood of the entire Su family. Ignoring Sergio, Emilio looked at the jade bottle, ensuring not a drop remained, before reducing it back to half a fist size and storing it. Then he sat beside the pool, smiling. Tucker was too stupid. He sighed lightly. When I wiped out the Su family back then, I was cautious to disguise myself as someone from the other 3 sects, thinking that if Tucker discovered the truth, he'd drag the other 3 sects into it. Never imagined he was so foolish, not only failing to notice, but also believing me Jia ants killed Christopher. Finishing, Emilio revealed a ferocious look. If I knew he was so stupid, why waste so much effort? What are you going to do? Sergio stared intently at Emilio. The person intending to harm him was actually Emilio, because back then, under limited lifespan, Emilio personally ventured into the defense line. Hence, Sergio never doubted or worried about Emilio harboring ill intentions towards him. Never thought, I'll naturally take your worthless bloodline for myself. Emilio growled viciously. A silver-masked figure entered the cave from around the corner. Sergio glanced at the masked man, his pupils contracting. A silver-masked individual. He knew this person. Although he had never met him, according to intelligence from Tucker and Castor, this person was supposedly a descendant of Emilio's bloodline who came to accompany him because of Emilio's dwindling lifespan. But now, Christopher. Sergio stared blankly at the masked man. He was certain that the masked man was Christopher, even though the mask concealed his face. Sergio could not forget those hateful eyes of Christopher from the past conflicts of the Su family. Acknowledging his identity, Christopher didn't deny it. He lifted the mask, revealing the face of Christopher, unseen for about 40 years. Meanwhile, Sergio approached the pool edge with a grotesque expression. Worthless. Don't think I don't know you became true dragon bloodline by some method. Without that chance, you're still worthless. Sergio remained silent, trying to struggle, but in an instant, his heart sank to the bottom. The chains sealed all his spiritual energy. Normally, he could burn his bloodline and transform into a dragon. Once transformed, he could easily escape, and the tremendous energy in the pool wouldn't lack spirit energy to support the transformation. Except that something was wrong with the blood. He didn't know how Emilio did it, but he sensed that with the blood entering the pool, his bloodline had become dormant and uncontrollable. Spiritual energy and bloodline controlled. Now, he was nothing more than a physical body. His physical strength wasn't low. Years ago, he had consumed Zoltane fruit from the wind spirit secret realm and regularly received treasures enhancing his physical form from the sect. Currently, with his cultivation breakthrough purifying his body, even without spiritual energy, a single punch or kick would suffice to barely engage an essence martial realm opponent. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to break free from the chains. Unless he transformed into a dragon, even using spiritual energy, he couldn't break the chains. Spiritual energy and bloodline controlled, he couldn't even activate the vast wasteland ancestral dragon scripture. Thus, breaking the array through devouring power was impossible. A dead end. Chapter 468. Fui's preparations. Just a brief struggle was enough for Sergio to confirm. It was a dead end, one that left no room for resistance. Fui's move was an absolute trap right from the start. Indeed, as a Reese realm expert with a lifespan of 5,000 years, Fui's, now nearing the end of his life, had lived almost 5,000 years. At this age, even a 5,000-year-old pig wouldn't leave any loopholes, let alone someone like Fui's who wasn't a pig but once a genius capable of becoming a palace master. After a moment of silence, Sergio raised his head. Why? Since joining Xianxia Palace, I believe that although I have not truly treated my fellow disciples as brothers, I have been loyal to Xianxia Palace and have never done anything detrimental to it. As for the vast treasures in the book tower, I did not hesitate to hand them over to the sect. Christopher roared angrily. Because you are just trash. You do not deserve such lineage. Your bloodline can only be mine. Once the ceremony is complete, your bloodline will be mine, and you'll still be nothing but trash. Sergio cast a cold glance at Christopher. After more than 40 years, Christopher was still as stupid as he was back then, making no progress at all. However, stupidity also had its benefits. Seizing Sergio's bloodline for Christopher? Haha, truly foolish. Sergio looked at Christopher and suddenly felt too lazy to explain. He, Sergio, may not plot from afar yet, but his mind was worthy of his reputation as a genius, especially his loyalty to Xianxia Palace. His cultivation had already reached the Earth Spirit stage. Under these circumstances, why would Fui's go through such great lengths to transfer his bloodline to the utterly unprogressed fool, Christopher? Such foolishness. Could Christopher ever be better for Xianxia Palace in the future? With Christopher's ant-like cultivation that had yet to reach the true martial realm? Sergio only continued to look at Fui's. Why? Even if I die, based on my contributions to Xianxia Palace, I should be entitled to know the truth. He never imagined that Fui's would target him, because there was no reason. Before entering Xianxia Palace, he had never met Fui's, and after joining, he had never been disrespectful. There were no grudges. Fui's hidden attack needed a reason. Fui's smiled benevolently like an ordinary blue and didn't answer. A moment later, Fui's brows furrowed slightly, then he slowly rose and whispered, Irvin, for the sake of Davistelku, old man doesn't want to kill you. Why seek death? Or do you think I dare not kill you? Boom. The mountain split open. Devastatingly. The mountain where the cave was located exploded, with rocks and plants flying into the air. Before they hit the ground, they were shattered by spiritual power, leaving not even dust behind. The mountain and cave disappeared, leaving only a plain. Streaks of light descended. Several RHYSS appeared, led by Kevin Shu. Other RHYSS present included Jamar, Matthew, Bowie, and other familiar faces. As they landed, the protective array of Xianxia Palace changed, instantly sealing off the surrounding 100 miles. Then, Kevin Shu looked at Sergio and offered a gentle smile. Although he remained silent, it calmed Sergio considerably. Sergio murmured softly, Master. Kevin Shu didn't respond but looked at Fui's, Palace Master, with your limited lifespan. Once you make a move, your meridians will deteriorate, and your vitality will disintegrate. When you act, it will be your death. Stopping now is still possible. Fui's eyes remained hazy. Old man has considered countless scenarios, including the possibility that Irvin would meddle or you uncovering the truth. Do you think I am unprepared? Aladi spoke coldly. With Irvin's former peerless talent, without the shock of that year, he might have already reached Reese. Given Sergio's potential, once he reaches Reese, together they could potentially unify the eastern domain under Xianxia Palace. With your limited time, why destroy the foundation of the sect? Her expression grew colder. Destroying Irvin isn't enough, now targeting Sergio. Fui's, once an unparalleled genius, but reduced to this, it's truly tragic. Fui's nodded. Old man indeed is tragic, even though I don't want to admit it, it is reality. Then his face turned cold. Kevin Shu came for his disciple, whiling for Edie. So what about the rest of you? The others' expressions changed slightly. After a long pause, Jamar sighed, Palace Master, by having Dax prolong your life, you've nearly resorted to demonic methods. Why? We've lived thousands of years, far longer than mere humans with a century-long lifespan. It's enough. Jamar, at my age, still a 4th stage Reese, and you presume to lecture me? After speaking, Fui's remained expressionless. Or do you think that being War Peak Master for thousands of years means you're incomparably powerful? Without mentioning old man's 9th stage Reese prowess, even if we were both 4th stage RHYSS, it would only take me one sword strike to slay you. Jamar opened his mouth but was speechless. Jamar had once served under Fui's. Back when Fui's was not yet Palace Master, Jamar was his confidant. As the War Peak Master, Jamar's combat prowess was undoubtedly strong. But to Fui's, having successfully ascended to the position of Palace Master, he had once been as unstoppable as Sergio, suppressing the entire eastern domain. Unmatched among peers, unbeatable. Or rather, the rulers of the 4 major sects were once like Sergio, dominating the eastern domain. Except none had Sergio's dragon transformation ability. Seeing their reaction, Fui's said, Step back. Jamar was silent for a while, then shook his head. What Huangling said is correct. The upheaval of that year was enough. It cannot happen again. The others remained silent. Interesting. Fui's turned to Irvin, step forward. After a brief silence, Irvin stepped forward, quickly approaching within 3 paces of Fui's. Fui's face remained expressionless. Do you have the guts to attack? Go to hell. Irvin paused briefly, then abruptly launched a punch. Foolish beyond measure. Fui's gaze turned cold, and a burst of spiritual power repelled back. Boom. The explosion echoed, and Kevin Shu flashed in front of Irvin, blocking Fui's emitted spiritual power. In the pool, Sergio's eyes narrowed. Just a strand of spiritual energy from Fui's was enough to annihilate Irvin completely. If not for Kevin Shu's interference, Irvin would have been utterly destroyed. Looking at Kevin Shu, he sighed softly, Palace Master, I didn't want to fight you, but I only have this one disciple. I can't just watch you attack him. Let me hold him off while you rescue Sergio. As he finished speaking, Kevin Shu was about to act, but Fui sneered, I've said before that I anticipated the worst scenario, which included your arrival. Did you forget about Elijah's existence? Another formation activated. The formation spread, instantly pushing the others dozens of yards away. Though the area was small, just a few dozen yards, the expressions of Kevin Shu and the others turned grim. They could sense the formidable defensive strength of the formation. Chapter 469, Christopher's Defeat. Concentration is the essence. The protected area of the formation is very small, yet its defensive power is extraordinarily strong. Whether by forcefully breaking through or finding a weak spot to break through, it will not be easily breached anytime soon. Emilio glanced at everyone present, and then shifted his gaze to Sergio with a smile playing on his lips. Seeing this, Sergio remained silent. At that moment, his spiritual energy and bloodline were all constrained, leaving him unable to resist. Even without his active absorption, his cultivation was still constantly improving, and his bloodline kept becoming more concentrated. Was he just waiting for death? Without this sudden change, perhaps he could only wait for death. But now Cade and others were outside, and he needed to buy time. In an instant, Sergio's thoughts raced. He soon laughed wryly, Palace Master, you are indeed cautious. I am merely a lowly earth spirit, yet you chose deception over coercion before I entered the formation. For a lowly earth spirit like me to receive such cautious treatment from Palace Master Sergio, even if I die, I wouldn't feel wronged. Emilio cast a glance at Sergio. Buying time? Fishing for information? Then, he ignored him. The rumbling of explosions echoed. Cade and the others had already started attacking the formation wildly. Sword beams, lightning flashes, manifestations formed by condensed spiritual energy. The countless attacks continuously pounded the formation. However, the light barrier of the formation only rippled slightly. Outside the formation, the heavens crumbled and the earth split, while inside, it stood as immovable as a mountain. After several breaths, Matthew suddenly noticed something and said in a deep voice, This formation is Elijah's greatest lifelong achievement. Even if a martial venerable personally arrives, it can temporarily block them. If Elijah doesn't dismantle the formation, we won't be able to break through it for some time. It was also the first time Cade and the other martial emperors spoke after the formation was attacked. It seemed the formation might have sacrificed soundproofing for defense because sounds were unhindered between the inside and outside of the formation. Trapped in the water pool, Sergio's expression immediately tightened. Elijah? He hadn't met him but had heard of him. Xianxia Palace is divided into 3 peaks and 9 halls. Battle Peak, Alchemy Peak, Artifact Peak. And among the many elders of the Artifact Peak who were skilled in artifact creation and had decent mastery of formations, it did not mean all those proficient in formations belonged to the Artifact Peak. Since formations and artifact creation were interconnected, most who excelled in artifact creation and formations were part of the Artifact Peak. However, a few experts inclined towards formations did not join the Artifact Peak. Davisk Bowie, who was quite kind to Sergio, strictly speaking, Bowie's greatest expertise lay in formations rather than artifact creation. As for the Grand Elder Matthew of the Artifact Peak, Sergio wasn't aware. But the name Elijah was known to him, reportedly a powerful figure from the same generation as Palace Master Emilio, with unmatched formation skills and formidable cultivation. He had long withdrawn from worldly affairs. There were faint rumors that the deepest mastery of formations within Xianxia Palace belonged to Elijah. Jamar hesitated for a moment, gritting his teeth. That old guy Elijah, I'll try persuading him. Emilio raised his head with a cold laugh. A waste of effort. Jamar paused in his movements. Seeing this, Emilio's eyes grew even colder. Jamar, you, Elijah, and Dax were the people I trusted the most in the past. Aren't they good enough? Many martial emperors were present here, but not all. Perceiving a subtle shift in the situation, Sergio growled, Christopher, haven't you realized yet? Your desire to snatch my bloodline is nothing but wishful thinking. Emilio had prepared for too many years. Trying to break through from Emilio was utterly impossible. He needed to find a way to persuade Christopher, though he didn't know what role Christopher played in this event. But he knew Christopher must be useful. Otherwise, Christopher wouldn't be here. Do you still want to deceive me? Ridiculous. Christopher instantly bellowed coldly. Enraged, Sergio retorted, You? He wanted to yell at him for being foolish but held back. Biting his lip, he snarled, What next if you take my bloodline? Haha, obviously to become the Bryson of Xianxia Palace, to rise above all others, and lead Xianxia Palace to unify the eastern region. Christopher became increasingly arrogant. After a brief silence, Sergio softly spoke, I, Sergio, have been loyal to Xianxia Palace. Even without you, I can expand our influence. Let alone whether you can do better than me. Given my existence, why go through great lengths to cultivate you? Not only does it waste endless resources, but it also alienates numerous elders. At the end of his words, Sergio shook his head. Even if you acquire my bloodline, you would still remain at the 9th rank celestial grade, unable to advance further. Instead, it might dilute due to the transfer. Why go through such trouble, Emilio? Christopher was extremely confident. You are merely worthless. With my bloodline, if I gain yours, I will surely surpass you. Sergio opened his mouth, suddenly at a loss for words. He believed anyone with a semblance of rationality would recognize the flaw in Christopher's logic. Why hadn't he noticed Christopher's foolishness earlier? Crack. The sound of something breaking echoed. Earth Spirit, 3rd stage. Sergio had broken through again. However, there was no joy in his breakthrough. According to his previous observations of the spirit chi and various treasures added, his cultivation might reach the 5th or 6th rank of Earth Spirit. The higher the cultivation, the closer he was to death. Emilio suddenly spoke. It's time, Christopher. Go in, and I will use a secret technique to help you obtain his bloodline. All right. Christopher's eyes filled with manic joy as he directly leaped into the water pool. Then, nothing followed. Before Sergio even entered the water pool, he touched the formation and immediately fainted. Following that, chains rose, locking Christopher up, not in the water pool but in the air. Emilio smiled contentedly. All well, everything is perfect. Either due to the formation or their kinship, once Christopher was locked in the air, Sergio sensed a connection between him and Christopher. Before he could comprehend, the chains trembled slightly. The unconscious and chained Christopher's blood was drawn out entirely. In just 3 breaths, Christopher's entire body was drained of blood, and his vitality completely stripped away. Blood flowed along the chains into the water pool, while his vitality, channeled through the formation, surged into Sergio's body. Emilio nodded approvingly. Everything was ready. All that remained was for Sergio to absorb the spirit chi in the water pool to complete the final step. As Sergio absorbed Christopher's blood and converted vitality into his body, his condition worsened. His bloodline within his body became utterly dormant. Not vanished but thoroughly suppressed under the formation and the blood, seemingly suppressing his perception of his bloodline. Sergio murmured, "How did you do it?" As for Christopher, Sergio didn't care. He was dead, and to the end. He remained so foolish it wasn't worth commenting. With the blood of your entire Sioux clan to suppress your bloodline. The process, Emilio laughed but didn't explain. Chapter 470. Was Irvin deliberate? Facing Sergio's inquiry, Emilio responded for once but did not provide a specific explanation. He merely described why Sergio's bloodline had completely silenced. Sergio's entire clan's blood had forcefully suppressed his bloodline. Do you intend to seize his bloodline? Following this remark, the 7 luminaries outside the formation slowed their attacks. You are not kin to him. Even if you seize his bloodline, it will degrade due to the loss. You are already of heavenly rank bloodline, so this seizure will have minimal effect. Speaking of which, one cannot help but mention the seizing of bloodlines. To seize someone's bloodline, there are many methods. Broadly speaking, there are 2 kinds. The first is among kin, using the best method. Kin can nearly perfectly seize bloodlines from each other. According to the records of the Xianxia Palace, kin is somewhat mysterious. Siblings aside, another type of kin is spouses. Before marriage, they don't count as kin. After marriage, however, they can use the method to seize bloodlines akin to relatives, and both parties' bloodlines can nearly perfectly take from another lineage. No one knows the principle behind this. The second is non-relatives. Seizing another's bloodline when not related. Even with the best methods in the Eastern domain, there would be considerable losses. Emilio glanced at the 7 luminaries and chuckled. Who says we aren't kin? The expressions of the 7 luminaries changed. Could Emilio have ties to the Sioux family? Impossible. As if knowing their thoughts, Emilio raised his hand and placed Christopher's corpse on the ground. This oral married an offspring of my past kin. He and Sergio are kin. So, Old Man and Sergio could also be considered distant relatives. The 7 luminaries halted entirely, expressionless. You should know that Sergio's bloodline was not innate. You suppressed his bloodline using the Sioux family's blood. But how can you seize an acquired bloodline? Emilio fell silent for a moment, expressionless. At most, there will be some loss. But then, by using his newly absorbed spirit energy as a base, today might be the day I step into martial respecter. Bloodline? Sergio's bloodline indeed surpassed Emilio's, but to say it was far superior wasn't certain. Emilio, originally possessing a heavenly rank bloodline, was a peerless genius of the past. His grade would not be low. His plan this time, the main reason wasn't actually about seizing bloodlines. The goal was to break through. A martial emperor enjoys 5,000 years of life, but upon reaching martial respecter, 10,000 years. The eyes of the 7 luminaries focused. After approximately 3 breaths, suddenly, a cold glint appeared in Emilio's eyes. If not for sparing your life back then, you would be dead now. And yet you dare to jump around here. Outside the formation, Irvin slowly approached the formation. Even the 7 luminaries and a legion of martial emperors couldn't break the formation, much less Irvin. Irvin didn't try to break it either. He simply sneered, "You won't break through." Seeking death. Emilio suddenly clenched his fists. Irvin continued to sneer, "I don't know what it takes to break into martial respecter, but I do know, wanting to break through requires a calm mind. With me here, you can't stay calm. As long as I'm here, you won't break through." Ignorant brat. Emilio's figure vanished. The 7 luminaries shifted, appearing beside Irvin. Where Emilio reappeared was already at the edge of the formation's light curtain. If not for the formation's barrier, he and Irvin would be less than half a fathom apart. Clearly, without the 7 luminaries, Irvin would be dead by now. Looking at Irvin, he gazed quietly at Emilio, full of self-mockery. These past few decades, I imprisoned myself in the desert, defiling my soul, never daring to recall that night. Because I knew, if I remembered, I wouldn't be able to stay calm, and I might come here out of rage. Coming here without a chance would be pointless suicide. Emilio looked coldly at Irvin, malevolence spreading. Seeing this, Irvin laughed merrily. But now, it's different. Emilio's voice was icy. Back in the desert, I should have killed you. Irvin laughed wildly. Dare you? If you acted back then, would Sergio have followed you here? Haha, Sergio. Upon breaking through Earth's spirit and transforming into a dragon, his strength rivals a martial emperor. Dare you act, and you wouldn't be able to take him away. Haha. Indeed, with Sergio's current cultivation, if not for being abruptly suppressed in both spirit energy and bloodline, even if he couldn't defeat Emilio, escaping wouldn't be difficult. Sergio wasn't alone either. Really thought you were good? If you had told him the truth forcibly then, all this turmoil wouldn't have happened. Before Emilio could answer, he turned to the 7 luminaries with mockery. 7 luminaries, having ruled the sect for so long. You're still as stupid as before, even less capable than this waste, Irvin. Your disciple has no means of retaliation because of Irvin. The face of the 7 luminaries darkened. Why were they able to arrive just in time? Because of Irvin's warning. And what Emilio said was right. With Sergio's power as a dragon, if Irvin had revealed the truth back in the desert, Sergio wouldn't have come unprepared. Did Emilio plant discord? Everyone knew it was a sowing of discord. But as martial emperors, their strategies were always overt. Even if they knew it was a ploy, they had to fall for it. Sergio's voice rang out. So, senior brother Irvin, you wanted me to go to the desert those years to tell me about junior brother? Irvin shook his head. No, no, no. Then he explained. Once you broke through Earth's spirit, Emilio would certainly act. I asked you to come to the desert just to force Emilio to move sooner, because I knew after you broke through Earth's spirit, Emilio would be worried and wouldn't let you and me be alone. He hadn't intended to tell Sergio anything. Sergio was silent for a moment, then spoke. With these words, there will be no place for you in the Shimming Palace henceforth. Indeed, with Irvin's words, regardless of whether Emilio's plot succeeded, or the 7 luminaries saved him successfully, Irvin would have no place in the Shimming Palace. Avoiding death would be a show of the Shimming Palace's generosity. After pausing slightly, Irvin's lips curled mockingly. What you know about me is likely that during my wedding with Val, I accidentally killed her. From your comforting words, I can see you noticed inconsistencies, but you didn't investigate further to avoid trouble. Silent for a moment, Sergio nodded. That's right. It was what 7 luminaries told him back then, but after everything, the conclusion was set. He found issues but didn't probe further. Irvin sneered again. About the past as a witness, no one knows better than me. Do you want to know? In summary, the translation maintains the original tone, structure, and style while ensuring readability and fluency in English. The paragraph breaks and line breaks have been kept consistent with the source text. Chapter 471. Revealing the truth. Irvin spoke with a sneer. As an eyewitness, no one knew what had happened back then better than he did. Sergio scanned his surroundings and said, I'm all ears. Initially, he didn't really want to know. But now, how could he not see that today's turmoil might very well be connected to the truth about Irvin from years ago? Davisoning to that truth could also buy some time. Perhaps just enough for things to take an unexpected turn. Looking at Irvin again, his eyes suddenly filled with countless memories and tenderness. Remember those days? The initial narrative didn't differ much from the truth that Demetrius had revealed. It was roughly about how Irvin and Madeline met and grew closer, eventually getting married under Emilio's arrangement. The wedding was harmonious and blissful. Every power within the Shimming sect came to celebrate, and the 3 major sects brought heavy gifts. Worth mentioning is that during Irvin's era, there weren't many extraordinary prodigies. Irvin reached peak prowess right after birth, suppressing other prodigies from the 3 major sects, becoming the most famous in the world. Jean-Beau Pavilion and others had no disciples who could match him. Thus they brought significant gifts. Originally, everything was perfect. Becoming saint, marrying the palace master's daughter. It was double happiness. How lively it was and how grand the ceremony was, Irvin didn't elaborate on. Speaking towards the end, suddenly, Irvin's body trembled. You old, immortal thing. I don't believe you've truly forgotten that night. Today, I will disrupt your peace of mind. Want a breakthrough? Daydreaming. With a roar, Irvin's eyes turned blood red. He waved his hand, and spiritual energy transformed into a luminous curtain. In the glow, it was nighttime. This was at the peak of a mountain. A very familiar mountain peak to Sergio. It was Qingming Peak. No one was at the peak except for a small courtyard adorned festively. In the courtyard, inside the bedroom, Irvin happily pushed open the door. Inside, someone like a bride from the mundane world sat by the bed, covered with a red veil. Davistel Ku, Jujun Elton, and the others deliberately caused trouble, so I returned late. With a chuckling tone, Irvin quickly approached. It was evident that Irvin had quite a mischievous nature back then. After getting close, Irvin carefully took out a jade flute, lifted the red veil, revealing a chastity's face. She wore a bright red wedding dress, embroidered with numerous phoenix-like birds. Her delicate hands rested on her knees, her long hair reaching her waist. Her beauty was unparalleled, graceful with clear eyes and white teeth, truly stunningly beautiful. However, the Irvin in the glow wasn't joyful but panicked. What happened to you? Who bullied you? I'll settle the score. Were they from Jean-Beau Pavilion? It turned out that despite her beauty, her eyes carried an unfading sadness. She was Emilio's only daughter, Madeline. Seeing Irvin's anxiety, Madeline slightly shook her head and lowered her gaze, her hands intertwined. No. So what's wrong? Come on, let me vent for you. Irvin scratched his head, sat beside Madeline, and held her hands. Madeline's eyes became more sorrowful. My father. He. Irvin became more confused. Master? Isn't Master that old man always criticizing the other 3 sects with Wuxia Mountain and Emperor Extreme sect? Madeline opened her mouth slightly, saying something softly that outsiders couldn't hear. Tears flowed like rain. Irvin's carefree demeanor vanished instantly, his expression turning unpleasant. After a while, Irvin managed a strained smile. Ku, you didn't drink today. Why are you talking nonsense? Madeline pulled her hands away from Irvin's. Can't you understand? It's been a scam from the beginning. I've only been deceiving you. I never liked you. If you leave now, you might still make it. The common folk say, once a girl marries, she's like water thrown out. You have disappointed me greatly. With a hoarse voice, Emilio suddenly appeared in the room. Irvin stiffened, looking at Emilio. Emilio glanced once and said expressionlessly, wouldn't it be better for him to die without knowing? Telling him now only lets him suffer before death. Then, the Emilio in the glow raised his hand, and countless transparent chains rose up, suspending Irvin in midair. Subsequently, Emilio sat cross-legged on the ground. Ripples spread. The chains were extracting something from Irvin's body. Irvin showed no reaction, only with a blank stare, his gaze scattered. Sitting Madeline watched Irvin locked in midair, her hands clenched tightly, blood trickling from her palms. About 3 breaths later, Madeline suddenly stood up and shot icy light beams toward the skyward chains. Bang bang bang. The chains remained undamaged. Emilio looked up and shouted coldly, "Disobedient daughter, what are you doing?" Madeline stared at the unscathed chains, opening her mouth and whispering, "I don't love you anymore. Really, not at all." As she spoke, a bloody mark appeared on her arm, emitting faint blood light. Unknown what she did, only that the chains dissolved under the blood light. The Emilio in the glow suddenly became furious. "Disobedient daughter, disobedient daughter." Then, with icy eyes, "Even if the effect has its shortcomings, it is enough for one last try. Wait until this old man breaks through, then I'll deal with you." Soon after, streaks of light rose from the ground, and immediately, Irvin was pierced by several blood holes. "A pity, your cultivation isn't yet Earth Spirit level. Had it not been for my daughter's genuine feelings, once you reached Earth Spirit, with heavenly force aiding you, alas, with the secret method I cultivated, it should suffice for one last attempt." With a low whisper, Emilio grabbed remotely, releasing glowing lights. Madeline, seated on the ground, looked up. "Father, let him go. I've already told the truth to Demetrius. You won't succeed. He's coming." Emilio paused, his voice cold. "Dax and Elijah are holding him off. He can't come. Do you think you can hide your thoughts from me?" "But I did come." The voice of Demetrius echoed in the glow. Immediately, Demetrius appeared at the doorway, his gaze complex. Emilio's figure froze. "You can still leave now? If I don't leave?" Demetrius leaned against the doorframe. Emilio stood up, his voice icy. "Madeline is my daughter. Irvin is my son-in-law and disciple. What concern does this have with you?" Demetrius fell silent for a moment, whispering, "This path cannot be opened. Following your orders, Dax constantly uses dark magic to refine life-prolonging pills for you. From the start, they were brought in as drug slaves rather than disciples, making it hard to dissuade them. But Irvin is different. He was not intended as a sacrificial pawn, but as a disciple and our Xinming sect prodigy." Emilio's face remained unchanged. "You are no match for me. Leave now or die." Please note, for a natural reading experience, the translated text follows English grammar conventions, which sometimes requires minor adjustments in structure or word choice while keeping the original tone and style intact. Chapter 472. Elijah appears. In the holographic screen, faced with Kevin's intervention, Emilio was not afraid but directly issued a threat. Kevin remained silent for a moment before raising his head and asking, "Can you still make a move?" He paused briefly and then said pointedly, "I know very well the strength of the Palace Master. Indeed, I am no match. But if we fight with all our might, your state would result in a complete dispersion of vital energy, leaving no chance of survival." Emilio laughed. "Are you threatening me?" Kevin smiled. "It's not a threat. It's the truth, isn't it?" Emilio's gaze hardened, and he remained silent for a while. Then, turning to look at Madeline, he exclaimed, "Disloyal daughter. No matter how vigilant one is, it's hard to guard against an internal traitor." His voice had barely faded when he revealed a proud smile. "Brat, today, I'll show you why I could suppress the eastern region back in my prime." Terrorizing spiritual power fluctuations began to spread. Jamar suddenly appeared on the screen, saying, "Palace Master, if you and Kevin were to fight, afterward, Xianxia Palace might split asunder." Emilio suddenly expanded his perception. His eyes quickly hardened as he said coldly, "You dare to betray me too? Just because you're the battle peak leader, do you think you're so powerful?" He raised his hand and slapped the air. Spiritual power spread out. The newly arrived Jamar instantly collapsed, spitting blood everywhere. Then, Emilio's entire body burst with spiritual power. "Xianxia Palace, humph. With this old man here, this is what Xianxia Palace stands for. Without me, even its destruction would be of no concern." A light barrier rose, excluding everyone except Emilio, Madeline, and Irvin. Everyone else was pushed away by the barrier. The expression on Kevin's face inside the screen changed abruptly. "This array. Elijah, you? Without the Palace Master's support, I wouldn't have gotten this far. I will naturally follow the Palace Master's orders." And Blue suddenly appeared in the hologram. His face was indistinct, covered by a half mask that concealed half of his features. The exposed part of his face was very aged. Emilio scoffed coldly, "Disloyal daughter." Then, he sat cross-legged on the ground again, and chains started appearing once more. Unexpectedly, Madeline urgently grabbed Irvin, who still had lifeless eyes. "Father, please spare him. Daughter has never begged you for anything before." With a wave of his hand, Emilio sent Madeline flying to the edge of the screen, grievously wounded. Silence ensued. Only countless light points surged towards Emilio. About 3 breaths later, "Ice brother, sorry us. We'll meet in the netherworld." With extremely bitter murmurs, Madeline slowly sat down on the ground. As she spoke, her eyes filled with deep reluctance and attachment towards Irvin, her breath fading rapidly. "Not good. Palace Master, could girl has committed suicide." Elijah, wearing a half mask, lost his composure, rushing forward as his vast martial emperor-level spiritual power flooded into Madeline's body. Though terrifyingly strong, even his martial emperor power failed to save her, merely prolonging her life temporarily. "How dare you?" Emilio stopped and looked back, spewing out a mouthful of blood. His eyes became dazed. The hologram flashed and suddenly disappeared. In the pool, Sergio watched as the hologram dissipated, his pupils dilating to their utmost limit. Was this truly the reality? Madeline's death was self-inflicted. No wonder Emilio retreated from worldly affairs thereafter. The truth turned out to be like this. And Emilio, with blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, whispered, "That year, I shouldn't have spared you. His body trembled slightly, whether from anger or other reasons unknown. Irvin sneered, spare me. If it weren't for Davistelka pleading for mercy, I would have died long ago, wouldn't I? If it weren't for you, how would she have killed herself? Even a martial emperor couldn't save her. Unless you die, I cannot face her in the netherworld. Blood flowed more heavily from the corner of Emilio's mouth. Seeing this, Irvin roared, she was your own daughter. How could you be so heartless? If not for you making her fall in love, Kagurl wouldn't have taken her own life. Her death was partly due to your stubbornness, but also inseparable from you, came a hoarse voice. Instantly, Kevin and others' gazes sharpened. Previously in the hologram, Elijah, wearing a half mask, reappeared. Kevin glared fiercely at Elijah. Elijah, what happened that night was enough. Are you going to continue? Elijah remained silent for a moment before quietly replying, Kevin, your strength is great. If we fought, I wouldn't stand a chance. But I specialize in arrays. The array you couldn't break that day, you still can't break today. Are you here to boast? Kevin's tone was icy. Elijah didn't lie. Despite being an 8th level martial emperor, Elijah wasn't a match for Kevin in direct combat. However, the array set up by Elijah, without exaggeration, was such that even Emilio at his peak would find it difficult to break through swiftly. Elijah glanced at Kevin, remaining silent, just stepping into the array. Before the array was breached, perhaps only Elijah could enter and exit freely. After entering the array, he walked slowly to the pool's edge, crouched down, and looked at Sergio. Staring for a while, Elijah laughed, not showing any fear even now. If you grow up with such mental fortitude, even the palace master might not be your match. What a pity. Sergio glared coldly at Elijah, his spiritual power and bloodline completely suppressed and restrained by the array. If not for this, even with a tiny bit of residual spiritual power, he could use the great, desolate ancestral dragon scripture to break the array. With even a trace of usable bloodline, he could forcefully burn and transform into a dragon for a last-ditch effort. Elijah paid no heed, standing up and saying, Palace Master, your mindset is disordered. If not restored in your current state, not to mention successful breakthrough, you might pass away prematurely even before fully absorbing his bloodline. Before getting a response, Elijah added, after that incident, many elders in the sect are displeased. Palace Master, you don't have time to slowly calm your mind. What's your solution? Emilio wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Sergio's bloodline is very special. Pausing a bit, Elijah continued. When he entered the sect, during his battle with Yale, I noticed, he can see through the essence of arrays. Once he gets the slightest respite, his spiritual power can devour the key nodes of the array, being the most effective counter against it. Now he's inactive only because his spiritual power and bloodline are entirely suppressed. But over time, his relative's blood will gradually lose effectiveness. Once he transforms into a dragon, you won't have another chance. I want a solution. Emilio revealed impatience. Elijah shook his head. I have none. You must accomplish everything before his relative's blood loses effectiveness. Otherwise, he can counterattack. In his current unique state, restraining him with our spiritual power only gives him more chances to escape. Palace Master, time is running out. Emilio remained silent for a moment. Davisting his head, he said hoarsely, Irvin, you should die. He had to admit, Irvin's appearance was perfectly timed, vividly recreating that night's scene, making it impossible for his mindset to remain calm. He had only one daughter, Madeline, who had taken her own life. Seeing those scenes again, how could he stay composed? Chapter 473, Elijah's repayment. Due to the shock of that fateful night when Irvin solidified, Emilio was unable to calm his mind. Madeline was his only offspring, his only daughter. A moment later, Emilio gritted his teeth slightly. Even if this old man forcibly consumes it, so what? Guard me, and where is Dax's medicine? Why hasn't he come? Palace Master, Dax. After hesitating for a while, Elijah shook his head. Dax has always been in debt due to using human lives to refine elixirs. Not long ago, Sergio brought out heavenly scriptures from the Sin domain, and after Dax studied them, his understanding of alchemy greatly improved. He believed he owed Sergio a great debt, and just 15 minutes ago, he chose to enter seclusion, saying he would no longer involve himself in worldly affairs. Emilio's gaze sharpened. Sergio, who was in the pool, also showed a look of surprise. It seemed, Dax was dragging him down? Dax, who didn't like him much, actually chose to help him this time? Although Dax did not offer direct help, yet his inaction was indeed assistance. A few breaths later, Emilio slowly clenched his fist. Dax? As for Elijah, after a brief silence, he stepped closer to Sergio. Young Su, we should have never met. We haven't, Sergio suppressed his thoughts. Elijah smiled and then spoke somewhat mysteriously. I also read the scriptures you brought back from the Sin domain. Without waiting for an answer, his expression grew even more peculiar. Those numerous scriptures truly are the essence from long ago. With my knowledge, they improved my understanding of formations by a third. Originally, the formation set up here could only hold them off for 3 hours with dare and strength. After reading those scriptures, I made some minor adjustments, and now I can easily hold them off for a day. Sergio's expression instantly darkened, grinding his teeth. Elder Dax chose seclusion because he felt indebted. But what about you, Elder Feng? Elijah paid no heed, therefore I came. If not for reviewing the scriptures you brought back, I wouldn't have appeared today. Emilio suddenly barked coldly. Elijah, dare you betray me? Elijah shook his head. If not for Palace Master, I would never have broken through to Martial Emperor. If not for Palace Master, I would have reached my lifespan limit and died 3,000 years ago. How could I have the current 8th rank Martial Emperor cultivation? Emilio's voice turned icy. Then why are you here? After a brief silence, Elijah stood up. Sergio and Dax have grudges. Now that Dax chooses to retreat from worldly affairs, it cancels out the favor caused by the scriptures. But not for me. Even upon our first meeting, seeing the scriptures, I feel I must repay this debt. That's still betrayal. Emilio roared angrily. Elijah shook his head. Not the same. This is my line. If I were ungrateful on that fateful night, I wouldn't have set up a grand array on Qingming Peak, nor would I have modified and improved the formation today, right? After speaking, Elijah looked outside the formation inside. Jamar, actually, Dax and I envy you. Jamar remained silent. Elijah continued talking to himself. That old Dax, slightly less talented than me, distracted by alchemy research, even with Palace Master's help, he only reached first-rank Martial Emperor. He claims he doesn't have enough talent and is too lazy to continue cultivating, focusing solely on his alchemy. Yet you, Jamar, with outstanding talent, still broke through to Martial Emperor without much support from the Palace Master. Whether in the past or today, dealing with the Demetrius feels justified. Jamar was silent for a while before sighing lightly. Initially, I wanted to use our friendship to persuade you to dismantle the formation, but now it seems unnecessary. These thousands of years of camaraderie. Sigh. Emilio became extremely impatient. What exactly are you doing? Buying time for Sergio? Elijah fell silent for a moment. He walked to the edge of the pool again. Dax has a grudge with you. Remaining neutral allows him peace of mind. As for me, giving you a chance at survival, this slight hope, is repayment for reading the scriptures. Thus, whether you live or die today, I can be at ease. Why this lifeline? Sergio immediately asked. At this moment, he didn't care about the past grievances among these martial emperors. A lifeline, even the slightest one, he could seize it. Elijah, you're courting death. Emilio appeared behind Elijah, enraged, and fiercely slapped him. Elijah did not resist. With a bang, Elijah was sent flying into the light barrier. His abdomen was penetrated. Any ordinary person would die instantly, yet Elijah acted as if nothing happened, standing up as if nothing was wrong. Palace Master, you're becoming deranged. Pausing, Elijah sighed. Human lives mean little. Our Xianxia Palace and the other three sects rose to power by eradicating evil forces, unifying the Eastern Domain through this effort. Remember how the four of us once collaborated to purge many remnants of evil forces? Today, with no more remnants in the Eastern Domain, we are truly meritorious. Emilio froze. Elijah approached the pool. If everyone becomes like Palace Master, someday, our Xianxia Palace might turn into an evil sect. I shouldn't say this, but since I owe a debt, I will speak. Caring for mere humans? Laughable. Emilio sneered. Elijah stood next to the pool again. Ordinary lives, I don't care. Their deaths mean nothing to me. The method of soul devouring, though repulsive, is ultimately meaningless. Death is inevitable, so why make a fuss? Emilio suddenly roared. Of course, you don't care, lacking the talent to reach Martial Venerated. But this old man is different. Had it not been for the limitations of the Eastern Domain, I should have broken through to Martial Venerated 4,000 years ago. Turning, he added. And you, Demetrius. Haha, your current righteousness is merely due to ample lifespan. You've been 9th rank Martial Emperor for 2,000 years, haven't you? Your talent sufficed, but being trapped in the environment left you hopeless to reach Martial Venerated. Doesn't it hurt? Darren's expression tightened, but he said nothing. Seeing this, Emilio mocked. Dare you say you've never had similar thoughts? When your lifespan shortens, you'll likely act even more severely. If you truly wish to stop advancing, how could Dax experiment with evil alchemy formulas? You simply keep it as a backup, to extend your life when that day comes. Darren was silent for a while, shaking his head. Maybe, but that day hasn't arrived yet. Emilio saw this and sneered. Enough talk. Elijah, what lifeline do you bring Sergio? Tell me. Davis feline? He could block it. And Elijah's words didn't seem like a real lifeline. They were just heartfelt confessions among old friends, tearing off masks. Crack? Sergio's cultivation advanced again, reaching 4th rank Earth Spirit. The essence of natural treasures in the pool had been largely consumed. Elijah glanced once and quietly retreated, disappearing from the formation, leaving only bloodstains at the edge of the light barrier. It seemed he had never appeared. Where was the lifeline? Translation ends here, maintaining the tone and structure of the original text while ensuring coherence and fluency in English. Hashtag chapter 474, a glimmer of hope. After Sergio's cultivation was forcibly pushed to a new level, Elijah glanced over, and his figure flickered before disappearing, his destination unknown. Hope? He did not speak. A moment later, an array flag suddenly appeared and immediately burst into flames. The isolation between the inner and outer worlds of the array seemed to undergo some change, yet nothing seemed to have happened. In this state where his spiritual energy was completely restrained, Sergio could not discern any difference. Attack here. Darren sensed something amiss and issued a low command. Blades, swords, thunderbolts, and flaming rain. All manner of attacks converged on the direction Darren indicated. Emilio looked back briefly, a shadow of darkness crossing his eyes. Soon, sitting cross-legged, he inhaled deeply towards the pool. Countless luminescent lights rose from within Sergio's body. These beams of light were Sergio's cultivation and bloodline. Emilio did not absorb them directly but manipulated the array near the water pool. After these luminescent lights appeared, they underwent an unknown transformation through the array. After the transformation, more spiritual chi was drawn from the surroundings before entering Emilio's body. He had begun his action. However, he wore no look of joy. Instead, he cursed inwardly, "Damn Elijah." According to his original plan, he intended to wait until Sergio had absorbed all the spiritual chi and essence treasures in the water pool. Then, he would extract Sergio's cultivation and bloodline to enhance himself. Using Sergio's cultivation as a fulcrum and his bloodline as leverage, he would forcibly draw spiritual chi from thousands or even tens of thousands of miles around, helping him advance to the Wu Zun realm. Regarding the acquisition of Sergio's bloodline, he did not care much about how much he could obtain. After all, as Darren had said, Emilio himself had once been a peerless genius, and his bloodline, while still divine, was of very high grade. Unfortunately, due to Elijah's sudden creation of hope, the array's defense had been significantly weakened. If he waited any longer, the array might be broken before Sergio could fully absorb the spiritual chi and treasure essence. Thus, he had to act prematurely. Sergio had not fully absorbed the treasure essence and spiritual chi from the water pool, so the effect of extracting it now was severely diminished. As for Sergio, he stared intensely at Emilio, his face starting to turn red, experiencing indescribable, incomparable pain. The spiritual chi and treasure essence from the water pool were being forcefully injected into his body, while Emilio continuously extracted his cultivation and bloodline using the array, a conflict that caused bone-deep pain. Had it not been for his training in the Wind Spirit's secret realm, where he had repeatedly swallowed sword intent on the shores of the ocean of sword intent, akin to countless weapons hacking at flesh and bone, the pain then far exceeded what he felt now. Had it not been for those tempering experiences, this excruciating pain alone would have rendered him unconscious. But because of past trials, despite the intense pain, he managed to endure it without even a cry. Seeing Sergio's reaction, Emilio praised, "Good oral, you have a solid mind. When I break through, I won't forget your contribution." Sergio remained silent. His peripheral vision noticed the distant array. Due to Elijah igniting the array flag, the defensive power of the array had greatly diminished and was now crumbling under Darren's attacks. How long could it hold? He couldn't tell for sure, but estimated it could last at most 15 minutes. And in those 15 minutes, his cultivation was gradually diminishing, albeit slowly but surely. Even now, the spiritual chi and treasure essence from the water pool kept flowing into his body, yet his cultivation was still decreasing. Perhaps he could survive until the array was breached, but by then, how much of his cultivation and bloodline would remain? Normally, this wouldn't matter much. He could always cultivate again. What worried him was if he suffered irreversible damage or failed to last until Darren and company broke the array. Turning to look at the chains binding his entire body, Sergio's gaze hardened with determination. Self-rescue, he must save himself. The chains suppressed all his cultivation and sealed his bloodline. Now that Emilio was busy extracting his cultivation and had no time to stop his movements, if he could break the chains, not many, just one would allow him to feel his bloodline and spiritual chi again. Just a trace, a mere thread, would suffice. With this thought, Qingming's sword and Averil's sword appeared in his hands. As already refined divine weapons, these two swords had been inside his body, and he could summon them with a mental command. Though unable to use martial techniques due to the suppression of his spiritual chi and bloodline, he could at least swing them like clubs. Fool. Emilio did not interfere. Sergio gripped the two swords tightly and slashed fiercely at the nearest chain. Bang! A massive counterforce struck him. His physical body ignored it. But the violent recoil sent both swords flying out of his hands. Averil embedded itself in the ground, while Qingming fell back into the water pool, embedding itself in the bottom. The chains remained unscathed. Although both swords were divine weapons, and Qingming was a superior grade divine weapon, in the current state where his cultivation and bloodline were suppressed, even his strongest slash barely reached Yuanwu realm power. Emilio sneered, "Your talent is not bad. Let me warn you. You can't destroy these chains without imperial martial power. Save yourself the trouble and prepare to die." Sergio tried to recall Qingming and Averil into his hands. Both swords trembled slightly but did not respond. Sergio's expression darkened. With his spiritual chi and cultivation fully suppressed, he couldn't recall them. Even a thread of cultivation would let him bring back the swords, but now, he couldn't muster even that. Sinking into silence for a while, he lowered his head to look at the water pool. Because of his absorption, the originally full water pool now only covered him up to just below his waist, exposing his upper torso. Sitting cross-legged, both swords were out of reach. With his spiritual chi and cultivation fully suppressed, he couldn't even open his storage ring. All his belongings, except for the swords that rested within him, were inside the storage ring, along with the token of the Holy Sun hanging at his waist. The token could activate the clan's protective formation, but, with his current state, he couldn't even take anything out of the storage ring, let alone activate the formation with the token. Could he only wait to die? No, that wasn't right. Sergio's eyes suddenly narrowed. Inside his body, there was another thing. The mystical spirit soul-burning tower. This artifact had taken him 10 years of blood refinement to successfully incorporate into his body. To use it? Impossible. His spiritual energy was insufficient to activate it. Previously, after breaking through to Earth Spirit, he had tested it and found that even with peak Earth Spirit level 1 spiritual energy, he could only make the tower move slightly. Now, his divine consciousness was heavily suppressed, and his cultivation and spiritual energy were thoroughly locked down. Using the mystical spirit soul-burning tower was entirely out of the question, unless... Chapter 475, Escape. With Sergio's divine consciousness suppressed to the utmost, and his cultivation, spiritual energy, and bloodline completely restrained, he had no chance at all to activate the profound spirit soul-burning pagoda which he couldn't even invoke. If he were to forcefully activate it, there was only one possibility. Sergio slowly closed his eyes. The essence of the treasure in the water pool, and the spiritual energy were still surging into his body madly. Since the incident occurred, he had stopped absorbing them himself. They entered his body forcefully and were absorbed passively, then transformed into his cultivation. The only thing not suppressed within the array might be the external spiritual energy that was forcibly entering his body, before transforming into cultivation. Although everything about him was suppressed, because his intrinsic cultivation realm remained, he could barely control it with his mind. Previously, he was too lazy to control it since any energy absorbed and transformed into cultivation would immediately be suppressed by the array. But now was different. Perceiving the continuous influx of energy, Sergio gritted his teeth and tried to control the incoming spiritual energy. He could only exert a limited level of control at this moment. Given his cultivation, even if he didn't refine these energies, it would take at most 3 breaths for them to turn into his cultivation, and 3 breaths were enough. As his mindset changed, those numerous energies, before they could transform into cultivation, were controlled by him to flow towards the dantian, not turning into cultivation but being injected into the profound spirit soul-burning pagoda. At first, there was no reaction from the pagoda. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 10 breaths. After about 10 breaths, the profound spirit soul-burning pagoda began to tremble slightly. What are you doing, Oral? Emilio's cold voice echoed. The essence and spiritual energy in the water pool had yet to disappear, yet Sergio's cultivation was dropping at an unprecedented rate, as if none of the spiritual energy from the water pool could transform into cultivation. Sergio remained silent, focused on communicating with the profound spirit soul-burning pagoda. As vast amounts of energy poured in, the connection with the pagoda became increasingly intimate. However, it wasn't enough. Too little energy, and the level of the profound spirit soul-burning pagoda was too high. Wanting to control it for an attack was far from enough. Nonetheless, it wasn't without benefits. Because the pagoda could move slightly, even within the dantian, some sparks appeared on the pagoda. Perhaps because the level of the profound spirit soul-burning pagoda was too high, or perhaps it was originally a kind of suppression treasure. Regardless, due to that slight movement and the sparks, Sergio keenly sensed that the suppression power over his dantian had lessened somewhat. Not much, just a bit. But that bit was enough to let him regain a faint sense of his dantian. That faint sense allowed him to manchang control a thread of spiritual energy. Asterisk revision asterisk. That faint awareness allowed him to barely control a thread of spiritual energy. Not much, just a thread. But it was enough. More than enough. Sergio's eyes snapped open, bloodshot. Vast wilderness ancestral dragon scripture, swallow. A thread of spiritual energy flowed through the meridians, rapidly fading under the suppression. But before it faded completely, it finally allowed him to use it. A terrifying devouring force spread out. Sergio did not try to swallow the array with that weak ability but directly devoured the chains formed by the array's power. The power was immense. Once he started devouring, vast strength entered his body. He could not absorb it. Everything was still suppressed, leaving him no energy to absorb. But Sergio paid no attention, sending the devoured power into the profound spirit soul-burning pagoda, using that strength to make its activity more intense. Emilio was both shocked and angry. Boy, how dare you? However, he took no action. He couldn't attack Sergio. If Sergio died, how would he extract the bloodline and cultivation? He could only watch as the chain slowly dimmed under Sergio's devouring, until after 3 breaths, the chain vanished entirely. Bloodline and spiritual energy gradually regained a slight sense. Humph! Emilio sneered, raising his hand. The array regenerated another chain binding toward Sergio. At this point, the other chain still held Sergio in place, and he couldn't evade. Once that chain settled, Sergio would be thoroughly suppressed again. But Sergio paid no mind. Instead, he smiled. Enough! Roar! The recovered spiritual energy instantly tugged at the bloodline. The bloodline ignited, and Sergio transformed into a dragon. A terrifying devouring force spread, and the spiritual energy in the water pool was instantly absorbed by Sergio. Roar! The dragon's roar echoed as Sergio transformed into a dragon form within the water pool. Emilio suddenly laughed. Boy, very good. You realized your previous weakness and deliberately added a chance for me, didn't you? Haha. Laughing happily, the chain fell onto Sergio's body, or rather, onto his dragon form. Although he successfully turned into a dragon through the gaps, his dragon form was still locked within the water pool. The difference was that previously his true body was locked, while now it was the transformed dragon body. The 3 Zhonglong dragon body and the chains filled the water pool tightly. Now, like a serpent coiled in the pool, he was immobilized by the chains. Sergio wasn't startled or angry. He tilted his head and looked at the chains, still lacking. Energy, insufficient. With the array obstructing and being repressed too quickly, he couldn't absorb much external energy. Now, unless he continued burning more of his bloodline to gain power and energy, he wouldn't be able to fully utilize the might of his dragon form even if he managed to transform. After thinking, Sergio silently burned more of his bloodline. It wasn't too far off. Many of the treasure's essences added strength to the bloodline, so even if this transformation thoroughly depleted it, afterwards, his bloodline would be stronger than when he arrived here. Then, Sergio's dragon claw moved fiercely, pulling hard. With a crack, a chain shattered. More bloodline burned. The power of the 5th level martial emperor, Emilio's expression changed slightly, then he clenched his teeth and fiercely struck Sergio with a palm. Sergio roared at Emilio. Roar! A terrifying sound wave spread, carrying a heavy soul attack. Perhaps Emilio's vigilance wasn't sufficient, or perhaps his advanced age affected his strength. Faced with that roar, Emilio stopped attacking and hastily retreated. Bang bang bang, dull sounds echoed. The surface of the water pool's array shattered. The array's level around the water pool wasn't actually high, just extremely subtle, and its focus wasn't on suppression but sealing the spiritual energy within the pool. After all, if the array's level there were higher, Sergio wouldn't have rashly descended earlier. Thus, transformed into a dragon, Sergio's roar crushed the array with a sound wave, then his figure flashed, instantly floating into the sky, flying out of the array. Leave? Can't get out. External entry was impossible, and neither could Sergio leave. Coordinating with Kevin and others to attack inside and out? This thought arose but was immediately squashed, and he turned to look behind him. Emilio stood quietly on the ground, expressionless. Sergio, to escape even in such dire straits. I truly underestimated you. My curiosity grows. How did you break free from the suppression and recover that fraction of spiritual energy when your spiritual energy, cultivation, and bloodline were all suppressed? Chapter 476. The mystical spirit soul-burning tower reveals its might. Sergio turned around to see Emilio standing on the ground, his expression unreadable as he gazed at him. Emilio also inquired about how Sergio had initially regained a sliver of spiritual sense under suppression. Sergio didn't rashly attack. Your array formation has too many flaws. From the start, it failed to completely suppress me. That's all. Don't want to talk? Fine then. Emilio paused briefly before slowly saying, return to the water pool yourself, or I'll cut you down with my sword. As soon as his words fell, an overwhelmingly terrifying threat rose, instantly turning the atmosphere bone-chilling. Instinct told Sergio that even after becoming a dragon, he was absolutely no match for Emilio. He had no doubts. After all, this Emilio was once an unparalleled genius of his generation. As a 4th stage Earth Spirit, estimated combat strength would be roughly equivalent to a 4th or 5th stage Martial Emperor, while Emilio was a 9th stage Martial Emperor and a former genius. Return to await death? Sergio hovered in the air, upright like a person, his voice icy. The array formation is about to be broken, Palace Master. You've already missed your chance. It's not too late to stop now. Darren interjected at the right moment, without pausing his attacks on the array. Foolish. Emilio muttered quietly before exhaling slowly. You have no idea how futile this is. If not for your temporary value, old man here would tear you apart right now. Roar. Sergio bellowed toward the sky. Countless ice spikes surged into the air, falling like rain amidst flashing lightning and roaring wind. Emilio's tone grew colder. A mantis trying to stop a carriage, delusional. A ripple spread out. After the storm came calm. All the attacks Sergio had gathered vanished instantly. Then, Emilio grabbed through the air. Sergio felt as though the entire world pressed down on him. Even with the power capable of battling a 4th or 5th stage Martial Emperor, he could not resist at all. He was instantly forced to the ground. A loud thud echoed as dust billowed up. With his index and middle fingers together, Emilio flicked them lightly. Invisible swords descended from the sky, instantly piercing through Sergio's formidable dragon scales. 10 invisible swords pierced 10 spots on Sergio's dragon scales, severing 10 joints directly. Now, he was entirely drained of strength, unable to exert any force. Old man just slightly moved. Yet you've reached your limit. Dragon transformation? Useless, said Emilio scornfully, grasping Sergio from afar with contempt evident in his voice. An intangible large hand appeared, clamping onto Sergio's head and dragging him toward the water pool like a dead body. Outside the array, Darren raged, Emilio! From the beginning, no matter the circumstances, he had always addressed Emilio as Palace Master. But now he called Emilio by name, revealing the extent of Darren's anger. The invisible hand kept dragging. Emilio turned back. If not for my old age, you wouldn't dare be so disrespectful in front of me. Why so many words? Break the array. Huang Davising, Edie's master, coldly snorted. Rumble. The attacks outside the array became more intense. Sergio was thrown back into the water pool by the invisible hand. Rippling outwards, the array slowly recovered. Sergio looked at Emilio with horror. He knew he couldn't defeat Emilio even after transforming into a dragon. But wasn't the gap too terrifying? Completely transformed, Sergio couldn't withstand a single move from Emilio. Was this the terrifying strength of the Xianming Palace Master? Emilio continued, Boy, I was originally thinking of sparing your life if I were to break through. Unfortunately, you're too unreasonable. Fluorescence rose again, extracting Sergio's cultivation and bloodline once more. Sergio could feel the extraction speed this time was countless times faster than before. He certainly couldn't wait for the array to be broken. Resist? His whole body was powerless. Those 10 invisible swords left wounds small enough. They were just finger-sized holes, but they were enough to prevent healing, leaving Sergio's entire body like mud, only his head still able to move slightly. Silently for a moment, Sergio gritted his teeth. Mystical spirit soul-burning tower. Though the might of his dragon form and martial techniques weren't as strong as the naturally condensed thunder and lightning, he still had treasures. An earth spirit realm cultivator couldn't use the mystical spirit soul-burning tower, but a dragon form matching a martial emperor. Huff! A palm-sized mystical spirit soul-burning tower flew out from Sergio's head and expanded to tens of feet tall. Emilio instantly retreated. The tower flashed, crashing down. Normally, Emilio would avoid it easily with his speed outside, but this wasn't outside. The isolated area inside the array was only tens of feet wide. The expanded tower left nowhere to hide. Boom! The tower hit the ground, covering the entire isolated area. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The tower simply stood there. Sergio and Emilio simultaneously appeared inside the tower, seeking death. Cold light flashed in Emilio's eyes as he rushed toward Sergio. However, Sergio moved faster, spreading his strength to forcefully support his flying dragon form. Then, the mystical spirit's soul-burning tower contracted. Seemingly invisible, Sergio went straight through it, disappearing. Bang! Emilio was blocked by the tower. Emilio waved his finger. The tower from Sin Domain. An immortal armament? Unfortunately, even the best treasures are useless if one lacks cultivation. Towering cold light attacked the tower. No traces remained. Instead, flames rose within the tower. Outside. Bang! Sergio landed on the ground. The mystical spirit's soul-burning tower shrunk to about 10 feet tall, now covered in raging flames, trembling continuously. Sergio relaxed slightly. 40%, enough. Even with his dragon form, activating the mystical spirit's soul-burning tower had instantly depleted 60% of his strength, leaving 40% to maintain the tower. He didn't seek to kill Emilio, just to contain him. Darren and the others would break the array soon. Emilio used spirit power to isolate himself from the flames and watch the sea of fire. Sergio, do you really think this can contain me? His voice, reaching outside, carried infinite chill. Darren, worried Sergio would panic, instantly shouted low, Don't panic. His vital energy is scattered. He dares not fully unleash his power. If he does, he dies faster than you. The array is nearly broken. Stabilize the tower. Boom. The array holding Darren and others grew increasingly unstable. Inside the tower, Emilio watched the flames, cold light in his eyes. I roamed the eastern domain all my life, never imagining in my old age I'd be tricked by two youths twice. Excellent. Then, a long sword appeared beside Emilio. Emilio reached out to grasp it. Old friend, we haven't acted in nearly 2 millennia. They've forgotten our fear. This translation aims to keep the narrative flow, character dynamics, and original tone intact while ensuring fluency in English. Let me know if you need further adjustments or additional details. Chapter 477. Emilio's sword. As he spoke, Emilio reached out and gripped the long sword. The sword appeared unremarkable at first glance, seemingly only lighter and thinner than an ordinary sword. After grasping the sword, Emilio hesitated for a moment, then his eyes flashed with cold light as he raised his hand and slashed. A white light rose. Moments later, the white light transformed into an extremely terrifying sword beam. Wherever it passed, flames were extinguished. Then it struck the tower. The tower remained intact. However, the terrifying power forcefully sent the tower flying. Spit. Sergio, still outside, spat out a mouthful of blood from his fierce dragon head. The Xianling soul-burning tower, which had been blasted away, shrunk to palm size and disappeared back into his body. Emilio slowly approached Sergio. If you were at 8th stage Martial Emperor, no, even 7th stage Martial Emperor level, with that tower's power, you might have been able to temporarily trap me. Unfortunately, you were too weak. After speaking, Emilio stopped walking. How can you resist now? Sergio's eyes widened in shock. Emilio's strength was terrifying. He acknowledged that if he were suppressed by the Xianling soul-burning tower, even self-detonating his dragon form wouldn't necessarily create an opening to escape. Yet, Emilio had forcibly shattered the Xianling soul-burning tower, nullifying all its power and forcing it to retreat back into his body. Now, he could not resist anymore. His injuries from the invisible sword strike hadn't healed yet, and the Xianling soul-burning tower had been destroyed. Array? Isolating inner and outer realms, it would take at least half an incense stick's time for him to complete the array. After all, although it seemed like a long time, from when he transformed into a dragon in the pool and started counterattacking until now, less than 30 breaths had passed. It wasn't that he was too weak. Rather, this master of Xianxia Palace was too terrifying. Just then, cough cough. Emilio suddenly began coughing violently, streaks of blood appearing. Whether due to uncontrollable spirit energy or something else, the sword in his hand fell to the ground. Cracks began to appear on his body faintly. Sergio was slightly stunned, then reacted. Although Emilio broke the book tower, it was a full-effort strike. After that one strike, Emilio's body likely started to collapse. Hidden sword technique. He was very certain that one strike was the hidden sword technique. A secret technique unique to Xianxia Palace, surpassing a realm with a single strike after 10 years of practice, the hidden sword technique. When executing the hidden sword technique, spirit energy consumption wasn't high, but because of its tremendous power, it heavily drained the mind. After landing that one strike, Emilio's vitality was likely to be cut off. After coughing for a while, Emilio wiped the blood from his mouth. You're very happy? Using spirit energy to forcefully suppress his collapsing body. I dare not. Sergio instantly shook his head, stalling for time. Emilio couldn't hold on much longer, just stalling until the end would suffice. Emilio, with an expressionless face, extended his hand. The sword on the ground returned to his grasp, poised to strike again. The 7 people outside the array changed color in shock and shouted angrily, Emilio, you are already doomed. You have no strength left to break through. As the master of Xianxia Palace, are you willing to sacrifice our elite here? With the array not broken yet, if Emilio continued attacking, ultimately, Emilio is Emilio. As long as he hasn't died, as long as he hasn't breathed his last, he was still the once peerless genius. Sergio couldn't possibly block him. Emilio looked at Sergio for a moment, then suddenly raised his head to look at the sky, seemingly lost in thought. Seeing this, Sergio hesitated for a while, then gritted his teeth and reverted to his human form. He had underestimated Emilio's terrifying power. Before Emilio, whether he was in his true human form or dragon form, it made no difference. Time gradually passed. Boom. Another explosion sounded. The array finally reached its limit. It was breached. Demetrius appeared next to Sergio, grabbed him, and immediately retreated into the crowd. Emilio, however, continued staring at the sky. Though still alive, he was the greatest terror. Demetrius didn't dare to act rashly even now. Silence filled the air. Unless something unexpected happened, such silence might continue until Emilio died. The silence did not last long. Irvin suddenly stepped out of the crowd, his eyes bloodshot. Old man, do you regret it? Looking at the sky, Emilio shifted his gaze slowly around. Those who met his eyes instinctively took a step back. Soon, Emilio's gaze settled on Sergio and Irvin. After gazing for a while, Emilio murmured softly, regret? Haha, I never regret. Pausing, Emilio looked at Irvin. My only regret is that Miriam truly fell for you because of my carelessness back then, ruining countless plans. You still have the audacity to mention her. Irvin roared in anger. Emilio said nothing, just lifting his hand. Irvin was immobilized on the spot, his mouth sealed. Unsure what Demetrius and others were thinking, they didn't intervene, merely standing by. The ground stirred. Before long, a tomb appeared here. On the gravestone, it read, Tomb of Madeline. Emilio stepped forward, slowly walking to the grave, touching the stone. After a long pause, Emilio suddenly spoke, Demetrius. Demetrius said nothing. Emilio paid no heed, continuing slowly. After I die, keep a low profile for Xianxia Palace. None of you can withstand the sword of Amyel Swordmaster, neither can you, Demetrius. They glanced at each other and, after about 2 breaths, Demetrius and the others bowed. We shall follow the palace master's orders. At the same time, Demetrius controlled Sergio to bow using spirit energy, perhaps fearing Sergio might speak out of turn, also sealing his ability to speak secretly. Hearing this, Emilio smiled. Then he looked at Sergio. You shouldn't have resisted. Sergio's eyes flared with anger. Seeing this, Emilio closed his eyes slowly. After I die, you won't be able to withstand Amyel Swordmaster. With Sergio's talent, losing me, if Amyel Swordmaster gets the chance, he wouldn't hesitate to deal with Sergio personally. Ha, daughter, your father. With that chuckle, Emilio sat cross-legged, suddenly losing all signs of life. Then, his flesh turned to dust instantly as if aged by thousands of years, only leaving a jade-like skeleton sitting there. He was dead. For some reason, a sense of mourning spread. Tap, tap, tap. Irvin walked slowly towards the grave, emitting an aura of despair. Demetrius turned back, displeased. Irvin? Irvin paused mid-step. Initially turning back, Vice Palace Master Junior Brother Su once said well, a person determined to die cannot be stopped by others. If not for avenging Miriam, I wouldn't live on pointlessly. Demetrius opened his mouth, speechless. Indeed, someone determined to die can't be stopped by outsiders. Arriving beside the grave, Irvin suddenly turned around. Junior Brother Su. After a moment's silence, Sergio saluted. Senior Brother Aaron. Irvin smiled. Sorry. However, congratulations on surviving against all odds. With your abilities, it won't be long before you can roam freely in the vast eastern domain. Sergio didn't respond. He wasn't a magnanimous person. Irvin had used him from the start. If Irvin had told him anything beforehand, he wouldn't have been caught off guard by Emilio earlier. Even a slight bit of caution would have prevented him from entering the pool so easily. A little bit of caution. Even if transforming into a dragon didn't stand a chance against Emilio, escaping for a few breaths was enough time for Demetrius to help him. Irvin had no reason to help him. He harbored no resentment, but being used and then thanked for it. While some might forgive and understand due to Irvin's tragic past, he simply couldn't. Chapter 478, Finale. In response to Irvin's calm and composed voice, Sergio did not answer. He understood Irvin's tragic and sorrowful past, and yet was also enraged by his manipulation. These two feelings did not conflict with each other. Sergio hadn't forgiven Irvin, but Irvin didn't seem to care either way. Instead, he turned to look at the tombstone and sat before it. Miriam, I have come. As these words fell, a trace of blood appeared at the corner of Irvin's mouth, and then he lost consciousness. He died right there. His suicide was decisive and swift. Perhaps he should have died decades ago, but the desire for revenge had kept him alive. Silence began to spread around them. Alati suddenly spoke up. Sergio, your wedding is in 6 months. You should go back and recuperate. Sergio glanced in the direction of the grave. Then he bowed respectfully to everyone present. Elders, your disciple shall take my leave now. He would remember all the people here, not out of resentment, but gratitude. Although Darendao and the others couldn't save him, at least they came. With a flash, Sergio disappeared into thin air. The massive sect array covering hundreds of miles didn't obstruct him. The grand formation did not hinder the Holy Sun. After Sergio vanished, Darendao turned to look in the direction of Jean Beau Pavilion, his eyes narrowing slightly. Jamar asked, You're going to Jean Beau Pavilion? The palace master has passed away. I must make a trip to Jean Beau Pavilion, Darendao said as he dissipated into thin air. He intended to personally visit Jean Beau Pavilion. He didn't know if he could block or defeat Swordlord Emyel's sword, but he had to try. The great array separating the area over hundreds of miles slowly dispersed. Somewhere within the Dan Peak, Dax gazed at Emilio's secluded abode. After a long pause, Dax said with some complexity, Old Fong, our days ahead might be tough. Elijah silently appeared. My mastery of formations and my 8th stage martial emperor cultivation. Why should I be worried? Only you need to worry. Dax smiled but didn't argue. Brother, you still have ample longevity left. Why not give the venerable martial realm a try? Elijah shook his head. Even with the palace master's resources, it was insufficient. As for me, I never thought you'd actually help Sergio. If it weren't for the lack of your pills, the palace master wouldn't have been unable to break through after delivering that final blow. Without the failure, how could Sergio have survived? He should come here and pay homage. Dax fell silent for a while, softly murmuring. Do you think I helped Sergio just to prepare for a future confrontation? Isn't that the case? Elijah chuckled. Dax remained silent for a moment before saying suddenly, You once said something profound. What was it? Elijah took a seat on a chair he summoned. Dax also summoned a chair and sat down. Human beings are not plants. They naturally possess emotions. Even a pet can be loved after several decades. What more, humans? Elijah pondered this for a bit and pulled out some wine. Leslie? After drinking a cup, without waiting for a reply, Elijah laughed again. Everyone speculated how a mere true martial realm girl managed to escape from Dan Peak. Countless theories floated around, even I couldn't figure it out. But thinking about it now, with you personally allowing it, the girl wouldn't need to be a true martial cultivator. She could have escaped even at the spirit martial realm. Want to bring her back to enjoy her twilight years? Elijah smiled without replying, lifting up a pill in his hand. The pill floated mid-air, emitting an inexplicable aura. After a moment of silence, Dax tossed the pill over. Take it. Elijah caught the pill with his hand. Emotion deception pill? Years ago when Leslie escaped, given Dan Peak's capabilities and through Xianming Palace, finding a new 7 emotions body wasn't difficult. Remanufacturing the emotion deception pill was also not hard. However, who the new 7 emotions body belonged to was unknown. Dax hadn't brought anyone new to Dan Peak. Dax drank his wine. I've refined countless pills and split my focus too much. That's the way my life will be. I'm lazy about cultivation. Use the pill to break through to the 9th stage and explore the other 4 domains. Elijah toyed with the pill for a while before tossing it back. Back in the day, the palace master led us several times across the sea. Even at our peak back then, we were insufficient. How could things be different now? Brother. Elijah vanished without another word. Dax remained silent, staring blankly at the pill. Among the many martial emperors and elders of Xianming Palace, his cultivation was the lowest at the 1st stage. He was the master of Dan Peak, proficient in alchemy. Even if he were a pig, knowing alchemy, breaking through to 6th or 7th stages should have been easy, not to mention the 9th stage. Yet, in reality, he was only at the 1st stage. Everyone assumed his talent was limited. But the truth was, Dax's talent was indeed inferior to Emilio and Elijah, but not by much. If he truly focused on cultivation, using the convenience of Dan Peak, he could easily have broken through to the 9th stage. But he didn't bother cultivating. Dax closed his eyes slowly, his thoughts drifting back thousands of years. Back then, he, Elijah, Emilio, and a few contemporaneous martial emperors were full of vigor. They learned some secrets only known to martial emperors. Proudly, they ventured into the sea together, attempting to cross it and find the other 4 domains known only from ancient texts. Unfortunately, after setting sail, they realized the ocean, ruled by demons, was far more terrifying than any words could describe. Apart from the demon kings near the coast, there were numerous demon sovereigns deep within the sea. Through probing and interrogation, they found out. After multiple voyages, they reluctantly returned, extinguishing their dreams of exploring the other 4 domains. Thus, Dax lost the drive to cultivate. What was the point of further cultivation? Even breaking through to the 9th stage offered no hope of reaching the venerable realm. So why not quietly study the Tao of alchemy? Despite his gradually waning cultivation, his expertise in alchemy and Emilio's presence prevented anyone from challenging his position as Dan Peak's master. My old bones don't know how many more years I have left. The era of venerables, how desolate. With a sigh, Dax's figure dissipated. Azure Mist Peak. Sergio stood quietly on the mountaintop, gazing in the direction of Emilio's secluded place. It was nearly half a year now. After Emilio's death, he returned to Azure Mist Peak to recuperate. With his abundance of cultivation resources, recovery was straightforward. Xianming Palace announced Emilio's passing, but the details remained hidden. The dead Irvin seemed non-existent, and no one knew about it. Later, it was heard that Darendao appeared at Jean Beau Pavilion, fighting the Pavilion Master, Sword Lord Emil. No one knew the outcome of the battle, not even Sergio. Following Emilio's demise, Darendao became the new Palace Master, and Delati succeeded as Vice Palace Master. Elijah continued his seclusion, virtually nobody knowing of his existence or whereabouts. His wedding to Edie was nearing, less than half a month away. Except for the changes in the Palace Master and Vice Palace Master positions, everything else at Xianming Palace remained unchanged, as always. After a long gaze, Sergio slowly withdrew his attention. In these 6 months, he often looked toward where Emilio used to meditate, reminiscing about that fateful day and his own inadequacies. From now on, no matter whom he faced, if he sensed danger, he would carefully investigate, even if it meant scrutinizing a close family member. That day, if he hadn't let his guard down and entered the pond so recklessly, he wouldn't have nearly lost his life. Chapter 479. The truth behind the elusiveness of martial respect. Retracting his gaze, the memories and lessons grew even more profound. Sergio once again looked toward the Tongxian Peak. There were less than 15 days left until the grand wedding day. Once the wedding was completed within half a month, this Qingming Peak would merge with Tongxian Peak. It was said that this ancient tradition dictated that upon the marriage of the Holy Son and Holy Daughter, the 2 peaks would fuse together as one. This should have been a joyous event, a cause for great celebration. Yet recently, as the wedding day drew nearer, Sergio felt increasingly uneasy for some inexplicable reason. This unease wasn't a sense of danger, but rather an indescribable anxiety. He couldn't quite pinpoint it. Under this anxiety, meditation became difficult, and time seemed to drag on excruciatingly. What are you afraid of? Kevin's voice suddenly sounded. Only after he spoke did Kevin silently appear at the mountaintop. Sergio bowed respectfully. Master. Kevin looked at Sergio, his eyes revealing a hint of complexity. 40 years was a mere blink of an eye. Yet in such a short span, the once naive Oral who had just entered the sect was now, given a few more years, he could rival even his master in strength through sheer determination. Kevin was certain that minor realm barriers wouldn't stop Sergio. With Sergio's methods of transformation, he believed that once Sergio reached the 9th stage Earth Spirit, he could contend with him. However, in a moment, Kevin suppressed his thoughts and asked again, "What are you afraid of?" Afraid? Murmuring softly, Sergio slowly turned his gaze back to Tongxian Peak. Faintly, it seemed like there was a silhouette on the peak, also gazing at Qingming Peak. After a long while, Sergio shook his head. Disciple is just thinking that even the former palace master couldn't break through the martial emperor realm. I wonder if I will be able to break through in the future. It makes me feel somewhat melancholic. Kevin didn't seem to notice anything unusual, only replying, "There are some things that, with your current ability, you should know." The matter he spoke of was complex yet simple. It was said that since the boundless era when the Shanghai continent was shattered into the 5 domains, the rules of heaven or the order of the world might have been damaged or disrupted. In any case, as the continent fragmented, the spiritual energy in the 5 domains gradually declined, making cultivation increasingly difficult. When the Xianming Palace was established and first ruled the eastern domain along with the other 3 sects, reaching high realms wasn't unheard of. At least, martial respects were common, and occasionally, a martial emperor would appear. But as time passed and the spiritual energy continued to decline, no one could break through to martial emperor. In the past tens of thousands of years, not even a single person could reach martial respect. Some elderly martial emperors had spent centuries sensing the environment and discovered that if things continued, perhaps in another 10,000 years, the martial emperor realm would disappear from the eastern domain entirely. Just as Sergio and Edie almost failed their breakthrough while guarding the tomb due to insufficient surrounding spiritual energy. Thankfully, Sergio used the Dahan Zulong scripture to absorb and attract spiritual energy from hundreds of miles around, allowing them to succeed narrowly. Why were there exactly 4 major sects in the eastern domain? No more. And why did they each occupy a cardinal direction? Because they distributed the spiritual energy in a relatively fair manner by attracting and dividing the overall spiritual energy in the eastern domain evenly. Nowadays, the areas with the densest spiritual energy in the eastern domain were where the 4 major sects were located, without exception. Martial Emperor? With Sergio's abilities, he wouldn't be able to break through beyond Martial Emperor anywhere else. The spiritual energy was insufficient. Even with his divine consciousness restricting his absorption, he couldn't gather enough spiritual energy to break through. Only within the main halls of the 4 major sects could one find sufficient spiritual energy to achieve the Martial Emperor realm. Of course, this wasn't absolute. The headquarters of the assassination organization, 3 Feet Tower, could also support a Martial Emperor. However, the 3 Feet Tower lacked the depth of resources compared to the 4 major sections. If a Martial Emperor broke through in their headquarters, it would lead to a prolonged period of scarce spiritual energy. Within the 4 major sects, unless 3 or 4 Martial Emperors broke through consecutively, the spiritual energy wouldn't be affected significantly. Talents like Emilio and Kevin weren't unable to break through to martial respect. It was limited by the environment. Breaking through to martial respect required an immense amount of spiritual energy. Even if Emilio consumed all the spiritual energy from the entire Wohu mountain range, turning it into a barren land, it still wouldn't be enough for him to reach martial respect. Sergio paused, then quickly reacted. So, people like Master and the former Palace Master could have broken through long ago, but were restricted by the environment? Kevin glanced at the sky, nodding slightly. Exactly. Kevin's true realm had long surpassed Martial Emperor. He was confident that with enough energy, he could break through. Unfortunately, the environment didn't allow it. He lacked the power to do so. Sergio thought for a moment, then asked, how about pills? With our Shimming Palace's treasure trove? Before finishing, Sergio shook his head. Yes, pills wouldn't work either. Even if one were willing to sacrifice their foundation, lower realm pills were useless for higher realms and higher realm pills. If they truly supported the breakthrough, they would have already been used by the predecessors, leaving none for later generations. Deep inside, he felt anxious. A martial respect couldn't be sustained by the entire Wohu mountain range's spiritual energy. Even using the Dahan Zulong scripture to devour surrounding spiritual energy wouldn't help because there simply wasn't enough. Though he was still far from reaching martial respect, with the unique nature of the Dahan Zulong scripture, it wasn't too distant. Regarding the other 4 domains, it's hard to say how things stand in Southman, North Desert, and West Wild. But the central domain, it likely has sufficient spiritual energy. Pausing, Kevin took out a jade slip. According to our Shimming Palace's ancient records, countless years ago, although the spiritual energy had declined, it wasn't severe. Then, the 5 domains' strong forces joined together, and because of the central domain's unique geographical location, they gathered there. They allegedly set up an immense spirit-gathering formation at the edge of the central domain to attract the entire Shanghai continent's spiritual energy. The eastern, southern, western, and northern domains were situated at 4 cardinal points, with the central domain at the center. Sergio received the jade slip and immersed his divine consciousness into it. Inside, there were more detailed records. The most vivid account was the agreement between the demon spirits and humans. The land belonged to the humans, while the sea belonged to the demon spirits. Humans must not offend the demon spirits' territory, or they would meet their demise, and their deaths would be in vain. Davisquise, demon spirits must not invade human territories, or they would end up on refining furnaces. The 5 domains were separated by the vast sea. Records showed that powerful individuals migrated to the central domain and set up a teleportation array spanning the endless ocean. Initially, the 4 domains agreed to relocate to the central domain and allowed the setting up of an array to attract the Shanghai continent's spiritual energy to the central domain because each of the 4 domains had a teleportation portal to the central domain. If one discovered the lack of spiritual energy for a breakthrough, spending some spirit coins to use the teleportation array to the central domain would suffice. This was how it was in the beginning. Unfortunately, something happened later. Chapter 480, Bloodline Changes. Originally, spiritual energy was drawn toward the central domain. If cultivators sensed that the spiritual energy in their area wasn't sufficient for breakthroughs, they could use a teleportation array to reach the central domain. Unfortunately, an event occurred later which severed all contact between the eastern and central domains. The calamity of the demonic path. Specific details weren't recorded, but it was mentioned that during those years, the demonic path wreaked havoc in the eastern domain, engulfing it in flames of war and costing countless lives. To prevent reinforcements from the central domain via the teleportation arrays, the demonic path destroyed all portals connecting the eastern domain to the central domain. After the demonic calamity was quelled, the eastern and central domains were completely cut off. The only way to reach the central domain now was by crossing the vast ocean. But the ocean was the territory of spirit beasts. Spirit beasts closer to the central domain had increasingly terrifying cultivation levels. For example, the spirit beasts defending the coast of the eastern domain were mostly at the Martial Emperor realm. Yet further out in the ocean, there were Martial Sovereign level spirit beasts. Deeper still, there were even Martial Emperor level spirit beasts. Whether it was Emilio, Kevin, or Jean-Beau Pavilion's Phelan, as well as the overlords of Immortal Mountain and Huangji sect, they had all tried to cross the sea into the eastern domain when they were younger, sometimes more than once. However, none managed to traverse the endless sea surrounded by innumerable spirit beasts. Looking at the jade slip in his hand, Sergio slowly retracted his divine sense. He felt its weight like 1,000 gene. Such classified information might only be known to Martial Emperors in the eastern domain. Those below the rank of Martial Emperor definitely had no right to know, and even if some did, they would be few and far between. Now, Sergio was one of them. Sergio suddenly raised his head. That's not right. According to records, there are countless peak cultivators in the central domain. Perhaps it doesn't lack even heaven-rank cultivators. With the eastern and central domains being out of contact for so many years, hasn't any strong cultivator ever come to the eastern domain? Kevin nodded with a hint of approval, then spoke. Since ancient times, two speculations have been passed down. One speculation is that the sudden rise of the demonic path in the eastern domain was actually orchestrated by the central domain. After all, with the gradual depletion of spiritual energy, having fewer peak cultivators to absorb it would slow down this process. Talents? All inhabitants of the 5 domains belong to the same mountain sea continent. None should be considered inferior. With only 5 continents existing, losing one would significantly slow down the depletion of spiritual energy. Another speculation suggests that during the outbreak of the demonic path in the eastern domain, the central domain and the other 3 domains also faced similar threats, leaving them unable to offer support. By the time the central domain resolved its own demonic calamity, many years had passed, and the central domain had no connection to the eastern domain's cultivators anymore. Without the voice of eastern domain's strong cultivators, the central domain deliberately forgot about the eastern domain for reasons similar to the aforementioned. Having fewer peak cultivators absorb spiritual energy. Or there could be other reasons, such as the eastern domain being thoroughly devastated by the demonic path, or any number of unexplained factors. Various theories abound. However, the 2 biggest speculations are those mentioned by Kevin. What can be confirmed is that, regardless of whether the demonic path is suppressed in the central domain, it is undoubtedly dominated by humans and not lacking in peak cultivators. The reason is simple. The pact between humans and spirit beasts remains valid. An agreement only holds water when both parties have equivalent strength. When Kevin and Emilio attempted to cross the sea, although they didn't encounter exceedingly powerful spirit beasts, they did witness martial sovereign spirit beasts, and more than once. The peak cultivators among the spirit beasts overwhelmed the eastern domain. Yet, they adhered to the pact, indicating that the peak cultivators in the central domain were on par with or stronger than the spirit beasts. Thus, even though the eastern and central domains lost contact, the eastern domain is too vast, comprising 1/5 of the mountain sea continent, while the central domain can deliberately forget about the eastern domain, preventing eastern domain residents from accessing the central domain. It could never agree to the extinction of the eastern domain by spirit beasts. After all, despite the weakness of eastern domain's cultivators, the land belongs to humans. Letting spirit beasts exterminate the eastern domain would mean it would fall to the spirit beast race. Ensuring the eastern domain's existence might be waiting for the spiritual energy to recover or disallowing the eradication of humans by another race. The reasons are varied and uncertain. Undoubtedly, the central domain must have peak cultivators for the weak, eastern domain to continue existing without spirit beast invasions. With Kevin's background, he could resist the temptation of heavenly human residual souls. Strictly speaking, the limitations of the eastern domain environment play a significant role. Suddenly uncovering these truths, Sergio was stunned. The central domain seemed so distant. You're just starting your journey in life. Master admits I will likely never reach the central domain, but you are different. With your potential, after breaking through to Martial Emperor and undergoing the dragon transformation, you may be able to cross the sea to the central domain. After finishing, Kevin patted Sergio on the shoulder. Your marriage is approaching. Don't be discouraged. Whether I can make further progress in the future might depend on whether you can reach the central domain and reconnect the teleportation arrays between the central and eastern domains. With that, Kevin slightly nodded, then turned and vanished into the wind. Sergio subconsciously nodded, then abruptly snapped back to reality. Master, wait. Kevin stopped mid-motion. Sergio hesitated for a moment before speaking. Master, since the incident 6 months ago, my bloodline has undergone some changes. Kevin's expression immediately grew serious. Sergio scratched his head. I can't say if it's good or bad. His cultivation level remained at 4th tier Earth Spirit due to Emilio's manipulation, which forced him to advance. However, his breakthrough didn't revert. This wouldn't be a problem by itself, except perhaps due to the abundance of bloodline treasures in the Bo family's pool. In short, after recovering from his injuries, he noticed changes in his bloodline. He couldn't pinpoint the exact changes because there were pros and cons. On the positive side, Sergio found that his future dragon transformations wouldn't damage his bloodline. Previously, transforming into a dragon meant burning his bloodline. But now, his dragon transformations no longer require burning the bloodline, meaning no damage to it. As long as his body could endure it, he could transform into a dragon freely. Of course, prolonged dragon form would eventually start consuming the bloodline again. The problem, however, lies elsewhere. He discovered he had lost his aura of suppression. Yes, the genuine dragon aura still existed. That suppression was directed towards spirit beasts and spirit creatures. Initially, just a thread of his suppressive aura would cause spirit beasts to bow their heads, although they retained awareness. After greatly advancing in cultivation, his suppressive aura became even stronger, affecting spirit beasts and spirit creatures regardless of recognizing him as human. Now, however, his suppressive aura had lost its effectiveness against spirit beasts and spirit creatures. He had experimented. If he didn't emit his cultivation aura, his current true dragon aura and suppressive presence, no matter how intense, had no impact on spirit beasts and spirit creatures. Before, human bloodlines and serpent-type bloodlines were greatly affected by him and could be suppressed. Now, while they might still be influenced somewhat, it was negligible. Upon hearing this, Kevin's brows furrowed. You experimented? Chapter 481. The Wedding Day. Upon learning of the changes in Sergio's bloodline, Darren furrowed his brows slightly. Sergio nodded. I previously went to the demon subduing hall to test this out. No matter what kind of demonic beast was there, if I did not emit any cultivation aura and solely relied on the pressure from my bloodline, it had no effect on them. If it's like this for demonic beasts, Trasis are even less affected. Darren's frown deepened. It would have been a great thing if his future transformation into a dragon didn't harm his bloodline. But, Sergio's once special bloodline, which could suppress demonic beasts and spirits, now lost that capability. Whether this change was good or bad was hard to determine. After some time, Darren shook his head slightly. Even your master finds it difficult to explain this matter. After all, your bloodline has always been unique. This was the first time Darren had seen someone with a bloodline that could suppress demonic beasts and spirits. Now that Sergio's bloodline had changed, he also didn't know why. Soon, Darren smiled again. Don't worry too much about it. Human beings' bloodlines were never known to have such suppression abilities over demonic beasts and spirits. Losing this effect is merely as if it never existed. Sergio nodded. Disciple understands. After speaking some more, Darren turned to leave. Seeing this, Sergio lowered his head and pondered quietly. Perhaps he could find a way to ask Immortal Mountain. Immortal Mountain was renowned for researching bloodlines and was the strongest among the 4 major sects in this field. Although Darren left, he had already achieved his purpose for coming. At this moment, Sergio, who was contemplating, no longer gazed at Tongxian Peak. The faint sense of unease and uncertainty from earlier had vanished without a trace. Half a month passed quickly. So quickly, in fact, that before Sergio finished pondering, the time had already slipped by. Senior brother Sue, the wedding ceremony is about to begin. You should head to the main peak. Ashan, Thatcher, and dozens of other Xianxia Palace juniors swiftly climbed Qingming Peak. Except for Castor, the rest were cultivators at the primordial martial realm. The still contemplative Sergio returned to his senses and glanced at Ashan and the others. They looked just as they normally did. There was something different though compared to Xianxia Palace. Apart from the 3 peaks, 9 halls and other important places, other areas such as the outer and inner disciples' residences and various buildings had taken on a festive atmosphere. Specifically, far from Qingming Peak, he couldn't see clearly, but he knew that most of them were celebrating. Because of his wedding with Edie, every Xianxia Palace disciple received a significant reward. Outer disciples could claim supplies equivalent to 3 months of their usual monthly allowance today. Inner disciples received half a year's worth. Additionally, his close followers received an extra year's allowance corresponding to their rank, and those under their charge received an additional 3 months. True disciples not under his command only seemed to get an extra allowance for the day, no special rewards. Although true disciples' allowances were generous, they usually relied on guidance and training from their masters. Soon, Sergio withdrew his gaze. He laughed and said, I shall head to the main peak now. Please take care of the other forces within the territory. Then he reached out and pulled the clothes held by Castor into his hands. It was a very festive large red garment, made from superior defensive spirit armor. On both the front and back were embroidered golden 5-clawed dragons, symbols of his bloodline. With a wave of his hand, the red garment enveloped him. Castor and others respectfully bowed. Today is Bryson's wedding. Congratulations to Bryson. Smiling, Sergio flew toward the main peak. Almost simultaneously, a shadow from Tongxian Peak moved toward the main peak as well. That person was naturally Edie. Their outfits were mostly similar. The difference lay in the embroidery. Sergio's outfit featured a 5-clawed dragon, while Edie's red garment had a snow-white fox embroidered on the back, a snow-star fox, rarer than common white foxes or snow foxes, and one Sergio had never encountered before. A very rare bloodline of celestial 5th grade level. They both landed in front of the main hall. The main peak was lively today. Outside the hall, at least several hundred people gathered, young, old, male, and female. All cultivators at the primordial martial realm or above. Even Earth spirit realms weren't few. Of course, these Earth spirit realm cultivators were not from Xianxia Palace, but from the other 3 sects, while primordial martial realms belonged to Xianxia Palace. Kirk Aloysia from Immortal Mountain and Dusty from Imperial Pole sect were here too. Perhaps because breaking through the Earth spirit realm was indeed difficult, they remained at that level, leaving Sergio far ahead in terms of cultivation. Upon appearing, regardless of how the disciples from Xianxia Palace or the others felt internally, they all cupped their fists together and chorused, congratulations to Bryson and Roxana. If Sergio's strength couldn't yadre the disciples of the other 3 sects, the Donbo Pavilion and others would definitely seek Sergio out for exchange here. However, everyone had a clear understanding of their own capabilities. Note, I've kept the structure close to the original, but ensured it reads naturally in English. The terms yadre and jiaoleo are translated as couldn't hold off and seek for exchange, respectively, to maintain the context. However, for better fluency, exchange is placed in quotation marks to imply a challenge or duel. Revised. If Sergio's strength couldn't match the disciples of the other 3 sects, the disciples from places like the Bo Pavilion would definitely challenge him here. However, everyone was well aware of their own limits. Even though those from the Bo Pavilion might want to kill Sergio with a sword, they all wore sincere expressions of dufu at this moment. Note, the term dufu is translated as blessings or well wishes for better fluency. Revised sentence. Even though those from the Bo Pavilion might wish to kill Sergio with a sword, they all displayed what appeared to be heartfelt blessings at this moment. Even if Bo Pavilion members hated Sergio so much that they wished to slay him with a sword, they all showed sincere smiles. Sergio and Edie exchanged looks and then walked to the entrance of the hall. Facing the crowd, they clasped their hands together. Thank you, fellow disciples and cultivators, for coming. Sergio and Edie then entered the hall. Yes, Edie didn't cover her face like a common bride. The ceremony was different. Inside the hall, no one sat at the first seat, or rather, the original singular first seat was removed. Below that, originally there was only 1 seat. Now there were 4. Darren and Benita sat side by side. 2 seats were empty but had 2 spirit tablets. One tablet read, Muhammad. Given Muhammad's insignificant cultivation during his lifetime, he wouldn't have deserved this position. But as Sergio's biological father, regardless of his cultivation, even if his remains were not in Xianxia Palace, Sergio's wedding gave the spirit tablet representing him the right to be placed there. Another tablet had no words. Because Edie was an orphan, found by Xianxia Palace senior officials as a genius and adopted into the palace. Her parents and relatives had long died and unknown identities meant it could only be speculated that they were ordinary citizens. Hence, the tablet had no inscription. Spirit tablets were not taboo in weddings for cultivators. Apart from these 4 seats, the rest were filled by many Reese-level experts from Xianxia Palace. Immortal Mountain, Slashing Sky Pavilion, and Imperial Pole Sect each had 1 Reese present. Just 1 each. Apart from the 3 outsiders, the rest were all powerful figures from within Xianxia Palace. The ancient wedding ceremony began. After completing the ceremony, if the couple genuinely loved each other, they were said to be able to walk further together, witnessed by heaven and earth. Whether true or not, none could say. Jamar stood up, his voice solemn. First ritual, pay respects to teachers and ancestors. Chapter 482, Wedding. Once Sergio and Edie fully comprehended the situation in the Grand Hall, Jamar stood up and spoke with solemnity. He recited the words for the first rite, honoring their mentors and expressing gratitude to their kin. Immediately after, 2 Xianxia Palace disciples approached swiftly, presenting 2 jade cups to the couple. The cups did not contain spirit wine, but a rather rare spirit tea. The 2 of them slowly moved closer to Darren and Benita. They bowed deeply and presented the tea, Sergio to Benita and Edie to Darren. Darren and Benita accepted the jade cups, took a sip lightly, then placed the cups on the table beside them, nodding slightly. Sergio and Edie turned and walked to the seats with the spirit tablets. This time, they were much more formal, kneeling on the ground and respectfully kowtowing. The first rite is complete, Jamar said as he sat back down. This initial rite involved mutual bows to their mentors and salutations to both families, signifying that henceforth, the 2 would be one family, inseparable. Dax, who had disappeared, now reappeared and slowly said, the second rite, pay homage to the heavens. Sergio and Edie turned and slowly walked to the entrance of the Grand Hall. Outside the Grand Hall, guests were gathered like clouds. The originally crowded guests and fellow disciples outside the hall dispersed to the sides, leaving the front of the hall completely empty. The 2 of them bent over in reverence towards the vast sky and earth before them. Boom! A loud thunderclap resounded. Faintly, snowflakes began to fall. Sergio and Edie's expressions froze. Soon, Edie looked up with a curious expression, asking through her eyes if this was Sergio's doing. Sergio subtly shook his head. The heavens respond, spreading its power. Indeed, the Bryson and Saint daughter are destined by heaven. Congratulations, senior brother Sue and senior sister Davisu. Congratulations. After a brief pause, everyone outside the Grand Hall spoke simultaneously, voices overlapping continuously. The ceremony continued. Sergio and Edie did not respond, just smiled at everyone, then turned back into the depths of the Grand Hall. Several Empyreans, curious about what had just happened, found it inconvenient to ask. With Sergio and Edie's cultivation, transmitting messages in front of a crowd of Empyreans was like shouting out loud. Indeed, according to legend, following this ceremony, if the couple had deep enough feelings, celestial phenomena would occur symbolizing mutual support. But realistically, for identities like Sergio and Edie, once married, whether or not celestial phenomena appeared didn't matter much. Any powerful individual could secretly create these phenomena easily. The 2 returned to their previous positions. The second rite is complete. Dax finally sat back down. Matthew, the elder from Chi Peak, stood up. The third rite. For a long journey ahead, walking together on the path of cultivation, Sergio and Edie faced each other. Soon, the brows of all the Empyreans from Xianxia Palace furrowed, while the Empyreans from Xianxia Pavilion and the 3 sects revealed odd expressions in their eyes. According to the ceremony, the 2 should now exchange predetermined vows, but at this moment, both remained silent. Was there a show to watch? The Empyreans from Xianxia Pavilion and the 3 sects clearly found amusement in this. At the center, Sergio looked at Edie and suddenly felt somewhat dazed. Is this it? Getting married? From now on, walking together? Only now did he realize that the prepared vows were difficult to say. He couldn't bring himself to reveal his weaknesses to Edie, nor could he entrust his life and death to her. Love, he believed, existed. Ever since his early days in Shengyuan City, a vague affection had emerged and gradually deepened, never fading. Yet, he couldn't entrust his life and death to her. He had seen Joshua Alice's initial deep love and Irvin's true affection for Madeline. He acknowledged that he couldn't treat Madeline like Irvin did. Especially after being nearly killed by Emilio's trap 6 months ago, his nature had become even more aloof. Though he yearned for genuine emotions, he couldn't seem to achieve it himself. At this moment, Edie, looking at Sergio's youthful face, felt the same way. She watched Sergio, and her mind began recalling past events. Recalling when she was ambushed in the Guiyuan Mountains, sustaining severe injuries deep within and almost dying from a beast attack, only to be saved by Sergio. Back then, she felt Sergio was innocent. Perhaps because of that innocence, after seeing so much darkness, Sergio's naivety gave her some unusual stirring, followed by discovering his extraordinary bloodline. At the time, she didn't have any feelings for Sergio, just a bit of stirring. But she understood that her future partner's bloodline couldn't be weaker than hers. Only then could they walk the path together. With Sergio's bloodline, he was her only best choice within the sect. And Sergio, living up to his bloodline, rapidly improved in cultivation and demeanor. Their bond gradually deepened. Until now, liking each other was definite. But risking life and death for each other? Perhaps it was still lacking. There weren't many sweet memories between them. Both possessed extremely high talent and prioritized cultivation. Because of their high talent and focus on cultivation, few meaningful past experiences were shared. Neither Sergio nor Edie, unless necessary, rarely sought each other out for deep emotional development. Except, 3 years ago when they got engaged, and Edie accompanied Sergio out of Xianxia Palace to find Muhammad's remains, guarding his tomb. Would they risk life and death for each other? They didn't know. Until that moment came, neither knew how they would choose. Cough, cough. Matthew suddenly coughed. Not too loud, but in the quiet grand hall, it sounded quite jarring. The two, lost in thought, abruptly snapped back to reality. Looking at each other for a moment, they both smiled faintly. Today is their wedding day. Whatever happens next will happen. When that time comes, they would naturally know how to choose. Edie extended her hand and softly said, "The path of martial arts is endless. Let us walk it together. The journey is infinite. Only life and death will bind us." Sergio also reached out, grasping Edie's hand with a smile. Mountains and rivers stretch wide, heaven and earth boundless. Looking back one day, only our original intentions remain true. The third rite is complete. Matthew's face relaxed as he sat back down. He was genuinely worried that something might go wrong during the key moment, but now everything went well. With all three rites concluded, the grand ceremony was completed successfully. Only, he wondered who caused the earlier celestial phenomenon. When the phenomenon appeared, he sensed Darren and Benita using heavenly power, but it seemed someone acted faster than them, causing the phenomenon to appear before Darren and Benita did anything. Moreover, that person's strength must have been formidable, as he couldn't detect who controlled the celestial power behind the phenomenon. Matthew was unaware that Darren and Benita, smiling, were equally puzzled. Especially Darren. According to the plan sequence, the phenomenon should have been created by him and Benita, but as soon as they started, the phenomenon appeared first. The heavenly power was hidden so subtly he couldn't trace who triggered it. No one here could escape his detection. Real phenomenon? His intuition told him perhaps it was truly derived from the heavens, but reason told him it was impossible. Chapter 483, 10 years. Darren did not find the source of the anomaly, and his intuition told him it might indeed be an anomaly of the world itself. However, his rationality kept screaming that it was impossible. During the wedding of Irvin and Madeline years ago, he had been present. From his perspective, Sergio and Edie's relationship seemed insufficient. Not just him, but all the Bryants of the Xianxia Palace felt the same way. If it weren't for Rosemary's upheaval from the Sin domain, according to his thoughts, Sergio and Edie's marriage should have been postponed by at least 100 years. Due to that incident, he and Benita hastily arranged their early marriage for Sergio and Edie. Though their feelings were somewhat lacking, it was fine as they could cultivate them over time. Davosing together would gradually deepen their bond. Indeed, even Irvin and Madeline's profound affection back then did not evoke any true anomaly. Instead, it was orchestrated by the Bryants. Therefore, with Sergio and Edie's less intense feelings, it was even more impossible. Strange, he muttered quietly, without showing any unusual signs. Other Bryants had slightly simpler thoughts than Darren. Some who lacked sufficient cultivation believed another Bryant of Xianxia Palace had acted prematurely. Others assumed Darren's overwhelming power made the Earth's forces sensed by them intentional, hiding the essence of the anomaly. After about 3 breaths, Darren and Benita stood up simultaneously and announced, "The grand ceremony is completed. The Qingming Peak and Tongxian Peak shall now merge into one." They nodded in unison. The formation of Xianxia Palace spread. Soon after, Sergio's Qingming Peak and Edie's Tongxian Peak rose from the ground and fused swiftly. The merged peak settled between the original 2 peaks. The new peak could be called either Qingming Peak or Tongxian Peak. Both names referred to the newly formed mountain. At this moment, Sergio and Edie gazed at each other, feeling secretly astonished. After the final rituals, a faint yet peculiar sensation emerged between them. Although they couldn't sense each other's inner thoughts, they could feel each other's presence and sense each other's life and death. It was quite extraordinary. Sensing this sudden strange connection, Edie looked at Sergio's face and silently wondered, too focused on cultivation, did I underestimate my fondness for him? According to ancient records, even true love might not result in such sensations post-wedding. She didn't expect that after their marriage, they would both develop this connection as if they were originally one entity. At this moment Sergio, looking at Kai Ying's face, thought similarly. Had he underestimated his love for Kai Ying? Or did this sensation after the ceremony not depend on the depth of affection? Confused, very confused. Though puzzled, they knew this wasn't the right time for discussion. According to the ritual, the wedding had ended. But the grand celebration was just beginning. If their talents differed greatly, the one with lesser talent should wait on the new peak. But because their talents were similar, they both needed to entertain guests. Numerous forces within Xianxia Palace, including the 3 great sects, came to celebrate. Especially those from Xianxia Palace, most of their leaders personally attended to show respect and loyalty. Outside the main hall were only a few geniuses from the 3 major sects in Xianxia Palace. Most guests waited elsewhere for them. Together, they left the main hall. The ceremonies were complicated but not too difficult for them. With swift assistance from their subordinates and no troublemakers, the rest of the ceremony went smoothly. Sunrise and sunset, spring gone and autumn come. 10 years passed in a flash. The once popular topic of the grand wedding gradually faded away. The status of the 4 great sects remained unchanged. The new Qingming Peak. On the summit, there was a small courtyard. Inside, 2 people sat on the ground, ripples spreading. One was at Earth Spirit 2nd stage, with thick aura, clearly having broken through a while ago. The other, at Earth Spirit 8th stage, with not so dense aura, apparently having just broken through. These 2 were Sergio and Edie. After their wedding 10 years ago, since no other sects had rivals matching Sergio, these past 10 years had been peaceful, allowing them undisturbed cultivation. Edie cultivated steadily. Taking advantage of optimal intervals with pills and resources, she broke through to Earth Spirit 2nd stage 7 years ago. Sergio, after a few months of marriage, entered Yiming Valley to devour the Yin Wind using the Dehongzhu dragon scripture. Although the quality of the Yin Wind was somewhat lacking, he continuously devoured it for almost a year, swallowing half of the Yin Wind in Yiming Valley, pushing his cultivation to near-peak Earth Spirit 7th stage. Had he consumed all the Yin Wind, breaking through to Earth Spirit 9th stage should have been possible. However, with half consumed, Yiming Valley began to destabilize. Despite reluctance, Sergio stopped devouring and returned to Qingming Peak for secluded cultivation. He then spent 8 years, using optimal intervals for pills and resources, along with the lingering effects from the Yin Wind when he broke through Earth Spirit 7th stage, barely advancing to Earth Spirit 8th stage. By his estimate, if no other opportunities arose, following this routine would require at least 20 years to break through to Earth Spirit 9th stage. And then, nearly 30 more years of arduous practice to reach the pinnacle of Earth Spirit 9th stage, attempting a breakthrough to Bryant. Reporting to your holinesses, our Shimming Palace will open its gate again in half a month. A Yuanwu realm cultivator appeared outside the courtyard. After a few breaths, Sergio and Kai Ying ceased their cultivation, opening their eyes simultaneously. Edie softly asked, "Shall we see it?" Sergio pondered for a while, gently replying, "Younger brother, during regular gate openings, an inner sect disciple usually takes charge. For this visit, could this indicate something unusual?" The door to the small courtyard opened. The Yuanwu realm cultivator outside entered the yard. "Greetings to your holinesses." After bowing, he respectfully continued, "Thanks to your holinesses' renown, none from the other 3 sects dare challenge. Thus, more outsiders are participating in this gate opening ceremony. In short, due to Sergio's reputation, no one from the other 3 sects dare challenge. This time, besides geniuses within Shimming Palace's domain, many from the territories of the other 3 sects also abandoned their original sects to join Shimming Palace. While this wouldn't be unusual since Sergio had overshadowed Eastern region's geniuses, this time it was particularly due to a report from Tingfeng Hall. It mentioned a heaven-grade bloodline genius, originally a prodigy from a mortal mountain realm, who, under Sergio's pressure, crossed mountains and rivers to join Shimming Palace for the examination. Chapter 484, 4th Grade Elixirs. A heaven-grade bloodline from the immortal mountain realm, unbacked by any force, traveled across mountains and rivers to join the Black Abyss Palace's entrance evaluation. He greatly admired Sergio for single-handedly overpowering disciples from 3 sects, thus preparing to have Sergio personally oversee it. Sergio murmured softly, "A heaven-grade bloodline?" Such a bloodline was exceedingly rare. Even without joining the entrance exam, they could enter the sect anytime directly into personal transmission, let alone coming for an evaluation. After some thought, Sergio asked again, "What is his current cultivation?" "Report to Holy Sun, just 3rd stage spirit warrior," the person replied. Benicio low. Pausing, Sergio shook his head. "I won't go this time. Scarlet, do you want to take a look?" Being only at the spirit warrior realm, he didn't need to go. Fundamentally, it came down to his own cultivation level. "I'm just 2nd stage earth spirit." Edie slightly shook her head and closed her eyes. She had her own sense of urgency. She and Sergio broke through to the earth spirit realm simultaneously, yet now Sergio was at 8th stage earth spirit while she was still at 2nd stage. The gap widened too much, so she preferred to use unnecessary wasted time for cultivation. Seeing this, Sergio instructed, "Let Castor go in my place." The junior brother retreats. That person left the courtyard swiftly. Sergio, seeing this, also closed his eyes to prepare for cultivation. It would be fine if he continued uninterrupted. However, just interrupting his cultivation and now about to meditate again, Sergio slowly opened his eyes once more. 20 years, even with ample resources and elixirs aiding his practice, he still needed 20 years to break through to 9th stage earth spirit. This time, felt too long. Just entering meditation, Edie exited her cultivation state and softly said, 8 years ago, you consumed too much Yin Wind. According to the sect's estimation, it will take a century for the Yin Valley to return to its previous state. The quality of Yin Wind is merely equivalent to 1st stage Essence Warrior. Sergio consumed Yin Wind from 4th stage Earth Spirit to 7th stage. It shows the enormous amount he consumed. Additionally, now that he and Edie live together, even though Edie never asked, she knew that Sergio's sudden surge in cultivation must have something to do with consuming Yin Wind. Hearing this, Sergio looked up at the sky and shook his head. Seclusion and study ultimately proved too slow. Edie remained silent. They were already at the Earth Spirit realm. In the eastern region, the strongest was merely an imperial martial emperor. Although the Black Abyss Palace had many natural treasures, very few were effective for the Earth Spirit realm. Before Earth Spirit, elixirs, resources, and natural treasures. With precise calculations and precautions, 80% of the time, one could rely on these treasures for rapid breakthroughs. But after reaching Earth Spirit, useful items became drastically fewer. Even as Holy Son and Holy Daughter, in consideration of side effects, they could only use natural treasures and elixirs to aid their cultivation for less than 10% of the time. The remaining time required them to slowly cultivate without external help and recover from any adverse effects caused by elixirs. After a few breaths, Sergio looked towards the direction of Elixir Peak. "Scarlet, I wish to learn alchemy at Elixir Peak. What do you think?" Outside the 4 major sects, elixirs seemed to have no classification. But within the 4 major sects, elixirs had further divisions. Different elixirs were classified into 4 grades: upper, middle, lower, and supreme. Lower grade elixirs caused more severe damage to the foundation when consumed and took longer to recover from. Higher grades caused less damage and had shorter recovery times. Supreme grade auxiliary cultivation elixirs, even eaten like candies, wouldn't cause any side effects or lead to decreased effectiveness over time as long as the body could handle it. Elixirs circulating outside were almost all lower grade, with middle grade being extremely rare. Even within the 4 major sects, middle grade elixirs were uncommon. Upper grade ones, only Dax in the entire Black Abyss Palace could refine them. Supreme grade. After reviewing the ancient text Sergio brought back from the Sinister Realm, Dax mentioned there was approximately a 10% chance to elevate an elixir to supreme grade during refinement. Unfortunately, since Enrique's death, Dax focused solely on grooming successors for Elixir Peak, rarely refining anymore. Even if he did, his elixirs went only to other imperial martial emperors, not Sergio and Edie. The elixirs allocated to them by the sect were all middle grade. Upper grade ones were kept in the sect treasury and rarely used unless it was a significant event. Otherwise, they couldn't obtain upper grade elixirs. Edie hesitated. "You want to learn alchemy?" "Yeah," Sergio nodded slightly. Before, he hadn't considered learning alchemy, but now, progression in the Earth spirit realm was painfully slow, and once he broke through to Martial Emperor, it would likely be even slower. Without waiting for Edie's response, Sergio stood up. I've read through all the ancient texts from the Sinister Realm, memorized all the alchemy records, and have countless annotations from Elder Strong Ones within those texts. Perhaps, I can refine supreme grade elixirs. Edie remained silent for a moment, then stood up. Let me learn. Sergio shook his head. Alchemy is profound. You've never studied it before. Starting from scratch would waste too much time. I can manage, Edie smiled. Before Sergio could respond, I'm not a burden. I know you wanted to go to the coast 5 years ago. By the time you return, my alchemy skills won't be low. Edie held Sergio's hand confidently. Sergio hesitated for a moment and nodded. Okay. Seeing this, Edie smiled again and flew towards Elixir Peak. Sergio pondered for a while, then left the mountain peak, heading towards Immaterial Peak. At the entrance of the Elixir Peak Archive Hall, Edie landed and looked back to see Sergio nearly reaching Immaterial Peak. Looking at Sergio's silhouette, her eyes revealed warmth and joy, yet also a hint of helplessness. She knew that given Sergio's uniqueness, he didn't really need to learn alchemy. Hunting beasts or consuming in wind, both were the best supreme grade elixirs for him without any drawbacks. Her and Sergio's cultivation levels were further apart. This was the root reason Sergio planned to try learning elixir refinement, hoping to refine supreme grade elixirs himself. Though her bloodline wasn't as powerful as Sergio's, it was still a 5th rank heaven grade bloodline. Walking hand in hand was the right path. Though her bloodline was slightly lower than Sergio's, she didn't think she'd be a burden. Halston quickly approached. Holy daughter, may I ask why you are here? At Immaterial Peak, Sergio bowed. Master. Darren nodded slightly, looking at Sergio. His eyes grew increasingly complex. Earth Spirit, 8th stage. An 8th stage Earth Spirit cultivation wasn't much to him, but in Sergio's case, it had become significant. Once transformed, recalling Sergio's power during transformation, he knew that if his disciple pushed himself to the limit, even as his master, he might only be able to grapple with Sergio. To defeat? Uncertain. To kill? Definitely impossible. Chapter 485, The Thousand Illusions Mask. Kevin looked at Sergio, his thoughts a mix of complexity. He knew that once his disciple transformed into a dragon, he already had the power to match him in combat. He wasn't even sure if he could defeat Sergio in his dragon form, and was certain he couldn't kill Sergio when he was in dragon form. Especially now that Sergio's transformation no longer consumed his bloodline strength. When Sergio broke through to Reese, Imperial Marshal, relying on Sergio's strength, perhaps Shimming Palace could suppress the other 3 sects and unify the Eastern Domain. Perhaps he, Kevin, would be the shortest-serving palace master in Shimming Palace's history. Soon, his complicated thoughts faded. Is there anything you don't understand about cultivation? Sergio looked up. Master, I want to go to the seaside. Kevin's eyebrows immediately furrowed. The seaside. Soon, Kevin relaxed. You should know how Tad and the other 5 demon spirits kings covet you. Sergio whispered softly. Tad? His expression was not too good. He didn't know what was wrong with his bloodline that it would lose its suppression over demons and spirits. If he could still suppress them as before, a single Tad, with his current strength, could be killed directly. But losing that suppression, he had some confidence in defeating Tad. But if Tad fled with all its might, he couldn't stop it. After a moment of silence, Sergio raised his head. I've lived in ease for decades. As the saying goes, steel is tempered through hardship. Plum blossoms bloom after enduring bitter cold. Having lived so long in comfort, I should go see the seaside. Finished speaking, Sergio took out a silver mask. With the Thousand Illusions mask on me, as long as I don't activate my bloodline, those few demon spirit kings won't know of my presence. The quality of the silver mask wasn't high, only an upper-class spirit weapon. However, the mask had neither offensive nor defensive properties, only the effect of altering one's aura and appearance. This mask was the same one Christopher wore back then, originally owned by Emilio. Even without activating it, Christopher could hide his identity from RHYSS. Once activated, the mask concealed and changed the wearer's appearance, making it impossible even for RHYSS to discern their true identity. 10 years ago, after Emilio and Christopher died, the mask fell into Sergio's hands. Kevin nodded. You're now at the 8th level of Earth Spirit, so there isn't much more I can teach you. Since you've made your decision, be cautious at the seaside. Remember, the deeper you go into the sea, the more powerful the demon spirits become. Don't attempt to break through in the sea. Return to the sect to do so. Sergio bowed. Disciple understands. He was confident that even Kevin couldn't touch him in his dragon form. However, since he entered the sect, Kevin had treated him exceptionally well. A teacher for a day, a teacher for life. No matter how much his cultivation improved in the future, Kevin's status wouldn't change. After chatting for a while, Sergio quickly left, heading towards the Benicioist Hall. There weren't many teleportation arrays in the hidden Tiger Mountain range, mostly in the Benicioist Hall and the Starfire Pavilion. To go to the seaside, given his current cultivation, flying there wouldn't take long either. However, using the teleportation array would save considerable time and reach instantly. Within Shimming Palace's territory, Sandstone Town. Another decade had passed, and Letitia was still operating her rather stubborn pharmacy in Sandstone Town. In the sky outside the town, Songbar, son of Halston and grandson of Dax. Songbar stood quietly in the sky, gazing down at Sandstone Town, focusing on the pharmacy. Dax, being a Reese, and Halston, being Dax's offspring, did not possess Dax's strong bloodline but showed extraordinary talent. When Sergio joined the sect, Halston was already an elder of the Alchemy Peak, indicating his cultivation wasn't low. As for Songbar, it seemed the talents of the Song family were exhausted by Dax and Halston, leaving Songbar with average talent. Even with the resources of Alchemy Peak and Dax's efforts to improve his bloodline, Songbar's cultivation remained modest. Back when Sergio joined the sect, Songbar was at the true martial realm. Now, he was still a true martial, appearing older than his father Halston despite being his son. Of course, thanks to Alchemy Peak's resources, Songbar had reached the 9th level of true martial, possibly breaking through to essence martial soon. And likely due to the many disturbances Sergio brought during his time in the sect, Songbar used to look rather honest, but now he seemed much more mature. Standing quietly in the sky, watching the tiny ants below in the town, he focused on the pharmacy. He had a mission this time. Halston, receiving the teachings of Dax in alchemy, had a slight lack of cultivation but started preparing to hand over the leadership of Alchemy Peak to his son. Strictly speaking, Halston's alchemical skills weren't the best in Alchemy Peak, with several others surpassing him. Yet, because Halston was close to Sergio, and 10 years ago Dax helped Sergio, especially initially disliking Sergio, leading to Sergio not having any experts from Alchemy Peak under him, Halston was set to take over Alchemy Peak with little opposition. Of course, whether Halston could hold on to the position once Dax fully retired was another matter. Songbar's trip to Sandstone Town was to follow Halston's instructions to pick someone up. Letitia thought that only she and Sergio knew about her retreat to Sandstone Town, but she underestimated Davisoning Windhall's extensive information network in Shimming Palace's territory. Dax knew about her in Sandstone Town very early on. Given that they grew up together on Alchemy Peak, Dax understood Letitia very well. Even without Davisoning Windhall, Dax could predict Letitia would return to Sandstone Town. After all, Dax found Letitia in a small village beneath Sandstone Town and brought her to Shimming Palace. After watching for a long time, Songbar sighed. Forget it. Why disturb your peace? Turning around, he left. Being Halston's son, Songbar wasn't old. Actually, he was around the same age as Letitia. Dax bringing Letitia to Alchemy Peak might have been thinking of giving young Songbar a companion to grow up with. They weren't really childhood sweethearts, but Letitia was considered like an elder sister. Songbar lowered in generation due to Dax taking Letitia as a disciple, hence, sister. Coming here, he had prepared his speech and felt confident in bringing her back, but ultimately hesitated. Seeing the painting of Sergio hanging deep in the courtyard, bringing her back would only add to the troubles. At the summit of Zhanbo Pavilion's only mountain, in the Grand Hall, Aris rapidly entered the hall. Swordmaster, an informant from within Shimming Palace reported that Sergio went to the seaside via the teleportation array half an hour ago. The Swordmaster Jingle Hong opened his eyes quietly from the deepest seat. He has reached the 8th level of Earth Spirit. With his dragon transformation, once he reaches Reese, how will we deal with him? Swordmaster, should we go to the seaside? By the end of the sentence, several RHYSS eyes revealed a murderous intent, gesturing a throat-slitting motion. Clearly, given the chance, they wouldn't mind using Reese strength to kill Sergio. Jingle Hong remained silent, his eyes showing some contemplation. Chapter 486, Returning to the Coast. In response to the words of the many martial emperors, Sword Lord Imyel did not reply but instead displayed a look of deep contemplation. The other martial emperors grew anxious. Sword Lord, what are you still hesitating about? If Sergio transforms into a dragon, he can transcend realms and engage in battle. Once he breaks through to martial emperor, our Zhanbo Pavilion's countless years of legacy will likely be destroyed by him. Even a martial emperor coldly said, it's fine for that oral to stay hidden in the Shimming Palace, but since he dares to leave, all our talented individuals have perished at his hands. How can we not seek revenge for this grudge? Sword Lord, what are you still hesitating about? Another martial emperor entered the hall. Within just 10 breaths, due to receiving news of Sergio leaving the Shimming Palace, most of the martial emperors from the Zhanbo Pavilion had gathered in this hall. Sword Lord Imyel pondered for a moment before slowly asking, if he reaches the 9th level of martial emperor, can he cross the sea? The eyes of the martial emperors immediately narrowed. Cross the sea? To where? Naturally, the central region. Every martial emperor knows that the environment and spirit energy in the eastern region cannot allow martial emperors to break through to the martial venerated realm, but the central region can. If one can go to the central region, bluntly speaking, at least half of the people in this hall could rapidly break through to the martial venerated realm. Sword Lord Imyel and a few unseen 9th level martial emperors might even instantly ascend to the martial venerated realm. After a moment, a martial emperor quietly said, the sea is filled with demons stronger than martial venerated. The demon race even has martial emperors. Even if Sergio, at the 9th level of martial emperor, can cross the sea and battle martial venerated beings during the crossing, he wouldn't be a match for a martial emperor. Pausing, the martial emperor looked up emotionlessly, even if he manages to reach the central region and sets up a teleportation array there. How will our Zhanbo Pavilion fare? Our legacy might be destroyed by him. Several martial emperors spoke, indeed. Once that oral breaks through to martial emperor, while the Shimming Palace might not attack the immortal mountain Huangji sect, it will certainly target our Zhanbo Pavilion. Sword Lord Imyel remained silent. After a long while, he softly said, 10 years ago, Emilio fell, and Kevin came to challenge me at our Zhanbo Pavilion. I won by half a sword. Everyone's gaze sharpened. Half a sword. In other words, in a life and death duel, Sword Lord Imyel would live, and Kevin would die. But because of just half a sword, Sword Lord Imyel would likely pay an extremely heavy price and lose his fighting ability. In a life and death struggle between the two sects, both sides would end up heavily damaged. If Huangji sect and Immortal Mountain took advantage of the situation, both sects might vanish. Seeing their reactions, Sword Lord Imyel added, he promised, if our Zhanbo Pavilion does not target Sergio, regardless of whether Sergio can cross the sea, the 4-sect balance will remain. As Sergio's teacher, his word must be respected. The martial emperor's eyes began to flicker upon hearing this. Maintain the status quo. In other words, even if Sergio can single-handedly suppress the eastern region later on, the 4-sect balance will still stand. At most, Zhanbo Pavilion, Immortal Mountain, and Huangji sect would bow to Sergio. While Sergio lives, the Shimming Palace will dominate the eastern region. After Sergio passes away, the 4 sects would still coexist equally. After some time, a martial emperor asked, what about the Immortal Mountain and Huangji sect? Sword Lord Imyel was silent for a moment before saying, Sergio can transcend realms as a dragon, and this dragon form is the only chance for Eastern region's elites to cross the sea to the Central region. After 10,000 years, the Eastern region will no longer have martial emperors. They are willing to take a gamble. Again, after a pause, a martial emperor gritted his teeth, hatefully. If not for Larry and Indira's deaths, in the vast Eastern region, how dare this mere child act so recklessly? Another martial emperor spoke. At the martial emperor realm, lifespan is 5,000 years. If he can't cross the sea, the Shimming Palace will suppress the Eastern region. Even if our 3 sects still exist, we will bow for 5,000 years. 5,000 years. After that, being suppressed for 5,000 years, how can we still compete with the Shimming Palace? The hall became silent. 2 choices. Either you all join me to the coast to eliminate him with all our strength, cutting off his path, or observe from afar, gambling on whether Sergio can successfully cross the sea. If he succeeds, we need to unite closely to establish ourselves in the central region without worrying about being bullied. Pausing, Sword Lord Myel closed his eyes. The Huangji sect and Immortal Mountain will not interfere. Make your choice. Left side to eliminate him, right side to observe. The martial emperors exchanged glances. Soon they separated. Interestingly, only 5 chose the left. The rest stood on the right. Fascinating. This matter is decided. No further discussion needed. Sword Lord Myel stopped talking. As for those on the right, it wasn't that they believed Sergio would succeed. Rather, they were willing to take a gamble for the opportunity to enter the central region. By the sea, Thunder City. To say it's by the sea isn't entirely accurate. It should be 10,000 miles from the coast. Originally, the 4 major sects established 23 major cities 3,000 miles from the shore, spreading out into an unknown expanse of defense lines. However, with the continuous ravages of the beast tides, the 4 major sects withdrew to avoid casualties. The original major cities were all breached. The withdrawal of the 4 major sects did not mean they left completely but retreated 10,000 miles inland, re-establishing 23 major cities 10,000 miles from the shore. The old Thunder City, originally 3,000 miles from the shore, was long broken. The new Thunder City is 10,000 miles from the coast. The 10,000-mile stretch abandoned is now the domain of demon beasts and spirits. In the city's main hall, Sergio entered the hall. Greetings, Elder Isaac. The new Thunder City is still managed by Cody. Cody softly said, your visit is not for defending. You may proceed as you wish. In that case, I'll venture outside the city to see. Sergio nodded. He simply paid his respects to Cody out of politeness. Leaving the hall, Sergio quickly left the city. It was clear that this new Thunder City, like the old one, exuded a solemn atmosphere. And it was far more bustling. The streets seemed to have several times more people than before. After scanning the area, Sergio swiftly left the city, donning the Thousand Illusions mask. Energy surged. Soon the mask concealed his aura, though his face remained unchanged. His aura began to shift. Even a demon king standing before him would not recognize his aura. Sergio then soared into the sky. 10,000 miles was too far. Even at this altitude, with his earth spirit vision, he couldn't see the sea. However, looking toward the coast, he saw countless ruined towns and villages. He even saw some rampaging demon beasts. Of course, they weren't many. The ones visible were being hunted by defenders. Withdrawing 10,000 miles, how many tens of millions have died? Sergio muttered, his thoughts growing heavy. Another martial emperor added coldly, it's fine for that Oral to hide away in the Shimming Palace, but since he has dared to leave, all our elites were lost because of him. How can we let this enmity go unaddressed? Sword Lord, what are you hesitating about? Another martial emperor entered the Grand Hall. Within just 10 breaths, due to receiving news of Sergio leaving the Shimming Palace, most of the Zhanbo Pavilion's martial emperors had gathered in this hall. Myel's Sword Lord pondered for a while before slowly speaking. If he is at the 9th level of martial emperor, can he traverse the sea? The eyes of the many martial emperors immediately focused intently. Traverse the sea? To where? Naturally, to the central region. Every martial emperor knew that the environment and spiritual energy of the eastern region could not allow a martial emperor to break through to martial venerable, but the central region could. If one could reach the central region, bluntly speaking, at least half of the people in this hall could rapidly break through to martial venerable. Even Myel's Sword Lord and a few 9th level martial emperors who hadn't shown themselves could immediately ascend to the realm of martial venerable. After a brief moment, a martial emperor whispered, oceanic spirit beasts are not just limited to martial venerables. Even martial emperors exist among them. Even if Sergio carries the strength of a 9th level martial emperor across the sea and can fight on par with a martial venerable during the crossing, he would still not be a match for a martial emperor. Pausing for a moment, the martial emperor raised his head expressionlessly. Even if He Jiaoxing survives the crossing and reaches the central region, setting up a teleportation array there to draw others to him. What should we do then? Our Zhanbo Pavilion's legacy might be destroyed in his hands. Note, I have replaced Don Tangura with Zhanbo Pavilion to maintain consistency in terminology and ensure it reads naturally in English. Also, I added to draw others to him to better convey the implied meaning in the original text. Several martial emperors chimed in, indeed. Once that Oral breaks through to martial emperor, although the Shimming Palace may not target Immortal Mountain Supreme Palace, they would surely come after our Zhanbo Pavilion. Note, I have replaced Don Tangura with its pinyin, Zhanbo Pavilion, for consistency and to ensure it reads naturally in English. If a specific name or translation for this sect has been established elsewhere in the text, please use that instead. Myel's Sword Lord remained silent. After some time, he softly spoke, 10 years ago, Emilio fell, and Kevin Yao came to the Slashing Heaven Pavilion for a duel with me. I won by half a sword stroke. Note, John Tangur is translated as Slashing Heaven Pavilion to maintain consistency and fluency in English. Everyone's gaze is sharpened. By half a sword. In other words, in a life and death battle, Myel's Sword Lord lived, while Kevin Yao died. But because it was just by half a sword, Emyel's sword lord, though surviving, would probably pay an extremely heavy price and lose his fighting ability. When it truly comes down to a decisive battle between sects, both sides would undoubtedly suffer mutual destruction, giving Supreme Palace and Immortal Mountain a chance to strike. The two sects would likely vanish thereafter. Seeing the situation, Emyel's sword lord softly continued. He promised that as long as Jean Beau Pavilion does not target Sergio, regardless of whether Sergio can traverse the sea or not, the power structure among the four major sects will remain unchanged. As Sergio's master, his word is law for Sergio. Note: I replaced Dantangura with Jean Beau Pavilion to maintain consistency in terminology and ensure it reads naturally in English. Hearing this, the many martial emperor's eyes began to flicker. Unchanged structure. In other words, even if Sergio can dominate the eastern region, the balance among the four major powers would remain intact. At most, Xianxia Pavilion, Immortal Mountain, and Supreme Palace would bow to Sergio during his time, while Shimming Palace would overshadow the entire region. Note: I've maintained the structure and meaning of the original text while ensuring it reads naturally in English. I've also kept the names consistent with how they were previously translated in this context. Upon Sergio's passing, the four powers would still be equal. After a while, a martial emperor asked, what about Immortal Mountain and Supreme Palace? Emyel's sword lord was silent for a moment before saying, Sergio's transformation allows him to fight across realms. His potential to cross the sea to the central region presents the only chance for Eastern region's elite to make that journey. After tens of thousands of years, without martial emperors, they are willing to take this risk. Another moment passed. A martial emperor gritted his teeth. How infuriating. If not for Larry and Indira's deaths, the vast Eastern region wouldn't let such a mere youth wreak havoc. Yet another martial emperor added, a martial emperor has a lifespan of 5,000 years. If he cannot traverse the sea, and the Shimming Palace dominates the Eastern region, our three sects, even if existing, would have to bow for 5,000 years. 5,000 years, a full 5 millennia. After that, even if our three sects continue, having been suppressed for 5,000 years, how could we possibly contend with the Shimming Palace? Silence descended over the hall. Two choices. 1. Follow this lord to the coast and use all our strength to eliminate him, cutting off his path to survival. 2. Watch from the sidelines and see if Sergio can successfully traverse the sea. In that case, to establish ourselves in the central region, our four sects must unite closely and fear no bullying. Pausing for a moment, Emyel's sword lord closed his eyes. Supreme Palace and Immortal Mountain will not intervene. Make your choice. Left for elimination, right for observation. Brogany martial emperors exchanged glances. Based on their thoughts, they quickly split apart. Interestingly, on the left, only 5 remained, while the rest were on the right. Fascinating. This matter is settled. No further discussion needed. Emyel's sword lord said no more. Those on the right weren't necessarily more confident in Sergio's success in traversing the sea. Rather, they were willing to take the risk for a chance to reach the central region. At the coastal city, Laming City. Not quite at the coast, it was actually 100,000 miles away. Originally, the four great sects established 23 fortified cities within 3,000 miles of the coastline, creating a massive defensive line spanning countless miles. However, with the constant beast-tide onslaughts, to avoid unnecessary casualties, the four sects retreated. Each of the former fortified cities was now broken. The retreat wasn't complete abandonment. They merely withdrew 100,000 miles inland. In the new position, they re-established the 23 fortified cities 100,000 miles from the coast. The old Laming City, originally just 3,000 miles from the shore, had already fallen, and the new Laming City was now 100,000 miles away. The 100,000-mile expanse between the old and new positions had become a paradise for spirit beasts. In the main hall of the city lord's residence, Sergio entered. Greetings, Elder Isaac. The new Laming City was still overseen by Cody. Eben said gently, your presence here isn't for defense. Act according to your own judgment. In that case, I shall step out for a look, Sergio nodded. He was simply following etiquette by paying his respects to Cody. Leaving the hall, Sergio swiftly exited the city lord's residence. It was evident that the new Laming City shared the same solemn air as the old one. Moreover, it was livelier than the old city. Looking around, the streets bustled with many more people than before. After scanning his surroundings, Sergio quickly exited the city, taking out the 1,000 illusion mask. His aura surged. Soon, the mask hid itself, his face unchanged, but his aura transformed. Even a spirit king standing before him wouldn't recognize his aura. Then, Sergio soared into the sky. 100,000 miles, far too distant. Even soaring high, his earth spirit realm eyesight couldn't reach the sea. Flying in the sky, however, Sergio's expression wasn't pleasant. In the direction of the coast, he saw numerous ruined towns and villages. He could even see some rampaging spirit beasts. Of course, not many. The visible ones were being hunted down by defenders. Withdrawing 100,000 miles, how many lives, countless, have been lost? Sergio muttered, feeling a heaviness in his heart. Chapter 487, 10,000 miles of ruins. Sergio flew into the sky, his thoughts growing heavy. The four major sects had retreated 10,000 miles, turning this vast territory into a paradise for demonic beasts. The number of people killed by these beasts was countless. He concealed his form and swiftly flew towards the coast. Perhaps the demonic beasts had ravaged too long. The closer he got to the sea, the more demonic beasts he saw. Demonic spirits were rare, and even if they were present, none could detect him with his 8th stage earth spirit cultivation. Soon, he approached 5,000 miles in. Originally, outside the city, there were only a few scattered demonic beasts. But after delving deeper into this area, he could hardly see any humans. Instead, demonic beasts and spirits became omnipresent. In normal circumstances, even if demonic beasts were numerous, except for those that lived in groups, others would divide territories. However, due to the command of demonic spirits, demonic beasts either didn't appear or appeared in large swarms. During his journey, he also saw countless ruins. Of course, encountering demonic beasts was one thing. If he encountered demonic spirits during his travels, even those at the primordial martial stage, Sergio would slay them and consume their power using the vast wasteland ancestral dragon scripture. Everywhere he passed, without emitting any spiritual fluctuations, both demonic beasts and spirits were exterminated. Unfortunately, he hadn't yet encountered an earth spirit realm demonic spirit. Even if he did consume one, its cultivation was too low to be very beneficial. After flying for some time, he slashed through a few demonic beasts. Sergio's eyes narrowed. He sensed the aura of an earth spirit realm entity. It wasn't particularly strong, only 5th stage earth spirit. Finally, an earth spirit realm. I haven't consumed one before. Whispering to himself, Sergio vanished and swiftly moved toward the sensed presence. Hundreds of miles away, sky, there stood a small town. Thousands of demonic beasts gathered outside. Leading them were dozens of primordial martial demonic spirits. In front was a cephalopod, a 5th stage earth spirit demonic spirit. Inside the city walls were humans, kept as captives. The guards atop the walls weren't human, but rather crustacean-like demonic beasts. The octopus climbed the city wall with its tentacles, examining it. It's time to hunt again. As usual, I'll let some leave. He wouldn't attack personally, but would send beasts to chase the humans for sport. The people inside the city walls weren't highly cultivated. The strongest was merely true martial, not even a primordial martial. From the many abandoned houses within the city, it was clear the place had been taken over long ago, leaving the remaining humans alive. Under the guard of the demonic beasts, all the people knelt trembling. Most seemed apathetic, as if accustomed to this routine. Soon, half of the group was selected. A primordial martial demonic spirit grabbed a person casually. Commander, there are fewer and fewer humans left. I don't understand why our king doesn't advance further. Every time we target human defenses, I wish to charge in and feast. Before he finished, a flash of sword light split the air. The primordial martial demonic spirit was sliced apart, and a force dragged it into nothingness, turning it into a mummy in mere moments. The cephalopod, still examining the city, instantly shouted in anger, "Who?" No response came. Instead, sword lights filled the sky. Roar! Ea! Roar roar! Amidst screams and cries, every beast and spirit, save for the cephalopod, was slaughtered. Another wave of absorption began. All turned into mummies. The large octopus bared its fangs. Human powerhouse. I'll devour all these humans and see if you come out. With one tentacle, it snatched several dozen people, preparing to swallow them. If killing them meant nothing to me, keeping my fellow humans captive is unacceptable. Sergio's voice finally echoed. A flash of sword light sword. Rip! One of the large octopus's tentacles was instantly severed, throwing the captured humans to the ground. Many people instinctively looked up at Sergio but didn't cry for help, their gazes growing more lifeless. 8th stage earth spirit. The giant cephalopod noticed Sergio, its expression changing. Swiftly, it turned into a black shadow and fled. Sergio followed and appeared in front of it, slashing with the flowing cloud sword. A massive blade shadow rose, then fell, severing the octopus into two. Sergio summoned the vast wasteland ancestral dragon, absorbing immense energy, visibly boosting his cultivation. Glancing back at the small city, the people hadn't escaped but returned home with blank faces. Of course, the few true martial individuals came to their senses and rapidly fled inland. Sergio blocked a true martial cultivator. Why are so many people still here after so many years of occupation? Please, Senior. The man hastily bowed. He then hurriedly replied, Senior. It turned out the people in the town were the survivors from thousands of miles around, discovered by intelligent demonic spirits. Since swallowing low-level humans offered little benefit, they were gathered for entertainment. Yes, precisely because the spirits had intelligence, some people survived. Without this, non-intelligent beasts would have killed everyone for amusement. Escape? Apart from the true martial individuals, the rest had nowhere to run. Staying in the city, they might survive longer. Escaping would lead to death by demonic beasts. Sergio frowned. Sending them back? Too far. 10,000 miles. There were multiple towns, and the sheer number made helping impossible. Escorting them would take too long for his current cultivation, and ordinary humans couldn't last such a distance. If other demonic spirits detected him while escorting, it could endanger him too. Thinking for a moment, Sergio flew above the city, head in this direction. The demons along the way have been slain. For the next half-month, other regions should remain undisturbed. The dispersed true martial individuals' eyes lit up, following Sergio's direction swiftly. Some citizens showed signs of hope and left the city on all fours, while most remained indifferent, lost in thought amidst ruined buildings. Seeing this, Sergio frowned and flew towards where demonic beasts and spirits still lingered. As he left, nearby demonic beasts and spirits were swiftly killed. None were his match, and his cultivation began rapidly improving. However, Earth Spirit Realm demonic spirits were scarce, making further advancement distant. Chapter 488. By the Sea, the Dark Water Turtle. After leaving the city, Sergio resumed his relentless slaughter of demon beasts and demon spirits, rapidly advancing in cultivation. However, due to the significant gap in cultivation level, it would take some time for him to break through. Elsewhere, roar. A low, reverberating roar echoed as a demon beast at the Essence Martial Realm tumbled to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. The demon spirit then lunged crazily into the distance. A fleeting shadow appeared above the demon spirit, delivering a heavy stomp. The demon spirit, which had just tried to fly up, once again crashed to the ground, its bones shattered where struck. The demon spirit snarled, "Human, you will die. The commander will kill you. He absolutely will." "Don't be so talkative," Sergio replied, smashing the demon spirit's head hard with a circle of force. The scales cracked open, and the demon spirit's injuries worsened drastically. Though not dead, it had lost its fighting strength. At this moment, Sergio quietly asked, "Speak. What's been going on recently?" After rescuing the people in the city, Sergio had left to continue hunting. Initially, everything was normal, but after about 10 days of hunting, he acutely noticed that the demon spirits around him began retreating while demon beasts increased, indicating an obvious strategy. All the demon beasts and demon spirits he encountered met their end, and news of his existence likely hadn't spread far among the demons. He managed to capture a demon spirit at the essence martial realm and prepared to interrogate it before killing it. Roar. The demon spirit roared. Not talking. Sergio wasn't annoyed. After examining it for a while, his eyes gleamed coldly as he used his spiritual power to pry open the demon spirit's large mouth. Then, he yanked out one of its fangs. Roar. The demon spirit screamed in pain. Due to the massive difference in cultivation, it couldn't fight back. Sergio continued, "Once I pull out all your fangs, I'll slowly skin you. Let's see if your bones are really that tough." Roar. Roar. The cries of pain continued endlessly as Sergio kept pulling out bloody fangs. When nearly half of its fangs were gone, the demon spirit finally couldn't endure it. Damn. Human, demon spirits and demon beasts nearby have been continuously disappearing. Unable to withstand further torture, the demon spirit confessed the truth. It turned out that Sergio's recent killings had left many demon beasts and spirits as corpses, alarming nearby powerful demon spirits. Convinced that a human cultivator must be responsible, they ordered the surrounding demon spirits to retreat while sending demon beasts to scout for Sergio's whereabouts. Since all the demon beasts encountering Sergio died, they never discovered his location. This demon spirit was dispatched based on the areas where demon beasts were killed, managing to find Sergio. Unfortunately, it underestimated Sergio's strength and was no match. Having gotten what he wanted from the interrogation, Sergio glanced at the scattered corpses of demon beasts, frowning slightly. He had been hunting for over 10 days, yet his advancement was slow because the demon beast cultivation levels were too low. He remained at the 8th level of Earth Spirit, unaware that his actions had alarmed powerful demon spirits. Continuing to hunt in the area could lead to an ambush. After some thought, Sergio raised his hand, activating the Great Wasteland Ancestor Dragon Scripture to absorb the now powerless demon spirit. He then flashed toward the sea. If he had alarmed powerful demon spirits, changing locations for hunting was a wise move. Moreover, the demon beasts and spirits here were too weak. He needed to go to the sea to hunt stronger targets to advance faster. By the seaside. As soon as he arrived by the sea, Sergio smiled faintly. Sure enough, the demon spirits by the sea were much stronger. There were far fewer demon beasts along the coast compared to inland, but he sensed many demon spirits at the essence martial realm, even a few at the earth spirit realm. If I can hunt 5 or 6 earth spirit demon spirits, I should be able to break through, he murmured, moving swiftly toward the detected earth spirit demon spirit. He did not plan to venture into the sea itself, for though he was unafraid of Empyrean demon spirits, his draconic transformation could only last so long. If an Empyrean demon spirit dragged out the fight until the transformation wore off, better safe than sorry. Several moments later, on a beach, in a patch of grass, Sergio stood still, about 30 yards away from a gigantic turtle roughly 40 yards long, resting on the sand like a small temple. The turtle had a dark red shell with mysterious patterns and brownish scales on its limbs. Its closed eyes looked rather ferocious, reminiscent of a dragon's head. After thoroughly observing, Sergio's lips curled up. Dark water turtle, 5th level of earth spirit. If you were at the 7th level, I'd turn and leave, given the dark water turtle's formidable defense. But unfortunately, your cultivation falls short. The dark water turtle is a rare breed, not very strong in attack and quite slow, but its defense is exceptional. If the dark water turtle were at the 7th level, even Sergio would struggle without transforming into a dragon. But at the 5th level, it was another story. The dark water turtle suddenly awakened from its rest, alertly scanning the surroundings, sensing Sergio's malevolent presence. Sergio remained motionless, concealing his intent. The dark water turtle continued looking around, eventually turning away from Sergio. Seizing the opportunity, Sergio instantly launched forward, wielding flowing cloud. Human. The dark water turtle immediately turned back, catching Sergio's murderous intent. Before it could react, Sergio's sword slashed down, coming within 3 feet of its head. What terrifying speed. The dark water turtle roared in alarm. Swish. Water flowed, forming a water barrier. Flowing cloud struck the barrier, feeling like hitting cotton, unable to exert full force. Hemph. Sergio snorted, unleashing his inner spiritual energy. The sword blade glittered menacingly, its sharpness increasing sharply. The water barrier was instantly sliced open, and the sword struck again. But the barrier bought time, allowing the dark water turtle to retract its limbs and head into its shell. Then, it bellowed, "Human, daring to come into the sea? You seek death." Sergio remained silent, narrowing his eyes at the turtle's shell, realizing he had underestimated this rare breed. His initial strike could have decapitated it, but the water barrier delayed him, allowing the dark water turtle to retreat into its shell. Unfortunately, the bloodline suppression had vanished. If it still worked, no demon beast or spirit in the sea could stand against him. Roar. The dark water turtle roared inside its shell. An inexplicable force spread out. Sergio's eyes flickered. Wanting help, calling demon spirits? Too late. Spiritual energy subtly expanded, and soon a light barrier enveloped the area, creating a seal. He was skilled at isolating movements while slaughtering demon beasts and spirits, translated using only English, maintaining the original tone, style, and paragraph structure. ##### Chapter 489. Surrounded. Facing the roaring of the black water tortoise, Sergio adeptly set up a restriction to envelop the surroundings, isolating all sounds and movements. If not for this restriction, the powerful spirits disturbed earlier would have already known his precise location. Damn. The expression of the black water tortoise turned grim. Now that all sound and movement were isolated, he couldn't alarm other demonic spirits. If he couldn't defeat Sergio, he was as good as dead. A battle? With the sharpness of Sergio's sword just now, apart from his shell, none of his other parts could withstand the sword's edge. Even his shell could only temporarily resist. If the time was too long, it would also be shattered. After some contemplation, the tortoise shell of the black water tortoise trembled slightly, then rapidly spun before dashing towards the restriction barrier. He wanted to forcefully break through it. Somewhat resourceful, Sergio's figure flashed, instantly blocking the tortoise shell with Davisuyan standing before him. With a bang, the tortoise shell collided with Davisuyan. Sparks flew. Human, if you don't leave now, once we alert an Empyrean-level powerhouse, you won't be able to escape. The black water tortoise roared in fury. Shell. Sergio looked at the 5 cracks on the tortoise shell, sneered, and lightly plucked the sword body. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of swords echoed continuously. Innumerable sword chi spread out, rushing into the shell through the 5 cracks. However, the black water tortoise dared to retract into its shell with confidence. As soon as the sword chi approached, new shell segments grew at the cracked areas, instantly sealing the 5 gaps. Bam, bam, bam. Heavy sounds kept coming, but the sword chi merely left some white streaks on the surface of the shell. The black water tortoise calmed down, shouting loudly, "Human, you can't break my defenses. Leave now while you still can. You sealed yourself in the shell. You likely lack the strength to control your body's movement." "So be it," Sergio said without anger. Murmuring softly, he jumped atop the shell, activating the primal ancestor dragon sutra before grabbing the shell. The devouring force rapidly expanded. Ah! The black water tortoise let out a miserable scream. Its essence, vitality, and spirit were all being devoured, and life was seeping away at a terrifying speed. If this continued, within 10 breaths, it would be sucked dry. Terrified, the black water tortoise roared, "I'll fight to the death with you." The crack reopened, and the black water tortoise's head, like that of a dragon, abruptly shot out from the shell, aiming to bite Sergio. Even just the head of this 40-zhang beast dwarfed Sergio. Swallowing Sergio whole was not an issue. Perfect timing. Sergio raised his hand, as if anticipating this move, and swung his sword. The sword's shadow rose. Swoosh. Before the black water tortoise could react, it was decapitated by the sword's shadow. The sword intent instantly crushed its head and exposed flesh outside the shell, killing it on the spot. Sergio's smile widened. If this black water tortoise hadn't gone all out, he might have been concerned about a last-ditch counterattack after devouring most of its power, which could cause chaos inside his own body. Now, everything was just right. The devouring force spread again. In less than 5 breaths, the black water tortoise's shell became much dimmer. The previously formidable shell turned to ashes, leaving behind only a lizard-like carcass, devoid of head and limbs. Sergio's cultivation aura surged significantly. "Kill a few more, and I can break through," he muttered, dissolving the restriction. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. Rustle. One by one, demonic spirits leaped out of the sea, charging toward his location. They were about 1 kilometer away. At their Earth spirit realm speed, this distance was insignificant. Thus, Sergio only tightened his grip on Davisuyan. Half a breath later, black shadows descended. To think a human dared to run wild here. What guts! A shark floated mid-air. Its cultivation was at the 9th rank of Earth spirit. Its skin was covered in fish scale-like armor. An 8th rank Earth spirit human, if we could consume him, it would surely benefit us greatly, said a 4-legged snake landing on the ground, resembling a python with a bulge on its forehead, indicating it was likely attempting to transform into a celestial dragon. Roar. Sergio observed his surroundings, frowning. Over a dozen demonic spirits were all Earth spirits, with the python and shark both being 9th rank. Given the innate advantages of demonic beasts, even he found them challenging. He asked, "How did you know I was here?" The shark grinned. "Boy, should I call you stupid or laughable? Restrictions? Your human spirit energy still reveals itself clearly to us demonic spirits. Laughable, ha ha." Spirit energy? Realizing this, Sergio understood. Although the realms of demonic spirits and humans were equivalent, the energies they absorbed were different. The specifics were indescribable, much like how the auras of demonic spirits and humans varied distinctly. His restriction had always been for concealment. Lesser Earth spirits couldn't detect it. However, for those stronger, his restrictions were more noticeable than combat vibrations. Why so many words? Kill him and report back. The 4-legged snake lunged, mouth agape. As Sergio prepared to react, the other demonic spirits attacked except for the shark, which waited opportunistically, ready to devour Sergio when injured and unable to counter. Avoidance wasn't an option. Sergio forced his bloodline power and shouted, "Dragon battles all directions." Roar. A 30-zhang-long celestial dragon phantom emerged. Bam, bam, bam. Heavy thuds resonated as the phantom resisted the attacks. It then expelled a stream of air, pushing back the 4-legged snake. "Indeed, you have some skills, everyone. Attack together," the snake hissed. Roar. The shark growled low in the sky, unleashing countless water spheres that rained down. The 4-legged snake also condensed over 100 water arrows. Combined with the attacks of the other demonic spirits, any direct confrontation would destroy the celestial dragon phantom. Missy. Sergio employed a long-forgotten martial technique, flashing over 100 zhang away in an instant. After evading the assault, he didn't flee but appeared at a demonic spirit's top with terrifying speed. With a whip of its tail, the creature was bisected. Then the phantom celestial dragon opened its mouth, expelling a thunderous ball shimmering with lightning. Boom. Accompanied by the explosion, another demonic spirit died. Of course, the 2 dead were the weakest, both 3rd-rank Earth spirits. "You shall die." The shark and 4-legged snake fumed. Sergio paid no heed, eyes narrowing as he focused on 3/4-rank Earth spirit demonic spirits. Though these spirits surrounded him, excluding the shark and 4-legged snake, the rest were 5th rank at most. Chapter 490. The Martial Emperor appears. Ignoring the shark and four-legged serpent's fury, Sergio focused on the other demonic spirits. Aside from the shark and the four-legged serpent, the strongest of the remaining spirits was only at the 5th-tier Earth spirit stage. As long as he could eliminate the other spirits, dealing with the large shark and the four-legged serpent would be much easier. Although he was only at the 8th-tier Earth spirit stage, these two were not extraordinary breeds and thus were no match for him. Together, kill him. The shark and the four-legged serpent raged even more. Sergio once again unleashed snow without shadow, causing his speed to surge. Just like before, he used his speed to forcefully evade attacks and then took the opportunity to kill 3 more spirits. Immediately, the spirits whose cultivation levels were insufficient all retreated in fear. With intelligence came thought and strategy but also fear. The large shark snorted coldly, useless. However, it did not force those few spirits. It glanced at the four-legged serpent, and they both attacked Sergio from 2 different directions. Sergio narrowed his eyes. Secret art unparalleled. Extreme sword. Clang, clang, clang. Sword cries spread out as sword intent rose continuously. Retreat. The expressions of the large shark and the four-legged serpent changed slightly. A Tinjong sword aura soared into the sky. In front of the large shark and the four-legged serpent, its size seemed insignificant. Yet the power within the sword aura was extremely terrifying. The 2 demonic spirits hurriedly retreated. Sergio twisted his wrist. After so many attacks, isn't it my turn to strike now? He waved flowing clouds, and the sword aura flashed, cutting through the air. Its speed was incredibly fast, far surpassing that of the 2 demonic spirits. The large shark's expression changed drastically. Help me? The four-legged serpent hesitated for a moment before diving into the sea. This human wasn't someone they could defeat. It had to ask the Martial Emperor to take action. Regardless of how prodigious a human might be, the gap between realms was terrifying. Once the Martial Emperor appeared, Sergio would undoubtedly be unable to resist. With a whoosh, the sword aura descended, instantly piercing through the large shark. The sword intent spread through the blood hole, ruthlessly tearing apart the shark's flesh. With a thud and a roar, the large shark fell to the ground, dead. Sergio's eyes narrowed. Not bad defense. The power of extreme sword, if aimed at a human, would obliterate them into non-existence. Yet the large shark only had a hole pierced through it, only dying due to the expansion of the sword intent. Had Sergio not infused it with sword intent, the large shark might not have died. Huff huff. The remaining demonic spirits reacted and dove into the sea in terror. Chase? No, the sea was forbidden territory. Immediately after devouring, Sergio left. With 5 demonic spirit corpses and the large shark's corpse, plus his current foundation, breaking through to the 9th-tier Earth spirit stage would be effortless upon devouring. Without hesitation, Sergio started devouring using the great desolate ancestor dragon scripture. After 10 breaths, the 5 corpses became dry carcasses. Sergio's aura surged immensely. Just as he had expected, his cultivation successfully broke through, probably because he had stayed at the 8th-tier Earth spirit stage for too long. This breakthrough was natural and immediate after devouring, without needing him to enter seclusion. It was time to leave. Clearly, the previous demonic spirits had been ordered by the Martial Emperor. Staying here any longer might lead to a direct confrontation with the Martial Emperor. In a flash, Sergio fled toward the land. Interesting. A low voice echoed. An arrow of water shot out from the sea, heading straight for Sergio. Its speed wasn't particularly fast. Yet Sergio instantly turned back, his pupils dilating. The water arrow carried an exceedingly formidable power of heaven and earth. At that moment, he felt as if the entire world was pressing down on him. The water arrow had locked onto him. No matter how he tried to dodge, the added power of heaven and earth would pin him in place, making it impossible to escape. Martial Emperor. The one who acted was a demonic spirit Martial Emperor. Only a Martial Emperor could control such vast power of heaven and earth that was completely beyond his resistance. At the Earth spirit realm, one merely borrowed the power of heaven and earth, but a Martial Emperor controlled it. This difference was insurmountable, no matter how extraordinary the genius. Slash. Without thinking, he gripped flowing clouds and slashed upward. Countless sword lights manifested and slashed towards the water arrow. Then, a fierce wind rose behind Sergio, creating countless wind blades that furiously struck the water arrow as Sergio kept retreating. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions resounded. The sword light closest to the water arrow was instantly shattered. The wind blades hit the water arrow, slowing its speed but having no other effect. Within 3 breaths, Sergio had retreated at least 500 zhong at an incredible speed, leveraging the strong wind intent to condense over 10,000 wind blades. All the wind blades were shattered by the water arrow. Fortunately, with Sergio's relentless pulling of heavenly power and the support of sword shadows and wind blades, he managed to disperse the power of heaven and earth within the water arrow. Sergio immediately leaped and changed direction. The water arrow missed its mark, but its speed dramatically increased, flying dozens of miles before landing. Boom! The ground shook as if the sky was collapsing. Sergio wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, silently communicating with the azure sky sword. The Martial Emperor had acted. Had it not been for his quick reaction and the frantic pull of heaven and earth power, the water arrow's power would have left him utterly destroyed. And the power of heaven and earth within the water arrow earlier wasn't meant to immobilize him. Under the pressure of heaven and earth, he could only choose to advance or retreat, which was why he couldn't avoid it. Ultimately, it came down to insufficient cultivation. If he were also a Martial Emperor, he could have forcibly changed direction while under the pressure of heaven and earth without needing to disperse it first. A hoarse voice rang out, "Human oral, you are quite impressive." Ripple, ripple. The sea churned. A demonic spirit slowly emerged from the tumultuous sea, visible on the surface. It had a leopard-like head, no tail, 3 tentacles, and wings on its back. Sergio couldn't identify what kind of spirit it was. He could only tell that this was the demonic spirit martial emperor who had attacked. Seeing this, flowing clouds disappeared, replaced by the high-grade divine weapon azure sky sword appearing silently in his hand. The demonic spirit martial emperor flew into the sky, its gaze indifferent. Swear allegiance as my servant, or die a miserable death. As it spoke, seawater surged from all sides, forming one water arrow after another. In the blink of an eye, thousands of water arrows floated in the sky, aimed at Sergio. Sergio instantly felt a chill run down his spine. Each of the myriad water arrows carried terrifying power of heaven and earth. Earlier, a single water arrow had nearly overwhelmed him. Now, with all these water arrows, his certain death was inevitable. Indeed, the water arrow he barely avoided earlier after retreating hundreds of zhong at full strength was identical to these newly condensed ones. Noticing Sergio's reaction, the demonic spirit martial emperor laughed. You seem to have some perception. Even my casual water arrow made you struggle. Now, give me 3 breaths to hear your decision. Chapter 491. Slaying the Bryant Spirit. Noticing Sergio's reaction, the Bryant Spirit smiled. His voice laced with a threatening tone. He had developed an appreciation for talent. Sergio, at the 8th level of Earth Spirit cultivation, had instantly suppressed and defeated an opponent at the 9th level of Earth Spirit, forcing the 4-legged serpent back. Such power surely marked him as a human prodigy. The humans raised spirit pets from beasts, while spirits dominated the oceans and enslaved humans. Earlier, if Sergio couldn't block that water arrow, he would have stopped at the last moment and not truly killed. Only looked down on him slightly. Sergio gripped the Qingming sword tightly, arrogant. The Bryant Spirit's gaze turned cold. It seems you haven't seen the situation clearly enough. Then, he spread his wings. Splash. Countless water arrows shot towards Sergio in an instant. This time, the power was even more terrifying. Sergio was immobilized. Sergio clenched his teeth and forced out spiritual energy. Slash. The Qingming sword flashed as it struck out. Since obtaining the Qingming sword, Sergio had never used it against an enemy. Now it had reached its peak after years of nurturing. A single slash, shocking to all. Clang clang clang. Deafening sword sounds spread wildly. Ah. The previously fleeing 4-legged serpent and several other spirit creatures were gravely injured by the reverberations just from emerging. With this sword strike, Sergio sensed the locked feeling dissipate. Without hesitation, he retreated instantly. Boom. Water arrows descended. Earth-shattering devastation followed. Under the ravaging water arrows, nearly 100 miles of land sank and disappeared. The Bryant Spirit sneered, too slow. Sergio's sword indeed posed a threat. But for the Bryant, attacks from the Earth Spirit realm were too slow. Evading them was effortless. Looking at the crushed land below, Sergio felt a bead of sweat form on his forehead. The Bryant was too terrifying, breaking apart a 100-mile span of land. He could do it too, but when he unleashed his strength, the destructive power was contained and seemed less formidable. Just the aftermath of those water arrows shook and shattered a 100-mile stretch of land. To defeat this Bryant, he needed to transform into a dragon. But, the King of Spirits certainly hadn't forgotten about him. If he transformed into a dragon, blood dragons and other kings of spirits would likely track him down via his aura, ending this hunt prematurely. After some hesitation, Sergio's eyes narrowed subtly. He was now at the 9th level of Earth Spirit. Having just broken through, he didn't yet have the depth to challenge the Bryant. But what if he swallowed this Bryant Spirit? If he could devour it, he would reach the peak of the 9th level of Earth Spirit, gaining qualification to challenge the Bryant. In other words, slay this spirit, then immediately return to the Xianxia Palace. Elsewhere, the Bryant Spirit suddenly felt a hint of unease, unable to pinpoint the source. Something's off, he muttered, eyes filled with killing intent. Originally prepared to continue pressuring and subjugate Sergio as a slave, he suddenly felt uneasy, which rapidly intensified, indicating imminent danger. Therefore, let's stop this. Slashing this human and returning to the sea is the correct course. At this thought, the Bryant Spirit gently shook his head, suppressing his thoughts and preparing to act fully. Roar. Sergio lifted his head and emitted a dragon roar. Surrounding heavenly chi rapidly converged and was absorbed. Sergio transformed into a dragon. Compared to the colossal Bryant Spirit dozens of zhong in size, his 3 zhong dragon body appeared tiny. But the Bryant Spirit's expression changed drastically. This is, he remembered. Didn't this latest rampage of spirits and beasts occur because Dougie and other kings of spirits failed to find the 2 humans they sought to consume? This human, this true dragon aura, recalling Sergio's appearance earlier. Wasn't he the human who startled 5 kings of spirits initially? Realizing this, the Bryant Spirit roared uncontrollably, you. Soon, however, confusion arose. According to the orders of the kings of spirits, under the true dragon's oppressive aura, weaker spirits and beasts would submit under lineage pressure. But this human, he could sense genuine true dragon aura mixed with extremely dense human aura. The 2 interweaved, thus losing suppressive effect. Most importantly, danger. From this small 3 zhong dragon body, he sensed great terror. His instinct told him he couldn't beat Sergio. He, a proud Bryant Spirit, ranked just below the kings of spirits, couldn't defeat a mere Earth Spirit human? How absurd. Yet, he did not doubt his survival instinct, fleeing without hesitation. Can you escape? Sergio, in dragon form, coiled in the sky. Rumble. Thunder roared as countless bolts of lightning surged towards the sea. The Bryant Spirit hastily halted, roaring angrily, human pup, don't push us spirits too far. Once our king descends, you will die without a doubt. Retreat now while you still can. I'll leave after slaying you. Sergio appeared above the Bryant Spirit in a flash. His dragon claws instantly breached the Bryant Spirit's defenses, tearing away a massive chunk of flesh. Roar. Pained, the Bryant Spirit raged. His twin blades-like wings slashed toward Sergio, spreading power. Too weak, you're too weak, Sergio whispered, his dragon body dodging the counterattack. Then, his tail lashed out, hurling the Bryant spirit to the ground with terrifying force. Impossible, impossible. I am a 4th-level Bryant. Roaring in pain, the Bryant spirit exclaimed. Unfortunately, Sergio's assessment of his weakness was accurate. Before hitting the ground, Sergio approached again, slicing open the Bryant spirit's abdomen with both claws, ripping it apart instantly. You wait. When my king arrives, I'll make you pay. Accompanied by a roar, a shadow rushed towards the sea. Sergio's eyes became vertical pupils. That was a soul. As far as he knew, no matter who it was or whether their soul was damaged, upon the destruction of the physical body, the soul would instantly vanish into the void. Unexpectedly, after the Bryant spirit's body was slain, its soul remained alive. If he were similarly matched and caught off guard, perhaps that soul could have escaped. But in his dragon state, Sergio's power rivaled a 9th-level Bryant. Such a tremendous power disparity. Even despite his initial surprise, under absolute power, opening his mouth, he generated powerful suction, swallowing the fleeing soul whole. Boom! The torn Bryant's body landed only now. Big harvest. Muttering, Sergio opened his dragon mouth, generating more suction and consuming the fallen corpse. His dragon body was merely 3 zhang in length. He didn't understand how he managed to swallow the tens of zhang Bryant spirit's body. Human pup, you dare come to our seas again. Dougie's roar echoed in the sea. Sergio's eyes swirled, revealing vertical pupils, and his fangs gleamed. Hashtag chapter 492, Dougie pursues. Facing Dougie's roar, Sergio did not choose to retreat. His dragon eyes, with their vertical pupils, were filled with a cold light. He opened his mouth slightly, revealing fangs. Were they dragon fangs? He was furious. Suddenly, an inexplicable rage welled up inside him, causing him to become intensely enraged. A mere water dragon dared to offend a true dragon? He wanted to tear that worm apart. Drip, drip. Blood dripped continuously from the fangs he had just swallowed from the martial emperor beast. About 10 breaths later, rush. The sea churned violently as the massive blood water dragon flew out of the ocean. Soon after, it saw Sergio hovering in the sky, its vertical pupils staring intently at him. Although he had never seen Sergio transform into a dragon before, he could distinguish the aura. The aura contained an extremely powerful presence belonging to human Sergio. As he perceived it, the human aura was gradually weakening. If it completely disappeared, Dougie's eyes widened and then narrowed. This is human spirit-level bloodline. Spirit-level bloodline? Sergio paused, on the verge of tearing the blood water dragon apart. His thoughts suddenly became clear. He realized something amiss and quickly retreated. Perceiving the dripping, fierce fangs, what had just happened? Why did he directly swallow the martial emperor beast's essence instead of absorbing it through the vast wilderness ancestral dragon sutra? And why did he feel that the blood water dragon was merely a worm that needed to be ripped apart for daring to provoke him? Also, what about the spirit-level bloodline mentioned by the blood water dragon? Could it be that the countless treasures and bloodline enhancements added by Otto had finally transformed his bloodline into spirit level? But if it were a spirit-level bloodline, why was there no difference in his cultivation speed compared to before? Seeing this, the blood water dragon opened its massive mouth. True dragon. Ha 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 ha. Indeed, you are a true dragon. Boy, you better revert to your human form. Otherwise, when your human bloodline disappears, you will turn into one of our demonic spirits. Ha ha ha. His laughter was wildly arrogant. Sergio felt the rage rising within him again. Get lost. King, what's going on? More demonic spirits emerged from the sea. Martial Emperor. With the appearance of the bloodwater dragon, at least 10 demon lord martial emperors also emerged from the sea. Some remained where they were, while others cautiously prepared to surround Sergio. The bloodwater dragon barked, "Return!" The martial emperors who were about to encircle Sergio tensed and quickly retreated to the sea. Sergio looked back at the sea with narrowed eyes. Except for Dougie, he could easily suppress the other martial emperors. However, he knew he couldn't stay too long. Spirit-level bloodline? Dougie seemed very confident that his bloodline had evolved to spirit level, and there might be more secrets involved. Staying longer offered no benefits. Suppressing the urge to attack, he turned and headed back toward Thunderclap City. Pursue. The arrogant Dougie stopped laughing and pursued in the direction Sergio left, but for some reason, he only followed from a distance. King, if we continue like this, he'll soon be out of our sight, several demon lord martial emperors whispered. Wait until he returns to his human form. If we can drink the true dragon's blood from his body. Before he finished, Dougie turned around. Something's wrong. Return to the sea immediately and don't let Nine-Headed Python and the others discover anything unusual. Far away. A new Thunderclap City, about 30,000 miles away. Sergio abruptly landed, glancing back. His speed was faster than the bloodwater dragons, having already put considerable distance between them. Thoughts racing, his dragon form vanished. Should he return to the city? No. Although 30,000 miles seemed far, the speed of a martial emperor was too fast. He feared he wouldn't reach Thunderclap City before Dougie and the other demonic spirits caught up. Damien, although powerful, was no match for the bloodwater dragon. Realizing this, Sergio instantly spread his aura, then merged with the ground. He couldn't take the risk. He planned to hide underground until his body could support transforming back into a dragon. Then he would use his dragon form to intimidate Dougie and return to Thunderclap City. Approximately 30 breaths later, the massive figure of bloodwater dragon Dougie appeared, immediately sensing Sergio's intentionally dispersed aura. He had hidden. Did you notice the problem? Will hiding work? Dougie roared to the sky. Roar. The sound echoed in all directions. Soon, countless beasts and demonic spirits gathered. In less than a quarter of an hour, hundreds of demonic spirits and thousands of beasts converged. More were still rushing towards the area. Dougie bellowed, "Find him! Even if you have to turn this place upside down, find Sergio." Countless demonic spirits dispersed. After a while, Damien approached. Dougie's gaze turned cold. "Human insect, scram, or I'll make Thunderclap City relocate another 100,000 miles. Damien's eyes darkened, but said nothing, turning to leave. Underground, 7,000 miles deep, in a newly formed cavern. Sergio sat quietly in the cavern, his eyes fluctuating. Perhaps, his bloodline had truly evolved to spirit level. After entering the ground and relaxing, he carefully sensed his body, noticing differences from before. This transformation into a dragon had not depleted his bloodline. What was different was that after truly transforming into a dragon and returning to human form, upon reflection, he realized that his human thinking had been suppressed during the transformation. Instead, he began thinking like a demonic spirit, just as directly swallowing demonic spirits. If he swallowed enough, his human blood would be replenished by demonic blood. Ultimately, he would become a demon. Dougie didn't act hastily earlier because he didn't want to fight Sergio in his true dragon state. Instead, he waited for Sergio to revert to human form before attacking, ensuring victory. Spirit level bloodline, human bloodline and true dragon bloodline balancing each other. So that's it? Sergio murmured, pondering. This transformation into a dragon clarified everything he previously couldn't understand. Why did he lose control over demonic spirits? Actually, he hadn't lost it. It was buried. Now, the true dragon blood and human blood inside him were balanced and canceled each other out, losing the suppression effect. After evolving to spirit level bloodline, his true dragon blood would regenerate infinitely. Even if it all disappeared, it would recover on its own. Previously, he could suppress beasts and demonic spirits. Because his bloodline hadn't reached spirit level, the true dragon blood and human blood were insufficient, unable to regenerate. Because it was insufficient, the human blood didn't suppress the true dragon blood. When he released true dragon aura, it was pure and natural, suppressing demonic spirits. Now, the true dragon blood and human blood balanced each other, canceling the suppression. His bloodline kept growing stronger but never reached spirit level because the true dragon blood was insufficient. His bloodline was obtained through fortune, not naturally. Not being natural meant his bloodline wasn't balanced with human blood. So, even as it grew, it never evolved. Note: in English translations, dragon and water dragon are used interchangeably, while spirit level is a specific term in fantasy literature that refers to an advanced stage of bloodline development. Hashtag chapter 493, Battle with Dougie. Those innate bloodlines were originally in balance with each other. If it were not for the natural transformation of the spirit level bloodline, his dragon bloodline might have already transcended into a spirit level bloodline long ago. Therefore, his previous ability to suppress demon spirits appeared extraordinary, but actually indicated that his true dragon blood was not deep enough. Thinking this, Sergio's brows furrowed again. What about Larry and Indira from the Heavenswell Pavilion? Could their dragon phoenix bloodline also suppress demon spirits? Could it be that they weren't of original bloodlines either? Sergio shook his head slightly after some contemplation. The truth was lost along with their deaths, and there would likely be no way to uncover it. Spirit-level bloodlines should not be so simple. There were few records in Xianxia Palace, and perhaps only by venturing to the central region could he find answers. Was transforming into a dragon disadvantageous? His ignorance led to missteps before. In the future, he would secretly be on guard while transforming into a dragon, ensuring it did not affect his body or mind. Suppressing his thoughts, Sergio sat cross-legged on the ground. Inside his body was still the undigested corpse of the imperial martial demon spirit. In human form, he certainly couldn't consume it. Yet somehow, after swallowing the corpse, it remained undigested in his belly until he transformed into his dragon form, at which point the digestion halted. The vast wasteland ancestor dragon scripture slowly circulated within him, and the corpse began to be absorbed and transformed into pure and vast energy spreading throughout his limbs and bones. His aura steadily increased. 3 days later, on the surface, for 5,000 miles around, countless demonic beasts and demon spirits densely filled the area, with no more than 10 feet between any two of them. All the land-dwelling demonic beasts seemed to have gathered here under Dougie's command. Most astonishingly, over 4,000 miles of the earth had been excavated downward. Or rather, within one day, Dougie made sure to order the continuous digging of countless demonic beasts once he confirmed Sergio wasn't on the surface. Through this mass excavation, an enormous abyss 5,000 miles wide and 4,000 miles deep had been created. Had Dougie not feared detection by the other demon kings, using his influence, it might have taken less than a day to dig 4,000 miles deep. After more digging, Dougie, hovering in the sky, revealed bloody light in his eyes. He found him. His divine sense detected Sergio's presence. Regrettably, if not for the obstruction caused by the earth blocking 2/3 of his divine sense penetration, such a mere 7,000-mile distance would not have hindered his detection. Excluding the already excavated 4,000 miles of earth, Sergio was still over 3,000 miles from the new surface. Boy, hiding deeply indeed, but to what avail? Murmuring, Dougie's figure flashed as he collided into the ground, transforming into a blood-colored glow. Upon contact with the ground, it instantly dissolved, and the blood-colored glow continued descending without slowing down. Deep underground, in a cave, Sergio quietly opened his eyes. Only delayed for 3 days? Compared to 3 days ago, his current aura had reached the pinnacle of the 9th level Earth spirit realm. The energy contained within the imperial martial demon spirit was terrifyingly immense. Even after calmly devouring and converting it for 3 days in the cave, he hadn't fully absorbed it. Standing up, he glanced at himself. Once Dougie arrived, he wouldn't attempt to subdue Sergio like the imperial martial demon spirit had but would attack mercilessly. King of demon spirits. Last time, Lacking time to fully transform into a dragon, I chose to retreat. This time, who knows what the outcome will be. Murmuring, Sergio slowly closed his eyes and activated the vast wasteland ancestor dragon scripture, devouring surrounding spiritual energies. He was prepared to battle Dougie. Even if he were defeated, being just 30,000 miles away from Thunder City, he could flee any time. But if he could force Dougie to retreat, it would signify that the king of demon spirits no longer posed a threat to him. Shortly after, an extremely violent aura from a seemingly world-destroying demon spirit above was less than 100 miles away from him. Sergio subtly opened his eyes and activated his bloodline power, releasing the previously absorbed energy. Armando! Instantaneously, Sergio transformed into a 5-clawed golden dragon and slightly opened his mouth toward the sky. Rumble! Devastating bolts surged upwards like water columns, instantly reducing the rocks and soil to dust upon impact. Moments later, boom! A loud explosion resounded. The lightning Sergio spat out collided with a streak of blood-colored light, causing terrifying shockwaves to spread, crushing surrounding rocks. After a full 3 breaths, the blood-colored light and lightning finally dissipated. Dougie clung to a distant cliff, looking down at the abyss below. Human child. Internally enraged, he thought he was fast enough. But Sergio managed to recover in just 3 days and transformed back into a true dragon. The cave's height had increased dramatically, with only a narrow, vertical passage leading to the surface several dozen feet high. King of demon spirits, is that all you've got? Sergio flashed and pounced towards the Dominic. Roar! Dougie growled, opening his massive jaws and lunging at Sergio. Compared to Sergio, who was only 9 feet long, Dougie was a behemoth, over 300 feet in length, with just his head being larger than Sergio's entire dragon body. As they neared each other, Sergio suddenly emitted numerous lightning strikes around him. I've been preparing for you. Dougie snarled, not dodging and biting fiercely, the blood-colored light enveloping the lightning. He aimed to overpower the lightning with the blood-colored light, then tear Sergio apart and swallow him whole. However, water droplets suddenly appeared in the sky, transforming into mist that swept the surroundings. The mist possessed some mysterious power, dimming the blood-colored light wherever it went. Without the blood-colored light to suppress it, the lightning exploded, engulfing the Dominic, while Sergio aimed a claw at Dougie's head. Fear me not. Dougie, showing brutal determination, struck Sergio with his massive tail without dodging. Boom! Countless lightning bolts struck Dougie, spreading across his body. ZZZT. Sergio's dragon claws hit Dougie, sparks flying everywhere. Unfortunately, his dragon claws only shattered a few scales on Dougie's forehead, barely managing to do so. Meanwhile, Dougie's tail hit Sergio, sending him deep into the ground, smashing through rock and soil for several miles before stopping. And the Dominic grew even fiercer. Sergio slightly moved his body and hovered back into the air. Looking back, the scales where he was struck by the Dominic showed signs of cracking. Undoubtedly, the true dragon's defenses were formidable. Despite appearing powerless when struck earlier, he was almost unharmed. His form was too small, only 3 zhong, nearly 9 feet, long. Due to the size difference, his earlier claw strike only grazed a few scales on Dougie's body, whereas Dougie's tail strike hit his entire lower body. Continuing a direct confrontation was disadvantageous, perhaps due to being human or some unknown factors, since obtaining the 5-clawed golden dragon bloodline. Regardless of his cultivation level, his dragon form remained consistently 3 zhong in size. Roar! Dougie roared and lunged at Sergio again. Chapter 494. Sweeping away the demon beasts. As Sergio was lost in thought, Dougie roared and lunged at him again. Sergio's eyes turned cold. He swiftly dodged her attack and soared into the sky. First, he needed to return to the surface. Dealing with the Benicio of demon beasts wasn't easy. By returning to the surface, he could maneuver more freely, whether to win or retreat. If he continued battling underground, it would be hard to escape later even if he wanted to. Trying to escape. Dougie's voice turned icy as she instantly spewed streams of bloodlight. In an instant, the bloodlight transformed into blood spheres that multiplied. 2 became 4, 4 became 8, covering the sky as they hurled toward Sergio. Defend? Sergio did not defend but continued accelerating towards the surface. Without defense, a blood sphere immediately struck him. The impact felt like a massive mountain crashing onto him. Seizing this immense force, Sergio sped away even faster. His true dragon form offered formidable defense. Damn! Dougie grew increasingly enraged. She then coiled and pursued Sergio, continuing to bombard him with dense waves of blood spheres. 1 or 2 were no issue, but too many would be overwhelming even for the scales of a true dragon. A larger swarm of blood spheres approached. As Sergio ascended, he glanced back. At least several hundred blood spheres were closing in. Each blood sphere alone wouldn't harm him, but so many would surely cause injuries. He suddenly missed Indira's phoenix fire. The terrifying nature of it would completely counter the blood python. Unfortunately, despite mastering wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, he had no control over fire. In an instant, the blood spheres drew closer. Sergio abruptly halted and roared, "Roar!" With his roar, a wall of water rose from nowhere. Boom, boom, boom. The numerous blood spheres instantly hit the water barrier, which rapidly turned red within visible seconds. In just a breath, the water barrier turned into a blood curtain and then scattered as blood rain. Damn! Dougie grew even more enraged. Within that moment, Sergio had managed to widen the distance between them. Unable to help it, Dougie continued roaring and chasing him. Transforming into a true dragon and still acting so cowardly, you disgrace the true dragon. Merely at the Earth Spirit realm. If you dare, wait until I reach Martial Empress rank before we fight. Sergio did not look back. Dougie's gaze sharpened and quickly turned ferocious. True dragon. He wanted to become one too. A mere 9th rank Earth Spirit Sergio could match him at the 9th rank Martial Empress level thanks to his true dragon form without being overpowered. If he could also transform into a true dragon. With this resolve, Dougie remained silent, relentlessly pursuing him. Whenever Dougie got close, Sergio would summon a water barrier to resist momentarily, then pull away again. At the terrifying speed of his true dragon form, Sergio returned from the subterranean cave to the surface in less than 20 breaths. A faint twitch tugged at the corner of his mouth. He recalled descending 7,000 miles previously, yet he only flew 3,000 miles to resurface, implying these demon beasts had dug tunnels over 4,000 miles deep. Roar, 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 roar. Endless roars echoed. Upon surfacing, Sergio first saw a multitude of demon beasts, only a few land-based, mostly sea-dwelling ones. Surprisingly, there were no Martial Empress-level demon spirits, though there were many Earth Spirit Realm ones. With the appearance of the true dragon and its formidable aura, demon beasts retreated, demon spirits backed off, not suppressed, but recognizing they couldn't win, thus retreating out of fear. Roar. Illuminated by bloodlight, Dougie chased after Sergio, lunging at him. Without hesitation, Sergio flew upward once more. An internal power seemed to shift, following an inexplicable path. 9 Heavens Thunder Prison. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder roared, dark clouds instantly formed over hundreds of miles and then, under Sergio's control, expanded across thousands of miles. With so many demon beasts here, cleansing this area would reduce the threat to Laming City. Roar. Lord, save us. Run fast. Ordinary demon beasts emitted terrified roars while demon spirits wailed and approached Dougie. Unexpectedly, Dougie turned and snarled, "Scatter!" With a chilly snort, divine soul force spread, shattering the souls of the demon beasts and spirits nearby. Then, Dougie looked up at the sky, narrowing his eyes mockingly. The range was too vast. With the might of a martial empress fully wielding the forces of heaven and earth, destroying thousands of miles in one strike wasn't hard. But such a large area meant the power would be dispersed and weakened. Although small, Sergio's true dragon form was powerful. Persistently engaging him, Sergio made it nearly impossible for him to triumph. However, seeing Sergio's foolishness, he didn't mind taking advantage to kill Sergio and absorb his bloodline for evolution. Thus, instead of stopping the formation of the Thunder Prison, he watched it develop. Due to the expansive area, it took a full 3 breaths for the dark clouds to form completely, stretching over 2,000 miles. Lightning surged from the clouds with destructive force, plummeting down. Suddenly, Dougie extended his dragon claws, and a blood spear appeared in his hands. This blood spear wasn't a condensed force, but a real artifact forged by some method, 30 zhang in length. Dougie then lunged into the sky, directly facing the vast Thunder Prison. Dougie showed no fear. The blood spear glowed ominously, dispelling lightning as it moved through it. Within half a breath, Dougie pierced through the Thunder Prison. Sergio's eyes narrowed instantly. Do demon spirits use weapons? Thankfully, he hadn't truly believed the wide-ranging Thunder Prison could suppress Dougie. He intended to destroy the demon beasts below using the prison. Seeing Dougie penetrate the Thunder Prison, he released his control, allowing the Thunder Prison to fall and expand. Without his control, even with the boost of the dragon lineage, the Thunder Prison could last a few breaths at most, losing power rapidly. Yet, lacking any Martial Empress-level demon spirits below, the Thunder Prison would suffice to obliterate all the demon beasts and spirits. Die! Dougie lunged at Sergio with the blood spear, bloodlight shining brightly. Suddenly, Sergio felt an intuition. The blood spear could pierce his dragon scales. Without hesitation, Sergio retreated, avoiding a direct clash. As he withdrew, storms gathered into towering whirlwinds, creating terrifying winds that hindered Dougie's progress. Damn! Dougie's expression darkened with the blood spear in hand. Roar! Ah! Save me! Cries and screams of agony filled the air from the demon beasts. In the depths below, lightning spread everywhere before vanishing. Almost all demon beasts and spirits died. Only a few Earth Spirit Realm spirits survived by unknown means. Glancing briefly, Sergio headed toward Laming City. Dougie, farewell. Chapter 495, Victory over Dougie. Sergio watched as lightning swept through the multitude of demons, leaving only a few lucky Earth Spirit Realm demon spirits alive but gravely wounded. Then, he whispered and turned to leave. His clash with Tad was only because the latter blocked his path, preventing him from leaving. Sergio had also wanted to test whether his true dragon form could match up against the king of demon spirits. The outcome was clear. There was no need for a continued battle with Dougie. Even if they were to fight to the death, wasn't it better to wait until he became a martial emperor and defeat her with overwhelming power? Why struggle to the death now? Dougie roared angrily, thinking of running? Dream on. With a wave of her hand, the blood halberd in her grip flew high into the sky, not attacking Sergio but positioning itself higher. Instantly, the blood halberd multiplied, becoming hundreds that interwove, forming a vast bloody curtain that locked down all directions, blocking Sergio's escape. Sergio paused, turning back. You can't win against me. His vertical pupils gleamed coldly. After several clashes, he knew. His strength was slightly superior to Tad's. The difference was minimal, just a thread. But this slight edge was enough to determine life or death. Dougie smirked. If you were a true dragon of our demonic race, I wouldn't hesitate to bow before you. Alas, you're merely a human stealing the power of my demon spirit clan's true dragon. How long can you maintain it? Sergio's expression turned chilly. Dougie didn't rush into action. Human ants dare to steal our clan's true dragon powers. After today, the true dragon power shall return to us. Delaying time, she didn't feel ashamed. Sergio remained silent. The true dragon form influenced his thoughts, so nearly half of his divine consciousness was spent suppressing this influence. If he did not suppress and guard against it, his thinking would gradually shift towards the demon race. It sounded mystically complex, Even he couldn't clearly articulate the differences between the two races' mindsets, yet he could indeed sense it. Some things are beyond words. After a moment of silence, Sergio's vertical pupils grew indifferent. Dougie, let me leave, and everyone will be happy. Otherwise, this place will be your grave. Suppressing his thoughts, he couldn't use his full strength. In a life-or-death battle, he couldn't match Tad. But if he stopped suppressing, allowing himself to be influenced by the demon mindset, he would definitely win. Moreover, as a python dragon, Tad possessed true dragon bloodline. If Sergio killed and devoured Tad, even if severely injured, he could recover quickly. Even if not fully recovered, as the Bryson of the profound Nether Palace, he had no shortage of healing resources. Worm. Dougie said coldly. Sergio nodded, eyes distant. Insect, seeking death? He lowered his guard against the transformation of his thoughts. Roar. Accompanied by a dragon's cry, Sergio began to circle in the sky. The clouds churned. A dragon's aura began to rise slowly but steadily. Of course, mixed with human blood. The true dragon's pressure lost its suppressive effect. Dougie sensed something wrong and subtly retreated. At this state, Sergio's mood felt peculiar. He was sure he was fine, except for an inexplicable rage toward Tad daring to attack him. A deep-seated indignation. Do you want to run? Sergio narrowed his eyes and lunged at Tad. Seeking death. Dougie halted her retreat and pounced at Sergio, bloodlight spreading across the sky. Sergio neither dodged nor avoided. With a bang, the bloodlight struck Sergio, enveloping him. Dougie furrowed her brows. What's happening? Roar. A dragon's cry echoed as Sergio neared Tad. Through the bloodlight, Dougie saw her bloodlight rapidly corroding Sergio's scales. If this continued, it wouldn't take long for the scales to be entirely corroded. Was this human foolish? Trading such damage for close combat? Though puzzled, Tad lashed its tail at Sergio, claws aiming for Sergio's head and tail, attempting to tear him apart using its size advantage. As Tad's claws approached, contempt rose in Sergio's eyes. In a flash, he appeared on Tad's back. Sharp fangs revealed. He bit down fiercely. These fangs were sharper than the Azure Void Sword. One bite instantly shattered scales, drawing Tad's blood. You're courting death. Dougie moved faster, her voice filled with rage. Actually, the wound was minor. Like a bee sting to a person, not severe but extremely painful. Sergio raised his head, fangs dripping blood, looking more menacing. Insect? Roar. A terrifying dragon cry rang out. The sound did not spread outward but penetrated Dougie's body through the torn wound. Ah, roar. A mournful cry followed as Dougie plummeted toward the ground. Impossible. Upon hitting the ground, Dougie quickly got up. Her demeanor drastically changed. Her aura seemed unsteady. Sergio's eyes glowed with bloodlust as he swooped toward the ground. Moments later, Sergio paused midair, shaking his head. Begone. The cursed human ant. Roaring, Tad, filled with anger and shock, shot a hateful glance at Sergio before escaping as a bloodlight. Sergio shook his head again, whispering, true dragon instinct. Must quickly understand the secret of spirit-grade bloodline. Earlier, his state had been very strange. Given he couldn't leave, he stopped guarding against potential thought transformations, fighting with all his might. Expectedly, he would have fought Dougie to a brutal victory. Unexpectedly, when he stopped guarding against potential thought transformations, another instinct arose. Under this instinct, he understood. Despite the balance between true dragon and human blood, making the dragon's pressure ineffective, he was still a true dragon. Before a true dragon, a mere python serpent had no qualifications or ability to challenge him. Instinctively, he forced through the bloodlight and tore open Dougie's body with his sharpest fangs. Then, the true dragon's sound, coupled with a soul attack, entered Dougie's body through the wound. A dragon roar nearly shattering Dougie's soul. If she weren't only at the 9th tier of the Earth spirit realm, his dragon roar would have extinguished her soul, due to the balance between human and true dragon blood. Even without guarding, his intertwined human mind and true dragon blood made him stop crucially. Had he not stopped, closing in, he surely would have killed Dougie directly. Afterward, Dougie's blood intertwined with the python dragon's blood. If ingested, who knew if he could revert to human? Uncertain, he didn't dare risk it, so he reined in his thoughts. Reining in his thoughts, knowing all previous steps, yet unable to replicate them unless loosening his mind again, he chose to let Dougie leave. Shortly, Sergio shook his head slightly, flying toward Thunder City, concealing his aura. Concealed aura. Even Taoist Yuan couldn't detect his presence. Thunder City, thousands of miles away. Chapter 496, Meeting of the Four Sects. Sergio returned to 1,000 miles away from Thunderclap City. He glanced back, confirming that the Dominic hadn't pursued him. Then, with a shift in his thoughts, he reverted to his human form, his mind becoming increasingly clear. He then took out a teleportation talisman from his storage ring and activated it, directly returning outside the city. Just as he entered the city, Clinton approached. What happened earlier? Surprised internally at the peak condition of a 9th stage Earth spirit, Sergio had made such significant progress in cultivation over the past half-month. Could it be that Sergio provoked the king of spirit beasts again when the Dominic was controlling the group of demons? Sergio smiled, killed some demons. Then he clasped his fists. Elder, I've gained some insights. I shall return now. After speaking, Sergio quickly left. It was time for him to attempt breaking through to Martial Emperor. Clinton hesitated for a moment, slightly shaking his head. Sergio entered the city lord's residence and, from the teleportation array, returned directly to Dark Abyss Palace. Azure Firmament Peak. Edie was still not back from Pill Peak. Sergio stepped into the courtyard, looking up at the sky. Breaking through to Martial Emperor. He knew how to do it. In Sergio's view, breaking through to Martial Emperor was simpler than breaking through to True Martial, Primordial Martial, or Earth Spirit realms. At the True Martial realm, one needed to condense the true meaning of martial path. At the primordial martial realm, one needed to understand the principle of returning to the origin. At the earth spirit realm, one had to understand that mountains and rivers have spirit, heaven and earth have emotions, using this understanding to borrow heavenly power to break through to earth spirit. But for Martial Emperor, it was different. Two key points were required to break through. Firstly, delving deeper into heavenly power, from borrowing to mastering. Secondly, sensing spatial fluctuations. Achieve these two, and one could break through to Martial Emperor. As an earth spirit cultivator, mastering heavenly power might be the simplest part. Most cultivators at the extreme 9th stage earth spirit continuously refined and rapidly mastered heavenly power. Thus, obtaining the strength of half-step Martial Emperor, they were no match for a full Martial Emperor but overwhelmingly powerful compared to 9th stage earth spirit cultivators. Because sensing spatial fluctuations was extremely difficult, just how difficult Sergio didn't know. He only knew that for him, sensing space was simple, because in his dragon form, he naturally sensed the existence of space. In his past, even at the spirit martial stage, he could sense space when transforming into a dragon, let alone now. Frankly speaking, he had already sensed space when he first transformed into a dragon at the spirit martial stage. The terrifying combat power of his dragon form wasn't due to cultivation advancement, but rather an extraordinary manifestation of life's hierarchy. His ability to sense space in dragon form wasn't due to cultivation but simply because dragons seemed inherently able to sense and tear through space. Only because his cultivation and strength weren't enough, he couldn't tear through space. Martial Emperor. With this secluded practice, reaching the Martial Emperor realm is within reach. Murmuring, Sergio slowly closed his eyes, expanding his divine consciousness. Transitioning from borrowing to mastering heavenly power, according to records, any cultivator who breaks through to earth spirit on their own can achieve mastery, though the time taken varies. His divine consciousness began continuously controlling heavenly power, delving deeper. For him, breaking through to Martial Emperor was easier than breaking through to true martial, primordial martial, or earth spirit. In a desolate area of the chaotic region, four figures sat quietly. If a strong cultivator were here, they would be shocked to find that these four were not ordinary people. They were the paramount powerhouses of the Eastern Domain, the controllers of the four great sects. Reginald of Dark Abyss Palace, Swordmaster Dallas of Heaven Severing Pavilion, Lord Emile of Immortal Mountain, and Patriarch Pierre, venerable/respected, of Imperial Polarity Sect. Emile aside, who exuded ethereal grace. Pierre, probably due to the nature of Imperial Polarity Sect, appeared as a towering giant, more robust than two people combined. These four were the heads of the four great sects, the most esteemed four in the Eastern Domain. Yet today, these four gathered here, in the chaotic intersection of the four great sects' territories. Pierre asked, Reginald, what did Sergio do previously by the sea? His voice rumbled like that of a humble man. I don't know, Reginald shook his head. Emile chuckled. Dominic and the Wayne along with other spirit beast kings personally attacked the defensive lines. Now, the defense line has retreated 300,000 miles. If it continues retreating, it will reach the heart of the Eastern Domain. Palace Master Reginald, saying, I don't know isn't enough. Reginald paused momentarily, then whispered, perhaps, we'll give them some lessons. Before anyone could respond, Reginald continued with a chuckle. Before leaving my sect, my disciple was continually attempting to master heavenly power. He might soon break through to Martial Emperor. Swordmaster Dallas and others narrowed their eyes. Martial Emperor? If Sergio truly broke through to Martial Emperor, once he transformed into a dragon, he might possess the might of a martial venerated, also presenting the best chance to cross the sea. Soon, Emile shook his head. Mastering heavenly power is easy, but space is different. Knowing how difficult it is to perceive spatial fluctuations from nothing, you should understand. Reginald wasn't upset. So, Lord Emile's intention is? Emile remained silent. Instead, Swordmaster Dallas, expressionless, spoke. The four sects mobilize troops. Our three sects each contribute 20%, while your Dark Abyss Palace contributes 40% manpower. Reginald calmly responded, that's too much. Should Sergio break through to Martial Emperor in the future, well? Accompanied by laughter, Pierre, with thick brows and large eyes, chimed in, we must always consider the sect, right, Reginald? What if he successfully crosses the sea? Reginald still maintained his calm. But what if he doesn't? Pausing, Swordmaster Dallas added, the benefits cannot be monopolized by your Dark Abyss Palace. 3 possible outcomes for Sergio crossing the sea. 1. Success. 2. Failure and escape back. 3. Failure and being killed by spirit beasts. No one spoke. 3 possibilities, 2 outcomes where Dark Abyss Palace would gain immense power due to Sergio. Emile interjected, Dallas speaks correctly. Our 3 sects are willing to take a risk, and so must your Dark Abyss Palace. This pressure from the spirit beasts is because he went to the seaside. Reginald's eyes narrowed. He could see that Dallas and the others probably pre-discussed this. This joint effort of the 4 sects to repel the spirit beasts. Dark Abyss Palace contributing 40% manpower, the post-mission losses would definitely not be low. Afterward, should Sergio succeed or escape, things would be fine. But if he died to spirit beasts, the losses would be significant. While Dark Abyss Palace wouldn't lose its status among the 4 great sects, its influence would decrease. Accept it? A moment later, Reginald chuckled. Heaven Severing Pavilion and Immortal Mountain each contribute 20%. Pierre, our 2 sects each contribute 30%. Patriarch Pierre's expression remained unchanged. Reason? Reginald's smile faded. The defense line is at your Imperial Polarity Sect. Even if spirit beasts constantly ravage, Dark Abyss Palace will be the last to suffer. Pierre's gaze instantly turned cold. Chapter 497. 3 years, Martial Emperor. Because of Kevin's words and Rufus's gaze, countless cold glances flashed across Rufus's eyes. The 4 major sects each occupied one of the 4 cardinal directions. Shimming Palace was located in the eastern part of the Eastern Domain, while Huangji sect resided at the far western part. And the defense line. The area where it was situated lay between the eastern domain and central domain, guarding the sea between these two domains. The coastal defense line was thus established in the western part of the eastern domain. In other words, the region where the defense line stood, strictly speaking, belonged to the territory of the Huangji sect. With beast demons rampaging wildly, the defense line had retreated hundreds of thousands of miles multiple times. What was lost were all the interests of the Huangji sect. After a moment, Rufus said coldly, "Kevin, my Huangji sect and your Xianxia Palace don't have any significant grievances?" Kevin thought for a moment, then smiled. "That's not quite right. I remember when Sergio just joined our sect and returned from the Spirit Wind Realm. Helping Mario deal with Jamar was Huangji sect's Jude, wasn't it?" Rufus rose and gave a cold snort. Raking up old accounts? His stance suggested that he would start a fight if they didn't agree. Sergio remained seated, smiling and said, 40% is too much. While staying cautious, even though I'm confident in Davistal Su, we must also consider the possibility of his failure and inability to return. I can only contribute 30% of manpower at most. You. Rufus became increasingly furious. Celine laughed. With demon spirits pressing close, quarreling won't solve anything. Kevin, this isn't right of you. This disaster caused by demon spirits was initiated by Sergio. Xianxia Palace has already reaped huge benefits. Why should you care about some casualties? I will only provide 30%. Remember, if my disciple can truly set up a teleportation array in the central domain, the beneficiary will not be limited to Xianxia Palace, Kevin retorted without yielding an inch. Then, Kevin shook his head. As Celine mentioned, there are only 3 possible outcomes for Sergio's crossing of the sea. Pausing, Kevin continued. If he successfully crosses the sea, the situation in the central domain will be uncertain. To establish a foothold there, the 4 sects must put aside past grievances and act together. In this case, your 3 sects would receive great benefits without any risk. Before anyone could react, Kevin added, secondly, if he escapes back, indeed the situation for your 3 sects might become uncomfortable, but just slightly so. Thirdly, if he dies in the sea, then it would be my Xianxia Palace that suffers. Emyel Swordmaster and the others fell silent. Seeing this, Kevin chuckled, ignoring the first outcome where everyone rejoices. The latter 2 outcomes either benefit your 3 sects or my Xianxia Palace. Risks cancel out, and no one would lose. If not for the Blood Dragon and other demon spirits pursuing Sergio, all 4 sects should send equal manpower, not just 30%. Rufus looked deeply at Kevin and said, our 3 sects will divide the remaining 70% of the needed manpower equally. Emyel Swordmaster and Celine frowned. Though unwilling, they finally nodded lightly. That settles it then. Let's get moving. Summon the martial emperors of the sects and teach those ignorant demon spirits a lesson. We'll meet at the defense line. Kevin's figure dispersed into the air. 3 years passed swiftly. During these 3 years, there were no major incidents, except for the demonic beast's relentless attacks. The 4 major sects were enraged, each summoning their martial emperors to the coast. Over 100 martial emperors descended upon the sea, staining it red with blood. More than 30 martial emperors from the 4 major sects lost their lives. And in the sea, besides the revered demon spirit king, most of the demon spirit martial emperors were killed, and countless lower-level demon spirits perished. The rampage ended with 5 wounded demon spirit kings retreating back into the sea. The remaining martial emperors of the 4 major sects established a new defensive line consisting of 23 fortified cities, 3,000 miles away from the sea. This battle made the Eastern Domain realize how formidable the 4 major sects truly were, capable of summoning over 100 martial emperors instantly. These were martial emperors. Aside from the 4 major sects and Sanchalu, there were no martial emperors in the entire Eastern Domain. No one knew how many more martial emperors the 4 major sects hid. It was rumored that due to this battle, Sanchalu, which once spread its influence throughout the Eastern Domain, became suddenly low profile. New Azure Heaven's Peak. A terrifying vortex suddenly appeared above Azure Heaven's Peak. As soon as the vortex appeared, it began to devour the surrounding spiritual energy. The spiritual energy of the entire tiger-lying mountains subtly started to become chaotic because of this vortex. Half a breath later, martial emperors silently appeared outside Azure Heaven's Peak, squinting as they watched the peak. Such a vortex, such an ever-devouring trend. Martial Emperor. Someone on Azure Heaven's Peak was breaking through to become a martial emperor. Several disciples appeared below Azure Heaven's Peak to stand guard, leaving Sergio alone atop the peak. Unknown how long after, a martial emperor murmured, "Hasn't Sergio's age yet surpassed a century?" Another martial emperor whispered, "According to records from Xianxia Palace, since the division of the Shanghai continent and the decline of spiritual energy in the Eastern Domain, there has never been a record of a martial emperor under a century within 10,000 years." Elijah silently appeared, sighing, if Palace Master Otto had waited a few more years, perhaps he wouldn't have missed the chance for Sergio to succeed in reaching the central domain. Perhaps due to the sensitive topic, all the martial emperors who were about to speak closed their mouths. After a moment, Kevin left, saying, "Direct the formation to channel spiritual energy. The spiritual energy near Azure Heaven's Peak is insufficient for him to break through." One by one, the martial emperors disappeared. Then, the protective formation of Xianxia Palace rose. In the small courtyard on Azure Heaven's Peak, Sergio closed his eyes, his mind unfathomable. Subconsciously, his brows furrowed slightly. Desert. He felt as though he was in an extremely arid desert. He knew he was breaking through to become a martial emperor, but the spiritual energy was too scarce. He kept inhaling frantically, forcibly swallowing it, but it still wasn't enough. If this continued, he would likely fail. Once he failed, although it wouldn't entirely block future breakthroughs, it would result in a backlash damaging his foundation. Without decades or even a century of recuperation, another attempt at breaking through would be nearly impossible. Fortunately, not long after, dense waves of spiritual energy rapidly approached. It seemed like a torrential rain was pouring down in the desert. He instinctively ran the great desolate ancestral dragon scripture to accelerate the absorption of spiritual energy, immersing himself once again in the mysterious realm. It might have been a moment, or it might have been countless years. Sergio suddenly opened his eyes and let out a long roar to the sky. Sound waves reverberated. Bang bang bang. Everything within range of the sound waves shattered into pieces. Fortunately, Azure Heaven's peak was high, and there was no one around. Not much damage was done, and the waves were blocked by a formation before spreading far. Realizing this, he instantly stopped roaring and contained his power, causing no loss. Martial Emperor. Sensing the vast and dense spiritual energy within his body, Sergio smiled. After 3 years of seclusion, fully dedicating himself to sensing the power of heaven and earth for 3 whole years without rest, he finally achieved complete control and entered the realm of Martial Emperor. Although he was only at the first stage of Martial Emperor, he was genuinely a true Martial Emperor. In the Eastern Domain, the strongest person was also at the first stage of Martial Emperor. Once he transformed into a dragon, in the vast Eastern Domain, who could match him? On the land of the Eastern Domain, he was now invincible. Chapter 498. Return to the Sea. After breaking through to the Martial Emperor realm, Sergio felt a rare sense of joy well up in his heart. Now, he could be said to be invincible across the entire Eastern Domain. Even if he could not proceed to the Central Domain next, even if he could not break through to the Martial Venerable realm, his name, Sergio, would still reign over the Eastern Domain for 5,000 years. The vast expanse of the Eastern Domain, there was no one who could threaten him anymore. Soon, Sergio's smile faded, and he called out softly, Master. Following the ripples, Kevin Yao appeared on the Qingming Peak. Even as a dragon, Sergio still couldn't match Kevin Yao, let alone withstand a single move from him. If he were to transform into a dragon, having experienced battles with spirit beast kings, Sergio knew that the outcome would be reversed, and Kevin Yao wouldn't stand a chance against him. Of course, this was only a fleeting thought. He wouldn't really fight Kevin Yao. Once a master, always a father, he owed his smooth cultivation path to Kevin Yao's protection. The adversary he faced now was the Dominic. With his current cultivation, even spirits like Dougie would not be a match for him. With the strength of a martial venerable dragon body, if he could slay all the spirit martial emperors in the sea, his cultivation would surely increase at a terrifying rate. Perhaps within just a few years, he could reach the 9th level of the martial emperor realm. Spirits, Dougie and other spirit kings had targeted him multiple times in the past, leaving him powerless to retaliate. Now, it was time to settle the score. Looking at Kevin Yao again, he seemed slightly lost in thought. He has truly broken through to the martial emperor realm, a martial emperor under 100 years old. After a moment, Kevin Yao softly asked, Your foundation is solid, and some key points don't need me to remind you any further. What are your plans next? After becoming a holy son, comes the master of the Abyssal Palace. In the past, there were many holy sons of the Abyssal Palace, but most couldn't defeat the previous master, so if the predecessor didn't retire, most holy sons ended up becoming elders. Originally, Emilio's lifespan was limited. As the holy son, once Emilio passed away, Sergio would naturally become the master. Unfortunately, Emilio set up a plot and ultimately died. At that time, Sergio's cultivation was lower, and Kevin Yao took the position. Now, as the master of the Abyssal Palace, Kevin Yao still had a long lifespan ahead of him. Unless Kevin Yao chose to retire, Sergio either needed to defeat him according to the traditions of the Abyssal Palace or turn into an elder instead. Plans. Accompanied by murmurs, Sergio spoke, Master, I wish to go by the seaside first. Whether he became the master or not was no longer too important to Sergio. With enough power, he now only wanted to go to the sea for revenge. Additionally, he also wanted to explore the Central Domain. The Martial Emperor realm was not the end of the cultivation path. Just when he broke through to the Martial Emperor realm, he clearly felt the insufficiency of spiritual energy. Had it not been for the protective formation of the Abyssal Palace, continuously channeling the spiritual energy from the entire Wuxia mountain range into Qingming Peak, he definitely wouldn't have successfully broken through to the Martial Emperor realm. The seas are fine too. Pausing, Kevin Yao looked over the mountains and rivers with hands behind his back. There is something you should know? He did not say anything else but spoke about a certain agreement he had with the sky-cleaving pavilion. Regarding Sergio's crossing of the sea, and more, how extraordinary his transformation into a dragon was. In the Eastern Domain, it was okay. But if one day he could truly cross the sea to reach the destination, unless in life and death situations, it shouldn't be easily used. After all, in the Eastern Domain, the Abyssal Palace was one of the 4 great sections. No matter how monstrous Sergio's behavior, the Abyssal Palace could protect him, ensuring his safety, and no one dared to harm him in secret. However, the Central Domain was different. An untamed genius, if they died before growing fully, would simply remain a common corpse. Kevin Yao, who usually spoke very concisely, unusually talked non-stop for nearly an hour. Finally, Kevin Yao warned, going to seek revenge this time is fine. If you want to cross the sea, remember, wait until your cultivation reaches its peak before doing so. The sea is the territory of the spirits, filled with dangers. Once you delve deep into the sea, even martial venerable spirits are not lacking. Sergio bowed, I understand, not showing any impatience. Seeing this, Kevin Yao nodded slightly, feeling a bit nostalgic inside. From today onward, he no longer needed to guide this disciple. This is why he unusually poured out everything he considered important. After chatting a little more, Kevin Yao left the Qingming Peak. Sergio pondered for a while, then flew toward the mission hall. It was time for revenge. Flying along the way, Sergio's eyes still showed a hint of joy. If he could slay the Spirit King this time, continuously kill Spirit Martial Emperors, even kill a few Spirit Kings, he might rapidly break through to the 9th level of the Martial Emperor realm within a few years. Edge of the sea. Sergio quietly stood by the seashore, gazing at the calm sea, squinting his eyes. When he teleported here, He realized that previously, the combined forces of 4 sects, over 100 martial emperors descended on the defense line, forcing the spirits out. The cost was nearly 10 martial emperors of the Abyssal Palace dying. The other 3 sects together lost over 20 martial emperors. Perhaps because the sea was too vast, according to information from the Starfire Hall, countless spirit beasts and creatures below the martial emperor realm were slaughtered, and their blood turned the sea red. But now standing by the sea, the water was clear, almost without a trace of blood. Shortly after, Sergio stepped into the sea. While they could not nourish themselves by killing humans, I can use your bones as a path, aiding my swift progress. Let's see if your remains will help me swiftly break through to the 9th level of the martial emperor realm. As a dragon, even spirit kings could not withstand a single strike from his dragon body. With this ability, Sergio believed that he could wipe out the coastal waters by himself. It would only take a bit of time. Entering the sea, Sergio sensed subtly, quickly detecting a martial emperor level spirit. With considerable strength, a 3rd level martial emperor spirit. Sergio's figure flashed, parting the seawater and rapidly descending. Dozens of miles deep underwater, a spider-like beast lay motionless on a reef at the bottom of the sea. From a distance, cracks were visible on the spider's back, with blood seeping out. A faint glow shimmered from these cracks. Clearly, the spider was healing. White Jade Spider, 3rd level martial emperor. After a short while, the White Jade Spider suddenly opened its eyes upon noticing Sergio. Human, you are injured. It seems the spirits in the sea were indeed heavily damaged. Murmuring, Sergio stopped 30 yards away from the White Jade Spider. Upon fully seeing Sergio, the White Jade Spider's pupils shrank instantly. It's you? Ordinary spirits might think the spirit incursion was solely aimed at humans. But martial emperor spirits like it knew that the invasion was purely a release of anger from the spirit kings, who failed to achieve their objectives. Sergio was the target of many spirit kings, the legendary Sergio with true dragon blood. Soon, the White Jade Spider slowly rose. Davistal human, you dare enter the sea. He intended to devour Sergio. Though injured, if he could devour Sergio, perhaps he could gain the true dragon lineage as well. Hashtag chapter 499, the Celestial Demon Royal Clan. Although the White Jade Spider was injured, it did not believe Sergio could defeat it. It decided to devour Sergio. Perhaps it could obtain the true dragon bloodline. Strike. Sergio raised his hand and withdrew the flowing cloud sword, releasing waves of sword chi. Despite the heavy seawater, it could not impede the power of the numerous sword chi. A mere 1st-rank martial emperor, courting death. Still in contemplation, the White Jade Spider ignored the multiple strands of sword chi and pounced towards Sergio. Boom boom boom. Countless sparks appeared on the surface of the sea. The sword chi struck the jade-like exterior of the White Jade Spider, but failed to break through its defenses. As it drew closer, Sergio flashed into motion, instantly appearing on the back of the White Jade Spider, driving the flowing cloud sword deep inside. Even with the sharpness of the flowing cloud sword, it only managed to penetrate halfway. Ah, you will die. The White Jade Spider was thoroughly enraged as countless claws lunged towards Sergio. Too close, too many claws. Sergio activated the spiritual attire he wore. Boom boom boom. Sergio was instantly knocked flying, crashing dozens of feet away before stabilizing himself. The White Jade Spider did not hesitate and, taking advantage of Sergio being thrown off guard, its monstrous maw bit down towards him. Sergio raised his hand, causing the flowing cloud sword to vanish from the spider's back and reappear in his grasp. He held the sword upright in front of him as a shield. With a boom, Sergio was once again flung away. Die! The White Jade Spider continued to pursue him. A 3rd-rank martial emperor indeed isn't simple. Sergio used spiritual energy to forcibly regain control of his body and dodged using Snow Shadow, swiftly retreating. During this battle, he suddenly realized his flaw. The power brought by transforming into a dragon was too strong. Either he was overwhelmingly powerful, or somewhat weak. At this moment, if he didn't transform into a dragon, he found it challenging to take down this White Jade Spider. If others knew about this, they might be infuriated enough to spit blood. Though the White Jade Spider was injured, it was still a 3rd-rank martial emperor. The higher one's cultivation, the greater the gap between realms. Additionally, due to their far superior physical strength compared to humans, once a spirit gained wisdom, its strength generally surpassed that of a human at the same level. The White Jade Spider's injuries clearly did not impact its strength significantly. Sergio, at a 1st-rank martial emperor level, had been hit so many times without injury while managing to wound the White Jade Spider with the flowing cloud sword. A feat only the most extraordinary geniuses could achieve. The White Jade Spider roared again. Roar roar roar. The sound was piercing, striking directly at the soul. Foolish mimicry. Sergio clasped his hands together in a lotus position, creating a glowing barrier that blocked out the roar entirely. Truly remarkable, the human sought after by the rulers of various seas. The White Jade Spider pounced at Sergio again, moving faster than when Sergio used Snow Shadow. We can't waste time. There are too many sea spirits here. If we fight for too long, it might attract unwanted attention. Speaking low, Sergio withdrew the Azure Abyss sword and delivered a strike. After 10 years of perfection, the hidden sword technique reached its pinnacle. As the White Jade Spider closed in, sensing the terrifying power, it desperately roared, "Ruler!" Its voice spread out over an unknown distance. Then, the sword light descended, splitting the White Jade Spider in two. Sergio waved his hand, placing the corpse into his storage ring and quickly surfaced. This place wasn't suitable for absorption. Although failing to absorb the power immediately after killing the spirit meant its strength would dissipate rapidly, especially its essence, it would be even more troublesome if surrounded by spirits during absorption. Approximately 30 breaths later, several shadows approached this coral reef. 5 sea spirits appeared simultaneously here. Soon, their gazes fell upon a spot where blood had yet to completely dissipate due to the short duration. One spirit spoke up soon, white jade spider, dead. A merman sensed for a while and whispered, the concealed sword technique of the Eastern Mystic Palace. That single strike obliterated the white jade spider's soul before it could escape. The merman, half human above, half fish below. Accurately speaking, it was a siren, a race renowned for their soul attacks and illusions. In other words, the siren souls were incredibly strong. Another spirit growled, cursed humans, white jade spider guarded this area to prevent ignorant spirits from reaching the shore. Yet humans came here and killed him. Do they truly think our seas fear them? The siren spirit murmured, Sergio, I sense his aura. That human who supposedly transformed into a spirit-level bloodline. Several martial emperor spirits narrowed their eyes. The siren looked around and turned away. That human doesn't seem like a regular human, very strange. You informed Dougie. I don't wish to get involved. Since the Eastern humans have retaliated and the defense lines are restored, let bygones be bygones. The siren took out a radiant object and vanished, employing some kind of teleportation technique. The remaining martial emperors exchanged glances, puzzled. Soon, one whispered, being of the celestial demon royal clan, why such a reaction? Another spirit shook its head, I don't know. Previously, ruler Armando commanded the invasion of the Eastern territories along with 4 other rulers, forcing the Eastern forces to retreat 30,000 miles. Before the Eastern counterattack, it is rumored that this stirred the depths of the seas, leading to rumors that human supremes were aware and dispatched envoys to negotiate with our royal clan, which led to the investigation. Do you think Leader Armando's response is because she is royalty and hence chose to overlook this matter since it was Leader Armando who first broke the agreement? Go inform the leader, let them decide. 3 months passed in a blink, somewhere in the seas. Though 3 months was a short time, the sea spirits were unusually enraged. During these 3 months, Sergio continuously entered the sea to slay spirits, transforming into a dragon to overpower stronger opponents. With Thunderclap City's defense line only 3,000 miles from the coast, he carried the corpses back to Thunderclap City after each kill. In just 3 months, Sergio had slain over 20 martial emperor spirits, advancing from 1st rank martial emperor to 3rd rank. Had it not been for the rapid dissipation of essence and spirit from the corpses, Sergio's cultivation might have reached 4th or 5th rank martial emperor within these 3 months. Another day, somewhere in the sea, a spirit's eyes glowed red. Sergio. It had an alligator head, and its torso was snake-like, limbless. Not far away, Sergio licked his lips, 6th rank martial emperor. Using you as nourishment, reaching 4th rank martial emperor is imminent. You seek death. The spirit trembled with rage and fear. Indeed, few spirits remained in these seas now. Once, under Dougie's command, 5 sea rulers attacked the defenses, accompanied by their martial emperors. But then the Eastern forces counterattacked, causing massive casualties among sea spirits. Later, members of the royal clan from deeper waters arrived to investigate. Although the other 4 rulers did not leave, the martial emperors under their command returned to their respective seas. Chapter 500, Crushing the King of Spirit Beasts. The counterattack from the eastern region resulted in heavy casualties among the sea's inhabitants. Due to investigations by members of the royal family deep within the seas, although the other 4 kings of spirit beasts remained, the martial emperors under their command had returned to their respective territories. Simply put, Dougie's subordinate martial emperors had already suffered some losses. In these 3 months, more than 20 spirit beast martial emperors were killed by Sergio. Now, there were no more martial emperors in this sea. 2 days ago, when Dougie summoned her spirit beasts, he was the only remaining martial emperor under her command. The rest had been killed by Sergio. If not for his accomplishments over the past 3 months, he would have believed that with his 6th-tier martial emperor cultivation, Sergio would be no match for him. However, due to those 3 months, he knew he couldn't fight Sergio and would surely die if they engaged in battle. Initially, he wanted to hide in Dougie's blood crystal palace, but Dougie ordered him to patrol the sea, so he had no choice but to comply. He did not expect to encounter Sergio so soon. Sergio did not rush into action but asked curiously, I heard that after the 4 sects combined retaliation, although there were many casualties, nearly 70 injured spirit beast martial emperors eventually returned to the sea. Logically, there should be many martial emperors here. Why did I only find you after searching for half a month? The more he fought, the harder it became to find martial emperor spirit beasts. This time, it took him a whole month to find just one. Sensing a conversation might help, the spirit beast hastily said, Sergio, retreat now, or my king will unleash endless beast waves upon the shore. Just as Sergio was about to respond, he caught sight of another presence, an approaching aura of a martial emperor spirit beast. There were 5 of them coming, unhidden and rapidly closing in. The kings of spirit beasts, the 5 kings were here. Leader, save me. The spirit beast also sensed the incoming auras and fled toward them. Should he engage? Sergio did not hurry but followed them. If he didn't transform into a dragon, he wouldn't be able to capture that spirit beast. Since Dougie and others were here, he would wait until all the spirit beasts gathered and then take them all at once. He could now transform into a dragon, making him even more terrifying. Even the kings of spirit beasts were no match for him. 20 breaths later, the fleeing spirit beast joined forces with the 5 kings of spirit beasts. Dougie sneered at the terrified martial emperor spirit beast. Worthless. The spirit beast did not retort, but hurriedly moved behind Dougie. At this moment, Sergio finally arrived. Dougie raised her gaze. Human insect, you've been quite arrogant these past 3 months. Judo Shirhun Snake said, we've finally caught him. Let's attack together, kill him, and feast on his flesh. Armando. Sergio did not waste time. He activated his bloodline and instantly transformed into a dragon form. A terrifying pressure spread. Martial ancestor, the 5 kings of spirit beasts' expressions changed dramatically. Sergio, in his dragon form, narrowed his eyes. This is too easy. Once, you nearly drove me to desperation. Now, you are so weak. Soon, Dougie coldly shouted, delay time. He cannot maintain the true dragon's power for long. Once he runs out of strength, he dies. 100 Zhonglong Dominic spewed bloody light across the sky. The other 4 kings of spirit beasts also attacked. Armando. Sergio looked at the blood light and roared. Puff! The bodies of the 5 kings of spirit beasts began to crack subtly. The 6th tier martial emperor spirit beast was directly killed by the dragon roar. Die! Sergio flashed next to the flame leopard and seized its back with a dragon claw. The 9th tier martial emperor spirit beast flame leopard was torn in 2 by Sergio. Before the mini version of the flame leopard's divine soul could escape, it was shattered by another dragon roar. Dougie and the other kings of spirit beasts turned pale and retreated. Sergio grinned ferociously, revealing fangs, and lunged at the Seth. He sensed the flame leopard was the weakest, followed by the Seth. Seth, filled with fear, rushed towards the Wayne. Save me! Notably, the previous patrol was a deliberate act to locate Sergio, but they hadn't expected the outcome to go awry. They couldn't delay, nor were they any match for Sergio. Croak! The Wayne, seeing Sergio's terrifying 3 Zhonglong true dragon body, emitted a frog-like sound. Ripples spread around them. Sergio's eyes narrowed. Spatial powers. Indeed, the Wayne was an exotic beast capable of mastering space abilities normally reserved for martial ancestors. Next, Dougie and Jiutou Shihun Snake glanced at each other and suddenly attacked Seth, forcing it to retreat. Then they both approached the Wayne. Sergio closed in, tearing off Seth's wings with one claw, and with a tail swipe, split it in 2. A dragon roar shattered its divine soul. Without bothering with the corpse, Sergio released a bolt of lightning. Sergio, you'll regret this. You will have no place to hide in this boundless world. Dougie roared. Spatial ripples spread. The 3 spirit beasts vanished without a trace. The Wayne forcefully used spatial powers to tear through space and flee. Thanks to his current cultivation and dragon form, Sergio faintly sensed the direction of the Wayne's teleportation. His mental perception spread instantly over 3,000 li, locating the Wayne and Dougie at all just beyond that distance. As he was about to pursue, the Wayne seemed aware of Sergio's mental range and tore through space again. Sergio frowned. Although he was fast, he couldn't match the speed of spatial rupture, and the spatial disturbances quickly subsided. By the time he arrived, he probably wouldn't sense where the Wayne had teleported to. After a moment, Sergio returned to human form and sighed. Enough. 3 corpses are sufficient. 2 kings of spirit beast corpses and 1 6th tier martial emperor's corpse. He would start consuming immediately. Delaying would cause the essence to dissipate, rendering them less beneficial. Moreover, his dragon transformation lasted for a limited time. Return to land? Thinking for a moment, Sergio gave up. It was too far. He had spent half a month searching the deep sea. He was at least 500,000 li from land. By the time he carried the corpses back, much of the essence would be lost, leaving only blood retaining power. By then, the 3 corpses might not even help him break through to the 4th tier of martial emperor. Unfortunately, if not for the dilution of the true dragon's pressure by human blood, which can no longer suppress spirit beasts, just these 2 kings of spirit beasts would suffice to elevate me to at least the 7th tier of martial emperor. With a sigh, Sergio carried the corpses away to consume them elsewhere. When the spirit beasts were alive, their essence was most potent. Upon death, it quickly dissipated. For optimal efficiency, he needed to severely injure and consume them immediately. Lacking the dragon pressure, he had to kill the spirit beasts first, and then use the grand desolate ancestral dragon cannon to absorb the corpses, resulting in the loss of much power. Elsewhere, the Wayne, along with Dougie and Jiutou Shihun Snake, ripped through space several times. Chapter 501. Dougie with a complicated background. The star-devouring beast carried Dougie and the 9-headed soul-devouring python, continuously tearing through space. After escaping nearly 20,000 miles, they stopped ripping through space and instead relied on their own cultivation to break through. After another 100,000 miles, covering almost 120,000 miles in total, they finally stopped. After stopping, the 3 demonic spirits exchanged glances, their faces grim. They had intended to encircle and kill Sergio but ended up being crushed by him. They only managed to find an opportunity to escape by using the Azure Wing Tiger to temporarily hold off Sergio. Soon enough, the 9-headed soul-devouring python looked at the Dominic and said, Dougie, if not for your greed and selfishness 3 years ago, we 5 demonic spirits working together wouldn't have allowed Sergio any chance to escape. And now he has grown to this extent. His words were filled with anger. 3 years ago, when Dougie tried to intercept Sergio without success, that incident could not be hidden from them. Dougie's 100-jong dragon body remained silent. Seeing this, the 9-headed soul-devouring python sneered, well, isn't it great now? That human ant, even now that his cultivation has broken through, transforming into a true dragon, we can't even be his match. You won't even get to feast on a part of him now. The star-devouring beast was annoyed. Enough, stop arguing. The 9-headed soul-devouring python, though still angry, fell silent. The star-devouring beast was also a king of demonic spirits, and they had owed their escape largely to its talent. After a long silence, the star-devouring beast looked around. The Azure Wing Tiger and the Flame Leopard are dead. Although they were land beasts, once they entered the sea, they were our kin, deeply enshrined sea lords. Their deaths require explanation. The 9-headed soul-devouring python spoke. What can we say? We didn't kill them. The news can't be hidden. We should tell our seniors inside the clan about the true dragon's blood. Humph. Once venerable martial emperors descend. What is that, oral? A true dragon challenging a venerable? Ridiculous. He won't even have time to transform into a dragon before they arrive. By the end of his speech, the 9-headed soul-devouring python was seething again. It's infuriating. Once our clan's experts arrive, the true dragon's blood will have nothing to do with us. It's infuriating, infuriating. He became enraged, roaring, Dougie, if not for your stubbornness causing you to lose the initiative, How wonderful it would have been if I could have swallowed him whole. Now we gain nothing. Roar. As he roared, all 9 heads opened their eyes, emitting intangible ripples. Roar. The star-devouring beast growled lowly. The 9-headed soul-devouring python forcibly suppressed his rage. Meanwhile, Dougie, after a long silence, suddenly opened her mouth and spat out a pearl. Looking at the pearl for a while, Dougie's eyes gleamed coldly. I will inform the elders of my dominant clan. He gets the largest share. This failure is indeed due to my overconfidence. Whatever remains of the true dragon's parts, including any remaining blood, will be divided equally among us. The star-devouring beast and the 9-headed soul-devouring python hurriedly asked, will he agree? The Dominic did not speak, but activated the pearl. Soon, the pearl shimmered and transformed into a towering light screen. In the screen, a massive Dominic head larger than Dougie appeared. The Dominic head chuckled. Snow, have you reconsidered and decided to return to the inner sea? If you've thought it through, just come back. There's no need to argue. In our Dominic clan. Before finishing, the head saw the 9-headed soul-devouring python and the star-devouring beast beside Dougie and fell silent. Dougie paused for a moment and murmured, second uncle. Senior Blood Davis. The 9-headed soul-devouring python and the star-devouring beast hurriedly bowed. Casting a glance at Dougie, both felt shocked. This was Dougie's background? According to their information, Dougie had caused some trouble and was exiled here, banished. This place was too close to the Eastern Domain. Therefore, the coastal region of the Eastern Domain lacked sufficient spirit energy. The humans of the Eastern Domain couldn't break through to the martial venerable stage, and correspondingly, demonic spirits couldn't either. Dominics were royalty among demonic spirits. Being exiled to the eastern coast despite being royalty meant Dougie had incurred enormous disaster. Hence, even as royalty, other sea lords never feared Dougie. But, unexpectedly, the Dominic in the screen turned out to be Dougie's second uncle. Humans might not know the specifics, but they couldn't hide this information. The Dominic in the screen, named Blood Davis, was at the 9th level martial venerable stage. Moreover, Blood Davis controlled the entire coastal area near the Eastern Domain with his 9th level martial venerable strength. Besides his personal power far exceeding peers, Blood Davis was trusted by the high ranks of the Dominic clan. Looking at the screen again, the large Dominic was silent for a moment before asking, what is it? His voice became somewhat distant. Dougie replied icily, second uncle, come to the Eastern Domain to kill someone. The Dominic fell silent for a while before speaking, kid. You united 4 sea commanders and advanced 30,000 miles into the Eastern Domain. This matter has already reached the inner sea. If not for your parents resisting pressure within the inner sea and the Dominic clan's considerable strength, you would already be executed. Now, you want second uncle to go to the Eastern Domain to kill someone? Without waiting for a reply, the Dominic continued icily, others may not understand, but don't you see the delicate balance between our demonic spirits and humans? If second uncle truly goes to the Eastern Domain to kill, the Imperial clan will seize the opportunity to eliminate anyone related, including your parents and me. Your potential to lead our Dominic clan back to greatness is immense, yet you've become so foolish after years of exile. Dougie met his gaze unwaveringly. Second uncle, are there other demonic spirits nearby? The Dominic's eyes narrowed, and soon a blood glow enveloped him. Speak, the Dominic said. Dougie murmured, true dragon's blood. The person I want second uncle to kill has true dragon's blood. By human classification, it is currently spirit tier. This is the best time to obtain the true dragon's blood. What? The Dominic exclaimed in surprise. Initially, the Dominic's eyes turned furious. Damn it. Why didn't you say this earlier? With your lineage, obtaining it would surely allow you to transform into a true dragon. Since it's your fortune, do you think second uncle would compete with you? You haven't learned anything during your years of exile. Damn brat. Dougie remained silent. After thinking for a while, the Dominic sneered, human clans pressuring through the Imperial clan and leveraging our clan's power. This situation will result in the Imperial clan acting against our Dominic clan. I cannot go to the Eastern Domain. It would cause significant disaster. I'll send trusted helpers to assist you. Dougie opened her mouth slightly and murmured after a pause, after this, I will return to the inner sea. 3 days later, somewhere in the sea, under Sergio's feet lay withered corpses. The corpses of the Flame Leopard and the 6th level Martial Emperor demonic spirit were already desiccated, and the Azure Wing Tiger was about to join them. Sergio's cultivation was already at the 5th level Martial Emperor. Once he completely devoured the Azure Wing Tiger, his cultivation would reach the 6th level. A short while later. Sergio, who had closed his eyes to devour using the great desolate ancestral dragon scripture, abruptly opened his eyes, slightly surprised. Chapter 502. The Martial Venerable arrives. Sergio was in the midst of devouring the Azure Wing Tiger when he suddenly opened his eyes with a hint of shock and suspicion. He felt an overwhelming sense of unease, as if a great danger was approaching. What's going on? Currently, even powerful spirit kings like Dougie were no match for him. Where could this great danger come from? A Martial Venerable Spirit King? According to Darren's account, Spirit Kings did indeed have ranks up to Martial Venerable and even Martial Emperor, but those formidable beings dwelled in the deepest parts of the ocean and never came close to land. The ominous sensation grew more intense. After some contemplation, Sergio glanced down at the partially devoured corpse and gritted his teeth slightly before leaping towards the sea surface. No matter what, since the martial Tao essence warned him, there must be a reason. Better to leave first. Unexpectedly, the perceived danger did not lessen as he retreated. Instead, it intensified. By the time Sergio reached the water's surface, he felt a chill running down his spine. What was happening? Pausing briefly, Sergio gritted his teeth again and activated his bloodline. Roar! With a dragon's cry, Sergio transformed into a dragon. Floating over the sea, he scanned the surroundings but saw no signs of danger. In an instant, Sergio's pupils constricted. He sensed Dougie's presence approaching at an incredibly terrifying speed, faster than even his own dragon form. It wasn't Dougie moving on her own, but another spirit king carrying her. The aura was that of a realm above the martial sovereign. Martial Venerable, 7th level. As a true dragon, Sergio could clearly perceive the 7th level Martial Venerable aura. This was not good. Sergio sprang forward, instantly turning back toward the land. Actually detected. A low voice murmured. Sergio abruptly halted. In front of him, space fractured and the Spirit King appeared with Dougie, covering over 10,000 miles of ocean in an instant. The Spirit King resembled a tad, but was not one. It had the head and body of a tad without the 4 legs. It seemed more like a python covered in tad skin, an unknown species. Dougie snarled, "Kill him." The Spirit King looked at Sergio. True dragon's blood? Before its words ended, it attacked. Bloodlight spread out. Sergio roared, "Roar." The Spirit King was about to sneer, but then thought of something and spat out bloodlight, forming a protective barrier around Dougie. Martial Venerable. Murmuring, Sergio quickly sped toward the land. A genuine Martial Venerable. He might not be able to fight this. The Martial Venerable Spirit King sneered, "Can you escape?" Invisible ripples spread out. Break. Sergio whipped his tail. Ripples dispersed, annihilating the ripples blocking his path. He accelerated towards the land. The Martial Venerable instinctively prepared to tear through space to chase after him. But when he moved, he frowned. The space was already unstable due to Sergio's power rivaling a Martial Venerable. If he tore through the space, he would likely be caught in chaotic currents. Spatial chaos was terrifying. Even he couldn't resist it. Under normal circumstances, space was like calm water. When disturbed, it became like turbulent waves. "Underestimated you," murmured the Martial Venerable, giving chase. Unexpectedly, although Sergio was slower, he wasn't far behind. For a while, the Spirit King couldn't catch up. The Martial Venerable coldly hummed, "Human oral, why struggle?" Sergio remained silent, focused on reaching the land. If it were a 6th level Martial Venerable, he could maintain a stalemate as a true dragon. But against a 7th level Martial Venerable, he'd definitely lose. After about half an hour, land was finally within sight. With the Martial Venerable now within range, Sergio entered his attack area. "Want to return to Donghua, laughable?" The Martial Venerable coldly snorted. Splash. Countless seawater splashes flew out, followed by numerous blood-red giant pythons emerging from the sea, lunging towards Sergio. These were condensed forms of immense power, each capable of killing any being under 4th level Martial Venerable, totaling hundreds in just half a breath. Sergio roared, "Break." Boom. Countless lightning bolts instantly spread out, covering tens of miles. Although the giant pythons weren't destroyed, they were all momentarily paralyzed. Die. The Martial Venerable swiftly approached Sergio, opening a massive mouth and blasting a pillar of blood light towards him. Sergio hesitated for a moment but didn't engage, opting to fly towards the land instead. Boom! The blood pillar struck Sergio, causing lightning to spread out. At the moment of impact, Sergio used lightning to diminish most of the pillar's force. Then, using the remaining power to boost his speed by a third, he leaped faster towards the land. This increased the distance between them. Cursed. The Martial Venerable's expression changed as he hurriedly chased after him. But Sergio used the thrust to pull away, keeping the Martial Venerable temporarily at bay. Several flashes later, they entered the land's range. The Martial Venerable stopped at the edge of the coast, staring intently at Sergio's disappearing silhouette, his gaze dark. He was confident that within 10 breaths, he could catch up again. But defenses? Even minor defensive formations were fragile against him. Even if there were teleportation arrays in the defenses, Sergio wouldn't be able to escape once pursued. An unrelenting chase would lead to Sergio's certain death, but Sergio couldn't always remain a dragon. However, this was just a hypothetical scenario. Ahead lay the land. Despite nothing in the land stopping him from advancing, the current situation among the Spirit King clans was too delicate. If it weren't for the previous invasion by the Tad and the flood of beasts, he could have simply crushed any resistance. However, due to Dougie's actions, human defenses retreated 300,000 miles. The aftermath had yet to settle. If he truly set foot on land, it would inevitably bring trouble upon the Tad clan. On land. Abandoned? Sergio turned to look at the sea after approaching Thunderclap City, surprised. He saw the enormous Martial Venerable Spirit King standing in the water, not entering the land. He couldn't quite understand this. Thinking for a moment, Sergio rapidly headed towards the teleportation array. No matter what, better to leave now and return once things calm down. By the seaside. After some time, Dougie arrived. "Why did you stop pursuing?" The Martial Venerable was silent for a moment before replying. He returned to the land. "Continue chasing." Dougie was somewhat annoyed. Shaking his head slightly, the Martial Venerable explained. "Your previous invasion with the Beast Tide has caused far greater waves than you anticipated. If I enter the land and kill him, should news leak, it would bring great disaster to the Tad clan. And even if you transform into a true dragon, you need to know, you're still weak and will lack time to grow if given an excuse by the royal clans." Dougie clenched her teeth. Isn't our Tad clan allied with some royal clans? Chapter 503. The Yull are shocked. Facing the Jacksons' response, Dougie was not satisfied. There are also human experts putting pressure. After speaking, the Jackson smiled and said, "Once the news leaks, those who covet true dragon blood will not be just you." Dougie remained silent. The Yowling clan situation was unpredictable. Although the Tad had made friends with some royal families, many royal families had oppressed him. He had been exiled here due to conflicts in the past, ultimately choosing this place to resolve unnecessary disputes. And now, if the Jackson were to enter the eastern domain, the royal Yowling clans that despise the Tad would certainly not miss this opportunity, especially with human experts joining forces. Under these circumstances, even the royal families allied with the Tad would find it hard to help. Soon, Dougie's eyes turned icy cold. The eastern domain is ultimately a weak place. I don't believe that Oral can hide there forever. The Jackson nodded slightly. Indeed. The current environment of the eastern domain cannot support him breaking through to Wu Zun. If he wants to head for the central domain, he will have to come here. Dougie nodded slightly. Before long, she grew somber. He transformed into a true dragon to steal its power and fight Wu Zun. If he breaks through to Reese 9th tier and ventures out to sea, then his strength. The Jackson became bloodthirsty. No problem. With the recent unrest, I can't conveniently enter the eastern domain. Once it settles down, stealing is still stealing, not his inherent power. His plan was simple. Wait for the turmoil to pass, which might take decades, but waiting a few decades was feasible. Sergio breaking through? So what if he does? The sea is the domain of the Yaelings. Once the chaos ends, Xue Davis may personally take action. Even if Sergio transforms into a true dragon, he can only tangle with Xue Davis. Once Sergio resumes human form, Xue Davis could kill a Reese with a single breath. Realizing this, Dougie looked at the land of the eastern domain. Her gaze cold. Human oral, your bloodline belongs to me. The Jackson pondered for a while before speaking. Young master, you've been exiled here long enough. Why not go to the outer sea first? With your foundation, entering the outer sea will provide sufficient spirit energy, making it not difficult to break through to Wu Zun. I will remain here to guard this place. Unless they come, they won't escape my notice. Dougie thought for a moment and shook her head. I won't go to the outer sea. I'll seek Uncle too, leaving the rest to you. The Jackson laughed. It's within my duties. Young master, regaining sharpness, even death would be satisfying. By the way, because of the unrest in the eastern domain, some merfolk royals have yet to leave the king's side. Some royal remarks may be unpleasant. Please remember to be patient. Dougie paused for a moment and then sped away. I understand. Merfolk, HMPF, if it weren't for their good fortune to have a heavenly demon, mere worthless merfolk wouldn't qualify as royalty. I will eventually devour all of them. A heavenly demon is not a realm but a noble title. Xianming Palace. After entering Thunder City, Sergio told Cody to be cautious. Without any delay, immediately returned to Xianming Palace via teleportation array. At the Fire Star Hall teleportation array. As soon as Sergio returned, streams of divine thoughts swiftly enveloped him, all from RHYSS of Xianming Palace. 80% of the palace's divine thoughts focused on him. Even though just divine thoughts, Sergio sensed countless astonishment, bewilderment, and confusion. Soon, the voice of the Yul sounded, come to Non-Phase Peak. Sergio's figure flashed, dashing toward Non-Phase Peak. Non-Phase Peak, atop the mountain. Although already at Reese 5th tier, Sergio did not become arrogant. He greeted respectfully as always, Master. The Yul, with surprise, stared at Sergio hesitantly, not speaking for a long time. After a while, Sergio spoke again. Master? Just a few months, Reese 5th tier, yet your aura remains steady. Muttering, the Yul slowly continued. Should I marvel at your extraordinary opportunities, or praise your unparalleled skill in concealing your aura, making even I unable to detect any flaw? Below the Earth spirit realm, no matter how fast Sergio advanced, the Yul wouldn't be too surprised. After all, rapid breakthroughs at lower realms were common, especially considering Sergio's identity and resources, exceptional bloodline, and fortuitous opportunities. Even reaching Earth's spirit realm was understandable, despite not knowing how Sergio did it. Over half of the Yin wind from the Yiming Valley vanished, allowing such immense energy to aid Sergio's rapid advancement, making sense? Last time, Sergio's consecutive 2 breakthroughs in the sea made sense as a genius's accumulated potential exploding. But Reese is different. In the Eastern Domain, the strongest ones are merely RHYSS. There can't be any opportunities in the Eastern Domain for RHYSS to rapidly advance. Even if there were, it couldn't be like Sergio breaking through from Reese 1st tier to 5th tier in just a few months. Sergio perceived his cultivation for a while, remaining silent. Seeing this, the Yul waved his hand, conjuring a table and chairs, then sat down, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. Silence prevailed once more. The Yul opened his mouth again. Demon path techniques? Sergio thought for a moment. Not really. Perhaps this time in the sea brought great gains, shocking even the Yul. After years under him, this was the first time the Yul was so serious. The Yul gazed at Sergio for a long time, softly saying, do you know why the art of alchemy exists? I have not delved into it. Pausing slightly, Sergio added, but I have read some about alchemy from the 13 treasure halls. Generally, it involves using numerous precious materials, removing impurities, concentrating essence into pills. More impurities result in lower quality pills. Pills without harmful impurities are considered supreme quality. The Yul, tapping the table, fell back into deep thought. After several dozen breaths, the Yul finally spoke. The path of cultivation is one where haste makes waste. External forces are ultimately external, regardless of how stable they seem. They must leave hidden drawbacks. If they don't backfire, fine. But once they do, the consequences are immeasurable. Sergio remained silent. Should he talk about the Great Desolate Ancestor Dragon Scripture? The Great Desolate Ancestor Dragon Scripture suited his bloodline perfectly and was his greatest secret. Revealing it? The Yul didn't possess 5-clawed golden dragon bloodline. Even if told, he wouldn't achieve much, let alone wield its power. After silence, Sergio bowed. Disciple remembers. The Yul frowned, shaking his head. Never mind. Since you returned after only a few months, did something happen in the sea? Sergio immediately responded, Master, does the sect have any methods to alter one's aura to disguise as a Yaoling? The sea was brutal. With the situation turning unfavorable, a Wu Zun appeared. With Wu Zun's abilities, he could not hide in the sea. Changing aura? The difference between human and Yaoling auras was too significant. Any change would be useless against Wu Zun. If he could change his aura to a Yaoling's, as long as he doesn't meet Wu Zun directly, detection would be unlikely. The Yul replied, some exist. You should have seen them already. Chapter 504, Immortal Mountain. In response to Sergio's inquiry, Darendao stated that within the Xianming Palace, Sergio should have seen methods for simulating the aura of demon spirits. Sergio thought for a moment and shook his head. Those methods are too rudimentary. Over 90% of the Xianxia Palace's collection had been read by him, martial techniques included. Those methods were too simple. The demonic spirits he could deceive with those methods, he could also hide from without changing his aura. Those he couldn't deceive wouldn't be fooled by such methods either. Without hesitation, Darendao replied, the most refined method would be the demon transformation spell. Once cast, even when attacking, as long as it's not at full strength, one can simulate the aura and battle vibrations of a demonic spirit. Unfortunately, this method doesn't belong to Xianxia Palace, but to Immortal Mountain. Thinking again, Darendao shook his head. I, as your teacher, know this method. I obtained it from Immortal Mountain years ago, with a promise never to reveal it to anyone. Sergio immediately responded, disciple will visit Immortal Mountain. Darendao nodded slightly. Sergio left instantly, heading towards the Starfire Hall at top speed. After leaving, Darendao pondered for a moment. In just a few months, Sergio had advanced to the 5th level of Martial Emperor. This progress was astonishingly fast. By the requirements of the Martial Emperor realm, even if Sergio had Imperial bloodline, logically speaking, it should have taken decades to break through a level, yet he broke through multiple times in just a few months. I hope it's because of the extraordinary secret techniques you possess. After a while, Darendao muttered, his figure dispersing. As for the demon spirits killed by Sergio, if demon spirits could eat humans, why couldn't humans eat demon spirits? Immortal Mountain. After leaving Justin Peak, Sergio used the transmission array in Starfire Hall to be directly transported to the border between Xianxia Palace and Immortal Mountain. Then he flew all the way to Immortal Mountain. With his current cultivation, even without transforming into a dragon, no one dared to cause trouble for him. The location of Immortal Mountain, like Xianxia Palace, was also within a vast mountain range. Although it was Sergio's first time visiting, with his identity as the Holy Sun, finding Immortal Mountain was not difficult. At the entrance of Immortal Mountain, salutations, senior. Even though they couldn't sense Sergio's cultivation, the guarding disciples still bowed respectfully. Appearing instantly at the entrance, they didn't even have time to react, indicating his cultivation must be extremely high. Sergio spoke, please inform them that Sergio from Xianxia Palace has come to pay respects. The two disciples were stunned, their pupils shrinking. They hadn't heard about Sergio breaking through to Martial Emperor yet, but they knew the Xianxia Palace Holy Sun was already at the Earth Spirit Realm. They hurriedly bowed, salutations, Holy Sun Su. They didn't make Sergio wait, but led him inside Immortal Mountain, while someone went to report. After about half an incense sticks time inside Immortal Mountain, an Earth Spirit rapidly approached. Holy Sun Su suddenly arrives. Might there be something? As soon as he appeared, he gasped, Martial Emperor. Davistal friend Sergio will be personally entertained by this venerable. You may go. With these words, a Martial Emperor rapidly approached. Upon solidifying, from Sergio's perspective, he exuded an almost immortal air. The Earth Spirit of Immortal Mountain hurriedly bowed. Salutations, Mountain Lord. That person waved his hand and then looked at Sergio, Davistal friend Su. Sergio smiled. Salutations, Mountain Lord. Internally shocked. Only the leader of Immortal Mountain was called Mountain Lord. Immortal Mountain was indeed courteous, as Mountain Lord Emil personally greeted him. Emil observed Sergio and shook his head. Davistal friend's talent is truly unparalleled. Just a few short years, and you've reached this level. I am ashamed, truly ashamed. Sergio chuckled but said nothing. Seeing this, Emil smiled. Davistal friend. What brings you to Immortal Mountain? While speaking, Emil secretly began to guard against Sergio. He wasn't concerned about human form Sergio but was wary of Sergio transformed into a dragon. According to his information, if Sergio transformed into a dragon, the Mountain Lord of Immortal Mountain wouldn't last a single move under Sergio's dragon body. Moreover, the rate of advancement was terrifying. Not even the evil path techniques progressed this quickly, right? He hadn't heard of any large-scale deaths in Xianxia Palace. Sergio clasped his hands. To be honest, I heard that Immortal Mountain has a secret technique called Demon Transformation Spell. I came here hoping Mountain Lord would kindly grant it. Emil's eyes flickered and asked, Davistal friend plans to cross the sea? Sergio answered, when I cross the sea depends on my master's decision. I happened to pass by Immortal Mountain, so I thought to acquire this technique early to prepare, avoiding confusion during the crossing. Emil paused briefly. Soon, Emil smiled. Since little friend knows about Demon Transformation Spell, you should know it's Immortal Mountain's secret. Sergio nodded. Emil continued, Demon Transformation Spell isn't an offensive technique. I shouldn't refuse. However, since little friend is from Xianxia Palace, if I casually give it to you, I'd struggle to explain to our elders. Sergio wasn't upset. I sincerely request this. What reward does Mountain Lord think suitable? Indeed, he wasn't angry. Whether Demon Transformation Spell was truly precious or not, it belonged to Immortal Mountain, and he was from Xianxia Palace, so Immortal Mountain had no obligation to give it to him. Looking at Emil again, pausing, his eyes flickering. After a while, Emil spoke. I've heard much about little friend's imperial bloodline and ability to transform into a dragon. 1,000 hearsays aren't worth one seeing. How about we duel after you transform into a dragon? Win or lose, I'll give you the Demon Transformation Spell. He was genuinely curious if Sergio could really match up to a martial venerable in dragon form. He had never seen it. Neither had Emperor Extreme Dao. Only the Slashing Heaven Pavilion and Xianxia Palace confirmed Sergio's dragon transformation could match a martial venerable. Sergio nodded. Mountain Lord's proposal, I won't refuse. Follow me. Emil flew off towards a secluded area. Sergio raised an eyebrow and followed him. About 80,000 miles away, a desolate place. Sky. Arriving, Emil glanced around. Here should do. Then, he gestured, and a barrier spread out, covering 100 miles in an instant. Emil stood still, watching Sergio. He was waiting for Sergio to transform into a dragon. He didn't know how strong dragon form Sergio was, but he was certain human form Sergio couldn't withstand one punch from him. No matter how monstrous Sergio was, the cultivation gap remained. He, Emil, had once been a generation's elite. Sergio obviously understood this as well and did not hesitate, activating the Great Wasteland Ancestor Dragon scripture. Expose himself? In Donghua, he was already invincible. Why fear exposure? If not for Dorindo's reminder of his future sea crossing plan and the unpredictable situation, with his current cultivation, Immortal Mountains combined martial emperors wouldn't be enough to stop him in dragon form. Roar. Dragon roars echoed as Sergio transformed into a three-zhong dragon body. Indeed, very dangerous. Emil's eyes narrowed. Human form Sergio seemed weak, but Wu Daojini warned him fiercely that Sergio was no simple opponent. Chapter 505. Defeat the Master of Immortal Mountain. Emil could sense that in human form, Sergio was utterly helpless before him. But the martial arts truth constantly reminded him that Sergio was far from simple. At this moment, Sergio had transformed into a dragon, a 10-zhong-long dragon body which exuded an overwhelming danger. Sergio slowly spoke, "Mountain Master, please." He didn't act rashly. Emil took a deep look at Sergio and suddenly formed a seal. Secret technique unparalleled, for symbols descend. A shrill cry pierced through as a blue bird phantom appeared in the sky, enveloped by raging flames. Roar. A white tiger with countless sharp edges manifested. Armando. A dragon's roar echoed, followed by a blue dragon phantom beginning to circle. Who? A massive tortoise surfaced, with its head resembling a black dragon's, the Xuanwu phantom. Seeing this, Sergio's slit pupils narrowed slightly. The unparalleled secret technique for summoning 4 spirit phantoms. This was the first time Sergio had seen the unparalleled 4 symbols technique of Immortal Mountain. However, due to his high standing in the 4 great sects that had been loving and hating each other for millennia, he was still quite knowledgeable about it despite this being his first encounter. Immortal Mountain's unparalleled 4 symbols technique required specific bloodline requirements for cultivation. The practitioner must possess the bloodline of Emmanuel, Azure Dragon, Baihu, White Tiger, Xuanwu, Black Tortoise, or Zhuke, Vermilion Bird. Naturally, the bloodline did not have to be entirely pure. Any bloodline associated with the 4 symbols would suffice. For instance, bloodlines related to true dragons, such as serpent or wyvern bloodlines, could also be used. The closer the bloodline was to the 4 symbols, the more powerful the technique became once executed. It was rumored that the method of summoning the 4 symbols had been passed down since ancient times in Immortal Mountain. With extremely pure bloodlines, the power could transcend great realms when unleashed, even killing opponents several ranks higher. Most importantly, only 3 of the summoned 4 symbols were true spirit phantoms, while the 4th one was a manifestation of the practitioner's own bloodline. For example, if someone with a wyvern bloodline used this technique, the Emmanuel phantom wouldn't appear, replaced instead by a wyvern. In the case of Emil, the manifestations of the Emmanuel, Baihu, and Xuanwu were genuine 4-symbol forms, whereas the bluebird was clearly not part of the 4 symbols. It was a manifestation of Emil's own bloodline. As Sergio pondered, Emil slowly said, "Young friend Sue, be cautious." "Please," Sergio focused his mind. Emil glanced deeply at Sergio again, and then waved his hand. "Go." Roar. The sounds of dragon roars and tiger cries resounded as the phantoms of Emmanuel, Baihu, and others intertwined in a mysterious formation, converging towards Sergio. Sergio's eyes narrowed slightly. The attack strength was almost reaching the Wu Zun level. Indeed, worthy of the master of Immortal Mountain. This strike could easily cause a Wu Zun to suffer significant losses if caught off guard. If just a regular Wu Zun who didn't use spatial power, they might indeed struggle against these 4-symbol phantoms. Even though Sergio had reached the 9th rank of Reese, without transforming into a dragon, he would probably need to exert the 6th slash or the final slash of the 7th grade wind spirit slash to match the power of these phantoms. However, limited to the 1st rank of Wu Zun. Fortunately, he was at the 5th rank of Reese, able to transform into a dragon and fight against a 5th rank Wu Zun. Under careful defense, he could even withstand a 6th rank Wu Zun. When the 4-symbol phantoms approached, Sergio lashed out with his dragon tail, creating an instantaneous wave of air. With a loud boom, the 4-symbol phantoms were shattered even before approaching Sergio by the formidable power of the air wave. Seeing this, Emil's expression turned stunned. The terrifying power instantly obliterated the phantoms. Sergio spoke up, "Mountain Master Emil, shall we continue?" Emil remained silent for a moment and sighed. "I'm old, too old." He knew that Xianxia Palace and Zhantian Pavilion did not exaggerate, but he never expected the gap to be so immense. Sergio, in his dragon form, could likely destroy the entire Immortal Mountain. Apologies. Sergio flashed back to his human form. Emil sighed again and handed over a jade slip. "What you came for?" "Thank you, Mountain Master Emil. If I manage to cross the sea, I will set up a transmission array as soon as possible. Farewell." Sergio bowed slightly and left. There was no need for many words of gratitude. Emil stood silently in the sky, gazing at Sergio's retreating figure. "Mountain Master." Various Reese quickly approached. Sergio had come to Immortal Mountain with the cultivation of the 5th rank Reese, and all the Reese of Immortal Mountain received the news unless they were in seclusion. They had simply chosen not to show themselves earlier. Emil slowly turned around, his eyes revealing a hint of dejection. The various Reese asked again, "Mountain Master, what is his strength?" When Emil engaged in combat earlier, he set up a restriction. Although they could penetrate it, they chose not to. Emil paused for a moment and softly replied, "Davis Fandeth battle. I might only last half a breath." The other Reese's expressions immediately changed, some even showing shock. Half a breath? In a life-and-death confrontation, Emil could only withstand Sergio for half a breath? Could it be a lie? They didn't think Emil would belittle himself to praise Sergio. After a long pause, one Reese sighed lightly, "Xianxia Palace has good luck." According to Mario, during a Wind Spirit Secret Realm expedition, there was an attempt to recruit him, inviting him to join our Immortal Mountain. If we had continued recruiting him back then, we might have had a chance to bring him here. Half a year later, Qingming Peak. Sergio held the jade slip, reading aloud, transform into beast incantation. Having obtained the transform into beast incantation from Immortal Mountain, he returned to Xianxia Palace. This incantation, being a secret treasure of Immortal Mountain, was incredibly obscure, taking him more than 4 months to master completely despite his current cultivation. And the transform into beast incantation wasn't exactly about becoming a beast. Instead, it merely disguised one's aura. Unlike simpler methods, this incantation ensured that one's human race aura would not leak during combat unless fully revealed. One could simulate the aura of a demon, making it seem like they were battling another demonic spirit. However, this technique had a drawback. It couldn't withstand probing beyond a complete major realm difference. That meant, if Sergio reached the 9th rank of Reese, anyone below the 9th rank of Wu Zun couldn't see through his disguise. Currently, as a Reese versus Wu Zun, it would require at least a Wu Zun cultivator to detect the disguise. But this wasn't fixed. It depended on the intensity of one's divine soul and divine sense. Given Sergio's exceptional divine soul and divine sense, at his current cultivation, he estimated that it would take at least a 6th or 7th rank Wu Zun to penetrate his disguise. If he reached the 9th rank of Reese, only a Wu Di could see through it. Regarding why the previous Sterling Huangpu and swordsman of the Zhantian Pavilion managed to return safely from the sea crossing, it was because of this transform into beast incantation. Sensing too many Wu Zun level demons, they retreated. Due to their strong cultivation at the time of crossing, non-9th rank Wu Zun demons couldn't identify their human race identities, thus allowing them to return safely rather than die at the hands of Wu Zun demons. However, this transform into beast incantation had a huge flaw, a fatal flaw. Chapter 506, Departure from the Eastern Domain. Due to the subtlety of the demon transformation technique, one cannot discern it without exceeding a major realm boundary. Moreover, if the divine consciousness and soul are strong enough, even higher cultivation is needed to see through it. Therefore, in the past, when Nalashu and others attempted to cross the sea, they could return safely without alerting the martial veneration demon spirits to pursue and kill them. After all, Nalashu, Emilio, and others were once outstanding prodigies. Within the same realm, their divine souls and divine consciousnesses were no weaker than Sergio's. If martial emperors did not appear, the martial veneration demon spirits couldn't discern their true identities. However, the demon transformation technique has an insurmountable flaw, an unavoidable shortcoming. Form. The demon spirit race has numerous types. Human form belongs exclusively to humans. The demon transformation technique only simulates and disguises aura. No matter how profound it is, it remains just a simulation of aura rather than changing form. Using the demon transformation technique, one remains in human form, not transforming into a demon spirit appearance. Though one could choose to transform into a demon spirit, ultimately, it's just an illusion. Once engaged in combat with demon spirits, the illusion would shatter upon contact, revealing greater flaws. It was better to remain in human form. After pondering for a while, Sergio stood up. Even after practicing the demon transformation technique, I still need to avoid demon spirits in the ocean. As long as I'm not seen, even if there are powerful beings sensing me, deceiving the aura isn't much of an issue. Brother Feng, are you leaving? Edie pushed open the courtyard gate and entered the yard. Sergio nodded gently. Edie was silent for a moment before softly saying, "Be careful on your journey." Sergio smiled. "Don't worry, if things look bad, I definitely won't rush headlong into trouble." Hearing this, Edie grabbed Sergio's hand. "Let's take a walk around the 100 Flowers Peak." The 100 Flowers Peak was the most famous place for courtship in Xianxia Palace. The entire mountain peak had no trees, only flowers that bloomed year-round. Sergio had known about this place since he first joined the sect, as told by Edie. Unfortunately, he never had the time to visit it. 3 days later, at the top of the 100 Flowers Peak, amidst the flower beds, Sergio and Edie lay in the flower field. Edie rested her head on Sergio's arm, seemingly asleep. Perhaps she truly was asleep. Although Earth Spirit Realm practitioners didn't need sleep, it didn't mean they couldn't. After an unknown amount of time passed, Sergio's spiritual energy slowly circulated as he gently withdrew his hand. Gazing at the sleeping Edie, he reached out to stroke her hair and forehead. Soon, he slowly rose. Farewells are always emotional. See you again in the central domain. He was confident he could cross the sea. With a flash, he flew away. Edie showed no reaction, remaining quietly asleep as if truly asleep. At Xianxia Palace's main peak, several martial emperors gathered in the grand hall. Most of the palace's martial emperors were present. Dax suddenly spoke. "The sea is perilous, and even with his extraordinary talent, he may still meet his end there. Shouldn't we see him off?" Nalashu remained calm. "That oral said it well. Farewells are emotional. Why linger? I return safely back then, and if he truly encounters danger, he can return too." Jamar thought for a moment before speaking, a martial veneration blocking the shore day and night, likely targeting him. After some consideration, we should inform him first. To venture deep into the sea, countless martial venerations among demon spirits. If he cannot escape even a single martial veneration, it's better to return now, lest he lose his life in the deep sea, Nalashu said indifferently. Insufficient cultivation? No one mentioned it. Sergio had broken through to the 5th level of Martial Emperor months ago. This time crossing the sea, he might soon break through to the 9th level. At a city 10,000 miles from the coast, Sergio stood in the sky, quietly gazing toward the sea. He couldn't see the ocean, but he felt it. The martial veneration that Dougie summoned might still be near the coast. Also due to fear of that martial veneration, Sergio did not teleport to Defense Davison City 23 but chose a location 10,000 miles from the sea. If he were to cross the sea to the central domain, he must proceed from the direction blocked by the defense lines. After watching for a while, Sergio flew to the right. "Whether you're still there or not, I'll assume you are. I'll go around." The coastline was vast, 10,000 miles from the sea, Regardless of how terrifying that demon spirit martial veneration's divine consciousness was, it couldn't possibly sense him. This flight, he could detour hundreds of thousands, or even millions of miles to avoid that martial veneration. A million miles away, at the coast, this area was still within the defense lines, nearing the edge on the other side. Staring at the sea, Sergio silently activated the demon transformation technique. Though he remained human in form, his aura abruptly changed, becoming fierce and savage. This was the aura of demonkind. Central domain, Sergio murmured, quietly staring at the endless sea. Soon, Sergio dove into the water, heading swiftly westward. Flying in the sky was faster. However, the sea was different from land. Demon spirits usually don't fly in the sky. Flying there would unnecessarily expose vulnerabilities. Sacrificing a bit of speed to travel through the sea was better. Perhaps coastal demon spirits had lower cultivation, or perhaps too many had been killed earlier. Initially, his journey was smooth. Except for encountering some Foundation establishment and Earth spirit demon spirits, Sergio didn't run into any martial emperor level demon spirits. Under the demon transformation technique, even if he encountered demon spirits, none dared to offend him. Half a month later, traveling straight west, Sergio wasn't sure how far he had ventured into the sea. But suddenly, the frequency of encountering demon spirits began to increase. Sometimes he faintly sensed martial emperor level demon spirits. Initially, he would thoroughly avoid them. However, after venturing deeper for several more days, the frequency rapidly increased. Sergio stopped in the middle of the sea. It was time to think carefully. At this rate, continuing on this path might lead him straight into an area filled with martial emperor demon spirits, where he might suddenly encounter a martial veneration demon spirit. It seems I have to prepare early. Looking at the nearby fish, Sergio murmured. Human realms have power structures, so do demon realms. Facing his sea crossing, Nalashu gave no advice, but Sergio had thought about it. His plan was simple: find ways to gather information about the various territories in the sea and then proceed along the borders between these territories. This way, he could minimize encounters with powerful demon races. Moments later, Sergio flashed over to the nearest earth spirit demon spirit. It was a colorful, flat giant fish. Seeing Sergio, the giant fish hurriedly greeted, "Greetings, senior." Secretly thinking, being in human form in the sea? What an idiot. Of course, he only dared think it, not speak it aloud. Sergio directly asked, "Which powers are nearby?" "Ah." The demon spirit looked startled. Sergio narrowed his eyes. The demon spirit hastily replied, "I heard that adjacent to us is a 9-headed soul-devouring python at the martial emperor stage." After asking for a while, Sergio realized it was a waste of time. Chapter 507, The Forces of the Demon Race. After a series of inquiries, Sergio discovered that asking this spirit land demon spirit was purely a waste of time. This demon spirit did not know the boundaries of the sea, nor was aware of which forces resided nearby. It only vaguely knew that the adjacent seas were dominated by the 9-headed soul-devouring python. Furthermore, there were no useful messages from anyone. The only somewhat useful information was that this area was still under the control of Dominic Dougie, and the area she controlled was extremely vast, exceeding 10 million miles of sea territory. He also heard that previously, Dougie had launched an animal tide onto land, suffering heavy losses, after which he had killed all the martial emperors under his command. Subsequently, some martial emperors were summoned from the depths of the sea into Dougie's territory. Without obtaining any useful information, Sergio's eyes turned cold. Waste of time. "Senior, please spare my life." The expression of the spirit land demon race changed drastically. Sergio turned and left. The demon spirit immediately felt relieved, then sensed an endless darkness approaching. He saw his body being blasted apart before losing consciousness. To find useful information, I need to seek out a martial emperor, preferably newly ascended martial emperor demon spirits. Sergio already moved far away. 5 days later, somewhere in the ocean, a martial emperor demon spirit silently floated above a pitch-black palace. The appearance of this demon spirit was quite bizarre. Its whole form resembled a fleshy ball with a pair of wings. Apart from its eyes, Sergio didn't see hands, feet, claws, or even mouth, nose, ears, or any such organs. The fleshy ball looked at Sergio. "What is it?" Sergio floated closer. "There are a few things I wish to consult." He searched for 5 days, finally finding a suitable martial emperor demon spirit. "Weren't you with me?" The fleshy ball watched him for a while, then suddenly turned cold. Sergio laughed and cast a restriction with his hand. If not for the transformation incantation, he really wouldn't dare to set up a restriction. Without it, when he cast a restriction, any being more powerful than him would sense the distinctly human aura. That disturbance would be as dazzling as sudden sunlight piercing through the dark. But with the transformation incantation, his restriction held a demonic aura too. The fleshy ball's expression sank. 5th rank martial emperor. It was only 2nd rank martial emperor. Even though it couldn't discern Sergio's true form, regardless of what Sergio's original form was, 5th rank martial emperor cultivation was enough to crush it. The fleshy ball forced a smile. "What do you want to ask?" Sergio found the sight of this fleshy ball extremely uncomfortable. Its form was too unsettling. Clearly, it had only 2 eyes, and he couldn't see any facial features. Yet he could clearly see the forced smile on it, making him feel uneasy. He wondered what kind of demon beast this fleshy ball was, and just how many bizarre-looking demon beasts resided in these seas. Initially suppressing his discomfort, he asked, "What forces are around here?" The fleshy ball was momentarily taken aback. "Isn't it just those few forces nearby?" Sergio narrowed his eyes. "I have been in close seclusion for a long time and just came out. Friend, can you enlighten me?" Sensing a murderous intent, after a brief silence, the fleshy ball hurriedly spoke. "Only 5 territories are marked along the coast. Indeed, martial emperors knew more than spirit land spirits." Under subtle probing, Sergio quickly learned that this vast sea was actually divided into 3 parts: coastal sea, outer sea, and inner sea. This martial emperor did not know about the outer sea and inner sea as it had never been there. As for the coastal sea, it wasn't what eastern domain meant by a shoreline close to the sea. What was referred to as the coastal sea was the sea close to land. Its scope was very large, much bigger than the entire eastern domain. Moreover, the coastal sea area wasn't divided into many territories, only 5, each ruled by one of the 5 demon kings. After saying this, the fleshy ball asked, "Haven't I heard that flame leopard and azure-winged tiger died at the hands of humans? A lot of their territories' martial emperors chose to leave. Are you coming to pledge allegiance to Commander Armando?" Pausing for a moment, the fleshy ball displayed smugness. Coming to Commander Armando is the right choice. In the coastal sea, except for Commander Armando who is royal lineage, the rest are like us ordinary demon spirits. Take the azure-winged tiger and flame leopard for example. No demon will help them seek revenge against humans. I heard the human offended Commander Armando, and in anger, he invited an elder in the martial venerable realm from the depths. Sergio narrowed his eyes. Royal lineage? The fleshy ball blurted out subconsciously. You don't know this? Suddenly, it narrowed its eyes. No, it's fine. Ignorance can be excused for essence transformation and spirit land realms, but you're a martial emperor and don't even know that Commander Armando is royal lineage? Sergio smiled. He slowly approached. I ask, you answer. Understand? Finished speaking, Sergio raised his hand and enveloped the fleshy ball with sword chi. The fleshy ball's expression tightened. It could sense that if the sword chi struck, it would die, soul and all. Why you? You're that human? After finishing, the fleshy ball's eyes turned fearful. If it was the same human who intruded into the sea earlier, wouldn't he be dead? It was said that the 5 rulers of the seas attacked together, but instead were killed by the human who then walked away casually. Sergio hadn't changed his appearance. Indeed, it wasn't due to poor eyesight that they couldn't recognize him. Rather, the demon race and human race are different. If Sergio saw 2 similarly shaped demon spirits of the same species without sensing their aura, unless he had long-term contact, he couldn't distinguish them. For demon spirits observing humans, it was the same. If they didn't sense aura and lacked long-term contact, to demon spirits, humans with the same physique and skin color looked the same. Why didn't Sergio change his appearance during multiple entries into the sea? Because it wasn't necessary. Whether he changed or not, demon spirits wouldn't recognize him. I ask, you answer. Don't understand? Sergio repeated softly. ZZ, a slash of sword chi fell, leaving a bloodstain on the fleshy ball's wing. Understand. Don't kill me? The fleshy ball hastily responded, fear still evident in its voice. Sergio nodded in satisfaction. What does royal lineage mean? The fleshy ball bowed hurriedly. Among our demon race, we have thousands of types, for ease of rule. In summary, there were too many types of demon spirits. To govern, the demon race has 3 ranks. Ordinary demon spirit, royal lineage, imperial lineage. Among equal cultivations, the status of the royal lineage was definitely higher than ordinary demon spirits. Imperial lineage would naturally be higher than the royal lineage. Even if an ordinary demon spirit had higher cultivation than the royal lineage, the lower ranking would likely still hold a higher position, openly at least. Unless the difference in cultivation was immense, lower ranks were not allowed to offend higher ranks. Of course, cultivation was paramount. High-ranking ordinary demons would not dare to offend the royal lineage. But what if they assassinated them in secret? Thus, while the status of the royal and imperial lineages was high, they wouldn't truly look down on highly cultivated ordinary demons. The number of royal lineages was relatively large. This martial emperor demon spirit had seen not many royal lineages. Dominic Dougie was one of them. Or rather, dragons were all royal lineage, regardless of type. After all, the combat power of dragons was incomparable to ordinary demon spirits. Imperial lineage was quite unique. Chapter 508, Outer Sea. There were quite a few royal families among the demon clans, and while Abdul had not seen many of them, he knew that the Maximus was one of them, because due to the combat strength of flood dragons, the entire clan was considered royalty. According to Abdul's knowledge, to become a royal family, 2 criteria had to be met. The individual combat strength of the race must be strong enough, and the population of the race must be large enough. More specifically, he did not know. The imperial family of demons, however, was very special. In the demon clan, there were 9 great demons. These 9 great demons ruled over all demon clans in the sea. Their races were therefore considered as imperial families regardless of their combat strength, because the 9 great demons were the 9 greatest powers among all demons, so their races were deemed imperial families. Just how terrifying the cultivation levels of these 9 great demons were was beyond what Abdul could understand. All he knew was that they were extremely terrifying. At present, there were only 9 imperial families in the demon clan. Abdul didn't know exactly which ones they were. Information was too isolated in the coastal areas, and powerful demon spirits wouldn't come here. Abdul only knew that one of the 9 imperial families was the mermaid clan. He hadn't known this before. He only found out when Dougie contacted the 9-headed soul-eating python and other demon spirit kings to attack the eastern domain. In recent years, they even penetrated 30,000 miles into the eastern domain before being counterattacked by the human race. This caused such a stir that it alarmed even the humans from the central domain, leading to the inner sea sending an imperial family to handle the matter. And it was precisely the mermaids who handled it, allowing Abdul to learn about this particular imperial family. After speaking, Abdul looked at Sergio cautiously, daring not to speak further. Sergio's eyes narrowed slightly. Imperial families, royal families. Indeed, the demon clans were no simple matter. Soon, Sergio's brows furrowed again. Previously, Dougie led the beast tide ashore, and this incident drew attention from powerful humans in the central domain. Throughout, the 4 major sects of the eastern domain never saw anyone from the central domain. Even if he went to the central domain himself and wanted to set up a transmission array to connect the 2 domains, it would probably not be that simple. Was Abdul lying? After thinking for a moment, perhaps it was true. Although Dougie and the other demon spirits retreated after being repelled by the 4 major sects, he hadn't forgotten that before Dougie brought the martial emperor ashore, the martial emperor hesitated and stopped pursuing onto land. Dougie dared to bring 5 other demon spirit kings to control the surging beast tide onto the shore. Such a powerful martial emperor, unmatched in the entire eastern domain. Why would they dare not go ashore unless there was some other factor to be wary of, such as the powerful figures from the central domain mentioned by Abdul? 3 years passed in a flash. Deep in the sea, in the outer sea region, at a certain location thousands of miles deep underwater, here lay a gathering place, where the demonic energy surged overwhelmingly. Within the gathering place, countless demons thrived. This place was a congregation spot for the demon spirit race, similar to a town for humans where numerous demon spirits gathered to exchange goods and information. Due to the immense sizes of demon spirits, rules were in place requiring them to reduce their size upon entering. However, some demon spirits couldn't master the skill to shrink, so they chose to take on half-demon, half-human forms. This gathering place was overseen by an 8th-rank martial emperor demon spirit, possessing boundless power. About half a mile outside the gathering place, near a coral reef, a black figure, a 9th-rank martial emperor, stood quietly on the coral. Often, passing demon spirits noticed him. Most bowed respectfully, while some ignored him entirely. This black figure's form was indistinct. If one's cultivation reached the martial emperor level, they could faintly discern it as humanoid, but details remained unclear. The black figure constantly emitted fierce demonic aura, forming a tangible black mist. It gave off an intimidating presence. After a while, to reach the central domain, one must cross the outer sea and then the inner sea. With the outer sea already having supreme emperors, reaching the central domain will be difficult. Accompanied by unheard mutterings, the black figure floated toward the gathering place. This black figure was none other than Sergio. Since entering the sea 3 years ago, he had continuously gathered information, secretly killing many martial emperor-level demon spirits to obtain accurate intelligence, advancing along the fringes of various forces. Spending 3 years, he arrived deeper into the outer sea. If he traveled straight ahead at full speed, it would take him just 3 months to cover the distance that took him 3 years to navigate due to detours and avoiding drawing attention. Along the way, he also killed some demon spirits. Using them as resources, his cultivation reached 9th-rank martial emperor. The outer sea was different from the coastal regions. The coastal areas were dominated by vast territories under the rule of various demon kings. However, in the outer sea, the situation was more varied, with many towns and gathering places similar to human settlements, and even martial emperors resided here. He had never seen a demon spirit martial emperor before, because every time he heard rumors of any potential martial emperors nearby, he would immediately detour away. The current gathering place he approached was reportedly one of the weakest. Even so, it was controlled by an 8th-rank martial emperor demon spirit. The gathering place had no walls but was encased in a light barrier. The barrier did not block water, but kept ordinary animals out. Only those who had attained the essence martial realm, gained wisdom, and transformed into demon spirits could enter. An entrance to the light barrier remained open. 2 essence martial demon spirits guarded it. Seeing Sergio approach, they hurriedly bowed. Elder. Sergio ignored them and entered the gathering place. The number of demons here wasn't very large, about 7 to 8,000, a small number compared to the tens of thousands typically found in human cities. But all beings called demon spirits had at least attained the essence martial realm. After sensing for a while, Sergio headed toward the center of the gathering place. He needed to replenish his sea charts. If not for the inaccuracies in the charts of this area, he wouldn't have ventured recklessly into the demon spirits gathering place. Recently, it seemed something unusual had occurred in this vicinity. He had noticed an increase in demon spirits in the area, frequently appearing. He needed more accurate information. Walking for a bit, Sergio paused and looked to his right. There stood a gilded shop adorned extravagantly. Inside were numerous iron cages. Inside the cages were humans, each bound by chains that didn't seal their cultivation but would cause instant backlash if they used spiritual energy. This wasn't the first time Sergio had entered a demon spirit gathering place. Shops like this were common. Initially startled, he now could remain calm when seeing them. This stop was because he noticed a martial emperor inside. Before, the strongest humans seen were only at the essence martial realm. Based on previous understanding, the origins of these humans were complicated. Most were kept by sea demon spirits, while some were captured from the mainland, not necessarily the eastern domain. Regardless of origin, due to insufficient cultivation, they were unwanted in the inner sea. Therefore, the imperial families managing this business would transport them to the outer sea. Hashtag chapter 509. The person in the cage. The spirits traded humans. If their cultivation wasn't high enough, whether they were captured or kept as captives, they would be transported to the outer seas. Just like human cities with businesses dealing in spirit pets, not all tamed beasts in these shops came from nearby captures. Here, trading humans was a common sight. At first, Sergio had intended to rescue some and gather information about the other 4 domains, but after one attempt, he gave up. Without sufficient cultivation, what information could be obtained? People only knew so much. Furthermore, he couldn't use force to rescue them. He needed resources to buy them from the spirits. This was the inner sea. If he alarmed the spirit race, even if Sergio transformed into a dragon, he would die. Most importantly, what would happen after rescuing them? Where would they go in the realm of spirits? It would be futile. Seeing Sergio stop, the shopkeeper immediately greeted warmly, "Spirit brother, do you want to take a look at the newly arrived human slaves? They are all prime catches, definitely excellent combat assistants." Suppressing his thoughts, Sergio entered the shop, surprised. "Albert? It's not easy to capture someone with such cultivation. How did you get him?" Upon entering, most of the caged humans showed no reaction, merely blankly. "Well?" The spirit that took on a half-human form did not answer. Sergio didn't get upset. "How much for him?" The shopkeeper immediately answered, 12,000 demon stones. He then waved slightly, bringing the cage containing the emperor closer. "Spirit brother, This is a 7th-rank martial emperor human slave, quite formidable in strength. If he were to fight alongside a spirit, he would be a great aid. Not to mention, any spirit would respect someone with this level of cultivation. Demon stones were the currency of the spirit race. The material used for casting was the same as spirit coins. However, due to the special nature of the spirit race, only creatures who reached the essence martial realm could develop wisdom and transform into spirits. In Sergio's view, one demon stone should be worth 100 spirit coins, approximately a 1-to-100 ratio. After observing for a moment, Sergio shook his head, a bit expensive. From the looks of it, he isn't completely tamed yet. I'd need to tame him further, making him not worth this much. The shopkeeper didn't seem impatient. Spirit brother, you misunderstand? Sergio interjected. His wild nature is still strong. He probably wasn't tamed by our spirit race. Could it be he was captured from the central domain? The shopkeeper laughed. Brother, you already know the answer. Don't pretend. After the turmoil in the eastern domain caused friction with the central domain, our elders formed a slave hunting team. Many sacrifices were made to capture these quality human slaves. Several of our own were also captured by humans during the hunt. Sigh? The martial emperor snorted coldly. Wretches. The shopkeeper's smile instantly turned grim, eyes filled with bloodlust. Not obedient, huh? A wave of demonic energy surged. Crackling. Davicitightening suddenly appeared in the cage. The martial emperor's face paled instantly, falling inside the cage, his body convulsing. Other people in cages saw this and shrank back, fear showing in their previously expressionless eyes. Sergio's hidden face grew cold, then he quickly suppressed it. Here was the sea, the domain of the spirits. Then Sergio chuckled. His wild nature is greater than I imagined. Heh, I like it. The irritated shopkeeper instantly brightened up. What do you think, spirit brother? Sergio pretended to ponder before speaking. 10,000 demon stones. The shopkeeper hesitated. Spirit brother, that's a bit low. Sergio shook his head. With his wild nature, I might as well try capturing someone myself in the central domain or elsewhere. 10,000 is my final offer. After pausing, the shopkeeper sighed. All right, let's call it a favor. Sergio raised his hand, floating 10,000 fist-sized stones with strange light. Here's 10,000 demon stones. Please count, shopkeeper. The shopkeeper scanned the stones with his divine sense, collecting them. Spirit brother, there's no need to count. Take care of this. The restriction placed on the human slave was done by a powerful elder of our race. With this, the slave's life is in your hands. He handed over a jade slip. Sergio pocketed it. By the way, do you have a map of the nearby seas? As he spoke, he secretly marveled. The restrictions within the jade slip were intricate, likely set by an emperor-level expert. Map. The shopkeeper looked puzzled, his expression turning strange. Spirit brother, you want to try your luck in the fallen dragon grounds? Since we hit it off, I won't hide this from you. Recently, things have been unpredictable there. Better not to approach. Fallen dragon grounds? Sergio blinked. What was that place? On the surface, he remained composed. It never hurts to try. Do you have any secret information? As a token of appreciation, consider this as payment for a few low-grade human slaves as refreshments for you. He then took out another 1,000 demon stones. The shopkeeper's eyes narrowed. Demon stones were valuable, and this wouldn't need to go through official channels. Subtly, Sergio's stones vanished without a trace. The shopkeeper then whispered softly, Spirit brother, I heard. Fallen dragon grounds, a rather special place. Legend had it that long ago, a true dragon fell dead, its remains sinking into the sea. That location was known as the Fallen Dragon Grounds. The dragon bloodline alone had caused such a commotion among the spirit race. The allure of a true dragon's corpse was immense. Unfortunately, no spirit had found the true dragon's corpse in the Fallen Dragon Grounds. Some spirits said it was all rumors. Others claimed that the true dragon destroyed its body to prevent desecration upon death. Yet others believed the true dragon hid its remains, waiting for a highly talented spirit to inherit everything. Countless spirits had visited the Fallen Dragon Grounds over millennia, finding nothing. Legends remained legends of the nearby seas. Recently, however, something changed in the Fallen Dragon Grounds. Unexplained dragon roars occasionally appeared, prompting nearby spirits to investigate. Whether the legends were true or false, with the sudden roars, the Fallen Dragon Grounds must harbor secrets. This explained why Sergio noticed more spirits recently. Apparently, many venerables were approaching the Fallen Dragon Grounds, possibly drawing the attention of the Outer Sea's strongest emperor. Under such circumstances, a martial emperor visiting would merely spectate, unable to gain any benefit. Sergio nodded slightly. I see. Then he shook his head. Shopkeeper, everyone knows this news. Fooling me like this isn't very good, is it? Chapter 5 Tindani. Upon hearing the news about the Fallen Dragon Ground, Sergio first nodded, then hesitated. This news was likely known to all demons. If the shopkeeper tried to bluff with it, it might not be wise. The shopkeeper's eyes twinkled as he spoke righteously. Demon brother, this news involves martial respects and even the high and mighty martial emperors. It's not a bluff. Sergio spat out 2 words, unscrupulous merchant. The shopkeeper chuckled, but did not refute him. Seeing this, Sergio pretended to be angry. Give me the most accurate sea chart nearby. Sure thing. The shopkeeper raised his hand and tossed another jade slip. Sergio looked at it, then raised his hand and controlled the iron cage to leave. The shopkeeper hurriedly said, Demon brother, you haven't paid yet? This sea chart isn't worth 1,000. Sergio coldly hummed without turning back. The shopkeeper's eyes flickered as he returned to the shop, muttering, got 1,000 demon stones for free. Not bad. Outside the gathering place, Sergio carried the iron cage and slowly moved away, not heading towards the Fallen Dragon Ground. Instead, he followed the map to a region where demons were scarce. After memorizing the map, he put it into his storage ring. Then he turned around and looked at the cage. A person from the central region? With a bang, he broke the cage open. He didn't rush to remove the chains. That martial sovereign coldly opened his mouth. Monster, if you can kill me, do so. Want me as a slave? Ridiculous. Sergio sized up this person. He had a high cultivation level, 7th stage martial sovereign. Beyond that, nothing much could be seen. His clothes were tattered and worn, hiding his appearance. But the chains weren't simple. They didn't suppress cultivation. But once spiritual power was used, the chains would activate. After sizing him up for a moment, Sergio took out a jade slip. Since you don't want to die, let's see if I can die. Under his control, the chains vanished. The person immediately sensed that the restriction had temporarily disappeared. Only temporarily. The chains were still there, hidden by the jade slip. If activated again, they would reappear. However, what mattered most was that he could now use spiritual power. Monster, die with me. As the man snarled, his body suddenly began to swell. Self-detonation. Sergio's gaze instantly sharpened. Self-detonation involved triggering all one's internal power, including spiritual power and divine soul. Once detonated, the physical body would be obliterated, leaving no remains, and the divine soul would be extinguished. For cultivators, unlike ordinary people, even if the body perished, as long as a trace of divine soul remained, reincarnation was possible. Although no one could guarantee it, it was still a hope of living again. Starting from the martial sovereign stage, even if the body died, a powerful divine soul, if not resisted by the legendary Netherworld's pull, would descend into the cycle of rebirth upon death. Therefore, unless one truly feared nothing, death or annihilation, no one dared to self-detonate. This man dared to do so, which made him believable, at least here in the sea region. With a thought, Sergio instantly activated the jade slip. The chains reappeared instantly, and the swelling body was instantly suppressed. Electricity surged. Brogan immediately lost strength, staring fiercely at Sergio. Sergio then set up a barrier to isolate the inside and outside. Then his aura changed. The martial sovereign's expression instantly hardened. Human? Sergio waved his hand, hiding the chains again. Want to talk? The martial sovereign asked deeply. Who are you? Sergio inquired. I heard that people captured by demons have unique demonic powers left inside them to prevent unexpected escapes. Human beasts would leave unique marks. The same went for demons selling human slaves. If the marks weren't dispelled, even if they escaped, they would be quickly tracked down. The martial sovereign paused for a moment, nodding. There is a means left inside me by a martial emperor. Sergio showed confusion. Since you're not afraid of death, why were you imprisoned before? The reason he hadn't immediately revealed his identity was because those who wanted to die couldn't be stopped by outsiders. If he truly feared death, he would have committed suicide long ago. Why wait for someone else to buy him? The martial sovereign revealed hatred. This damn chain. It wasn't fear of death. For him, at the martial sovereign stage, trying to die was impossible. He couldn't achieve death by will. Although the chain didn't seal his cultivation, it prevented him from using spiritual power. Biting his tongue or crashing into a wall might kill an ordinary person, but for a martial sovereign, they wouldn't die. With their robust physique and spiritual power, even if the tongue was severed or bones crushed, they wouldn't die and would gradually recover. Unable to use spiritual power, any attempt at suicide would only result in torture without benefit. After speaking, the martial sovereign added, My name is Donnie. Sergio. Pausing for a moment, Sergio looked at the jade slip. Your cultivation isn't weak. I intended to save you and release your bindings with this object so you could leave, but it seems that won't work. Donnie had a demon mark inside him. Even if he was freed, he would be recaptured later. In that case, Sergio buying and then not acting against Donnie would cause unnecessary trouble. Wearing this thing is fine. I don't know why you came into the sea, but you saved me. I'll help you wholeheartedly, and when we return to land, we'll be even. Donnie's voice was firm. He didn't know Sergio's identity, only that Sergio was a human, not a demon. On land, humans might plot against each other. But here, in the sea, with a chance to live, why plot? Davosving meant no one chose death. Fearlessness didn't mean disregarding life. Sergio thought for a moment and said, Let's check out the fallen dragon ground first. All right. Donnie neither refused nor questioned. Seeing this, Sergio didn't explain further, dispersing the barrier and moving towards the fallen dragon ground on the sea chart. He wasn't prepared to truly seek the truth behind the fallen dragon ground, just to pass through. Now pretending to be a demon, he aimed to play the role perfectly, behaving like a demon as much as possible. Passing through and leaving would make other demons think he acknowledged being no match for the martial respect and chose to retreat. If he was alone, this wouldn't matter. How would other demons track his movements? But with Donnie, it was different. Buying the sea chart and pretending interest in the fallen dragon ground earlier, directly leaving without investigating might invite trouble if the shopkeeper could track Donnie's whereabouts. Being cautious was always better. Donnie silently circulated his spiritual power and flew in Sergio's direction. To avoid accidents and ensure they weren't restricted, Sergio hadn't removed all chains, only the major ones. Donnie's hands and feet were still chained, but with spiritual power intact, it wasn't a significant hindrance. Half a day later, Sergio and Donnie slowed down. Armanduo, a faint dragon roar echoed. Donnie, who had been silent, narrowed his eyes and spoke. That should be the fallen dragon ground you mentioned. Best not to get too close. Chapter 511, Dragonfall Land. Hearing the dragon's roar, Donnie, who had remained silent until now, unusually spoke up, warning Sergio not to approach any further. About 300 miles away in the ocean, there lay an extended chain of underwater mountains. These mountains didn't seem unusual. What was peculiar was the countless demons floating in the seawater beyond those mountains. Over 100 Empyrean demon spirits gathered there. Faintly visible were some indistinct demon spirits lurking in the dark, only faint traces of Empyrean-level power betraying their extraordinary nature. They were venerable demon spirits, and not just one. Should they retreat? Sergio wasn't sure if the venerable spirit's divine sense had extended this far. Hence, he coldly snorted, Enough babbling, let's go see. In a flash, Sergio moved closer to Dragonfall Land. With his current cultivation, unless it was an imperial martial artist, no one could discern his transformation spell. Since he was here, he would get a little closer, then find an excuse to leave. Donnie glanced at the faint aura of venerable spirit revealed on purpose and silently followed him. Soon, the two approached the vicinity of Dragonfall Land. Roar. A clearer dragon's roar sounded. Numerous demons who were still observing Sergio all focused their gazes tightly on the underwater mountain range where Dragonfall Land was located, never blinking. Despite their exceptional abilities, even among so many demons, none dared speak out. Meanwhile, Sergio brought Donnie quite familiarly close to the area where the demons were gathered. Due to Sergio's proximity, the closest demon edged slightly closer. Brother Demon, your aura seems somewhat unfamiliar. Sergio smiled. I've been in seclusion for a long time, Brother Demon. You two seem somewhat strange. Roar. Another dragon's roar echoed. Sergio abruptly looked toward Dragonfall Land, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Something seemed off. The closer he got, the louder and more frequent the roars became. The first roar was vague, the second a bit clearer, but the location couldn't be pinpointed. However, this third roar was clear as day, seeming like it was rapidly approaching from some hidden realm or place. Moreover, the true dragon bloodline within him felt as if it were simmering. The anomalies in Dragonfall Land had started recently. He suddenly had a hunch that perhaps it was because of his arrival, carrying the five-clawed golden dragon bloodline. Perhaps due to the clarity of the third roar, whispers spread among the demons. This Dragonfall Land has indeed changed. It said that a true dragon fell here. Could it be the corpse of the true dragon is about to appear? I hope it happens soon. If we delay much longer, other strong beings will arrive, and we might not get anything. Even with over 100 demons present, once it appears, how many can truly benefit? Whispers continued incessantly. Moments later, the demon who had spoken to Sergio before edged closer again. Humans are notoriously cunning. This slave wears shackles and seems not fully tamed yet. Are you not worried that he might ruin your grand plans? Sergio responded calmly. Davis and death lie in my hands. If he doesn't want to die, he won't act foolishly. Should the unexpected occur, he'll serve as additional assistance. The demon's eyes flickered, then he quickly asked, what clan are you from, Brother Demon? If your strength is sufficient, once the dragon's corpse appears, perhaps we should form an alliance. Sergio shook his head. No need. The demon's eyes narrowed slightly, gazing at the black aura continuously emanating from Sergio's body, growing increasingly wary. Silence. The dragon's corpse will soon appear. A hoarse voice suddenly commanded. As these words faded, a shark with wings and spikes on its back suddenly appeared. Massive in size, its aura, venerable. A few other venerables also emerged quietly. Such obvious spatial fluctuations. Looks like our luck is quite good. All Empyreans instantly shut their mouths. Unexpectedly, the large shark flashed into existence beside Sergio, transforming into an old man with dark skin. Are you of the dragon bloodline? Before Sergio could react, Donnie's expression drastically changed. Venerable. Sergio maintained his calm demeanor. Greetings, senior. The elderly shark repeated. Are you of the dragon bloodline? Yes, Sergio nodded lightly. Abdullah studied Sergio for a while, then grinned. Royalty? Your cultivation lacks, but this dragon corpse might appear because of you. If it does, you'll share 9/10 of it with us venerables, rather than compete for the last 10th with the other Empyreans. The demon who had initially spoken to Sergio showed a hint of frustration but dared not speak up again. Sergio collected himself. Thank you, senior. Then, he politely inquired, Senior, after being in seclusion for days, I'm not sure what you mean by the dragon corpse appearing because of me? The elderly shark smiled dryly. Only the presence of a dragon bloodline near Dragonfall Land can trigger the dragon's roar. Simply put, the secrets of Dragonfall Land weren't that simple. There indeed lay a corpse from ancient times here. Ordinarily, there would be no anomalies here, but if a dragon approached, it would cause a dragon's roar, merely the roar. From ancient times till now, the celestial demons, including the current 9 celestials, had all personally investigated here. They could not find the dragon corpse either. However, they confirmed that a dragon corpse was indeed hidden here, within a secret realm. The secret realm wouldn't open automatically. For it to activate, only an extremely pure dragon bloodline needed to come here. The purer the bloodline, the more frequent the roars. If the bloodline was sufficiently pure, the secret realm containing the dragon corpse would open. How pure was sufficiently pure? No demon knew. Legend had it that hundreds of years ago, the dominant clan produced a blood dragon with a bloodline quite close to that of a true dragon. That blood dragon, feeling superior, changed the dominant clan's tradition of using blood as their surname to Armando, named Shui. Boasting he could definitely summon the dragon corpse, numerous imperial-level warriors accompanied Dougie. Alas, Dougie failed. The entrance to the secret realm merely manifested faintly as a shadow before dissipating. It said that many demon strongholds were enraged by this. Adding to this, Dougie stubbornly refused to revert to using blood. Some of the Dominic's top warriors were also infuriated, leading to Dougie's exile and disappearance from demon society. News resurfaced recently, and as Sergio approached, the closer he got, the clearer the roars became. Lesser-informed Empyreans didn't know, but how could venerables remain unaware? Thus, these venerable demons deliberately revealed their auras for Sergio to notice. Misinterpreting Sergio as a dragon, all venerables treated him with such respect. After all, dragons were considered royalty among demons. Sergio realized, so that's it. But his heart began to race with urgency. Dragonfall Land harbored such a secret. He wished he hadn't approached. The elderly shark remarked again. The entrance to Dragonfall Land lies amidst those mountains. Whether you can truly summon the dragon corpse will be known when you enter the mountains. Many venerables turned their gaze to Sergio. At this moment, only the roars persisted. Would the dragon corpse appear? It would be known soon. Chapter 512, Dragon Gate emerges. After the old shark elder spoke, all the martial respecters turned their gaze towards Sergio. The rest of the martial emperors who heard the conversation looked astonished. Only a few managed to remain calm. Clearly, these martial emperors were previously unaware of this secret. All right, Sergio nodded slightly. He then gazed at the mountains. A genuine dragon corpse indeed was extremely rare. After all, his bloodline was due to a drop of true dragon blood. If he could devour part of the dragon's corpse, it would undoubtedly bring immense benefits. If this happened on land, he would have eagerly wished for the mystical realm to appear. However, in the depths of the sea, he did not wish for that at all. The power and essence that the dragon corpse would bring to demons aside. According to what the martial respecter said, if the dragon corpse truly emerged, even beings beyond martial emperors might appear in an instant. He was only a 9th rank martial emperor. If a martial emperor really appeared, his transformation spell would be exposed, not to mention the terrifying beings beyond martial emperors. However, now if he were to directly retreat, it could lead to a huge disaster. Soon, Sergio looked back at Donnie. This man was indeed pitiful. If not for this incident, they might have been able to return to the mainland together. Noticing Sergio's gaze, Donnie managed a forced smile, yet he showed no fear. He wouldn't hesitate to self-destruct. How could he fear death? If there was truly no chance to leave, he would immediately self-destruct. Earlier, after being captured by demon clans and unable to seek death, now he believed that in critical times, Sergio wouldn't stop him from self-destructing. True dragon corpse. Sergio withdrew his gaze, feigning some yearning as he murmured, then swiftly entered the range of the mountains. Armandoong. An increasingly intense dragon roar sounded. Rumble. The mountains trembled. The entrance will soon appear. All the martial respecters looked anxious. Years ago when Dougie attempted to activate the dragon corpse, they had no qualification to approach, but they witnessed it. The mountains trembling signified that the entrance was about to appear. Whether it would fully manifest or just be an instant illusion would be revealed momentarily. What puzzled them was that with such powerful bloodline, this must be a prodigy of the Black Dragon clan. Why did he come to try to activate the dragon corpse without any strong support? Or perhaps, this royal clan wasn't from the inner sea but from the outer sea. Of course, they didn't think too much. Although Sergio was in human form, they didn't believe he wasn't a demon spirit. A 9th rank martial emperor human had no right to pretend before a martial respecter. Armandoong. A dragon roar like it was beside Sergio's ear rang out. In an instant, a light spot appeared in front of Sergio. Then, countless ripples spread through the seawater as the light spot rapidly expanded into a gate. A golden, shimmering gate. The gate had no patterns, just 2 golden dragons carved at the edges. The dragon tails wrapped around the gate pillars, while the dragon heads met at the top of the gate. The dragon roars came from the carvings on the gate. It's real. The dragon corpse has emerged. The martial respecters exclaimed, their expressions turning incredulous. The entrance really appeared? Half a breath later, many martial respecters flashed forward, transforming into streams of light heading toward the gate. Unexpectedly, Armandoong. The 2 carved dragons suddenly came to life, roaring at the approaching martial respecters. Instantly, the nearby martial respecters were sent flying, their bodies showing slight cracks. The actions of the martial emperor demon spirits froze. Strangely, the dragon roar that repelled the martial respecters posed no threat to Sergio. Perhaps the only change was that it seemed to pull out his bloodline. If he hadn't suppressed it tightly, he might have transformed into a true dragon form right then. The 2 living dragons spiraled above the gate. Interesting. Their eyes were fixed on Sergio. Feeling somewhat uneasy under their gaze, Sergio tested, ancestor of the dragon clan? To his surprise, the 2 living dragons nodded in response. We are one entity, a lingering consciousness of the true dragon that fell here. Sergio paused, his expression startled. That explanation was simple. The 2 living dragons were actually one dragon, and most importantly, this dragon wasn't alive but a consciousness left behind by the true dragon that fell here long ago. How many years? By legend, at least several million years had passed. For a lingering consciousness to still exist after so long? The living dragon spoke again. Human, demon. Quite interesting. To others, human referred to Donnie, and demon to the local demon spirits. But to Sergio, it clearly referred to him. The 2 dragons slowly added, a curious coincidence makes me recall the supreme ruler who emerged in the vast expanse of the starry sky, both dragon and human. Only Sergio heard the last 4 words. What do you mean? Sergio asked subconsciously, feeling uneasy. These seemingly powerless living dragons had clearly seen through him. The 2 dragons didn't answer. My body lies within the gate. Everything I hid in my lifetime remains with it. If you can obtain it, it can resolve your predicament. Do you want it? Sergio's pupils instantly constricted. Predicament. His current predicament was that the transformation spell couldn't fool the demon spirits. To solve the predicament, either he could transform into a demon spirit undetectable by anyone, or there was some method to disguise his aura, unrecognizable even by martial emperors or higher. Whichever it was, he needed it badly. The 2 living dragons looked outward. Even worms without dragon bloodline dare covet my corpse? The expressions of the demon spirits changed drastically, especially those few martial respecters. In the outer sea, as long as they didn't provoke martial emperors, they were kings suppressing a region. Yet they were belittled now. However, none dared to refute. A lingering consciousness from countless years ago could injure them with just a roar, proving the former true dragon's supremacy. Sighing, the 2 dragons continued, during my lifetime, one dragon roar could destroy this world effortlessly. Had I not encountered treachery during my travels through the cosmos and fallen here, unable to heal and return, I never imagined after death, weak worms would covet my corpse. Laughable. The demon spirit's expressions turned ugly, especially the few martial respecters. The two dragons sighed once more, then looked at Sergio, smirking. Alas, in millions of years, only you are worthy to open this gate. Timing and fate. The two dragons turned solemn. Sergio remained silent. Too much had happened for him to digest. Initially, the two dragons spoke calmly. My body is eternal and indestructible, my blood eternal and everlasting. Everything is behind the door. Even though I don't hold much hope for you, I will open this gate. If you're worthy, why not give it to you? Sergio hurriedly bowed. Thank you, ancestor. Setting aside the unimaginable benefits from the true dragon corpse, merely resolving his predicament was worth the risk. The two dragons looked outside again. Worms without a single drop of dragon bloodline aren't fit to enter. Note, names such as Sergio, Donnie, Dougie, etc. are kept as pinyin. Chapter 513. The massive corpse of a true dragon. The twin dragons smiled at Sergio and then glanced back toward the mountains beyond. Their words were very unfriendly. Any worm not tainted with the bloodline of a flood dragon did not have the qualifications to enter this place where the two dragons resided. The expressions of more than half of the spirit beasts outside the mountains turned unpleasant. Those who do not believe can try it themselves. Roar. With their words, an imposing dragon's roar echoed. In a flash, the twin dragons returned to being carvings. The gateway emitted infinite brilliance, followed by a terrifying suction force that instantly pulled Sergio into it. The light from the gateway pierced through thousands of miles of sea, ascending to an unknown height in the sky. Such a horrifying anomaly. All the marine spirit beasts rushed madly toward this location. The mountain spirit beasts with connections to the flood dragon bloodline all pounced towards the gateway. They all vanished inside the gateway. The remaining spirit beasts watched, and one martial venerated spirit beast clenched its teeth, attempting to enter the gateway. Then, a ripple spread out. That spirit beast instantly scattered. It turned to ashes even before a scream could escape. The faces of other spirit beasts attempting to approach turned horrified. Behind the gateway, after being sucked into the gateway, Sergio indeed found himself in a secret realm, a landmass that wasn't vast. Before his eyes was a massive mountain range. No, not a mountain range. It was a dragon corpse. Looking at the dragon corpse, Sergio's pupils dilated to their maximum. A breathless true dragon, tens of thousands of feet long, lay on the ground like a mountain range. Even though the true dragon had been dead for countless years, its scales hadn't faded at all. If he didn't clearly sense the silent aura of death, he might have mistaken it for merely being in a deep slumber. A true dragon several tens of thousands of feet long. It should be noted that, with Sergio's cultivation level at the 9th rank of Martial Emperor, after transforming, he still only maintained a 310-foot-long dragon body. In those days, the dragon corpse was not intact. Its skin was torn open, with most of its scales broken and covered in wounds. Even countless blood holes could be seen inside, but oddly, not a single drop of dragon blood flowed out. Muffled groans sounded. Sergio abruptly retracted his gaze and saw that the spirit beasts outside had entered. Almost all of them were martial emperors or martial venerators, except one, the winged shark that spoke with him earlier. Unlike him, these spirit beasts, upon entering, fell to the ground immobilized, unable to move. Dragon aura. The true dragon's aura was everywhere in this secret realm. Various spirit beasts stared greedily and thirstily at the dragon corpse. The dragon aura is too terrifying. Damn it. To approach? Forget it. Under the dragon's aura at the entrance, they couldn't even move, let alone approach the dragon corpse. The closer they got, the more terrifying the dragon's aura became. It wasn't the suppression of cultivation but the suppression of bloodline. Even an imperial martial saint, or above. Here, they had no difference from these spirit beasts. The martial venerator gritted his teeth and said, "Young friend, you remain unaffected by such terrifying dragon aura. Your bloodline must be extremely close to that of a true dragon, right?" His voice was intermittent. Clearly speaking placed a great burden on the winged shark. Sergio laughed naively. "I don't know." He then looked at the dragon corpse, instinctively licking his lips. If he could devour the dragon corpse with the great wasteland ancestor dragon sutra, no good. He couldn't advance to the martial venerator stage. Even now, as a 9th rank martial emperor, to break through to the martial venerator stage, what he lacked was not energy, but rather comprehension of a higher realm. He wasn't like Darren and others, who lingered at the 9th rank of martial emperor for countless years, and broke through due to external factors. Regardless of how terrifying the energy contained within the dragon corpse, he couldn't absorb it. Forcing himself to absorb and break through would ruin his path forward. To resolve the predicament, I wonder how, Sergio muttered as he stepped toward the dragon corpse. However, staying put wouldn't have done anything. Just taking a step, countless threads of the true dragon's aura surged into his body, quickly suppressing his human bloodline. Roar. Instinctively emitting a dragon roar, Sergio also involuntarily transformed into his 3 Zhonglong dragon form. Then, Sergio felt an overwhelming sense of kinship. My current state? Sergio gazed dumbfounded at himself. Something was off. Under normal circumstances, transforming into a true dragon would leave him bearing both the true dragon aura and the human aura. But now, for some reason, his human aura was completely extinguished, leaving only the true dragon aura. The strangest part was that unless he left this secret realm, he could maintain his dragon form indefinitely here. Even without sustaining it with demon blood, he could stay in dragon form. The blood of the true dragon emperor. No wonder you feel no pressure at all. The twin dragons' voices rang out again. A faint dragon soul appeared before Sergio. This spectral entity contained just a wisp of very dim divine soul power, not even a fragment of a soul. Perhaps this manifested dragon soul was the same thread of true dragon intent from earlier. Sergio, who was about to continue approaching, stopped. Senior. The dragon soul pondered for a moment before speaking. This thread of intention should dissipate. The test is invalid. but you still don't qualify for me to give you the corpse directly. Sergio remained silent. The dragon soul turned to look at the dragon corpse. Then he saw a drop of dragon blood flash and leave the dragon corpse. Bloodlight blooming, that drop of dragon blood transformed into a true dragon form, 3 zhang in size. Kill it, and you will be qualified to take away my legacy. If you fail to kill it, you will be expelled and never be able to enter again. As the words fell, the dragon soul dissolved into fluorescence. A small part of the fluorescence disappeared, while the majority injected into the dragon-shaped body made of dragon blood. The eyes of the dragon instantly flickered with vitality. Its scales quickly turned green. Its aura was the same as Sergio's, 9th rank martial emperor, neither higher nor lower by a fraction. Roar! The green dragon's tail flicked and lunged at Sergio. Caught off guard, Sergio couldn't dodge in time. He could only charge head-on at the green dragon. With a loud bang, the 2 dragons collided, sending out a terrible shockwave. Both Sergio and the green dragon were sent flying back, bloodied and bruised. Sergio took a deep breath, sweeping his forehead with his tail. The cultivation and aura of the green dragon were the same as his own, its strength no weaker. Clashing together, both sides' dragon scales seemed like mere decorations. With his current scale defense, no matter human or beast below 7th rank martial venerator could break through his defenses. Yet the green dragon formed by the dragon soul. Who is he? I feel his aura is also that of a true dragon. It can't be. Our spirit beast clan doesn't have true dragons. He's likely some kind of flood dragon whose bloodline closely resembles a true dragon. Ah, damn it. The dragon corpse is right there. Damn it, damn it. Why can't I resist this true dragon aura? Those who were barely holding against the dragon aura looked at the clash between Sergio and the green dragon in horror. Some raged in frustration. The dragon corpse was right there, yet they couldn't get close. The battle continued. Roar! The green dragon roared and lunged at Sergio again. Chapter 514, Grand Finale. Amidst the shock, disbelief, anger, and frustration of many spirits, the battle continued. Emmanuel paid no attention to its injuries and lunged at Sergio once more. This time was different. As it pounced, wind blades filled the sky, numerous enough to instantly obliterate a 7th stage martial venerable or severely wound an 8th stage martial venerable with just a touch. Sergio hastily gathered his thoughts. Emmanuel was not an easy opponent. Though the dragon soul's consciousness had dissipated, this true dragon seemed to have inherited a trace of the dragon soul's wisdom and could fight as intelligently as any sentient being. If he underestimated it, he would certainly lose. Upon regaining his senses, Sergio hesitated not and summoned an instinctive control. A torrent of thunder crashed down upon Emmanuel. Then, Emmanuel roared at the sky amidst the lightning. Instantly, a terrifying suction force arose, accelerating the thunderbolts toward it before swallowing them whole. Seeing this, Sergio's eyes turned cold. Swallow my thunder? He sensed that the absorbed thunder was rapidly dissolving. Without delay, he focused his mind and triggered the undissolved lightning bolts to explode. Crackling, numerous lightning flashes covered Emmanuel's surface. Emmanuel snarled again, mortal fool. The voice echoed as the dragon soul's consciousness rose gently, suppressing the electrical light. But then, nothing happened. The suppressed lightning failed to penetrate the dragon scales. Emmanuel lashed out with its tail. A gust of air transformed into a gale rushing toward Sergio. Emmanuel sneered, how crude. If you are only this simple, your defeat is certain. Sergio grew solemn. This gale resembled some martial technique. He couldn't resist it and immediately dodged without hesitation. Emmanuel snarled viciously, do you think you're qualified to claim everything from me? Landing forcefully, Emmanuel spread its power, creating 5 illusory Emmanuels, each exuding the aura of a 7th stage imperial warrior. Numerous apprehensions flooded Sergio's mind. His intuition told him he wouldn't be able to withstand whatever these illusions would unleash next. He didn't know spirit techniques, nor did he have intricate methods of using force after transforming into a dragon. His attacks relied entirely on instinct. 5 elements wheel. Emmanuel bellowed. The 5 illusions vanished, their gaping mouths opening in eerie unison before pausing in an enigmatic pattern. Dense water arrows materialized between them. Though less powerful than the gale, the water arrows were formidable, especially since they were part of the 5 elements wheel. As the arrows fell, Sergio felt an ominous sense of impending doom. Transforming into a dragon didn't enhance his power usage skills. His spiritual energy and the true dragon's power differed. He couldn't perform martial techniques using dragon strength. No time for hesitation. He might miss this opportunity if he lingered further. With determination, Sergio clenched his teeth and charged at Emmanuel. The water arrows were about to strike when a strong wind emerged, preventing them from advancing. Seizing the chance, Sergio rushed closer. If you'd chosen mutual destruction initially, we might have stood a chance. Now you're accustomed to your weak body, what's the point? Emmanuel recoiled, unwilling to engage physically. However, roaring fiercely, Sergio smacked the ground with his claws, sending electrical waves surging outward while countless ice spikes fell from the sky. Though not devastating, it provided temporary restraint. True to form, Emmanuel refused to endure the combined onslaught of electricity and ice. It roared, summoning wind blades to block the attacks while icy walls sprang up, completely stifling Sergio's assault. Sergio capitalized on the moment and got even closer, within arm's reach. Without hesitation, he lashed out with his tail. Fear me not. Realizing he couldn't retreat further, Emmanuel narrowed its eyes and retaliated with its own tail. A deafening crash followed as both tails collided. The shockwaves radiated outwards, capable of instantly slaying an 8th stage martial venerable, but mysteriously vanished after spreading only a few yards. If this place weren't peculiar, those shockwaves would have annihilated all nearby spirits. Snap! With the sound of breaking bones, both tails softened. Ignoring his broken tailbones, Sergio snarled, aiming to bite Emmanuel. His sharp fangs pierced through Emmanuel's scales instantly, tasting blood. In agony, Emmanuel also bit back fiercely, puncturing Sergio's dragon belly. Despite the pain and blood loss, Sergio remained composed, whispering, "I am the golden dragon, the king of dragons. You cannot match me." Emmanuel's eyes widened in shock. Soon, the ferocity faded into indifference. Ripples expanded as blood cleared away. In an instant, only a drop of dragon blood remained, and Emmanuel vanished. Sergio lifted his head as ripples spread, revealing the fainter-than-ever dragon soul once more. "You are too weak, unable to bear the power of even a drop of my blood," chuckled the fading dragon soul before dispersing into the wind. The dragon soul vanished completely. With its disappearance, the area seemed altered yet unchanged. Suddenly, the massive dragon corpse emitted a brilliant light, plunging into Sergio's body. Information surged into his mind. The legacy of the true dragon. Space fractured as the secret realm completed its mission, merging with the outside world. Whoosh! With the sound of crashing waves, the secret realm fused with the outer realm, revealing the immense true dragon corpse amidst vast mountains. An even greater pressure rose, instantly killing any spirit or creature, regardless of cultivation, within 100,000 miles. No living entity could withstand such pressure. Sergio was submerged in the inheritance process. The cultivation level of the 10,000-meter-long true dragon was unknown to Sergio. However, the legacy informed him that the deceased dragon hailed not from the Mountain Sea continent, but from the upper realm. According to the legacy, surpassing the peak heavenly rank could elevate one to the upper realm. This true dragon wasn't the strongest in the upper realm, but belonged to the ranks of supreme powers. Even dead, its corpse remained indestructible, an unimaginably potent existence. Now in the external world, no being could forcibly approach the corpse, not even a heavenly rank entity dared. Its residual pressure could still slay a heavenly rank being instantly. Only a pure true dragon could approach. The inheritance was incredibly powerful. If Sergio followed it, abandoning the great wasteland ancestor dragon scripture, he could reach this world's peak within 10 years. However, the inheritance suited dragon form, not human form. The dissipating dragon soul had used unknown means to distinctly separate Sergio's true dragon bloodline from his human lineage. Now, transforming into a dragon came without restriction. If he wished, from now on, he could exist eternally in his dragon form. Time flowed, and the stars shifted. Many years later, the changes in the fallen Dragonland became a secret. Both the spirits that entered and those that didn't all perished with the appearance of the true dragon's corpse. Apart from Sergio, no one knew why the true dragon's corpse appeared. All they knew was that the fallen Dragonland had become a forbidden place. No living creature dared approach within 100,000 miles of the corpse. This was a terrifying lesson brought by the instant deaths of two heavenly rank beings under its pressure. Only some pure-blooded, nearly true dragon lineage wyverns could barely get closer, but even they couldn't approach within 95,000 miles of the corpse. What comforted the spirit race was the rise of a silver-colored, unknown race wyvern with a bloodline very close to that of a true dragon. It grew in strength at an incredibly fast rate. Even the celestial spirits believed that once this wyvern matured, it might be able to unify the Mountain Sea continent by subjugating the 5 major continents. Under the protection of several celestial spirits, the wyvern grew safely. However, what they didn't expect was that once the wyvern matured, it vanished without a trace. It was only occasionally rumored that the wyvern had appeared in the central region, elusive and mysterious. Many years later, the true dragon's corpse suddenly disappeared into thin air. Soon after, news came that an unparalleled genius named Sergio from the central region broke through the spatial barriers and ascended to the upper realm. Thus, he became a legend. The spirits were disappointed by the disappearance of the wyvern, while the humans lamented why Sergio didn't exterminate all the spirit celestials and enslave the spirit race before ascending. There were countless speculations, but no one knew the true reason. In the Mountain Sea continent, humans still ruled the land while spirits governed the seas, adhering to their mutual non-aggression pact. The pact merely became more detailed. It banned human spirit pets and prohibited humans from forcibly taking spirits as familiars. Due to this clause, apart from the initial few centuries, the relationship between the spirit and human races improved and even began collaborating. Their ties grew increasingly closer. However, in a world where the strong prey on the weak, there is no eternal peace, let alone unity between different races. After many years of coexistence, restless individuals from both races started breaking parts of the treaty. Again, the two races faced off, with their supreme beings maintaining order from above while countless battles raged below. Some peace-loving members of the spirit and human races continuously reminisced about the legendary Sergio, missing the detailed treaty he enforced and the hundreds of thousands of years of peaceful prosperity it brought. Because of this nostalgia, many believe that when Sergio ascended, he did not annihilate the other races precisely because of the word peace. The existence of spirits made humans unite against a common threat. Without spirits to threaten them, humans, prone to internal strife, might have again suffered from the disasters of demonic forces. Because of the spirit race, humans knew that other races existed and, upon sensing any sign of demonic influence, would swiftly suppress it to avoid undermining internal unity instead of letting the demonic forces grow. This conclusion gained widespread approval. Therefore, the name Sergio became an eternal legend. The end.